Family. I fell asleep while chasing One Piece and suddenly found myself in another world. As soon as I arrived, I was thrown into a Navy prison, and my cellmate turned out to be the Four Emperors Kaido. Then, Admiral Sengoku announced that I would be publicly executed by being pulled apart by 5 horses just because I supposedly flirted with a celestial dragon. I really can't explain this at all. Who can handle such a start? I was completely stunned. Admiral Sengoku, right in front of the whole world, took a loudspeaker and pointed at me, declaring, "Now, I announce the public execution of M.O. Long by dismemberment." Who understands this, family? I had just crossed over for less than an hour. Where should I start with this? Just a moment ago, I was comfortably at home watching the updates of One Piece, and in the blink of an eye, I ended up here. Suddenly, someone pushed me hard from behind, and I stumbled and fell flat on my face. My temper flared up. Damn, who was that? When I looked up, I was stunned. Dark, damp, and cold iron walls, and when I turned around, there were iron bars thicker than my thighs. The traditional Chinese sayings I was about to say got swallowed back. Wait a minute, I just took a nap. How did I end up in prison? Is watching an anime a crime now? This doesn't even count as an occupational hazard, right? While I was still in shock, a voice like thunder exploded next to me. "Navy soldier. What the hell do you mean by this?" I jumped and turned my head, and my pupils shook. What was sitting next to me? It was as tall as a 3-story building, with 2 horns on its head. My first reaction was, is that a minotaur? Wait, did someone come to work without taking off their cosplay? The Navy soldier outside the cell was directly yelled at and pressed against the wall, his legs shaking like they had motors, and then he actually screamed and ran away crying, covering his ears. He was shouting mommy. I was dumbfounded. Dude, who is the real criminal here? You, a prison guard, got scared and cried by a prisoner. Is this reasonable? This job is supposed to be about emotional stability, right? That horned big guy looked at the fleeing Navy soldier and disdainfully shook his head, muttering to himself, "The Navy has really fallen, otherwise there wouldn't be a great pirate era." Wait, I caught the keywords. Navy headquarters? Great pirate era? Oh my god, I've crossed into the world of One Piece. I didn't save any drowning children or get hit by a truck. I just took a nap and ended up here. Is crossing over this competitive now that they can't even give a reason? So, does that mean this guy in front of me, I tentatively called out, Kaido of the 100 Beasts? His huge head suddenly lowered, and his eyes, like searchlights, locked onto my face with an overwhelming pressure. When he spoke, the sound waves nearly blew me away. Little brat, are you calling me? All right, it's confirmed. I am O Long, start off in a Navy prison, and my cellmate is the Four Emperors Kaido. This hellish start, how do I get through it? I'm waiting online, it's urgent. Kaido, probably seeing that I looked handsome but had a rookie expression, was also curious. Little brat, what did you do? Is the Navy prison this tense that 2 people share one room? I pointed to the empty cell across from us and shrugged. Look, there's no shortage of rooms. As for why I'm sharing with you, I also want to know, what did you do? He pressed. What did I do? I countered. Kaido was directly speechless. Little brat, I'm asking you, and you're asking me back? You don't know whether you committed a crime or not. I seriously stroked my chin and said, maybe I committed a crime in my dream. Just then, footsteps echoed down the corridor. A tall and powerful man stood at the cell door, of course. He was tall compared to me. In front of Kaido, he was just average. Kaido, have you been comfortable these past few days? The newcomer spoke, and upon hearing that voice, I realized it was Admiral Sengoku. Kaido immediately snapped back. Sengoku, spit it out. You know whether I'm comfortable or not. Why don't you come in and experience it for a few days? Sengoku sneered. Humph, it seems that 10 days of prison food hasn't dulled your temper at all. But Kaido, I hope you can still be this arrogant when you go to the execution ground. He waved his hand. Bring him out. Open the cell. Seeing that Kaido was about to be taken away, I quickly raised my hand, like in class answering a question. Wait, can I say something? Sengoku finally noticed me and asked lightly, M.O. Long, what do you want to say? I timidly asked, I want to know what crime I committed. Sengoku was stunned by my question and laughed. Kid, are you kidding me? You don't know what crime you committed? I felt extremely bitter inside. I can't exactly say I'm a newly arrived traveler, can I? I can only force myself to say ahem, I really don't know. Sengoku looked at me with a hint of pity in his eyes. All right, since you asked sincerely, I'll generously tell you. You were imprisoned for flirting with a celestial dragon. How does that sound? Flirt with a celestial dragon? I exploded on the spot. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. With a celestial dragon looking like that. Not to mention, I wouldn't dare. Even if I had the guts of a bear, I wouldn't find them attractive. Who would flirt with an ugly freak? This is a blatant accusation. Sengoku's face darkened. Insulting a celestial dragon. Kid, you've added to your crimes. I really want to cry. I can't bear this kind of wealth and nobility. Flirting with a celestial dragon? My future is bleak, no. I don't even have a future. I looked at him with my last hope. Admiral Sengoku, do you believe me when I say I'm being wronged? This isn't a matter of whether I believe it or not, Sengoku said expressionlessly. Many people witnessed it. If it weren't for the Marine Admiral passing by, in 10 months, you and a celestial dragon child would have been born. Now you tell me you're wronged. Do you think I can believe that? I was completely speechless. An admiral? It can't be that lazy yellow monkey, right? Can his testimony be trusted? I gritted my teeth and asked then, how will I be dealt with? Probably executed, Sengoku said as casually as if he were discussing the weather. Upon hearing this, my legs went weak and I slumped to the ground. It's over, I'm done for. Kaido, on the side, even came to encourage me. Little brat, it's just an execution, right? A man lives on facing death. At worst, in 18 years, you'll be a good man again. I was cursing in my heart. Easy for you to say. You, the strongest creature in the world. An execution for you is like a massage, what do you know? I'm just an ordinary person, one slash, and I'm gone. At that moment, a Navy soldier rushed over in a panic to report. Admiral Sengoku, the Celestial Dragon has sent the latest news. They want to publicly execute Mo Long. My heart sank. The soldier continued. The Celestial Dragon wishes to dismember Mo Long in front of the whole world, to let the world understand how tragic the outcome is for those who bully the Celestial Dragons. Sengoku frowned. When? Today. Today? But today is Kaido's public execution day. We've been promoting it for a long time. Admiral, the Celestial Dragon, means it this way. They know there will be many spectators today. They want to use this opportunity to set an example. Sengoku hesitated after all. Executing Kaido was a moment for the Navy to show off their strength, and now he had to be a stepping stone for the Celestial Dragons, which didn't sit well with him. No, the soldier added, the Celestial Dragon means to execute Mo Long first. Sengoku, God goodness, I finally understand. The Celestial Dragons are afraid that after executing this big star Kaido, no one will pay attention to me, this little Karami, so they want me to go first to serve as an appetizer. I really appreciate it. In the end, Sengoku still compromised. So, I was escorted to the execution ground along with Kaido. I felt dizzy. I was going to be executed less than an hour after being imprisoned. Life is too exciting. Perhaps facing death made me calm down. On the way, Kaido casually chatted with me. Hey kid, you really are bold, daring to tease the Celestial Dragons. I see you in a new light. If someone didn't know better, they would think he was going to a party. I knew this guy had been executed dozens of times and was unfazed, of course. He wasn't nervous. He was just there to put on a show. One of the giant Marine guards got impatient and pushed Kaido. Be quiet, no chatting. Goodness, that stirred up a hornet's nest. Kaido suddenly turned around, his eyes fierce enough to eat someone. Huh? Giant, you dare to push me? The giant Marine was startled at first, but then thought about it. What was there to fear from a handcuffed prisoner? He became arrogant, shoving Kaido repeatedly. That's right, I'm pushing you. What can you do about it? Kaido's expression grew darker. Marine, even if I'm locked up, you're not the kind of trash that can provoke me. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly bent down and leaped into the air, violently crashing his head's sharp horn into the giant's chin. With a loud bang, the giant was sent flying hundreds of meters, crashing into a building and fainting on the spot. Sengoku's face turned green with anger. Kaido, what are you doing? Kaido ranted at Sengoku, saying that if it weren't for him and Garp joining forces, they wouldn't have been able to catch him at all. He even shouted that he wanted to break free from the chains and challenge Sengoku on. Sengoku immediately switched to PUA mode. Kaido, that was too embarrassing. A loss is a loss. Do you know the difference between you and Pirate King Roger? He went to the execution ground smiling. And what about you? Your vision is too small. These words hit Kaido right in the lung, and he roared as he charged at Sengoku. In the end, Sengoku did not dodge and grab Kaido. The chains binding him clinked as he executed a clean shoulder throw, crashing Kaido into the ground, creating a sizable crater. Kaido, stop struggling, Sengoku declared from his elevated position. Your strength is reduced to a mere fraction, restrained by High Stone. Preserve some dignity. Face death calmly like Roger did. Do not approach the execution platform with a battered visage, providing the world with a spectacle. Those words proved effective as Kaido calmed down. I understood his demeanor perfectly. He was not truly enraged. This wily old fox was deliberately trying to provoke a reaction, intending to leverage the ineffectual execution by the Navy for a global live broadcast, thus promoting himself, gaining followers, and expanding his influence. His calculations were so clear, I could almost hear the gears turning. Soon, we were escorted to the elevated platform at the Navy headquarters. 3 gigantic Den Mushi were already directed at us. Sengoku cleared his throat, microphone in hand. Greetings to the viewers worldwide. Before executing the Yonko Kaido, We shall first punish a heinous criminal. Bring forth Mok Long. A Navy soldier nudged me forward, and I turned to scold, "Do not push me. I can walk on my own, facing death or not. I must maintain my composure." I walked proudly onto the platform, standing beside Sengoku. The global audience was bewildered. What is happening? We came to see Keidu. Who is this pretty boy? The Navy hasn't let Keidu escape, have they? Sengoku looked down at me, "Kid. Speak for yourself. What crime have you committed?" Could I even say anything? I shouted directly at the Den Mushi. "I am innocent. I am wronged. The Navy is a killer of innocence." Silence. Sengoku snatched the microphone, exasperated, proclaiming to the world, "Listen closely. This young man before you, just a day ago, insulted the celestial dragons. The evidence is clear. According to the law, insulting a celestial dragon is a capital offense." Then, the scene I previously described unfolded. With a sweeping gesture, Sengoku announced, "Now, I declare the public execution of Mok Long by dismemberment." In the next moment, 5 majestic horses were led forth. I was forcefully pinned to the ground. A cold rope was tightened around my neck, arms, and legs. I utterly lost my composure, unleashing a frantic tirade at Sengoku. "Sengoku, may you meet a terrible fate. I am truly innocent. Do not force me to invoke the phrase 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not deceive the youth in poverty." However, in response to my curses, Sengoku merely regarded me with calm detachment, his gaze akin to that of someone observing a deceased individual. His belief in my innocence, or lack thereof, had become inconsequential, for the execution was imminent. I was shouting so hoarsely that I felt my voice fading, desperately declaring my innocence. Yet Sengoku regarded me with an expression that suggested I was merely a barking dog. Just as he prepared to signal the execution, snow began to fall from the sky. Dear friends, who understands? This was akin to snow in June, a heavenly omen. I was overwhelmed with excitement, signaling to him desperately, "Old man, do you see? Even the heavens cannot bear to watch." But guess what? This old fellow, utterly oblivious to my point, expressionless, raised his hand and declared, "Proceed with the execution." In that moment, I was paralyzed. The 5 Navy officers on horseback cracked their whips, and I felt as if I were being yanked upwards by an immense force, torn in 5 directions. Let me tell you, that sensation was excruciating, followed by a resounding crack, and everything went dark. In the final moments of consciousness, a fleeting thought of my first love crossed my mind. If only I had known I would die so soon, I would have boldly pursued her, regardless of her noble lineage. For love flourishes in courage, and thus, I met my untimely end in such a lamentable manner. But wait, the climax approached. As the Navy prepared to collect my remains, my dismembered limbs and head began to twitch, miraculously reassembling themselves with precision, as if guided by some unseen force. I opened my eyes, equally astonished. Wait, I am alive? I did not die. Good heavens, it seems I am the chosen one. My golden finger has arrived. Revitalized, I faced Sengoku with taunts. "Old man, did you see? The heavens themselves could not bear to see me perish, personally retrieving me from the underworld. Do you still deem me a criminal?" Sengoku, with an expression of disbelief, coldly scoffed, "Enough with your celestial nonsense. This must be the power of a devil fruit, right? How ridiculous. Must everything be attributed to a devil fruit? Can one not possess a shred of imagination?" Even Keidu, who had been silent, now regarded me with a peculiar intensity, as if I were a rare treasure. Sengoku remained unconvinced, commanding the guards to bind me with high stone handcuffs, intent on nullifying my abilities. I thought, go ahead, for this is not a devil fruit power. Then, the second round of dismemberment commenced. Although I knew I could not truly die, the sensation of being torn apart was agonizing. I mused to myself, is this a new form of employment? Clocking into work, only to be torn apart at the designated time. Then, I revived once more. Sengoku's face turned ashen, his skepticism growing. He replaced my high stone cuffs with a new pair and initiated the process again. The third, 4th time, this cycle continued for 10 rounds. Friends, a full 10 times. Just as I began to adapt to this pain, my mind rang with a notification. My system panel had appeared. It announced that I had been dismembered 10 times, unlocking a new achievement, increasing my constitution by 1, and granting me resistance to dismemberment. I couldn't help but scoff at this absurdity. The system was centered entirely around a masochistic upgrade experience. Then, the next round commenced, and the 5 horses exerted every ounce of strength, their reins nearly snapped, yet I remained suspended, utterly unmoving. The horses grew exhausted, foaming at the mouth, collapsing to the ground, inadvertently crushing an unfortunate Navy soldier's leg. I had single-handedly overpowered 5 horses. As I landed triumphantly, Sengoku's expression darkened to that of a pot's bottom. Kado's gaze towards me transformed into one of fervent admiration, akin to a father-in-law surveying a promising son-in-law. Realizing that dismemberment had failed, Sengoku changed tactics, summoning 2 executioners who produced spears identical to those used for Roger. Upon witnessing this, I promptly sat cross-legged. There was no way I would kneel, never in my life. Then, with 2 swift thrusts, the spears pierced me, and this time, the pain was genuine, akin to a slow bleed leading to death. For the sake of theatrics, I feigned death for an additional 10 minutes. Just as Sengoku exhaled in relief, preparing to have my body removed, I suddenly lifted my head and smiled at him. "Hey, old man, who are you calling? I am alive. I've died and revived. Just for fun. I tell you." The look on Sengoku's face was one of pure rage. He could have swallowed me whole. Gritting his teeth, he ordered the executioners to continue. Stab him. Do not stop until he is truly dead. And thus began my new cycle of employment. Stabbed, died, revived. Time and time again, I was stabbed, died, and revived, 20 times in total. Then, a notification chimed. Congratulations on being speared to death 20 times, increasing my constitution by 1, and granting me spear immunity. As soon as the words left my lips, the executioners thrust their spears again, but this time, a resounding clang echoed. As if they struck steel, sparks flying. Undeterred, they summoned all their strength for another attempt, only to have the spearhead shatter. Sengoku buried his face in his hands, embodying the essence of despair. He gestured for Kado to be brought forth as well, preparing for a dual execution. Kado's eyes gleamed with excitement as he settled beside me, exclaiming, "Kid, you possess quite the talent. If we manage to escape this time, how about teaming up with me?" I was momentarily stunned. Baisho Kaido personally sought me out. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Given my performance, I was undoubtedly a talent. Yet, I cannot resist a jab. "Big brother, it's easier said than done. Are you certain we can escape?" As soon as the words left my mouth, I regretted them. How foolish of me. Who is Kaido? He can surely escape. If I cannot, I can at least cling to him. In an instant, I realized that to survive, I must firmly grasp Kaido's golden leg. Let me tell you, this leg must be held, and in a flamboyant manner. With a swift turn of my thoughts, I boldly confronted Kaido. "Big brother, can you really do it? Talk is cheap. If you can escape from the Marine headquarters, take me with you now." Upon hearing this, Kaido squinted his large eyes and chuckled. "Oh ho ho, little brat, your calculations are quite amusing. You want me to be your chauffeur for free? First, declare your allegiance to the 100 Beast Pirates, and I will take you away immediately. Family, who understands?" This was a chance for survival. In a moment of impulsive clarity, I blurted out, "All right, I hereby announce my allegiance to the 100 Beast Pirates. Boss." This shout left Kaido utterly bewildered. His expression resembled that of an elderly subway rider staring at a phone, clearly taken aback by my smooth maneuver. He likely had 1,000 words of persuasion stuck in his throat, yet I had slid in and rendered his attempts futile. I blinked my innocent eyes at him and asked, "What is wrong, boss? I've joined your crew. When are we making our escape?" Kaido remained lost in thought, while the old man Sengoku, unable to contain himself, stomped his foot in anger, causing the ground to crack beneath him. He pointed at us and shouted, "You too. Do you think I'm air? Do you think the Marine headquarters is a marketplace? Bargaining here is if you can come and go as you please." I couldn't help but chuckle. "Old man Sengoku, don't say that. With all the fuss you're making, I truly thought we had set up a marketplace." That remark rendered Sengoku speechless, for he knew that engaging in verbal sparring with me was futile. With a wave of his hand, a squad of musketeers quickly surrounded us, forming an impenetrable barrier. Dozens of dart gun barrels were aimed at us, and the atmosphere plummeted to an icy chill. Yet, guess what happened next? We began gossiping again. I nudged Kaido and whispered, "Hey, boss, I heard you have a daughter." Kaido paused, his eyes bulging in disbelief. "Nonsense. I only have one useless son. Where'd a daughter come from?" I thought to myself, what a father. I cleared my throat and hinted fervently, "Boss, look, I'm single too." Kaido exploded in rage. "You want to think about my daughter? Do you believe I want to kill you right now?" Seeing his protective demeanor, I quickly recoiled and waved my hands. No, boss, you've misunderstood. I have a friend. Let me tell you, he is exceptionally handsome and powerful. A perfect match for Miss Yamato. How about I introduce you? Kaido's lips twitched as he regarded me with a look that suggested, "Do you think I'm an idiot? ISN to your friend you?" He retorted. I replied with righteous indignation. How could that be? My friend is charming and possesses the potential of the Pirate King. I could never compare. The more I praised him, the darker Kaido's expression became, as he saw through my clumsy ruse. Just as we were engaged in this exchange over my friend, Sengoku could no longer endure it. His voice boomed like thunder. Open fire. The sound of gunfire erupted. Bullets rained down like a storm. When they struck Kaido, the sound resembled a gentle scraping, and rather than feeling endangered, he likely found it a bit pleasurable. The Marine soldiers were dumbfounded, questioning if he was made of iron. As for me, I was in dire straits. Initially, they were too busy tending to Kaido to pay attention to me. It wasn't until a ricochet struck my head that I exclaimed in pain, inadvertently stirring a hornet's nest. All the guns turned toward me and unleashed a barrage of physical retribution. I was transformed into a sieve, blood gushing uncontrollably, my body trembling as if electrocuted. Kaido stood nearby, expressionless, likely wishing to witness my reputed immortality firsthand. Then a miracle occurred. Just when the Marines thought I had perished, time seemed to rewind. The bullets that had entered my body flew out in reverse, and the blood on the ground was swiftly absorbed back into me. My dozens of wounds healed instantly, leaving not a scar. Silence enveloped the area. Both Marines and pirates watching through the live stream were left astounded. The entire world witnessed that the Marines could not even kill an unnamed nobody. This was a blow to their pride, akin to losing face in the Pacific. Sengoku, in a state of genuine urgency, declared in desperation, "I can resign as Fleet Admiral, but these two must die today." He then pointed at the artillery team and roared, "Fire the cannons. Blast them to pieces." Soon, 20 ominous cannons were rolled into position, all aimed at us. Kaido paid them no mind, instead leaning in with keen interest to continue our earlier conversation. "Kid, I'm giving you a chance. If you can prove you possess the potential of the Pirate King, I will betroth Yamato to you. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, I simply lay back in disbelief. What a joke. Prove I have the potential of the Pirate King? That is even harder than when my mother-in-law asked me to prove I could buy a house in Shanghai. I quickly backpedaled. Boss, you misunderstood. I'm really not interested in Yamato." Kaido was nearly driven to slap me dead. "You lack backbone. You give up so easily on such a test." I roll my eyes. Is it a minor setback? How do I prove it? Should I go kill a Marine Admiral right now? This was merely a jest. Yet Kaido nodded. "If you can do that, then it's certainly no problem." I scoffed. "If I could kill an admiral, would I still be chatting with you here?" As we debated, Sengoku could no longer wait. Observing the darkening sky, he commanded, "Fire! Reduce them to rubble." Boom! The deafening sound of cannon fire erupted, and a cannonball struck Kaido, exploding into a massive fireball. As the smoke cleared, Kaido remained unscathed, though his hairstyle was a mess. Meanwhile, I was catapulted into the air by the blast, and several cannonballs detonated simultaneously upon me. Bang! 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 I was instantly blown to smithereens, a truly horrific sight. One of my arms spun away, landing right at Sengoku's feet. The entire Marine force assumed I must be dead for sure this time. As the smoke dissipated, only Kaido remained on the execution platform. Just as they searched for my remains, a leisurely voice rang out. The scattered flesh and broken bones converged in an instant, and I stood up, fully revived. Even the C-prism stone shackles on my wrists had shattered due to the explosion. I dusted off non-existent dirt from my body and cheerfully asked, "Ladies and gentlemen, were you looking for me?" Goodness! At that moment, Sengoku's face darkened to the color of a pot's bottom, utterly incredulous. His expression resembled that of a director whose meticulously planned annual drama had been derailed by the opening act. The entire Marine force held their breath, acutely aware that the Admiral was genuinely furious. Consider this: executing 2 individuals from day to night without success. Where would the Marines save face? Back in the day, capturing Kaido took only 2 hours with the combined efforts of Garp and Sengoku. Yet here we were, nearly 5 hours into the execution without even scratching Kaido's skin. This was no execution. It was clearly a free defensive power test for Kaido. Certainly, it was only later that I realized how cunning that old scoundrel Kaido truly is. He orchestrated his capture deliberately as a mere publicity stunt, all to elevate his reputation as the world's strongest creature. His supposed penchant for self-destruction was nothing but a facade, a mere business strategy. In this era, Even pirates must navigate the intricacies of interpersonal relationships and personal branding. Without a modicum of fame, who would associate with you? Sengoku erupted in fury, bellowing, "Continue the bombardment. Deplete the ammunition stockpile." With that command, the gunners seemed invigorated, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. After all, the cannonballs were funded by the world government, and why not spend it? The shells fell like rain, creating a spectacular display of fire and smoke, transforming the execution platform into a scene reminiscent of a New Year's fireworks show, with Kaido and me as the brightest of stars. The bombardment lasted a full 30 minutes, depleting the Navy's 10-year ammunition reserve. The once towering platform was reduced to rubble, leaving behind a gaping pit several meters deep. This was no execution. It was akin to a construction project. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice chimed in my mind. "Congratulations, host. You have been killed by cannon fire 100 times. Your constitution has increased by 1. You have acquired the trait. Henceforth, you shall no longer fear explosive impacts. The damage inflicted by cannonballs is nearly negligible. Adding to the previous executions, my constitution had increased by 4 points. Yet I pondered, what use is this increase? I felt no difference whatsoever. To my astonishment, the system responded, "Constitution equals defense. Stack it to 100, and you shall become the toughest man in this world." At this revelation, my mouth twitched uncontrollably. The title of the strongest defense seemed rather lackluster. Just listen to the accolades of others. The strongest man in the world. The strongest creature. The greatest swordsman. None of these pale in comparison to my title. It sounded akin to that of a timid turtle. I quickly inquired, "System, do you possess any other functions? Perhaps grant me the strength to defeat Kaido with a single punch?" The system retorted without hesitation, "Host, dreams abound in slumber. But it is still daytime. Please refrain from daydreaming. If I were that impressive, would I be burdened with a host like you?" I was astounded. Who understands the pain of being insulted by one's own system? I felt compelled to confront it. Who are you calling useless? A system that cannot empower its host is hardly valuable. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. The system countered with a digital eye roll. Yes, yes. Do not belittle the youth in poverty, the middle-aged in poverty, or the elderly in poverty. The deceased take precedence. Host, you are indeed impressive. Enough already. With that, it disconnected, leaving my CPU sizzling. Engaging in a quarrel with such a faulty system felt like a drain on my intellect. It was purely a tormenting system, thriving on companionship and banter. As the clouds of smoke dissipated, the Navy was left dumbfounded. There we were, Kaido and I, leisurely seated at the bottom of the massive pit. He even stretched, as if waking from a pleasant slumber, a look of contentment on his face. The expressions of the Navy were akin to that of someone constipated for weeks. They labored diligently to execute us, yet here we were, having a picnic below, too apathetic to even feign anguish. Kaido, now intrigued, leaned over and asked, "Kid, what exactly is your ability? You shattered upon the first cannon fire, yet now it feels like the cannonballs merely tickle you?" His gaze was filled with envy. What can I say? I tilted my head innocently. "Big brother, I wish I knew. This wretched system only grants me defense, no offensive capabilities. Now, aside from being tough-skinned, I remain that delicate beauty. If a mere minion were to land a punch, I would likely be incapacitated for quite some time." Meanwhile, Sengoku observed as night descended, searchlights illuminating the scene. The global audience had waited for 7 or 8 hours to witness our demise, only to be met with disappointment. This was not a display of naval authority. It was a personal live broadcast for Kaido, showcasing his monstrous resilience. I could only imagine the pirates on the other side of the screen, eagerly anticipating Kaido's release to join him in search of a feast. Sengoku's pride could no longer withstand the embarrassment. If this continued, the Navy would be left in tatters. He waved his hand decisively, shut off the image-transmitting snail. With a click, screens worldwide were plunged into darkness. I could envision countless viewers cursing after stripping us bare. This is what you show us. Though the broadcast had ceased, the execution must proceed. Sengoku devised a new scheme, darkly suggesting, "Bind them with stones and cast them into the sea." Good heavens, were they attempting to drown us? The Navy complied, without question, swiftly procuring 2 massive boulders. Kaido's stone weighed a ton, while mine was around 100 pounds. Kaido, undeterred, dragged his stone effortlessly, leaving a long trail in the ground. When it came to my turn, it was comical. I exerted every ounce of strength, my face turning purple, yet the stone remained utterly unmoved. The Navy officer escorting me was left dumbfounded. "Kid, are you serious? You can't drag 100-pound stone? I spread my hands defiantly. I am indeed this useless. What of it? If you're dissatisfied, feel free to strike me. The Navy soldier, having likely never encountered such a demeaning request, rubbed his hands together, preparing to indulge me. Just as he raised his hand, a shadow darted past, and with a thud, he was sent flying. It was Kaido. He had returned, delivering a kick that sent the soldier sprawling, then fixed his piercing gaze on the remaining Navy members, unleashing his conqueror's haki, causing their legs to tremble uncontrollably. With a disdainful snort, Kaido bent down and effortlessly hoisted me onto his shoulder, as though I were a sack of rice. You are far too weak. I cannot bear to watch you struggle. I shall assist you. What else would you think? With your stature, I could barely reach your stomach. I thought a question. What kind of predatory language is this? Thus, I was carried by him, and within minutes, we arrived at the port. Kaido, ever the straightforward individual, required no prompting from the Navy. He simply leaped into the water with me in tow. We sank rapidly due to the stone's weight. The harbor must have been 30 to 40 meters deep, and the water was remarkably clear. I could even see Sengoku's furious visage on the shore. Kaido, however, sat cross-legged at the seabed, smiling provocatively at Sengoku, as if to say, "Old man, I relish your frustration at being unable to defeat me." Sengoku exploded in rage, pointing at the water and shouting, "Bring me some piranhas from the kitchen. I want to see him devoured." A nearby soldier cautiously replied, "Report, Marshal, there are no piranhas in the kitchen." Sengoku trembled with fury, "Then bring me some animal blood. Lure everything from the sea to me." He was determined to see if I could survive being consumed by fish. The order was given, but underwater, I could hardly endure it. Within mere minutes, I was overwhelmed, gulping down mouthfuls of water, my eyes rolling back as I passed out, floating like a specter. Sengoku on the shore watched intently. Just as anticipated, after a few moments, I convulsed and revived, exhaling a stream of bubbles. Yet again, I could not hold my breath and succumbed once more. Thus, I repeatedly died and revived, executing sit-ups at the ocean floor 10 times. Finally, another chime echoed in my mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drowned in seawater 10 times. Your constitution has increased by 1. You have acquired the trait, Merfolk's Breath. The system evaluated that humanity has its limits, so it suggested to the host, "Why not cease your endeavors?" My response was immediate and filled with incredulity. I was merely jesting. Do you believe that women would merely affect the speed at which I draw my sword? I have no intention of drawing it. My desires lie elsewhere. This newfound ability granted me immense comfort, allowing me to breathe freely underwater as if I had returned home. I could even open my mouth, watching bubbles escape in delightful succession. On the shore, Jean Guo observed, his heart likely shattering like those very bubbles. At that moment, a sailor returned from the kitchen. As Jean Guo turned, he nearly fainted in disbelief. Can you imagine? That troop of mischief-makers had laboriously dragged a live pig over. Jean Guo, trembling with indignation, pointed at the grunting white pig, his voice shaking. "Is this what you refer to as blood?" The sailor, brimming with pride, declared, "Indeed, Commander. A live pig's blood is undoubtedly fresh. It will surely attract the sea kings." Jean Guo's expression was one of utter disgust, as if he had swallowed a fly. Struggling against the urge to slap the sailor, he directed him towards the harbor, commanding, "Go, bleed it and toss it into the sea. If it does not attract the sea kings, I shall cast you into the depths." The sailor's face turned pale as he mournfully dragged the pig to the water's edge, swiftly wielding a knife, and the blood instantly stained the surface of the sea. With a swift kick, he sent the pig plunging into the depths. I watched as the pig sank slowly, bewildered as to the Navy's intentions. Were they truly offering us a feast by slaughtering a pig? Just as I pondered this, I noticed Kaido's large visage approaching, his mouth moving as if he were attempting to communicate with me through lip reading. To my amusement, he was cursing me, though silent. His expressions conveyed a most refined greeting. I couldn't help but laugh, taunting him openly. "Dear Kaido, if you have something to say, do not hold back. Your face has turned the color of liver. What is this? The mighty creature of land, sea, and air reduced to a mute beneath the waves? Surely, your fish fruit must be a counterfeit." At my words, Kaido's expression darkened instantaneously. He opened his mouth to retort, only to be met with a mouthful of seawater. His curses transformed into bubbles. Frantically, he closed his mouth, his face contorting in desperation as he attempted to expel the water, only to inhale sharply, causing more seawater to rush in through his nostrils. The sensation was so vivid that I could feel it from a distance, as Kaido began coughing violently, the entire dragon appearing flustered. I applauded him from the depths, exclaiming, "Bravo! I shall dub you the bravest warrior of 2025 to dare inhale underwater. Have you mistaken yourself for SpongeBob?" Infuriated, Kaido attempted to shout, but again, he could only produce a series of bubbles. At this point, he resembled an underwater parrot, capable of nothing beyond creating bubbles. Ultimately, he resigned, turning his back to me, choosing to ignore the situation. What did it matter if he swallowed some seawater? His pride remained intact. Just then, a pungent scent of blood reached my nostrils. I looked up to witness an unexpected assembly of sharks, evidently drawn by the blood of the pig. They swiftly devoured the remnants, and soon their attention was drawn to Kaido and me. One shark, its eyes gleaming as if it had stumbled upon a buffet, charged toward Kaido. Naturally, with his substantial physique, he was a tempting target. The remaining sharks, realizing the competition, surged forward in a frenzy. The lead shark clamped its jaws onto Kaido's shoulder, preparing to indulge in a delectable morsel. Then came a resounding crack. The shark's entire set of teeth shattered, leaving it stunned and teary-eyed, resembling a toothless old lady. The rest of the shark pack, oblivious to the fate of their leader, continued their assault, producing a symphony of cracking sounds. Before long, the once formidable sharks retreated, now toothless, fleeing faster than they had arrived. As they departed, a colossal shadow loomed above. A gigantic dolphin, akin to a submarine, opened its mouth, creating a whirlpool that effortlessly consumed the toothless sharks as if they were mere snacks. After finishing its meal, it glanced down at us, perhaps feeling that we were insufficient for its appetite, and swished its tail as it departed. No sooner had the dolphin left than a dark mass approached. This time, it was a swarm of piranhas, hundreds of them, their eyes gleaming with a predatory glint. These creatures were far more cunning than the sharks. They hesitated between Kaido and me, ultimately deciding on me. What a predicament! Did they perceive me as the easier target? In the next moment, hundreds of piranhas descended upon me like a locust swarm. I felt as though I'd been thrust into a meat grinder, enduring a relentless assault. Within mere seconds, I was reduced to nothingness. Kaido, witnessing this, must have been astonished, contemplating whether I could possibly survive such a gruesome fate. If I did, I would surely be a rare treasure. He gazed at me as if I were an extraordinary jewel, likely plotting how to abduct me back to his lair as a trophy. Then, in a moment of shock, the bloodied water began to churn and coalesce, and suddenly, I reemerged unscathed. Kaido's jaw dropped, possibly hitting his own feet in disbelief. The piranhas were equally bewildered, exchanging glances as if to question, what sorcery is this? An all-you-can-eat buffet that replenishes itself? Undeterred, they lunged at me once more. Again, I was consumed, only to reappear. This cycle repeated itself, with me being devoured and resurrected a total of 50 times. 50 times. I became numb to the pain, merely an exercise in companionship with the fish. As I approached a moment of transcendence, a sudden chime echoed in my mind. A system notification appeared. Congratulations, host. You have perished at the hands of piranhas 50 times. Increasing your constitution by 1. You have acquired the trait. Fish bites ineffective. In that instant, enlightenment struck. I felt as though I were the overseer of this ocean. Standing tall, I beckoned to the gluttonous piranhas with a flick of my finger. Come, continue your feast, you worthless creatures. The piranhas could not tolerate such insolence. How dare a meal provoke its diners? They roared in fury and charged at me once more. Yet this time, something was amiss. Their teeth met my flesh as if they were gnawing on steel, leaving not even a mark. Unfazed, they continued to attack for over half an hour, jaws dislocating in their futile effort, each one collapsing in exhaustion. Seizing my opportunity, I retrieved a knife that had fallen to the ocean floor and unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the weary piranhas, swiftly dispatching them one by one. In no time, the ocean floor was littered with their remains. How dare they feast upon me? Those who consume others shall themselves be consumed. Just wait until I emerge. I shall prepare a feast of teppanyaki for you. On shore, Zhangguo's face turned pale, trembling as he pointed at me in the water. Brutal. Utterly brutal. If this boy escapes, another menace will plague the seas. A sailor beside him chimed in. Commander, I believe if he possesses such strength, he could topple our headquarters. Zhangguo nodded gravely. We cannot allow him the chance to grow stronger. Harks, you go down. Resecure him. The sailor named Harks turned pale, realizing that after the massacre of so many fish, the scent of blood would attract the sea kings. Did he truly wish to serve himself as a meal? Yet, with the command given, he had no choice but to plunge into the depths. He trembled as he handcuffed me, then desperately swam upward. As fate would have it, he encountered something dreadful. Midway through his journey, a colossal sea eel, over 100 meters in length and as imposing as a skyscraper, appeared above him. The eel cast a disdainful glance his way, its gaze filled with contempt, as if to say that such meager flesh was insufficient to fill its gaps. Just as Hakes exhaled in relief and prepared to take a detour, the eel flicked its tail, completely ignoring him, and the immense current propelled him away. Hakes shot through the water like a cannonball, heading straight for the Justice Building of the Navy headquarters. Useless fool, Sengoku roared, leaping into the air to catch Hakes mid-flight. As he looked at the unconscious Hakes, he shook his head in frustration. Alas, is this the colonel of the headquarters? This is the worst batch of Marines I have ever trained. The sea eel, however, was indifferent to such matters, its massive eyes fixated on Kaido. It circled around Kaido repeatedly, likely mocking him within. Ha! Human, do you think such a large bait can lure a sea king like me? Naive. Allow me to demonstrate what happens when one attempts to steal a chicken but ends up losing rice. It swiftly coiled its body, ensnaring Kaido with its ultimate technique. The death embrace. It awaited the anguished cries of Kaido, hoping to hear his desperate screams. Yet, 1 minute passed with no response from Kaido. 5 minutes passed, and still, there was silence. Unconvinced, it exerted all its strength, its muscles tensing like steel. It felt as though its bones might snap from the pressure. But upon glancing at Kaido, it found him not in torment, but grinning broadly, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, looking at it with a mockery that suggested it was the true fool. That expression was simply infuriating. The eel was enraged, determined that it would either kill Kaido or perish trying. In the next moment, an explosive sound resonated. The eel had overexerted itself and snapped its own body in two. Yes, you heard correctly. It strangled itself to death. Blood instantaneously stained the waters crimson, creating a scene that was both gruesome and absurd. I was beneath the surface, nearly dislocating my jaw. Who could comprehend such an outrageous demise? In its quest to eliminate its prey, it ended its own existence. The Marines on the shore were left stunned, believing Kaido had been ground into a pulp. Sengoku, too, wore a grave expression, shaking his head, likely contemplating. Kaido truly is a monster. By the time all this transpired, night had fallen, and Sengoku's stomach growled with hunger. He had initially planned to have lunch after executing Kaido, but this meal had turned into a late-night snack. He waved his hand, unwilling to continue watching, growing increasingly agitated. He instructed a nearby soldier, "Forget it. I'm heading to eat now. You all keep an eye on things here. Don't let them escape. I doubt he will die anytime soon. I shall devise another plan tomorrow." I must tell you, Sengoku had not mentioned me at all. Perhaps he thought I was swimming back home as if I could drown? Not likely. Starvation seemed more plausible. Upon hearing this, the soldier stood at attention, saluting, and pounded his chest in assurance. "Rest assured, Commander, I will stake my head on it. If he escapes, I will present my head to you." Sengoku felt a sense of satisfaction, patting the soldier's shoulder. "Well done, lad. I have high hopes for you." Once Sengoku departed, the soldier soared into the air, tears welling in his eyes, likely envisioning. "Hooray! The commander praised me. He has faith in me. Does this imply I possess the potential to become an admiral? Once I become an admiral, I shall enjoy a life of indulgence, reaching the pinnacle of existence." Thus, time passed until the next day. Sengoku awoke, satisfied and well-fed, sauntering over to see if Kaido had drowned. The soldier from the previous day, sporting dark circles under his eyes, rushed over, showering Sengoku with flattery. "Commander, I did not fail you. I kept watch all night. Kaido must have been terrified by your reputation, too frightened to move, simply waiting to die below." Sengoku found this pleasing, although he claimed not to be one who enjoyed flattery, who does not appreciate kind words. He patted the soldier's shoulder. "Well done, now go rest." The soldier, ever enthusiastic, replied, "Not at all. I shall strive for the rise of the Navy. I could endure 3 days and nights without rest." Sengoku observed that this young man had a high level of awareness, far superior to previous recruits. "All right, hurry and rest. Do not exhaust yourself." The soldier left, content. Sengoku approached the shore and peered down, astonished to see Kaido still in the same position, sitting cross-legged on the seabed like a meditative monk. As for me, I had simply laid down on the seabed, fast asleep. I was utterly famished, having not eaten for a day and a night, and could only conserve energy through slumber. Just then, a figure appeared on the surface, riding a bicycle with a swift motion. You read that correctly, a bicycle. Were the tires pressed down? The surface of the water instantly froze, creating a slender ice path. This individual rode straight from the open sea into the harbor. This person was Admiral Akiji. Upon noticing the crowd on the shore, he expressed surprise. "Oh, so many people today? Are you all here to welcome me?" A closer look revealed Sengoku among them. Good heavens, he must be overjoyed, thinking, "The commander personally came to greet me. Surely my position as the next Navy commander is secure." He dismounted his bicycle with flair, parked it, and hurried to Sengoku. "Commander, you are too kind. Arriving early to welcome me is truly excessive." Sengoku glanced at him with an utterly indifferent tone. "Oh, Kazan, back from vacation?" Akiji was taken aback, sensing the atmosphere was off. The cold demeanor did not reflect that of someone welcoming a hero. Had he misjudged the situation? Realizing he had not informed Sengoku of his return, he awkwardly inquired, "Commander, what are you all doing here so early?" Sengoku, disinterested in conversation, simply pointed with his chin towards the seabed. Akiji followed the gesture and nearly had his eyes pop out. "Is that 100 B's Kaido? What is going on, Commander? How did Kaido end up at Navy headquarters? Did you not see yesterday's live broadcast?" Sengoku asked, puzzled. "What broadcast? I was too busy riding my bike at sea to watch anything." Sengoku sighed and briefly recounted the failed execution. Akiji quickly grasped the situation. "So, you intend to drown him?" "Precisely," Sengoku confirmed, "but it seems this tactic has also failed. He has remained underwater for an entire night without incident. So, Kazan, the next step is yours." Akiji appeared bewildered. "Huh? Commander, what do you want me to do?" "Utilize your abilities to freeze him to death." Sengoku fixed his gaze on Akiji, enunciating each word with clarity. "The failure of this public execution has tarnished the Navy's reputation. We must eliminate Kaido and publish photographs of his corpse to restore our honor." Akiji was astonished. "Various methods have failed to kill him? I thought those were just legends." "Very well, Commander, leave it to me. Under my absolute freeze, no one can survive beyond 3 days." With that, he leaped into harbor. Ice Age, I must tell you, as soon as his toes grazed the water's surface, the entire harbor, along with the depths of the sea, froze instantaneously. I was in the midst of a deep slumber when suddenly, the world transformed. It was freezing, just as I was about to sneeze. Before the word could escape my lips, I, along with the surrounding water, was completely encased in ice. What on earth? My mind went numb from cold. Had summer abruptly turned into winter? No, this was undoubtedly the work of that Akiji fellow. Goodness, it was so cold. I felt as though I might freeze to death, or rather, I'd already been frozen solid. 10 minutes later, a notification echoed in my mind. "Host has been frozen to death. Host has been revived." 10 minutes later, "Host has been frozen to death. Host has been revived." And so it went over and over again as I endured the cycle of freezing and revival, an endless loop. On the shore, Qingji leaped back and reported to Zhanghua, "Commander, it's done. Now we just need to wait." Zhanghua was elated, exclaiming, "Kazan, splendid work. If we manage to defeat Kaido this time, I shall commend you greatly." Upon hearing this, Qingji immediately grinned, saying, "Haha, Commander, there's no need for such formality. When you retire, just endorse me as your successor, and I will be eternally grateful to you and your family." Zhanghua's expression darkened. This rascal was already eyeing his position. Nevertheless, he refrained from commenting further, contemplating that among the 3 admirals, Akainu was too extreme, Kizuru too laid back, and despite Kuzan's shortcomings, he was indeed the most suitable candidate at present. Thus, he acquiesced, though he mused that he still had another 10 or 8 years left in him. And this matter was far from imminent. Time flew by, and 3 days passed. The harbor remained dominated by a colossal block of ice. After being frozen to death 100 times on the first day, I finally acquired the trait of immunity to extreme cold. From that moment on, no matter how low the temperature fell, I could not be harmed. However, I remained encased in ice, unable to move. When the 3 days were up, Zhanghua and Qingji returned. Zhanghua waved his hand, commanding, "Go, break the ice and bring the people up." With Akainu absent, there was no magma to melt it, so they had to rely on manual labor. Dozens of Navy personnel wielding hammers and chisels worked tirelessly from morning until afternoon, finally retrieving me and Kaido, the 2 massive ice sculptures from the ocean's depths. Zhanghua gazed at our icy forms for a moment in silence before issuing another command. Bring a pot and boil water. Soon, a pot large enough to stew an entire cow was set up in the square, and our ice sculptures were unceremoniously tossed inside. Once the fire was lit, the flames roared to life beneath. My ice block, being smaller, melted quickly. The heat was intense. As the ice melted away, I felt as though I had been thrown into boiling water. It was excruciating. I was not merely imagining being cooked. I was genuinely being boiled. Awakening to this unbearable sensation, I realized I had become an ingredient in the pot. My skin turned red from the heat, and, as I attempted to climb out, my hand touched the scorching pot's wall, instantly forming a blister. The water temperature continued to rise, bubbling ominously. Surely it was nearing 100 degrees. I could only shout at Zhangguo on the shore, "Old man Zhangguo, how can you be so inhumane? Does your conscience not ache?" Zhangguo coldly regarded me, remaining silent. This man was colder than a fishmonger who had spent 10 years slaughtering fish. I continued to curse, but he ignored me, his gaze fixed intently on Kaido. Before long, the ice encasing Kaido melted completely. As he opened his eyes, a cold smile crept onto his lips, as if to say, "Zhangguo, what else do you have up your sleeve? Bring it on." Frustratingly, we had failed again. Zhangguo's fists clenched in anger. Beside him, Qingji gritted his teeth, and I could almost hear his heart shattering. My Navy commander was lost. Our agreement was void. At that moment, Kaido glanced at me, and I was so scorched that I could barely breathe, feeling as if I were thoroughly cooked. He even asked, "Kid, are you all right?" I lacked the strength to curse him and could only disdainfully glare back. "Are you blind? Do I look fine to you?" As I felt myself nearing the brink of doneness, I comforted myself with the ancient saying, in life, one cannot avoid being cooked in 5 cauldrons, and in death, one may also be stewed in 5 cauldrons. With that thought, my head tilted, and I succumbed to the cooking. System. Host has been cooked. Host has revived. The moment of revival brought forth excruciating pain. I leaped from the water, only to fall back in again. Let me tell you, the sensation was akin to having tripe thrown into a pot, a true ordeal. Kaido, witnessing my lively return, impatiently remarked, "Kid, you won't die. Why are you making such a fuss? It's just a slightly hotter hot spring." I exploded with rage, giving him the finger. "What the hell? Who uses boiling water for a hot spring? Not everyone is as tough as you." The Navy on the shore asked Zhangguo what to do next, and Zhangguo, resolute, declared, "Keep boiling. If freezing won't kill him, let's see if scalding will." Thus, the sailors piled on the firewood, and I was subjected to repeated boiling. System. Host has successfully been boiled 10 times. Constitution increased by 1. Acquired boiling resistance. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. Ah, how delightful. The next moment, I felt utterly relaxed, my eyes closing in bliss. The once scorching, boiling water now felt like warm, soothing spring water enveloping me. This was no longer boiling. It was clearly a luxurious spa experience. If only I could sip an ice-cold cola and have a Navy lady give me a massage. I would not trade places with the 4 emperors. Alas, it was a pity that this Navy was utterly incompetent, only knowing how to employ torture methods, failing to think of employing beauty as a tactic. If I were in their shoes, I would have subdued me long ago. They were nothing. I tell you, these Navy personnel were truly a bunch of useless allies, their minds filled only with trivial matters. With such limited aspirations, they dared to execute me? This was the greatest blemish in my life. I was utterly despondent. Just as I lamented my unfortunate encounters, guess what happened? Zhangguo, seeing that boiling had no effect on me, decided to escalate the situation. A trembling soldier rushed over to report, "Commander, the water in the pot has evaporated." Without lifting his eyelids, Zhangguo moved his desk to the execution ground, multitasking between paperwork and directing operations, a testament to his dedication. Upon hearing the report, his mouth twitched, and he ground his teeth, saying, "The water has evaporated?" Then he waved his hand, commanding, "Bring oil from the kitchen. We will deep fry him." I was taken aback, exclaiming, "What the hell, Zhangguo? You truly lack humanity. Boiling was one thing, but now you want to deep fry me? Are you tired of Navy rations and craving human tempura?" The old man became displeased, insisting he would never eat a person. I scoffed, "If you don't eat people, why are you boiling and frying me? Is this a spa treatment for me?" Before long, a group of soldiers arrived, laboriously carrying barrels of golden cooking oil, pouring it into the pot. I was instantly submerged in oil. I tell you, I love fried chicken, but I never imagined I would one day become that very chicken. I turned to Kaido beside me, saying, "Hey, brother, when you deep-fried Odin all those years ago, did you ever think you would find yourself in this position?" This is called karma. Heaven does not spare anyone. Kaido, surprised, asked how I knew about it. I replied that it was unimportant. What mattered was his feelings. He remained defiant, chuckling. It's just deep frying. Even Odin could endure it. What could it do to me? As his words faded, the flames beneath roared to life, and the oil temperature rose. I felt a stinging pain on my skin, akin to being splattered with hot oil while cooking, but this was a 360-degree splatter. As the oil temperature climbed, I assure you, the suffering was unbearable. Sizzling sounds filled the air, and I felt as if I were like crackling pork skin, instantly blistering. Under the intense pain, I could not help but scream. Before long, a savory aroma wafted through the air. Even I was starting to feel hungry. Thus, I was repeatedly cooked to death 10 times, the sound in my head ringing like a school bell. System, congratulations, host has been deep-fried 10 times. Acquired deep-frying resistance. Well, it seems I can now be employed by KFC for quality control. I could simply lie in the oil and tell them if the temperature was right with a single bite. When I revived once more, I floated on the surface of the oil, feeling as if I were immersed in a sticky hot bath, albeit a bit greasy. Zhangguo on the shore looked utterly dumbfounded. As I found myself once again savoring the delights of the oil pot, he tugged at his hair, and to my astonishment, a significant handful came out. Presumably fearing that further contemplation would lead him to transform into Saitama, he resigned himself to defeat, waving his hand dismissively. Wrap it up. Back to prison. We shall continue tomorrow. Thus, I was once more escorted back to the confines of our cell alongside Kaido. Little did they know, as we were being led back, a pirate ship stealthily approached the shores of Marine Fander under the cloak of night. At the helm stood Jack, the Drought Calamity, and one of Kaido's subordinates. His trembling subordinate inquired, Lord Jack, we are now less than a few nautical miles from the Navy headquarters. What shall we do next? Jack's eyes widened. What shall we do? Of course, we charge in and rescue Captain Kaido. Why else are we here? I must say, the young man's face turned pale as he tentatively suggested, but isn't rushing in a bit too reckless? Jack, amused, let out a cold laugh. Reckless? Do you have any idea who I am? Bring the ship alongside. Nothing but a mere trifle. And you think you can instruct me? The subordinate immediately regretted his decision to follow such a thoughtless leader. This was not a rescue mission. It was clearly a plan to deliver performance metrics to the Navy. Helpless, he was compelled to relay the message to the helmsman. The helmsman, equally bewildered, replied, Are you serious? You want to dock directly at the Navy headquarters? If you wish to die, don't drag me into it. The subordinate shrugged. This is Lord Jack's order. He said, Do you think you can teach me what to do? Bring the ship closer. You can explain it to him yourself. Just then, Jack bellowed from behind. Damn it. Why is the ship still halted? Have I lost the strength to wield a blade? Move it closer. The helmsman, startled, had no choice but to steer the vessel towards the Navy headquarters. Meanwhile, in the prison, Kaido and I were locked in a staring contest. Suddenly, he gazed at me with intensity and asked, Kid, do you have parents? Taken aback, I thought to myself, what is he implying? An inquiry into my family lineage? Who doesn't he have parents? Did he spring forth from a stone? Yet, what followed rendered me speechless. Kid, if you have no family left and yearn for the warmth of parental love, from this day forth, you may call me father. Good heavens, who understands this? I had just been fried in oil, and now someone was eager to assume the role of my father? He even claimed that if I consented, the 100 Beast pirates and Wano would be mine in the future. I thought this was an overly grandiose promise. I firmly declined. No, I refusa. This is absurd. I have no intention of calling you father. Kaido, incredulous, assumed my reluctance stemmed from a fear that he could not escape and that his promises would remain unfulfilled. He thumped his chest, declaring, Kid, are you worried about this? Let me tell you, I can break free from these chains and fly you out of the Navy headquarters right now. Just acknowledge me as your father, and I will take you back to Onigashima. I hastily waved my hands. No, that's not what I meant. I simply do not wish to be your son. Though my father is gone, I cannot just arbitrarily accept a new one. I'm not like Fire Fist Ace. Kaido attempted to persuade me further, insisting that my father would want me to live, well, even in the afterlife. We were embroiled in an extreme tug-of-war over this paternity issue when suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed from outside. Jack's ship had barreled into the dock of the Navy headquarters without slowing down. Alarms blared, echoing through the air. Intruder alert! Intruder alert! We are under attack. With 2 large scythes in hand, Jack leaped from the ship, leading the charge with a roar. Men, kill them all. annihilate the Navy headquarters, and rescue Captain Kaido. Hundreds of pirates surged forward, hacking at anything in their way as if they were merely chopping vegetables. The elderly Sengoku had just settled down when a Navy soldier burst in, waking him from his slumber. Dressed in his pajamas, he stormed out, his hair a disheveled mess, and reprimanded, "Are you insane? What is all this noise at such a late hour? Do you not know I have been sleep-deprived these past few days?" The soldier, nearly in tears, replied, "Sir, it's not me. The 100 Beast pirates have invaded, shouting about killing us and flattening the Navy headquarters." Sengoku was incensed upon hearing this, muttering curses as he dressed. Are these people out of their minds? Why are they only coming to rescue now? Where were they 3 days ago? They have no sense of time. And what were the guards doing? How did they let them land? Then came a most iconic moment. Sengoku began reminiscing about the past, unleashing a tirade at the young sailor. "Hurry, hurry, hurry. All you know is to rush. When I instructed you to train diligently, you all slacked off. In my day, do you know what Marine Fander looked like at 4 in the morning? I would rise at 4 and circle the island 500 times. The young sailor looked up at the moon and timidly replied, "Sir, it seems to be 4 in the morning right now." I must say, the expression on Sengoku's old face darkened immediately. He was publicly embarrassed by an insignificant soldier, left speechless. Furious, he glared, pointing a finger at the sailor. "You little rascal. Are you itching for trouble? You were awakened by an enemy attack. I used to wake up voluntarily to train. This is not the same thing. But guess what?" The sailor, far from intimidated, wore an expression of calm observation, leisurely retorting, "Sir, I did not intend to expose you, but since you insist on saying so, do not blame me for not giving you face. You are a devil fruit user, and that is known worldwide, right? It is common knowledge that users cannot swim. So how could you possibly swim around Marine Fander at 4 in the morning? That is purely nonsensical." I nearly burst into laughter. Who understands this? This sailor was my internet mouthpiece. Sengoku's face turned crimson, akin to a monkey's rear end, as he stammered. Try to defend himself. "I hadn't eaten the fruit back then. Is that not acceptable?" Oh dear, his stubbornness was astounding. The sailor simply shrugged, feigning innocence. All right. You are the admiral. You have the final say." His expression conveyed that he was being oppressed by authority, but would not voice it, infuriating Sengoku to the point where he stormed off, cursing, towards the front lines where the fighting was most intense. However, truth be told, no matter how lively the front lines were, they could not compare to the antics of the 2 clowns in the dungeon. Just as the scene shifted, we were instantly transported to the dungeon. Upon nearing, I could hear Kaido's booming voice bellowing, "Kid, lay your cards on the table. What must I do for you to call me father?" My goodness, in this day and age, there are still those who eagerly seek to have someone call them father. Kaido had truly been driven mad by our protagonist, Mo Long, employing all manners of coercion and temptation. Yet the boy remained steadfast, refusing to acknowledge him as a father. Mo Long, equally perplexed, looked at Kaido and asked, "Kaido, why is it so crucial for you to have me as your son? If you value me and offer me a position as your vice captain in the 100 Beasts, would I refuse? Why the insistence on fatherhood?" Upon hearing this, Kaido erupted in laughter. "Kid, do you think being the vice captain of the 100 Beasts is like handing out cabbages? It's not that simple. But if you agree to be my son, from this day forward, you should be the vice captain of the 100 Beasts." Mo Long then began to meander in thought, earnestly stating, "Kaido, aside from having you as my father, no, I mean aside from you acknowledging me as your son, that doesn't seem right either. It's more like aside from you being my father, it appears I'm still not getting it quite right." Alas, I was utterly confused by this convoluted dialogue. Kaido exploded in frustration, waving his hands and shouting, "Stop, stop, stop. Do not continue. If this goes any further, I will end up being your son. You are to be my son. Do you understand, kid?" Mo Long innocently nodded. Yes, aside from you being my father. I can agree to anything else you ask." Kaido, he was utterly at a loss, clutching his head in surrender. All right, stop playing the fool with me. Isn't it enough that I've decided you won't be my son anymore?" It dawned on him that Mo Long was doing this on purpose. A fruit that is forced to ripen is never sweet. If he truly compelled him to acknowledge him as a father, he might end up with a dutiful son like Yamato, which would only bring him unnecessary suffering. Wait a minute, Yamato? A son? No. Yamato is a daughter. Kaido's eyes sparkled with realization, and he thought, if I can't have a son-in-law will do just fine. How clever of me. Upon closer inspection, Yamato, that foolish daughter, wasn't entirely useless. At least she could help him attract talent. But would Mo Long take a liking to Yamato? He should, right? Yamato resembled him. Being so beautiful, he believed she was even more stunning than the top courtesan Xiaozi of Wano. Such a lovely girl, surely no man could resist her. Unless, of course, Mo Long had an unusual inclination. Naturally, if Mo Long truly preferred men, ugh. Kaido berated himself internally, realizing he shouldn't sacrifice his daughter's allure for the sake of talent. He concluded that using Yamato to win over Mo Long seemed to be the most reliable approach. Now, the question arose, how could he orchestrate a chance encounter between this little rascal and Yamato, leading Mo Long to fall in love with her, declaring that he would marry no one else, and ultimately kneel before him, pleading for his daughter's hand? Yes, this was indeed a technical endeavor. Thus, Kaido began to lay the groundwork. He cleared his throat and tentatively asked Mo Long, "Little rascal, you aren't married, are you?" Upon hearing this, Mo Long immediately understood, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Kaido, you aren't planning to introduce me to a girlfriend, are you? Just like our relatives back home?" Kaido scoffed, "What is wrong with that? I heard you were locked up for teasing a celestial dragon. Considering your current state of yearning, as your cellmate, I thought I'd introduce you to a girlfriend. Is that unacceptable?" Mo Long perked up. "Well, that would be too bad. Who do you have in mind?" His expression clearly revealed he was hoping for Yamato. After all, Yamato was a perfect match for his desires. Then Kaido posed another question. "Little rascal, do you happen to enjoy living off a woman?" Without hesitation, Mo Long replied, "Who wouldn't he?" Kaido nodded in satisfaction. "The girl I'm going to introduce to you will allow you to relax and live off her for the rest of your life." It had to be Yamato, right? Mo Long sensed that there was a 99% chance it was indeed her, marrying Kaido's daughter, inheriting the Beast Pirates, and ruling over Wano. Such a life of ease was truly enticing. He immediately proclaimed, "That sounds wonderful. I love the idea of lounging around and living off someone." This had been his lifelong dream. Kaido added, "However, the girl is a bit older than you." He indicated with his fingers that the age gap was minimal. Just a smidge. Mo Long waved dismissively, completely unconcerned. "A bit older? No problem. A woman 3 years older brings gold bricks. A woman 30 years older brings a kingdom. I prefer older women. They know how to treat a person well." The atmosphere was charged with excitement. The way Mo Long looked at Kaido was akin to how one gazes at their future father-in-law, growing ever fonder. He raised an eyebrow. "So, Kaido, who is this girl? Surely you can reveal her identity now?" "Certainly," Kaido replied mysteriously, producing a photograph from his pocket and handing it to Mo Long. Mo Long gleefully accepted it, mentally applauding Kaido. "See, who said Kaido didn't care for his daughter? If he didn't like Yamato, would he carry her photo around?" However, his expression soured upon seeing the woman in the photograph. "What the hell, Kaido, are you messing with me?" Mo Long exploded, pointing at the large face of Big Mom in the picture. "Is this the girl you meant by slightly older?" The words slightly and girl seemed to be squeezed out between his teeth. Kaido chuckled mischievously, "Just a tad older. But little rascal, your reaction is rather exaggerated. Isn't it? Didn't you say you like living off women? Didn't you say older women are more caring?" This Big Mom is one of the 4 emperors, fulfilling both of those criteria. Ugh. Mo Long's face turned green with anger. "Kaido, I can't stand you. I like living off women, and I like older women. But this is too much. Most importantly, she is so ugly. Do you think my tastes are as heavy as yours?" Kaido quickly distanced himself from the implication. "Police. Little rascal, don't slander me. My tastes aren't that heavy. Lin Lin was beautiful in her youth." Mo Long's mind clicked into gear as he pointed at Kaido. "You clever scoundrel, don't try to play tricks on me. I know you threw out an unattractive woman to make me accept a beautiful one more easily, right? Kaido, I never expected you, despite your brawn, to play such cunning games." Kaido, realizing he'd been seen through, sighed. "All right, little rascal, since you figured it out, let me show you the girl I truly want to introduce to you." With that, he reached into his pocket again and pulled out another photograph. Mo Long hesitated, fearing Kaido might throw another brick his way. Kaido, growing impatient, urged, "What are you staring at? Take it. Don't you know my arm is getting tired?" Mo Long thought, "Is this what the strongest creature says? You think you're like me, a homebody?" Still uneasy, he cautiously asked this time, "It better not be another hideous woman like Big Mom?" "Of course not." Kaido rolled his eyes. "I've already thrown the brick. This time, it's definitely the jade. I'm not a bricklayer who throws bricks every time." Taking a deep breath, Mo Long shakily accepted the photograph from Kaido's hand. The photo was face down, and he slowly flipped it over. Let me tell you, while the last photo made him want to vomit, this one stirred an impulsive desire within him. Ugh. I'm not a sycophant. The picture showcased a very adorable girl, seemingly around 8 or 9 years old, with 2 pink little horns atop her head. Her round face sporting a hint of baby fat that would surely make her cry if pinched. Then Mo Long exploded again. What the hell, Kaido? What are you showing me? Do you think I'm a perverted loli enthusiast? Saw the... Kaido quickly clarified. The girl in the photo is actually over 20. This is just a picture of her as a child. I don't have a photo of her grown up, so just make do with this. Oh, she's grown up now? This is a childhood photo? Mo Long nodded, feeling it was more acceptable. However, he couldn't shake an inexplicable sense of regret. What was that about? Never mind. Let's not engage in illegal activities. Mo Long feigned ignorance and asked, Kaido, who is this girl? Are you certain she can be my wife? Well, I can't guarantee that. Kaido shook his head. Little rascal, it's already quite generous of me to introduce a girl to you. You want me to arrange the marriage too? Should I wrap her up and deliver her straight to your bed? Mo Long fell silent for a moment, then looked at Kaido with a beaming smile. Kaido, I think your suggestion sounds great. Kaido was taken aback, then cursed, get lost. Little rascal, what a delusional thought. You expect me to deliver her to you? Dream on. So, Kaido, are you implying that I should pursue her myself? Mo Long's face was filled with disdain, as if to say, you want me to chase her on my own, and you offer nothing? Nonsense. If you don't pursue a girl, will she come knocking at your door? Kaido shot him a glare, stating that he merely believed the two of them were a perfect match, and whether he could win her over depended on his own abilities. Mo Long shrugged, exclaiming that pursuing her was too troublesome, and he would rather not. That remark instantly infuriated Kaido, who seized Mo Long by the collar and began to shake him, exclaiming, What? You don't want her? Damn it, kid. Do you think that he is some kind of cabbage at the market? You want to toss her aside, just like that? Let me tell you today, you will pursue her, whether you like it or not, or I will make you regret it. Seeing that Kaido was genuinely angry, Mo Long quickly changed his tone, saying, Fine, then I will pursue her. Kaido thought to himself, am I being played by this kid? Just as he was about to continue threatening Mo Long to ensure he genuinely pursued her without resorting to underhanded tactics, he suddenly heard Mo Long shushing him. With a finger pressed to his lips, Mo Long waited for Kaido to quiet down before continuing. Kaido, don't make a sound. I think I just heard someone calling your name. Someone must be coming to rescue us. Kaido scoffed, rolling his eyes. Kid, what nonsense are you spouting? This is the Navy headquarters. How could anyone come to rescue us? Don't change the subject. Remember, as soon as we get out, you must chase after he. No sooner had he finished speaking than a booming voice echoed from outside the cell. Mr. Kaido, I have come to rescue you. Kaido was taken aback, thinking, are you kidding me? He looked incredulously at Jack, who stood at the cell door, demanding, Jack, how the hell did you get in here? Did the guards outside all die? Kaido couldn't believe it. Was the defense of the Navy headquarters so lax that even Jack could breach it? Wasn't it embarrassing for him? Kaido, to have been captured? Jack scratched his head, looking foolish. I just charged in. Is there a problem, Mr. Kaido? A problem? Kaido was almost laughing in anger. Of course there's a problem. This is the Navy headquarters prison. You just waltzed in without encountering any resistance? Jack puffed out his chest proudly. Well, not that there wasn't any resistance, but I dealt with all of them. Kaido fell silent, pondering when such an outstanding talent had emerged among his ranks, capable of slaughtering at the Navy headquarters as if it were a walk in the park. Jack, with such prowess, would you like to take on the role of captain? He still felt something was off and asked, Jack, where's Sengoku? He hasn't shown up? Jack thought for a moment before disdainfully replying. Sengoku? He hasn't appeared. If he had, I would have made sure he understood the terror of the beast drought for daring to punish my most esteemed Mr. Kaido. I would have killed him. Listening to Jack's confident claim about wanting to kill Sengoku, Kaido couldn't help but doubt whether his education of his subordinates was flawed. Was the fleet admiral so insignificant? Meanwhile, Sengoku, the one Jack threatened to kill, was currently engaged in battle with the beast pirates in the main square of the Navy headquarters. Transforming into a golden Buddha, he slapped a pirate away with a single blow, and with another punch, sent another pirate crashing into the ground. A swift kick sent yet another pirate soaring into the sky, disappearing like a shooting star. In just 3 minutes, the battle was over. As soon as the battle concluded, Sengoku exploded in rage. He grabbed the collar of the Navy major who had awakened him and pointed at the corpses of pirates scattered across the ground, shouting, Is this it? Just this? You couldn't handle this trash on your own? You had to drag me out of bed? What use are you lot? The major's face turned crimson, But he steeled himself to explain, "Admiral, these are just small fry. The main threat, that Drought Jack, has already charged into the great prison. You must go quickly, or Kaido will truly be freed." "Drought Jack?" Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression darkened further, mentally noting that this major would be demoted once this was over. "If you can't even handle the minions, you've brought disgrace upon the Navy." While contemplating a major purge to rid the ranks of those merely coasting along, he hurriedly made his way to the prison. Meanwhile, while the Navy headquarters was on the brink of a world war, what was Kizaru up to? He was at Sabeti Archipelago, lounging and drinking, cheerfully boasting to the women around him. "Surely, one of the pirates I captured must be cursing me behind my back. Huh. Let the music play on." He had no idea that chaos was unfolding back home. On the way, Sengoku encountered Kazan, who appeared utterly bewildered. "Admiral, what's going on? Why such a commotion?" Sengoku had no time to explain and, feeling the urgency, said, "No time for chatter, Kazan. Drought Jack from the Beast Pirates is here to break into the prison. Come with me. If Kaido is truly released, we must work together to subdue him. Otherwise, where will we place the Navy's honor?" "Understood." Kazan's expression turned serious at once, and the two of them dashed towards the depths of the prison. At that moment within the prison, I couldn't help but mock Jack, who was boasting about wanting to kill Sengoku. I said, "Buddy, your words are quite bold, claiming you could kill Sengoku. Why not say that if you stomp your foot in Marineford, the sea level would drop by a meter?" To my surprise, Jack completely ignored me. He turned to Kaido to complain, saying, "Mr. Kaido, the Navy is utterly despicable. There are so many empty cells in this prison. Why must they confine you with this little brat? This is an insult to you, an insult to our beast pirates." At that moment, I felt like an old man on the subway, watching my phone. "Dude, your sliding argument is rather intricate." Jack grew more agitated, entering a furious mode. "Mr. Kaido, if you can endure, I cannot. I will rescue you right now, and we will flatten this damn place." With that, he slammed his fist against the cell door, bending the sea prism stone iron gate slightly. Seeing this, Jack felt his pride wounded. He transformed into his mammoth form, bellowing and swinging his trunk like a whip. With a loud crash, the massive iron gate flew off, crashing into the wall beside me, causing a gust of wind that made my hair stand on end, making it seem like I might transform into a Super Saiyan. Jack reverted to human form and knelt before Kaido, adopting a posture of utmost reverence. Then, he grasped the chains binding Kaido, straining with all his might. "Ugh, the chains won't budge. Damn it, it's sea prism stone. I can't exert any strength." Jack wore a frustrated expression. I couldn't hold back any longer and exclaimed, "You idiot! You're breaking into a prison and you didn't even grab the keys. This guy's intellect is quite abstract. Damn it, kid, I've tolerated you long enough." Jack was enraged by my words and stood up, ready to strike me. "Jack, stop." Kaido intervened, clarifying that I was his newly recruited crew member. Jack halted but still looked unconvinced. "Mr. Kaido, this brat's mouth is too foul. He called me an idiot, which is tantamount to calling our beast pirates an idiot crew, which means he is insulting you as well. How can I tolerate this?" At that moment, I was astonished that this foolish elephant could articulate such logical reasoning. I admitted my fault. An idiot wouldn't say such things. This must be a case of great wisdom appearing foolish. Kaido, somewhat exasperated, offered an explanation on my behalf and then shook his head at Jack. "However, Jack, it does seem rather unwise to attempt a prison break without the keys." Jack, feeling aggrieved, was on the verge of tears. "Mr. Kaido, to shackle a powerful being without the use of Hailu stone. Has the Navy lost its senses?" Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, and Sengoku and Akiji arrived. As they stood at the prison door, they beheld Kaido firmly bound, while Jack anxiously paced nearby, utterly flabbergasted. They had anticipated a monumental clash, yet this was the outcome? Sengoku tilted his head toward Akiji. "Kazan, it's up to you now." "No problem." Akiji stepped forward, and a sudden chill erupted. With a crack, Jack was frozen solid, transformed into a colossal ice pop, stuck in place. My word, this freezing fruit is remarkably impressive, truly exuding an air of grandeur. The cunning old fox, Sengoku, witnessed this comical scene and couldn't help but mock Kaido. "Disappointed, are we? You waited so long for a savior, only to receive a fool who squandered the opportunity." Kaido, still defiant, retorted, "Humph. Sengoku, don't rejoice too soon. Without him, I could still escape." I couldn't help but think this was akin to the recurring scene in Wolf Brother, where he declares he will return after being sent flying. And yet, here we are, over 1,000 episodes later, with naught to show for it. Sengoku laughed heartily, the frustration of his previous execution failure dissipating, and waved his hand. Kazan, have someone repair the door. I shall return to enjoy a good night's rest. Once they departed, the cell was left with only Kaido, myself, and Jack's icy form. I couldn't resist asking Kaido, "Hey, this is the perfect opportunity to escape. Are you going or not?" "Go where?" Kaido shot me a disdainful glance. If I could leave, I would have done so already. I was struck by doubt. Wasn't he this fellow known as a suicide enthusiast? The Navy captures him, releases him, captures him again. He has escaped several times from transport ships. Could a mere chain restrain him? I seized upon a loophole. "Kaido, didn't you say you would introduce me to someone? If you don't escape, how can you make an introduction?" "Who said I can't escape?" Kaido surprisingly countered. "What? Do you think I have a memory of a goldfish, forgetting that you just claimed you couldn't? I mean, I can't escape right now. Not that I won't be able to later." Kaido grinned, engaging in a wordplay with me. "All right, Kaido, you are remarkable, so noble. Are you just going to sit in this prison and gain experience? Have you given a thought to my feelings? If I end up depressed from daily executions, what then? Do you still want my assistance in rising to the pinnacle? You? Help me reach the top?" Kaido was taken aback. "I'm already one of the 4 emperors. The next step is to become the Pirate King. What give you the right?" I scoffed and began to paint a grand vision. Is the Pirate King truly the highest? What about the red line, soaring high above? Do you not wish to stand atop and gaze down? What the exalted, empty throne? Do you not aspire to sit upon it? And those self-proclaimed gods, the celestial dragons, do you not yearn to become a dragon slayer and transform into a new tyrant? My fervent words ignited a spark in Kaido's eyes. His breath quickened, his eager gaze fixated on me. "So, you mean to say you can help me?" "Of course not." I shrugged. I was merely basking in a moment and pretending to be impressive. "Did you actually believe me?" "How foolish." "Kaido." I observe his fierce visage morph into an innocent expression, unable to resist the urge to tease. "I think it's time to rename you from Beast cut adorable Kaido." All right. East. Kaido, you understand I'm only joking. Now, can you promise to pursue Yamato earnestly? Yamato? The name of that girl in the photograph? That S not particularly charming. What? Who are you calling uncharming? Kaido glared, pretending to strike me. I looked at him, puzzled. Why are you so agitated? Is that girl in the photograph your daughter? Kaido fell silent. No response. That implies acceptance. Well, Kaido, I regarded you as a brother, and you wish to become my father-in-law? Try to elevate your status over me. Are we? Get lost. I am over 50, while you're just in your 20s. I naturally hold a higher status. Kaido, exposed, ceased to feign ignorance, admitting, indeed, that is my daughter. I have introduced her to you. Are you moved? He even exposed my past, insisting, don't deny your interest. You were practically drooling over the photo. Everyone has an appreciation for beauty. I retorted, but it's you who is sneaky, using Big Mom's photo to annoy me. Speaking of which, you carry her photo with you. Surely, there is nothing untoward between you two? Shut it. Kaido interrupted. I have no relationship with Linlin. Don't project your sordid thoughts onto me. TSK, Linlin? I find that hard to believe. Calling her by such an endearing name while claiming there is nothing wrong? I boldly ventured further. Could it be that Big Mom was your former lover, whom you discarded? Did she spiral into despair, hence her current state, seeking numerous husbands as revenge against you? Nonsense. Kaido's face turned green with rage as he vehemently denied the claims. I have not grown tired of her. I have never abandoned Linlin. Oh, I caught a slip in your words, I remarked, my eyes gleaming. You haven't grown tired of her, nor have you abandoned her. Aha. Ladies and gentlemen, the case is solved. The one who was cast aside is none other than you. Kaido, how pitiful, to be rejected by a hefty lady. Get out of here. Kaido was on the verge of losing his composure. Who the hell was abandoned by Linlin? You just said so. I feigned sympathy. It's no big deal if you were dumped. Once we get out, let me take you to the pleasure district. The ladies there are far more delightful than Big Mom, right? I led him deeper into the pit now. Let us clarify. Did you not just say you have not grown tired of her? You have not abandoned Big Mom? Kaido, thoroughly confused, could only nod. Excellent. I clapped my hands. Since you have done none of these things, yet you are no longer together, that means she has indeed cast you aside. Damn it. Kaido finally exploded. What I meant is that Linlin and I never even started. Where's the question of abandonment? Could you stop making assumptions? By the time I boarded the ship, Linlin already had a man. That man is not me. Not me. Not me. After his lengthy tirade, he huffed and puffed, genuinely fearing I would solidify his reputation as a scorned lover. Upon hearing she already had a man, a new train of thought emerged in my mind, and I gazed at him with a complex expression. Could it be you or a homewrecker? Kaido. What homewrecker? The term refers to a man who delights in pursuing married women. Kaido, I truly misjudged you. Who would have thought that beneath those thick brows and wide eyes, you possess such a character? I feigned heartbreak. How lamentable, how vile. Kaido appeared utterly bewildered, feeling as though his CPU was about to overheat. I could almost hear his inner scream. I have no relationship with that old hag. She merely wishes to use my seed. I might lend her my kanabo to play with, but nothing more. Not hearing a response, I pressed on. Why are you silent? Have you conceded? Kaido's lips twitched, likely having given up on explaining. What I say, you will never believe. Is there any point in saying more? Why is there no point? You could attempt to persuade me. For instance, you could say you are still a virgin. You are a virgin. Your whole family are virgins. I witnessed Kaido's fury reach a boiling point. He exploded. Get lost. I already have a daughter, and you dare say this to me? Very well. I chose not to argue with him and slid down to my knees. All right, I am proud, I am honored. Is that satisfactory? And what do you suppose happened next? This old fellow unexpectedly shifted his tone and began to act as a matchmaker. He leaned in with a sly grin. All right, enough about my business with Linlin. Let us discuss your relationship with my daughter Yamato. Little brat, I assure you that once you step outside, if you diligently pursue my daughter, holding hands for a day, kissing for 3 days, and making a home run in 5 days, she will be expecting within a month. If you dare to promise me that, I will facilitate your escape and set you free. At that moment, I was utterly bewildered. Who among my family can comprehend this? The progress bar moves faster than a short video. I couldn't help but scoff. Brother, isn't your pace a bit too swift? A month of pregnancy leading to a 10-month gestation? Are you sure you're not eager to have me take responsibility? Upon hearing this, Kaido's eyes widened. Fast? Back in my day, I was with Yamato's mother at this speed. Not fast at all. I realized then that this old man was simply a large-scale practitioner who wanted to hastily produce a smaller version for himself to nurture. He saw that I, his son-in-law, was disobedient, and his daughter was even less compliant, so he decided to go all in and cultivate a grandson. Goodness, I was still here, and he had already thought of a name for my child. Kaishin. His thought process is so peculiar that he should be participating in the most powerful brain's conspiracy theory special. I couldn't shake the feeling that this father was too eager to promote his daughter, which surely indicated some hidden agenda. I tentatively asked him, Kaido, are you so eager because your daughter is unwanted? I tell you, 1,000 possibilities flashed through my mind. Yamato is truly stunning, entirely to my taste. However, something that is offered on a platter always feels off. Isn't she cosplaying as Kazuki Odin every day? What if she has adopted Odin's preferences as well? Yet, that doesn't seem too bad. What if one day she brings home a beautiful girl? No. Emma Long, what are you thinking? Such a fortunate occurrence will never befall you. Kaido, upon hearing my doubts about his daughter, became furious, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Nonsense. Unwanted? That is my daughter, the daughter of the beast Kaido. If I were to arrange a blind date for her, the line would stretch from the Grand Line to Raftel. Do you believe it? After his outburst, he suddenly froze, staring at me with suspicion. Wait a minute, little brat. I don't think I ever mentioned that Yamato is my daughter. How did you know? In the next moment, his gaze towards me shifted entirely, filled with wariness and speculation. You can't possibly be a Navy spy, can you? I was taken aback. His imagination was truly wild. He thought that since the Navy couldn't kill him, they sent a handsome guy like me to live with him, sharing meals and punishments to build rapport, showcasing my immortal talents to lure him in. Once he brought me back to Onigashima, I would gradually rise through the ranks and ultimately dismantle his entire beast pirates from within. Well, you little brat. He pointed at me, trembling with rage. I treat you as my son-in-law, and you want to use me to gain merit? I was dumbfounded. Brother, wake up. What on earth are you thinking? A Navy spy? Am I supposed to die in the Navy headquarters prison? Am I crazy, or is the Navy crazy? Are we playing a game of dolls here? I roll my eyes. Besides, was it difficult to guess? You have horns on your head, and that girl in the photo also has horns. A father who promotes his daughter like a salesperson. Who else could she be? After hearing this, Kaido was skeptical, but soon began to ponder. I must say, his self-strategy skills are impressive. He thought, no, someone like Mo Long would never be sent out as a spy. What if he became a Navy admiral? I could call him, hey, son-in-law, could you take care of red-haired for me? He would just reply, who are you? Get lost. If you call again, I'll flatten Onigashima with a buster call. With this train of thought, he suddenly became enlightened. Indeed, Mo Long could not possibly be a spy. He relaxed entirely, and his gaze turned warm and fatherly. All right, little brat, I admit I was wrong and apologize. Now, can you call me father-in-law? I pretended to admire the scenery. It's quite cool in the cell today. Do you think Jack the dumb elephant will freeze to death? Joking about calling him father-in-law, I was fully aware. While I may be tempted by Yamato's physique, that does not constitute depravity. It is merely honesty. But who is Kaido? He is the future great villain destined to be defeated by Luffy. I have just crossed over and do not wish to immediately choose the wrong side and end up in a bad ending. Besides, at my current strength, would Yamato even be interested in me? Should I take a hard approach? Her Kanabo is tougher than my life. Seeing me change the subject, Kaido wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed. Little brat, your method of diverting the topic is quite childish. All right, I will ask you. If you return to Onigashima with me, will you pursue Yamato? Even if she beats you with an iron rod, will you persistently chase after her? Do you dare? I flatly refused. Am I a fool to willingly endure beatings? Am I a simp? Even if she hits me 1,000 times, I will treat her like my first love? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I prioritize self-love and have no rivals. Kaido began to paint an optimistic picture. What if your kingly aura shines through? You smile charmingly and say to her, "Woman, I have taken a liking to you." And she is instantly conquered, shyly replying, "All right, I am your woman." I nearly burst into laughter. You must be kidding. You don't know your daughter's character? She won't hesitate to send me away with a thunderous strike. As it became clear that his plan was failing, Kaido resorted to threats, revealing a distinctly pirate-like grin. Little brat, if you refuse to come with me, the Navy will likely toss you into Impel Down. I'm not scaring you. The inmates in that place haven't seen a woman in decades and are oblivious to the pleasures of flesh. How do you think they would treat a delicate little pretty boy like you? I instantly felt a tightness in my gut. Although I knew he was trying to scare me, upon reflection, there was indeed a possibility. However, if he thought I would concede, he was mistaken. I turned around, lying down with my back to him. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. I was betting that he wouldn't dare to give me up. A talent like me, would he really let go? Sure enough, this tactic of feigned disinterest proved effective. Kaido, seeing that I was impervious to both soft and hard approaches, sighed and ultimately relented. He believed a forcibly coerced fruit would not be sweet. If he truly pushed me too hard, I would be the first to backstab him once I grew stronger. Listening to his loud snores, which were causing me a headache, I contemplated giving him a swift kick, but feared injuring my own fingers. In the end, I could only cover my ears and doze off in a corner. When I awoke again, Kaido had surprisingly taken the initiative to apologize to me. Little brat, I have thought it over. Forcing you to be a simp was my fault. I will no longer pressure you. It should be free love. However, could you at least make an effort once, all right? Just once. He had retreated to this extent. What could I say? Fine, just once. If I fail, you can't pressure me anymore. It was settled with a firm handshake. Just then, the prison doors swung open, and a group of Navy soldiers entered, carrying large platters filled with delicacies and fine liquor, creating a grand display. Kaido and I were both left dumbfounded. I asked him, "Aren't we in prison?" Kaido nodded. Indeed. When did prison meals become this lavish? I could hardly believe my eyes. What kind of good fortune is this? Kaido shot me an incredulous glance. This is most likely a last meal prepared by the Navy for us. I thought to myself that he was right, but the problem was, shouldn't a last meal have been delivered 3 days ago? We had nearly died several times already, and only now do they send it? This delivery service is far too slow. Even more bizarre was that the Navy soldiers placed the food down without leaving, standing at the door, eagerly watching us while urging, "Eat up, hurry. Our Navy's best chefs prepared this. It's delicious. If it's not, I'm a little dog." Even Kaido sensed something amiss. An unsettling feeling indeed. There must be a conspiracy at play. He abruptly leaned towards the dishes, burying his nose in them, inhaling deeply twice. In an instant, his expression shifted dramatically, for within those dozens of exquisite delicacies, a peculiar odor had unmistakably been infused. By heavens, while most would be oblivious to this scent, who is Kaido? A dragon. His nose was as keen as that of a paparazzo. He immediately deduced that what lay before him was poison. I stood by amused, pondering how the old trickster Sengoku had truly run out of options, unable to slice him down or blow him to bits. He had resorted to such underhanded tactics as poisoning? Goodness, I had thought that only we pirates disregarded the code of honor. Yet it appeared that even the stout-hearted admiral had succumbed to moral decay. Truly, this world is but a cesspool of depravity. as Kaido lamented the decline of human integrity. I must tell you, my companion, Mo Long, had taken action. The sound of a moo nearly made my mouth water. I turned to see him grasping a lobster larger than his own face, devouring it with reckless abandon. The way he ate was nothing short of astonishing, akin to a famished spirit returning for a second chance at life. Yet, it must be noted, this fellow had indeed gone several days without a proper meal. So it was no wonder. However, just as he was relishing his lobster, it suddenly began to convulse. His whole body trembled as if possessed by a vibrating motor, and within moments, he collapsed, frothing at the mouth, on the verge of demise. And what of Kaido? Rather than express concern, he found amusement in the spectacle. Little brat, now you know not to eat indiscriminately, right? It is obvious that it is poisonous, yet you savored it so blissfully. Are you really that foolish? The sight of Mo Long was pitiable. He pointed a trembling finger at Kaido, his mouth opening and closing in vain, yet no words escaped. His hand fell limply, and his head tilted, surrendering to the inevitable. The scene played out like a dramatic moment in a television show where a protagonist clutches the dying sidekick, inquiring who the assailant was, yet the sidekick clings to life just long enough to remain silent. Outside the cell, the Navy was infuriated. How could this brat eat first? Now, Kaido certainly won touch it. Upon hearing their unabashed discussion, Kaido was left speechless, shouting back, "Do you truly think I would consume something so evidently dubious? Do you take me for a fool?" To be honest, Kaido believed himself to be tough enough. Even if poisoned, he likely wouldn't perish. Yet, he relished in the thrill of engaging in what he deemed safe suicide, seeking excitement in uncertainty. He had not yet claimed the title of Pirate King, nor initiated the greatest war in history. He could not afford to fall victim to such petty treachery. Just then, my friend Mo Long sprang back to life with vigor. His first act was to point an accusing finger at Kaido, exclaiming, "Damn it, Kaido! You could have warned me that the food was poisonous. I thought you were being generous, leaving me a treat because you were nearing your end. Turns out you were just using me as a guinea pig for your poison testing." Kaido, invigorated, retorted, "Did you really need me to remind you? A discerning person would have seen the problem. You are as foolish as a pig. It serves you right to be poisoned." In truth, both were well aware of each other's capabilities. Kaido knew Mo Long could resurrect, thus he saw no need to warn him. Mo Long, cognizant of the possible deceit, thought to himself, "What do I have to fear? After all, I can come back to life." Starving for days and confronted with such high-class cuisine, who could resist? This is akin to AI generating an ideal partner tailored to your preferences. Even if you know it's a fabrication, can you truly refrain from indulging? Indeed, I cannot. And guess what? After his tirade, this fellow turned back to his meal. The sound of a moo resounded once more. Kaido's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. "You madman. You just died from poison and now you're eating again." Mo Long, munching on a colossal crab leg, mumbled defiantly, "So what if it's poisonous? Does that mean I want to eat? Kaido, aren't you always proclaiming your desire for a dramatic end? With this poisoned delicacy before you, what an opportunity. Why not partake? Surely, your persona as a suicide enthusiast isn't merely an act? Damn it, you truly know how to undermine me." Kaido's face flushed with embarrassment. The Navy outside realized it was futile to hope for Kaido to eat voluntarily. An admiral barked an order. "Bring him in. Let us serve him and ensure he experiences our Navy's hospitality." Two towering Navy giants bent low to enter. One attempted to restrain Kaido from behind, while the other stood ready with a jug of liquor, poised to pour it in the moment Kaido's mouth opened. However, Kaido merely shrugged his shoulder, sending the giant flying, crashing into the wall, bloodied and unconscious. The admiral outside was left dumbfounded, pondering how this man, shackled by hockey, could still possess such strength. With no alternative, he resorted to provocation, shouting, "Kaido, did you not just declare you would eat?" A dignified emperor of the sea wouldn't go back on his word, would he? Kaido, susceptible to such taunts, glared fiercely, "Humph. Once I speak, even the three admirals cannot pursue. I said I would eat, and I shall." With that, he grasped a massive wine gourd that dwarfed Mo Long and began to gulp it down. The Navy outside erupted in elation. He drank. He actually drank. Then, a more exhilarating scene unfolded. After drinking, Kaido clutched his chest and collapsed, rolling on the ground in agony, screaming, "Ah, how painful. I'm going to be poisoned." The Navy celebrated with champagne. "Hooray. We have succeeded. We shall eliminate Kaido of a beast." Yet, just as they reveled in their triumph, Kaido sprang upright, dusting himself off, turning to Mo Long and quipping, "Little brat, do you see those clowns outside? They truly believe I am in peril? What a joke. I am Kaido of the Beast." The Navy outside felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. Their faces burned with shame. How could the mighty Emperor stoop to such theatrics? What disgrace! Meanwhile, my friend Mo Long was too preoccupied to notice Kaido's antics, as his system notifications were flooding in. System, congratulations, host has been poisoned. Host has revived. System, congratulations, host has been poisoned. Host has revived. System, congratulations, host has been poisoned 20 times. Constitution 1. Gained resistance to extreme poison. Finally, after succumbing to death 20 times, he acquired poison resistance. Lying on the ground, cradling his rotund belly, he belched contentedly, "Ah, I am full. I cannot eat another bite." His stomach resembled that of a woman with triplets. Meanwhile, in the office of Sengoku, a shocked expression crossed his face. What? The poison was ineffective. Upon hearing the report, he slammed his palm on the desk, shattering it. Are you certain he ingested it? That poison is lethal enough to kill even a colossal sea king. Seething with anger, Sengoku gritted his teeth and entered a secret chamber. From a drawer, he retrieved a box containing a devil fruit known as the Silence Fruit. This was the fruit of his adopted son, Razanandi, which he had treasured for 10 years. He thought to himself, "Kaido, let us see how you meet your end this time." As is well known, no one can consume 2 devil fruits, a hard and fast rule. Sengoku, clutching the box, made his way to the cell. Upon seeing him, Kaido provocatively brandished his wine gourd, taunting, "Hey Sengoku, have you had a taste? Thank you for your hospitality. This wine is quite strong. I like it." He then proceeded to finish the last drop of the poison wine right in front of Sengoku. With a cold smirk, Sengoku replied, "Kaido, stop the charade. I am here to offer you a dignified demise." He opened the box, revealing an oddly shaped fruit. In that instant, cold sweat dripped down Kaido's forehead. Could it be? His lips twitched, and he truly did not expect that Jean Guo would resort to such a method, offering a devil fruit worth over 100 million to a death row inmate. Has Jean Guo lost his mind? Observing the fear etched on his face, Jean Guo chuckled. Indeed, Kaido, are you frightened? It appears you understand that consuming 2 devil fruits is a certain death. Now, will you eat it yourself, or shall I assist you? Kaido's teeth nearly ground to dust, his fists clenched tightly, making a cracking sound. He could not gamble with this. A loss would mean certain doom. Jean Guo advanced relentlessly, presenting the fruit directly to Kaido's lips. "Eat it yourself, and I will ensure you receive a grand burial. If I take action, I will toss you into a cesspit, leaving your stench to linger for eternity. Choose." Just as Kaido prepared to struggle against his chains, a shadow darted past swiftly. It was Mo Long. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, he snatched the devil fruit from Jean Guo's hands with astonishing speed. Then, rolling into a corner, he gazed at the fruit, and without a moment's hesitation, opened his mouth wide, ready to take a bite. "No." Jean Guo was flabbergasted, reaching out to intervene. "You can't just say no." "I will." Mo Long grinned at him, then chomped down hard, taking a sizable bite. Jean Guo lunged forward in a flash, but he was too late. Frustrated, he grabbed Mo Long by one leg, shaking him upside down furiously. "Spit it out. You better spit it out." However, all that could be heard was a gulp as Mo Long swallowed the fruit's flesh. In an instant, Jean Guo wilted like a frostbitten eggplant, his grip loosening, causing Mo Long to thud to the ground. Strangely, Mo Long felt no pain at all. Believing there was an issue with his pain receptors, he stood up and, gathering his strength, slammed his head against the wall. "Damn, that hurts," he cried, clutching his head as a large bump formed instantly. Both Kaido and Jean Guo stared in disbelief. Had this kid gone mad? Why was he self-harming after eating a fruit? Rubbing his sore head, Mo Long finally understood. The lack of pain upon falling was due to his enhanced constitution from having died 20 times, granting him high defense. Now that he had slammed into the wall with full force, his current constitution was insufficient to prevent damage entirely. At that moment, a voice from the system in his mind spoke. "System, reminder to the host, constitution enhancements grow exponentially. The later you progress, the greater the increment. Upon reaching a constitution of 100, you will be impervious to physical harm. Even if a meteor were to strike or the world were to end, you would still remain. So that is how it is." Mo Long appeared enlightened. "What do you mean by that?" Kaido and Jean Guo asked in unison. "Huh? What do you mean by that?" Mo Long replied, utterly perplexed. "Don't mimic me." Kaido glared at Jean Guo. "Don't mimic me. Zhang was shot back at Kaido. The two exchanged bewildered glances, sensing something amiss, fearing that if they spoke the same words again, it would solidify their shared secret. Ultimately, Zhang Guo could no longer tolerate the awkward atmosphere and declared, "Kaido, your life is in my hands," before retreating hastily. Only then did Kaido turn to Mo Long. "Kid, what on earth just happened? Was there something wrong with that fruit?" Mo Long shook his head dismissively. "The fruit is perfectly fine. It's just an ordinary devil fruit. Moreover, let me tell you, this is the silent fruit, arguably the most useless fruit in the entire Pirate King world, bar none. Its sole function is to create a soundproof barrier around you, essentially a blue-quality equipment in a game that is entirely a waste of affection. Unless I'm renting a place with my girlfriend and the soundproofing is as thin as paper, then it might serve some purpose." While I was lost in thought, Kaido's booming voice erupted. "The most useless devil fruit? You must be referring to the silent fruit." My face transformed into a question mark as I exclaimed, "How do you know about it? Has this rubbish become so famous?" I felt as though I had stumbled upon a piece of trash known worldwide. Kaido grinned, revealing, "In this vast ocean, there are indeed people with the time to compile a devil fruit ranking. The silent fruit is consistently ranked last in every newspaper list, universally acknowledged as the worst of the worst. A devil fruit ranking." My lips twitched in disbelief. Such a thing exists? But then again, it makes sense. Media types are all the same across worlds, willing to fabricate anything for KPIs and views. If I were Hancock from Daughter Island, I'd have to guard against them sneaking pictures of me while bathing. My interest piqued. I leaned in to ask, "What about your fish fruit, mythical Zoan? Azure Dragon form? It sounds impressive. Where does it rank?" Kaido, visibly proud, boasted it's usually in the top 10. At its best, it ranked second. At its worst, ninth. And the first? Unquestionably, it's Whitebeard's Quake fruit, Kaido said, his tone turning serious. All newspapers describe it with one phrase. It possesses the power to destroy the world. He then proceeded to enlighten me further, summarizing that this ranking was essentially a measure of the user's strength. The strongest in the world has the strongest fruit. Whitebeard is the strongest man in the world. Thus, the Quake fruit is the strongest fruit. In essence, it's about the person wielding the fruit, not the fruit itself. Then, this elder brother began to dispense motivation, proclaiming that there is no such thing as a completely useless devil fruit, only useless individuals. He asserted that as long as I was strong enough, even the silent fruit could be transformed into the best. I was utterly flabbergasted. This logic was astounding. Yet, the next moment, he contradicted himself. Fearing I might take it too seriously, he quickly added, "Of course, kid, don't take it to heart. If you can't develop it, just pretend you never ate it, and I'll get you a better one later." What could I say? I could only smile, assuring him, "Don't worry. I'm not a child. I don't buy into that nonsense. To be honest, there isn't much developmental potential in devil fruits, right? Most are just one-click transformation devices. Aren't they? Take you, Kaido. Transforming into a dragon is undeniably impressive. But those short arms of yours probably can't even scratch an itch in close combat, relying solely on your breath attacks. No, I mean your heat waves and wind blades. The issue is that these big moves require charging. If the enemy is close, won't you be left blind? Isn't that akin to a fool of a mage who can only cast ultimate spells? The Zoan types are similar, while the Logia types are about manipulating elements. No matter how flashy your moves are, they ultimately revolve around those elements. Luffy doesn't fear electricity, yet Enel is defeated. The only type with a bit of maneuverability might be Luffy's Paramecia, where switching between Gear 2nd and Gear 3rd counts as development. Never mind, why overthink it? Making a quick escape is the priority. Clearing my throat, I looked at Kaido and confidently stated, "Kaido, can we run now? If Zhang Guo could feed you once, he can do it again. If I hadn't snatched it away, you might have already exploded. This life-saving grace, you owe me." My mind was racing with calculations. I thought, with such a monumental favor, wouldn't you have to give me your daughter Yamato as a wife? As the saying goes, one must repay life-saving grace with a marriage to Yamato. Kaido merely scoffed, his gaze akin to that of someone observing a fool. "Kid, surely you jest? Do you really think I would perish without you? Don't flatter yourself." With that, he commanded, "Open that soundproof barrier. Today, I will show you what it means for the Navy headquarters to come and go as they please." "All right, you're impressive, you say it goes." I snapped my fingers, and a transparent barrier enveloped us. The next moment, I assure you, the scene before my eyes is something I will never forget. Kaido threw his head back and roared. His muscles swelled as if enhanced by special effects, veins bulging. The sea stone chains binding him creaked ominously under the strain. Boom! A crisp crack echoed, and one of the rings snapped. Then, like a cascading domino effect, a cacophony of sounds erupted. The severed iron rings shot out like bullets, creating deep craters in the walls. Good heavens! Kaido rose to his feet, arms spread wide, and chains clattered to the ground in a heap. This was nothing short of a real-life manifestation of the domineering protagonist I had envisioned. He first approached the ice sculpture that was Jack, clenched his fist, and with a resounding crack, shattered the ice. Jack, frozen in place, trembled like a frightened child, repeatedly apologizing for his ineptitude. Surprisingly, Kaido did not rebuke him. Instead, he patted Jack's shoulder in a comforting manner, stating, "You did not lose to Aokiji. You lost to age. You are still young, and there are plenty of opportunities ahead." Jack was profoundly moved, tears welling in his eyes, nearly vowing to follow Kaido for life. I could hardly contain myself and interjected, "Indeed, when you reach your 60s or 70s, Aokiji will be preparing for the grave, and by then, you could easily outlast him, defeating him without a second thought." Kaido's expression darkened, accusing me of being sharp-tongued. I merely shrugged. Being a pirate is not childish play. What use is a waste of space who cannot rise after a single failure? Did you not also rise from your own failures? Surprisingly, my rather cynical words were far more effective than Kaido's earnest encouragement. Jack, inspired by my rhetoric, gritted his teeth and vowed to retreat for intensive training, declaring he would not rest until he had bested Aokiji. Kaido, seeing the effectiveness of my provocation, joined in the encouragement, asserting that he believed in Jack's potential. I rolled my eyes and urged, "Enough of this emotional display. Let us flee at once." However, what Kaido did next left me utterly astounded. In that minuscule cell, he began to transform. I was utterly dumbfounded. "Brother, this is a prison break, not a concert. What does it mean to transform here?" Scales sprouted from his body, coiling around him, and within moments, a massive azure dragon filled the cell to capacity, pressing Jack and me against the wall, our faces nearly distorted. Then, he opened his mighty jaws and unleashed a torrent of heat. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the ceiling was obliterated. A fire pillar, dozens of meters wide, shot skyward, igniting the clouds above in a fiery hue. Good heavens! Was he so eager to signal the marine headquarters of his escape? As expected, the very next moment, Sengoku appeared, gliding through the air like a golden moth. Kaido, transformed into a dragon, soared through the gaping hole, brazenly shouting at Sengoku, proclaiming that the next time he came, it would be the day of the marine headquarters' demise. Yet, before he could finish his threat, Sengoku shimmered with golden light, morphing into a colossal golden Buddha, and with a standard free fall, he aimed directly at Kaido's dragon head with a mighty slap. "Kaido, taste the wrath of my Buddha impact." Boom! Kaido, caught off guard, let out a roar as Sengoku smacked him back into that deep pit. I was clutched in Kaido's grasp, tumbling down with him, my senses spinning. Once I regained my composure, I could not help but exclaim, "Damn it! Kaido, are you even capable? Little brat, how can a man say he is incapable?" Kaido retorted defiantly. I rolled my eyes skyward. "What do you mean by incapable? If you hadn't made such a grand spectacle, would Sengoku have noticed? They say that showing off invites misfortune. In your case, you were struck by a Buddha. Oh, so you're blaming me now? What else is there?" Just as it seemed we were about to engage in a brawl at the pit's bottom, Jack, nearly suffocated from being squeezed, timidly raised his hand. "Shouldn't we consider fleeing first?" Upon hearing this, Kaido's brow furrowed, and he began a lecture. He looked at Jack with deep sorrow. "Jack, you have changed. You were never like this." Good heavens, that familiar PUA tactic nearly made me crack. Kaido reminisced about the past. In those days, if you found yourself in such a situation, you would have roared, "That old Sengoku dares to ambush my brother Kaido? Let me show him the might of Jack the Drought," and charged right in. And now, you are actually contemplating fleeing? Has Akiji's beating smoothed your once proud ivory? Who can understand? The boss scolds the employees for not being ambitious enough, then starts painting dreams of camaraderie. Jack, feeling wronged, weakly defended himself. Brother Kaido, I am not cowardly. I am merely cautious. There is only Sengoku now, and you can handle him easily. But what if Akiji shows up later, with one controlling and the other attacking? We will be singing Iron Bar's tears right here." Kaido sighed and waved his hand. Fine, being a bit timid is preferable. It saves you from causing trouble for me every day." With that, he gave us no time to react, extending his enormous hands, lifting me in one and Jack in the other, and with a flourish of his dragon head, he soared out of the pit, Let me tell you, the sensation was exhilarating. Just as we emerged, we collided head-on with the golden Buddha Sengoku. But this time, Kaido had learned from experience. He was prepared. He opened his dragon jaws, not unleashing heat, but rather a thunderous roar. Wind blade. Whoosh! Dozens of azure-green wind blades surged forth, raining down upon Sengoku. Do not be fooled by Sengoku's transformation into a Buddha. He was agile, deftly dodging all attacks while leaping gracefully through the air. Kaido seized this opportunity. As Sengoku evaded his skill, Kaido swiftly turned and made a break for it. Thinking to escape? Not a chance. Sengoku, realizing Kaido intended to flee after casting a skill, would not allow him to succeed. He propelled himself forward with a sonic boom, rapidly closing the distance. I will never forget the sight that followed. Once Sengoku caught up to us, without a moment's hesitation, he stretched out his golden hands and grasped Kaido's massive dragon tail. His muscles bulged, veins coursing like serpents along his arms, and he bellowed, "Leave him to me, Kaido." In the next instant, he spun around, lifting Kaido's colossal dragon form and executing a thunderous shoulder throw. Boom! I felt the world turn upside down, and with a resounding crash, Kaido's dragon head impacted the ground of Marine Headquarters Plaza, creating yet another crater. Jack and I, held firmly in his grip, felt our insides shift. Kaido raised his head from the pit, dazed, and yelled at Sengoku. "Sengoku, are you out of your mind? Do you have some unnatural affection for me? Why must you cling so stubbornly?" In that moment, he was truly not in the mood for a fight, as he was unable to retaliate with both hands clutching us. However, if he were to release us, we would undoubtedly flee. Sengoku approached, shimmering with golden light, and sneered, "Indeed, Kaido, I have a great fondness for you. So much so that I wish to devise 1,000 ways to end your life. Come, today I shall personally send you on your way." As he raised his golden palm, he declared, "Kaido, I wager my honor as Fleet Admiral that today you shall not escape Marineford." These words ignited Kaido's fury. He laughed, a wild and maniacal laughter. "Very well. Sengoku, you have placed your bet. I shall match it. I wager my title as the strongest creature in the world. If I cannot escape today, I shall bury myself without your assistance." The strongest creature in the world? Ha ha ha. Sengoku laughed until tears nearly streamed down his face. "Kaido, you have proclaimed this yourself, have you not? Who has acknowledged it? Very soon, the answer shall reveal itself." Kaido's gaze turned icy. "Today, I shall use your blood, Fleet Admiral, to illuminate this title." Heat breath. The azure dragon opened its colossal maw, unleashing a cataclysmic pillar of fire. At that moment, I presumed it intended to confront Zhangguo head-on, but to my astonishment, this wretched old fellow resorted to a despicable tactic. With a fierce flick of its head, the dragon's breath veered away from Zhangguo and instead surged toward the direction of the Navy's residential area behind him. I was taken aback. Was this not an egregious moral coercion? If you cannot prevail, do you resort to using innocents as hostages? Upon witnessing this, Zhangguo's eyes blazed with fury. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a moonwalk, propelling himself at a speed surpassing that of the dragon's breath, directly opening his arms to shield himself with his back against the oncoming inferno. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud erupted above the naval headquarters. The scene was nothing short of extraordinary. Unable to restrain myself, I directed my ire at Kaido. "How utterly vile of you! A dignified Yonko employing such base tactics?" As Kaido accelerated skyward, he retorted defiantly, "Silence, brat. If it weren't for having to carry you along, would I need to resort to this? If I were alone, I could battle him for 3 days and nights. Do you think it's easy to take a child out?" Just as we ascended, preparing to make our escape, a voice bellowed from below, "Kaido, halt!" The Navy Admiral Kazan had finally arrived. Unfortunately, he lacked the ability to fly and could only watch helplessly as we soared further away. Frustrated, he conjured a colossal ice spear from the ground, summoning all his strength to hurl it at us in the sky. The result was that the ice spear soared high, ultimately striking Kaido's dragon scales with a resounding clink, shattering into icy fragments. Kaido, suspended in the air, paused momentarily and turned to me, asking, "Did something just sting my backside?" I replied with a deadpan expression, "That was Kazan. He threw an ice spear. Fortunately, he missed. If it had struck you elsewhere, you would have been in quite a predicament." Upon hearing this, Kaido visibly tightened his tail and admonished me, "Quit your nonsense. He is, after all, an admiral. He wouldn't indulge in such lewd humor." Truthfully, after our successful escape, I felt an unexpected emptiness. Who among my family could comprehend this? It was that feeling of sudden freedom. And then what? What was I to do? Did I truly long for the days of having my head severed daily in prison? Surely, I was not that unwell. Noticing my sudden silence, Kaido, somewhat unaccustomed, sought to initiate conversation. Brat, we will soon return to Onigashima, and you will see your wife Yamato. Excited, are you not? Upon hearing this, I was instantly invigorated. I leaned in eagerly. Quick, tell me, does Yamato have any weaknesses? You know, the kind where she would obediently listen to me and allow me to do as I please. Kaido's expression darkened. Get lost. Even if she did, would I divulge it to you? If you wouldn't share, then fine. I had heard that Big Mom Charlotte Linlin has numerous daughters. Perhaps some of them are attractive and might even take a liking to me. Should I go and propose to her? You dare. Kaido interrupted me. Do not forget, Linlin's grandest dream is to bear children with the strongest man in the world. If you were to go to her with your regenerative nature, you wouldn't even lay eyes on her daughters. You would be pulled into her chambers. You would end up with a 60-year-old wife, and you would have no place to weep. I quickly dismissed that thought. The imagery was too beautiful for me to contemplate. Young men must truly take care of themselves when venturing into the world. Meanwhile, at the naval headquarters, as the smoke from the explosion dissipated, Jean Guo stood in the massive crater, his justice cape and uniform charred away, revealing a sturdy back marred by a large, bright red burn. Kazan hurried over, draping his cloak over Jean Guo's shoulders. Marshal Jean Guo, are you all right? Iem Mifine. Jean Guo gritted his teeth, though his body trembled slightly. Kazan could not contain himself. But your body is shaking? That is not from pain. It is from rage. Jean Guo turned, his gaze ice cold. That scoundrel Kaido. To compel me in such a manner. Pirates are truly devoid of any morality. He pointed at Kazan, issuing a command. Kazan, issue a bounty. Increase Kaido's bounty. Furthermore, change his title to the world's strongest creature. Kazan hesitated. Isn't that a bit excessive? Are you instructing me on how to do my job? Jean Guo shot a fierce glance. When I command you, you obey. Who is the marshal here? Kazan shuddered and nodded hastily. Yes. After taking a few steps, he paused to timidly inquire. What would be an appropriate increase? Jean Guo sneered, revealing a thinly veiled desire for vengeance. Since he is the world's strongest creature, the bounty must surpass that of the world's strongest man. Whitebeard is currently at 5,460,000,000, correct? Then set Kaido's at 51 billion. Let us see if Whitebeard will seek him out. Understood. Kazan turned to leave. Wait, Jean Guo called him back. And that Imo Long must also have a bounty. How much for him? Jean Guo pondered. In terms of strength, he is merely a weakling. 500,000 would be excessive. However, he did escape from the headquarters prison. If we set it too low, it would be a slap in our own faces. Just as they were both vexed, the phone bug in Jean Guo's office rang. It was his superior, the Fleet Admiral Steelbone Sora. As soon as Jean Guo picked up, a commanding voice resounded. Jean Guo, first, let's discuss my matter. That brat Imo Long is still alive, right? If so, immediately send him to Mary Geos. The Celestial Dragons have taken an interest in his immortality and wish for Dr. Vegapunk to conduct research. I can tell you, Jean Guo's face turned ashen, and he held the phone bug, momentarily speechless. What is the matter? Steelbone Sora asked. Puzzled, has he died? If he has, that is acceptable, but no, he is alive. Jean Guo's lips felt parched as he struggled to speak. Alive? Even better. Hurry and send him over. Jean Guo took a deep breath, feeling as though he might suffer a heart attack at any moment. Admiral Sora, what I need to report is that the brat Imo Long. He has escaped. There was a 3-second silence on the other end, followed by a thunderous roar. Escaped? Jean Guo, how do you conduct your affairs? Jean Guo could only muster the courage to explain. It was Kaido of the Beasts who abducted him. Steelbone Sora sighed, frustrated. Well, if he has fled, then he has fled. However, Jean Guo, you handled this poorly. If you had been able to execute Kaido, the position of Fleet Admiral would have been yours after my retirement. Now, alas. With that, he hung up the phone. Jean Guo listened to the busy tone, feeling as though his chances for promotion by the year's end had completely evaporated. Meanwhile, I was being carried by Kaido, experiencing the exhilarating thrill of soaring through the skies for several hours, before finally returning to Onigashima. As soon as I landed, I clutched a nearby pillar and retched violently. The crew of Kaido's pirates cheered exuberantly, and that evening, they held a grand bonfire celebration to rejoice in their leader's triumphant return. After enduring several hours of the chilly wind, I was utterly exhausted and sought out a room to sleep. The following day, I was awakened by the sunlight streaming in. Pushing open the door, I was astonished to discover that my accommodations were in an unparalleled seaside villa, with an unobstructed view of the ocean, blooming spring flowers, and butterflies fluttering at my doorstep. I had always imagined Onigashima to possess an ominous ambience, yet it revealed itself to be such a paradise. Hey, little brat, awake at last? The environment of Onigashima is quite pleasant, is it not? Kaido had appeared from nowhere, plopping down beside me on the grass, exuding an overwhelming presence as he gazed at me. So, how about it? Shall we join forces and transform the entire world into a realm akin to Onigashima? I shot him a sideways glance. Brother, have you had too much to drink? You consider a pirate den a paradise? Moreover, what right do I have to ally with you, a Yonko? If I say you have it, then you have it. Kaido grinned widely, extending his hand to reveal a uniquely patterned fruit resting in his palm. Look, do you know what this is? My eyes widened. Is that a devil fruit? Of course. Kaido exclaimed proudly. I'm a Yonko, after all. What is wrong with storing a fruit in the warehouse? Take it, eat it. While it may not elevate you to greatness instantly, it will certainly grant you power exceeding 100 million. As he spoke, he casually tossed the invaluable devil fruit to me as if it were merely an apple. I was utterly dumbfounded. I must tell you, that fruit was worth a starting price of 100 million berries. And he just gave it to me? Clutching this bizarre fruit, I stared incredulously at Kaido. You truly gave this to me? Why are you being so generous? Kaido, you don't actually see me as your son-in-law, do you? My family knows nothing. I haven't even met Yamato yet. This matter hasn't even begun. I even jested about it. Besides, your relationship with your own daughter isn't exactly stellar. Aren't you afraid that if I truly became your son-in-law, we might team up against you? Kaido chuckled. I was a bit concerned, but now that you've said that, I'm not worried at all. Those with ulterior motives rarely reveal their true thoughts. Is he trying to play a game of predictions with me? I weighed the fruit in my hand and smiled. But what if I anticipated your anticipation? By the way, what kind of fruit is this? What do you think? I am from the Beast Pirates. Kaido replied with a look of incredulity. It's definitely a Zoan type. If my guide hasn't failed me, this should be an ancient type, Tyrannosaurus form. He pounded his chest proudly. Among Zoans, this is top tier. Even the 3 significant fruits of my subordinates pale in comparison. Kid, are you touched by my generosity? If you are, call me father-in-law and let me hear it. I rolled my eyes internally. Top-tier Zoan? What about mythical Zoans? But I kept my thoughts to myself. Kaido seemed to possess a form of mind-reading, immediately sensing my skepticism. He clarified, mythical Zoans are even rarer than Logia types. In all these years, I've only managed to acquire one, an Umyakade, and it's already been consumed by Yamato. Now hurry up and eat it. I want to see if you can possess the abilities of 2 devil fruits. Fine, for the sake of becoming stronger, I must swallow this, no matter how dreadful it tastes. I wiped the fruit on my clothing, closed my eyes, steeled my resolve, and took a large bite, tilting my head back to swallow it whole. Although I gulped it down hastily, the indescribable taste lingered and almost made me vomit. The moment it went down, I felt an explosive power surging through me, as if one punch could shatter a mountain. Yet, in the next instant, with a thunderous boom, the mountain remained intact. But I was the one who exploded into a mosaic of fragments. Just when I thought my life was over, a chime rang in my mind, prompting the system to revive me on the spot and granting me a passive skill that immunizes me against the curses of devil fruits. Kaido stood nearby, calmly sipping his drink, wearing an expression of as expected. Soon, under his excited gaze, the fragments reassembled and reformed me. Kid, do you feel any discomfort? He asked, still a bit concerned. I moved my body and felt invigorated, brimming with energy. I shouted at him, Kaido, stand up. Let me give you a punch and see the effect. Of course, I'll indulge you. He was eager to witness my newfound strength and stood up without hesitation. Faced with Kaido, who resembled a small mountain, I clenched my fists and howled to the sky. Ah! As I roared, my body began to transform dramatically, rapidly growing until I became a Tyrannosaurus of equal size to him. Kaido, take this tail whip. Unfortunately, the short arms of the Tyrannosaurus rendered them useless. And since I didn't want to bite, I could only lash my tail. With a resounding crack, my massive tail struck Kaido, pushing him back several meters, and the grass beneath him was plowed into deep furrows. Not bad, kid. You actually managed to push me back. Even the 3 disasters cannot accomplish that. Kaido surprisingly praised me. I was momentarily speechless, reverting to my human form and rolling my eyes. Brother, don't flatter me. You didn't even put in a fraction of your strength to defend, did you? This tail swipe of mine is hardly impressive in this monstrous new world. It wouldn't even suffice to scratch someone, let alone compare to the 3 disasters. One must possess self-awareness, I continued. Yet, to my astonishment, he praised me again. Good. Kid, you didn't become arrogant due to my compliments. Instead, you recognize your own shortcomings. With such a character, if you cannot succeed, who can? I was completely taken aback. So no matter how I responded, he would find a way to compliment me? What has gotten into this old fellow today? Showering me with unrestrained praise? While I was still in a daze, the system chimed again. Detected that the host has transformed into an ancient apex predator. The King's Haki is awakening and successfully activated. From this moment forth, the host's roar as a Tyrannosaurus is equivalent to unleashing the Conqueror's Haki. It primarily serves to clear enemies and display prowess. I was astonished. My seemingly useless system possessed such hidden capabilities. Tentatively, I asked Kaido, do you think I have the Conqueror's Haki? Upon hearing this, Kaido assumed I hadn't awakened and began to comfort me frantically. Kid, Conqueror's Haki is not that remarkable. Even the Navy Hero Corp doesn't have it, nor do the 3 admirals. Does that mean they aren't top-tier powerhouses? You are the only one capable of consuming 2 devil fruits without dying. You are far superior to them. Essentially, Conqueror's Haki is of no consequence. Truly, believe me. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. Something was amiss. This was too strange. I stated outright, Kaido, something feels off about you. You give me the impression that you're trying to appease me. This can't be just my imagination, right? Are you afraid I might run away? The only possible explanation I could think of was that now I had my freedom, and he feared I would escape. So he was trying every means to keep me here. Afraid you would run? Kaido burst into laughter. How could that be? I rescued you from the Navy headquarters and bestowed upon you the Tyrannosaurus fruit. I treat you like my own son. Why would you want to leave? Where else could you find someone who treats you this well? He continued with a barrage of questions. Do you not enjoy this idyllic setting? Facing the sea with spring blossoms? Or do you dislike having an emperor who treats you like his own son? Or perhaps you don't appreciate having a stunning beauty like Yamato around? I was left speechless by his inquiries. He made valid points. The environment was delightful. The captain was good to me, and my future wife was extraordinarily beautiful. Why on earth would I want to leave? Moreover, if I departed from Onigashima, the Navy would undoubtedly pursue me relentlessly. All right, I won't leave. I'll stay here and bide my time until I become invincible. I'm mused that after causing such a commotion, the Navy would have to issue a bounty of at least 100 million on my head. All right, kid, let us go. Kaido clapped his hands and stood up. I'll take you to eat. After we finish, I'll take you to get your 2nd devil fruit. 2nd? I was taken aback. You still have stock? Impossible. That was the only Tyrannosaurus fruit. You just ate it. Then why mention it all? I was at a loss for words. If there is no stock, where would I get it? Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind, and my lips twitched. Please don't tell me you're sourcing it from Doflamingo. I must warn you, don't try to pass off those artificial devil fruits on me. I refuse to become something inhuman. Don't worry. Kaido waved his hand, teasingly withholding information. You are my son-in-law. How could I give you such trash? It will definitely be pure and natural. You'll know when the time comes. I shot him a sideways glance and followed him toward the dining hall. However, I ended up going the wrong way and was teased by him for it. Honestly, knowing I'm not good with directions, why didn't you leave me? Before long, we arrived at a vast dining hall, the table already laden with an array of delectable dishes. As we were about to begin, a pirate burst in like a fireball, waving a newspaper and shouting, "Breaking news! Captain Kaido, breaking news! The Navy has increased your bounty. You are now the most wanted pirate on the seas. Is it true?" Kaido snatched the newspaper, his eyes nearly popping out. 51 billion. Am I seeing this correctly? He excitedly asked the nearby young pirate. Isn't Whitebeard's bounty only 54 million? The young pirate nodded vigorously. That's right, Captain. You have surpassed Whitebeard and are far ahead. The Navy has even given you a title, the world's strongest creature. This officially certifies that you are stronger than Whitebeard. Seeing Kaido's jubilant expression, I poured a bucket of cold water on his excitement. Don't celebrate just yet. I see this as a plot by the Navy to incite conflict between you and Whitebeard, so they can reap the benefits. Why be such a buzzkill? Kaido shot me a glare, but then stroked his chin thoughtfully. However, neither Whitebeard nor I are fools. In my view, the Navy is doing this mainly to cover up their blunder in allowing me to escape from headquarters, giving themselves a way out. By inflating my reputation as the world's strongest creature, they can say, it's not that we were weak, but rather that Kaido played us for fools. This public relations move, I must admit, was indeed clever. Forget about me. Look at your own bounty, Kaido said, slamming another bounty notice in front of me. Indeed, I too had a bounty. I picked it up, gazing at the long string of zeros, nodding. Indeed, as I suspected, the Navy has set my bounty at 100 million. 100 million? Kaido tilted his head, chuckling. Look closely, that S not 100 million. It's 1 billion. 1 billion? That can't be possible. I was skeptical, beginning to count the zeros one by one. 1 0, 2 zeros, 9 zeros. Good heavens, it truly is 1 billion. Am I insane? Or has the Navy lost its mind? They have placed a bounty of 1 billion on someone without combat prowess like me? Is this astronomical fortune finally mine? Not only was there a bounty, but there was also a nickname. Kaido pointed to the bottom of the bounty notice. The Undying King. How imposing. The Navy actually bestowed such a grand title upon a pirate? I found it strange. The Navy typically assigned nicknames quite casually like Red-Haired, Whitebeard, and Big Mom. Why did it suddenly change to something so dramatic and appealing for me? I joked, perhaps Sengoku thinks I'm handsome, hence the impressive title. Forget it, it doesn't matter. I quite like this title. However, this 1 billion bounty completely extinguished any thoughts of leaving Ghost Island. I mean, I am now a walking 1 billion berries. Going out alone would be tantamount to seeking death. I might as well stay put on Ghost Island. Meanwhile, aboard the Whitebeard pirate ship in the New World, the immortal bird Marco approached Whitebeard with a newspaper, his teeth clenched in anger. Dad, it's infuriating. Those bastards in the Navy actually gave Kaido the title of the world's strongest creature? ISNT, that clearly an attempt to place him above you? Not just above. Let me tell you, Marco's face turned green with rage, gripping the newspaper tightly, spit nearly flying onto Whitebeard's face. Dad, his bounty is even higher than yours. 51 billion. Just slightly more. ISNT, the Navy just trying to provoke us? Goodness. One might think Marco himself was surpassed by Kaido with the righteous indignation he displayed. And what was Whitebeard's reaction? He didn't even raise an eyebrow, grabbing a massive wine bowl and gulping it down, then bursting into laughter that shook the entire Moby Dick. Marco, why get so worked up over such trivial matters? What does it matter who is the strongest in name? As long as I can be with my family and enjoy feasts every day, I would be happier than being the pirate king. You see, this is the essence of perspective. Whitebeard saw through it all, directly pointing out this is clearly a scheme by the Navy, wanting to see us and Kaido tear each other apart. If you rush off to fight the beast pirates over this petty issue, the Navy's higher-ups will be toasting in celebration. Upon hearing this, Marco calmed down, but his expression still radiated the belief that his old man was the strongest in the world, refusing to accept any contradiction. Meanwhile, on Cake Island, the atmosphere was far from harmonious. A loud crash sounded as Big Mom smashed Kaido's bounty notice against the armrest, her face longer than a horse's. That scoundrel Kaido! She trembled with rage, captured by the Navy for public execution. Yet he didn't die, instead becoming a sensation, and now they have awarded him the title of the world's strongest creature with a bounty of 51 billion? Who wrote this script? Big Mom was utterly baffled. What earth-shattering event had Kaido orchestrated at the Navy headquarters to earn such elevated status? Could it be that he had truly exhibited power surpassing Whitebeard's? As this thought crossed her mind, instead of hatred, a strange green light flickered in her eyes. Let me tell you, her thought process swiftly shifted to childbirth. If she could obtain the seed of the world's strongest creature, wouldn't the child she bore be extraordinary? Family, who understands? This woman's lifelong pursuits revolve around collecting and giving birth. It's simply astounding. On another island in a new world, the red-haired pirates were having a grand party early in the morning, with drinks and meat flowing nonstop. Just then, a man with a black sword and eagle-like, sharp eyes silently sat down beside the red-haired. It was Mihawk. The red-haired embraced Mihawk's shoulders like a long-lost brother. Yo, Mihawk, you arrived just in time to join our feast. We want to leave until we're drunk. Mihawk, the cool and taciturn one, glanced directly at the red-haired's empty left sleeve. I heard you lost your arm in the East Blue, and it seems to be true. Curious. What kind of opponent could make a man like you lose an arm? After a pause, he added, I initially intended to come and spar with you, but now I'm not interested in fighting someone with one arm. Upon hearing this, the red-haired laughed heartily, unperturbed. We can skip the fight, but we must drink. Otherwise, I'll be angry. Mihawk then pulled out a newspaper from his jacket. Seeing you so carefree, I assume you are unaware. The title of the world's strongest pirate has changed hands. The red-haired took the newspaper, glancing at it. Kaido, 51 billion, the world's strongest creature. After reading, his expression remained unchanged as he casually tossed the newspaper into the bonfire, watching it burn. Is this it? You traveled all this way just to show me this? I merely came to confirm your arm, Mihawk stated, preparing to leave. Where are you going? The red-haired firmly held him back. We agreed we wouldn't leave until we were drunk. Mihawk looked into the red-haired's earnest eyes and ultimately decided to stay. The scene shifted back to Ghost Island. After Kaido had feasted and drank his fill, he lifted me up, and in the next instant, with a loud bang, he transformed into a colossal azure dragon, soaring into the sky with me in his grasp. Let us go, little brat. I'll take you to gather people. Where to? I shouted, my face contorted by the wind as I hung in the dragon's claw. Wano country. I was speechless. Wano country. So you mean to say you're going to find me another devil fruit from Big MOM? And you claim you two have nothing going on? If there's nothing between you, would she just give you a devil fruit for free? Do you think she's a fruit wholesaler? Kaido rolled his eyes. The dragon's a larger than my entire being. Even if there's something between us, do you think a devil fruit is something to be given away freely? Do you think Linlin does charity? Then why are you going? Do you intend to buy it? I asked curiously. We're all pirates. Discussing money spoils the mood. Kaido scoffed, perfectly sidestepping the question. Indeed, discussing finances can strain relationships. I began to stoke the flames of this conversation, speculating that Dama might prefer to discuss matters of the heart with you, perhaps even envisioning you as her 40-something husband, even if not as a spouse. Would you not consider sacrificing a little to leave her with a fine specimen? Surely she would be willing to trade not just one fruit, but 10. For such a gift. Kaido's dragon form trembled. Kid, you're overthinking it. Even if I truly regarded you as my own son, I would not go to such lengths for you. What exactly do you intend to do then? My curiosity was piqued. It cannot be as simple as barging in, stepping onto Ma's chest, and menacingly demanding, Ling Ling, will you part of the fruit? Have some decency. After all, she once gifted you the fish fruit. Indeed, Kaido replied with indignation. If she could give me one then, what prevents her from giving me another now? I was rendered speechless by this audacious reasoning. Kaido, you've developed quite the addiction to free handouts, haven't you? I suspect that the mythical beast fruit she bestowed upon you was, in fact, a dowry. Yet you took the fruit and fled, leaving a pure-hearted maiden waiting on Cake Island for your return, only for her to now be a withered old woman. Enough with the imagination. That never happened, Kaido retorted, slightly flustered, instinctively attempting to wipe away sweat with his two short arms. Oh, and you accuse me of fabricating stories? You're sweating bullets. I called him out, for after watching over 1,000 episodes of Conan, I recognize that suspects react this way when confronted with the truth. You cannot deceive me. Realizing that the more he explained, the worse it got, Kaido chose to ignore me and accelerated our flight. After approximately 2 hours, Cake Island came into view. Kaido suddenly proclaimed from within the clouds, Kid, we're descending. Without delay, he transformed back into his human form. What? In the next moment, I felt weightless as I plummeted from a height of 10,000 meters. Damn it, Kaido, I told you I have a fear of heights. My face was whipped by the wind, resembling that of sharp hay, as I screamed in the air. Could you not land properly? Additionally, we are here to negotiate, not to create enmity. Your entrance will surely leave a crater on Cake Island. Do you truly believe Dama will receive you warmly? As we fell, Kaido countered with ease. What kind of man is afraid of heights? I'm helping you overcome your psychological barriers. And instead of gratitude, you scold me? Do you possess no conscience? Is it your idea of overcoming? Will you help someone conquer their fear of death by actually killing them? I grasped the absurdity of his logic. I see. Your service must have zero complaints since all your clients are dead. Dead men do not leave reviews. Boom! Boom! With 2 thunderous crashes, we landed, one after the other, on the ground at Cake Island. Kaido created a handsome, human-shaped crater, while I merely left a puddle of mud. System, congratulations, host, on your fall from sky. Constitution 1. Acquired trait. No longer afraid of heights. Acquired resistance. Immunity to fall damage. Host has been revived. As I crawled from the crater, about to marvel at how considerate the system was, I noticed a large crowd surrounding me, gazing as if I were a monkey in a zoo. At that moment, Kaido's loud yet somewhat oily voice broke through. Walla. Ling Ling, I never expected you would personally come to greet me. What an honor. Turning, I beheld Kaido with open arms, approaching a surprisingly energetic middle-aged woman. My eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be? Is that Big MOM? Am I seeing clearly? What has happened? She appears to have undergone a successful transformation. Though she retains her age, this woman seems to have mastered the art of youthful rejuvenation. Ling Ling, I've missed you, Kaido exclaimed, lunging forward to embrace the slimmer version of Dama. I was tempted to voice my disbelief. He claims no relationship exists, yet here he is, hugging her without reservation. Moreover, Dama made no effort to resist. Kaido, you scoundrel, why have you only now come to seek me? Dama spoke, erton sweetly alluring, nearly sending me into a fit of laughter. Have you finally realized that you wish to be with me? If you agree, the entirety of Tado land shall be your kingdom. Something felt amiss. This was far too peculiar. Kaido had previously shown me a picture of Dama, and while younger than in the anime, she was still a hefty woman. The individual before me was a completely different person. Even Kaido appeared perplexed as he held Dama, hesitantly asking, by the way, Ling Ling, your figure seems quite different from the last time I saw you. How do you find it? After my successful weight loss, I'm still quite beautiful, no? Dama replied, striking a pose and casting a flirtatious glance at Kaido. Have I captivated you? Kaido's expression mirrored that of someone reluctantly attending a team-building event for KPIs. He cleared his throat awkwardly, producing a cake gift box from seemingly nowhere. Ahem, Ling Ling, look what I brought you. I know how much you love cake. Dama's eyes lit up, her hand reaching out to grab it before she suddenly paused, feigning bashfulness. Oh dear, I usually present myself as very gentle. Someone, fetch me a spoon. Her son stood aghast, thinking, this is absolutely not our mother. Kaido immediately chimed in, haha, it's fine. Your boisterous personality is quite endearing. Is it? Then let us wed right here. Dama exclaimed, blushing. Kaido's face darkened as he quickly redirected the conversation. Ahem, Ling Ling, won't you invite me inside for a chat? At that moment, an oblivious son approached. Mother, weren't we supposed to invade Chocolate Island? Now get lost. Dama exploded, her temper flaring. Are you blind? Can't you see I'm entertaining Kaido? Invading? Chocolate Island 1T run away, will it? I've worked hard to find you a stepfather. And this is how you repay me? A bunch of useless fools. Her sons were reduced to meekness, scolded like children. Kaido, standing nearby, subtly fanned the flames. All right. Ling Ling, don't scold them anymore. They're still just kids. I trailed behind, feeling like a glaring light bulb in a romantic moment. Just as I suspected, the son who had been reprimanded shot me a disdainful glance and stepped forward. Hey kid, who do you think you are? I thought. Surely this cliché of a minor character challenging the protagonist has landed on me? Yet, my combat prowess, before I could even react, there was a loud bang, and the sun disappeared before my eyes. It was Kaido, having kicked him away, turning back to Dama to explain, Ling Ling, forgive me for my earlier words. You were right to scold him. He is indeed worthless. If he were my son, he would have been obliterated long ago. Big Mom nodded in agreement. Napoleon. At her command, her hat transformed into a colossal sword, which she wielded as she approached the son who had been kicked away. The son, terrified, knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing, Mother, I was wrong. I truly was. Thud, thud, thud. Within moments, his head was bloodied. Yet, Dama did not flinch, coolly stating, if you know your mistake, you must accept punishment. With a swift motion, she struck, blood splattering in the air. I gasped. Who understands what a family member can do? Even a tiger spares its young, yet she was truly ruthless. Once the son was dealt with, Dama reverted to her amiable smile, linking arms with Kaido as they sauntered into the castle. In the hall, Big Mom pulled Kaido to sit on a single sofa, then plopped herself into his lap. Kaido gritted his teeth and endured. I sat across from him, observing his despondent demeanor, suddenly feeling a pang of sympathy. To procure a fruit for me, he was willing to sacrifice his dignity to this extent. Come, Kaido, try the cookies I baked for you. A matron held a cookie larger than my head and presented it to Kaido. Wow, Ling Ling, you are truly remarkable. You can even bake cookies? Kaido began to awkwardly praise her, contrasting her talents with my foolish daughter, who could do nothing but swing a bat. I worry she may never find suitor, for the sake of wooing women. You even use your own daughter as a stepping stone? Big Mom waved her hand dismissively. Not able to marry? Let her come to me. I have many sons for her to choose from. She can take them all if she wishes. Kaido's expression changed, quickly pointing at me. Haha, I'm just joking. Yamato is already taken. It's this kid. Big Mom then scrutinized me with newfound awareness. Oh, the immortal king. I just saw your bounty this morning. No wonder you look familiar. Seizing the moment, Kaido hesitantly spoke. Ahem, Ling Ling, actually, I came here today to ask for a favor. A favor? What favor? What kind of relationship do we have? Big thumped her chest, assuring him to just speak plainly. Even if you want to strip, I'll do it. With that, she began to unbutton her attire. No, no, no. Kaido quickly restrained her, glancing around at the onlookers. With a flirtatious smile, she replied, all right, I'll show you when we're alone. She settled back onto Kaido's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, exhaling softly, darling. What exactly do you need help with? Just say the word, and I'll comply. Kaido stiffened. Ahem, Lingling, could you please not act this way? Your demeanor makes me feel as though I'm in a brothel. You wicked man. Big Moem exclaimed, playfully punching Kaido's chest. How could you compare me to a courtesan? You're truly despicable. Each punch echoed with a force that made me fear for Kaido's ribs. To my surprise, Kaido appeared utterly lost, as if his CPU had overheated. He wondered if Big Moem had lost her mind, as she had never acted this way before. He had planned to confront her directly if she refused to give him a fruit, but her current demeanor made him hesitant to act. I watched, unable to bear it any longer, and signaled to Kaido. Hey, old man, stop flirting and ask for the fruit. We need to get serious. Kaido shot me a look of despair. Do you think I want this? This woman is clinging to me like a large ornament. If I were to say, Lingling, I'm hungry for the fruit, I would appear as nothing more than a gigolo. I roll my eyes, thinking with her current attitude. She'd be pleased if he were a kept man. You see, Kaido was engaged in a delicate game of manipulation. He feigned shyness, Lingling, I do like a devil fruit. But I'm a bit embarrassed to ask. Big Moem immediately became alert. How do you know I have one? The opportunity had arrived. Kaido quickly changed his demeanor. Acting offended, what do you mean? Are you doubting me? If you don't want to give it, then fine. We're leaving. His aura and stance were Oscar-worthy. Big Moem was flustered. Hey, don't go, Kaido. She clung to his arm, coaxing like a child. I'll get you a fruit, all right? Just one. At that moment, I realized this was not the demeanor of a Yonko. She was the grandmaster of leveraging weakness. Kaido looked back at me with a triumphant expression, as if to say, did you see that? With just one word, a Yonko will obediently present treasures. All I could do was give him a thumbs up, acknowledging my son-in-law's wisdom. Before long, Big Moem returned with a box, eagerly opening it to reveal a paramecia-type butterfruit. I thought to myself, is this it? It sounds almost trivial. Big Moem was concerned, believing Kaido might attempt to consume 2 fruits and perish. She was earnestly trying to persuade him against it. Kaido waved his hand. I'm not eating it. It's for my son-in-law. He then began his performance, lamenting that he was nothing without resurrection, fearing that if he died, his wife and I would be bullied. His portrayal was so exaggerated that I felt my toes nearly burrow into the ground. Big Moem genuinely believed him and expressed curiosity about my immortality. Kaido's eyelids twitched, and he quickly fabricated a story about it being a trait of our race. Fearing Big Moem would form inappropriate thoughts about me. With the fruit secured, Big Moem then made her move. Kaido, my boudoir has been newly decorated. Would you like to see? I thought, the main act has begun. However, Kaido frowned, adopting a righteous demeanor. What boudoir? How vulgar. A man should focus on his career. Let us go. Take me to your treasure vault. I was astounded. This tactic was akin to saying, give me sunlight, and I'll consume your entire empire. Big unfazed, revealed that there were nurse uniforms and maid outfits in her boudoir. Kaido noticeably hesitated, but quickly regained his composure, saying, let us stick to the treasure vault. He then began to weave grand aspirations, claiming that once he became Pirate King, he would accomplish great things. I could hardly endure the stench of his romantic antics, and swiftly took the fruit to make my exit. Kaido's expression resembled that of an abandoned puppy, desperately signaling me not to leave. Should I stay? I'd rather not be a third wheel in this melodrama. As soon as I stepped outside, I wasted no time biting into the butterfruit. The taste was indescribable, and the ability felt rather lackluster, merely allowing me to become slippery. Suddenly, the system chimed in. Ding! Fusion ability detected. Would you like to merge the Tyrannosaurus Rex with butter? I thought, is that even a question? Yes, absolutely. The result was the butter Tyrannosaurus Rex, which supposedly could reduce physical damage. The system cheekily added, for you, an immortal, this ability is rather useless. I suggest you die a few more times for direct physical immunity. I was taken aback by the AI's audacity. It did mention a special skill, allowing me to spray butter, making enemies unsteady as if covered in a thin layer of love. Just as I processed my new ability, I looked up to find Katakuri standing like a sentinel, his imposing aura palpable. He wasted no time, demanding, "Where's Kaido?" I could hardly contain my temper, retorting, "Who are you to question me? Didn't your mother teach you to ask politely?" His expression turned fierce. "You're asking for death?" I laughed. "The whole world wishes for my demise, and you're just a minor player. Also, don't call me kid. According to hierarchy, your mother is about to become my mother-in-law, so you should address me as brother." My words struck a nerve, especially with a mocking reference to his concealed mouth. Katakuri lost his composure, glaring intensely, unleashing his conqueror's haki upon me. I merely scoffed, "Is that all? Everyone has it." I transformed into the Tyrannosaurus Rex, roaring fiercely, and pushed back with my own conqueror's haki. In that instant, the entire Cake Island fell silent, a cacophony of chaos erupting. In the treasure vault, Kaido and Big Mom were in the midst of treasure hunting when they sensed the two waves of conqueror's haki and rushed out. Upon their arrival, Kaido's eyes widened as he beheld my Tyrannosaurus form, completely dumbfounded. He likely recalled his earlier reassurance that not possessing Conqueror's haki was inconsequential. Ironically, the clown was he. Kaido's mind was racing, his CPU overloaded. He pondered, "I, a simple man with no combat prowess, armed with an invincible resurrection ability, how could I possibly awaken Conqueror's haki? Isn't this something only kings possess?" His thoughts spiraled, leading him to a wild conclusion. Awakening strength? Impossible. My meager skills are well known. Therefore, the only explanation is that I must have experienced a significant mental stimulus. He turned to glare at Katakuri, his eyes aflame with fury. He was convinced. It must be this guy's doing. "Kaido, who usually hesitates to raise his voice at me, how dare you push me to the brink of mental collapse? Awakening my conqueror's haki? I will eliminate you." In a fit of rage, Kaido, with veins bulging, produced a wolf fawn club from seemingly nowhere and charged towards Katakuri. Big Mom, sensing impending disaster, hastily clutched Kaido's thigh. "Calm down, Kaido. Katakuri is my son. He's a good man, family-oriented. If we are married, then we are family, right? There must be some misunderstanding." Deep down, Big Mom was distressed. Among her numerous children, Katakuri was the only one who could hold his own. If Kaido were to eliminate him with a single blow, where would she seek justice? Yet, Kaido paid her no heed, shaking her off with righteous indignation. Misunderstanding? The facts are right before us. My son-in-law is kind-hearted and compassionate. He wouldn't even harm a fish that feeds on his flesh. Such a noble person has been forced to awaken his conqueror's haki. Who knows the inhumane torture he has just endured? Lingling, you have truly disappointed me. With that, he strode over to me and hoisted me up. "Kid, we are leaving. There's no need to linger in this wretched place." Before the words had barely escaped his lips, Kaido transformed into an azure dragon, flinging me onto his back and soaring into the sky, leaving Big Mom in a state of disarray. Stunned, she thought, "This is not how the script goes. Today was supposed to be a wedding night, with a new edition 9 months later, but now everything's in shambles." The more she pondered, the angrier she became, turning to Katakuri. "You wretched child, look at the mess you've caused. Your stepfather has been driven away. Are you pleased with yourself?" Katakuri, in a daze, was about to protest his innocence when Big Mom landed a fierce slap, sending him flying. "Am I too indulgent with you? Have you become so arrogant as to dare touch Kaido's son-in-law? If you were so formidable, why don't you take me down yourself?" The more she raged, the more she pursued Katakuri, delivering a relentless kicking. Holding his stomach, blood trickling from his mouth, he gazed at his furious mother with a bitter smile. "Why is this happening? Kaido sees me as bullying his son-in-law and immediately wants to strike me. And you, my own mother, without even asking, wish to do the same? Who truly is your son?" At that moment, Katakuri's heart turned cold. This woman did not deserve to be called his mother. Meanwhile, high above, I clung to Kaido's dragon horn, battling the fierce winds with my complaints. "Look at you, Kaido, taking advantage and then fleeing. Is this your idea of excitement? I thought you would show some effort tonight, repaying Big Mom for her fruit. But it seems you were just a scoundrel. I even planned for the celebration of your children's first month next year, and now all of that is in ruins. Who wants to have children with that old hag?" Kaido retorted angrily. "And how dare you lecture me? First, explain why you possess Conqueror's haki. What do you mean? Did you not just analyze it yourself?" I was tortured by Katakuri. "Enough of this nonsense." Kaido rolled his eyes. "That was merely an excuse to flee. Did you look like you were tortured? I am asking you, what gives you the right to possess Conqueror's haki?" I was immediately displeased. "How can you say that? Why should you have it and I cannot? I am born to be a king. Is that not valid? Don't kid yourself. You don't resemble a king in any way. Being handsome is useless. Kaido earnestly lectured me. Look at Ling Ling. Even she has dozens of husbands. What does she rely on? It's her power. Please, if she truly had that power, you would be in her bed right now. I rolled my eyes, tired of this conversation. Stop rambling. What treasures did you find in the treasure vault? Hurry and share. Not a chance. That was earned by my sacrifice. Greedy. Are we going back to Onigashima? Not a chance. Kaido bellowed. We are heading to red-haired Shanks territory. That kid just became an emperor this year and doesn't come to pay his respects. He knows nothing of manners. Today, I will teach him how to be a polite pirate. Hearing this, I seized the crucial information. Just became an emperor this year? That means it was 4 years before Luffy set sail. The timelines match. I couldn't help but scoff. One just ascended, another is on the brink of death, and one is perpetually pregnant. And you think you stand among the emperors? Don't you feel utterly outclassed? If you are the weakest, then the emperors must be a collection of the old, sick, and pregnant. I cautiously added, by the way, Kaido, are you the weakest? Are you looking for trouble? You are the weakest. Your entire family is the weakest. Kaido snapped, clearly agitated. See? You have admitted it. I seized the opportunity to press. I never admitted anything. You just said, I am the weakest, my entire family is the weakest, and I am your father-in-law. Does that not count as family? Kaido fell silent, noticing the opportunity to press further. I continued, did I hit the nail on the head? Sorry you can't admit it directly. You have to beat around the bush. But do you think I am oblivious? Watch me execute this ultimate comeback and make your CPU overheat. This little scheme of yours is transparent to me. All right, just you wait. Kaido, thoroughly exasperated, retorted. When we return to Onigashima, you will cry and have no tears left. How terrible could it be? Is it worse than when you served tea and did laundry on Rock Ship? Rubbish. Who served tea and did laundry? I was an apprentice crew member, not a servant. What's the difference? Just a name change, and it's no longer servant work. Kaido was left speechless, resorting to threats. Keep talking nonsense, and I'll make you scrub toilets for a year when we return to Onigashima. I instantly changed my demeanor, smiling ingratiatingly. Oh no, Kaido big brother. You have such keen insight. I am easily intimidated by threats. You are truly impressive. Meanwhile, Big Mom was storming towards Onigashima aboard the Queen Mama Chanter, muttering, thinking you can take advantage of me? Not a chance. Unless you take me along too. At Marine Headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, upon reviewing the intelligence, felt his hair turning gray with worry. Kaido had just run off to find Big Mom, and now she was pursuing him to Onigashima. They were clearly planning to unite forces against the Marine Headquarters. He slammed his fist down on the newly replaced table, causing it to break once more. At that moment, we had arrived at red-haired Shanks territory. Without a second thought, Kaido dove in at a 90-degree angle, crashing onto the island with a resounding boom that shook the ground and kicked up dust. I was left coughing from the dust, berating Kaido, who had just emerged from the crater. Are you insane? Do you always have to use this free-fall tactic? Does it look cool? I just think it's foolish. As soon as I finished speaking, I heard laughter from the red-haired pirates outside the dust cloud. I thought it was a dragon. Turns out it's just two fools. Look at their vacant expressions. They clearly aren't the sharpest tools in the shed. Kaido and I exchanged glances, speaking in unison. They are mocking us. Kid, can you tolerate this? Kaido hoisted his wolf fawn club. Of course not. This is intolerable, I declared resolutely. Kaido, you go ahead and show them what you've got. I'll be in the back, enjoying some barbecue and cheering you on. Get lost. If you're going up, you come with me. It's a father-son battle. But I'm just your son-in-law. I'm just making a case. If you lose, I'll at most help collect your remains and inherit your crew in Yamato. And who knows, maybe even help you take revenge. Kaido, exasperated, covered his face. I haven't even fought yet, and you're already thinking about inheriting my fortune? Truly, what a misfortune for the family. As we exchanged banter, red-haired Shanks strolled over with a broad smile, a large cask of wine in hand. What a rare guest. The illustrious Kaido has graced us with his presence. Please forgive my inadequate welcome. This wine is my apology. Upon seeing the wine, Kaido's eyes lit up. He took the cask and gulped it down in one go, exclaiming, delicious. What fine wine. I'm glad you like it. Shanks chuckled. We are in the midst of a banquet. Would you care to join us? A banquet? Is there an endless supply of wine? Absolutely. Huh. Then I must attend. I won't return until I'm drunk. Kaido exclaimed, attempting to embrace Shanks, only to realize he couldn't reach due to Shanks' shorter stature. I watched the two of them, instantly bonding over their love for alcohol, and was left utterly speechless. In this day and age, do all the emperors have a dependency on alcohol? As I watched the old drunkard Kaido about to be whisked away by the red-haired Shanks, I was utterly flabbergasted. I hastily cleared my throat twice, nearly coughing up a lung. Finally, Kaido turned around, looking at me with a bewildered expression. Hey kid, why aren't you following? And why are you coughing? Did the wind give you a cold while flying over? A cold? I was furious. I genuinely wanted to slap him. I shouted back. Have you forgotten why we are here? To steal. Steal, you idiot. Is a barrel of liquor all it takes to buy your loyalty? And by the way, did you forget that his subordinates just called you a fool? Upon hearing this, Shanks quickly approached to apologize. Ah, my apologies. My crew is a bit thoughtless. Allow me to make amends. Kaido, with his mind clouded by alcohol, immediately shifted his stance. Look, kid, he has apologized. Can't we just let it go? I scoffed. If apologies worked, what do we need the Navy for? Then, to my astonishment, Kaido and Shanks, these two formidable figures, exchanged serious glances and began discussing. Are we under the Navy's jurisdiction? It seems not, right? I thought to myself, does anyone understand? Communicating with these two eccentric emperors feels like my CPU is about to overheat. Kaido didn't give me a chance to further argue. He reached out and hefted me onto his shoulder as if I were a sack of potatoes, then sauntered off to join Shanks in revelry. And what could I do? I glanced at Shanks' crew. Good heavens, I couldn't possibly match up against Beckman or Yasopp. They were part of the most elite crew, and if I approached them, I would simply be handing myself over. When we reached the bonfire, Kaido tossed me to the ground and plopped down next to none other than Mihawk. His booming voice rang out, "Oh, Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, is here to join the fun?" I glanced around. It was merely a bonfire with a handful of people roasting a few fish and pieces of meat. Was this what Kaido considered a grand affair? Of course, if we were counting heads, then it was indeed a royal gathering, with two emperors and the world's foremost swordsman, plus me, a future world disruptor. This was the configuration of the Paramount War. Mihawk, however, merely shot Kaido a cold glance, not uttering a single word. Kaido exploded. What the hell, Mihawk? I'm talking to you, and you're acting mute? Shanks quickly intervened, offering a drink. Kaido, don't be angry. He has just not one for words. Here, let us drink. At the sight of the liquor, Kaido's fury dissipated instantly. He clinked his bowl with Shanks. I'll go first. They proceeded to guzzle down copious amounts. I stood aside, feeling utterly abandoned, like a forsaken little sidekick at Shanks' gathering. Amidst my existential crisis, a sweet voice suddenly chimed in. Hey, why aren't you joining the party? I was taken aback. Was there a girl in Shanks' crew? Surely not one taken by force? I looked around, but saw no one. Hello? Am I hallucinating? Hey, rude person, what are you looking at? Suddenly, a kick landed on my knee. I looked down to find an adorably furious little girl glaring at me. I hadn't seen her due to her small stature. It was quite a peculiar feeling to look down at someone after such a long time. I quickly crouched down to her level, and unable to resist, pinched her chubby cheek, which was delightfully soft. Who are you, little sister? Did Shanks capture you? Take your hands off. She swatted my hand away, hands on her hips, demanding, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Ah, a little grown-up, how amusing. I chuckled. I'm M.O. Long. Now it's your turn. The little girl raised her chin proudly, declaring, I'm Yuta. I wasn't captured by Shanks. I'm his daughter. I was completely dumbfounded. What? Shanks' daughter? And she is already this big? Surely. I was watching a fake version of One Piece? Oh dear, poor Makino from Fusha Village. I hope Luffy can one day dye his straw hat green for her. Yuta then asked why I wasn't joining the party, to which I pouted, aren't you also not participating? I can't say I've been forgotten by my boss and turn invisible, can I? I don't want to hang out with those smelly men. Yuta scrunched her little nose, looking exceedingly adorable. If you dare pinch me again, I'll have my daddy beat you up. At that, I was intrigued. Pointing at Kaido, who was nearby indulging in alcohol, I began to tease her. See that big guy? He asked my father-in-law, the strongest creature in the world. If you get your dad to hit me, I'll have my father-in-law tear your dad in half. I picked up a passing gecko, mimicking the action of tearing. Oh, no. The little girl covered her eyes in fright. After a while, she peeked through her fingers and, seeing the gecko was unharmed, sighed in relief. But the next second, she became furious, punching my chest with her tiny fists. You're mean. You only scare Yuta. Bad person. I teased her, relying on your dad, isn't right? She immediately countered. You were just relying on your father-in-law. I raised an eyebrow, and she shrank back, clutching her dress, on the verge of tears. I panicked and quickly apologized. Don't cry, don't cry. I was wrong, okay? This little girl had me cornered, insisting I confess to being a bully who enjoys tormenting little girls, or she would cry. Unbelievable. Fortunately, Shanks called out from across the fire. Yuta, the meat is ready. Come eat. Finally, I was saved. She dashed over, only to return moments later, holding a skewer of grilled meat out to me. Here, what are you staring at? Eat. It's delicious. She then began munching on another skewer with greasy delight. I couldn't help but smile at her adorable demeanor, accepting the grilled meat while pinching her cheek once more. She huffed, puffing up her cheeks. You ingrate. I'm giving you meat, and you still pinch my face. I laughed and jokingly suggested, You're so cute. How about you be my wife? To my surprise, her face turned beet red, and she ran off, sticking her tongue out at me. No way. I want to be your wife. Watching her retreating figure, I burst into laughter, slapping my thigh. This little girl was absolutely delightful. Meanwhile, over by the bonfire, a tipsy Shanks was playfully slapping a similarly intoxicated Kaido, proposing, Kaido, we get along so well. How about we strengthen our bond by marrying my daughter to your son? Without a second thought, Kaido agreed, sure, no problem. Brother, wake up. Where's your son? You only have a daughter, and that's me. Yuta, who had just run off, overheard this and stomped her feet in anger. Stupid daddy. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm only 12. She rushed back to me, looking conflicted, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. I understood immediately and reassured her. I know, they're just drunk and talking nonsense. I want to take it seriously. However, I misstepped once again. The little girl's face fell, and she pointed at me, stammering, before finally erupting in anger. Idiot! You big idiot! Idiot, idiot, idiot! Then she stormed off again. I was utterly bewildered. The heart of a woman is as elusive as the depths of the sea. It seems the heart of a little girl is just as perplexing. As the party wound down, everyone succumbed to drunken slumber, with Kaido's snoring echoing like thunder. I surveyed the chaotic scene, feeling utterly despondent. Wasn't this supposed to be a heist? How did it turn into a social gathering? Exhausted, I leaned against a large tree and fell asleep. My sleeping posture was utterly ridiculous. I rolled off the tree and onto the ground in my slumber without even waking. I don't know how long it was before I groggily awoke. I tell you, when I opened my eyes, my soul nearly fled in fear. I found myself lying on a soft, expansive bed with a girl beside me. It was Wuda. My mind buzzed in an instant, and I instinctively screamed, Ah! My shriek jolted Wuda awake. She rubbed her eyes, saw me, paused for a fleeting moment, then let out an even sharper scream. Ah! It was a disaster. The only thought racing through my mind was that if Hongfa found out, I would be in for a gruesome fate. Without thinking, I instinctively covered Wuda's mouth with my hand. Oh no, this was even worse. Who could understand my predicament? I was utterly speechless, desperately wanting to explain, but no one was listening. Sure enough, the next moment, there was a thunderous bang as the door was kicked open. Hongfa stormed in like a vengeful spirit, and upon seeing the scene on the bed, his eyes turned crimson. A wave of terrifying conqueror's haki surged towards me like a tsunami, and I felt as though my head might explode. If I didn't possess conqueror's haki myself, I surely would have fainted on the spot. You little brat, are you seeking death? Hongfa unsheathed his sword, ready to cleave me in two. No, Dad, would have finally reacted, stepping in front of me. It's not what you think. Hongfa was already furious, pushing Wuda aside. Get out of the way. This bastard dares to bully you. I will not let him live today. Wuda was on the verge of tears, desperately trying to explain. Oh, Dad, why are you like this? You have to listen to my explanation. It's not like he dragged me to bed. I saw him sleeping on the floor yesterday, and, fearing he would catch a cold, I carried him back. Hongfa paused for a moment, but remained unconvinced. Then why did you scream just now? Why did he cover your mouth? Wuda's face flushed, and she stomped her foot, exclaiming, I just woke up and saw someone beside me. I was startled. He covered my mouth to prevent you from misunderstanding. Look, you misunderstood already. I must say, when Hongfa heard this, he delivered a remarkable summary of the situation, showcasing his peculiar logic. So, you mean to say that you felt pity for him sleeping on the floor last night, so you brought him to your bed, and then you fell asleep too? And this morning, you woke up, forgot everything, and screamed upon finding a guy lying next to you? Wuda nodded furiously like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, exactly. Then why did he scream too? Hongfa pointed a finger at me. I heard it. After you screamed, he screamed too. It was this guy, wasn't it? Lying on the bed, I had already cursed Kaido 100 times in my mind. Who could understand my plight? As a father, how could there be such a vast disparity? When Hongfa heard his daughter scream, he arrived in a heartbeat. And look at Kaido. If Wuda hadn't intervened, I would already be 6 feet under. Kaido, oh Kaido, love truly has an expiration date, doesn't it? Wuda was equally baffled, clutching her dress, her eyes darting. Why did he scream? How would I know? I quickly coughed a couple of times to defend myself, Ahem, well, I was startled too. After all, I've kept my integrity all my life, never even held a girl's hand. Waking up to find a beauty beside me. I think it's quite reasonable to scream, don't you? As soon as I said this, Hongfa and Wuda exchanged identical expressions. 3 question marks seemingly floating above their heads. No, that is not reasonable. They both exclaimed in unison. Hongfa then began his bewildering monologue. A normal man, upon waking up to see a beautiful girl beside him, should pounce on her, right? Wuda was petrified. Dad, what are you talking about? Her expression seemed to say, I never expected you to be such a father. Ahem, I misspoke. Hongfa quickly corrected himself. What I meant was, this guy's first reaction was to scream, which is too abnormal. All right, Wuda, you step outside. I need to have a private chat with him. Why can't you discuss things in front of me? Wuda pouted, her cheeks puffed up. Hongfa clasped his hands together, adopting a pleading tone. Please, Wuda, let your father have a word with him alone. Seeing her father begging her, Wuda softened and agreed. But before leaving, she turned back, adorably threatening her father. You're not allowed to lay a hand on him. Otherwise, I won't talk to you anymore. Yes, I promise not to hurt him. Hongfa beamed with fatherly affection. However, once the door closed, his expression transformed. He dragged a chair in front of me, his gaze as if he were ready to devour me whole. Kid, it's just the 2 of us now. Let us have a proper talk. I was utterly bewildered. Talk about what? What to talk about? Hongfa glared at me fiercely. You slept with my daughter. Do you think you can just gloss over it as if nothing happened? I was dumbfounded. No, brother Hongfa, you can't say that. Didn't Wuda just explain? Huh, she's just a child. What does she know? Hongfa spat, furious. My daughter is innocent, and you violated her. So tell me, how do you plan to take responsibility? Responsibility? No way, brother. We were just under the blanket, having a pure chat. What do you mean? No way. You slept with my daughter and want to avoid responsibility? Do you think Hongfa Shanks, can be bullied? With that, his sword was suddenly pressed against my neck. Speak. Are you going to take responsibility or not? At that moment, a singular thought crossed my mind. Had I awakened some kind of son-in-law trait? This was terrifying. Both Kaido and Hongfa were vying to claim me as their son-in-law. Why don't you 2 fight it out first, and whoever wins, I'll go with. I had no choice. IMO Long was just that pragmatic, firmly believing in the law of the jungle. Just then, the door burst open with a bang, and Wuda stormed in, fuming. Dad, what are you doing? Didn't you promise not to lay a hand on him? She rushed over, carefully pinching the blade, moving the deadly sword away from my neck, checking for any blood before sighing in relief. Then, hands on her hips, she pointed a finger at Hongfa, stomping her foot in anger. Dad, you big bad guy. You're not keeping your word. You promised not to use your sword to scare Mo Long. Hongfa buried his face in his hands, a look of utter despair on his face. It's often said that daughters grow up too fast, and his daughter hadn't even matured yet. But her heart had already sailed across the Pacific. The key point was, this was my very first day on the island, and he was already accusing me of courting his precious daughter. The more Hongfa thought about it, the angrier he became, glaring at me once more. I figured I hadn't done anything wrong, so why should I be afraid? I shot him a glare right back. Goodness, I had stirred a hornet's nest. Hongfa must have thought, hey, this kid slept with my daughter without taking responsibility, and he still dares to glare at me? Does he think I can't wield a sword? I was also riled up. I'm not in the wrong. Why should I back down? Averted my gaze, and wound tea that imply I was guilty. Thus, we engaged in a fierce stare-off, the atmosphere charged with tension, until Wuda's weak voice broke the silence. Are you 2 playing a staring contest? Otherwise, why are you staring so hard? Upon hearing this, we both faltered. Hongfa bared his teeth at me, taking Wuda's hand and exiting the room. Wuda, I need to talk to you. Watching their retreating figures, I stood frozen. What was happening? They left me all alone again? But perhaps it was for the best. Being glared at by Hongfa was genuinely stressful. Thankfully, I had a clear conscience. He would surely see from my sincere gaze that I meant no harm and let me off the hook. Indeed, this was all thanks to my own righteous spirit. Outside, in a small grove, Hongfa got straight to the point. Wuda, do you like that kid? Wuda blinked her large eyes, feigning ignorance. Dad, what are you talking about? He is still a child. Stop pretending to be innocent. Just confess. Hongfa rolled his eyes, demanding honesty. I told you he doesn't understand anything about liking or disliking. Upon hearing her play dumb, Hongfa dropped the bombshell. Oh, you don't understand? Huh? Then I'll go chop him up right now. With that, he turned to leave. No. Wuta dashed forward and embraced the arm of the red-haired man. He turned around, casting a gaze filled with feigned indifference. Flushed with embarrassment, Wuta stammered. It's not that I particularly like him. It's just that there are only middle-aged men on the ship, and suddenly a charming and interesting young man appears. Oh dear, Dad, please don't make me say more. The red-haired man fell silent, crouching down to ruffle his hair, feeling a pang of guilt. I apologize. It's my fault as a father. After a moment, he suggested, since you like him, perhaps I could speak to Kaido and ask him to let him stay and keep you company for a while. I remember he came here to purchase a devil fruit, which I happen to have. I could trade the fruit for him to stay. What do you think? No. Wuta immediately shook her head. If you force him to stay, he will definitely be unhappy, and he might even get mad at me. I don't want him to be upset. Sighing, the red-haired man replied, You're just too kind-hearted. As a pirate, I cannot simply take what my daughter desires. Offering a trade is already quite generous. However, I will heed your wishes. But, Wuta, you like him, yet it seems he does not reciprocate your feelings? This statement struck Wuta like a blow. She froze, asking why. Am I not lovable? Am I not well-behaved? Why doesn't he like me? How could this be? My Utar is the sweetest and most obedient. The red-haired man began to jest, likely thinking about who had misbehaved earlier, but as a father, he felt compelled to comfort her. Why doesn't he like me if I'm so adorable? Wuta pouted, her eyes brimming with tears. Last night, I was worried he might catch a cold, so I carried him back and helped him undress to ensure he slept well. How could he show no gratitude? Those romantic novels say that a beauty's kindness cannot be repaid, and thus, one can only offer themselves in return. The red-haired man nearly fainted from exasperation. What kind of trashy novels is this girl reading? They must be burned. All of them. Dad, speak to me. Why doesn't he like me? Wuta pleaded, shaking his arm. If he doesn't like you, it's because he is blind. The red-haired man forced himself to reassure her. My Utar is so wonderful. It is he who lacks vision. Shall we forget about him? I can find you someone 100 times more handsome. Wuta suddenly looked at her father with utmost seriousness. Dad, what is it? I want to allow you to speak ill of him. The red-haired man nearly coughed up blood, feeling as though he wanted to bang his head against a tree. Was this the classic case of a daughter forgetting her father after acquiring a boyfriend? Had he known, he wouldn't have brought her along. If her mother found out, the washboard at home would surely be broken in half. All right, I want to speak ill of him. He sighed, deciding to clarify the reality for her. However, Wuta, you must understand that once they obtain the devil fruit, they will leave. At that point, you may be separated forever. Forever apart? Upon hearing this, Wuta's expression fell, as if her heart had been squeezed painfully. Yes, being so far apart means we may never see each other again. That one tea happened. Wuta suddenly lifted her head, her gaze unwavering. I have a feeling that no matter how far apart we are, one day we will meet again. Seeing her confidence, the red-haired man could only dismiss it as youthful naivety. He patted Wuta on the head and stood up, saying, Then let us hope your intuition is correct. For now, you should say goodbye to him. They are leaving today. Is it so soon? Yes, their purpose is the devil fruit. I will fetch it for Kaido shortly. And once I have it, they will have no reason to stay. I see. Wuta pursed her lips and suddenly waved her hand at the red-haired man. He leaned down, and she whispered in his ear, Dad, could I ask you for a favor? Could you delay giving that devil fruit to Uncle Kaido for a little while? The red-haired man was taken aback, initially thinking it was something serious. Of course. My little darling wants him to stay a few more days. Wutar tilted her head and suddenly remarked, Dad, you're also one of the 4 emperors. How come you're always hosting banquets and drinking? Looking completely unbothered. The red-haired man felt his face flush. I am the freest pirate. You wouldn't understand. Then how many days do you want? Wuta held up 2 fingers. 2 days. Dad, could you help me negotiate for 2 more days? Is 2 days enough? Yes. If one truly likes someone, 2 days is sufficient. If not, 2 years would be useless. Wuta lowered her head, kicking a small stone on the ground, her demeanor radiating confidence, as if she could win him over in just 2 days. Absolutely. The red-haired man felt a pang in his heart, but still thumped his chest in assurance. For my Wuta, I would even bring out all the fine wines from the cellar to ensure Kaido stays for 2 more days. After saying this, he felt a sting in his heart, realizing he was sacrificing his cherished collection of rare wines just to allow some brat to spend time with his daughter. What kind of situation was this? Upon hearing this, Wutar leaped with joy, bouncing back to her little house. The red-haired man sighed 3 times as he watched her retreating figure, then turned to head towards the camp. For his daughter, he would ensure Kaido remained on the island for 2 more days. As he arrived at the camp, he saw Kaido stretching lazily, sitting up from the ground, looking as though he had sobered up. The red-haired man approached with a smile. Kaido, how was the wine last night? Indeed, it was one of the best wines I've ever had. Kaido nodded, preparing to discuss business. By the way, about the devil fruit I mentioned last night, the red-haired man interrupted him. Kaido, although last night's wine was good, I have an even better one here. I'm planning to host a banquet tonight. How about staying and indulging until we're thoroughly intoxicated? But the devil, what devil? The red-haired man's expression was earnest. Don't you wish to sample my treasured wine, aged for 12 years? I had planned to open it only on my daughter's wedding day. Seeing you're also a lover of fine wines, I decided to share it despite the pain it causes me. So, I implore you, grant me this favor. Kaido, taken aback by the red-haired man's insistence, could only nod. Since you put it that way, it would be too rude of me not to oblige. Very well, let us indulge tonight. The red-haired man smirked slightly, thinking, I knew it. No one can refuse a favor from me. Red-haired. Now, can we discuss the devil fruit? Kaido asked. Rest assured, I'll pay for it. He felt it would be inappropriate to take it for free after consuming so much fine wine. What are you talking about? What relation do we have? The mere devil fruit. Would I charge you? The red-haired man shot him a glance. Perhaps we will soon be family. Consider it a gift. It takes up space here. Kaido was stunned. You're just giving it away? Accepting it for free is too embarrassing. Isn't it? Kaido said politely. If you feel embarrassed, you can at least contribute something since you insist on giving it. I won't hold back. Kaido grasped the red-haired man's hand, expressing gratitude. By the way, Kaido, you just mentioned we would be family in the future? Let us not wait for the future. We are family now. Now. The red-haired man was taken aback, feeling it was inappropriate given Uta's young age. What does age matter? In any case, I've decided you are family. Kaido assumed the red-haired man was concerned about their size difference. Believe me, these two are completely speaking at cross purposes. Yet remarkably, they are finding common ground. The red-haired man thought of Uta, while Kaido focused on the devil fruit, and thus they happily agreed to become family. Meanwhile, in the small wooden house, as I finished putting on my clothes, La entered without hesitation, having undressed me earlier. She approached me, clutching the hem of her clothes, and asked bashfully, May I ask you a question? Have you been in love? Oh no, wait, you ask. I quickly corrected myself, thinking I had been led astray by the narrative. What type of girl do you like? I chuckled. Isn't that obvious? Of course, it's beautiful ones. That is a universal preference among men. For instance, me? Wuta asked, hands clasped over her heart, eyes sparkling with anticipation. I reached out to ruffle her hair. You're getting ahead of yourself. You're at best adorable. But beauty is another matter entirely. Why? Due to your tender age, why concern yourself with such matters? A sudden pang of realization struck me. Could this girl genuinely harbor feelings for me? What about when I grow up? Would you be willing to wait for me to mature? Mark my words. Once I blossom into adulthood, I shall be exceptionally beautiful. After all, my mother is an unparalleled beauty, and I take after her. Very well. We shall discuss this when you transform into a great beauty. I responded casually, preparing to make my exit. All right, little one, I must take my leave now. I anticipated that a confrontation would ensue, so I needed to keep her at a distance. Where are you going? Yuta protested, clearly displeased. I just had my father keep you here for 2 days, and now you plan to leave? I couldn't possibly admit that I intended to confront your father, so I casually fabricated an excuse. Of course, I am heading home. Home? But your father is supposed to stay on the island for 2 days, Yuta sweetly remarked. Your father? I paused, suddenly realizing she meant Kaido, right? Yes, you mentioned last night that he is my father-in-law. Isn't that just another term for father? She innocently inquired. I stifled a laugh and nodded. Yes, it's just another term for father. This girl is so easily deceived. It would be a disservice to myself not to tease her a little. However, you mentioned Kaido would stay here for 2 days. What is that about? I asked curiously. Does he think he can dismantle the red-haired pirates in just 2 days? Perhaps he believes my father's wine is too delightful, and he wishes to indulge for a couple more days. Yuta's eyes darted around, clearly lying. Upon hearing this, I fell into deep contemplation. How was I unaware of this? How could she, a girl who didn't attend the banquet, know Kaido's intentions? Unless she just stepped out to confer with the red-haired. She must have persuaded him to keep Kaido around for an extra 2 days. But why? My mind raced. This little girl must be behind it. Her infuriating charm. Gazing at her innocent face, an absurd thought struck me. Could it be that she wishes to witness a dragon dance performance? Hence why she insisted on keeping Kaido. The true dragon around? It seemed unavoidable. Being extraordinarily handsome, I encountered girls enamored with me everywhere. Isn't that infuriating? Little one, stay in your room. I will step outside for a moment. After exchanging pleasantries with Yuta, I started toward the door. However, Yuta blocked my path. Meng Long, remember, I am Yuta, not just a little girl. I'm not small. Also, what do you intend to do outside? I already told you. Your father is staying on the island for 2 days. If you go to find him now, he won't take you back. Yuta was somewhat anxious. Although she had enlisted the red-haired's help to keep Kaido for 2 days, what if the negotiations were not yet concluded? Hence, she couldn't let Meng Long see Kaido at this moment. Seeing the little girl with her arms outstretched, blocking my path, I sighed. Why are you stopping me? If Kaido is truly staying here for 2 days, I cannot leave alone, can I? Then make sure you clarify things and come back to find me, Yuta said anxiously, knowing full well that she could not physically prevent a grown man from leaving. If Meng Long truly wished to go, she would have to let him. Now, she could only hope that the red-haired had successfully negotiated with Meng Long's father, allowing him to leave in 2 days. All right, I will confirm. And if he is indeed staying for 2 days, I will return to find you. Meng Long playfully pinched Yuta's cheek, smiling as he added, after all, I prefer to be in the company of an adorable little girl like you rather than a bunch of grown men. With that, Meng Long headed toward the door. Yet, just as he reached the threshold, he halted abruptly. Never mind, I want to go. Meng Long felt that since the little girl spoke so earnestly, it was probably true. Kaido was likely persuaded by the red-haired under the pretext of enjoying fine wine. After all, Kaido truly relished his drink. Not going? Why not? Yuta queried in confusion. What does it matter? Meng Long rolled his eyes, then turned to Yuta and asked, Little one, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat at home? Yuta shook her head, but replied, I know where there is food. Come with me. Saying this, Yuta grabbed Meng Long's hand and dashed outside. Meng Long, being pulled along by Yuta, followed her in a sprint. Before long, Yuta led him to the edge of a small stream. Meng Long gazed at the stream before him, perplexed. What are we doing here? Are you expecting me to catch fish and cook for you? I am not a bear. I cannot manage such tasks. You may not catch fish, but you can surely catch these, Yuta declared, plopping down on ground. She removed her shoes, dipped her bare feet into the stream, and began to feel around, soon waving at Meng Long joyfully. Look, I caught one. This is delicious. Observing Yuta's hand, I noticed something grasped between her fingers. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was a crayfish. Is this what they call a crayfish? I was oblivious. Yuta replied adorably, but I know it's quite tasty. Albeit the meat is a bit scanty. Meng Long, hurry and come down. Let us catch some together. There are plenty of these crayfish in the stream. Meng Long reminded her. Yes, exactly, crayfish. Come down and help me catch some. Once we have enough, we can ask Grandpa the chef to make us spicy crayfish. I had it once, and it was absolutely delicious. At this point, Yuta's mouth watered at the thought. Meng Long observed, feeling a bit bemused. Poor girl. It's just spicy crayfish, yet she drools at the thought. Red-haired, I misjudged you. I thought you were different from Kaido. Yet your daughter is so easily tempted by simple crayfish. One can only imagine how meager her usual meals must be. Furthermore, she even has to catch them herself. Alas, it seems that being the daughter of one of the 4 emperors in the pirate world is no easy task. None of them live comfortably. Even Big Mom's daughter is merely treated as a pawn for marriage. Meng Long, why are you still standing there? Hurry and help me catch some, or they will escape. Seeing Meng Long still standing on the shore, Yuta urged him once more. Coming, I will join you now. Upon hearing Yuta's insistence, Meng Long resolved to accompany her in catching crayfish. After all, catching crayfish was something he had done during his childhood. This scene evoked nostalgic memories of his youth. Soon, Meng Long also removed his shoes and socks, stepping into the stream. The water was shallow, reaching only to his knees at the deepest point, so he was not concerned about Yuta's safety. However, the water was quite cold. Fortunately, the weather was mild enough to endure. Not to mention, there were indeed a good number of crayfish in this stream, perhaps due to the absence of natural predators. Meng Long and Yuta managed to catch an entire bucket within 10 minutes. As for where the bucket came from, it was likely left by Yuta previously, considering such delectable treats would require sustainable harvesting. Without a bucket, one would have nowhere to store their catch. After filling the bucket to the brim with crayfish, thoughts turned to how to prepare them. Originally, Yuta intended to take them back for Grandpa the chef to cook. However, Meng Long intervened, deciding to take matters into his own hands and prepare a delicious dish for Yuta. It was a fitting way to repay the little girl for carrying him home last night, sparing him from spending the night on the ground. As for letting him experience a morning with a beautiful girl by his side, that is a matter for another day. Mo Long was determined to prepare the meal himself, and Wu Ta naturally had no objections. However, while Mo Long busied himself with the cooking, she made a trip back to the campsite to fetch the necessary seasonings. Wu Ta departed, leaving Mo Long alone. Although he had expressed his desire to take charge, when the moment arrived, he found himself at a loss for what to do, despite having cooked before. After all, they were in the wilderness, and there were no tools available. Ultimately, Mo Long resorted to the most primitive method of fire-making, friction. To his surprise, it proved to be quite simple, and he quickly managed to ignite a flame. With the fire established, the subsequent steps became even easier. Mo Long meticulously cleaned the crayfish, removed their veins, and skewered them with small twigs from the rear. Thus, the crayfish skewers were prepared. He then planted the other end of the skewer into the ground beside the fire, and patiently awaited the roasting of the crayfish. Before long, Wu Ta returned, bringing back an assortment of seasonings in numerous jars, leaving Mo Long astonished. Was a world of one piece truly so abundant in flavors? He selected a few items and concocted a spicy dipping sauce. As for its taste, who could tell? Shortly thereafter, the shells of the crayfish crackled from the heat, and Mo Long deduced they must be cooked. Just as he reached out to retrieve one, he noticed a small hand moved even quicker. Wu Ta, with lightning speed, snatched a crayfish from the fire, only to jump back in surprise from the heat before she could begin peeling it. The crayfish slipped from her grasp as she swiftly switched hands, doing so repeatedly until she had changed hands over a dozen times before the crayfish was cool enough to handle. Witnessing the spectacle, Mo Long was left speechless. Was she truly so enamored? If it burned, why not let it fall to the ground instead of tossing it around? They were not rare treasures, after all. There were plenty more roasting by the fire. Even if they were not fully cooked, the stream nearby offered more opportunities for catching additional crayfish. Not a single one should go to waste. She seemed to be a girl who knew how to live wisely. Marrying her would surely mean frugality. For a family of modest means, she exemplified the ideal wife and mother. Yet did I truly lack for such trifles, backed by the four emperors? Bring your hand here. Let me see, Mo Long said, extending his palm toward Wu Ta. What for? Wu Ta plus hit. Recalling her mother's words about not casually letting a boy hold her hand, Mo Long retorted. Did your mother ever mention that you shouldn't share a bed with a boy? Wu Ta fell silent, offering her small hand to Mo Long, placing it in his palm. Here. Observing Wu Ta's reddened hand, Mo Long sighed. Are you foolish? If it burns, just toss it away. What if you injure your hand from all this passing around? As he spoke, he gently prodded her palm with his finger. That hurts. Wu Ta instantly withdrew her hand, tears welling up in her eyes. You do no pain, then? Come here, rinse it off. Mo Long took her arm and led her to the stream, submerging her hand in the icy water. The cold sensation provided her relief. As for the burn, Mo Long was uncertain how to treat it, but cooling it with water seemed sound. After a brief interval, Wu Ta impatiently withdrew her hand from the water, eager to devour the crayfish. However, Mo Long seized her arm to prevent her from running off. Mo Long, why are you holding me? If we don't eat soon, the crayfish will be burnt. Wu Ta pouted, clearly displeased. All you think about is food, you little glutton. Is your hand healed already? Aren't you afraid of being burnt again? Mo Long chided her. I think my hand is fine, Wu Ta replied weakly. What do you mean, you think? I don't care what you think. I care about what I think, and I think your hand is not healed yet. You must soak it for at least half an hour before you can eat the crayfish. Mo Long declared sternly, taking on the demeanor of a family patriarch. Wu Ta, unable to retort, pondered the fate of the crayfish. But Mo Long, my mother said it's bad to waste food. How about this? Why don't you feed me? Wu Ta looked up at Mo Long with her wide, sparkling eyes. Mo Long, are you 3 years old? Do you need someone to feed you? Upon hearing this, Wu Ta lowered her head, appearing quite dejected. All right, don't be upset. I'll feed you. Is that acceptable? Mo Long sighed, feeling as though he was raising a daughter. Hee, Mo Long, you're the best, Wu Ta exclaimed, lifting her head to plant a kiss on Mo Long's cheek. However, as she moved closer, she found he had already stepped away. How awkward. Thankfully, no one witnessed the moment. Mo Long returned to the fire, collected the skewers of crayfish, and quickly peeled them one by one. Soon enough, a large plate filled with peeled crayfish emerged, which he doused with his prized secret sauce worth 30 million. A plate of aromatic spicy crayfish was thus completed. It smells so good. As Mo Long approached the stream with the crayfish and settled down, Wu Ta was entirely captivated by the spicy delicacies in his hands, a droplet of drool escaping her lips. Hurry, feed me, Feed me. Wu Ta urged. Her mouth agape in anticipation. I'm feeding you, I'm feeding you. Why the rush? I want tea, snatch it from you. Mo Long shook his head, noticing Wu Ta hadn't brought chopsticks. Thus, he could only use his fingers to hold a crayfish and bring it to her lips. Wu Ta, seeing this, opened wide and devoured the crayfish from his fingers. The sensation of her lips brushing against his skin left Mo Long momentarily stunned, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. Yet, he ultimately shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Mo Long, what are you thinking? She asked, just a little girl. Stop those nonsensical musings. Moreover, you are a man with a commitment. If Kaido knew you were abandoning him to become a son-in-law to the red-haired, he would surely have you strung up and whipped for 366 days a year. Wow, it's so spicy. Despite the heat, it's incredibly delicious. Upon her first bite, Wu Ta was struck by the spiciness, yet she found it far more delectable than the 5-spice flavor prepared by Chef Grandpa. With this thought, Wu Ta gazed at Mo Long as if she intended to devour him. If I were to become Ma Long's wife, would I be able to indulge in such delectable Long Sha every day? If Ma Long were to learn of Wu Ta's thoughts, he would surely be infuriated. What a little glutton, captivated by a mere plate of spicy Long Sha. If I were your mother, I would surely discipline you. A plate brimming with Long Sha was consumed entirely by Wu Ta alone. Ma Long couldn't help but wonder how such a small stomach could accommodate such a large serving of Long Sha. Ah, it's so spicy. I need water. Initially, Wu Ta felt fine as she continued to eat the Long Sha. However, upon pausing, the spiciness overwhelmed her, causing her to stick out her tongue. Yet, there was no water in sight. Wait, isn't there a stream at my feet? With this thought, Wu Ta scooped a handful of stream water to drink, only to have it swatted away by Ma Long. Wu Ta, that water isn't clean. Don't drink it recklessly. Although the water appeared crystal clear to the naked eye, and this small island seemed free of pollution, one could never be too cautious of bacteria or parasites. But I'm so spicy, I can't endure it without water. Wu Ta looked at Ma Long with pleading eyes, her lips reddened from the heat. Just wait, I'll be back shortly. Remembering that she had passed through a grove with fruit trees, she thought that while fruit isn't water, it might still alleviate the spiciness. With that, Ma Long dashed off. However, when he returned with fruit in hand, he found Wu Ta drinking from the stream, causing his face to twitch in disbelief. He had initially intended to scold her, but reconsidered. After all, what self-control could one expect from a little girl? It was entirely understandable that she couldn't resist drinking water when it was so spicy. He could only hope nothing would go amiss. Yet, the more one wishes to avoid something, the more likely it is to occur. That very night, Wu Ta developed a fever. Well, let us discuss the events of the night later. It is still daytime. I'm so sorry. I just couldn't resist the spiciness. Wu Ta, holding the water, suddenly noticed Ma Long's return, watching her from a distance. Startled, she quickly let go of the water, pouring it out, and hid her hands behind her back like a child caught in wrongdoing, her gaze darting away from Ma Long. Ma Long said nothing and walked directly towards Wu Ta. As he approached, he extended his hand. Wu Ta instinctively shut her eyes, thinking Ma Long was about to strike her. Instead, he merely ruffled her hair, smiling as he said, "It's all right. I'm not angry with you. Just don't drink it again. Here, if it's still spicy, have some fruit." Ma Long offered the fruit to Wu Ta. She took it, wiped it on her clothing, and took a hearty bite, the juiciness leaving her mouth overflowing with fruit juice. In the afternoon, Wu Ta took Ma Long to climb a tree to gather bird eggs. Ma Long stood below, observing Wu Ta, who was as agile as a monkey, uncertain of what to say. She appeared to be a little girl, yet she seemed livelier than any boy. "Wu Ta, be careful, don't fall," Ma Long cautioned as he watched her ascend halfway up the tree. Although he had suggested he should gather the eggs, Wu Ta had vehemently refused, resulting in the current situation. "Don't worry, Ma Long, I'm fine," Wu Ta called down, waving a hand at him. Just then, disaster struck. In a moment she waved, she lost her footing and plummeted from 10 meters high. The rapid descent startled Wu Ta, making her afraid to open her eyes. However, after a while, she realized she seemed unharmed. Opening her eyes, she found herself cradled in Ma Long's arms. "Ma Long, thank you. I almost thought I was going to die." Feeling a sense of unprecedented security in Ma Long's embrace, Wu Ta wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned forward to plant a quick kiss on his cheek. "Ma Long, let's consider it a little girl-esque gratitude." Ma Long didn't ponder much on it. In the subsequent chapter, Wu Ta shyly remarked after kissing Ma Long, "That was my first kiss." Thud. No sooner had she spoken than Ma Long playfully tapped her on the head. Startled, Wu Ta clutched her head, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at Ma Long, confused by his reaction. What first kiss? You were just a little girl. Where'd you have a first kiss? Ma Long retorted, rolling his eyes at Wuta. Who are you calling a little girl? Wuta protested defiantly. Even if I'm a little girl, so what? Does that mean I can't have a first kiss? You are discriminating against little girls. I want to accept that. And what will you do about it? I say you don't have one, so you don't. Ma Long responded stubbornly. After saying this, he set Wuta down and declared, all right, let us head back. Back? Why must we return? Wuta questioned curiously. Why? Are you planning to continue gathering bird eggs? Ma Long sighed. Of course I must continue. Do you think Wuta would give up easily in the face of difficulty? She placed her hands on her hips, staring intently at Ma Long. Absolutely not. Whatever target I set my sights on, I will obtain it, no matter the cost. Ma Long, gazing into Wuta's bright eyes, felt as if her words held a deeper meaning, but ultimately dismissed it. She was just a little girl. What could she possibly understand? Since you are so stubborn, do as you wish. Ma Long thought to himself. He couldn't forcibly drag Wuta back, after all. He would keep a watchful eye below. Even if she fell, he would be there to catch her. With that thought, Ma Long relaxed. Thus, Wuta resumed her ascent of the great tree, worrying about her safety. He looked up again, wanting to remind her to be cautious. However, upon glancing up, he happened to see something he shouldn't have. The little girl was wearing a skirt. Ma Long, helpless, averted his gaze. After all, a young girl climbing a tree in a skirt could lead to misunderstandings if someone happened to see him staring. After a considerable time, Wuta finally reached the top of the tree, standing at the edge of a bird's nest. She reached out to grab a large white egg that was too big for one hand to fully encompass. Ecstatic, she waved at Ma Long, exclaiming, Ma Long, look at the bird egg in my hand. I told you, whatever I, Wuta, set my eyes on will never escape my grasp, be a bird egg or... Just then, a large bird suddenly swooped down from the sky toward Wuta. Startled, she lost her grip and fell from the tree. Ma Long, witnessing this, rushed forward to catch her. Wuta appeared to possess an unwavering confidence that Ma Long would surely safeguard her, for as she plummeted, she refrained from emitting the usual cries of distress, instead clutching the bird's egg tightly to her chest. Ma Long could only shake his head in disbelief. Sister, you just fallen from a tree several meters high, and yet you remain preoccupied with the egg? A great bird in the sky seemed to sense that one of its treasures was missing. Upon spotting the egg nestled in Wuta's embrace, it spread its wings and dove towards her, its massive form creating a fierce wind with a mere flap. In a moment of sheer fright, Wuta buried her face in Ma Long's arms. Get away! Ma Long glared upward, his eyes fierce as he bellowed, leave. The powerful aura emanating from him caused the descending bird to halt abruptly, flapping its wings and circling in the air for a brief moment before letting out a shriek and departing from the scene. This spectacle left Wuta in awe, her face filled with admiration. Ma Long, you are incredible. You scared off that bird with just a word. You are amazing, she exclaimed, planting a kiss on his cheek. Ma Long was speechless, thinking to himself, I learned this from your father. Are you satisfied now? You have the egg, can we return? Within a short span of time, she had fallen from the tree twice. What could Ma Long say? If he hadn't been there, would she have faced dire consequences? He recalled Salong's senior sister, who had perished after falling from the stairs. This tree was far taller than those stairs, and this girl appeared much more fragile than the formidable hyena who could easily best along. Wutar nodded, then looked at Ma Long and said, Ma Long, what do you think about hatching this egg? Once the bird baby is born, I will be the mother, and you shall be the father. What do you think? Ma Long pondered the adorable thoughts of the little girl. Is this what all young girls think? Becoming parents to a bird? Is this truly a game of house? He mused. I think it would be better to simply make a fried egg and eat it. As he carried it up, he remarked, you just saw how fierce that bird was. Although this egg appears significantly smaller than its mother, one day it will grow just as large. I fear you may not be able to handle it. What if you decide to ride that great bird in the sky and fall? Absolutely not. I have worked hard to acquire this egg. I intend to raise it. Upon hearing Ma Long's suggestion to make a fried egg, Wuta clutched the egg even tighter, resembling a little girl protecting her beloved doll from an unscrupulous uncle. Ma Long halted, gazing at Wuta with wide eyes. She, undeterred, held his gaze. After a long moment, Ma Long relented. Fine, if you wish to raise it, then do so. But I believe it is highly unlikely it will hatch. Not a chance. I will definitely hatch it, Wuta huffed adorably, declaring, then it will be our baby. Ma Long chose not to respond, as the topic felt too embarrassing. Soon, he returned to the quaint wooden cabin with Wuta in his arms. Only after placing her down did he realize he had carried her the entire way. What had he been thinking? Why had he held her? Surely it wasn't merely for comfort? No, that couldn't be it. It must be because he was concerned she would continue her mischievous antics. Perhaps believing one lonely egg required siblings, prompting her to steal more. Indeed, he had only embraced her to prevent her from taking further risks. Sigh, this is exhausting. I feel like a babysitter. Thankfully, it has only been 2 days. If it were a lifetime, that would be unbearable. Chapter 89. The girl's temperature rises upon returning to the cabin. Uta eagerly prepared to incubate the bird baby. She carried the egg into the room, placed it on the bed, and laid down atop it, even covering herself with a blanket. Watching her antics, Meilong sighed. If she manages to hatch that bird, I will be her lifelong caretaker. As night fell, the bird had yet to hatch, but had developed a fever. It was uncertain whether it was due to drinking creek water during the day or the heat of covering herself with a blanket while trying to incubate the egg. Meilong, am I going to die? She weakly grasped his hand from the bed, her voice frail. Meilong, what? The little girl babbled nonsensically. It's just a fever. You'll be fine soon. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Meilong held her hand, patting her knuckles reassuringly. Stay here while I fetch your father to bring a doctor. As he moved to leave, she clutched his finger tightly, pleading, Meilong, don't go. I fear if you leave, I may never see you again. Wuta, stop talking nonsense. I told you it's just a common fever. You'll be all right, I promise. Just lie still, and I'll get a doctor to prescribe you some medicine, and you'll feel better shortly. Meilong slowly pried his hand from her grip, but Wuta held on fiercely. He couldn't pull away too forcefully for fear of hurting her, so he carefully loosened her grip, finger by finger. Seeing her pained expression tugged at his heart, and he cursed himself for preparing spicy crayfish for her. Now she was suffering from a fever. What a misfortune. Meilong, you will come back, won't you? You won't abandon me, right? Azur's grip was finally released. Her face paled slightly, revealing her anxiety about being left alone. What nonsense are you speaking? How could I ever abandon you, my princess? Meilong leaned down, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. This overly sentimental gesture nearly caused him to cringe in embarrassment, but he felt it would comfort Wa. Sure enough, upon hearing his words, she smiled brightly. Yes, Meilong, I believe in you. Hurry and go seek the wizard to lift the curse upon me. Once the curse is lifted, I shall marry you. Of course, I shall go find the wizard now. Meilong chuckled at the situation. After all, what teenage girl didn't dream of being a princess? Only at this age did one fantasize about marrying a wealthy partner. Soon, Meilong found the red-haired individual, who promptly summoned the ship's doctor upon hearing Meilong's account to Tentoa. After examining her, the doctor concluded that her fever was likely due to overheating from being bundled in blankets, resulting in heat stroke. It was nothing serious. Ultimately, the doctor prescribed some medicine, which the red-haired individual prepared and administered to Ah. The doctor assured them that after taking the medicine and resting, she would be well by morning. Hearing this, both Meilong and the red-haired individual breathed a sigh of relief. However, the red-haired individual cast a fierce glare at Meilong, seemingly conveying, I entrusted my daughter to your care, and barely a day has passed before you allowed her to fall ill. This time, Meilong had indeed erred, leaving him feeling sheepish and unable to meet the red-haired individual's gaze. Father, I wish to speak with Meilong. Could you step outside for a moment? Yuta said, gazing at the red-haired figure squatting by the bed, tenderly tending to her hair. The red-haired one felt an icy chill in her heart. My dear daughter, I am your father. Upon hearing that you were feverish, I had disregarded everything and rushed here, personally preparing the medicine for you and administering it myself. Yet you wish for me to leave immediately after taking it? It seems my daughter is less considerate than Kaido's daughter. At least Kaido wronged the he first by imprisoning her. Thus, the he's dutifulness in wishing to send Kaido away is understandable. However, Yuta father, seeing that the red-haired one did not respond, Yuta spoke again. Very well, I shall step out now. The red-haired one forced a smile, though her heart was bleeding. Meilong, that scoundrel. Had she known such events would unfold, she would have never invited Kaido and Meilong to the banquet yesterday. She should have drawn her blade sooner. Damn it, boy, should you ever dare to wrong my daughter, you better think carefully about the sharpness of my blade. As she departed, the red-haired one paused beside Meilong and issued a threat. Meilong remained silent, unsure how to respond. After speaking, the red-haired one left. Once she was gone, Meilong took her place by the bedside, crouching down to grasp Yuta's hand. Yuta, I am truly sorry. It is all my fault. If I had stopped you from going after the bird eggs during the day, this situation would not have occurred. Meilong felt immense guilt. He wished fervently that he were the one afflicted with the fever. Alas, he lacked the ability to transfer such ailments. System, who told you that you lack this ability? Have you inquired with the system? Well, this was merely a figment of Ma Long's imagination. He wished the system would make its presence known and deliver a resounding slap to his face. Unfortunately, nothing came. What nonsense am I speaking? It was I who wanted to pursue the bird eggs. It is my fault. Moreover, the sorcerer has declared that the curse upon me has been lifted, and soon. After a good night's sleep, I shall recover. So fret not. Previously, it was Ma Long who comforted her, yet now it was Utah who consoled him. Gazing at Utah's flushed face from the fever, Ma Long smiled, though he was unsure why he felt this way. He simply wanted to smile. Indeed, I'm not worried. Just sleep soundly. I shall guard you right here. Ma Long gently tucked Utah's small hand back under the covers, patting them as he attempted to lull her to sleep. He was uncertain if this method would prove effective, but he recalled seeing it portrayed on television. The dramas even featured lullabies. Recalling this, he began to serenade her in his less than melodious voice. Little darling, close your eyes. In dreams, I shall be by your side. I'll share your laughter, share your sighs. With you, I abide. Little darling, close your eyes. You'll dream of me many times. With me, your dreams are bright. Awake, you'll find delight. Thus, Utah drifted into slumber, lulled by Ma Long's lullaby. Chapter 90. Dahi's Wedding Heist. Utah's corruption in her dreams. Utah envisioned herself grown up, walking down the aisle with Ma Long. However, as she donned her wedding gown and entered the chapel, a woman with horns and a spiked club burst in, snatching Ma Long away before her eyes. Ma Long offered no resistance to the wedding heist, simply following the woman out. Regardless of her desperate cries from the ground, it was to no avail. Faced with this, she ultimately succumbed to darkness, deciding to wield her powers to plunge the entire world into the same despair and suffering she endured, declaring, "If I cannot live well, then no one shall." In the morning, Utah awoke with a start, drenched in cold sweat from the nightmare she had just experienced. The first half of the dream had been so blissful, as she and Ma Long entered the sanctity of marriage. Yet why? Why was there someone there to seize her groom? And who was that grotesque woman with horns and a club? Such attire was more suited for a robber than a wedding crasher. What's wrong? What's wrong? Ma Long, who had spent the night beside her, was startled awake by her scream. Wait, you were awake all night, and now you've been startled awake? The phrasing, no doubt about it. This is the author's true skill. Utah, you're awake? Upon seeing Utah sitting up in bed, Ma Long asked with concern, "How is your health? Are you feeling better? No more fever?" He pressed his hand against her forehead. It feels normal. To be certain, Ma Long pressed his forehead against hers for comparison. Yes, I am now certain. Utah has recovered. Ma Long, you won't abandon me, will you? Before Ma Long could breathe a sigh of relief, Utah burst into tears and threw herself into his arms. Ma Long was taken aback, but instinctively wrapped his arms around her, gently patting her back in comfort. Of course. What are you thinking? Even if I were to abandon someone, it would never be you. By the way, do you know a woman with horns? Utah emerged from Ma Long's embrace, fixing her gaze upon him with unblinking intensity. A woman with horns? Ma Long was momentarily taken aback. He was uncertain whether the woman she described was the one haunting his thoughts, for indeed, women of the demon clan all bore horns. Indeed, do you know her? Utah pressed, as if interrogating him. Ma Long pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No, I do not know her. Although he was unsure of Utah's reasoning behind the inquiry, the very fact she posed it indicated a significant cause, and judging by her demeanor and expression, it seemed anything but pleasant. Thus, Ma Long told a benevolent lie. In truth, he genuinely did not recognize her. Although he had visited the Demon Island, he had felt unwell that night and sought a room to rest, hardly encountering anyone. For reasons unknown, despite Utah merely describing the woman as having horns, he could not shake the feeling that she referred to the he. Do not question it. It is simply a man's instinct. Truly not acquainted? Gazing into Ma Long's innocent and clear eyes, Utah felt he was not fabricating a story. This led her to ponder whether the horned woman from her dream might be someone Ma Long would encounter in the future, or if it was merely a figment of her imagination. Utah found herself ensnared in confusion. On one hand, she yearned for it to be true, as that would signify a future where she and Ma Long would wed. On the other hand, she dreaded the possibility, for it would mean that the horned woman would seize Ma Long away from her. Ah, how infuriating! Utah found herself in a dilemma, furiously kicking her legs on the bed in a fit of temper. Ma Long initially intended to offer her some comfort, but ultimately decided to let Utah vent her frustrations. After all, he was at a loss about the situation, unsure of what words could provide solace. After a brief outburst, Yuta stopped and shyly spoke to Mo Long. Mo Long, could you possibly forget what just happened? Normally, I'm quite gentle. Gentle? After a day spent together, Mo Long certainly did not share that impression. Could a gentle girl catch shrimp and climb trees to gather eggs? Never mind, that was not the point. Well, I've already forgotten, he replied, though he said it to humor Yuta. By the way, shall we go hiking today? Yuta proposed, looking at Mo Long. You just said you were a gentle girl, and now you suggest hiking? Let's skip it. What would I say to Hong Fa if something happened to you? Mo Long declined. But you are leaving tomorrow, Yuta exclaimed, grasping Mo Long's arm and shaking it, her large, teary eyes and the cute pout of her lips making it hard for anyone to resist. All right, I concede. Just don't cry. Ultimately, Mo Long succumbed to Yuta's tearful assault. At that moment, a loud knock echoed through the room. The wooden door swung open to reveal Hong Fa, who rushed in upon seeing that Yuta had awakened. Kneeling beside her bed, he asked with concern, Yuta, are you feeling better? Has your fever subsided? Shall I fetch the ship's doctor to examine you? Daddy, is that how you fulfill your role as a father? Look at Mo Long. He stayed up all night just to watch over me. Where were you, the so-called father? Yuta reproached him. But wasn't it you who insisted I leave last night? I listened to you, and now I'm in the wrong? Is it because you have a boyfriend that everything I do is wrong? Hong Fa felt utterly exasperated. He had always believed his daughter was his little treasure, but now it seemed her heart was wholly devoted to Mo Long. Recalling his conversation with Kaido for the previous night, where Kaido had mocked him for having a black-hearted little cotton-padded jacket for a daughter, Hong Fa couldn't help but reflect on the absurdity of the situation. He had laughed heartily at Kaido's expense, saying, Brother, you must learn from me in raising daughters. My Yuta is the epitome of affection. Now, however, he felt as though he had been dealt a crushing blow to his pride. After confirming Yuta's recovery from her fever, Hong Fa decided to leave, feeling that his presence was unwelcome, especially while Mo Long was still around. He was certain that once Mo Long departed the next day, Yuta would revert to being her affectionate self. All he could do now was hope that Mo Long and Kaido would leave as quickly as possible, wishing they would vanish far from his sight. Had he known it would come to this, he would never have acquiesced to Yuta's request to keep Kaido and Mo Long aboard. It felt as though he had lost both a prized fruit and his daughter in one fell swoop. Since becoming a pirate, he had never felt such a loss, not even in his former life. Meanwhile, in a smoke-filled office at the Navy headquarters, Akainu sneezed violently, sending the cigar from the corner of his mouth flying. Rubbing his nose, he cursed, Who the hell is cursing me? Do you want to experience the warmth of my lava? With Hong Fa gone, Yuta eagerly pulled Mo Long to go hiking. After all, he was set to leave the following day, and she longed to create a beautiful memory with him before his departure. Chased away, Mo Long chuckled at Yuta's choice of words, realizing that her earlier reprimand of Hong Fa had been a deliberate ploy to provoke him. Oh dear, you're growing more cunning by the day. With Yamato ahead and Yuta behind, how could Hong Fa's heart not crumble from within? Ultimately, Mo Long found himself unable to resist Yuta's enthusiasm and agreed to accompany her on the hike. Thus, hand in hand, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. It wasn't particularly tall, given that it was merely a small island. Mo Long estimated the peak to be around 100 meters high, a mere hill by any standard. Yet, after climbing halfway, Yuta gasped for breath, declaring that she could go no further and requested to be carried. Uncertain if she was feigning fatigue or genuinely struggling, Mo Long could not bear to refuse the hopeful look in her eyes. He crouched down, inviting her to climb onto his back. Yuta, thrilled, leapt onto him, and with ease, he lifted her. Carrying a child of her size was a simple task, and within half an hour, they reached the summit. At the top, the refreshing breeze invigorated them. Standing at the peak, one can survey the small mountains below. After their climb, hunger struck, and fortunately, Mo Long had gathered some fruit along the way. They sat atop the mountain, enjoying the view while munching on the fruits and engaging in conversation. Mo Long, do you have any dreams? Yuta asked, biting into an apple. Dreams? He mused, realizing he had none. He merely wished to live happily, desiring a simple life without ambitions. Perhaps he understood that even if he had aspirations, they would remain unattainable. This was his mindset from his previous life. But what about now? He had yet to determine his path, preferring to let things unfold naturally. I have none. What about you? He replied, turning the question back to her. Yuta sat on the ground, propping her chin on her hands, and adorably declared, My dream is to become a songstress, so that everyone in the world can hear my voice. Mo Long was taken aback. You want to become a songstress? Does that not make Hong Fa your father the songstress dad? What's wrong with that? Do you think my dream is unworthy? What would you prefer my dream to be? I am open to change. Upon noticing that Mei Long remained unresponsive, Would have mistakenly assumed he disapproved of her aspiration to be a songstress. Consequently, she quickly retracted her statement. Mei Long, however, was left speechless. Just because I do not favor the idea of you being a songstress, does that mean you should abandon your dream? Such fragility in your aspirations is rather disheartening. No, it's not that I dislike it. Mei Long shook his head, asserting that if this is your dream, you should pursue it. And I will support you. Really? Thank you, Mei Long. Would have leaned closer and planted a kiss on his cheek. Mei Long pondered, why is this girl so fond of displaying affection? After spending an entire day on the mountain, he had carried Wood up and now had to carry her down as well. As night fell, it was time to rest. Mei Long initially intended to endure the night on the sofa. However, upon seeing how weary he appeared, Wood insisted he sleep in the bed, unable to refuse her kindness. Mei Long acquiesced. With his eyes closed and reopened, the dawn arrived. When Mei Long woke to the light of day, he found Wood entangled around him like an octopus. With a sigh, he carefully extricated himself from her embrace and tiptoed out of the room. Parting is always poignant, yet it is an inevitability. He had met with Kaido the previous night, discussing his departure early the next morning. It was best to leave while Wood was still asleep. After 2 days of companionship, he had gleaned a fair understanding of the girl's thoughts. However, Wood was still too young, and he felt incapable of navigating this emotional terrain. Thus, he chose not to respond. Quietly putting on his shoes, Mei Long approached the door, opened it, and stepped outside. He gazed at Wood's sleeping form and smiled softly, murmuring, Wood, farewell. He then closed the wooden door behind him and departed without looking back. Chapter 92. Kaido, you have changed. Do you no longer desire Lingling? At the dock, Kaido was bidding a heartfelt farewell to the red-haired Shanks. Do not inquire why it was at the dock. Although Kaido had not arrived by ship, the formality of a farewell must be upheld. Brother, thank you for your generous hospitality over the past 2 days. Next time you visit Guidao, I shall treat you to the strongest liquor, the fiercest beasts, and the fairest maidens, Kaido proclaimed boisterously, looking at Shanks. Shanks chuckled in response, stating there was no need for such formality. Simply treating him to a drink would suffice. The rest was unnecessary. Though Shanks wore a smile, internally he was cursing. You came here and took 2 of my devil fruits, along with your son stealing my daughter's heart. This was merely your visit. If I were to visit you, would I return unscathed? Thus, a trip to Guidao was out of the question for me, now and forever. Haha. Shanks, what kind of relationship do we have? Do not be so formal. I assure you, when you come to Guidao, you will experience the vibrant nightlife there. The women are truly enchanting. Kaido laughed heartily, gripping Shanks' shoulder. After all, could I truly acquire your 2 devil fruits without a cost? It is impossible. You must come. I await your arrival at Guidao. No free handouts? Then perhaps you should save some money. Shanks rolled his eyes but continued to smile. No problem. I will certainly visit when I have the chance. Thus, Kaido and Shanks shared a heartfelt farewell for 10 minutes. Mei Long stood at a distance, feeling bemused. Please, I have not felt such a profound sense of parting with Wood. Why are these 2 grown men engaging in such emotional displays? Kaido, you have truly changed. Do you no longer desire Lingling? Kid, we must depart. Finally, after concluding their conversation, Kaido transformed into his dragon form, soaring through the air, calling out to Mei Long. I'm coming. Upon hearing Kaido's voice, Mei Long dashed forward, leaping onto the dragon's back. After securing Mei Long, Kaido ascended into the sky, disappearing from Shanks and his companion's sight. In a little wooden house, Wood lay in bed, rubbing her eyes as she slowly awakened. However, when she realized Mei Long was no longer by her side, she froze in disbelief. Oh, today Mei Long is leaving. He wouldn't just go without saying goodbye, would he? With this thought, Wood sprang from her bed, barely taking the time to put on her shoes, and quickly rushed out the door. Mei Long, Mei Long, Mei Long, she cried out as she ran. She soon arrived at the dock, her clothes dirty from the hurried journey, having fallen several times. Despite the pain from her scrapes, the little girl did not relent, enduring the discomfort as she continued to run. By the time she reached the dock, her once pink dress was nearly gray from the dirt. Daddy, where's Mei Long? Where has he gone? Wood approached the dock, not seeing Mei Long, but rather the red-haired crew. She immediately ran to Shanks, grasping his arm and demanding answers. Seeing Wood's dirty appearance and the traces of tears on her face caused Shanks' heart to ache. He reached out to wipe her soiled cheek, but she swatted his hand away, loudly questioning, "Where is Malone? Where did he go?" Upon having his hand rejected and hearing Wooda's heart-wrenching voice, Shanks felt even more sorrowful. It was only 2 days together, yet it seemed Wooda had developed an indelible bond with Malone. He just left. Shanks had no other choice but to inform her. This harsh reality might plunge Wooda into despair, but he could not mislead her. He left just like that. Upon hearing this, Wooda collapsed to the ground, devoid of strength, her eyes vacant as she repeatedly whispered, he left, just like that, without even a farewell." "Wooda, please do not react this way." Observing her distress, Shanks felt an overwhelming urge to console her, yet he was at a loss for words. What is love, that it compels one to such extremes? "Do not concern yourself with me." Upon hearing her name called, Wooda shouted at him, her eyes fixed upon him with a fierce intensity. Shanks was taken aback by her reaction. Internally, he scolded Malone. "You fool, couldn't you have soothed Wooda before leaving?" Ultimately, all her sorrow transformed into tears as Wooda covered her face, weeping profoundly, reminiscent of the heartbreak from her dream the previous night, where she was robbed of her wedding by Dahi. Just then, a sigh echoed before her, followed by a gentle voice. "Little one, why are you crying so sorrowfully? Who has upset you? Tell me, and I shall deal with your Malone brother." As the words fell, her cries subsided. Wuta, in disbelief, looked up and beheld the face she had longed for day and night. Instantly, her tears transformed into laughter as she stood up, took a running leap, and landed on Malong's shoulders, wrapping her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. The force of her leap caused Malone to stagger backward several steps before he squatted down, sitting on the ground. How embarrassing. He couldn't even catch a girl. Was he to let the girls do all the work in bed from now on? Chapter 93. The fourth devil fruit. "Look at you, cry like a big, ugly cat." Malone teased while sitting on the ground, wiping away the tears from Yuda's cheeks. "You're the ugly one," Yuda retorted fiercely, not pleased to be called unattractive, especially by someone she admired. She responded not only with words, but also by playfully punching Malone's chest. At that moment, the red-haired captain signaled to his crew with a glance, indicating they should retreat and give the couple some private space. The crew understood, nodding in agreement before tiptoeing away from the dock. Soon, only Malone and Yuda remained. As for Kaido, he was soaring high in the sky. "All right, we've fought and vented our feelings. Can I get off now?" Malone said, looking at Yuda, who was still perched on him. No. Yuda shook her head vigorously. "You bad guy. You didn't say goodbye before sneaking away while I was asleep. Were you planning to leave without any farewell if I hadn't caused a scene? You remember that you caused a scene?" Malone chuckled. "Earlier, when I called you a little girl, you denied it. What big girl cries like that? None. Only little girls do." Fine. I'm a little girl, is that enough?" Yuda conceded without further argument, gazing intently at Malone and asking earnestly, "Malone, after this separation, will we meet again?" "What do you mean by that? Why wouldn't we meet again? You're unmarried, and so am I," Malone replied, countering her question. Yuda found it strange. "Just because we're both single doesn't mean we have to see each other again. When will you come to see me again?" she asked softly, pressing her face against his chest. "That depends on the situation. If I have time, I might come to see you," Malone replied after a moment of contemplation. "When will you have time?" Yuda looked up at him. "Little girl, why the big reaction?" "I just don't have time right now." Malone pinched Yuda's nose playfully. "You really don't want to part with me, do you? How about you just come back with me?" Malone joked. However, Yuda's eyes lit up. "Right? I can go back with you, and then we can be together again." "Malone, I've decided. I want to go back with you." Malone coughed. "I was joking. If you go back with me, what will happen to the red-haired captain? He has not a child. He has many companions. Whether I'm there or not, it makes no difference." Yuda wrinkled her nose, reasoning. Malone, covering his face, eventually managed to convince Yuda to abandon her idea of going back with him. After chatting a bit longer, the moment of parting arrived. "Yuda, I'm leaving," Malone said, looking at her. "Can't you stay?" Yuda pouted. "No, I've told you many times that I have my own matters to attend to. If you keep this up, I might get angry and never speak to you again," Malone threatened. Yuda, frightened, grasped Malone's hand, shaking it in a playful manner. "Malone, I'm sorry. Please don't ignore me in the future. You promised to visit me on this day next year, and you mustn't deceive me." "I won't deceive you. I promise to visit you on this day next year," Malone assured her. "Let us make a pinky promise." Yuda extended her pinky finger. Malone, feeling somewhat helpless, complied with Yuda's childish pinky promise game. "Pinky swear if you lie. You'll be a little dog." Yuda linked her pinky with Malone's, shaking them as they solidified their agreement. "Shall I leave now?" Malone asked, looking at Yuda. "Yes. You may go. I'll stand here and watch you, Yuta replied. Then Malong whistled. A massive dragon head emerged from the clouds. Malong waved at it. In the next moment, the Qinglong swooped down and appeared before Malong. He jumped onto the dragon's head and waved at Yuta, saying, Yuta, I'm leaving. No karain, where your pretty face will become ugly. I don't like little girls who are adorably ugly. Having said that, Malong took off with Kaido. As she watched Malong's retreating figure, Yuta quickly pouted in disappointment, then directed her frustration at the empty air, exclaiming, You're the ugly one. Yuta is the prettiest. Yet, as she spoke, tears began to flow anew. The red-haired captain hid behind a large tree, observing the scene. Though he wanted to comfort his daughter, he understood that intervening now would not be wise. It was better to give Yuta some private space. Besides, crying and venting might be beneficial for her. Kaido soared for quite a while, having flown far from the red-haired captain's territory before stopping in midair. He then conjured a flame cloud for Malong to stand on, reverting to his human form and producing a devil fruit in his hand. Here, little brat, this is for you. Seeing the devil fruit in Kaido's hand, Malong smiled. Did you really manage to snag it for free? By the way, what kind of devil fruit is this? Kaido shook his head. It seems the red-haired crew doesn't consume devil fruits, so I'm not very knowledgeable about them. You'll know once you eat it. Fair enough. Malong nodded, taking the fruit from Kaido's hand and biting into it before discarding the rest. Upon consuming the devil fruit, Malong instantly acquired its knowledge. Animal type, kanjiing fruit. In the next moment, Malong transformed into a gigantic kanjiing, his wings spanning 5 meters, granting him the ability to soar through the skies, which thrilled him as he flew around for a while before returning. System. Detecting the host possesses a compatible devil fruit ability. Does the host choose to fuse? Chapter 94. Ability Fusion. Sky Sovereign. Flying Butter Dragon, of course. I choose to fuse. Malong immediately responded to the system's voice. System. Host agrees to fusion. Kanjiing ability and Huangyo Boanglong ability are commencing fusion. Ability fusion complete. Host acquires new ability, Flying Huangyo Boanglong. Fakian Huangyu Boanglong annotation. Based on the Huangyu Boanglong, a pair of wings has sprouted from its back, granting the host the ability to soar through the skies. From that moment on, the host is not merely the apex predator on land, but also the sovereign of the skies. Acquired new ability, Quangfeng. Quangfeng annotation. By flapping its wings, it can generate a tremendous wind force capable of sending Kaido flying. For Malong, the sensation was clear. He had grown stronger. In the next moment, Malong transformed into the flying Boanglong. With a thunderous roar that pierced the heavens, the impact of his conqueror's haki dispersed the surrounding clouds. Quangfeng. In an instant, Malong unleashed Quangfeng upon Kaido. His massive wings flapped rapidly, creating an intense gust that sent Kaido hurtling away. What on earth just happened? Kaido was taken completely off guard, as he was forcefully blown away by the fierce wind. After finally transforming into his Qinglong form and halting midair, he gazed into the distance at the winged Boanglong radiating a golden glow, feeling as if he were ensnared in a dream. What the hell? Kid, have you mutated? Kaido recalled that the Boanglong fruit he had given to Malong should not have wings, right? Boanglongs don't have wings, for heaven's sake. Those belong to Western dragons. Moreover, the color is all wrong. Isn't Conqueror's haki supposed to be brown? Why has it turned yellow? Under the sunlight, it even has a golden sheen. Kaido felt his mind was overwhelmed. Could it be that what he saw the Boanglong on Onigashima was its unawakened state? Has Malong now awakened? Nonsense. Even if a Boanglong were to awaken, it shouldn't sprout wings. What ridiculous thoughts. Hearing Kaido's words, Malong chuckled. Surely not, Kaido. Did I not mention that I possess the ability to fuse the powers of devil fruits? Kaido, why am I flying? It turns out it's you who is being blown away by me. You little brat, do you have to boast so much? Fusion of devil fruit abilities? Nonsense. Such a power cannot exist in this world. Kaido gritted his teeth, determined. Uninformed. Upon hearing this, Malong scoffed at him. Before me, have you ever witnessed someone who could be killed and then resurrected? No. So, before my arrival, your understanding may have been correct, but after I emerged, it became erroneous. For my existence is meant to shatter conventions. If I had not fused the abilities of the Kanjiing and the Boanglong, how could I have given the Boanglong wings? Would you not agree, Kaido? So, the golden radiance enveloping you is the ability granted by the Huangyu fruit? Though reluctant to concede, Kaido had to admit that Malong was right. He had never seen anyone resurrected after death before. Not only had he not seen it, he had never even heard of it. Kid, You truly have surprised me again. Kaido gazed into Malong's eyes, which were shining brighter. Initially, he thought that Malong's resurrection ability was already impressive, but to discover that he also possessed the power to fuse devil fruits was astonishing. Just how remarkable is this fellow? Oh, it turns out he is my son-in-law, then all is well. Indeed, the golden hue is a result of the fusion with the Huanyu fruit. Malong nodded and struck a pose, saying what you think. Quite handsome, isn't it? Handsome? My Qing Long is the epitome of handsomeness. You merely resemble an upright lizard. In comparison to me, you fall woefully short. Why must you always show off, Malong? Thus, Kaido retorted. Upon hearing this, Malong became dejected. He moved to a corner, squatted down, traced circles in the flames, and muttered, Kaido, I curse you, I curse you, I curse you. Kaido, kid, enough already. You used to be so sharp-tongued, and I never reacted like this. Now, I merely retort once, and you can't handle it? Indeed, my heart is fragile like glass. Kaido, if you do not apologize today, I shall not rise. Saying this, Malong lay down on the flames, rolling about like a child. Kaido, exasperated, thought, kid, enough. Are you 3 years old? Rolling on the ground? He covered his forehead, utterly speechless at Malong's antics. All right, stop playing. If you wish to have fun, we need to finish our business and return to Onigashima. At that point, Yamato can entertain you as much as you desire. Isn't that far more enjoyable than rolling on the ground? Malong baffled. What on earth? Is this something a father should say? If he were Yamato, he would certainly choose to fulfill his filial duties and personally send Kaido off. Fortunately, he is not Yamato. Hence, he silently gave Kaido a thumbs up. Kaido, you are truly amazing. For your selfless act of giving away your daughter, I guarantee you will become the Pirate King within 3 years. I stand by this. Even if Roger were to rise from the grave, he could not stop me. Kaido, I'm up. Let us go back to Onigashima, quickly. We have been away for so long. What if someone attacks Onigashima? That is the power you took 20 years to establish. We must return to defend Onigashima and obliterate all who dare to invade. Malong seized Kaido's arm, urging him to hurry back to Onigashima. Kaido, utterly speechless, thought, good heavens. If you don't mention Yamato, you're rolling on the ground. But the moment you mention Yamato, you immediately wish to return to Onigashima? Why the rush? Yamato is not going anywhere. Kaido shrugged Malong off and stated, First, let us have a spar. I wish to gauge your strength. Malong baffled. Who in the world wants to spar with you? I simply wish to return to Onigashima to test Yamato's depths and let her gauge my prowess. As for you wanting to assess my strength, I can tell you right now, I weigh 120 pounds, so, Kaido, can we go back now? For some reason, Malong suddenly felt an overwhelming desire to play with Yamato. Was it perhaps an interest sparked by Yuta? Nonsense. Who cares about your weight? Kaido rolled his eyes. Stop pretending to be foolish. If you don't spar with me today, I won't let you go anywhere. Regardless, Malong now possesses the abilities of 4 devil fruits. Although one of them is not particularly useful, the other 3 are formidable. Sigh, just a spar before returning to Onigashima? Malong sighed. Though he could now fly and could return to Onigashima, he had no idea which direction the entrance faced. Let us fight first. Kaido did not provide a definitive response. His intention was to visit the Whitebeard pirates, so it was implausible for him to return to Onigashima after merely engaging in a skirmish. At the very least, he intended to pay a visit to the Whitebeard pirates to acquire a few devil fruits. After all, bringing the Malong along was meant to enhance its power. Before returning, it was imperative that the strength of the Malong met his satisfaction. Sighing, Malong remarked that although the outcome of the battle was apparent, the necessity to fight remained a mystery. Kaido, could it be that you take pleasure in bullying the weak? Who dares to bully you? Kaido was at a loss for words. You brat, your words are quite ungracious. I merely wish to ascertain the approximate level of your current strength. Well then, Kaido, here I come. Malong declared, charging towards Kaido. With a powerful tail swipe, the majestic flying Boanglong abruptly appeared before Kaido, halting midair before delivering a fierce tail strike aimed at him. Observing this, Kaido extended his hand, prepared to seize the tail as it swung toward him. To his astonishment, just when Kaido believed he had grasped the tail, he felt something slick and slippery, causing it to slip from his grasp and land a resounding blow to his face, sending him flying. What the hell? Kaido exclaimed as he executed a 360-degree flip in midair before landing firmly on a flaming cloud. Rubbing his face where Malong had struck him, he glared at the young one and asked, What did you do? Why did your tail slip from my grasp? In that fleeting moment, Kaido felt as though the tail he held had transformed into a slippery eel entirely impossible to hold on to. Kaido, are you foolish? Did I not mention that my body is coated in a layer of butter? Naturally, it was slippery. After sending Kaido flying with a single tail swipe, Molong felt a surge of pride, convinced of his prowess. However, Kaido transformed into a paternal figure, imparting a lesson to Molong about his limits. Stop. Kaido, you concede, please, no more, it hurts. Molong, moment of bravado was fleeting. Subsequently, he was thoroughly schooled by Kaido. Still want to act tough? Kaido kicked Molong hard. Molong cried out, no more acting tough. Yet internally he pondered, isn't life about showing off? If one cannot boast, what is the point of existence? Kaido, mark my words, once I consume 10 more devil fruits, I shall return the favor. He then recanted his previous notion of ensuring Kaido's ascension to Pirate King within 3 years, declaring instead that he would support Yamato in becoming the Pirate King, while reluctantly accepting the role of the man behind the throne. Still think I'm foolish? Kaido kicked Molong again, sending him flying. He immediately pursued, stepping on Molong chest and pinning him down on the flaming cloud. Enough. You, Kaido, are the greatest genius in the world. From now on, I shall refer to you as Great Genius. Molong felt as though every bone in his body had been shattered by Kaido. Indeed, the four emperors were on an entirely different level. He could only feign confidence when Kaido was not serious. Nevertheless, Kaido, remember this grudge. I shall repay it. When you find yourself in a state akin to Whitebeard, relying on an oxygen tank, I will be sure to pull your oxygen tube first. A gentleman's vengeance is never late, but I am no gentleman, so my revenge will be swift and ruthless. All right, little brat, are you all right? Kaido reached down to lift Molong from the flaming cloud, brushing off the shoe prints on his body with a smile. Do not blame me for being harsh. It is solely because I fear you may suffer outside. My actions are merely to teach you a lesson, to remind you that there are always greater powers beyond your own, and you should not constantly seek to show off. True prowess is what constitutes showing off. Lacking power renders one a fool. Had I not been your father-in-law, anyone else would have long since dismembered you for your insolence. Enough, Kaido, I understand. To hit is to express affection, and to scold is to convey love. I comprehend that your 352 kicks were merely expressions of your deep affection for me. No need for explanation. Molong smiled at Kaido. Upon hearing this, Kaido's face twitched in disbelief. Damn it, you remember the 352 kicks so clearly? What are you planning? Will you return each kick when you become powerful? To hit is to express affection. Does that mean you will love me to death by kicking me to my demise? Gazing into his Molong benevolent smile, Kaido couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding about his future. Come, little brat, you must be tired. Would you like some water? Kaido produced a bottle of water from somewhere and offered it to Molong. Lay down. I shall give you a massage. You must be exhausted from the earlier skirmish. He then placed the Boanglong down and knelt beside Molong to provide a massage. Molong, what is going on? One moment, you seemed intent on killing me, and the next, you are so eager to please. Furthermore, you think I'm exhausted from the previous battle? That was no battle at all. Aside from that initial strike, when I caught you off guard, everything else was you mercilessly tormenting me. I lay on the ground the whole time. Although being beaten is tiring, could it be that Kaido possesses the ability to read minds? Did he sense my thoughts of wanting to remove his oxygen tube? Is that why he is now trying to appease me? Indeed, that must be it. Molong nodded, beginning to relish Kaido's massage. Sigh. If only Yamato were the one giving me this massage, it would be even better. As a man, he felt that something was missing. Awaken, little brat, awaken. After an unknown duration, Molong hazily heard someone calling him. As he groggily opened his eyes, he was startled to see a gigantic head looming before him. A bull-headed man. Kaido, what the? Damn it, little brat. Who are you calling a bull-headed man? Can you not refer to anyone with horns as a bull-headed person? Moreover, these are demon horns, not bull horns. Kaido's expression darkened. I painstakingly gave you a massage, and you had the audacity to fall asleep. Did I fall asleep? Molong rose from the ground, bewildered. When did I fall asleep? Was Kaido really massaging me? Or was it merely a dream? And what about the 352 kicks I received earlier? Were they real or not? In that moment, Molong was thoroughly confused. Enough, little brat. There is no time for contemplation. Quickly mount the dragon. We must hasten to the territory of Baihuzi. If we are fortunate, we might even arrive in time for dinner. Kaido declared as he transformed into his azure dragon form. Addressing the Mo Long shifted his shoulders and winced. Ouch. That hurts, Kaido. You truly kicked me 352 times, he pointedly remarked. What nonsense are you spouting, brat? When did I ever kick you? You must be dreaming, Kaido replied with utmost seriousness, gazing at Mo Long. We just had a skirmish, and you were so exhausted that you fell asleep. It seems you dreamed of me kicking you. But how could you dream of being kicked by me so many times? Who am I, Kaido? Am I not known across the seas? I cherish talented individuals, and you are my son-in-law. Would I truly be so harsh as to kick you 362 times? Absolutely not. You must have been dreaming. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Kaido's forehead, yet he seized upon the opportunity to deceive. Am I the one dreaming? You didn't kick me? Mo Long scratched his head, genuinely uncertain whether it was a dream or reality. Indeed, it must be a dream. I regard you as my own son. How could I ever kick you? Remember, pain inflicted upon you would ache in my heart. Thus, I could never kick you. You must have been dreaming. So do not doubt it, Kaido earnestly asserted. That's not right. If you didn't kick me, why on earth do I feel such pain throughout my body? It feels as though I've been kicked 352 times, Mo Long challenged Kaido. Kaido was at a loss for words. Little brat, why do you cling so tightly to that number of 352? Are you plotting revenge against me? Is this how you hold a grudge? I even lowered myself to massage you, yet you still harbor resentment? That's excessive. Pain in your body? That is merely a post-battle consequence. Is it not entirely normal? However, since I have a rare opportunity to evade responsibility, I shall not let it slip away. If I am not mistaken, you have never engaged in fierce battles before. Have you? It is only natural to feel sore after such an intense fight for the first time. Just like an ordinary person would feel sore after running too hard and waking up from a nap. And you, after all, have fought with me. Truly, do not overthink it. How could I ever harm you? I treat you as my own son, and even if I were to strike the he with an iron rod, I would never kick you. The he, doctor, Kaido can still be saved? The he, no need, just bury him. Yes, Kaido, I believe your reasoning holds merit. It must indeed be due to my first experience of such intense combat. Mo Long nodded, seemingly convinced by Kaido's words. Pippi Long, let us depart. In the next moment, Mo Long leaped onto Kaido's back, signaling him to take off. Wait, little brat. I suddenly recalled I have a devil fruit here. You should consume it first, Kaido said, suddenly remembering that he had pilfered 2 devil fruits from Hong Fa, having recently given one to Mo Long. Thus, he intended for Mo Long to consume the second one. Impressive, Kaido. You sacrifice your appearance to obtain a devil fruit from Big Mom, and yet you managed to acquire 2 from Hong Fa without cost? While Hong Fa seems amiable, would he truly give away devil fruits so easily? Mo Long pondered, intrigued. Suddenly, he recalled what Yuta had mentioned before, that Kaido was to remain on the island for 2 days. Could this time have been purchased with the devil fruits? If so, Kaido's acquisition of the devil fruit might have been a result of that arrangement. Yuta wished for him to stay longer, prompting Hong Fa to bribe Kaido with the devil fruits for an extended stay. How ironic. He had previously assumed Kaido was merely captivated by Hong Fa's exquisite wine. It turned out to be for the devil fruits. Moreover, Kaido had sacrificed his appearance for this. How naive he had been to think Kaido was remarkable for effortlessly acquiring Hong Fa's devil fruits. Instead, it was his appearance that had paid the price. Well, it was not a true sacrifice, after all. After all, Yuta is not Big Mom. Of course, one cannot be certain about 50 years from now. Given Oda's penchant for depicting young beauties as aging into unattractiveness, such a possibility seems rather substantial. Who says I have no pictures? Chapter 97. Sword Fruit. Flying Tyrant Golden Sword Dragon Little Brat. Eat up. Mo Long gazed at the devil fruit that had appeared in Kaido's hand. Suspecting that Kaido had a treasure pouch like Doraemon, how else could he produce a devil fruit so effortlessly? There were no visible pockets on Kaido's person. Moreover, he could even pull out his spike club at will. That immense club had no pockets, nor did it resemble the Hies, which was carried on his back. How on earth did Kaido manage to retrieve it so casually? Mo Long cast a suspicious glance at Kaido's backside. Surely it couldn't be. Oh, that's too disgusting. Mo Long shuddered. Little brat, do not disgust me. I know the devil fruit is unpleasant, but you have consumed several by now. Surely, you have grown accustomed to it? Clearly, Kaido had misunderstood, believing Mo Long was complaining about the taste of the devil fruit. Mo Long, not wishing to make things awkward, simply accepted the fruit from Kaido's hand and brought it to his lips, taking a bite. Mo Long had already gained some experience. He simply had to swallow a whole while imagining, I am eating an ordinary fruit, I am eating an ordinary fruit, and so forth. However, this self-hypnosis proved ineffective. It remained as distasteful as ever. Thus, it became evident that imagining the flavor of what one consumed would not alter the actual taste experienced by the tongue. It was merely self-deception. Reality is unyielding. What do you think? What is the ability of this fruit? Kaido inquired eagerly, hoping for a powerful ability. In the next moment, Mo Long responded. He utilized the fruit's power, instantly vanishing from sight, only to be replaced by a 2-meter-long sword. Kaido. Superhuman type. Sword fruit. In an instant, Mo Long reverted to his original form and answered Kaido's inquiry. As for the ability, you have seen it. It transforms me into a sword. Now, as for the sharpness of this blade, Kaido, would you like to find out for yourself? Mo Long provocatively challenged Kaido. Come, I shall stand here immobile. If you can pierce me, I shall call you father. Kaido beckoned Mo Long with his finger, escalating the provocation. Faced with such taunts, Mo Long could not hold back. He transformed once more into the form of a sword and dashed toward Kaido at breathtaking speed. Clang! A sword struck directly at the center of the brow. And Mo Long held nothing back. The collision reverberated through the entire blade, causing it to tremble. However, to the astonishment of Kaido, despite being pierced in the brow, not even the skin was broken. This was infuriating to Kaido. System detected that the host possesses a compatible devil fruit ability for fusion. Do you wish to proceed with the fusion? The anticipated voice of Mo Long's system re-emerged. Naturally, the choice was fusion. System, fusion in progress, fusion complete. New fruit ability acquired. Flying Tyrant Golden Sword Dragon. Building upon the Flying Tyrant Dragon, a massive, blade-like dorsal fin will sprout from its back, and its skin will be adorned with scales resembling sharp swords. New skill, Sky Sword Slash. Sky Sword Slash. The enormous blade on the back of the Tyrant Dragon can be hurled to deliver slashing attacks. Capable of effortlessly slicing a pirate ship several dozen meters long in half. New skill, Blade Dance. Blade Dance. Active version, the sword-shaped scales covering the body can be released as flying projectiles, with power surpassing that of ordinary bullets, capable of easily penetrating human flesh. Blade Dance. Passive version, when sensing an enemy's attack, the sword-shaped scales will rise defensively. If the enemy strikes with their fists, their hands may very well be rendered useless. Of course, this assumes their fists are not tougher than your scales. Remarkably, 2 new skills had emerged this time. Excellent. The system deserved commendation. Next time, it should continue this trend. Mo Long silently praised the system, as previous fusions had only yielded a single new ability. But this time, 2 had manifested, clearly indicating the system's advancement. Moreover, Mo Long found these abilities to be immensely useful, as they significantly enhanced his offensive capabilities. After all, with his indestructible ability, offensive power was paramount. Defense was of little concern. Little brat, have you fused with the sword fruit's power again? Cool, mate. Let me see your new form, whether it carries any flair. Observing Mo Long standing immobile, Kaido speculated that he was integrating the newly acquired sword fruit ability into his existing powers. Kaido, since you wish to see, let it be as you desire. In the next moment, Mo Long transformed into the Flying Tyrant Golden Sword Dragon. Kaido gazed upon the fusion of the sword fruit's powers and the Flying Tyrant Dragon, noting its enhanced majesty and might. Particularly striking were the sword-shaped scales covering its body, glistening in the sunlight, while the formerly smooth back had morphed into a blade-like spine, resembling a curved saber embedded within. The cold gleam appeared exceedingly sharp. Were it not for the 2 small claws, Mo Long's form would indeed be quite impressive. Kaido mused that he must acquire another Zoan-type devil fruit for Mo Long to fuse with, preferably an alligator, so that the Flying Tyrant Dragon could assume a fearsome dragon-like appearance. If it transformed into the likeness of a Western dragon, it would be even more splendid. Admittedly, Mo Long's current form seemed somewhat uncoordinated. However, given that it was the product of multiple devil fruits, one could not be overly critical. Of course, if a more formidable fruit could be found for this little brat, then his current form could be discarded without regret. Come, strike me and let us see. Kaido beckoned to Mo Long, eager to gauge his growth after fusing with the sword fruit. Sky Sword Slash. Mo Long bellowed, hurling his head downward with force. The arc of the saber on his back was violently flung forward, carving a path through the air before striking Kaido's chest with tremendous impact. The force propelled Kaido's legs backward, retreating several meters until he finally halted, the arc of the saber losing its momentum. The now powerless arc returned to the back of the tyrant dragon, re-establishing its spine-like form. Kaido looked down at his chest, which bore no wound. Yet a white mark had been etched upon it. The sensation was akin to a common person scraping their skin with a fingernail, painful yet tolerable. A sensation that could not be dismissed. What was it like? If one were to scrape their arm with a fingernail, they would understand. It was roughly that feeling, albeit more intense. Update complete. Seeking gifts, requesting 5-star reviews. Chapter 98. No, Mo Long, please don't. How vexing. It still bore no effect. Observing the unblemished skin on Kaido's chest, Mo Long felt a surge of frustration. The combined abilities of 4 devil fruits were insufficient to breach Kaido's defenses? Was it that he was lacking, or were these 4 devil fruits simply inadequate? Clearly, it was the latter. This was self-evident, was it not? Little brat, do not feel disheartened. With my defensive strength, even a strike from Whitebeard would not breach it. It is perfectly normal if you cannot do so, Kaido reassured, patting Mo Long on the back, while simultaneously boasting about himself. A twofold benefit, indeed. Whitebeard cannot breach your defenses. Are you certain? Mo Long questioned, regarding Kaido, skeptically. Had he not witnessed the Wano arc, hearing Kaido's myriad lofty titles, strongest creature on land, sea, and air, unrivaled in single combat? With only the scar left by Odin as evidence of injury, he might have believed it. Yet in the Wano arc, it seemed anyone could inflict wounds upon him. Thus, he found it curious. According to Kaido, had he not often challenged the 4 emperors and the marine headquarters, only to be captured? Why they left no marks upon him during battle? Did the 4 emperors and marine admirals not care for their reputations? The admirals were one thing, as they wielded no swords, but the other 3 emperors relied on blades. Kaido had continually challenged them, yet not a single injury remained. It could only be said that the grandeur of his early persona was matched by the severity of his later beatings. Well, I digress. None of that truly mattered. Let's return to the main topic. Hearing Mo Long's questions, Kaido shot him a glare, stating, "What of it? Can I not be certain of my own affairs? I have fought Whitebeard countless times on the ship. You were not even born then. How dare you deny me? The number of people I have slain surpasses the number you have encountered. What grounds do you have to refute me? You claim to have killed more than I have met? Kaido, do you not draft your boasts? I have encountered countless individuals throughout my life. Do you truly assert you have slain millions as well? Have you perhaps laid waste to all of Wano? Are the current citizens merely brought in from elsewhere?" Mo Long taunted Kaido. "As for your claim that Whitebeard cannot breach your defenses, it is simple. Prove it. We are about to seek out Whitebeard for a devil fruit. So when you engage him, stand your ground and allow him to strike you with a blade. Let me see if Whitebeard can indeed breach your defenses. If he cannot, I shall apologize to you. If you could break through, Kaido, would you honestly admit that you were just boasting?" Kaido fell silent for a moment before looking at Mo Long and saying, "Little brat, being so serious will make you lose friends. Don't change the subject, Kaido. I simply ask, do you dare to gamble with me?" Mo Long questioned him. "Little brat, you're the one diverting the topic, aren't you? Being so serious will indeed cost you friends. In the vast ocean, few are your allies. How will you survive in the future? This is not good, so little brat, you truly need to amend your temperament." Kaido forcefully redirected the conversation. If I have no friends, then so be it." Mo Long disdainfully turned his head away. "Kaido, haven't you heard the saying? Only weak sheep gather in herds, hoping to protect themselves through the strength of numbers, while the roaring tigers of the mountains are solitary creatures. What does this imply? It suggests that only the weak seek protection in numbers, while the strong are always alone. Indeed, although I have no friends, this is a testament to my strength. The strong need not associate with the weak," Mo Long declared with a commanding presence. "TSK, TSK, TSK, little brat. Have you really grown so arrogant? The strong need not consort with the weak. I shall not refute your words, but are you certain you qualify as strong?" Kaido retorted sarcastically. "A so-called strong person who merely possesses immortality? Now that truly frightens me. Not associating with the weak. Does that mean this solitary strong man is going to expel me? This weakling who associates with others from a group? No, Mo Long, please don't kick me out of the group. I beg you to take me along to flaunt and soar." Kaido fell to the ground, extending a hand towards Mo Long, feigning a heartbroken plea not to be abandoned. However, as soon as he completed this act, he found himself amusing, clutching his stomach and laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha, little brat. You are simply too entertaining. Did I perform well as your abandoned little brother?" M.O. Long. Kaido, no wonder you were always caught by the Marines when you were young, only to escape later. It turns out all of this stems from your acting skills, making the Marines dance to your tune, treating their headquarters as your personal dining hall. You truly are impressive. M.O. Long gave Kaido a thumbs up. I seek a 5-star review. Chapter 99. Kaido, what is our relationship? Blood is thicker than water. That was a performance. All right, my escape from the Marine headquarters was solely due to my strength, Kaido said irritably, treating the Marine headquarters as a dining hall. Simply going for a meal when hungry and leaving once satisfied only proves my strength. Even the most fortified stronghold at sea, the Marine headquarters, I can come and go as I please. Let me ask you, can you do the same, little brat? Faced with Kaido's challenge, M.O. Long found himself at a loss for words, raising his head to gaze at the sky, saying, "The moonlight tonight is truly beautiful." In an effort to ease the awkwardness, Kaido, little brat, do you think you are a little girl trying to play cute to pass? And what's with the moonlight being beautiful? It is still broad daylight, the sky is bright, and you tell me the moonlight is beautiful? Where's the moonlight? What? Have you awakened your observation haki and seen a vision of the future? Kaido chided. You are crossing the line. Huh? I merely wanted to find a way to save face. Why do you have to expose me like this and mock me? M.O. Long shot Kaido an annoyed glance, realizing that he could not deal with someone who could not take a joke. Little brat, do you have the audacity to say, I don't give you a way out? You should reflect on what you just said. I said Whitebeard cannot break my defenses, and you took it to mean that he cannot. You insisted that I stand still and let Whitebeard strike me to prove I wasn't bragging. Just who is it that is not giving him a way out? Kaido shouted at M.O. Long, nearly spraying him with saliva. All right, Kaido, I was wrong. I admit my mistake. Is that satisfactory? M.O. Long rolled his eyes, exasperated. Honestly, you're a grown man. Can't you take a joke? The reason I said that is that I believe in your defenses. They surely won't be breached by Whitebeard. Otherwise, would I let you be killed by him? Kaido, what is our relationship? We are like father-in-law and son-in-law. Blood is thicker than water. Don't mention that Whitebeard hasn't paid. Even if he offered money, could I ever do anything harmful to you? That is impossible, M.O. Long declared emphatically. If Whitebeard were to wield his blade against you, M.O. Long, would undoubtedly be the first to shield you, becoming your strongest shield. I, M.O. Long, am that courageous. He, M.O. Long, is different from others. After all, Kaido's daughter is truly precious. Although I have not yet experienced it, it is only a matter of time. There is no need to rush. Does this mean I have wronged you? Kaido said, tears welling up in his eyes, placing his hands on M.O. Long's shoulders, his expression reminiscent of regret for a wrongdoing. Little brat, I truly did not misjudge you. You are indeed my dearest son-in-law, even closer than Yamato. All right, Kaido, don't cry. You're a man. What are you doing crying like this? If others find out, they might spread rumors that I broke you. M.O. Long patted Kaido's back in consolation. If you continue crying like this, the readers will surely chastise me for ruining your reputation. Okay, let us go then to Whitebeard's territory to claim your devil fruit for free. Kaido wiped away his non-existent tears and said to M.O. Long, cry? How could the beast Kaido ever cry? We are merely providing each other with a way out. After all, as men, there should be no lingering grudges. Before long, Kaido took to the skies again, with M.O. Long standing atop his head, flying towards Whitebeard's territory. If they hurried, they might even catch up to lunch. After all, they left without breakfast at Red-Haired's place. Chapter 100. Robbing Whitebeard's treasure vault. The clash of the four emperors, the sky split apart. An hour later, Kaido arrived at Whitebeard's territory. To his surprise, Whitebeard was nowhere to be found. Off on a journey? Could Kaido endure this? He immediately raided Whitebeard's treasure vault and left, feeling quite satisfied. Unfortunately, there were no devil fruits in Whitebeard's vault. According to one of Whitebeard's countless sons, Whitebeard's ship should currently be in the XXC area. So Kaido took M.O. Long and flew towards the direction of Whitebeard's pirate ship. M.O. Long stood atop Kaido's head, contemplating, Whitebeard, if only the timing were right. The Yami Yami no Mi would surely be the best choice. However, Whitebeard, or rather, Whitebeard's 4th Division Captain, Sachi, will take years to obtain the Yami Yami no Mi. After all, it is only after the story begins that Blackbeard acquires the Yami Yami no Mi. Given Blackbeard's character, he would undoubtedly murder for the fruit upon realizing its existence, fleeing without waiting for an opportune moment, especially since he is hidden on Whitebeard's ship for 2 decades solely for this fruit. If one were to discover this fruit, but hesitated, consumed by worry and concern, ultimately allowing it to be devoured by another. Would he not feel compelled to plunge into the sea in despair? Time passed unknowingly. Kaido appeared above the Moby Dick, the ship of the Whitebeard pirates. Waha! Whitebeard, I long for your demise. No, he meant he wished for you to perish. In the next moment, Kaido plummeted from the heavens, crashing forcefully onto the deck of Moby Dick. The immense impact drove the vessel deep into the ocean, nearly submerging the entire deck beneath the waves. Once Kaido steadied himself, the pressure on Moby Dick dissipated, and the buoyancy of the sea propelled the ship dramatically back toward the surface. The violent clash of ascent and descent was overwhelming. Boom! Moby Dick was thrust violently above the water, sending hundreds of pirates, who had just experienced the ship's descent, hurtling back into the ocean as they were struck by the rising deck. Soon after, a cacophony akin to dumplings falling into water ensued. At least 100 pirates found themselves thrown overboard in this tumultuous collision. Meanwhile, Whitebeard, seated firmly, managed to maintain his balance. But the large bowl of sake in his hand was entirely spilled, drenching his face. With a roar of fury, Whitebeard smashed the empty bowl against the deck, shattering it into countless pieces. He then wiped his face with his hand, flinging the sake onto the ground. Kaido! Whitebeard was genuinely incensed. Without exchanging pleasantries, he seized his mighty sword, the Shodai Kitetsu, and with a series of leaps, appeared before Kaido, delivering a powerful slash. Just in time, who fears whom? Kaido, brandishing a kanabo seemingly from nowhere, took a step forward, hurling the weapon with ferocity, shouting, thunderous roar, Whitebeard shall perish. All right, Kaido did not actually say that. It was merely a playful fabrication by M.O. Long. Bang! The collision between Kaido and Whitebeard unleashed a formidable shockwave, radiating outward in all directions. This unfortunate circumstance befell those pirates who had just clambered back onto the ship. They were once again hurled back into the sea by the violent force generated from the clash of the two titans. Consequently, many pirates erupted in anger, cursing Kaido. Damn you, you old fool! The overwhelming aura surrounding Kaido and Whitebeard surged skyward, tearing the heavens apart. The sky seemed to lament when the emperors clash. I must yield. Thus it fractured. Chapter 101. The Devil Fruit? Abigare sifare. Kaido, what is it that you seek? The great sword in Whitebeard's grasp met Kaido's kanabo, the clash generating a continuous surge of energy. Yet, Whitebeard still inquired of Kaido, for they stood upon Moby Dick. Engaging in a reckless battle with Kaido would surely reduce the ship to ruins. Of course, a ship can be rebuilt. However, a son lost is a different matter. Well, a son could be found again. Yet, he did not desire that. What do I seek? Hearing Whitebeard's query, Kaido erupted into laughter. Wah, Whitebeard. It is nothing of great consequence. As a former comrade, having not seen you in years, I merely wish to pay you a visit. Is that not permissible? Heh! A visit, you say? Whitebeard scoffed. I trust you as far as I can throw you. Speak plainly. What is your true intention? Is it because your bounty has surpassed mine that you come to flaunt your superiority? And if so, Whitebeard, I must inform you that you have mistaken your opponent. I am Whitebeard. And what of it? I am still Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Kaido retorted. I know you doubt my title of the strongest creature. So let us engage in battle. Just one fight, and I shall prove to you that my title is well-deserved. You, an old relic, should have been buried alongside Roger long ago. This era has no place for your kind, Whitebeard. However, if you fear clashing with me, given our past camaraderie, I shall grant you this favor. Produce 10 or 8 devil fruits, and I shall spare your life. Kaido presented a facade of Whitebeard. Your life is worth 10 devil fruits. You have struck a bargain. Devil fruit? Upon hearing Kaido's words, Whitebeard chuckled. So that is your objective? Kaido, are you truly foolish enough to believe I possess such a treasure? Do you think I'm a celestial dragon? Even if I obtained such a bounty, I would have long since distributed them among my sons, rather than saving them for you. It appears you are not one to weep at the sight of the coffin. Whitebeard, is a devil fruit more important than your sons? Here lies the vast ocean. Moby Dick is but a solitary vessel. Do you truly wish to engage me in battle? This ship will undoubtedly be destroyed, and when that occurs, do not lament the loss of your sons, for even you, Whitebeard, will find it difficult to survive in these waters. Kaido's threat was stark and unambiguous. This is the advantage of flight. When battling upon the sea, the question of whether you can defeat me is secondary. I can simply hover at a distance, unleashing fiery wrath upon your ship. Tell me, how do you intend to contend with that? Can you keep up with me? Kaido, are you threatening me? Whitebeard furrowed his brow, tightening his grip on the Shodai Kitetsu. Let's not speak so harshly, Whitebeard. What threat is there? I am merely proposing a transaction. 10 devil fruits in exchange for the safety of you and your sons. Do not tell me you would refuse such a lucrative deal. Kaido felt, at this moment, he had Whitebeard firmly in his grasp. If they were on land, threats would be less effective. But now, they were on a ship, and based on Kaido's observations, this vessel was hundreds of kilometers away from the nearest island. Even though the Whitebeard pirates were robust, how many could swim such a distance? After all, Moby Dick harbored nearly 1,000 pirates. Moreover, Whitebeard had not set sail with just one ship. Several others accompanied him. In total, thousands of crew members were present. A significant portion of these pirates were not strong swimmers. It would be exceedingly difficult for them to traverse such a distance. Additionally, the ocean teemed with various sea beasts, and in the unpredictable weather of the New World, tempestuous storms could arise. If they were cast into the water, the challenges faced would be far more than merely swimming 100 kilometers. Furthermore, even if they could swim, one must be able to discern direction in the vast sea. If one cannot swim in a straight line, the distance would increase significantly. These matters are well understood by Baihuzi. Thus, he chooses to confront Kaido's threats with anger, yet refrains from resorting to violence. For, should he truly engage, Kaido's threats would undoubtedly transcend mere verbal intimidation. The destruction of the Moby Dick would be manageable, yet the collateral damage to countless bystanders, particularly within the confined quarters of a pirate ship, would be catastrophic. Kaido, do you not fear that I might retaliate on Onigashima in the future? Threats? Who among us cannot wield them? While Baihuzi scorns such tactics, he finds himself compelled to respond in kind when faced with Kaido's aggression. Onigashima? Ha ha ha. Kaido, observing Baihuzi, bursts into laughter, declaring, "Old Bai, look around you. All these people are your sons. I wield the threat of your thousands of offspring against you. Yet on Onigashima, I have but one daughter. Do you truly believe our threats are of equal weight? Therefore, Old Bai, I previously warned you not to take in too many sons. You chose to ignore my counsel. And now you find yourself at a disadvantage, don't you? Old Bai, I must say, it seems likely that you will ultimately meet your demise at the hands of your own sons. I, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, prophesy that the Navy will capture one of your sons and use him as leverage to compel you to rescue him, only for you to fail and lose him and your own life in the process. Enough, Kaido. Baihuzi gritted his teeth. 10 devil fruits is impossible. I do not possess that many. Give me one devil fruit, and you can immediately depart. Baihuzi pointed towards the distant sea, suggesting that as far as the ocean stretches, so too should you retreat. One devil fruit? Baihuzi, are you begging for alms? Kaido scoffed. You, the world's strongest man, cannot possibly lack a stock of 5 or more devil fruits. Hand over 5, and I shall turn and leave, allowing you and your children to enjoy your twilight years in peace. Otherwise, do not compel me to witness a white-haired man bury his black-haired progeny. Kaido, as one of the 4 emperors, do you not find it shameless to threaten our father? From a distance, Marco spoke to Kaido. Moreover, what benefit do you gain from offending the Whitebeard pirates? Do you truly believe the Navy's bestowing upon you the title of the world's strongest creature makes you superior to our father? Chapter 102. Teaching Baihuzi's sons a lesson. My father never hit me. Immorted vida de Marco. Hearing Marco's voice, Kaido sneered. I am speaking with your father, and you have no place to interject. Baihuzi, since you fail to discipline your sons, I shall take it upon myself to teach them a lesson today. In the next moment, Kaido vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood before Marco, delivering a resounding slap to his face. Taken by surprise, Marco was sent flying, transforming in mid-air into his immortal bird form to avoid plunging into the sea. Kaido, you dare strike me? Marco exclaimed, clutching his face and glaring at Kaido. What? Is that unacceptable? Are you about to say your father never hit you? Kaido replied with a cold grin. That slap was merely a lesson to remind you that when elders speak, juniors ought to listen quietly. Do you think you are worthy to interject? Speak again, and I shall slay you. You. Marco seethed, flapping his wings, ready to charge at Kaido. As Baihuzi's first son, he had never endured such indignity. Stand down, Marco. Baihuzi interjected, halting Marco's advance to prevent escalation. Although witnessing Marco being struck by Kaido enraged him, Kaido was currently leveraging the lives of all his crew against him. For the safety of his thousands of children, Baihuzi had no choice but to endure. However, he vowed that this grievance would be avenged. No one had ever bullied Baihuzi in such a manner, and he would not allow it to stand. Kaido, I apologize. I am a demon. Baihuzi bellowed. And you, Kaido have gone too far. Marco is my son. When did it become your place to discipline him? Who do you think you are? Baihuzi's fury erupted. While I'm still calm, take your devil fruits and leave. Marco, fetch one devil fruit from the cabin for him. Baihuzi commanded. Father, this cannot be tolerated. Upon hearing Baihuzi not only restrain him, but also instruct him to fetch a devil fruit for Kaido, Marco protested vehemently. Father, I can endure his slap, and I can part with a devil fruit, but I cannot abide by Kaido's threats against you aboard the Moby Dick. You are the world's strongest man. If you concede to this scoundrel today, what will the world think of you? Will they say Baihuzi has grown weak? His time has passed. What the strongest man? Does he bow before the strongest creature? Father, I will not allow such whispers to spread across the seas, even if it costs me my life. Indeed, Father, for every first, there will be a second. Today, Kaido threatens you, and you evade with a devil fruit. But should he taste victory, he will return for a second and a third time. Must we continue to retreat? Yes, Father, let us confront him, even if some among us perish in battle. You may go to Onigashima and exact vengeance upon the beast pirates. One after another, Baihuzi's sons stepped forward, unafraid of death, determined to confront Kaido to the end. Though they were all pirates at this moment, it felt as if Kaido was the villain, while they stood resolute as the courageous heroes, undaunted by mortality. What a poignant tableau of paternal affection. An old father willing to surrender his devil fruits for the safety of his sons, while the sons were prepared to fight for their father's honor, even at the cost of their lives. How about a compromise? Mo Long proposed to the Whitebeard pirates. You could acknowledge Kaido as your father. This way, Baihuzi would no longer be under threat, as his sons would all recognize Kaido as their father. Kaido would have no leverage against Baihuzi. Likewise, you would no longer need to worry about Baihuzi's reputation being tarnished, as you would already be Kaido's sons. Who are you? What nonsense are you spouting? Who want to recognize Kaido as their father? Came the retorts. To acknowledge Kaido as a father is akin to recognizing a thief as a parent. Even if we must perish, we will do so as Baihuzi's sons, never seeking to sell ourselves for glory. The members of the Whitebeard pirates vehemently countered. TSK, 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 how noble. To choose death over submission, is it? And to recognize a thief as a father? What of it? Is not Baihuzi a pirate? By acknowledging Baihuzi as your father, do you not also recognize a thief as your progenitor? Not to mention, were you not pirates before recognizing Baihuzi as your father? A group of pirates lecturing me on recognizing a thief as a father? Do you not find this amusing? Mo Long mocked. Kaido, is that fellow your son? How arrogant. Whitebeard glanced at Mo Long and then directed a question at Kaido. He felt that Mo Long looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he could not recall. Alas, age has diminished his memory. Is this considered arrogance? Well, he cursed the Marine Admiral in front of the entire world. That was far more audacious. You did not see how he even dared to point his finger at me and insult me. Now, he merely curses your son. What is so arrogant about that? To Whitebeard's remarks, Kaido scoffed. Even if that brat were to point his finger and berate you, I would still deem it entirely normal. After all, a man who cannot be killed can do whatever he pleases. It is him. I recognize him now. This fellow is the undying king, Mo Long. Just a few days ago, we even reviewed his bounty notice. It is said that this man has faced execution by the Marines dozens of times. Yet regardless of the method of execution, he is able to resurrect. He has become one of the most widely circulated legends across the seas lately. A pirate pointed at Mo Long and spoke. Unfortunately, we did not witness the execution, nor do we know if anyone can truly rise from the dead. Perhaps it is all mere rumor. Indeed, these newspapers are rife with inaccuracies, many of which are sensationalized for attention, entirely detached from reality. Take, for instance, the time a newspaper concocted a tale about Kaido and Big Mom having a romantic affair, and that Katakuri is their son. Tell me, is that not absurd? Even more disgusting is the tabloid alleging that Marine Admiral Sengoku harbored feelings for the Marine hero Garp, which is why he never married. Thus, unless it is from a more reputable source, outlandish news tends to be met with skepticism regarding its veracity. In recent days, an abundance of newspapers have reported on Mo Long. After all, Mo Long was publicly executed for the crime of teasing the celestial dragons. Such a significant event naturally drew the full attention of the press. As a man who can resurrect, no matter the punishment, is monumental news. As for the lack of viewing the execution footage, that is merely conjecture. Over the past few days, various small tabloids have concocted an elaborate narrative about Mo Long, claiming he is an immortal race that vanished 800 years ago an extraterrestrial being, or a genetic anomaly, a product of a scientific experiment. Some even claim M.O. Long is the son of Kaido and Big Mom, having inherited their remarkable regenerative abilities, allowing him to resurrect instantaneously. In summary, a plethora of chaotic descriptions abound. Some even state that M.O. Long is an immortal demon. Yet he has not manifested within a devil fruit, but appears before the world in human form. Hence, the Sea Prism Stone, which suppresses devil fruit abilities, is ineffective against him. For only a demon can vanquish a demon. Chapter 103, Riding the Celestial Dragon. There are even audacious tabloids fabricating the truth behind M.O. Long's execution, claiming it was due to his betrayal of the celestial dragons, leading them to want him dismembered out of spite for love lost. They assert that with M.O. Long's striking looks, any girl would willingly surrender without need for seduction. To claim he was executed for such reasons is merely the celestial dragons seeking justification, while simultaneously showcasing their authority to the world. Even mere teasing warrants such a gruesome punishment. Lastly, they even went so far as to fabricate that M.O. Long's escape was due to a last-minute change of heart by a celestial dragon, who persuaded the Marines to release him. Why, then, was there a bounty placed on him? The celestial dragons enjoy playing such games, akin to a hawk chasing a chick, using this method to convey to M.O. Long that they could easily release him and just as easily capture him again. He can never escape their grasp. Thus, after exhausting himself from fleeing, he should obediently return to serve me. This sensational tabloid even created a special section, updating daily with stories about M.O. Long and the Celestial Dragons, crafting it into a novel titled The Secrets of M.O. Long and the Celestial Dragons. People love gossip, and once this novel was published, the tabloid sold out instantly. No one cared about its authenticity. The drama within was simply too tantalizing. Not a night goes by without a glance at it, for one cannot find peace without indulging in its pages. Then the next day, the tabloid was rated by CP0. Fortunately, the editor understood the wisdom of having multiple escape routes, and though the office was seized, the writer of that article had long been relocated, including himself. Thus, the following day, the second edition titled, "I Placed a Slave Collar on the Celestial Dragon and Made Her Crawl Around My Room" was published again. On the day of release, the demand was overwhelming, leaving the delivery birds nearly featherless. The delivery bird, looking at its bare form, swore internally, "I will no longer do this job. Delivering newspapers almost cost me my life." "What? You say you will pay me more? Very well then." On the third day, the delivery bird resumed its duties, having learned to have customers toss money up while it dropped the newspapers from the sky, thus avoiding any risk of losing feathers. Oh, it seems I have digressed. It appears that not everyone is captivated by M.O. Long riding the Celestial Dragons. Let's shift our focus back to the Whitebeard pirates. So is him, the Undying King, M.O. Long. Upon hearing the children's words, Whitebeard finally remembered. Indeed, just days ago, he had seen the latest bounty notices for Kaido and M.O. Long. However, the notice was somewhat small compared to his stature, making it difficult to discern. Furthermore, this fellow appeared far more handsome than the image on the bounty, so it was no wonder he had not recalled. "Kaido, is he your son?" Whitebeard inquired, then answered himself, looking skeptical. "He does not seem like it. Given your appearance, how could you possibly sire such a handsome son?" "Kaido, good grief." Was Whitebeard attempting to belittle him, fabricating nonsense? Although he may not be conventionally handsome, he certainly does not relate to the term ugly. Moreover, what does it matter if a man is merely handsome? A man like him, exuding dominance and brimming with power, is surely the type women adore. Know this. In the brothels of Onigashima, he is the most sought-after guest. The girls all praise him. "Kaido, you are so manly. Those muscles are incredibly enticing. I adore you. You are the most charming one in Onigashima. I want to sleep with you tonight." Listen, the public's perception is astute. What? You say it could be because they fear me and are merely flattering me? Absolutely not. Whitebeard, you scoundrel. How dare you call me ugly? Are you trying to provoke me? What is it? Seeing your sons recklessly charging in a battle has inspired you to do the same? If that is the case, do you believe I would slay one of your sons right before your eyes to celebrate my ascension as the strongest being? Kaido gazed coldly at Whitebeard, retorting in response to Whitebeard's jibe about his appearance. Indeed, upon hearing Kaido's threat to kill his son, Whitebeard immediately faltered, clearing his throat and saying, "Ahem, Kaido, you must have misheard. We were once comrades aboard the same ship. How could I ever call you ugly? What I meant to say is, do not worry. We are all allies. You desire a devil fruit. Would I deny you that? Yes, that is precisely what I meant. Whitebeard gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath, unable to recall the last time he had been so meek. Kaido, damn you. If it weren't for my little brats, I would crush you and pin you to the ground, the kind of beating that leaves no room for doubt. What a disgrace. Looking like a brute, yet resorting to such underhanded threats. This is not how it used to be. We used to charge headlong into battle. Kaido, you have changed. I hardly recognize you now. For the sake of that little brat, Malong, you have truly lost all dignity. You are unworthy of being a pirate. Father, please don't act this way. Whitebeard's sons watched in anguish as their father feigned deference to Kaido. We understand you are considering our safety, but Kaido is not worth such concessions. He deserves none of it. We feel the same way. As your sons, we are willing to fight for you. Indeed, we are nothing like Kaido's offspring. It is now our turn to demonstrate filial piety. Even if it costs us our last drop of blood, we shall never yield. A voice from among the crowd, belonging to a certain Blackbeard, rang out loudly. Fight! 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 In an instant, the deck of the Moby Dick resounded with the battle cries of the pirates. With fervor unyielding, they were determined to fight for their father's honor. Witnessing this scene, Whitebeard was deeply moved, nearly overcome with tears. Well done. You are truly my beloved sons. With such fine sons at my side, I would not merely part with a few devil fruits. Even if I were to perish now, I could do so with a smile. On the opposing side, Kaido, upon hearing these voices, wore a complex expression. Whitebeard's sons were prepared to sacrifice themselves for him. Yet what of his own children? Kaido, you beast! Taste my thunderbagua! Kaido proclaimed, I have awakened my conqueror's haki. Today marks your demise. You shall regret imprisoning me on Onigashima for a decade. Today, I will fulfill my filial duty by sending you down to accompany my mother. Listen, listen, this is my son, Kaido of the Beasts. How dutiful he is. Truly, he is devoted to his mother. A cry for gifts rang out. Chapter 104, Negotiating Billions with Whitebeard. Now perish, Kaido. I shall establish the nation of Wano. Do not impede me, Kaido. I must set sail. You beast, my fruit powers have awakened, and today I shall call you father. Voices of rebellion and defiance echoed in Kaido's mind, inciting a surge of rage within him. Silence. All of you shut your mouths. He roared. Kongoto. In the next moment, Kaido gripped his kanabo and bellowed, swinging it at the pirates who shouted fight. However, he missed entirely, failing to strike any of them. Fortunately, this technique was not intended for direct impact. With a swift motion akin to a swordsman-esque strike, Kaido unleashed a wave of force from his kanabo, a cylindrical burst that surged toward the pirates. The pirates were caught off guard by Kaido's unorthodox approach, while he was ostensibly engaged with Whitebeard. He suddenly unleashed his power upon them. Who could evade such an attack? In an instant, dozens of pirates were sent flying, falling into the sea like dumplings. Splashing sounds ensued as many fish leaped from the water. Though the timing was inappropriate, Malong swiftly took flight, seizing a spear from a pirate and executing a series of precise strikes against the fish that leapt from the water. He soared above the fish, his spear slicing through the air, and by the time he returned to the pirate ship, the 2-meter-long spear was adorned with a row of fish. The fish, impaled yet still flailing, struggled to escape, but Malong forcefully slammed them onto the deck, rendering them unconscious. The Whitebeard crew was astonished by Malong's audacious antics. What was this? The world's strongest creature and the world's strongest man were on the verge of a monumental clash, and at such a serious moment. He was playing with fish? If only he were to capture a mermaid instead. But alas, it was better left unsaid. What in the world are you doing, kid? This is not the time for such antics. Even Kaido was taken aback. I am here facing off against Whitebeard to secure you a devil fruit. And you're performing tricks? Yet before Malong could respond, Kaido suddenly launched himself into the air, plummeting towards the sea. Fortunately, he adeptly summoned his flame clouds, preventing himself from falling into the water. Whitebeard, did you just ambush me? Kaido accused as he soared back onto the ship's deck. Just then, as he questioned Malong, Whitebeard kicked him, sending him flying. Thankfully, he could fly. Otherwise, plummeting into the water would have been quite the embarrassment. Consider that a lesson for attacking my son. Whitebeard snorted. If I hadn't been concerned about not being able to kill you with one blow, I would have struck you down in an instant. Huh? Strike me down? Come on, try it. Kaido stepped forward, exposing his neck to Whitebeard, urging him, go ahead, strike here. If you can kill me, then you are formidable. If not, every last one of my thousands of sons will perish. Kaido, is that all you amount to? Threatening me with my sons? What else can you do? Whitebeard gritted his teeth, recalling their time aboard the Rock's ship. I always thought you would amount to little, and it seems I was not mistaken. Given your current mindset, becoming a Yonko is the pinnacle of your ambition. Dream of becoming the Pirate King in your next life. Yet inwardly, he mused, if it weren't for the fear that a single blow might not suffice to kill you, leading to your vengeful retaliation against my sons, would I have merely given you a kick? I would have long since struck you down. Do you think my supreme blade is merely ornamental? TSK, TSK, TSK. To claim that being a Yonko is your limit? You're no different, Whitebeard. Do not continually invoke our past on the ship. I was young then, and you were at your peak. What is there to discuss? Kaido sneered, asserting that only the defeated reminisce about past glories. Whitebeard, your recounting of youthful triumphs signifies your age. You now rest upon the laurels of history. Meanwhile, I am in the midst of crafting a brand new history. Is it not abundantly clear who holds the greater prowess? Utter nonsense. Kaido, you, a man devoid of the courage to confront my father head-on, have the audacity to claim he languishes in historical accolades? I spit upon that notion. Marco seethed, his frustration boiling over. My father can endure such slights, but I cannot. With that, Marco transformed into his phoenix form and soared towards Kaido, delivering a fierce strike with his talon. Crane Claw. Kaido erupted into laughter at the name of Marco's technique. Marco, you transform into an immortal bird, yet you name your attack Crane Claw? Are you devoid of creativity? If so, why not come to me for guidance on naming? I am a professional teacher. As he spoke, Kaido raised his left arm to block Marco's attack and retaliated with his Kanabo, unleashing a thunderous strike. Just as the Kanabo was about to collide with Marco, a massive Bicento appeared, intercepting the blow. Whitebeard wielded the weapon, furiously admonishing Kaido, Kaido, what nonsense is this? Do you think you can harm my son while I stand right here? I have been watching you closely, and I will not allow you to threaten my children. Fight! 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 At that moment, the voice of Morgans echoed nearby. He sensed the tension in the air and deemed it inappropriate not to instigate a brawl. Moreover, both Big Moem and Shanks had acquired their devil fruits without cost. If Whitebeard's fruit was similarly unearned, Morgans felt it would be too easily obtained to be treasured. Thus, he encouraged a confrontation, hoping for chaos. After all, I cannot perish. What do I have to fear? Upon hearing Morgan's words, Kaido fell silent, while Whitebeard's lips twitched in irritation. Did this fool relish stirring trouble? Both Kaido and Whitebeard had exercised considerable restraint. Neither truly desired a fight. They were both cautious, fearing that an escalation could lead to dire consequences. Whitebeard was concerned that should tempers flare, Kaido might unleash violence upon his sons. There was no way he could protect all his children while engaged in a fierce battle with Kaido aboard a pirate ship. Conversely, Kaido worried that if things got out of hand, Whitebeard might drag him down with him. After all, he was still young and had a bright future ahead, unlike Whitebeard, who was teetering on the brink of the grave. There was no reason to risk his life over a few devil fruits. You little brat, what are you even talking about? Always eager for a fight? If you enjoy brawling so much, when you return to Onigashima, I'll arrange for you and Yamato to brawl in bed every day. Ideally, you'd produce a football team worth of children within a year or two. But for now, go tend to your fish and stop causing me trouble. Kaido growled, continuing, do you not realize I'm currently negotiating a multi-billion deal with Whitebeard? See gifts and 5-star reviews. With a sigh, Kaido lamented internally, do you think I'm working hard for anyone else? You stand by, making snide remarks while I threaten Whitebeard's son, all to secure a devil fruit for you? And you cheer for a fight? Do you understand how damaging it would be for my reputation if word got out that I used Whitebeard's son as leverage against him? I have painstakingly built my reputation through public displays of strength, and such a revelation could obliterate everything I have achieved, resulting in scorn and derision. What would they say about the so-called strongest creature? Just a fool who threatens others with their children? Anyone could do that. Would I then be regarded as the strongest creature? Can you tolerate such a thought, brat? Whether Morgans could endure it was uncertain. He was contemplating Kaido's mention of a multi-billion deal with Whitebeard. A multi-billion deal? Upon hearing this, Morgans quickly scanned Kaido and Whitebeard, sensing improbability. Kaido's Kanabo was too much for Whitebeard to withstand. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Morgans. He realized the multi-billion deal likely pertained to high-value devil fruits. After arriving at this conclusion, Morgans exchanged a meaningful glance with Kaido, as if to convey relief that he had mentioned Whitebeard. Had he said he was negotiating with Big Moem, Morgans might have misconstrued the situation. Kaido, catching this, shot back with a glare. Don't pretend you haven't already thought of something inappropriate. You're young, yet your mind is filled with vulgarity. If only you applied such thoughts to Yamato. Would I not have to worry about having 2 children in 1 year, or 3 in 2? Yet what do? Upon arriving at Onigashima, you collapse into bed without even seeing Yamato. Do you have no shame? What shame? I simply returned to my room to sleep, which was clearly a signal for you to bring your daughter over. I made my intentions abundantly clear, yet all you do is drink. I fell asleep waiting in bed, and I didn't even see a single hair of Yamato. Do you have any decency? And yet you speak of having 2 children in a year, or 3 in 2. If you don't bring Yamato to me, how can you expect grandchildren? Morgans retorted with his eyes. Thus, the two engaged in a silent exchange, their glances locked in a prolonged duel, ultimately concluding with Kaido's defeat. Whitebeard, as you can see, my little brat is growing impatient. Hurry and present the devil fruits. I need to collect yours before swiftly moving on to the next. Kaido urged Whitebeard, asserting that the few devil fruits could not possibly compare to the lives of his sons. Marco, go fetch the devil fruits, Whitebeard instructed, his gaze fixed on Kaido, but directing his command at Marco. At present, Whitebeard merely wished to rid himself of this troublesome man. Although being coerced into yielding devil fruits displeased him, he could only endure it for the sake of his children. Once a person possesses a weakness, they become exceedingly vulnerable. Father, Marco gritted his teeth, preparing to voice his thoughts, but was interrupted by Whitebeard's bellow. Marco, you dare disregard my words? I commanded you to retrieve the devil fruits. Go. Immediately, Marco was taken aback by the fierce gaze of Baihuzi. It was the first time he had ever encountered such a menacing look directed at him. Gritting his teeth, he replied, Yes, father, I will fetch it right away. However, Marco also understood Baihuzi's predicament. He was willing to perish for Baihuzi. Yet Baihuzi was reluctant to sacrifice their lives for the sake of a devil fruit. Ultimately, it was all Kaido's fault. How infuriating. I'm still too weak. Upon entering the ship's cabin, Marco clenched his fists tightly. If only I were strong enough, powerful enough to eliminate Kaido in an instant. Then how could Kaido dare to threaten father? The illustrious reputation of father should not be tarnished in his twilight years. Damn it, Yalu. Bang. Marco's fist crashed against the wooden planks of the cabin, creating a large hole. Yet, he felt powerless. Baihuzi had already compromised. He could not force Baihuzi into a confrontation. Chapter 106. Humph. You all just want to see a long push to he-villains. Naval Headquarters. What? You say Kaido has gone to Baihuzi's pirate ship? Upon hearing the report from the marine soldier, Zhangguo's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth does that guy, Kaido, intend to do? He had previously visited Big Mom's territory and then vanished for 2 days, only to reappear on Baihuzi's ship. Those 2 days of disappearance. Could it be that he went to red-haired Shank's territory? If that is indeed the case, this fellow has traversed the territories of all 4 emperors in just a few days. Is he preparing to unite with the 4 emperors and declare war on the naval headquarters? Damn it, I have only exposed you for public execution, and it has not even succeeded, yet you are already planning to counterattack with the 4 emperors? Just a mere 4 emperor, so audacious? Bang! The mere thought of this possibility made Zhangguo slam his fist down on his newly acquired desk, which promptly met its demise once more. Truly, one does not care about spending their own salary, do they? Marshal Zhangguo, please do not be too angry. Allow me to finish my report. Although Kaido has gone to Baihuzi's ship, according to our informants, it seems that Kaido is not preparing to unite with Baihuzi to attack the naval headquarters, but rather to demand a devil fruit from Baihuzi. The Marine wiped the sweat from his forehead, internally thinking, as a liaison between the Naval Headquarters Intelligence Office and the Office of the Admiral, he lived in constant fear. Every time he reported bad news to Zhangguo, the Admiral would vent his frustration by smashing his desk. He worried that one day, Zhangguo might tire of smashing desks and instead take out his anger on him. Damn it, if it weren't for the lovely ladies in the intelligence office, he would never risk his life for this job. Not only is the pay low, but he also has to work overtime. After all, one cannot expect intelligence to be gathered during regular working hours. If the information comes in at night, he must rise from his bed to report to Zhangguo's villa. Just imagine, Zhangguo, awakened from his slumber, suddenly confronted with bad news. What a volatile combination of morning grumpiness and distress. Rumor has it that his previous liaison retired honorably after reporting bad news at night. Although the retirement package was substantial, the individual could only spend the rest of their life confined to a wheelchair. Sigh, it is all because of the ladies. If it weren't for the irresistible charms of the women in the intelligence office, he would not be risking his life as a liaison. However, those ladies are too proud. Every time he reports good news to Zhanghua, he receives some rewards, which he promptly spends on gold, silver jewelry, or snacks for them. Yet, despite giving them gifts, he has yet to receive any acknowledgement in return. Damn it. If this continues, I will become an unrequited admirer. Luckily, I am pursuing dozens of ladies from the intelligence department, so I am a wolf in battle. I refuse to believe that I cannot win over at least one. If I fail to win any of their hearts, then all present will bear the unshakable responsibility, for you all only wish to see M.O. Long push to he, and not to see me revel with the lovely ladies from the intelligence office, which is why the author neglects to write about me. What? Not a union, but rather demanding a devil fruit from Baihuzi? Zhanghua was taken aback by the Marine's explanation. What a joke. Does Kaiduo think he is Baihuzi's son? To simply ask Baihuzi for a devil fruit? Would Baihuzi be willing to part with it? Surely, they must be on the brink of a clash. Quickly, go to the intelligence office and see if our informants report that Kaiduo and Baihuzi have already engaged in battle. Zhanghua appeared quite excited. If a battle were to break out, prepare a warship for me at once. I intend to head to the New World myself to seize the opportunity. Admiral Zhanghua. Please do not be too excited. Based on prior intelligence, Baihuzi has compromised and is prepared to directly give Kaiduo a devil fruit. So a conflict is unlikely. After all, they were once comrades aboard the same ship, akin to brothers. What? You're serious? Baihuzi has compromised? Zhanghua could hardly believe it. Impossible. This is not the Baihuzi I know. How could Baihuzi easily yield? Has he truly aged, become incapable, unable to wield his sword? According to the intelligence, Kaiduo threatened Baihuzi with his son, which is why Baihuzi had no choice but to acquiesce for the sake of his children's lives. The Marine replied. I see. And you still claim they are like brothers? Zhanghua shot a fierce glare at the Marine, daring him to act so brazenly in his presence. Do you believe that tomorrow I will have you report to me with your mouth agape and then dismiss you? However, that beast Kaiduo truly lacks vision. To threaten Baihuzi with his son is utterly shameless. Wait, if Kaiduo can do this, can we in the Navy not do the same? Zhanghua stroked his beard, a brilliant idea forming in his mind. The Marine was speechless. Admiral Zhanghua, just a moment ago, you were criticizing Kaiduo for lacking vision and being shameless for using his son to threaten Baihuzi, and now you wish to do the same? Truly, no one can escape the allure of temptation. By the way, what does Kaiduo want with the devil fruit from Baihuzi? Zhanghua pondered, wondering if it was worth offending Baihuzi so gravely over a few devil fruits. Has Kaiduo gone mad? Or does he genuinely believe that being bestowed with the title of the world's strongest creature by me makes him the world's strongest creature? Damn it. It cannot be for that little brat, can it? Zhanghua suddenly thought of M.O. Long, who possesses the ability of immortality and can consume any devil fruit freely. Could it be that Kaiduo intends to feed M.O. Long devil fruits to strengthen him? Yet do they share such a close bond? For the sake of acquiring devil fruits for M.O. Long, Kaiduo would risk a rift with Baihuzi? That is a devotion akin to that of a true son. Kaiduo soars above, for I am below, blowing the winds. Chapter 107. Acquiring 3 devil fruits, the scene returns to the Moby Dick. Marco emerged from the cabin, holding a box in his hand. Inside the box was a single devil fruit. However, just as he stepped out, he was taken aback to find M.O. Long setting a fire on the deck of the Moby Dick, grilling the fish he had caught. What on earth are you doing to my Moby Dick? Marco rushed forward, swiftly extinguishing the flames of the bonfire with his feet. He then turned to Whitebeard, questioning, Father, will you simply watch them act recklessly? This is our pirate ship that has braved the seas for decades. How could he dare to start a fire on the deck? What if the ship burns? Faced with Marco's accusatory tone, Whitebeard felt a surge of anger. Yet what could he do? He had already compromised on matters as significant as the devil fruits. Now, with the ink dragon merely wanting to roast fish on the deck, could he still refuse? It was akin to a scenario where one's girlfriend demands an exorbitant dowry. Although one may find it excessive, the allure of her beauty compels one to relent. But then, when she insists that she will not sleep under the same blanket you've used, could one, over such a trivial matter, point to the door and declare leave? This blanket has accompanied me for 30 years, and you expect me to abandon it for you? Absolutely not. Surely, no one would dare to be so audacious. Kaido, take your devil fruit and get lost. Whitebeard seized the box from Marco and hurled it towards Kaido. Kaido caught it effortlessly, opening it to reveal a singular, oddly shaped devil fruit resting inside. Why is there only one? Upon seeing the single fruit, Kaido's expression hardened. Damn it, old white. Do you truly think of me as a beggar? I recall stating that 10 was my minimum and 5 was my bottom line. And now, you present me with just one? It seems your affection for your son is a facade. The devil fruit holds more importance to you than his life, doesn't it? Kaido, shut your foul mouth. Nothing is more important to me than my sons, Whitebeard retorted through clenched teeth. And I recall mentioning that you treat me like a celestial dragon, demanding 10 devil fruits as if I possess such abundance. I've said 5 is my limit. Is it too much to ask for at least that? Kaido scoffed. When did the world's strongest pirate crew become so pathetic? Marco, how many devil fruits do we have left? Whitebeard's fists tightened as he struggled to maintain his composure. However, gazing at his beloved sons around him, he pondered the consequences of igniting conflict. If he did not restrain himself, how many of these dear souls would survive? It was a small price to pay for his dignity compared to the lives of his sons. This was the fate of an old father. No matter how powerful and resilient he was, when it came to his children, he ultimately chose to bow his head. Father, what are you doing? You're not really considering giving all the devil fruits to them, are you? Marco looked incredulously at Whitebeard. We are the world's strongest pirate crew. How we truly sunk to such depths. Marco clenched his fists, recognizing this moment as the most humiliating in the history of the Whitebeard pirates. How many devil fruits do we have left? Whitebeard glared at Marco, yet did not respond. What did it matter if they were the strongest crew in the world? Faced with the despicable Kaido, what could he do? He felt utterly hopeless unless he was willing to forsake his beloved sons. But he could not do that. He simply could not. There are 3 remaining devil fruits on the ship. Marco relaxed his clenched fists, for he understood that when Whitebeard had made up his mind, even the mightiest sea kings could not sway him. So what could he do? Such was the nature of the ruthless sea, where the weak perished beneath the strong. Their ascent to the pinnacle of the new world was built upon a foundation of countless bones. Now, confronted with an adversary of Whitebeard's caliber, should a full-scale battle ensue, Whitebeard would undoubtedly refuse to yield. But this was not a battle. It was a unilateral threat from Kaido. Though Kaido's actions were despicable, they were effective against Whitebeard. Kaido, you've heard me. I possess only 3 devil fruits, and I am willing to offer them all to you. However, once you have them, you must leave at once. Furthermore, let me make this clear. This is your first and last warning. If you dare to threaten me in such a manner again, I will take you and the entire Onigashima down with me. Whitebeard glared at Kaido, making his final concession. Oh, old white, what do you mean by taking me and Onigashima down with you? Why speak so ominously? Do you think I am cowardly? Just days ago, at the Navy headquarters, I nearly met my end. Kaido sneered. The moment I escaped from prison, I detonated the residential area behind the Navy headquarters. I imagine several hundred Marines sacrificed themselves for justice in that explosion, did they not? After hearing Kaido's words, Whitebeard fixed him with a steely gaze, offering no retort. As if he understood that in the realm of threats, he was but a novice compared to Kaido. Marco, fetch the remaining 2 devil fruits, Whitebeard instructed, wishing only to see Kaido leave. Yes, father. Marco gritted his teeth and returned to the ship's cabin. Soon after, he emerged with 2 boxes containing the last 2 devil fruits of the Whitebeard pirates. However, as Marco stepped out, he was infuriated to find that the ink dragon had rekindled the fire he had just extinguished, and this time, the fish was already cooked. That scoundrel, Marco Gersteinworthy, yet felt powerless to act. He could only obediently hand over the 2 boxes containing the devil fruits. Thank you for your hard work. Here, as a reward for you. The ink dragon said, tearing a cooked fish from his spear and offering it to Marco. Are you mocking me? Marco exclaimed, slapping the fish from the dragon's hand, sending it flying into the water. Seeing this, the ink dragon smirked. What a pity to refuse fish cooked by the future king of the world. Marco, you should recognize that moment as the pinnacle of your life, yet you choose to dig your own grave. No wonder the future of the Whitebeard pirates is bleak. It is all of your own making. Kaido, let us go. The Whitebeard pirates are but remnants. Staying here too long may bring misfortune. With that, the ink dragon stood elegantly, leaving Kaido with only a striking silhouette. Wait for me, you bastard, Kaido shouted, quickly stowing away the 3 devil fruits and chasing after him. In his heart, he cursed Malone 100 times, 1,000 times. How infuriating. I engaged in filthy deeds, only to have the blame placed on me by you? Is there still any law in this world? Is there any sense of justice? Damn it. How can you say that the future holds no place for any pirate crew? Come down here if you have the courage to spout such nonsense. As Ma Long and Kaido soared away, the pirates stood on the deck, hurling insults at them. I'm here, what do you want? However, the pirates had not anticipated that their venting would provoke Ma Long to return. Suddenly, on the Mobby Dike, a pin drop could be heard. No one dared to utter another word, not even to breathe audibly. After all, it had taken 3 devil fruits for Whitebeard to send Ma Long and Kaido away. Yet now, due to their words, they had returned. This time, they had no devil fruits left. Cowards! You speak bravely behind my back, yet when I stand before you, you dare not utter a word? Pathetic. Ma Long scoffed, stepping on the fallen Kaido. Let us go, we have no need to stoop to the level of these cowards. Pirates who Haven T even dared to storm the Navy headquarters have the audacity to call themselves pirates? The pirates were incensed. So what if you stormed the Navy headquarters? Does that make you exceptional? You were publicly executed on the scaffold, weren't you? If it weren't for your strange resurrection ability, would you even be standing here talking to us? Of course, these thoughts remained unvoiced. If they were to speak them, they would not dare. It was truly infuriating. Throughout history, it was only others who feared the Whitebeard pirates. Today, the reputation built since the establishment of the Whitebeard pirates was utterly tarnished. Ma Long and Kaido had departed once more. The pirates immediately crowded around Whitebeard, expressing their indignation. Old man, we cannot endure this humiliation. Shall we set sail now and attack Onigashima? Indeed, how dare they threaten our father, rub his face in the dirt. Kaido thinks he is so grand with the title of the strongest creature in the world bestowed by the Navy. Who dares claim to be the strongest without our father's consent? Exactly, our father is the strongest in the world. Kaido is nothing. Let us assault Onigashima and make Kaido call us father. Absolutely, let us storm Onigashima, eliminate the beast pirates, and let the world know that Whitebeard reigns supreme. The pirates were filled with fervor, eager to wash away the humiliation they had just endured. Enough, let us put this matter to rest. Whitebeard sighed, ultimately choosing to avoid conflict. Although he appeared to be fearful of a confrontation with Kaido, leading to the loss of his sons, there was another reason. He wanted to give Kaido face. Recently, he had noticed his health declining, growing weaker, and began to worry about what would become of his sons after his demise. Over the years, as the Whitebeard pirates expanded, enemies had multiplied. While he was still alive, he could intimidate those foes, but what if he were to pass? Thus, Whitebeard contemplated his legacy. If he were gone, what would his sons do? By giving Kaido some face, he hoped that, even in his absence, Kaido would look after them. This was Whitebeard's second thought. People inevitably grow old. Whitebeard's era might truly be coming to an end. Just as Kaido had stated, there was no longer a pirate ship capable of carrying him into the new era. He would fade away with the tide of time. Even though Whitebeard did not wish for this, one cannot escape the inevitability of aging. Despite the pirates' desire for vengeance, when Whitebeard made his decision, they were powerless to act. For Whitebeard, the greatest joy was to live peacefully and happily with his sons. Losing a few devil fruits was of little consequence to him. However, he understood the fury within his sons. After all, they were young and passionate. How could they endure such humiliation? In his youth, he would have reacted similarly. But he was no longer a young man. He was the father to thousands. He had to take care of his sons. He was not Kaido, who could be so reckless as to disregard the lives of his sons for the sake of his own honor. In the skies above, Kaido created flame clouds as a perch for himself and Ma Long. Hurry up, Kaido. Let us divide the spoils. Bring out the devil fruits. Ma Long eagerly inquired as soon as they landed. Divide the spoils? Little brat, can you not speak so harshly? If we call it war trophies, it sounds entirely different. Kaido admonished Ma Long, noting his lack of eloquence. Is there really a difference? Ma Long rolled his eyes. Of course there is. Saying divide the spoils implies we've done something shameful to acquire these devil fruits, whereas war trophy suggests we earned them through our abilities. The distinction is significant. Did you truly earn them through your abilities? Ma Long shot Kaido a skeptical glance. How could that not be the case? Wasn't he in an act of strength to threaten Whitebeard? I had the power to threaten him. Go and try it yourself, and see if he doesn't hang you up to beat you. With that, Kaido produced 3 devil fruits, tossing one to Ma Long. This time, he was unsure what abilities the fruits possessed, akin to unboxing a mystery box. Thrilling, right, little brat? Ma Long remained silent, accepting the devil fruit and promptly taking a bite before discarding the remainder. His actions were now second nature. After all, it was the 6th time he had consumed one. Practice makes perfect. How is it? What ability did you gain? Kaido inquired eagerly, akin to a parent awaiting news of their newborn's gender. Nothing of note, a Zoan type. The Hebe no Mi, large python form. Ma Long shook his head. Although he had not expected to casually obtain a top-tier devil fruit, receiving a Zoan type, large python form was somewhat disappointing. If he continued to consume such fruits, when would he be able to punch the four emperors, kick the admirals, and ride Yamato to the heavens, side by side with the sun? In the next moment, Ma Long unleashed his powers. He instantly transformed into a massive python, coiling around Kaido, opening his mouth wide and flicking his tongue, as if he intended to swallow Kaido whole. System: Host has been detected to possess the ability to fuse devil fruits. Would you like to choose to fuse? Chapter 109. Fusion complete. Fei Tian Boang Golden Sword Pan Long. Choose fusion. Mo Long responded inwardly. System: Ability fusion in progress. Python fuses with Fei Tian Boang Golden Sword Dragon. Fusion complete. A new form has emerged. Fei Tian Boang Golden Sword Pan Long. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Mo Long realized that the system was rather inept at naming. In the next moment, a golden divine dragon, adorned with wings and possessing a long body and four claws, appeared before Kaido. The fusion with the python's abilities elongated Boang Long's form, enlarging its forelimbs while diminishing its hind limbs, evolving towards that of a divine dragon. This transformation took Mo Long completely by surprise. He had initially intended to develop into a Western dragon, yet here he was transformed into an Eastern divine dragon. Could it be due to the serpent's ability to turn into a dragon, given their shared classification? While the divine dragon was indeed majestic, its elongated body made it difficult to maneuver, and its short limbs rendered its attacks somewhat sluggish and limited in range. In comparison, it certainly did not surpass the prowess of a Western dragon. Of course, divine dragons typically employed magical abilities, rendering physical attacks less significant. However, Kaido could breathe fire, unleash wind blades, summon thunder, and create tornadoes. What could he do? Oh, he could also summon gales with his wings. Furthermore, the sword-like scales on his body could be launched to strike foes. Adding to that, the massive sword blade on his back afforded him ranged attacks as well. In that moment, Mo Long felt a surge of confidence. A mere cute little one was nothing to be feared. By the heavens, little brat, you've truly mutated this time. This dazzling golden appearance nearly blinded my eyes. Kaido exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at the golden divine dragon with wings before him. Under the sun's rays, it appeared formidable, even more striking than his own Qing Long. How could this be? He was already aware that Mo Long's appearance outshone his own. Yet he took solace in the fact that his transformed Qing Long was far more handsome than Mo Long's Boang Long. Now, with this transformation, was Mo Long attempting to shatter the remnants of his self-confidence? Kaido, do not be disheartened. Although you may be less attractive than I, your strength surpasses mine, albeit temporarily. Mo Long offered a comforting remark to Kaido. Yet, he felt a nagging sense that something was missing from his current form. Ah yes, dragon horns. How could he be considered a divine dragon without them? Perhaps, Mo Long mused, he could try to take Kaido's horns for himself. What kind of look is that? Little brat? Let me remind you, even if you have transformed into a dragon, my Qing Long Kaido will never submit. Kaido crossed his arms defiantly, seemingly intimidated by Mo Long's gaze. Rolling his eyes in response, Mo Long thought, what on earth? Who's changing their preferences? Even if I were to take 1,000 steps back and claim to have changed, it would only be a transformation from a girl to a mature woman or from a young girl to a married one. How could I possibly transform from a woman to a Qing Long? Even as a dragon, my heart remains steadfast in its attraction to beautiful women. A person as devoted as I could never change my inclinations simply because I became a dragon. You underestimate my willpower. Unless it were the little dragon girl ridden by Yin Jiping, I would never yield to a Qing Long like you, even if a knife were at my throat. With that declaration, Mo Long charged towards Kaido, proclaiming, Kaido, allow me to demonstrate my new technique, Pan Long Strangle. As soon as the words left his mouth, the golden divine dragon coiled around Kaido, tightening its grip. The immense force caused even Kaido to furrow his brow. Previously ensnared by a sea king-like eel at the Navy headquarters, he found that its strength paled in comparison to Mo Long's current might. Get off me! Kaido's arms were completely entangled, pressed against his thighs, rendering him unable to exert his full strength. However, the title of the strongest creature was not bestowed lightly. Even under duress, Kaido began to break free from the golden divine dragon's grip. Curse it, Kaido! Mo Long felt his own body being stretched, gritting his teeth as he continued to apply pressure. Once ensnared by this technique, escape was impossible unless one possessed overwhelming strength. It appeared that Kaido was the embodiment of such power. Nevertheless, I shall not concede easily. Mo Long summoned all his strength, one force pulling inward while the other strained outward, both forces locked in a stalemate. Little brat, you truly have impressed me. Kaido sighed. However, this ends here. In the next instant, Kaido activated his haki. With this enhancement, Mo Long could no longer maintain his grip and was forcibly broken free by Kaido. Kaido, you actually resorted to haki? Mo Long exclaimed, clearly displeased. To deal with a minor player like me, you've sunk to using haki? Kaido, I'm not one to criticize, but you really are losing your touch. Little brat, if I couldn't break free, you'd surely mock me, saying, is this truly the strongest creature? Kaido, unable to escape my binds? What a disappointment. Now that I have broken free, you dare to say I'm losing my touch? Regardless of whether I escape or not. You always find a reason to ridicule me, don't you? Kaido looked at Mo Long, utterly speechless. Of course, a successful provocateur must identify points of vulnerability on both sides, so no matter what you do, I can always find a flaw to critique. Indeed, my previous job involved meticulously removing bones from salmon at a sushi restaurant, earning me the title of Prince of Bone Picking. Of course, I occasionally took on part-time work at construction sites, where the workers dubbed me the master contrarian of the site. Mo Long elegantly tossed his hair, exuding pride rather than shame. Is that so? Since you enjoy contrarianism so much, once we return to Onigashima, I shall toss you into the sea stone quarry, where you can engage in your contrarian antics every day. Kaido chuckled, and Mo Long, Kaido, let me just say, despite your towering stature, why are you so petty? Can't you tell I'm just joking to lighten the mood? Why take it so seriously? Mo Long rolled his eyes, chastising Kaido. You must realize that such behavior lacks vision. Have you ever heard the saying, a prime minister's belly can hold a boat? This implies that only a broad-minded man can sit at the helm of the Pirate King. Is that so? Yet I distinctly recall that Roger annihilated an entire kingdom because a soldier insulted his companion. Is this the measure of the Pirate King's tolerance? In comparison, my own tolerance appears rather small, merely suggesting you work in the quarry pales in comparison to Roger's actions. Kaido wore an expression that suggested, though I may be less educated, my experiences are vast, and you cannot deceive me. Chapter 110, The Seventh Devil Fruit, Golden Unicorn Sword Dragon King Mo Long. Who informed you of this matter? Why am I unaware? At that time, you probably weren't even born yet. How could you possibly know anything? Kaido retorted. Impossible. Unlike some who have not followed the Pirate King since his death, I have been an ardent follower since then. Well, fine. Watching after the Pirate King's demise means I indeed missed the moments before his passing. However, in terms of combat, he has never bested me. Yet when it comes to verbal sparring, can Mo Long ever lose? Cough, cough. Mo Long glanced at Kaido and cleared his throat. So, Roger died young simply because he lacked magnanimity. Do you wish to follow in his footsteps and meet an untimely end as well? Mo Long chuckled to himself, thinking, as expected of me, I can turn this around. Kaido was rendered speechless. An untimely death? For Roger, that was hardly the case. After all, he passed away at around 50. To call it an untimely death seems excessive. Certainly, dying at such an age is still somewhat early. After all, I am now over 50, slightly older than Roger was at his death. However, Kaido believed that under normal circumstances, living another 30 to 40 years should pose no issue. Of course, this hinges on Yamato's pace of training. Should Yamato progress too swiftly, for instance, awakening powers within days, he would inevitably have to join Roger in vying for the title of king of the underworld. Nonetheless, such a scenario seems improbable. There are no individuals in this world who possess such extraordinary abilities. Enough of this idle talk. Let us continue. Kaido dismissed thoughts of Roger, the deceased Pirate King, as inconsequential. What he sought was the future. His relentless pursuit of devil fruits for Mo Long was a testament to his aspirations for what lay ahead. It is worth noting that he had never exerted himself so tirelessly even in the quest for a wife. One could assert that he has sacrificed immensely in his quest for devil fruits for Mo Long. He feigned cheerfulness with Ling Ling, threatened and coerced Whitebeard, and laid bare his heart to Shanks. If Mo Long were to ultimately disappoint him, with a cold chuckle, Kaido tossed a second devil fruit to Mo Long. Mo Long received it and took a bite. What? Another Zoan type? Mo Long was speechless. Was he destined to be entangled with Zoan types? Or is it that out of 100 devil fruits, 90 are Zoan? Hence the high probability of receiving a Zoan fruit? However, to truly ponder this, if there exists a myriad of animal types within the Zoan category, then surely there must be tens of thousands of species. Yet that seems unlikely. When I watched The Pirate King, there weren't many devil fruit users at all. Even among the 4 emperors, there were only a handful of users, and that was the result of decades of searching. On average, they could acquire only 2 or 3 each year, suggesting that devil fruits remain quite rare. Otherwise, Kaido would not have sought to purchase artificial devil fruits from Doflamingo. How many users exist within the entire Beast Pirates? Merely the 3 disasters and the Flying 6, along with a few genuine fighters? The rest seem to have consumed artificial fruits, resulting in grotesque appearances. System, fusion ability detected. Do you wish to proceed with fusion? This time, the devil fruit was a Zoan type, unicorn fruit. Naturally, Mo Long chose to fuse, based on the system's tendencies. He had a fair idea of what the outcome would be. Probably, a horn would sprout from his head. However, would a single horn suffice to be called a dragon? Being unique might not be so bad after all. Mo Long reassured himself. System, fusion in progress. Fusion successful. New form acquired. Golden Unicorn Sword Dragon King. Mo Long exclaimed. System, you have changed. I expected you to name it something like Flying Heavenly Golden Dragon, Overlord Unicorn. Yet you opted for Golden Unicorn Sword Dragon King? Did my previous critique of your naming abilities prompt this change? Truly, System, you are obstinate. Must I berate you for you to take things seriously? Previously, I scolded you as useless, and you rewarded me with the awakening of Conqueror's Haki. Why can't you be diligent without the need for my reprimands? Yet, you will not receive any of these rewards. They are all reserved for Yamato. As for you, I shall continue to chastise you verbally, no more. In the next moment, Mo Long transformed once again. Indeed, his appearance remained largely unchanged, save for a golden horn adorning his head. Moreover, he acquired a new skill, Poison Dragon Drill, rapidly spins in midair before diving down, creating an impact capable of penetrating 800 meters into the ground. I am unsure of the prowess of this skill. I lack the enthusiasm to test it against Kaido. My only desire is to consume the final devil fruit swiftly and then seek out Yamato for a heartfelt embrace. Brimming with strength, Mo Long longed to find someone to vent his energy upon. What? You mentioned Kaido? He is unworthy. Previously, Mo Long believed he had no chance with Yamato, primarily due to his inability to defeat her. However, he now felt emboldened. Yamato, merely a white-eyed wolf. While I have never galloped upon a steed, what difficulty lies in riding a wolf? A wolf is just a fiercer breed of dog, is it not? My family's husky was easily tamed by me. There was no challenge whatsoever. Why have you not transformed? Kid, show me your new form. Seeing Mo Long's reluctance to change, Kaido anxiously urged. Earlier, Mo Long had mentioned being a Zoan type, so he should have fused into a new form. Kaido held some hope that once Mo Long fused, he would appear less appealing. After all, for a man, strength is paramount. What need is there for beauty? He would never admit it, but he was envious that Mo Long's golden dragon form was more aesthetically pleasing than his azure dragon. What is there to admire? I'm not a beauty. Mo Long countered Kaido and then extended his hand. What are you doing? Kaido asked, perplexed. What do you think? Naturally, I am requesting that final devil fruit from you. After consuming it, I shall hasten back to Onigashima and finalize my relationship with Yamato. Mo Long thought to himself, should I delay, Ace might arrive on the island and develop a friendship with Yamato. Although merely a friendship, Mo Long did not wish for his woman to harbor thoughts of another man. Possessive as he was, he desired that Yamato's heart contain only him. What? You say Yamato harbors feelings for another man? That would be for her idol Kazuki Odin? Do I possess the ability to unearth Odin's remains for retribution? Alas, that is an impossible task. After nearly 20 years, his body has surely turned to dust. Nevertheless, it matters not. Debts are repaid by the next generation. Taoji Shu must perish. I assert this, for even Oda's presence in this tome would be futile. I command you all, men to the left, women to the right. Those bearing gifts may present them and depart. Chapter 111. The Eighth Fruit. The women's clothing fruit, bestow it upon Kaido. This is the final one. Kaido, holding the last devil fruit acquired from the Whitebeard pirates, extends it to Mo Long. This fruit marks the culmination of their expedition. Having traversed the territories of the 4 emperors and only gathering 6 fruits, The prospect of obtaining another devil fruit in the future remains uncertain. Kaido merely hopes that this fruit possesses formidable powers. The routine remains unchanged. Receive it, take a bite, and discard the remnants. However, upon discovering the fruit's ability, Mo Long is momentarily taken aback. The fruit's power is rather peculiar. It is indeed the women's clothing fruit. What absurdity is this? It feels almost like a jest. Nevertheless, Mo Long recalls another fruit, the leather jacket fruit, which allows one to transform into a layer of leather, enhancing the wearer's attack power. In comparison, the women's clothing fruit does not seem entirely unreasonable. In the next moment, Mo Long envisions the characteristics of the fruit's abilities. It can transform others' clothing into women's attire, thereby controlling their actions, provided, of course, that the opponent's strength does not exceed one's own. Should the opponent possess greater strength, the women's clothing used for control would be rendered ineffective, and thus, control would be lost. Beyond mere control, additional capabilities exist. The women's clothing created possesses the potential to amplify combat prowess. Different styles of women's clothing can enhance various attributes: strength, defense, and speed. For instance, a women's armor enhances defense, a women's battle robe increases strength, and a women's yukata boosts speed. The degree of enhancement correlates directly with the wearer's sense of shame. Indeed, the more shame one feels when donning women's clothing, the greater the amplification. This is utterly preposterous. The upper limit of enhancement reaches tenfold. Imagine Kaido, enhanced tenfold. What kind of monstrosity would he become? If he were to strike, would the Red Earth continent not crumble? However, if Kaido is a man devoid of shame, would the capacity for amplification vanish? Mo Long observes Kaido, noting his thick skin, which suggests a lack of shame. What do you think? Thankfully, Jack is absent. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly assert, I possess shame, indeed. Hurry, bring me the women's clothing, for I wish to show Akiji that 3 days in the east and 3 days in the west, a man transformed into women's attire shall be regarded anew. Mo Long muses, reflecting on Jack's eagerness to wear women's clothing. Yet, in truth, a person with genuine shame would never don such attire in public, not even within the confines of their home, unless the compensation offered was extraordinarily generous. Author's monologue. How I wish for a wealthy reader to see through my facade, to pierce my strength, and to hold my handsome visage, saying, cease your writing. What profit does it yield? Be my kept man. I shall sustain you. Little one, what is that look in your eyes? I suspect you are visualizing me in women's clothing. Kaido, overwhelmed by Mo Long's gaze, can bear it no longer. Mo Long, perplexed, responds, what a coincidence. Are you reading my mind? Just moments prior, he had indeed envisioned Kaido in women's clothing, nearly retching at the thought. It is an utterly excruciating image. Kaido, let us depart. I have no interest in creating a women's outfit for you. It is blinding. Mo Long declares. Depart? Depart from what? You have yet to inform me of the abilities you have acquired. Kaido retorts with irritation, demanding to know, what powers does this fruit possess? Alongside the previous one? Mo Long replies, Kaido, have you not heard? Every man harbors his own little secrets. Would you expect me to divulge mine? Even my sister, when inquiring about the contents of my hard drive, I have never revealed. Not even her pleas for a shoulder massage swayed me. If I cannot share with her, how could I possibly share with you? Mo Long presents his reasoning, confident that Kaido would understand. Get lost, you brat. Did you not claim to be an orphan? Where did you acquire a sister? Kaido kicks Mo Long, sending him flying. What of it? Is it not acceptable to speak of a sister? Mo Long exclaims midair, performing a flawless landing as if in an Olympic gymnastics competition. Stop dawdling and tell me what abilities these fruits possess. Otherwise, the readers will claim we are wasting time. Kaido chastises. Have you not noticed? Mo Long gestures towards Kaido's attire, his face struggling to contain laughter. Though I have undergone rigorous training and typically do not laugh, I cannot hold back seeing you in that JK outfit. It is simply too comical. Mo Long bursts into laughter, slapping his thigh. This is too much. I might die from laughter. Kaido in a JK outfit. The hilarity overwhelms him, prompting him to roll on the clouds, clutching his stomach. Hurry, Dahi. Come assist with artificial respiration. What do you mean, I'm wearing a JK outfit? You must be mad. Kaido gazes at Mo Long's uncontrollable laughter, utterly bemused. Lowering his gaze, he is struck with realization. What in the world? How did this happen? When did you do this? Kaido stares in disbelief at his own attire, a girl's sailor uniform. Can you imagine a muscular man garbed in such a feminine outfit? Had I the skills to edit images, I would surely showcase this sight for all to behold. When did you do this? And Mo Long, arms crossed, replies with a smirk, at the very moment you kicked me. As for how I accomplished it, you wish to know the powers of the fruit I consumed, and I believe there could be no better explanation. So, Kaido, do you like the gift of clothing I have presented you? It truly embodies a youthful spirit. If your big MOM were to witness this, she would surely adore you even more. Upon hearing this, Ma Long's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then I certainly cannot allow you to revert back, he declared. Kaido, I forgot to mention, you will be tossed into Ling Ling's bathroom. Ma Long continued. Kaido, consider this a song dedicated to you. I say you are ruthless, adept at using Ling Ling to intimidate others. After 2 threats, I take it seriously. I admit my folly. Despite being immortal, I still fear being threatened. Little brat, are you not hurrying? Do you truly wish for me to throw you into Ling Ling's bathroom? Seeing that Ma Long had yet to act, Kaido urged him on. Although Ling Ling looks decent now, do not forget the photographs I showed you while imprisoned. That was her true appearance. I do not know what has possessed that woman to successfully lose weight recently, but given Ling Ling's fondness for sweets, she will gain it back within 3 to 5 days. It has already been 4 days since we parted ways with her. She may have already regained her former size. Enough, Kaido, cease your words. I'm about to be ill. Listening to Kaido, images of bathing with Big Mom surged in his mind. My pure heart has been soiled in this manner. In the waters near Wano, aboard the Songamama Queen, Big Mom stood at the bow, gazing at the approaching Wano, a cake in hand, and let out a mighty sneeze. Could it be that Kaido is thinking of me? Indeed, it must be so. Now, you all continue sailing. I shall retreat to my quarters for a bath and a change of clothes. When I meet Kaido, I must appear splendidly to capture his attention. Big Mom's children exchanged glances, rendered speechless as they had assumed they were en route to attack Onigashima. Instead, Big Mom seemed intent on presenting herself as a feast for Kaido. As they neared Onigashima, Big Mom still planned to cleanse herself thoroughly. Is there any difference between a Yonko at this level and a clown? Exclaimed Clown Buggy. What are you looking down upon? What clowns? Can't a clown be a Yonko? Today, let me show you that I, Clown Buggy, am not merely a figure of humor. When I ascend to the ranks of Yonko, I shall slap each one of you back to reality. Then I will inquire if it hurts. On a pirate ship in the East Sea, Clown Buggy, resting his chin on his hand, suddenly had a revelation. A vision of himself as a Yonko flashed in his mind. Could it be a mere illusion? Someone tell me, is Lord Buggy dreaming? Meanwhile, on the red-haired territory, in a modest cabin where Ma Long stayed for 2 days, Yuta had absorbed no lessons from history and lay nestled under the covers, incubating an egg. Just then, a noise emanated from beneath her abdomen. Stunned, she quickly sat up, throwing off the blanket to reveal a large white egg hidden beneath. At that moment, cracks began to appear on the eggshell. Have I truly succeeded in hatching it? Yuta thought, astonished. She had diligently incubated the egg since Ma Long's departure, fully aware of the challenges involved. But to her surprise, success had come. Surely, the heavens reward the diligent. It must be my love for Ma Long that has influenced it. Wait, does this mean my successful hatching has nothing to do with my survival instincts? As the cracks widened, a hole suddenly formed, and a small fragment of the shell fell away. Through the opening, Yuta glimpsed the creature within. It was a bald chick. So ugly, she exclaimed instinctively, only to feel remorse for the newborn bird. However, the sight of a naked chick was indeed rather unsightly. Were it not her and Ma Long's offspring, she might have discarded it without a second thought. Yet, a mother does not reject her child for its appearance. From this moment onward, you shall be my baby, and your name shall be Ma Wu Bao. Understood? Yuta gazed at the newly hatched chick, which knew nothing but to cry out loudly, and felt her naming talent shine. Ma Wu Bao. This remarkable naming ability could rival any system. Oh, you must be hungry after your arrival. Wait here. I shall fetch you some worms to eat. With that, Yuta took a child-sized shovel and headed outside to dig for earthworms. Little brat, what are you wasting time for? Transform my clothes back immediately. Kaido bellowed at Ma Long atop the yin-yang. His spike club crackled with purple electricity. If Ma Long did not revert his attire soon, he would unleash the Thunderbagua. Though Ma Long would not perish, it would still be painful. No need. Simply exert yourself to burst the fabric, and your clothes will revert to their original form. Ma Long replied calmly. Burst the fabric? Do you mean for me to return to Onigashima in the nude? Kaido gritted his teeth. Fool. I mean you should merely burst the outer sailor's outfit, and your clothing will revert. Am I capable of deceiving you? You are not Yamato, who wishes to see you unclothed. Ma Long shook his head, finding conversation with this individual exhausting. Just do as I say. Am I not your father, or rather your son-in-law? Can I not deceive you? Do you truly think I wish to infuriate you and inherit your Onigashima? That wretched place holds little interest to me. Aside from Yamato, whom else would I care for? You had better not be deceiving me, or else. Kaido threatened, though he knew such threats were likely futile. The next moment, he clenched his fists, his muscles bulging, and instantly the sailor's outfit inflated. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as it split from the collar, and with a resounding pop, the entire suit was destroyed. However, instead of revealing Kaido's muscular frame, it transformed back into his own attire, leaving the sailor outfit vanished. Kaido exhaled in relief. While the outfit might look splendid on a woman, wearing it himself was utterly repulsive. If word spread that Kaido of the Beast had a penchant for women's clothing, how could he maintain his dignity? Let us go. Little brat, we are heading home. Kaido, now in his dragon form, scooped up Ma Long and perched him atop his head, soaring towards Onigashima. Despite Ma Long's newfound ability to fly, Kaido had grown accustomed to the routine of carrying him. You see, habits can be formidable. Look, there is gold in the sky. Shall we rob him? Kaido suddenly slammed on the brakes, sending Ma Long flying due to inertia. This time, Ma Long was not standing, holding onto Kaido's dragon horn. Instead, he sat cross-legged atop Kaido's head, leaning against the dragon horn, primarily fatigued and preparing to take a brief nap. However, just as his eyes fluttered shut, he was abruptly hurled into the air. Fortunately, he swiftly spread his wings behind him and returned to Kaido's head. Damn it, Kaido, what on earth happened this time? Upon his return, stomped down hard on Kaido's head and inquired, if you don't provide me with a satisfactory answer, do you believe I won't relieve myself on your head? Kaido responded, now, that is quite a statement. Little brat, hold your tongue for a moment. If I didn't have something important, do you think I would stop? Kaido rolled his eyes and gestured. What do you see below? Below? Ma Long tilted his head downwards, confused. Aren't you below me? Kaido retorted, damn it, I didn't mean your feet. I meant to look further down, where I am. Kaido scolded impatiently. You're below? Ma Long took a few steps forward and then looked down again. It's just clouds beneath you. What exactly do you want me to see? Kaido exclaimed, useless fool. You can't even see through the clouds with your eyes, and you dare call yourself a dragon? As he spoke, Kaido opened his mouth and gently blew. The clouds below were swept away by his breath, revealing the vast, azure sea and the ships upon its surface. So Kaido, do you want me to look at those ships? Ma Long squinted and examined the scene. Though they were thousands of meters high, he was a Renlei with the powers of the Tongying fruit, possessing keen eyesight. Thus, the mere thousands of meters posed no challenge for him to discern the vessels below, even recognizing them as warships and identifying the marines aboard. So, Kaido, what do you intend to do? Are you planning to rob the Navy? I cannot partake in such deeds. I am a good person, Ma Long declared with a sense of righteousness. Kaido looked at him incredulously. You, a good person? You tease the thing of a bounty of 1 billion, and are the son-in-law of one of the 4 emperors. Which of these does not prove you to be a complete villain? He sighed, but never mind that. What I wanted to discuss is something else. Little brat, did you not notice? The ship surrounded by those 4 warships is flying the banner of the Tenlongren. Do you think there might be a Tenlongren on board? Kaido chuckled. On this expedition, we only obtained 6 devil fruits, which is far too few. What do you think about kidnapping a Tenlongren and exchanging him for devil fruits? Kidnap a Tenlongren and exchange him for devil fruits? You even asked me if that is feasible? Ma Long laughed. I find this rather amusing. Such a daring and audacious act is indeed befitting of you, the beast Kaido. I think it shall be a splendid idea. Little brat, weren't you just saying you wouldn't do it because you're a good person? Kaido remarked sarcastically. Yes, I want to do it, you will. It's your task to kidnap the Tenlongren, not mine. Ma Long asserted with an air of nonchalance. This venture, which involves you doing the heavy lifting while I reap the benefits of the devil fruits, is simply too good to pass up. I must seize this opportunity before I can indulge in your leftovers. Kaido interjected. Damn it, the devil fruits are for you, yet you want me to do the kidnapping? Before, your weakness could be excused, but now that you possess 8 devil fruits, aren't you going to test your combat prowess? Please, I'm no battle maniac. Why should I fight when I can simply sit back and enjoy the fruits? Didn't you say that being a pirate is about navigating social intricacies rather than just brawling? If I can obtain the devil fruits through connections, why rely on strength? Ma Long responded lazily. You truly have no shame, do you? To speak so nonchalantly about such opportunistic behavior is remarkable. I truly did not misjudge you. A scoundrel like you, if not a pirate, will be a tremendous loss to this era of piracy. Kaido commended Molong. However, Molong couldn't shake off the peculiar feeling that accompanied this praise. Let us proceed. With that, Kaido led Molong into a dive. At this moment, the crew aboard the warships remained oblivious to the fact that they had already caught the attention of the Four Emperor, Kaido. Of course, even if they were aware, it would be of little consequence. Without two admirals stationed, their fate was already sealed. Soon, Kaido appeared before the warship. The sight of a colossal azure dragon sent the Marines aboard into a state of shock. They immediately dropped anchor, halting the vessel to prepare for battle. The thousands of Marines heard the proclamation, "You are surrounded by me and the Four Emperor, Kaido. You now have a choice. Surrender and lay down your arms. If you do so, we shall treat you as our captives, providing 3 meals a day until the Navy pays for your release. If you choose to resist, think carefully. You are facing the world's strongest creature, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, and you stand no chance." Boom, standing atop Kaido's head with a megaphone in hand, despite being alone, emanated the aura of 1,000 soldiers. Fighting? That is for the brawny and simple-minded. I prefer to resolve matters with words rather than fists. Indeed, upon hearing Book's words, the Marines who had raised their firearms and adjusted their cannons halted in their tracks. After all, that was the world's strongest creature. If they fought, they were certain to lose. If surrender meant no death and 3 meals a day, then why fight? The Navy's provisions were often not this generous. "Commander Guizhou, what should we do?" A Marine aboard the central warship inquired of the commanding officer overseeing the operation. "That is Kaido of the 100 Beasts. I have seen his dragon form at the Navy headquarters. It cannot be mistaken. And that young man shouting should be the immortal king who was executed alongside Kaido. I never imagined they would team up. Damn it, this is my first time escorting them, and I encounter such trouble. How will I ever get promoted after this?" Commander Guizhou slammed his fist against the rail of the warship in frustration. "Kaido of the 100 Beasts, I shall not rest until we meet again. Little brat, did you not say you would not take action?" Kaido rolled his eyes at Fong and asked, "I was ready to make my move, and here you are, calling out slogans while we have surrounded thousands of Marines? Is that not how the term surround is used?" Molong retorted, gazing at Kaido. "The two of us, transformed into dragons, are nearly 1,000 to 1,800 meters long. Surrounding 5 warships is more than sufficient, is it not? Furthermore, to conquer without battle is the true mark of strength." Kaido interrupted. "Let me tell you, the era of brute force has passed. What we are entering now is the epic of verbal prowess." "Molong, what nonsense! We live in an era driven by self-interest. No one would willingly oppose their own benefits. I clarified the stakes with those sailors to ensure that they understand the gravity of the situation. Would they rather fight to the death for the Navy or submit to us as captives? Enjoying a mieux existence. Any rational individual would know how to choose. Of course, if those sailors aboard the warships are as obstinate as mules, then I might as well remain silent. However, these sailors are escorting the Tenryubito. If their surrender leads to the capture of the Tenryubito, do you truly believe they will be spared?" Kaido countered. No. Kaido, you're mistaken. Based on my observations, the warship flying the Tenryubito flag likely carries no Tenryubito on board. These vessels are not escorting the Tenryubito, Molong asserted confidently. Who would dare fly the Tenryubito flag without their presence? Wait, I understand now. These warships are escorting the heavenly gold mint for the Tenryubito, which is why they display that flag. Kaido pieced it together. No wonder we have yet to sight a Tenryubito. I had assumed they were hiding in the cabins out of fear, but it appears I was mistaken. These are not pleasure vessels for the Tenryubito. They are Navy ships escorting the heavenly gold from the allied nations of the world government. In light of this, the plan to exchange Tenryubito for devil fruits seems untenable. Kaido sighed, observing this. Molong reassured him, "Kaido, do not be disheartened. After all, this is heavenly gold destined for the Tenryubito. It may very well contain devil fruits. Moreover, even if it does not, utilizing these thousands of sailors to negotiate for a few devil fruits from the Navy should not pose an issue. After all, given Sengoku's character, he cannot bear to witness the sacrifice of these sailors. Sengoku would surely say, I am compassionate and cannot bear to see sailors die before my eyes. So please refrain from executing them in my presence. Yet, how can we exchange thousands of sailors when Onigashima lacks a prison large enough to contain them?" Kaido lamented. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether these sailors will choose to fight to the death or surrender. Rest assured, I have a keen eye for people. No one wishes for death. Even if a few among these sailors are fearless, their voices will be drowned out by those who wish to survive. This is human nature. Malone proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Who would choose death when life is an option? Kaido, what exactly do you intend to accomplish? On board the warship, Vice Admiral Gazizi took a deep breath and shouted at Kaido, who was hovering in the air. This warship carries heavenly gold for the Tenryubito, accumulated from the 28 allied nations of the New World. If you dare to touch this treasure, do you intend to declare war against the world government? Fighting is not an option. Testing the world government's patience may yield favorable results. If not, we could always surrender, allowing us to claim we did not surrender immediately, but rather resisted, only to be overwhelmed by a formidable enemy. Even if I wished to serve the Navy with unwavering loyalty and shed the last drop of justice, my death would not alter the fate of the heavenly gold. Thus, after careful consideration, I have resolved to prioritize my survival, preserving my usefulness to serve the Navy diligently in the future. Indeed, my surrender is not born of cowardice, but rather a desire to retain my utility for the Navy's cause in the time to come. My loyalty, Gazizi, is as trustworthy as the heavens and the earth, as bright as the sun and the moon. Clutching a leg and crying, what significance does heavenly gold hold for me? I have robbed it before. If it were an ordinary warship, I would not even bother. Malone laughed heartily at Gazizi. I know you, Gazizi, right? Who do you think you're threatening with the world government? In the future, a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million dared to pierce the flag of the world government at Judicial Island. I offer a bounty of $1 billion. Is it unreasonable to rob heavenly gold? Gazizi? What do you mean by a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million daring to pierce the flag of the world government at Judicial Island? What is this guy talking about? Moreover, I am speaking with Kaido. Why are you interjecting? Kaido, what is your stance? You must understand what heavenly gold signifies for the Tenryubito. If it is robbed, the Tenryubito will certainly not remain passive. Even if you manage to seize it, can you keep it safe? Gazizi continued. If you rob the heavenly gold today, do you believe the 3 admirals will not surround Onigashima tomorrow, erasing it from the world map? Little brat, this guy is asking for a beating. Can I hit him? Kaido inquired of Malone. Malone rolled his eyes. What? Am I stopping you from hitting him? However, you previously stated that subduing an enemy without battle is true strength. If I strike, Kaido hesitated before continuing. Wouldn't that make me seem weak? Surely not. Surely not. Kaido, I was merely jesting to appear impressive. You truly believe me? Malone shook his head. You are adorably naive. What do you mean by subduing an enemy without battle? Isn't that an admission of my inability to fight? If I could, I would have slapped him long ago. Who would waste time reasoning with you? Kaido, fine, I admit my folly. I am indeed foolish for believing your tall tales. Alas, as a member of the Oni clan, I have been deceived by mere words. I apologize for being born as an Oni. Gazizi, listening to Kaido and Malone converse as if he were invisible, felt his anger swell. In the next instant, Gazizi erupted, his toes striking the ground as he shot up into the sky, confronting Kaido's colossal dragon head. Clenching his fist, he struck with all his might. The flesh of the azure dragon split under the force of his punch, cascading in layers like a wave. The immense power sent the azure dragon hurtling backward, crashing into the ocean and creating a massive surge. As the tide receded, the azure dragon's body floated upon the surface. Just as Gazizi's delightful fantasy came to an end, a dragon tail swooped in, slamming into his face and sending him flying, abruptly pulling him back to reality. Double-tailed? Chapter 115. Like a bullied little wife. Vice Admiral Gazizi, are you all right? The sailors hurried to assist the dazed Gazizi. As he regained his footing, Gazizi was completely bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What was I supposed to do? I distinctly remembered defeating Kaido. Sailor? Upon hearing Gazizi claim he had slain Kaido, they were at a loss for words. In their eyes, Gazizi had been squinting and grinning just before being struck, lost in some thought, drooling. Then, in the next moment, Kaido's tail had sent him flying, crashing into the massive mast of the warship. And now, they were helping him up. How could it have been an illusion? After a while, Gazizi's mind cleared, realizing that the image of him defeating Kaido was merely a figment of his imagination. Yet that rascal Kaido dared to strike him. He is, after all, one of the 16 vice admirals at the Navy headquarters. Striking him is akin to striking the face of the Navy headquarters itself. To slap the Navy headquarters is to insult the world government, and to offend the world government is to challenge the authority of the world as sovereign. Therefore, Kaido, having struck on, do you still wish to survive? Oomph. Upon contemplating this, Gue Jiju's cold laughter emanated, his gaze toward Kaido reminiscent of one observing a corpse. Kaido, do not make a move. We surrender. We choose to surrender. In the next moment, Gue Jiju capitulated outright. After all, a dying man deserves one last display of bravado. It is unnecessary to sacrifice one's life for a dead man, is it not? Clearly, Gue Jiju had found himself a solid way out. Moku Long and Kaido, witnessing Gue Jiju's understanding, had no intention of continuing the assault. After all, they had just offended Whitebeard. Further antagonizing the Navy would be rather unwise. In their minds, as long as they had not slain all the sailors, it could not be considered a grave offense, could it? Very well. Those who recognize the times are truly wise. Since surrender has been chosen, let all sailors assemble on the deck. Moku Long began issuing commands. There is only one chance. I mean all sailors. If I discover even one sailor hidden in the cabin, the toilet, the shower, under the bed, or anywhere else, I will execute one sailor for each that I find. You have exactly 5 warships here. I hope there are no more than 4 missing. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to annihilate your entire fleet. For what use is a disobedient sailor? Upon hearing Moku Long's cruel threats, Gue Jiju quivered internally. He immediately shouted orders, proclaiming, I am Gue Jiju, the supreme commander of this escort mission. I now command all sailors in the cabin to cease all activities and assemble immediately on the deck. No matter if you're cooking, bathing, or using the restroom, all of you come out and assemble on the deck. Do you hear me? I repeat, I am Gue Jiju, the supreme commander of this escort mission. I now command all sailors in the cabin to cease all activities and assemble immediately on the deck. If I find anyone disobeying orders and hiding in the cabin, I will personally throw you into the sea to feed the sharks. As soon as Gue Jiju finished speaking, the sailors within the cabin rushed toward the deck en masse. The sheer number of them caused the cabin door frame to splinter under the pressure. A few minutes later, Gue Jiju observed that no one else was emerging from the cabin. He instructed his subordinates to begin counting. The total number of sailors for this operation amounted to 3,600, having not engaged in battle nor succumbed to illness. The number of sailors emerging should match the original count. Each squad reported their numbers, which were then compiled layer by layer. Ultimately, Gue Jiju's aide approached him, saluted, and reported, Vice Admiral Gue Jiju, the current head count is 599. Gue Jiju, perplexed, inquired, what does this mean? Is there one person missing? Angrily, he exclaimed, who is that audacious individual? I explicitly stated that if anyone is found hiding in the cabin, they will be ground to feed the fish. Is this a blatant disregard for my orders? Filled with fury, Gue Jiju prepared to enter the cabin himself to search. After all, Moku Long had stated that if even one sailor was missing, all sailors aboard the warship would be executed. He could not take that risk. Wait, just as Gue Jiju was about to enter the cabin, Moku Long intervened, stopping the enraged vice admiral. Give me a moment, Moku Long. I assure you I will retrieve that disobedient scoundrel. Please do not resort to harming the sailors. Gue Jiju gazed at Moku Long, his tone pleading. There was no alternative. If it was merely a matter of one sailor missing, he would certainly face punishment when he returned, but it would likely not be severe, especially when dealing with the beast Kaido. However, if he were to lose an entire warship along with over 1,000 sailors, he feared he would find himself facing a military tribunal and possibly ending up in impelled down, accompanied by iron doors and chains. No, what I mean is, could that missing person be you? Moku Long queried, looking at Gue Jiju. Gue Jiju, taken aback, responded, impossible. He turned to his aide. Did you not count me when tallying the numbers? The aide stammered, my apologies, Vice Admiral Gue Jiju. I forgot. With a swift motion, Gue Jiju slapped his aide, exclaiming, forgot? You didn't realize that your oversight could cost an entire warship its crew? You're telling me you can't even keep track of the numbers? How did you even become a Navy captain? Fuming, he continued, you useless fool. From today onward, you're no longer my aide. As for your rank as a Navy captain, I will conduct a thorough investigation when we return. I hope I do not uncover any further issues, or else the doors of Impel Down will remain eternally open for you. After delivering a harsh reprimand to his aide, Gue Jiju finally vented his frustration and turned to Moku Long with a smile, saying, now that all sailors are on deck, please instruct us on our next course of action. Gue Jiju had no skills for venting frustration upon Moku Long, but he certainly possessed the ability to unleash his ire upon his subordinate. As for his aide, at that moment, he resembled a bullied young wife, covering his bruised face. Sitting on the ground, trembling, casting furtive glances at Gue Jiju, too afraid to express anger or protest. Chapter 116, Spoils of War. 10 Devil Fruits. Moku Long paid no mind to Gue Jiju's display of authority over his own subordinates. However, it did alter his perception of Gue Jiju slightly. To be subservient to outsiders while exerting force upon one's subordinates. This is the demeanor of a Navy Vice Admiral. Fascinating indeed. Naturally, everyone has their temper. Having been bullied, it is only natural to take it out on others. From this perspective, Moku Long could understand Gue Jiju, as he was not the one being oppressed. Next, have a sailors cuff each other. Since they are to be treated as prisoners in exchange for devil fruits with the Navy, Moku Long naturally had to restrict their movements. Did you hear that? Everyone cuff your comrades. All of you must be restrained. Not a single one shall be left uncuffed. Gue Jiju began issuing commands. Soon, all sailors produced handcuffs and began restraining their fellow comrades. The cuffing activity concluded swiftly. Gue Jiju looked at Moku Long and inquired, "Now that everyone is cuffed, what shall we do next?" "Everyone is cuffed. Is it the entirety?" Moku Long asked with a smile as he looked at Gue Jiju. "This should be everyone. I trust my subordinates would not deceive me," Gue Jiju replied earnestly. "Hee, Gue Jiju, everything I've said naturally includes you. Do you have handcuffs on your wrist now?" Mo Long looked at Gue Jiju with a cold smile. "Gue Jiju, I suppose I can forego that, right?" "I certainly wouldn't flee. As a dignified member of Gue Jiju, how could I abandon my subordinates and escape alone? I cannot afford to lose face. Gue Jiju, there is merely a mark on your face from a whip, which seems rather asymmetrical. It appears I must give you another one." "No, no, no. I will put them on right away." In order to preserve his not-so-handsome appearance, Gue Jiju hastily handcuffed himself. "Excellent." Observing Gue Jiju, who had secured himself, Mo Long continued to command, "Now throw all the firearms into the sea." After all, as captives, they must not retain their weapons. Although Mo Long and Kaido were not afraid of firearms, they still needed to take Gue Jiju back to Gue Island, where the pirates would certainly fear them. Without hesitation, the soldiers tossed the firearms into the sea. After all, they would be replenished, and they had not spent their own money on them, so they felt no loss. The soldiers felt no regret, but Kaido was somewhat disheartened. He reproached Mo Long, saying, "You wasteful little brat, how can you be so extravagant? Those were thousands of firearms, worth billions, and you just threw them into the sea?" Mo Long retorted, "Kaido, how can you slander me? It was those soldiers who threw them away, not me." Mo Long shrugged, displaying his remarkable skill in shirking responsibility. Upon hearing this, Kaido's face twitched violently. "Little brat, is there any merit in what you say? If it weren't for your orders, would they have discarded them?" Mo Long countered, "According to your logic, you bear even greater responsibility." Kaido, feeling cornered, asked, "Little brat, what responsibility are you implying I have? It is quite evident, isn't it? Kaido, do you believe the soldiers below are afraid of me?" Mo Long inquired. "Of course. They are afraid of me," Kaido proudly replied. "Indeed, as you said, they fear you, and I am the embodiment of your power. Thus, the fundamental reason they discarded the firearms is their fear of you. Would you not agree that this is indeed your responsibility?" Mo Long's adeptness at evading blame was unparalleled. Kaido was left speechless. It seemed that it truly was his responsibility. "Little brat, what do you plan to do next?" Kaido chose to abandon the previous topic, realizing he could not win this argument. "Next, we will take them back to Gue Island. Are we not to treat them as captives and exchange them with the Navy for devil fruits?" Mo Long stated, gazing at Kaido. Kaido questioned, "Did I say that? I recall stating that we would exchange them for celestial dragons, right? Is there a difference?" Mo Long shrugged. He then commanded the soldiers, "Now, except for the navigator responsible for steering the ship, all soldiers tear a strip of cloth from their clothing and blindfold themselves. If I find anyone still able to see in a moment, humph." The sound of tearing fabric soon echoed. One by one, the soldiers ripped strips from their uniforms, blindfolded themselves, and tied knots at the back of their heads. Thus, thousands of soldiers became blind, unable to see, with their vision obscured, handcuffed, and devoid of weapons. Mo Long believed they were sufficiently incapacitated. Strangely, despite this being his first act of robbery, he executed it with remarkable finesse. As his thought crossed his mind, Mo Long was taken aback. Could it be that he was a natural-born villain? Never mind, if he was indeed a villain. It was not like a cinematic narrative where villains are always defeated. In the real world, the victor claims the title, while the vanquished are deemed the villains. "Kaido, let us go examine the treasures intended for the celestial dragons." What remarkable treasures and devil fruits await us. With that, Mo Long leaped from Kaido's head onto the warship and proceeded directly toward the ship's hold. There was no need for guidance. The warship was not particularly large, and since soldiers had emerged from the holds of other vessels, he surmised that this central ship had treasure meant for the celestial dragons. Although Kaido followed him onto the ship, he could not enter the hold due to his large stature. "Little brat, I will wait for you outside." With that, Kaido sat cross-legged on the deck and instructed the Navy navigator to steer the ship towards Gue Island. Upon entering the hold, Mo Long found no treasures, only countless wooden crates stacked high, filling the entire space. Presumably, the treasures lay within these boxes. Approaching one, he grasped the padlock and pulled forcefully, snapping it. Upon opening the box, gleaming gold bricks appeared before him. Mo Long continued to open dozens of boxes, each revealing an array of treasures: gold coins, pearls, agate, necklaces, and piles of belly, until he opened a distinct box, at which moment he was left astonished. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10. 10 devil fruits were neatly arranged within a box. Truly, the treasures intended for the celestial dragons were extravagant. Mo Long mused, knowing that while Kaido had taken him to visit the 4 emperors, they had only acquired 6 devil fruits. Yet here, there were 10. Indeed, no one was richer than the celestial dragons in this world. This was undoubtedly a case of robbing the rich to aid the poor. Chapter 117. The 9th. Animal type. Mythical beast, Cerberus. Mo Long continued his search, opening every box in the hold, yet he found no additional devil fruits. However, it was reasonable. After all, devil fruits are not as common as cabbages. The presence of 10 among the treasures was already remarkable, especially considering this was merely the treasure of the allied nations in the New World. What are the treasures from the first half of the Grand Line and the allied nations of the 4 seas? The world government oversees over 170 allied nations. Little brat, how did it go? Were there any devil fruits? Kaido eagerly inquired as Mo Long emerged from the hold. What do you think? Mo Long replied with a smile. TCH, did I need to guess? I saw with my observation hockey that there were exactly 10 devil fruits, right? Mo Long remarked. You saw and still asked. I was merely testing you to see if you would deceive me. Is that not permissible? Kaido haughtily turned his head away. All right. So what have you discovered from your little test? Mo Long pulled up a chair, sat down, and looked at Kaido. What do you think? Kaido replied. Kaido has also adopted the same approach as Mo Long. TCH, let those who wish to guess do so. I shall not partake in such folly. Mo Long let out a cold snort and continued to inquire. Kaido, why is this warship moving at such a sluggish pace? When shall we reach Onigashima? Based on his recollections, Kaido estimated, if we do not encounter a storm or any other adverse weather, we should arrive by the night after tomorrow, provided we travel day and night. Arrive by the night after tomorrow? Damn, are we to languish on this ship for 2 whole days? Do you wish for the readers to tear me to shreds? Mo Long was incensed. No, if we do not reach Onigashima tonight, you, Kaido, must bow your head and apologize to the readers. What can I do? The speed of the warship is as it is. You expect me to condense 2 days of travel into mere hours? We would need to arrive at Onigashima today. That is utterly impossible. Kaido shook his head, deeming Mo Long's suggestion preposterous. Indeed, warships cannot fly, hence their slow speed. But what if we were to make them fly? Mo Long proposed an ingenious idea. You can create flame clouds, right? Simply use them to lift the warships and soar towards Onigashima. Smack! Kaido slapped his own nape in realization. Damn, how'd I not think of that? Little brat, who would have thought your small stature would house such a brilliant mind? You are impressive. Kaido gave Mo Long a thumbs up. Mo Long was momentarily taken aback. What kind of description was that? This is the world of One Piece, not some detective story. How much did Conan pay you? I'm worth 3 times that. In no time, Kaido conjured flame clouds to lift the warships into the air, controlling them to fly towards Onigashima. Indeed, flying through the skies was far swifter. Though it could not compare to Kaido's speed in dragon form, it was still several times faster than sailing across the sea. Thus, they should reach Onigashima by tonight. As for what would follow, Mo Long chose to disregard it. He was preparing to indulge in the devil fruits. 10 in total, yes, a full 10. Do you know how I endured the journey here? Just imagine consuming 10 servings of excrement in one day, and you will comprehend my plight. Well, adding Whitebeard's 3, that makes 13. If I can consume so many devil fruits, I believe I shall never suffer from anorexia again, for nothing could be more repugnant than a devil fruit. First, the initial fruit. This particular devil fruit appeared rather peculiar, resembling grapes. However, while a bunch of grapes typically contains dozens of fruits, this one had only 3. Regardless, Mo Long plucked one, brought it to his lips, and took a bite. Juices splattered everywhere. Mo Long promptly spat it out. Previously, he had swallowed them, finding it tolerable, as the tongue is the organ for tasting. But this time, upon biting down, the juice erupted, flooding his mouth with flavor. Gagging, Mo Long leaned over the ship's railing, retching violently until he nearly expelled his bile. After several rounds of rinsing with water, he finally felt somewhat relieved, consuming 9 devil fruits. This was Mo Long's first genuine experience of just how dreadful they were. Previously, it was akin to Zhu Beiji consuming a ginseng fruit. Swallowing it whole felt entirely different. Initially, he had thought those who claimed devil fruits were inedible were merely being finicky, as the flavor was not as dreadful as imagined. But now, he had to retract his previous words. They truly tasted horrendous. However, while they were unpalatable, the abilities they bestowed were unexpectedly formidable. Mo Long clenched his fists and muttered. Having consumed this devil fruit, he understood its power. Zoan type, mythical beast, Cerberus. If all went as expected, this would be the mightiest devil fruit ability he had acquired thus far. In his mind's eye, a colossal, fearsome canine with 3 heads emerged, dwelling in the magma of the Earth's core, howling at the sky. Each head could unleash fire, ice, and tempestuous winds. This single Zoan fruit bestowed upon him 3 elemental powers. One must ask, is that not impressive? System detected the possibility of merging devil fruit abilities. Do you choose to merge? The system's upgrade appeared once more, and naturally, Mo Long opted to merge. Ability merging in progress. Merging successful. New form. Hell Golden 3-headed Sword Dragon King. In the next moment, an image of a golden dragon with 3 heads materialized in Mo Long's mind. It was undeniably spectacular. One dragon head was already magnificent, but now, with 3, it was simply breathtaking. This form would surely captivate countless female dragons. A veritable embodiment of charisma. Not only female dragons, but which woman would not desire to nurture such a majestic golden dragon? After all, every woman harbors the dream of becoming a dragon rider. Continuing on, he grasped the second fruit. Mo Long took another bite. Fortunately, this one did not explode with juice and was swallowed whole. The taste was far less overwhelming than the previous one. Compared to Cerberus, the ability of this devil fruit paled significantly. However, in terms of other aspects, it was undoubtedly the dream fruit for men. Sanji yearned for the invisible man fruit. But in the face of this fruit, what was invisibility? Rubbish. Not even fit for a dog. Chapter 118. Paramecia type, X-ray fruit. Natural type, cloud fruit. Indeed, this was the ability of this devil fruit, granting one's eyes the power of X-ray vision. Metals, wood, stone, even clothing could be seen through by his gaze. Fortunately, he had obtained this devil fruit. Otherwise, if it fell into the hands of a wicked-minded man, who knows what mischief they might concoct. Thank goodness, with such an ability, Mo Long was eager to give it a try. However, glancing around, he found himself surrounded by male marines. Mo Long decided against it. Otherwise, he might need to jump into the sea to cleanse his eyes. Just kidding. Mo Long indeed looked, but not at the marines. Instead, he focused on the deck. Lowering his gaze, he activated the ability. His sight pierced through the deck, revealing the ship's interior below. The ability amplified, and he could even see through the entire warship, gazing down at the sea beneath. Upon returning, he would check on Yamato. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I only wish to ensure Yamato is in good health after so many years of training under Kaido's strict tutelage. Who knows what injuries may have been inflicted? In this world without X-rays, let his eyes serve as a substitute. Alas, I'm truly too kind-hearted. Despite having never met in person, one cannot help but admire the thoughtfulness displayed towards one's fiancée. Who else could possess such sentiment? Onward to the third fruit. Alas, this particular fruit's ability is rather ineffectual, even inferior to the previous X-ray vision, not to mention the earlier Cerberus. It is a paramecia type, the sound fruit. Indeed, this is the third devil fruit's power, granting one the ability to eavesdrop on conversations from miles away. However, in terms of combat prowess, it proves utterly useless. After utilizing this ability, Mo Long found it even more disappointing. As soon as he activated it, a cacophony of sounds flooded his mind, nearly overwhelming his senses. rendering him incapable of discerning any coherent dialogue. Clearly, mastering this ability necessitates persistent practice. After all, effective eavesdropping requires focus on critical information, yet at present, Mo Long is bombarded by every surrounding sound, incapable of distinguishing their significance. Perhaps it is best to discard this ability, much like the silence fruit, which rarely sees the light of day. Onward to the fourth. Mo Long continues his consumption. Goodness, is this a jest aimed at the celestial dragons? Upon sensing the power of this devil fruit, Mo Long was rendered speechless. It is a Zoan type, the bunny fruit. In essence, it allows one to transform into a half-meter-tall rabbit, and then there's nothing more to speak of. What purpose does this serve? To become an adorable little rabbit, approach women unsuspectingly, and engage in unsavory acts? How preposterous! Mo Long, possess dignity. I would rather perish than employ such a power. Onward to the next. The fifth devil fruit. Heavenly spirits, grant me a wondrous devil fruit. Mo Long chanted incantations, for when confronting the arcane, one must employ arcane methods. Indeed, if devil fruits are not grounded in science, then they belong to the realm of the mystical. Upon completing his incantation, inexplicably, Mo Long felt assured that this devil fruit in his hand was undoubtedly a nature type. Realizing it was indeed a nature type, he found its flavor significantly more palatable than its predecessors. To his astonishment, it truly was. Mo Long was dumbfounded upon discovering this fruit's ability. Had his incantation succeeded? Could it be that he had indeed manifested a nature-type devil fruit? Nature-type, cloud fruit. Indeed, this fruit grants Mo Long the ability to transform into clouds, enabling him to summon thunderstorms, rain, snow, and hail. Thus, combined with his ability to morph into a golden three-headed dragon, one can only imagine the spectacle of him soaring amidst the clouds, conjuring storms. Mo Long felt akin to a true divine dragon. No, he still retained an edge. He was more handsome. Little brat, you have consumed 5 devil fruits. What powers do you possess? Kaido appeared before Mo Long, eagerly awaiting his response. Now, having consumed 5, along with the previous 8, Mo Long had acquired the abilities of 13 devil fruits. With such a plethora of powers, even a swine ought to possess a bounty of at least 1 billion, correct? Although Mo Long was indeed marked with a 1 billion bounty, this sum bore no relation to his true capabilities. Kaido, let's clash in the skies. The newly acquired Cerberus, alongside the cloud fruit, inflated Mo Long's confidence. He felt assured that even facing Kaido would result in an even match. With that, Mo Long soared into the heavens. How could this be? Little brat, how did you accomplish this? Witnessing Mo Long fly without the emergence of wings astonished Kaido. It is crucial to note that when not transformed into a dragon, Kaido also lacks the ability to fly, while previously, Mo Long required the growth of eagle-like wings to soar. However, now he was but a cloud, and clouds naturally possess the capacity for flight. Although the system had fused Mo Long's prior devil fruit abilities, he could still utilize them independently. The fusion did not erase their existence. He could still transform into an eagle, a Tyrannosaurus Rex, or a giant python. Little brat, let me see if your strength matches your inflated ego. Observing Mo Long soaring through the air, Kaido transformed into a blue dragon and ascended skyward. Meanwhile, the warship, buoyed by the flame clouds, continued its approach towards Onigashima. In the sky, Kaido and Mo Long were a mere 100 meters apart. Gazing at the self-assured Mo Long, who seemed to regard him with disdain, Kaido felt his pride insulted and resolved to teach Mo Long a lesson. Inferno breath. The blue dragon opened its mouth, and a fireball slowly coalesced within. Then, the dragon unleashed it with ferocity. In response to the blue dragon's inferno breath, Mo Long transformed into the Cerberus form, with the central head opening its mouth to unleash hellfire. A towering column of flames surged forth towards Kaido's inferno breath. In the sky, 2 searing flames collided, resulting in a violent explosion that painted the entire sky crimson. The intense blast created shockwaves that even affected the warship, which had already retreated several kilometers, propelling it further into the air. Had it not been for the flame clouds, it would have plummeted into the sea. Kaido, witnessing Mo Long's new form, inquired, little brat, what creature is that? I have never seen it before. Is it a mythical Zoan? Indeed, it is a Zoan-type mythical Zoan Cerberus form. The 100-meter-tall Cerberus spoke with its central head. In terms of size, Mo Long now appeared even larger than Kaido's blue dragon. The primary distinction lies in the fact that the blue dragon is elongated in form, whereas the Cerberus is not only lengthy, but also significantly more imposing. It is akin to a 1-meter-long snake facing off against an 80-centimeter-long dog. The latter undoubtedly appears far more substantial. Cerberus? Kaido continued to inquire. Then what abilities do your 3 heads possess? Earlier, the Cerberus had only revealed the central head's ability to unleash a column of fire, prompting Kaido to speculate that the other 2 heads must also possess unique powers. Windblade. In the next moment, the right head of the Cerberus roared and unleashed a torrent of wind blades. Each wind blade extended several meters long, capable of effortlessly slicing through a small hill. What on earth? Why do your skills mirror mine? Witnessing the wind blades emitted by the Cerberus, Kaido was thrown into disarray. His abilities also encompassed wind blades. Ding ding ding. Dozens of wind blades struck the blue dragon with immense force, causing Kaido to feel excruciating pain. The entire dragon was sent flying by the wind blade. Its scales fell off in droves, presenting a pitiable sight. Ha ha! Kaido, did you ever expect this day would come? Witnessing the effectiveness of his attack, Mo Long felt an even greater swell of pride. Indeed, there are no useless individuals, only subpar devil fruits. Just grant me a formidable devil fruit, and I too shall soar. While this declaration might seem to amplify the arrogance of the devil fruits and undermine his own prowess, Mo Long was acutely aware of his own limitations. Without the aid of a devil fruit, he could never attain strength in this lifetime. Though he had not undergone any training, he was not of this world. And even if Kaido taught him well, mastering Haki in just a few years was simply implausible, unless one had an extraordinary advantage. However, he had already acquired an immortality boon, so the likelihood of obtaining a learning enhancement was slim. Of course, should the system overhear his thoughts and grant him such a boon, he would not object. Chapter 119. Kaido, a man without a wife, is the most powerful little brat. I never imagined you would grow to this extent. Kaido steadied himself, casting his gaze upon the areas of his body struck by the wind blade. Those spots had lost numerous dragon scales. Even his skin bore scratches. This indicated that Mo Long's previous attack had breached his defenses. Although it was merely superficial damage without even a drop of blood, being able to penetrate the defenses of the Beast Kaido was an impressive feat at the very least. The ship King Jack lacked this capability. Unbeknownst to him, had this little brat surpassed Jack? The immortal monarch, Mo Long, had only taken a few days to prove himself worthy of his bounty, perhaps even exceeding it. Naturally, as the son-in-law of the Beast Kaido, if I were not a monster, how could I be worthy of Yamato? Don't you agree, dear father-in-law? Mo Long teased Kaido with a glance. Indeed, you only dare to call me father-in-law at such moments. Kaido recognized that Mo Long was jesting, yet he felt no displeasure. Mo Long's growth was precisely what he desired. To be honest, this progression had exceeded Kaido's expectations by a considerable margin. Initially, he had hoped that within 3 years, he could cultivate Mo Long to be on par with Yamato. That would be an accomplishment. However, it now appeared that in 3 years, Mo Long could become a being comparable to him. Truly, I, Kaido, possess the potential to be a teacher. Is that so? Then why, after guiding Yamato for over a decade, can she still not defeat you? Is it because she lacks the protagonist's halo? Moreover, didn't you give me the devil fruit? What teaching is there? Kaido, you truly have a way with words. Please refrain from saying such things again. Little brat, come on, you still have 1 head left, right? Let me see what ability that last head possesses. Kaido shouted at Mo Long. Kaido, as you wish. In the next moment, the leftmost head of the Cerberus opened wide, unleashing a freezing ray. A chilling beam was spat forth, striking Kaido's azure dragon head fiercely. In an instant, Kaido's dragon head was encased in ice, and the frost rapidly spread, encasing the hundreds of meters of azure dragon in a lifelike ice sculpture. The frozen azure dragon lost its ability to fly and began to plummet. Crack! Crack! Just as the azure dragon was about to crash into the sea, the icy shell began to shatter. Boom! First, the ice layer covering the dragon's claws cracked. Bang! Then the ice covering the dragon's head, body, and tail shattered one by one. Breaking free from the icy confinement, the azure dragon regained its ability to soar through the skies. It was seen soaring upward, its 4 claws skimming the water, its head raised high, cutting through the ocean's surface. Soon, Kaido reappeared before Mo Long, looking at him with a satisfied expression. Little brat. Quite impressive. 3 heads, each possessing the powers of flame, tempest, and ice, can be regarded as an ability not inferior to my fish fruit. What a pity you're stuck with me. M.O. Long. What are you saying? What do you mean it's a pity to be with me? Goodness. Being with me is truly a blessing. M.O. Long retorted with impatience. Speaking of which, Yamato also consumed Inu no Mi, mythical type. And you too have devoured Inu no Mi, mythical type. Little brat, don't you think this is a fated connection between you and Yamato? Kaido shifted the topic towards Yamato. After all, now that M.O. Long had become so formidable, he could not let the opportunity slip to bind him to the beast pirates. Moreover, you previously expressed concerns about your inadequate strength to subdue Yamato, but now your power is no less than hers. With your immortality, if you were to engage in battle, you could outlast her, so little brat, give me a precise date for when I can drink to your and Yamato's child's full moon celebration. M.O. Long, what on earth? Is the topic shift really that abrupt? Are you just going to force it? In a full moon celebration? Kaido, I believe you should be more concerned about when you might drink your own funeral wine. Given how Yamato, such a dutiful daughter, is always thinking of eliminating you. While she may not succeed, with my assistance, the outcome could be uncertain. You know, I am quite adept at handling beautiful schemes, and if Yamato were to employ her charms to persuade me to join forces against you, how could I possibly refuse? How could I not agree? M.O. Long cast a glance at Kaido, expressing his grievances. Oh, really? How could you possibly refuse? How could you not agree? How could you not agree? How could you possibly refuse? Kaido nearly spewed a mouthful of salt water at M.O. Long. I have sacrificed so much for you. And you tell me that a mere beauty scheme has ensnared you? Little brat, have some sense of honor. A true man should not be captured by mere beauty. Look at Pirate King Roger. Did he have a wife? Look at Whitebeard. Did he have a wife? Now consider Rocks. Did he have a wife? Faced with Kaido's inquiries, M.O. Long pondered before responding. I'm not certain about Rocks, but Kaido, how could you be unaware that both Roger and Whitebeard had wives? Your intelligence is sorely lacking. Know that not only did they have wives, but they also had sons. Kiddo, impossible. Absolutely not. Little brat, you must be deceiving me. Kaido could not accept this. He sailed alongside Whitebeard. How could he be unaware of Whitebeard's wife? He had fought Roger dozens of times. How could he not know Roger had a wife? It is worth noting that when Roger perished, the Navy was conducting a thorough search on a certain island, allegedly in pursuit of Roger's pregnant wife. Ultimately, however, it was confirmed that these were mere rumors, entirely unfounded. Chapter 120. The Awakening of Fruit Abilities. Whether you believe it or not, their son will undoubtedly make an appearance in a few years, and then you shall see. M.O. Long remarked to Kaido, hoping that when news arrives, UNT where that oh no, the jester is actually me expression. Kaido, you little brat, it seems you are looking for a fight. Kaido glared at M.O. Long, swiftly lashing out with his tail. As a result, one of the heads of the Cerberus opened its mouth and bit down hard, capturing the tail that had been swung at him. It was the middle head. Moreover, the moment it clamped down on his tail, flames erupted from its mouth. How dare you, little brat? Are you preparing to barbecue my dragon tail? Kaido yanked his tail free from the dog's jaws. However, upon seeing his tail's skin slightly charred, his expression twitched in dismay. He then brought his tail to his mouth and blew on it. Oh, what a delightful aroma. As Kaido blew, a gust of wind returned, carrying the enticing scent to his nostrils, making him involuntarily swallow. Kaido, why don't we just eat this tail? As a Zoan-type fruit user, your recovery ability is formidable. I believe your tail would regrow quite swiftly, wouldn't it? M.O. Long smiled at Kaido, suggesting, since that is the case, why not roast your dog leg instead? After all, it can regenerate, and besides, there is far more meat on a dog leg than on my tail. No, even if you were consumed by piranhas, you could still resurrect, so why not have an entire dog meat hot pot? Kaido was cornered. Eat myself. Although Kaido found the suggestion rather appealing, he could not bring himself to do it. After all, that was flesh grown from his own body, more intimate than blood brothers. Even money cannot replace that. Little brat, continue. Let me see what other abilities you possess. Today, Kaido was determined to extract every ounce of M.O. Long's capabilities. He needed to ascertain just how much M.O. Long had grown. Otherwise, should M.O. Long surpass him one day, while he remained blissfully ignorant, it would be utterly foolish. No, today I am too fatigued. I shall take my rest. However, M.O. Long did not respond to Kaido's challenge, and instead soared towards the battleship on the clouds. Watching M.O. Long turn and leave, Kaido was taken aback. This little brat increasingly disregarded him. Wait, It seems this little brat has never regarded him highly? Well, that changes nothing. System: detection of the host utilizing devil fruit abilities and engaging in intense combat. The host's devil fruit ability has awakened. Mo Long. Did I just engage in intense combat? It seems not. Nevertheless, this system is indeed effective. Possessing a devil fruit truly aids in awakening. Awakening of devil fruit ability in progress. Devil fruit ability awakening successful. System: please explore the awakened devil fruit ability. By the way, 3 days in the east, 3 days in the west. Do not underestimate the system. Its power exceeds your imagination. You still have time to cling to my leg. Or else, I might one day be lured away by the chef system's sister who admires my talents. At that time, you shall have no regrets. Mo Long. What a character. Truly, the system reflects the nature of its host. No wonder I previously mentioned being seduced by Yamato's allure. It turns out the responsibility lies with the system, influencing my actions. No wonder I thought, as a man of integrity, how could I be tempted by beauty? Generally speaking, when someone employs beauty as a tactic, I would surely leave them entranced while I return the favor. This must be the system's negative influence that led to my enchantment. Having shifted the blame to the system, Mo Long's spirits lifted considerably. Upon returning to the battleship, Mo Long noticed that the sailors were rather obedient. Even in his and Kaido's absence, none chose to flee. Should the sailors know Mo Long's words, they would likely retort, "How on earth could we escape at this altitude?" Jumping down would be tantamount to falling into a box. Come, let us continue the blind box opening. Mo Long produced the remaining 5 devil fruits and began to consume them one by one. The first, a paramecia type, pocket fruit. While it lacks combat capabilities, it is nevertheless an exceedingly useful ability. At the very least, it is far superior to the silent and wind-listening fruits. This fruit allows the user to create an opening in any object, functioning as a pocket for storage. It is akin to the storage bags found in fantasy novels. However, while storage bags are physical, this ability enables the creation of a storage space within any tangible object. The capacity can easily accommodate a sea king of several hundred meters. Quite splendid. Although this fruit does not enhance combat strength, I can conveniently carry as many wives as I wish without issue. The King Scorn. Chapter 121. Hypnosis Fruit. Scorpion Fruit. Transformation Fruit. Continuing with the second fruit, Mo Long gazed in a box where only 4 devil fruits remained. He selected one that appeared rather peculiar, a long, slender fruit with a hooked tail. He picked it up and bit the hook slightly, believing it would taste significantly better. Previously, the fruits were round, and a single bite would take a massive chunk. While he could slice it with a knife, he felt it unnecessary. He was not that refined a man. Indeed, eating less altered the flavor entirely. Mo Long found that upon swallowing, it felt as though he had eaten nothing at all. As for the fruit's abilities, he understood them as well. It was still a Zoan type. Zoan type, scorpion fruit. No wonder this fruit had a hooked tail. It was the scorpion stinger. System: detected that the host possesses a compatible devil fruit ability. Would you like to fuse? Mo Long suddenly recognized an issue. It appeared that Zoan-type devil fruits could indeed fuse. Speaking of which, if he continued to fuse, would he ultimately become a grotesque creature? If that were the case, then forget about the combat power. After all, handsomeness is a lifelong affair. I choose to fuse, Mo Long declared resolutely in his heart. In the next moment, the fruit abilities began to merge. Fusion complete. New form. Hellish Golden 3-headed Poison Dragon King. The fusion complete. Mo Long gained an additional toxic attribute. Furthermore, the fused form did not undergo significant changes. At the tip of the tail, there emerged a hook reminiscent of a scorpion. It appeared more sinister, or rather, more domineering. Onward to the third fruit. The remaining 3 bore no surprises. Thus, Mo Long casually selected the closest one and took a bite. To his astonishment, it was a rather intriguing fruit. Mo Long stroked his chin, revealing a gentlemanly smile. If the to Guosher were already a man's favorite, then this fruit was undoubtedly the ultimate desire of men. The to Guosher merely allows one to see, but a true gentleman cannot be limited to mere observation. Can he? Come forth, it has been decided, Chaorenshi, Mian Guosher, Chaorenshi, Mian Guosher. The Mian Guosher, Mian Guosher, possesses the ability to hypnotize anyone, or rather, any living being. The condition for activating this power is simple. One must make the target gaze into their eyes and continuously feed them commands. The weaker the will, the easier the hypnosis. For instance, if Kaido were to look into your eyes while you repeatedly told him, Kaido, you are Mo Long's mount, then after a successful hypnosis, he would come to believe it. However, this condition is somewhat stringent, Mo Long thought. It is not as simple as merely having someone look into your eyes and uttering a command. It resembles the process of training a hawk. One must maintain eye contact until the hawk can no longer resist and acknowledges you as its master. Mo Long's hypnotic ability operates similarly. For an ordinary person, it could be achieved in an instant, given their fragile willpower. However, with a monster like Kaido, it would likely take 10 minutes to half an hour to succeed. Furthermore, convincing Kaido to maintain eye contact while incessantly repeating, "You are my mount," seems implausible. Therefore, the more resolute the opponent's will, the more ineffective this hypnotic ability becomes. The opponent cannot remain motionless, eyes wide open, listening to the continuous hypnotic commands. Unless, of course, they're imprisoned and unable to resist. Well, I shall test this on Yamato upon returning. Yamato, what is the situation? The To Li returns for me to test. And the Toi Mian Nung Li, Tsue Mian Nung Li, also returns for me to test. Is everything a trial for me, as if I were merely a tool? Next, the fourth fruit. Alas, only 2 remain, and I am somewhat reluctant to consume them. Mo Long sighed. When he had 10, he felt like a nouveau riche, consuming them without a care. But with only 2 left, he began to cherish them inexplicably. It was akin to having a girlfriend. When surrounded by many, one tends to be indifferent. Yet when only one remains, one hesitates to speak loudly for fear of losing her to another. This illustrates the difference between a sea king and a recluse. Fortunately, I have no girlfriend, so I need not worry. The fourth fruit. Though reluctant, it must be consumed. If he does not eat it, what if Kaido takes it back and distributes it among his subordinates? Mine is mine. Ahmu. After consuming this one, only the last one remains. I must retract my earlier statement. The Themin Gusher, Tsuemien Gusher, is not the ultimate fruit for men, but rather this moment is. For the Toi Man Gusher, Tsuemien Gusher, requires hypnosis, whereas this one allows the girl to take the initiative. Chao Ren Shi, Bianhua Gusher, Chao Ren Shi, Bianhua Gusher. It possesses the ability to transform into countless forms. Any tangible object can be altered. The size of the transformed object is contingent upon one's own size, with a maximum increase not exceeding 100 times and a minimum decrease not falling below 100 times. With this devil fruit in hand, who would lack a girlfriend? Simply transform into the other party's boyfriend. Oh no, that is too wicked. Such a nefarious devil fruit is fortunate to be under my control. Were to fall into the wrong hands, well, no need to elaborate. Everyone knows what I mean. In the next moment, Mo Long showcased his ability. Instantly, Mo Long vanished, replaced by Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Mo Long, from some unknown source, produced a mirror to examine his reflection. It cannot be said to be identical, but rather indistinguishable. Speaking of which, if I were to transform into Sengoku's likeness, could I not seize control of the entire navy? Wait, since anyone can transform, why not take the form of Emu and usurp the world government? That would be splendid. However, if I were to do so, the female protagonist would not have appeared, and the story would reach an abrupt conclusion. Readers would undoubtedly tear the author to shreds. Damn it, kid, what is this ability? Previously, Kaido had been licking his wounds from a distance, as the scales had fallen off, making him quite unappealing. Ultimately, he realized that these scales did not seem to regenerate on their own, leaving him quite frustrated. He intended to confront Mo Long and have him transform into a golden dragon to reclaim some scales to replace those lost to Mo Long's windblade. However, upon his return, he found not Mo Long, but a perfect replica of himself, nearly causing his jaw to drop. Yet, after a moment's thought, Kaido understood that this must be one of the myriad powers of the devil fruits Mo Long had consumed. This brat possesses a dozen abilities now, yet he is only aware of half. Damn, hiding this from the father-in-law. Kid, I see rebellion in your future. Chapter 122. Sengoku. You and T want thousands of Marines to perish, would you? Oh, Kaido back already? Have your dragon scales grown back? Upon seeing Kaido, Mo Long extended his hand in greeting. Hearing Mo Long's words, Kaido's mouth twitched. This brat truly knows how to strike a nerve. Is this your ability to mimic? Kaido suddenly recalled that such abilities had appeared in Wano country. Its effectiveness was rather limited. It could only replicate another's appearance. Moreover, in combat, one would revert to their original form for a short time. This presented a flaw. After all, to determine if one is a mimic, all it takes is for them to engage in combat once. for the mimic will revert to their true form, while the original remains unchanged. Such a shortcoming prevents the mimic from genuinely replacing the individual they imitate unless they never engage in battle. Furthermore, if no flaws are perceptible during the imitation, should someone who notices a flaw challenge you to a duel, the charade would be exposed. Mimic fruit? No, this is not that kind of inferior fruit. Mo Long waved his hand at Kaido, asserting that it should be considered a superior version of the mimic fruit, the Binhua Guosher, Bien Hua Guosher. I can transform into any tangible object I desire. As he spoke, Mo Long transformed into a gun, then into a mermaid, and subsequently into a bed. In summary, he could morph into anything he desired. As Kaido observed the mesmerizing transformations of Mo Long before him, he felt as though he were witnessing a captivating magic show. What an extraordinary ability! With such prowess, you and Yamato are even more suited for one another. I previously thought that your physique might render you self-conscious in Yamato's presence. But now that you can effortlessly assume any form, surely transforming into a more imposing figure is well within your capabilities. With that, Kaido shifted the conversation toward Yamato. Earlier, Kaido had been unconcerned about Mo Long's potential escape. After all, Mo Long lacked strength and was under a bounty. Fleeing would be quite unwise. However, with Mo Long's current capabilities, even if he were to roam the seas, the number of individuals able to capture him would be exceedingly rare. In such circumstances, if Kaido did not devise a method to confine Mo Long to Onigashima, there was a genuine possibility that Mo Long might pursue freedom, a notion Kaido could not abide. He had invested so much in Mo Long. While he felt a profound bond with Mo Long, it must be noted that their acquaintance spanned only a few days. With such a brief connection, Kaido could not assure himself that Mo Long would not betray him. Indeed, possessing this ability will enable me to impress Yamato. Mo Long chuckled and nodded in agreement. Kaido, little brat, is it truly appropriate to speak such words before others, especially in front of their father? And to mention impressing Yamato? Are you not concerned that she might bite you in half? The last devil fruit, lacking in surprise. Ashanti discuss it further. Having consumed 10 devil fruits, it is now time to pursue another 10. Goei Jiju, may I inquire if you possess a Den Den Mushi that can directly contact Sengoku? Mo Long inquired, glancing towards Goei Jiju, who was seated on the deck, leaning against the ship's mast. With the 10 fruits consumed by the celestial dragons, it was time to negotiate with the Navy for a fresh batch. This is what one might call sustainable development. I have one. The Den Den Mushi in my possession can be used. Goei Jiju replied. Then why are you still sitting there? Bring me the Den Den Mushi. Mo Long shot a disdainful glance at Goei Jiju. Yes, I shall retrieve it immediately. Goei Jiju slowly rose from the deck and approached Mo Long. Although he was blindfolded, as a vice admiral, he still possessed the ability to sense his surroundings. Mo Long extended his hand, removing the Den Den Mushi tied to Goei Jiju's wrist, and then awkwardly asked, how does one use this Den Den Mushi? This is my first encounter with such a device, and I am unsure how to operate it. Under Goei Jiju's guidance, Mo Long successfully dialed Sengoku's office. Burubaru. Sengoku, who had been lazily napping at his desk, was jolted awake by the sound of the Den Den Mushi. Staring at the device, which was incessantly ringing, he hesitated, unsure whether to answer. In recent days, he had only received troubling news. Now, a call was coming directly to his office. It was worth noting that only the 3 admirals, 12 vice admirals, and spies undertaking confidential missions had access to his office's Den Den Mushi number. Additionally, there were higher-ups, such as the commander-in-chief, Kong. Who could this call possibly be from? Sengoku stretched out his hand to pick up the receiver, but midway, he hesitated, feeling apprehensive. He was already grappling with the situation regarding Kaido and hoped not to be presented with another dilemma. However, not answering was not an option. What if it was something important? Sighing, Sengoku finally picked up the receiver and placed it to his ear. Hello, Sengoku, it's me. Can you still recognize my voice? Upon realizing the call had connected, Mo Long teasingly remarked. Sengoku, what the hell, Mo Long? Why are you calling me? How did you acquire the number for my office's Den Den Mushi? Sengoku could hardly believe that the information network of the Beast Pirates had infiltrated to such an extent. Did they even know his Den Den Mushi number? Did this imply that past communications with the admirals and vice admirals had been intercepted? Of course not. I'm currently using Goei Jiju's Den Den Mushi to call you. Goei Jiju, old man Sengoku. You should remember him, yes? Mo Long continued to speak leisurely. Goei Jiju? ISNT he escorting Tenryubito? A furious thought crossed Sengoku's mind. Indeed, that is what you're thinking. I have already seized Tenryubido, along with 3,600 Navy personnel. Sengoku, you wouldn't want all those lives to be cast into the sea, would you? Mo Long smiled, threatening Sengoku with the lives of 3,600 men. You little brat, do you understand what you're doing? Are you declaring war on the Navy headquarters? Sengoku's anger boiled over, and he slammed his fist down onto the newly replaced desk, which shattered into pieces. In the past, he had merely broken it in half, leaving a semblance of a whole. Now, only fragments remained. Old man Sengoku, please don't be so furious. The Navy is quite formidable. How could I dare to declare war on them? Wouldn't you agree? I simply find myself in need of a few devil fruits, and the Navy, being the rulers of the sea, must possess a considerable stockpile, right? So, old man Sengoku, I won't ask for much. 3,600 Navy personnel for 36 devil fruits, 100 to 1. Initially intending to request only 10, Mo Long reconsidered, realizing that this was a negotiation. Since it was a business deal, he ought to leave room for bargaining. Thus, he raised the figure from 10 to 36. This way, Sengoku might negotiate it down to 10, ultimately believing he had gained the upper hand by reducing the request by 26. Meanwhile, Mo Long felt he had profited as well. After all, maintaining thousands of Navy personnel was a waste of resources, and acquiring even a single devil fruit was a gain, not to mention 10. This is the essence of business. Both parties should feel they have benefited. The so-called win-win situation is precisely this. Henceforth, please refer to me as M.O. Capitalist Long. 56 de Villefruit? You little brat, are you robbing me? Upon hearing M.O. Long's demand, Sengoku almost spat out his drink. He genuinely questioned whether M.O. Long understood the implications of requesting 36 devil fruits. Who would dare to make such an audacious demand? Even the Golden Lion would not have the audacity to open his mouth so wide. Indeed, am I not robbing you? M.O. Long replied with an air of entitlement. Sengoku, I advise you not to lose sight of the bigger picture. I have 3,600 Navy personnel, and let us not forget the 5 warships and countless firearms and ammunition. Surely, that must be worth 36 devil fruits? Wait a moment. Did you just say 3,600 Navy personnel? Upon hearing M.O. Long's words, Sengoku furrowed his brows. I remember that the total number of personnel escorting Tenryubido in the New World was only 3,600. How did you manage to capture them all? Little brat, are you trying to deceive me? Though it may seem somewhat unprincipled to think this way, logically speaking, when Kaido and Malong attempted to seize the heavenly gold, the Marines would undoubtedly vow to defend it to the death. Consequently, it is implausible that there would still be 3,600 Marines left by the time they were captured. From this statement, it is evident that you lack an understanding of the Marines, Malong educated Zhanghua. Zhanghua, speechless, thought to himself, I have painstakingly climbed to the pinnacle of the Navy, becoming the fleet admiral and commanding the Navy for over a decade. And you dare tell me I do not understand the Marines? There is a saying that even an ant strives to survive. What more the Marines? With a monthly salary of merely a few thousand, do you truly believe they would risk their lives? Malong chuckled at the other end of the den mushi, explaining that he merely discussed the stakes with them, leading them to voluntarily surrender their weapons, resulting in all 3,600 Marines becoming his captives, without exception. Zhanghua, infuriated, clenched his fists and slammed them onto his desk, only to halt midair, realizing he had already damaged it. With no desk left, he struck his thigh with a heavy fist. Ouch, that hurt. He grimaced in pain, deciding that in the future, he would prefer to release his frustrations on the desk instead. Those scoundrels, receiving a salary from the Navy, simply surrendered? You make that bastard Gue Jiju talk to me. I will not spare him. Zhanghua gritted his teeth as he spoke to Malong, understanding Zhanghua's need to vent at that moment. Malong handed the den mushi to Gue Jiju. Upon receiving it, Gue Jiju prepared to lament to Zhanghua about enduring humiliation and surviving through such a shameful captivity. However, to his surprise, before he could utter a word, Zhanghua unleashed a torrent of insults upon him. You scoundrel, garbage, worthless piece of trash, Gue Jiju. How can you still call yourself a Marine? How on earth did you manage to attain the rank of Vice Admiral? Are the Gorosei your father? When others came to seize the heavenly gold, you didn't even put up a fight and simply surrendered. Do you realize what this behavior signifies? Treason. You have betrayed the Navy. You deserve to hang. You bastard. Do not let me see you again, or each time I do, I will berate you. Do you understand? That little brat actually wants me to exchange 36 devil fruits for your lives. Does he think there is a devil fruit tree growing at Navy headquarters? He casually demands 36. Where am I supposed to procure that many? Therefore, asking for the devil fruits is impossible. You might as well go die. After venting his rage, Zhang felt somewhat relieved. Hearing Zhang's tirade, Gui Zhizhu was bewildered, wondering what on earth Ma had told Zhang to provoke such anger from the usually mild-mannered admiral. Earlier, Ma had entered a state of silence, isolating himself from the outside world, leaving Gui Zhizhu unaware of their conversation. Initially, Gui Zhizhu had intended to express his grievances, asserting that he had no choice but to surrender for the sake of his subordinates' lives. If it were only him, he would have chosen to fight to the death rather than surrender. That was his principle as a vice admiral. However, while he could accept his own fate, he could not bear to witness the deaths of the 3,600 Marines, each with a promising future. Before he could elevate himself, Zhang's scolding left him knowing that nothing he said would hold weight now. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to speak. He did not want to be fed to the fish by Ma. Clutching the din mushi, Gui Zhizhu pleaded with Zhang. Admiral, I have bled for the Navy. I have made contributions to the Navy. Please do not abandon me. Even if you choose to forsake me, I harbor no resentment. For I acknowledge that my actions today were indeed lacking. However, I am willing to make sacrifices, but please do not abandon the 3,600 Marines here. They're the future of the Navy. The humiliation of today will surely drive them to work harder and strive for excellence, and one day, they will become the backbone of the Navy. Thus, Admiral, I beseech you, please take these 3,599 Marines back. The sound of bowing could be heard. Although unseen, Zhang could hear it. Is this fellow attempting to win hearts? Ma observed Gui Zhizhu bowing, contemplating that his words were undoubtedly heard by all the Marines on the ship. Upon hearing Gui Zhizhu speak so passionately on their behalf, how could the Marines forget his goodwill? Truly, he is a vice admiral. While his combat skills may be lacking, his ability to win hearts is unparalleled. On the other end of the din mushi, Zhang fell silent. To suggest Gui Zhizhu should perish was merely an expression of his anger. A vice admiral and 3,600 Marines of various ranks. This was sufficient to establish a formidable branch of the Navy. How could he simply abandon them? Yet if he did not convey this sentiment, how could he negotiate with Ma, making it clear that these Marines did hold significance in his eyes? His reputation as a strategist was not unfounded. From the moment he received the call, he had entered a tactical mindset. 36 devil fruits were out of the question. The Navy headquarters possessed no such inventory. Even if they did, it was not within the authority of a single fleet admiral to bestow such a quantity. He merely managed the Navy on behalf of those above him. The Navy was not his sole domain. Zhang's bottom line was 5, no more than 5. No additional fruits. Chapter 124. For each extra day, 100 Marines shall be executed. Zhang, are you listening? Ma took back the din mushi from Gui Zhizhu, addressing Zhang. I am not attempting to deceive you. I genuinely have 3,600 Marines as hostages. 36 devil fruits, not a single one less. Zhang, when will you deliver them to Gui Island? By the way, within 3 days. Ma continued, this is the timeline. If it exceeds 3 days, for each day that passes, I will execute 100 Marines. You are aware that I am benevolent and cannot bear to witness such occurrences. Thus, I will have Kaido take action. When the time comes, I will sell the gruesome photographs of the Marines' corpses to the newspapers. Do you think they will write anything favorable about the Navy? You brat, are you threatening me? Hearing Malong's words, Zhang gritted his teeth in fury. This was the first time anyone dared to threaten him. It is worth noting that the previous public execution of Kaido and Ma had failed, allowing them to escape and igniting much unfavorable public opinion against the Navy. He had only just managed to suppress it. If a large-scale massacre of the Navy were to occur, he could scarcely fathom how those tabloids would report it. Although the majority of newspapers at sea were under the Navy's control, the newspapers generally refrained from publishing any unfavorable news about the Navy. However, there are always some papers that prioritize profit over integrity, willing to offend the Navy and take risks for sensational stories. They might present a photograph capturing a fleeting glimpse of someone gazing at Kapu from the side. And these tabloids would dare to claim that he secretly harbors feelings for Kapu. Although he dispatched individuals to dismantle that tabloid, the very next day, those reporters simply relocate, lacking a permanent address. In most instances, when Zhang sends people to investigate, they find nothing but an empty office. Even if they succeed in capturing someone, it fails to instill fear in others. This situation is akin to the pirates. The Navy captures tens of thousands of them each year. Yet a multitude continues to venture out to sea. Many hold onto a sense of luck, thinking that those who are caught are merely foolish or incompetent, convinced they themselves would never be apprehended. Such thoughts are prevalent, as countless individuals envision themselves as the protagonists of their own chaotic narratives, aspiring to carve out their destinies in turbulent times. It is laughable. Without the likes of Cao Cao, what gives you the right to become a warlord of the times? Moreover, some have even fabricated a story about Akainu riding Akiji's bicycle, audaciously claiming that Akainu is secretly courting Akiji's girlfriend. Those unaware of the truth might glance at the headline and mistakenly believe that Akainu has taken Akiji's partner. Upon viewing the image, however, they discover it is merely a bicycle. Yet such sensational headlines draw in readers by the droves, revealing the universal allure of gossip. In contrast, Navy newspapers report on operations against pirate bases, the capture of pirates, and imprisonments in Push City, yet their sales remain poor. Instead, the tabloids that delve into the Navy's murky dealings thrive, such as claims that Kapu accepted bribes from Ruji, suggesting that despite cornering the Roger pirates multiple times, he ultimately failed to apprehend a single member. People find this reasoning credible. After all, if he has forced them into desperate situations, why has he failed to capture anyone? Surely, some form of bribery must be at play. Despite the Navy's repeated denials, skepticism remains regarding potential collusion. Further allegations surface, claiming that Colonel Smoker is engaging in improper conduct with his subordinates, as he continues to keep his beautiful subordinate, Desiki, even after being reassigned to the East Blue. The belief in such narratives only grows. In a realm of power, how could transactions not occur? Especially within the predominantly male Navy, for a female sailor to ascend, she must offer something in return for her position. Even Vice Admiral Tongtu has been rumored to be sponsored by the Celestial Dragons to achieve her rank. Additionally, reports allege that Admiral Kazuru is a spy for the Revolutionary Army, citing instances where he was dispatched to attack revolutionary strongholds, only to return empty-handed each time. If he is not a spy, how can he let his targets escape so easily? It is absurd when adversaries are incapacitated, yet he claims to pursue revolutionary officers. Those very soldiers are rescued by their comrades. This pattern occurs repeatedly. Kazuru, the so-called admiral, is he not merely playing a role? In summary, rumors abound. In the first half of the Grand Line, the Navy maintains control, limiting the spread of such information. However, in the New World, the Navy's abilities are constrained, resulting in an overwhelming proliferation of detrimental rumors and gossip. Whenever such stories emerge, Zhanghua can only instruct the Navy's newspaper department to publish rebuttals and send agents to dismantle those tabloids, leaving him with no other course of action. And now, if Malong were to indeed massacre the sailors and send reports of their slaughter to those sensationalist tabloids, who knows what damaging news could emerge about the Navy? The preceding rumors are largely unfounded and lack evidence. If a scene of carnage were to unfold, the fabrications would be limitless, and with photographs to substantiate claims. Rebuttal would be futile. Zhanghua would never permit such an event to transpire. Under his command, the Navy must remain unblemished. Chapter 125. My bottom line is no bottom line, little brat. Are you threatening me? Hearing the voice on the other end of the transponder snail, Malong erupted in laughter. Zhanghua, isn't that redundant? I am indeed threatening you. Did you think I was conducting business with you? Engaging in the unlawful trade of sailors? How could I dare? Listening to Malong's words, Zhanghua's face twitched. Aren't you currently engaged in business with me by trading sailors? 3,600 sailors for 36 devil fruits. No. I am not trading sailors. I am selling warships. 5 warships valued at 36 devil fruits. The 3,600 sailors are merely a bonus. Malong retorted. Enough of your nonsense, Zhanghua. Can't the illustrious fleet admiral be a bit more straightforward? Just say yes or no. If you refuse, I happen to be at sea right now, and I could simply toss them overboard for the fish. 2 devil fruits. After a moment of silence, Zhanghua replied. Malong. Zhanghua continued. Do you think I'm a fool? 3,600 sailors are worth only 2 devil fruits. Even if I were to sell them as pork, they would fetch a higher price. Zhanghua, you should know that I consider you a friend. That is why I am offering them to you. Treating me this way is rather ungracious. Do you believe I wouldn't immediately resell them to slavers? You scoundrel. They're sailors. How dare you treat them this way? Upon hearing Malong's words, Zhanghua slammed his fist into the wall behind him, creating a large hole. What sailors? which law states that sailors cannot be sold to slavers. Ma Long countered. As a result, Zhang Guo indeed responded to him. According to the World Government Constitution, in the military section, on page 14 of Volume 3, it is stipulated that no individual has the right to engage in the slave trade concerning the regular army under the world government. If discovered, those involved in the buying and selling of military personnel will face execution by hanging. Mo Long was left speechless, unable to utter a word. To think such a regulation truly exists. Very well, my lack of education is to blame. Readers, we don't blame you. We are unaware as well. All right, Zhang Guo, you are correct. I have indeed broken the law. What do you intend to do about it? Mo Long laid his cards on the table, challenging him to apprehend him and continue with the execution if capable. If not, then you must pay up. No, deliver the devil fruits. Zhang Guo, given your statement, what else can I do? Naturally, I shall comply with your wishes. Did I not previously mention 2 devil fruits in exchange for those Marines? It should be 36. Mo Long was left speechless. While others may negotiate by having their demands, Zhang Guo's method was akin to starting from the very foundation and cutting from there. Do you truly believe that it's feasible? If you conduct business this way every time, merchants would end up offering their wives to you. Who desires a merchant's wife? I have carp. Damn you, you little brat. Look at what you have made me say. Zhang Guo cursed. Regardless, 36 was out of the question, as the Navy simply did not possess that many devil fruits. Since this is a negotiation, little brat, how about you offer some discount? Very well. Considering your advanced age and perseverance in work, I, adhering to the virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young, shall grant you a discount of 1 devil fruit, making it 35. Mo Long presented a demeanor of magnanimity, stating how generous he was to offer you such a significant discount. Express your gratitude. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guo's face twitched. Are you jesting with me, little brat? Just 1 less. If not, then it must remain 36. Not even 1 less. Mo Long maintained a stern expression. After a moment of silence, Zhang Guo continued, Little brat, if that is the case, then we have nothing further to discuss. You can deal with those Marines as you wish. My bottom line is 1,000 Marines in exchange for 1 devil fruit. Any more, and the higher-ups will not agree. Originally, these Marines failed to protect the treasure from above, which is a dereliction of duty. The Navy cannot afford to expend more resources to retrieve these incompetent Marines. Zhang Guo was being honest with Mo Long, and furthermore, once this precedent is set, any pirate could leverage the Navy headquarters with the Marines, rendering the Navy's operations at sea untenable. Very well, Zhang Guo, since you have stated it thus, I shall offer you a bit more leeway, 20 devil fruits. Just 20 devil fruits, which would not put you at a loss. With 20, you could reclaim 3,600 Marines and 5 warships. Zhang Guo, you stand to gain immensely. Calculating at 100 million per devil fruit, 20 amounts to merely 2 billion berries. The 5 warships, along with various weapons and ammunition, are worth at least 1 billion berries, right? Then, does the compensation for the deaths of those 3,600 Marines not amount to another billion? If I were to kill these Marines, the compensation would also be a significant expenditure, would it not? Mo Long elucidated the stakes to Zhang Guo, demonstrating that should these Marines perish, he would incur substantial compensation costs, ultimately receiving nothing in return. On the other hand, by merely investing 20 devil fruits, he could reclaim both the Marines and the warships. Both scenarios involve expenditure. One results in a total loss, while the other secures a loyal contingent of Marines. As a strategist, Zhang Guo, do you truly require my guidance in making the right choice? Mo Long's words left Zhang Guo with no rebuttal. Indeed, should the Marines fall in battle, compensation would be necessary. After all, most who enlist do so for monetary gain rather than any notion of justice. Failing to provide compensation would likely hinder future enlistment for the Navy. However, to lose the treasure from above and hand over 20 devil fruits to Mo Long was a bitter pill to swallow. When has Zhang Guo ever suffered such a loss? Mo Long, 20 is still excessive. 5 is my limit. I can agree to 5 devil fruits. Zhang Guo revealed his bottom line, noting that the Navy headquarters currently had 5 devil fruits in stock, originally intended as rewards for this year's most accomplished Marines. But now, in exchange for those 3,600 Marines, they must be given to Mo Long. Chapter 126, Placing a Hat on Kaido 5. Although Mo Long's bottom line was 10, it was adjustable. However, he needed to ascertain Zhang Guo's bottom line. If Zhang Guo's limit was also 10, agreeing would put him at a disadvantage. Mo Long, consume everything but losses. Ultimately, after rounds of negotiation, both parties settled on 8 devil fruits. 3 days later, on an uninhabited island closest to Wano, the trade will take place. At that time, the Navy will arrive with 8 devil fruits. And Mo Long's group must ensure the presence of 3,600 Marines. The exchange will be made hand in hand. One hand delivers the devil fruits, and the other receives the Marines. So, was the negotiation successful? Is Zhang Guo willing to trade the devil fruits for these Marines? As Mo Long hung up the phone, Kaido eagerly inquired. He was as restless as someone stepping barefoot on scorching ground, hopping about in agitation. Isn't it obvious? With me, Mo Long, at the helm. What matter is beyond my grasp. Mo Long replied with pride. Then, how many did you negotiate for? Kaido continued to ask. Mo Long held up his hand, forming the shape of an 8. Upon seeing this, Kaido's expression darkened. I had to threaten thousands of Whitebeard's sons to procure 3 devil fruits. You little brat. Managed to secure 8 at once? Kaido retreated to a corner, crouching down and tracing circles on the deck, perhaps cursing Mo Long. He had traversed the 4 emperors with Mo Long, ultimately securing 6 devil fruits. Yet now, after robbing 1 treasure from above, he acquired 10 devil fruits. Utilizing the Marines escorting the treasure, he asked Zhang Guo for 8 devil fruits. Thus, with such an effortless method of obtaining devil fruits, why venture into danger with the 4 emperors? It felt as though he had been foolish. It is akin to a son begging and pleading with his grandfather and grandmother, eventually garnering 30 million in investment, only to return home to boast, only for the father to inquire how much more was needed, then covering the entire sum. Afterward, he tosses a suitcase containing 100 million in cash before the son. The son gazes at the money, lost in contemplation, pondering the significance of his efforts over the past few days to secure that 30 million investment. The entire experience is overwhelming, you know? Kaido's thoughts likely mirrored this sentiment. Sacrificing his appearance for Big Mom, indulging in revelry with the red-haired, and threatening others with Whitebeard. All manner of stratagems employed, yet he only managed to acquire 6 devil fruits. Yet in the blink of an eye, Mo Long, with a single phone call, secured 8. A sense of imbalance envelopes the heart. Among men, some thrive on the bounty of others, while others struggle to find companionship. One cannot help but ponder the vast differences among individuals. Kaido has succumbed to despair. At this moment, Mo Long approached him to offer a few words of comfort. Kaido, do not be disheartened. People are inherently different. Take me, for instance. I rise to the pinnacle without effort, whereas you must toil throughout your life, merely achieving the rank of one of the 4 emperors, never to advance further. Kaido turned to Mo Long with a frown. Are you certain your words are meant to comfort me, and not to belittle me? My mental state is already shattered, and you choose this moment to speak such things? Are you implying that you are destined to ascend to greatness, with the world aiding you, while I am merely a wretched soul whose utmost limit is to become one of the 4 emperors? Is that your message? Kaido, such matters are best kept within the heart. There is no need to voice them. Indeed, some things are predestined and cannot be forced, Mo Long replied earnestly. Furthermore, what is so undesirable about being one of the 4 emperors? Remember the fate of the notorious pirate king, Rox, and consider how the first pirate king, Roger, met his end. In a few years, observe the demise of the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Thus, being one of the 4 emperors is not so bad. I assure you, one should not aspire to a life of royalty if one lacks the destiny of a king. You need not compare yourself with me. Such comparisons are futile. There exists a term known as the protagonist of destiny, and that refers to me. If you persist in competing with me, you will inevitably drive yourself to despair. Kaido fell silent. Your attempts at consolation are laced with venom. Had I known, I would not have liberated you from prison. What else can you do besides vex me? I can also father children with your daughter, Mo Long retorted with a grin. As the sky darkened, Mo Long and Kaido finally returned to Onigashima. After another exhausting day, Mo Long prepared to return to his previous quarters for rest. He was quite fond of his bed. As for the captives, they were suspended in the air, guarded by the beast pirates, without fear of escape. After all, the soldiers could not fly, and few possessed the ability to use the moonwalk. Even if some attempted to flee, they would not succeed in significant numbers. A few escapees would not affect his dealings with Sengoku. Kaido, I seem to have lost my way. How do I reach the house I previously occupied? Mo Long inquired, having difficulty locating his former residence. He had to return and ask Kaido, who had previously guided him there. Observing Mo Long's earnest declaration of being lost, Kaido could only respond with exasperation. Are you truly directionally challenged? Nay, it is you who is directionally challenged. Mo Long countered. You see, the last time I rode the Cloud Dragon, I felt unwell and my mind was rather muddled. I randomly chose a place without remembering the details. Is it not entirely normal to forget? Very well, whatever you say, Kaido conceded, not wishing to argue further, as he called over a young pirate. Take this lad to Yamato's villa. Yes, Lord Kaido. The young pirate saluted, gesturing for Mo Long to follow. This way, please. As they departed, Mo Long's attention was momentarily captivated by a beautiful woman, Black Maria. However, he quickly averted his gaze, recognizing her as Kaido's partner. It would be inappropriate to linger. Upon regaining his focus, he heard the young pirate's invitation to lead him onward and followed suit. Watching Mo Long's retreating figure, Kaido mused, having just arrived at Onigashima. He finds himself in Yamato's abode. Could this be a twist of fate? Nevertheless, why ponder such things? Maria, let us indulge and drink. We shall not return until intoxicated. With that, Kaido embraced Maria, and they ventured off to drink. Thus commenced the chapter of Yamato, wherein I shall demonstrate how to educate her, not merely train her, but to mold her into a dutiful daughter. Chapter 127. Yamato under the guidance of the young pirate. Mo Long swiftly returned to the villa he had occupied for a night, facing the sea. Once Mo Long was led inside, the young pirate discreetly excused himself, mindful that should anything untoward occur, he would not wish to be a witness. Thus, he fled with remarkable speed, disappearing from Mo Long's sight. Mo Long, momentarily taken aback, cursed after the fleeing pirate. Why run so swiftly? I would not harm you. The young pirate, hearing this, thought to himself, true, he would not consume me, but he might very well devour Lord Yamato. If I were to witness such a scene, would I be left alive? Mo Long stood at the entrance, contemplating the imposing door that towered nearly 4 meters high. Why did I not notice this before? He pondered. Ah, yes, I was rather disoriented last time. That explains it. Quite normal indeed. Upon entering, he turned on the lights and examined the furnishings, which were considerably larger than average. However, he realized that some individuals in this world were indeed quite exceptional, suggesting that the original occupant of this room was likely no ordinary person. Nevertheless, a more spacious environment would not hinder his comfort. After a refreshing shower, Mo Long lay down to rest. The following morning, Yamato, having trained in the mountains throughout the night, returned to catch up on sleep. However, the moment she stepped through the door, an unsettling feeling washed over her. Has someone entered my room? She mused, noticing the lights were on. Listening closely, she detected faint breathing sounds emanating from her bedroom. Could it be from within? She pondered, crossing the hall to her bedroom door, only to find it ajar. To her astonishment, another individual lay in her bed, an unfamiliar man. Who are you? Yamato exclaimed in disbelief, unable to comprehend that anyone would dare sleep in her room on Onigashima. Despite her lack of familial affection, she was still the scion of Onigashima. Was it because she had opposed Kaido that this stranger thought he could disregard her? Get up, Yamato commanded, gripping Mo Long's shoulder and forcefully tossing him to the ground. Yamato, do not be so rough. A kiss would suffice, Mo Long exclaimed, his words causing Yamato's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Pray tell, what dreams are you indulging in, you scoundrel? Upon hearing the intolerable words of Ma Long, Daha was infuriated to the point of explosion. She approached Ma Long with determination and delivered a swift kick to his waist, sending him sprawling. What the hell? Who dares to strike me so early in the morning? After enduring the blow, Ma Long finally regained his senses. He then beheld a woman clad in a kimono, her visage obscured by a demonic mask, standing before him. Goodness, is that a ghost? Upon opening his eyes to the frightful mask, Ma Long was genuinely startled. As you may know, Ma Long was not particularly courageous. A ghost? Daha, upon hearing Ma Long's exclamation, offered no rebuttal. After all, she was indeed of the ghost clan, so calling her a ghost seemed entirely accurate. Pray tell, who are you? Why do you find yourself in my bed? Daha interrogated Ma Long with a piercing gaze. My bed? Ma Long rose from the ground, rubbing his waist where he had been kicked, and retorted, by what right do you claim that I have slept in your bed? What evidence do you have to substantiate that it is yours? If you possess the audacity, call it by name, and see if it responds to you. Daha was taken aback by Ma Long's shamelessness. It is a bed, not a person. How could I expect it to answer me? You are being utterly unreasonable. Huh. I might as well accuse you of being the one stirring trouble. Ma Long scoffed, lacking evidence, I could just as easily claim this as my bed. Preposterous. It is undoubtedly mine. The naive Daha struggled to counter Ma Long's assertions, resorting only to gritting her teeth to emphasize the truth. If you assert it is your bed, surely your name must be inscribed upon the bedboard? Ma Long continued, typically, one writes their name on their possessions. Allow me to check. With that, Ma Long bypassed Daha and began to search the bedboard for a name. Feigning a search, he then turned to Daha with open hands. There's no name here. Yet look, my name is inscribed upon the bedboard. Hence it must be mine. He pointed to the characters Ma Long that he had just carved into the wood. Daha could hardly believe Ma Long's audacity. The etching was clearly recent. Yet he presented it as evidence of ownership. You are shameless. That name was etched just moments ago. Daha exclaimed, pointing at Ma Long in outrage. No one would write their name on their own bed. Who says not? I have done so. Ma Long countered. Or are you implying that I am not human? I did not mean that. You are misunderstanding. Dai denied vehemently. Regardless, this is my bed, and this villa belongs to me. This is a truth known to all the pirates on Gui Dao. Then why am I unaware of it? Am I not one of the myriad pirates on Gui Dao? Ma Long asserted confidently. Indeed, you are not. I have been on Gui Dao for 20 years and have never encountered you. You must be a newcomer, unaware of my existence. Daha concluded, suspecting that Ma Long was a new recruit under Kaido. Why should I be concerned with your existence? Ma Long replied arrogantly. This is Gui Dao, my territory. It is you who is misinformed. Listen closely. I am the son-in-law of Kaido, the captain of the Beast pirate crew. Now, I command you to vacate this room at once, or I shall cast you into the sea, and no one will come to your aid. Do you believe that? Chapter 128. I did not consent to this marriage, what? Whom you claim to be the son-in-law of? Daha was utterly astonished. Does Kaido even have a daughter? I thought he only had a son. Woman, are your ears defective? Ma Long replied with feigned compassion. Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall repeat myself. I'm the son-in-law of Kaido, the beasts. Do you comprehend? You are lying, Daha declared, pointing an accusatory finger at Ma Long. It is common knowledge that Kaido has no daughter. Without a daughter, how could there be a son-in-law? You cannot even concoct a decent lie. Are you a spy for the Navy? Is a spy for the Navy a fool who would boldly seek refuge in a seaside villa to sleep, hoping that the Beast pirate crew remains unaware of his infiltration? Ma Long shook his head at Daha's childish logic. Moreover, I believe you resemble a spy more closely, as you are unaware that Kaido has a daughter named Daha, who on Gui Dao does not know of her. Daha was momentarily stunned. Wait, so the daughter of Kaido you speak of is me? With a thud, Daha slapped her forehead. Having lived as a man, she had nearly forgotten her own identity as a woman while listening to others address her as young master. Even if Kaido has a daughter, I distinctly recall that Daha is unmarried. If Daha is unmarried, how could Kaido possibly have a son-in-law? Da e question de molong, interna licar sing guide. You bastard. You big gorilla. I merely wanted to eliminate you, and yet you wish to marry me off? Truly, the Ghost Clan possesses no humanity. Were Ma Long to hear Daha's inner thoughts, he would likely be utterly baffled. What do you mean you merely wanted to eliminate me? And now I wish to marry you off? How does that sound? It seems that your intention to eliminate Kaido is far more severe than his desire to marry you off. Why do you not understand? Ma Long chuckled. Let me inquire. By what right do you presume to know? Kaido's marriage of his daughter is of no concern to you. Must it be approved by you? I am his daughter. What do I care who you are? Regardless, I do not consent to this marriage. Daha clenched her fists, feeling that Kaido had acted excessively. Without even consulting her, he had found her a husband from some unknown source. Is he weary of my constant challenges? Does he seek to wed me off to someone, ensnaring me in domesticity to prevent me from challenging him? Kaido, how clever you think you are. However, you should not succeed in marrying me off, especially not to this frail, seemingly powerless pretty boy. I would rather die than marry. You do not consent to this marriage? Ma Long replied with a cold laugh. Your audacity is quite impressive. One might think you a celestial dragon. You believe your disagreement holds weight on Gui Dao? Does Kaido's word not carry more authority than yours? A woman concealed behind a mask, shackled in chains. And you act so grandly. If you are so formidable, why not free yourself from those chains? Ma Long taunted Dai. He understood that employing conventional methods to pursue he would be futile. Thus, he resolved to approach the situation from an alternative perspective. You? He lowered her gaze, staring at the explosive bracelet encircling her wrist, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. Indeed, this explosive bracelet had constrained her for several years. Yet she was utterly powerless to change her predicament. although she had been adorned with the explosive bracelet since the tender age of 8. Her small stature necessitated multiple replacements as she grew. However, such details were trivial. The crucial matter was Kaido. I shall bring about your demise. Realizing that she could not contend with Mo long, Dahi promptly turned and raced towards Kaido's residence. Watching Dahi vanish in a flash, Mo long was rendered speechless. During their initial encounter, Dahi had not even removed her ghost mask. Could this be considered a lonely meeting? Ah, how I regretted dreaming of her earlier. But the sensation was so exquisite. Alas, it was merely a dream, and the feeling was not as vivid. Nevertheless, it mattered not. After all, being on Ghost Island, how could he not evade Kaido? Kaido, emerge at once. At Kaido's abode, he stood at the entrance, kicked the door open, and roared into the interior. Ling Ling, do not act this way. It would not reflect well upon us if outsiders were to witness. At that very moment, Big Mom was seated beside Kaido on the bed, playfully engaging with him. Kaido was taken aback, for he had never anticipated that Big Mom would chase him all the way to Ghost Island. The key issue was that when he returned to Ghost Island last night, no one had reported this matter to him. It was utterly frustrating, akin to being thwarted by a Kainu. Had all his subordinates been swayed by Ling Ling? Otherwise, why had no one informed him of such a significant event? Last night, he had been elated upon returning from a fruitful expedition, celebrating by drinking with Heisei Ma Liya until he was inebriated, and he had no recollection of how he returned to his room, collapsing into slumber. As he opened his eyes, he discovered Big leaning over the edge of the bed, her hands propping up her face, wide-eyed and motionless, gazing at him. The sight nearly startled Kaido into a frenzy. He quickly concocted an excuse, claiming he needed to bathe to clear his head. However, Big Mom insisted on helping him undress. How could Kaido allow Big Mom to assist him? If he permitted that, he would surely compromise his integrity. Thus, he fervently declined her offer. Just then, he forcefully kicked the door open, standing at the threshold, witnessing the intimate scene between Big Mom and Kaido, utterly stunned. You two scoundrels. He pointed an accusing finger at Kaido, and Big Mom, scarcely able to believe her eyes. Kaido, you wretch, how can you do this to my mother? In her fury, he drew her wolf fawn club from behind and swung at Kaido. However, before Kaido could react, Big Mom swiftly intervened, shielding Kaido and seizing the S club, effortlessly tossing her aside. What are you doing? Kaido is your father. How can you lay a hand on him? You are being exceedingly unfilial. Chapter 129. With a blade in hand, follow me to slay the heartless dogs. I am here to honor my mother by sending you two scoundrels away. He rose from the ground, gritting her teeth. Kaido, you rogue. I turned a blind eye to your drinking with Heisei Ma Liya, but today you actually brought an outsider into your home? This is too much. Thunderous 8 trigrams. He gripped her wolf fawn club and charged at Kaido, leaping into the air with the force of gravity to strike him on the head. Thunderous 8 trigrams? Big tilted her head, removed her hat, transforming it into the Emperor's sword, effortlessly blocking He's attack, and chuckled to he. This move of yours barely qualifies as Thunderous 8 trigrams. In my humble opinion, it is merely Thunderous 2 trigrams. Good heavens! Mo Long must have exclaimed in disbelief. In Run T, Dahi's technique was Thunderous 4 trigrams, yet here with Big Mom, it had diminished to Thunderous 2 trigrams? With Kaido, was it merely Thunderous with no trigrams at all? Ling Ling, step aside. This is an affair between father and son. Kaido emerged from behind Big Mom, pushing her aside as he addressed Dahi. You little brat, come out with me. He then sauntered out of the room. He glanced at Big Mom, then recalled her purpose for being there, stomping her foot in frustration before swiftly following him. Big Mom had initially intended to pursue them, but was halted by Kaido's fierce glare. Ling Ling, stay here and do not move. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Big Mom felt a surge of happiness at Kaido's commanding tone, responding in a slightly petulant voice. Then you must hurry. I prepared the bathwater for you. Upon hearing this, Kaido nearly stumbled in shock. How disgusting. You're not a courtesan from a brothel. Must you speak in such a tone? Kaido felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. He trembled at their brazen exchange. You two scoundrels dare to speak so lewdly in my presence? Were I not here, would you not engage in your sort of games? If only I had a blade in hand, I would follow you and slay the heartless dogs. Ushu. Outside, a dog, riding atop a female dog, suddenly sneezed. Just moments before, it had felt a shiver run through its body, a chill creeping over it. As a vision of its female companion wielding a knife to sever its head flashed in its mind, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. Dahi, what madness has possessed you today? In an empty space, Kaido regarded Dahi with a furrowed brow. Do you realize that your actions nearly instigated a war between the Beast Pirates and Big Mom's crew? Dahi retorted, what a villainous tactic to accuse me first. Kaido, do you believe I am powerless to stop your actions? Have you forgotten the words you spoke before our mother's grave? You vowed never to take another woman. Yet what have you just done? How can you face our mother in the afterlife? As Dahi admonished him, Kaido was reminded of that gentlewoman. If only Dahi could possess even a fraction of her tenderness and understanding, he would not have been compelled to bind her with an explosive bracelet. Dahi, hearing is one thing, but seeing may not reveal the truth. Nothing occurred between Ling Ling and me. Do not slander me. In earlier times, Kaido might have resorted to physical discipline. However, Dahi is on the verge of becoming Mo Long's woman. If he makes a move now, he fears he may not withstand this couple's mixed doubles. After all, Kaido believes that if a conflict arises between him and Dahi, there's a 99% chance that Mo Long will side with his wife rather than with him. Oh, nothing happened? Dahi scoffed. Indeed, because I arrived early. Nothing occurred. Had I been 3 minutes late, you would have surely begun. Chapter 130. Do you wish to attain freedom? Go ahead. For I have placed all my freedom in Mo Long's hands. What do you mean by starting? Do you think I'm so desperate that I would even consider someone like Ling Ling? Kaido was utterly speechless. As my daughter, do you not comprehend my discerning taste? Truly, aside from being able to fight, you possess no other talents, even if you are oblivious to my standards. Do you not look in the mirror? Just gaze upon your own cuteness and beauty, and you will understand the high caliber of my choices in a partner. Otherwise, how could I have produced such a lovely daughter? As for Ling Ling, do not mention her current state. Even in her prime, I did not choose her. What makes you think I am like those who favor mature women? Only those with such inclinations would be drawn to someone like Ling Ling, right? That's right. Do not look away. I am speaking directly to you, fixated on the screen. Humph, denial is futile. I have seen it with my own eyes. That woman is attempting to undress you. He gritted her teeth and replied, it was she who sought to remove my clothing. What could I do? I resisted, all right? Kaido rolled his eyes. Yes, your resistance was unsuccessful, and now you are prepared to submit, correct? He shot him a disdainful glance. Do not think I am unaware of your kind. Every night, the flower streets of Oni Island are the most bustling. Who says my resistance was in vain? I clearly succeeded, Kaido retorted. Had your resistance failed, Ling Ling would now be your stepmother. Bah, I would never accept such a woman as my stepmother. He bared her teeth at Kaido. Furthermore, let us not discuss your affairs with that woman. I simply wish to inquire if you are aware that this morning, upon returning home, I discovered a man lying in my bed, claiming to be the son-in-law of 100 Beasts Kaido. Are you not going to explain this to me? Explain what? What is there to explain? He did not speak in error. He is indeed my son-in-law, 100 Beasts Kaido. What is there to elucidate? Kaido said matter-of-factly. He was taken aback by Kaido's shamelessness. He acknowledged it right in front of her. Is it possible you have other daughters apart from me? He questioned suspiciously. Am I not clear to you? Kaido rolled his eyes. Stop overthinking. I have merely betrothed you to that young boy. Thus, from now on, you are a woman with a husband. Do not continue to act as if you are a man. That young boy is not as easy to deal with as I am. Should he become jealous, he might very well confine you at home, attended to by whips and candles. He dares? Upon hearing Kaido's words, he was furious. Moreover, on what grounds do you decide to marry me off to someone else? I refuse. What is it? Do you think my words hold no weight? Kaido looked at her with a cold smile. Today, whether you like it or not, you will marry, and even if your mother were to rise from the earth, it would not alter my decision. Seeing Kaido's serious face, even invoking her deceased mother, he understood he was resolute. He would not allow her to resist. Just as years ago, when she wished to set sail, Kaido had locked her with an explosive bracelet, a confinement that lasted over a decade. How despicable, Kaido! Do you truly deem yourself worthy of the title of father? He bit her lip, glaring at him. I once believed, no matter what, you were my biological father. Even if you locked me here on Oni Island, I thought perhaps it was out of concern for my safety on the seas. Yet now it appears you are nothing more than a callous scoundrel, imprisoning me for your selfish desires for over a decade. Now, you intend to ruin the rest of my life. Kaido, I assure you, that shall never be. Even if I must leap from Oni Island, I will not yield to your will and marry that man. He shouted defiantly at Kaido, brandishing her spike club as she charged at him. Kaido, prepare to meet your demise. Fueled by boundless rage, he unleashed her most potent strike. Stop. Yet unexpectedly, Just as Dahi's club was about to strike Kaido's face, he extended a hand, wishing to pause and negotiate further. Dahi, being the dutiful child that she is, unhesitatingly brought the club down upon the unsuspecting Kaido, sending him flying. Kaido. He was utterly bewildered, soaring through the air before crashing into a large tree. Finally, he fell to the ground. Damn it. Dahi, why did you not let me finish my words? Kaido gritted his teeth. This girl was becoming increasingly outrageous, striking him directly in the face despite his plea to halt. Who wishes to hear your words? You would surely say that girls grow up and must marry, that the young boy is handsome and not unworthy of me. Finding you a husband is for your own good. Who cares for such rhetoric? I am Kazuki Oden. How could I possibly become a mere housewife? But he brandished her club, pointing it at Kaido. Kazuki Oden, my foot. Kaido exclaimed. I have confined you on Oni Island for so many years. And you still dare to speak such nonsense? You are no one but yourself. You are Dahi, daughter of 100 Bees Kaido. Do you understand, you troublesome girl? It is said that daughters are a father's closest confidants. Why is my cotton ball filled with needles? Not only is it filled with needles, but it only pricks me? Sigh, have I failed in my parenting? It seems all of Ling Ling's children are quite obedient. Dahi, do not push me, otherwise, I will truly find you a stepmother to educate you. Kaido thought to himself. And you have longed for freedom, have you not? Kaido gazed at Dahi, stating, Now, I offer you an opportunity. Do you not wish to avoid marrying Mo Long? No matter, challenge him to a duel. If you can defeat him, I shall no longer interfere in your life. You will be the master of your own fate. What say you? Is that true? Dahi widened her eyes, unable to believe Kaido's words, instinctively shaking her head. I do not believe you. Kaido, damn, do you think of me as a man who does not keep his word? Indeed, you are. He shot back. Kaido, Yamato, are you forcing me to use the Thunder Bagua to make you obey? Kaido was infuriated. Today, I have repeatedly shown restraint. Do not test my patience. My black-hearted little cotton-padded jacket. Yamato instinctively took 2 steps back as she gazed at the spiked club in Kaido's hand. After all these years, she had endured countless beatings from that very weapon, leaving a shadow in her heart. Yet, for the sake of freedom, she had never known fear. Time and again, she challenged Kaido, although each encounter concluded in defeat. Despite her internal trepidation, she could not falter in spirit. With her chest held high, she stepped forward, leaving a footprint on the ground, and said to Kaido, Kaido, do you truly mean it? If I defeat the Moku Long, you'll grant me my freedom? Even if hope seemed slim, Yamato was determined not to give up. For winning against Kaido to attain freedom was an arduous endeavor. In contrast, the seemingly delicate man should be easy to defeat, right? Moku Long glanced at the blade resting on his neck and nodded eagerly. Ah, yes, you are absolutely right. Miss, let us play the flute together. Chapter 131. Make your choice, Yamato. Indeed, once a word is spoken, it cannot be retracted. When has Kaido of the 100 Beasts ever gone back on his word? Kaido looked at Yamato and replied earnestly, If you defeat that little brat, I will grant you freedom. Whether you wish to set sail or establish a nation in Wano, the choice is yours. I will no longer interfere with your life. If I deceive you, may I suffer dire consequences. At the Navy headquarters, in a certain office, Akainu sneezed violently, magma spewing from his nostrils, igniting his desk. Soon, the entire Navy headquarters began to fill with smoke. Damn it, which bastard is cursing me now? Kazan? It must be that guy. I knew he harbored ambitions of becoming fleet admiral, cozying up to Old Man Garp early on, then pretending to be good in front of Sengoku to gain his favor. Pathetic. If the Navy falls into the hands of such a conniver, this era of pirates will be doomed. After venting his frustrations, Akainu felt considerably better and called in a sailor to clean up the mess. Very well, I shall go defeat him for you. Yamato was impatient. Upon hearing Kaido's affirmation, she immediately prepared to confront Moku Long, only to be halted by Kaido. What is the rush? I have yet to finish speaking. Kaido said to Yamato, If you win and gain freedom, then if you lose, you must also pay the price. That is only reasonable, is it not? Yamato nodded in agreement. That is reasonable, but I will not lose. With that, Yamato turned to flee. Kaido, do you truly believe you will not lose? If you win, I shall take Rengoku as my partner. Kaido bellowed, commanding her to stop. Even if you think you will not lose, this is a wager. If you win, you gain your freedom. If you lose, you must face the consequences. Can you simply brush it off with a statement of confidence? What do you propose? Yamato halted, turning to question Kaido. If I lose, then I shall abandon any thoughts of setting sail until I can defeat you? Kaido retorted. When did you learn to act so cute? You think you can escape the reality of losing? Nonsense. If you lose, you shall marry Moku Long and live a life devoted to domesticity, leaving behind all thoughts of the sea and nation building. That is impossible, Yamato vehemently rejected. Kaido, you are robbing me of my dreams. It is shameful. I aspire to be a man like Kazuki Oden, and thus I must embark on adventures at sea and establish a nation in Wano. Dream on, Yamato. You cannot be Kazuki Oden. You can only be his wife, a woman like Toki. So what say you to this wager? If you refuse, you shall never know freedom in your lifetime. I swear, even if I perish, I will activate the explosive handcuffs on you before I die. Therefore, this is your only chance to attain freedom. Make your choice, Yamato. Faced with Kaido's challenge, Yamato, concealed by her mask, bit her lip and clenched her fists, the spike club creaking in her grip. The only opportunity. Kaido's words echoed in her mind. Having been imprisoned on Onigashima for over a decade, she was now 22 years old. If she could not escape Onigashima, then the most splendid years of her life would be spent in this confined space. A fate Yamato could not endure. In her childhood, she could console herself with her own weakness, believing she could not set sail until she grew stronger. Yet now, she considered herself strong enough. Though not as powerful as Kaido, she was certainly capable of facing the dangers of the sea. Thus, she must set sail and witness the extraordinary scenes depicted in Kazuki Oden's adventure diary. Very well, I accept your terms. If I lose, I shall relinquish my dreams, marry that man, and devote myself to domestic life, forsaking all aspirations of adventure at sea. However, if I win, you'll grant me freedom, yes? Yamato lifted her gaze to meet Kaido's eyes, hoping he would not deceive her. With a snap, Kaido reached into his pocket, producing a key and tossing it at Yamato's feet. Freedom, I can grant you now. This is the key to the explosive handcuffs. From this moment, they shall no longer constrain you. If you defeat Moku Long, you may go wherever you please, and I will not interfere. Yamato did not immediately pick up the key, but instead looked at Kaido, questioning, are you not afraid that I will take the key, unlock the explosive handcuffs, and flee Onigashima instead of confronting Moku Long? Hearing her words, Kaido scoffed. How naive, Yamato. If you believe the explosive handcuffs are the only thing binding you, then show me how you escape. As long as I do not want you to leave, you cannot go anywhere. Chapter 132. Little brat, if you lose, you shall marry me. Yamato fell silent at Kaido's words. Indeed, what had bound her to Onigashima was never mere handcuffs, but the very presence of Kaido himself. Kaido, I am weary of challenging you daily only to face defeat. I accept this wager. If I lose to Moku Long today, I shall abandon the ridiculous dreams I have harbored since childhood and marry Moku Long, becoming the woman behind him. With those words, Yamato turned and departed to find Moku Long. The overwhelming strength of Kaido left her feeling utterly despondent. Each time she believed she had grown stronger and could defeat him, she would challenge Kaido, only to have her hopes effortlessly shattered. Kaido loomed over her like an insurmountable mountain. Whenever she ascended a peak, it was inevitably followed by the daunting prospect of an even higher summit. The journey seemed interminable. For over a decade, she had tirelessly honed her skills, her trusty iron club having been rendered useless after shattering countless times, all in pursuit of triumphing over Kaido and obtaining her freedom. Yet, merely a fortnight ago, she had faced Kaido in battle, and without a doubt, the outcome was a resounding defeat, a crushing defeat, yet again. Much like the illustrious Ryuma, who could boast of his prowess to the world, who truly comprehended the torment he endured at the hands of his father behind closed doors. The crux of the matter was that Ryuma at least had the facade of bravado in public, while Yamato could only endure the blows within the confines of her home. What a despairing existence it was. Were it not for her dreams of venturing into the vast seas, Yamato would have long since succumbed to despair. However, dreams that hold the promise of realization, are what compel one to strive with unwavering determination. For instance, envisioning a future where one earns hundreds of thousands annually and weds a moderately admirable partner may seem formidable, yet if one dares to pursue it wholeheartedly, success might indeed be attainable. Hope invigorates the spirit to labor fervently for its fulfillment. Yet, some individuals set their sights on modest aspirations, such as accruing $1 billion. How does one even begin to approach such an endeavor? This transcends mere dreaming. I would not even dare to envision such grand ambitions in my slumber. Clearly, Yamato was of this ilk. Initially, she recognized her father's formidable strength, Yet in her quest for dreams, for freedom, she poured her heart and soul into training, believing that if she exerted herself, she would surely find the opportunity to best Kaido and realize her aspirations. However, after years of relentless effort, the chasm between her and Kaido appeared unchanged. Whenever Kaido engaged seriously, she could scarcely withstand even a single strike of his thunderous attacks. How could one hope to prevail under such circumstances? Perhaps the notion of defeating Kaido and gaining freedom was a mere fanciful wish. On several nights, after exhausting training sessions, she collapsed under the brilliance of the moon, contemplating her disheartening reality. Much like the starry expanse of the night sky, Kaido shone as the moon, while she was but a solitary star among countless others. No matter how hard the stars strive, they can never eclipse the radiance of the moon. There were moments when she nearly surrendered, yet each time despair threatened to overwhelm her, she would peruse the adventure logs of Kazuki Oden. Captivated by the thrilling exploits chronicled within, she resolved to persist a little longer. Thus, she had persevered until now. She was truly fatigued. Consequently, she chose to honor her agreement with Kaido and confront the dragon, believing that victory would grant her freedom, while defeat would necessitate relinquishing everything. After all, if she could not triumph over the suitor favored by Kaido, how could she ever hope to defeat Kaido himself? Ultimately, Kaido was not an elderly man. She could not outlast him. Even if she managed to endure, she feared she would be at least in her 50s, an age at which the prospect of seafaring adventures would be utterly implausible. Yamato departed swiftly, even neglecting to retrieve the explosive collar key that had fallen at her feet. Perhaps she understood that without the strength to conquer the dragon, the absence of the explosive collar would render her unable to escape Onigashima. Yet should she succeed, Kaido would undoubtedly adhere to their agreement, and the key would remain hers. Therefore, whether to unlock the explosive collar was of little consequence. Moreover, due to her prolonged association with the explosive collar, its presence did not impede her combat abilities. Rather, its sudden disappearance might disrupt her performance and lead to errors. Thus, it was best to keep it on. Observing Yamato's retreating figure, Kaido sighed, convinced that he would uphold their wager, for she possessed no chance of victory. My foolish daughter. Yet, would she reciprocate? Kaido could not be certain. Yamato was notably obstinate, else she would not have declared her aspiration to become Kazuki Oden from the tender age of 8. Others aspired to be the pirate king or an admiral of the navy, yet she sought to emulate Kazuki Oden. Kaido pondered whether an incident from her childhood had caused some injury to her head, impairing her judgment. What was so special about Kazuki Oden? What did she see in him? Was it merely his ability to survive an hour submerged in boiling oil that impressed her? Little did she realize that her father had endured far worse at the hands of the Marines. In terms of raw physical prowess, who could rival Kaido in this world? Alas, my dear child, I have done all I can for you. From this point onward, it is solely up to you. Should you falter out of misplaced sympathy, you may as well marry me. Kaido gritted his teeth in frustration. Dodo, where are you? I've prepared the bath water. Hurry back. At that moment, a voice echoed from the distance, belonging to Big Mom. Upon hearing Big Mom call for Dodo, Kaido was momentarily taken aback. Lin, our relationship isn't quite that close. Is it? What nonsense is this? Dodo, you call me Lin, and I call you Dodo. What's wrong with that? Following Kaido's reprimand, Big Mom pouted, drawing closer to him, tracing circles on his chest with her fingers. If you dislike me calling you Dodo, I can call you Kai instead, Kai. Kaido, be quiet. I forbid you to call me anything else. Only I may call you Lin. You're not permitted to call me Dodo or Kai. If you feel our relationship is lacking, you may address me as master instead. Kaido pushed Big Mom away, turning his back with crossed arms, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, unsure if he was merely putting on airs. However, Big Mom perceived Kaido's posture as incredibly handsome, perfect and manly. This was the embodiment of the man she envisioned, powerful and commanding. Dodo, you were so naughty for making me call you master, but I like it. Big Mom approached Kaido from behind, wrapping her arms around his waist and resting her cheek on his shoulder, savoring the warmth of the moment. Chapter 133. Defeat me, and you may do as you wish. Why are you asleep again? Upon returning home, Yamato discovered that the dragon had once again sprawled across the bed. Brother, the sun is shining on your backside. How can you still be sleeping? With your laziness, you couldn't even compete for food if you were a pig. And you think you can marry me? Dream on. I can't fathom how that scoundrel Kaido saw potential in you. Yamato, I can't take it anymore. Unbeknownst to the dragon, he was lost in a dream, his hands flailing as if he were being pummeled by an unseen assailant. Can't take it anymore? Are you dreaming of being beaten by me? Yamato mused. However, what do you mean by being squeezed dry? Never mind. What was the point of pondering such matters? She needed to rouse him quickly. Defeating him meant freedom. With that thought, Yamato placed her hands on the dragon and gave him a firm push. Wake up. Get up quickly, or your wife will run off with someone else. Wife. At the mention of the word, the dragon's eyes flew open, and he sat up in bed. Upon seeing Yamato, he exclaimed, "You are my wife?" "Ugh, I am not." Yamato directly denied it, and then said to Meilong, "Get up quickly and fight me." "Fight? With you? Why?" Meilong inquired, tilting his head. Nevertheless, he had some thoughts in his mind. Just moments ago, Yamato had gone to find Kaido and had now returned. Observing the cleanliness and neatness of Yamato's attire, it could be inferred that no battle had occurred between them. After all, having watched over 1,000 episodes of Kenan, such simple reasoning was not beyond him. Since no fight had taken place, a conversation must have ensued. Now that Yamato had come to him for a duel, the subject of their discussion was surely related to him, potentially determining a significant outcome. For instance, if Yamato were to defeat him, Kaido might grant her freedom. Conversely, if Yamato lost, she would have to marry him. Indeed, I am a Sherlock Holmes of the Pirate King world, bringing my own salt. Why fight? Because Yamato is my dear friend. You claim to be her fiancé, and naturally, I must ensure her safety. If you cannot even defeat me, how will you protect Yamato in the future? Yamato contemplated and offered this reasoning. Meilong, upon hearing this, mused, what a baseless friendship. Is it so difficult to admit that you are Yamato? Why not just say, I have a friend named Yamato? Protect Yamato? Why should I protect her? Could she not protect me? Meilong clasped his hands over his chest, staring at Yamato in astonishment. Yamato was taken aback by Meilong's audacity. How could a grown man claim he needed a woman to protect him? Kaido, have you truly fallen so low? You cannot genuinely believe that this handsome fellow is here to be my husband, can you? Meilong, are you even a man? How dare you utter such words? A grown man, relying on a woman for protection? Where's your pride? Yamato glared at Meilong, her teeth clenched, yet she thought, my freedom is indeed dependent on such a man? How utterly pathetic. However, there was a silver lining. From Meilong's words, she deduced that he must not be particularly formidable. Otherwise, a truly powerful man would never shamelessly suggest needing a woman as protection. If Meilong is not strong, her chances of victory increase significantly. Am I not a man? Would you like to come and find out? Meilong patted the empty space beside him on the bed, smiling at Yamato. You scoundrel, are you trying to tease me? Yamato growled, drawing out her spike club from behind and pointing it at Meilong. Sure, we can fight. If you manage to defeat me, you may experience any position you desire. However, if you lose, you shall pay the price for your earlier remark. Chapter 134. Meilong versus Yamato. If I win, I can choose any position. Meilong was taken aback. What audacious words. Is Yamato truly that fierce? This is a bit too much for a novice like him. As for the consequences of losing, Meilong hardly paid any heed. He had endured the myriad tortures of the Navy headquarters. What could a woman possibly impose upon him that would be worse? Exhaust me? Would I truly exclaim, oh, I'm so scared? Indeed, you guessed correctly. I cannot disappoint my readers. Although I initially intended to voice that I genuinely hoped the storm would be even more tempestuous. After all, I am in good health and should be able to endure more. If my body weakens, I could always make a broth from Daegu to replenish myself. Ashu. Breaking through the dimensional barrier, a certain Ultraman battling a monster sneezed violently, only to be struck by the monster's tail, leaving him severely injured, his chest flashing a warning light. Sauze remarked, Daegu, you may rest easy. After your demise, I shall care for your wife. Do not worry. Indeed, if I win, I shall let you do as you please. Yamato puffed out her chest towards Meilong. If she were to lose, she would adhere to her agreement with Kaido and marry this fellow, becoming his wife, thereby allowing him to do as he wished. However, you cannot defeat me. Beneath her ghostly mask, Yamato's eyes sparkled with determination, her lips curling into a confident smile. After scrutinizing Meilong, she perceived no qualities of a true warrior within him. Thus, she was certain of victory in this battle. A life of freedom lay just within her grasp, brimming with confidence. Yamato even began to contemplate the size and style of her first pirate ship, considering how many cannons to install and whether to recruit a navigator or a shipwright first, as she neither knew how to sail nor repair a ship. Since that is the case, you should prepare breakfast for me, Meilong said, gazing at Yamato. Yamato, what kind of thought process is this? Hey, I came here to fight you. Why should I make you breakfast? Yamato glared at Meilong. Do you consider me your servant? Yes, You came to challenge me, but shouldn't we eat first? How can I have the strength to fight you on an empty stomach? Are you trying to trick me into fighting while I'm hungry, so you can achieve a cowardly victory? Mei Long shot Yamato a disdainful look, as if to say, I never expected you to be so large in stature, but so small-minded. How despicable. You. Yamato was incensed, thinking to herself, I have never even cooked for my father. How dare you, a scoundrel occupying my home and sleeping in my bed, accuse me of being despicable? Just you wait. Yamato pointed at Mei Long before storming out. Initially, Mei Long thought Yamato was going to issue some fierce retort, but he was mistaken. After declaring, just you wait, Yamato went to prepare breakfast. An hour later, Mei Long observed as Yamato returned, carrying a roasted suckling pig. What? Breakfast consists of roasted suckling pig? Whose family is this extravagant? Oh, mine. Well, that is settled then. After Mei Long finished the roasted pig, Yamato impatiently remarked, now that you're full, can we fight? How can that be? Exercising right after eating is bad for your health. You must let me digest first. Mei Long replied, reclining on the bed and deliberately blocking Yamato's path, rubbing his face against her pillow. Witnessing this, Yamato rolled her eyes, thinking him childish. By the way, I heard that a massage aids digestion. Why not give it a try? Mei Long turned over, raising an eyebrow at Yamato. Yamato, you scoundrel, do not take it too far. Upon hearing Mei Long's unreasonable request, Yamato cursed vehemently. What on earth does Kaido see in such a shameless man like you? Perhaps he thinks you resemble me? Mei Long pondered aloud. Yamato, are you sure he doesn't think you resemble him? Does it matter? Mei Long shrugged. Isn't it significant? Yamato retorted. Thus, the two continue their banter. An hour later, hey, an hour has passed. You should have digested by now. Hurry up and fight me. Yamato declared, my spy club is eager for action. Hey, what do you mean? Do I not have a name? Woman. Ma Long cast a long-suffering glance at Daha, saying, I've tolerated you for quite some time. Even if you refuse to call me by my name, can't you at least address me as handsome? If that feels too distant for you, simply calling me hubby would suffice. Would I really stop you from saying that? You shameless person. If Daha finds out that you are teasing her good friend, do you really believe she would still marry you? Daha glared at him, her eyes wide with anger. As if Daha could dictate her own fate. Kaido has already made his decision. Can Daha truly resist? Besides, I merely offered you a suggestion on how to address me. You're under no obligation to accept it. How is that teasing you? Ma Long countered. Yet, you didn't call me by my name either. You've directly referred to me as woman. Daha retorted, gritting her teeth. That's simply because you never told me your name. I, on the other hand, have made it clear that my name is Ma Long. He replied with an air of self-assuredness. Daha found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, it seemed she had never disclosed her name to Ma Long. However, given the current circumstances, could she truly assert that she was Daha? After a prolonged half-hour, Ma Long finally rose from the bed. The two found an open space to prepare for their decisive battle. Daha brandished her wolf fawn club and pointed it at Ma Long, demanding, where is your weapon? A weapon? Do I need one to deal with a woman? Wouldn't that be too unfair? Ma Long shook his head, speaking with a hint of arrogance. Unlike those fools who exert all their strength against a rabbit, I may acknowledge you as a somewhat renowned pirate of the Beast Pirates, but Kaido is merely one of the 4 emperors. Dealing with a small pirate like you is child's play. My fists alone are sufficient. Fool, somewhat renowned? Kaido is merely one of the 4 emperors? What on earth is this imbecile saying? Daha trembled with indignation. Even Roger in his rebirth would not dare utter such demeaning words. Very well, Ma Long. Let me witness the strength that enables you to speak with such arrogance. Just don't regret it when you're dead. She bit out. With that, Daha charged at Ma Long, wielding her wolf fawn club. Chapter 135. A fall on level ground. How adorable observing Daha barreling towards him like a bull. Ma Long shook his head and remarked, foolish weakling. If you were truly a top-tier pirate, you would understand the gap between us without needing to engage in battle. Shut your mouth. Da isit. Kaido has never flaunted himself like this in front of me. Who do you think you are? The world's strongest man, Whitebeard? Just because you believe you're a top-tier pirate, you think you can grasp the difference between us without a fight? All I see is your frailty. Seemingly hearing Daha's thoughts, Ma Long scoffed, a frog in a well. Allow me to show you the vastness of the world. Eagle-eye enough, even when taking advantage. You shouldn't be so obvious. You've delivered all my pretentious lines. How am I supposed to boast about the 3-sword style in the future? As Daha charged recklessly, Ma Long said nonchalantly, fool, if we were to fight, why all the unnecessary chatter? Daha gritted her teeth, nearly exasperated to death by Ma Long's incessant boasting. Perhaps he was right. In some respects, she truly was a frog in a well. After all, she had been imprisoned on Onigashima since she was 8 years old. And now, over a decade later, she was entirely unaware of the world outside. Nevertheless, her daily sparring partner was Kaido. While I may lack knowledge in other areas, I cannot be considered a frog in the well when it comes to martial prowess. Prepared to be sent flying, Ma Long, Daha propelled herself off the ground, intending to use her momentum to appear before Ma Long and end the battle with a single blow. However, the instant her foot struck the ground, the previously rough surface inexplicably became exceedingly smooth. It was as if she had stepped on a banana peel, causing her to slip and fall face first to the ground, executing a perfect pratfall. Yet, due to her incredible speed, Daha continued to slide several meters forward after hitting the ground, landing directly at Ma Long's feet. Oh dear, woman, why so formal? The time is still early, even if you intend to extend your New Year greetings to me. Isn't it a bit premature? Ma Long showcased his gentlemanly demeanor, helping Daha to her feet. I can get up by myself. Daha swatted his hand away and rose from the ground. However, the moment she stood, the mask on her face emitted a series of cracking sounds. A small fissure appeared, rapidly expanding. Before long, the mask shattered into 2 pieces, falling to the ground and revealing her pure, adorable, and beautiful face. Combined with her alluring figure, she was the epitome of innocence and desire. Unfortunately, her oversized attire was somewhat excessive. Thankfully, Ma Long possessed the ability to see through it. Upon standing, Daha quickly turned to look behind her. Yet when her gaze fell upon the spot where she had slipped, she found nothing amiss. The ground was devoid of any banana peels or debris. Why did I slip? 3 question marks appeared above Daha's head. The ground was sandy, and it hadn't rained recently, making it quite dry. Such terrain should not be conducive to slipperiness. Was it you? Daha glared at Ma Long. Eliminating all impossibilities, it left only one truth. Since it wasn't the ground's fault nor her own, the only one who could be at fault was Ma Long, although she was unaware of how he achieved it. His willingness to accept her challenge and his ostentation suggested he possessed some skill. What do you mean, me? Ma Long feigned ignorance. You made me slip. You must be some kind of devil fruit user with the ability to make the ground slippery. Da ididuchid. How despicable. A true man would face me head on, not resorting to such underhanded tactics. How could you possibly slander someone without evidence? Ma Long replied, looking at Daha. Do you have any proof? I do not. Daha lowered her head. However, there are only you and me here. If it wasn't your doing, do you think I would have slipped? Oomph. Since there is no evidence, what grounds do you have to accuse me? Ma Long scoffed. Besides, even if I did it, what of it? Who says battles must always be direct confrontations? If I can make you slip through my skill, what is wrong with that? Daha was left astonished by Ma Long's shamelessness. Although Ma Long's words seemed somewhat reasonable, after all, there are no regulations against employing despicable tactics during combat. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Unable to outmatch Ma Long, Daha resorted to wielding her heavy club. However, to Daha's astonishment, the moment her club struck Ma Long, it passed directly through him, as she had exerted all her strength into the blow. Consequently, unable to halt her momentum due to the lack of impact, she spun around in place and fell once more. Daha, how could this be? She sat on the ground, incredulously gazing up at the man towering over her, suddenly feeling as if he appeared even more imposing than before. This was no illusion. Ma Long had transformed himself into a figure exceeding 3 meters in height, dwarfing Daha's own height of 2 meters and 60 centimeters, naturally making her, seated on the ground, perceive him as exceedingly grand. As for the ineffectiveness of Daha's attack, that was quite normal, considering he possessed a Logia-type fruit. Without the application of haki on her club, it was only natural that she could not land a blow on him. Do you wish for me to assist you in rising? Ma Long extended his hand to Daha, who was still on the ground, her chin raised, her eyes filled with disbelief. Smack! Daha swatted away Ma Long's hand, declaring, I do not need your help. I can rise on my own. With that, she leaned on her club to support herself as she stood. TCH. Truly a case of a dog biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize a good heart. Ma Long retracted his hand, smirking slightly. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Once standing, Daha unleashed another thunderous 8 trigrams toward Ma Long. Yet again, her club struck as if against an illusion, failing to leave any effect, which left Daha feeling a despair akin to that experienced in her battle with Kaido. No, it was more profound than that. At least against Kaido, she could land a hit. Why was this? Why did my attacks yield no results? Daha roared at Ma Long in frustration. Originally, I had planned to write about their chance encounter, followed by Ma Long training alongside Daha, eventually culminating in their joint challenge against Kaido, leading to the gradual development of their feelings. However, I anticipated that someone would surely comment, "No way, are you going to write 10 chapters about training with Daha? Or dozens about fighting Kaido? The Pacific Ocean's water cannot compare to that." Thus, I decided against such an approach. Although, even as it stands now, some may still claim it drags on, I cannot possibly have them meet in one chapter, fall in love in the next, escalate to intimacy in the third, have a pregnancy in the fourth, welcome a child in the fifth, and conclude the story in the sixth. Readers, why not? I see you just want to drag it out. Chapter 136, held in Daha's embrace. Faced with Daha's roar, Ma Long suddenly felt he might be overstepping his bounds. However, considering the rarity of Logia users, it was understandable that she was unaware of the ineffectiveness of conventional attacks against them. Under normal circumstances, Daha, given her identity, should have known better. Yet, the crux of the matter was that Daha's situation was anything but normal. This woman had been confined on Onigashima since childhood, with little exposure to the outside world. Thus, her ignorance of this fact was somewhat forgivable. Feeling utterly hopeless, are we? I had previously mentioned that before me, you are merely a second-rate pirate. Have you now grasped the vastness of the world? Do not assume that failing to defeat Kaido signifies despair. Once you set sail, you will encounter countless foes that surpass you, and at that point, wouldn't your hopelessness deepen further? I am but a minor character. Mere days ago, even a low-ranking marine could have dispatched me with ease. Yet, before such a me, you cannot prevail. What will you do when you face the ruthless pirates of the high seas? Ma Long spoke to Daha with an air of indifference. My wife. Upon hearing Ma Long's term of endearment, Daha froze. You know who I am? Isn't that obvious? Although we have not met, Kaido has betrothed you to me. How could I not have seen your photograph? Ma Long shrugged. But I was wearing a mask. Daha reached to touch her mask. Oh, it had shattered moments ago. So that was of no concern. You scoundrel. Are you attempting to humiliate me by calling yourself a minor character? Daha glared at Ma Long. I refuse to believe that a mere marine could easily dispatch you. If the marines were that powerful, they would have already assaulted Onigashima. How could they allow the beast pirates to reign over the island? Moreover, my strength on Onigashima ranks just below Kaido. If we were to discuss bounty, I would surely surpass 1 billion. How could a man I cannot even strike be defeated by a mere marine? Or perhaps the marine you speak of is the heroic Carp or one of the 3 admirals. Ma Long queried, your strength on Onigashima ranks just below Kaido? Who instilled such confidence in you? Ma Long inquired. Humph, it is naturally the result of practical experience. I have fought against the 3 calamities, and they have proven no match for me. Therefore, I am indeed second only to Kaido, Daha declared with pride. Could it be possible that they were merely humoring you? After all, you are Kaido's daughter. If they were to injure you, it would be difficult to explain to Kaido. Ma Long remarked nonchalantly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Kaido has never shown me leniency. Thus, the 3 calamities had no need to hold back. Daha refused to accept that her years of rigorous training could have yielded such weakness. Fool, Kaido is your biological father. If he can defeat you, do you think the 3 calamities could do the same? Just as I can strike you since you are my wife, but should anyone else dare harm you, I would annihilate their entire family. Ma Long proclaimed boldly. Huh, shameless. Who is your wife? I have not acknowledged that. Contemplating her agreement with Kaido, that should she lose, she would become Ma Long's wife, destined to lead a life of domesticity. Daha found renewed determination. She clenched her fists, her dark club now enveloped in haki. Although she did not understand why her previous attacks had been ineffective, succumbing to defeat without even landing a blow on Ma Long would be far too cruel. She had already been contemplating constructing a ship to set sail and seek out crew members. But reality seemed to slap her harshly. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Daha tightened her grip on the club, now enhanced with haki, and charged once more at Ma Long. This time, her attack would surely connect. Yet, Ma Long made no effort to evade. After all, he feared no death. Why should he conceal himself? He even retracted some of his defensive abilities, such as the lubrication from the Yell fruit, which lessened the force of impacts, and the sword-like scales generated by the Blade fruit. Ma Long understood Daha's character. Kaido had attempted to mold her for over a decade without success. Even if he could pin Daha to the ground today, she would likely remain unyielding in spirit. Therefore, if brute force would not suffice, then a softer approach would be employed. Bang! The formidable wolf-fawn club of Day struck mercilessly against the visage of Mo Long, the tremendous force sending him hurtling away. His handsome face met the brunt of the blow, resulting in an immediate eruption of blood, as he was propelled backwards for several hundred meters before crashing to the ground. After a brief convulsion, his head drooped sideways, rendering him unconscious. This spectacle left Day in a state of shock. Could it be? Was he truly so fragile? Rushing to Mo Long's side, she beheld his bloodied visage, lying motionless on the ground. An unsettling fear enveloped her. Have I killed him? The thought was alarming. Despite her frequent declarations of wanting to eliminate Kaido, the act of taking a life was a first for Day. Moreover, this was Kaido's chosen husband. What would Kaido think if he discovered this? Would he not hang me up and punish me? A shiver coursed through Day at the horrifying images conjured in her mind. Just then, Mo Long, who had been silent on the ground, suddenly erupted into a fierce coughing fit, expelling a mouthful of blood that trickled from the corners of his mouth. Thank goodness. Mo Long, you are still alive. Hold on, I will take you to a doctor right away. You must not die. What would become of my freedom if you were to perish? With these thoughts, Day cradled Mo Long in her arms and sprinted towards the residence of the beast pirate ship doctor. Mo Long, nestled against Day's chest, found the scene reminiscent of Momo. Indeed, everyone wishes to slay Momo, yet simultaneously, everyone desires to be Momo. He rubbed his face against Day's garment, wiping away the blood. As for where he rubbed, that is not for free content. Yet, listening to Day's words, he felt a dissonance. What does she mean by, if I die, what will happen to your freedom? It is as though I am merely losing my life, while you are losing your freedom. I am on the brink of death, and you are still concerned about your freedom? Truly, you are a wonderful wife. I have resolved on the day I claim you. I shall administer a thorough chastisement of 360 strokes, ensuring you cannot rise from bed for an entire year. Soon, they arrived at the ship doctor's abode, bursting through the door with a decisive kick. The ship doctor, who had been enjoying his lunch, witnessed in disbelief as his door flew open. The gust of wind sweeping past him and dislodging his wig, revealing his original balding Mediterranean hairstyle. Mo Long glanced at the doctor's hairstyle and felt a newfound trust in his medical skills. A doctor who wears a wig cannot possibly allow his medical proficiency to decline. Can he? Doctor, please take a look at him. He seems to be on the verge of death. Day implored, placing Mo Long gently on the sofa, her anxiety palpable. Initially, the doctor contemplated retorting, questioning the audacity of someone who had kicked down his door to request his assistance. Did she not realize that the door was gone? However, upon seeing Day's face, he quickly reconsidered. This was the young master. He could not afford to cross her. Yet, the sight of the young master embracing a man for medical assistance raised eyebrows. Surely, there must be something amiss here. He made a mental note to report this to Captain Kaido, who might reward him for his diligence. What seems to be the matter? The doctor inquired, donning his reading glasses as he approached Mo Long, observing the doctor's appearance. Mo Long felt assured of the doctor's capabilities. With such a demeanor, who could doubt his skill? He was struck with a blunt object. And now he is in this condition, Day admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Oh, a blunt object? No trouble at all. In my decades of practice, I have yet to encounter anyone who has succumbed to such an injury. Simply take him back, feed him some meat, and he'll be right as rain by tomorrow. The doctor declared nonchalantly, not even bothering to examine Mo Long. He was eager to report to Kaido, "Your precious little cabbage is in trouble. Come quickly." Upon hearing this, Mo Long spat blood directly onto the doctor's face. You wretched charlatan. I take back my previous words. You possess no medical skill whatsoever. You think a bit of meat and a good night's sleep will suffice? Am I Monkey D. Luffy? Though I am merely acting, if this were real, your incompetence would be tantamount to a death sentence. Yet, considering the beast pirates, many of whom were Zoan-type devil fruit users with remarkable recovery abilities, it was plausible that, barring any fatal injuries, they could simply sleep off their wounds. Is it true? A bit of meat and a good sleep will cure him? Dave questioned skeptically, particularly given Mo Long's ghastly appearance, which was undeniably alarming, despite her own experiences of recovering swiftly after facing Kaido. She found it hard to believe this would apply to Mo Long. Indeed, I have practiced medicine for decades. Would I deceive you? The doctor affirmed, stroking his white beard, turning his back to Day as he adopted a self-important demeanor. Mo Long, how do you feel? Do you seem on the verge of death? Day inquired, not doubting the doctor, but genuinely concerned about Mo Long's condition. particularly given how unwell he appeared. If Mo Long indicated that he felt unwell, she would seek another doctor. I cough. Mo Long responded weakly, and look at my current state. Does this appear to you as someone who is merely fine? He coughed again, seemingly on the brink of expelling his very heart. Seeing Mo Long struggle, Day's worry intensified. You must not die. You must hold on. This quack is unreliable. I will find another physician. With that, she swiftly lifted Mo Long once more and disappeared into the distance. Watching Day vanish, the doctor grumbled in annoyance. Who is a quack? Who is a quack? I have practiced medicine for decades, and every patient I have treated has praised my skills. Does the young master think she can slander me without consequence? I shall report to Captain Kaido about her reckless behavior, and how she has gotten herself in such a bloody mess. Before long, Day found a second doctor, who appeared more reliable. After a thorough examination, he reassured her. He will be fine. Take him home, feed him some meat, and allow him to sleep. He will recover by tomorrow. Mo Long was taken aback by this revelation. What a relief. You ship's doctors, are you all taught by the same master? Even if you merely prescribe some ointment for my wounds, it would suffice. For I am indeed bleeding profusely. How could you conclude that I am fine, merely needing to eat some meat and have a good rest? Has the 100 Beast pirate crew become so impoverished that they cannot afford to provide treatment for external injuries? If only one ship's doctor had said this. Perhaps Yamato might have harbored doubts. However, with both doctors echoing the same sentiment, it seems that Moku Long is indeed unscathed, especially considering her position as the young master of the 100 Beast pirate crew. Surely, these physicians would not dare to deceive her. Thank you, then. After expressing her gratitude to the doctors, Yamato cradled Moku Long and departed. Shortly after their exit, the ship's doctor hurriedly made his way to Kaido's residence, muttering to himself that Yamato has taken a man. I must report this to Lord Kaido immediately. Fortunately, I cleverly misled young Master Yamato earlier. Lord Kaido would certainly not approve of Yamato being with that pretty boy. Thus, I shall withhold treatment and allow him to perish. The physician's figure quickly vanished. Meanwhile, Yamato carried Moku Long out from the rear of the small abode. Moku Long looked at Yamato and said, See, I did not deceive you, did I? I told you those quacks were intentional. I am gravely injured, unable to walk, and even speaking induces a cough. Yet they say I am fine, that a bit of meat and a good sleep will suffice. Bah, those heartless scoundrels. Once I recover, I shall make them pay dearly. Initially, upon hearing the two ship's doctors declare Moku Long's well-being, Yamato had begun to harbor doubts, pondering whether Moku Long might be feigning her injuries to elicit sympathy. However, it now appeared that the incompetence of those physicians had led them to misinterpret the nature of her relationship with Moku Long, hence their reluctance to provide treatment. What shall we do now? Yamato found herself at a loss. Although there were many physicians on Onigashima, these two were among the most reputable. If they proved useless, seeking others would likely yield no better results. Moku Long coughed violently, expelling a copious amount of blood that stained Yamato's garment. At that moment, Moku Long appeared pale and frail, extending a hand to touch Yamato's face. Yamato had initially intended to resist, but upon seeing Moku Long's weakened state, she allowed Moku Long's actions to unfold. In a feeble voice, Moku Long murmured, Yamato, I may soon be. I know you do not care for me. But once I am gone, Kaido will no longer force you to marry me. However, before I pass, could you grant me a small request? Chapter 138. Yamato's first kiss. Do not speak such things. You will be fine. I'm truly sorry. I did not intend for this to happen. I thought my attack would be ineffective, yet who could have guessed that the one time I struck, it would result in such harm? Yamato knelt on the ground, allowing Moku Long's head to rest on her lap, tears threatening to spill. Though she despised Moku Long and had no desire to marry her, she never wished for her death. Do not blame yourself. It is my own weakness that led to this. It is not your fault. Moku Long reached out, gently wiping away Yamato's tears with her fingers, continuing, Now, as I face my end, I have but one wish. I hope you will kiss me. Yamato, could you fulfill my final request? Moku Long gazed at Yamato with fragile eyes, filled with longing. Do not say that. I will take you to Kaido. With his command, those doctors will surely do everything in their power to save you. You will be fine. Do not speak such despairing words. I have endured Kaido's thunderous wrath thousands of times, and I emerged unscathed. You have merely suffered one blow from me. You cannot possibly die. Yamato supported Moku Long's head with one hand, while the other cradled Moku Long's face, compelling her to meet Yamato's concerned gaze. Or perhaps it was simply pity for the dying Moku Long. With that, Yamato intended to lift Moku Long and seek out Kaido. However, Moku Long halted her movements, shaking her head and saying, "Do not waste your time. I am well aware of my condition. I truly am nearing my end. My lifelong dream was to marry you, to bear many children, and to live joyfully together. Alas, it seems that dream shall never come to fruition. So, Yamato, please kiss me. This is my final wish. Surely, you would not want me to depart this world with regrets?" As Moku Long's coughing worsened and her complexion grew increasingly pallid, her body began to lose warmth, turning cold. Yamato sensed that this was no mere act. Moku Long was genuinely on the brink of death. Indeed, this was true. To gain Yamato's trust, Moku Long had even plunged a blade into her own chest. A man must be resolute with himself. Otherwise, how could he hope to win the heart of the fair maiden? Do you believe this narrative is one where the protagonist merely needs to flaunt their charm and the beautiful women will immediately fall at their feet? No, of course not. The author has no girlfriend. Why should the protagonist effortlessly attract women? Wait, did I just say something I shouldn't have? Erase those last 2 paragraphs. It is not out of jealousy that the author presents the protagonist with such insurmountable challenges. After all, Conan and Ran have yet to be together after over 1,000 episodes. Compared to Aoi Magasho, I am quite lenient, limiting it to a mere 900 chapters, ensuring the protagonist wins Yamato's heart. Alright, ist. In truth, it will only take a few dozen chapters for Yamato to conceive. No, do not speak any further. Observing Moku Long struggle to complete her sentence, coughing blood multiple times, Yamato felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. Why would you go to such lengths for me? Forsaking treatment just to have me kiss you? No, I cannot. If I do not speak now, I may never have the chance again. Yamato. Moku Long reached out, cradling Yamato's face as if pouring her very essence into her words. You do not wish for me to depart this world without closure, do you? Enough. Do not say another word. I shall kiss you. I will do it now. Seeing the last glimmer of hope in Moku Long's gaze, Yamato ultimately resolved to fulfill Moku Long's wish. After all, what ill intentions could a dying man possibly harbor? Yet, I have never kissed anyone before. I do not know how to proceed. Though she acquiesced, as Yamato prepared to initiate the kiss, uncertainty washed over her. After all, this was her first experience in such intimate matters. Do not worry. Just lower your head. I shall take care of the rest. Moku Long held Yamato's face gently, guiding it closer to her own. Yamato made no effort to resist Moku Long's advance. Mullen gently cradled her face as he leaned in, their faces drawing closer and closer together. Before long, both could feel each other's breath. Close your eyes. With her large, round eyes gazing at Day, Mullen hesitated, unsure if he should proceed. After all, who kisses with their eyes open? Despite his lack of experience, he resolved to act as if he were well-versed in the art of romance. But why? Upon hearing Mullen's words, Day questioned him curiously. "Be good, listen to me." Mullen offered no further explanation, merely tapping Day's face with his hand. Out of consideration for Mullen's seemingly desperate state, Day complied and obediently closed her eyes. As she gazed at her crimson lips, Mullen felt his heart, which had been on the verge of stillness, suddenly race with fervor. This was his first time being so close to a girl, and his heart was aflutter. He realized he had never kissed anyone before. What should he do next? Never mind, why overthink it? Molong decided to go for it, and closed his eyes, leaning in for a kiss. The softness of her lips took Day by surprise, prompting her to open her eyes and push Mulong away forcefully. However, recalling that this was his final wish, she decided to indulge him. Thus, she closed her eyes once more, allowing Mulong to take the lead. Chapter 139. Is this love? What are you doing? The strange sensations coursing through her made Day push him down onto the ground with great force. The impact caused his head to strike the ground hard. Already in a precarious state, was now further incapacitated. Yet, facing Day's furious expression, he mustered the strength to explain, "I couldn't help it. It's not my fault. You are simply too beautiful." But you still shouldn't tea," Day retorted, her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. This was truly outrageous. She had fulfilled his request for a kiss, yet he still cough. After a final explanation, Bolong could no longer hold on. He coughed violently, blood mixed with his internal injuries spattering onto the ground. Subsequently, he collapsed, his life force seemingly extinguished. Day, alarmed, called out, "Hey, wake up. Are you all right?" She pushed Bon, but he remained utterly unresponsive. "Don't scare me like this." Seeing Bon's lack of reaction heightened her anxiety. Just moments ago, he had shown such strength while kissing her. Was he merely pretending? Wake up. I won't scold you anymore. You said you liked me, right? Just get up. They shook his body, her voice rising in desperation. For reasons unknown, gazing at his lifeless form caused a pang of pain in her heart. Please, don't scare me. Get up quickly. I won't say anything more, I promise. You wanted to kiss me again, right? So just wake up. Dave pleaded, shaking him even more vigorously. However, it is well known that the deceased do not respond. After a prolonged silence, still showed no signs of life. Reluctantly, they had to accept the painful truth. Was truly gone. The gravity of this revelation brought forth a torrent of tears, and she wept uncontrollably over Moon's body. Although their acquaintance had lasted less than a day, for a girl as innocent as Day, this fleeting experience had left an indelible mark. After all, in this forsaken island, no man had ever dared to approach her with such intimacy. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, her cries grew louder, her tears cascading down like twin torrents. Such exaggerated displays, often depicted in anime, were now a reality for Day. Eventually, after weeping for what felt like eternity, she finally rose from Moon's side, surrendering her hopes for his revival. Silently, she embraced his lifeless form and returned to her villa. Not far from her villa, beneath a large tree, she laid Moon's body down. Kneeling beside him, she began to dig into the earth with her bare hands. Before long, she had unearthed a grave of considerable depth. However, she hesitated to bury Bolong immediately. Instead, she sat beside him, gazing at his pale, bloodless face, and bitterly smiled. Bolong, I'm not trying to criticize you, but if you lack strength, don't pretend otherwise. Look at you now, lying dead. You promised to show me the vastness of the world. Yet all I see is your lifeless body, clear as day. With such abilities, how could you have the audacity to call me a frog in a well? You claimed to love me and wanted to marry me. How could a weakling like you ever protect me? Day continued her monologue to his corpse from day to night, her voice hoarse by sunset. Ultimately, she wiped her tears and resolved to conclude her tirade with a final remark. You scoundrel, a heartbreaker. You toyed with my emotions and then left me here. I curse you to suffer in the depths of hell. However, immediately after uttering those words, she regretted them. No, that doesn't count. Molong, I hope you can find happiness down there. Chapter 140, Day. Ah no, don't come closer. Casting one last glance at Fung, Day knelt and lifted his body. She carefully descended into the grave she had excavated, gently placing him inside before climbing out. Finally, she knelt beside the pit, using her hands to scoop the earth back in, covering him completely. This process of burial took her a full hour, until a small mound appeared before her. Once finished, Day stood up, intending to find a stone to mark his grave. Soon, she managed to procure a large rectangular stone and placed it on the ground. Just as she was about to carve an inscription, the small mound began to tremble. What was happening? Watching the quaking earth, Day felt a surge of fear as loose dirt tumbled from the top of the mound. As she reminisced about her childhood, she recalled the ghost stories her mother would tell her before bedtime. Tales of the dead rising as zombies from their graves, seeking out disobedient children to feast upon for dinner. Each time she heard such terrifying narratives, she would bury her head beneath the covers, trembling in fear. Now, the scene before her mirrored those very stories. In the next moment, the grave mound split open. Day felt her fear intensify. In her youth, when confronted by terror, she would cover her head with a quilt, but now, in this desolate wilderness, there was no quilt to shield her. Besides the quilt, she would seek refuge in her mother's embrace, yearning for her protection. Yet her mother had long since passed, and Kaido was a scoundrel. Now, no one could safeguard her. Her heart raced with fear, her hands trembled. Who could possibly protect her? Day's eyes fixated on the fissure in the grave mound, dreading that in the next moment, Malong would emerge as a zombie. As Malong was resurrected within the grave, he quickly sensed something was amiss. It felt as though he had been buried alive. Who was the wretch responsible for this? Did they not realize he was still alive? Cursing under his breath, Malong stirred, causing the earth of his burial mound to crack open. He extended his hand, and as it emerged from the grave, thunder rumbled ominously overhead. With a resounding crash, lightning struck a nearby tree, splitting it in two. The brilliance of the lightning illuminated Malong's blood-soaked, muddy hand as it emerged from the grave. Day, crouched beside the grave, beheld this terrifying sight. Overcome with fright, she cried out, "No, please, there's a ghost." The sheer terror forced her to sit on the ground. Her hands pressed against the earth as she shook uncontrollably. Soon after, Malong began to crawl out of the grave. Witnessing his emergence intensified Daeha's horror. No, don't come near. Malone, I didn't mean to kill you. Please don't. Seeing Daeha's fear and her pitiful pleas left Malone momentarily stunned. What was happening? Was this truly Dae? Someone who was not afraid of Kaido was terrified of him? Wait, could it be that she perceived him as a ghost? Suddenly, an idea struck Malone. After all, he had indeed died. Now, it seemed he had risen from the grave. Had Dae been the one to bury him? Thus, he appeared as though he had returned from the dead. However, even if he looked like a zombie, she was Dae. She should not fear the resurrection of the living. Malone initially intended to explain himself to Dae, but as the words formed on his lips, he decided against it for something more entertaining. A wicked smile crept upon his face, and his malevolent laughter echoed in Daeha's ears. In that moment, Dae was transported back to her childhood, lying in bed, listening to her mother's ghost stories, only to find herself entwined in one. No, Malone, I truly didn't mean to kill you. Please don't eat me. Dae gazed at Malone with a look of desperation and pleading. It was a sight that stirred sympathy. Such a pitiful woman. If he were to frighten her, would he still be human? Next, Malone extended his arms and adopted a zombie-like pose, dark mist swirling around him, transforming his appearance into something truly terrifying as he hopped toward Dae. I'm coming for you, he intoned in a ghostly voice. Dae elongated her cry. I am here. I heard you, but I really didn't mean to kill you. It was Kaido, that scoundrel, who said if I killed you, I would be free. So if you seek revenge, go after Kaido. Malone was taken aback. Though he knew Dae to be a dutiful daughter, hearing such filial devotion from her today was disconcerting. Meanwhile, at Kaido's residence, he was enjoying a hot bath when he suddenly sneezed, feeling a chill run through him. What is happening? Has the weather turned cold? Am I catching a cold? Outside, Big Mom feigned a sweet voice. Dae, do you really not want me to help you wash your back? My skills are excellent. Let me in to help you, please. Hearing Big Mom's playful tone, Kaido slapped his forehead and exclaimed, Lingling, what do you see in me? I can change. I can change. Is that so? What I value most is that you don't like me at all, Dae. Will you change? Big wiggled her body, speaking cutely like a soft girl. Through the translucent glass, Kaido caught a glimpse of her alluring figure. He shook his head, admonishing himself. No, Kaido, what are you thinking? That Lingling, who can consume 300 pounds in one sitting. Don't be deceived by her appearance. Women will go to great lengths to obtain what they desire, but will discard you once they have you. Returning to Malone, Dae, terrified, was shuffling her feet, trying to distance herself from him. Given her evident fear, Malone was determined to frighten her more. Return my life, he cried in a ghostly voice. No, please don't come closer. If you do, I'll scream for help. Dae grabbed a handful of dirt and hurled it at Malone. In her haste, she inadvertently tossed dirt into his mouth. Malone sputtered, You wicked woman, you killed me, and now you wish to desecrate my remains? You are truly vile. I will have my revenge. I shall devour your flesh piece by piece. He bared his sharp teeth, two elongated fangs protruding from his mouth, still smeared with the dirt Dae had thrown. Please no. I've told you, I didn't mean to kill you. You were simply too weak, and I struck you down with a single blow. I truly didn't intend it. Please don't eat me. Daeha gazed at Mo Long with a pitiful expression, urging him to rest easy. I swear, I shall visit your grave daily, offering fine wine and sumptuous food. Please, spare me, will you? Daeha knelt, her hands clasped in earnest supplication. Her sincere eyes brimmed with fearful tears. It was perplexing why Daeha, a member of the Ghost Clan, harbored such a profound fear of spirits. Yet, having a weakness was advantageous. It provided leverage, did it not? However, Mo Long was concerned that if he overstepped, once Daeha learned the truth, he would be subjected to relentless torment. He wished to administer punishment to Daeha, not the other way around. What to do? Well, he would address future matters later. For tonight, he sought to indulge himself. You wish for me to rest easy? That is not out of the question, Mo Long remarked, observing the sudden smile that illuminated Daeha's face. Had she successfully dissuaded the zombie he had become? Yet, Mo Long had a caveat. Upon hearing his but, Daeha sprang to her feet and fled in terror. Mo Long explained that the earthen grave was too cold for him to endure alone, so he requested her company within. Understanding the futility of reasoning with the deceased Mo Long, Daeha knew she stood no chance against him. As Daeha fled, Mo Long's legs transformed into swirling black clouds, allowing him to float in pursuit. He mused that this form was more ghostly. Daeha, why do you run? Do you not wish to join me in the earthen grave? Mo Long enunciated each word slowly, his voice eerie in the stillness of the night. leaving anyone who heard it with the impression of a spirit speaking. No, I refuse to lie in the grave with you. I'm not a zombie, Daiha vehemently protested. Yet she noticed that M.O. Long's voice remained eerily close. Turning to investigate, she was met with the sight of M.O. Long, his lower body dissipating into black mist, claws extending from his hands, and his face smeared with blood floating towards her. Faced with this horrifying vision, Daiha fainted, collapsing to the ground, motionless. Who dares claim my chapters are short? This one is certainly not. Chapter 141. If you catch me, I shall allow you. M.O. Long thought, really? She fainted so easily? Observing Daiha sprawled on the ground, M.O. Long was at a loss for words. Who could have anticipated that Daiha would be so terrified of ghosts? To the point of fainting? While it's common for girls to fear spirits, it was unexpected from Daiha, who often dreamed of maritime adventures. How could someone with such a timid disposition ever embark on a journey? However, her fainting spell was fortuitous for M.O. Long. He rubbed his hands together. Her unconsciousness made the situation easier to navigate, did it not? Stop. Cease your unhealthy thoughts. What I mean by navigate is entirely different from what you imagine. M.O. Long bent down to carry Daiha back. To his surprise, she exhibited a lack of sportsmanship. As he bent down, she kicked him squarely in the chest, sending him flying backward, after which she scrambled to her feet and ran away. While airborne, M.O. Long was utterly confounded. What in the world? Was she pretending to faint? Daiha, you are quite the character. He resumed his pursuit. Meanwhile, Daiha was distressed. As a child, she had once asked her mother what to do if she encountered a ghost. Her mother had advised her to lie still and feign death, as ghosts and zombies did not consume the dead. Yet this was a falsehood. M.O. Long, now a zombie, had indeed attempted to devour her moments ago. Had she not reacted quickly and kicked him away, she might have become his meal. No, no, no. This is absolutely not happening. It's merely a figment of my imagination. Daiha tried to convince herself. M.O. Long merely wished to carry her back. How could he possibly want to eat her? Even if he did, where could that happen in the wild? This was simply her mind conjuring fears, akin to watching a horror film and feeling the presence of a ghost watching from the shadows of her bed, assured only by the protective cocoon of her blanket. Clearly, Daiha's excessive fear had transformed M.O. Long into a terrifying figure in her mind. Thus, under the cloak of darkness, with occasional thunder rumbling above, a man and a woman raced through the small woods. It resembled a playful chase, yet for Daiha, it was sheer terror. After a considerable time, M.O. Long realized that this pursuit could not continue indefinitely. If he chased her like this, dawn would break before he caught her. The issue was that once daylight arrived, he would be exposed. Moreover, it appeared Daiha was heading towards a gathering of people. Currently, she was alone, and he could scare her, but should she encounter others, they would undoubtedly see that he was no ghost. With this in mind, M.O. Long activated the powers of the Yun fruit, enveloping the area in thick black fog that extended for hundreds of meters. Daiha plunged into the inky mist, soon realizing she could see nothing. What is happening? Why can't I see anything? The black fog engulfed her, rendering her unable to see her own hands in front of her. Darkness is forever the greatest source of fear. Overwhelmed by the void, Daiha crumbled, squatting on the ground, burying her face in her arms as she wept. Mother, mother. Daiha is so afraid. In that moment, Daiha resembled a helpless little girl, seeking solace only in her mother's embrace. The sounds of her cries were heart-wrenching. M.O. Long, standing before her, listened to her cries filled with terror and despair, and began to regret whether he had gone too far. With this realization, he dispelled the black fog and reverted to his human form. He crouched down, placed a reassuring hand on Daiha's shoulder, and comforted her. Daiha, do not cry. I was merely jesting. I'm not a ghost. I'm still alive. However, Daiha did not hear his words. As his hand touched her shoulder, she shuddered and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Given her previous performance, M.O. Long suspected she was fainting once more. Thus, he decided to test her. He placed his hand over her mouth and gently pinched it. Daiha still did not respond, finally confirming that she had indeed fainted. After all, no girl can continue to feign unconsciousness in such circumstances. Although Day often regards herself as a man, her excessive fear led to a mental breakdown, causing her to faint. It is akin to Luffy, who, upon witnessing Ace's death before his eyes, succumbed to overwhelming sorrow and lost consciousness. It is indeed certain that Day has truly fainted. Malone promptly bent down to cradle Day in his arms, preparing to return home. However, just as he lifted Day and began to head in the direction of home, he encountered Jack standing opposite him. Malong and Jack stared at each other, locked in a silent standoff, neither daring to speak nor move. Malong pondered whether he should silence Jack, while Jack wondered if he was about to be silenced. After a considerable pause, Malong broke the silence, questioning Jack's sudden appearance after claiming he would be in seclusion until he could defeat Akiji. Had only a few days passed since then? Did Jack truly believe he could now defeat Akiji, or were his previous words mere bluster, indicating he had never truly secluded himself? With an aggressive reprimand, Malong sought to assert his dominance through sheer force of presence. Unsurprisingly, Jack shrank back, realizing that Malong was the son-in-law of Kaido, a member of his own circle, while he merely held a subordinate's relationship with Kaido. Thus, he stammered, claiming he had seen nothing at all. With that, Jack turned and fled, glancing back only once. He dashed away with such swiftness that he quickly vanished from sight. Observing Jack's hasty retreat, Malong was left speechless, though Day's fear of him was understandable. Given his earlier antics, why did Jack also fear him? He distinctly remembered having returned to his dashing appearance. Moreover, why did Jack run off so quickly? Had he truly seen something? Malong mused that Jack was a liability that could not be left unaddressed. If Day were not currently unconscious, he would have pursued Jack to ensure he could not speak of what he had witnessed. If Jack were aware of Malong's thoughts, he would surely cry out in protest, declaring that he had seen nothing at all. He had merely stepped out after days of seclusion, feeling hungry, and had unfortunately stumbled upon the situation. He had only seen Malong lifting the unconscious Day. Beyond that, he had observed nothing. His flight was prompted by the fear that he had witnessed Malong incapacitating Day in the grove, anticipating that unsavory events would soon unfold. To prevent a scandal, he fled. Half an hour passed. Malong returned to the seaside villa, carrying Day and gently placing her on the sofa, mindful of the dirt that had clung to her from falling twice. It would be unsuitable to place her directly on the bed. After all, he still needed to sleep there. After settling Day on the sofa, Malong took a seat opposite her, gazing at her face, which he found increasingly enchanting. Indeed, she was deserving of the title of my wife. After complimenting her, Malong began to contemplate what to do next. Day had fainted from fright, and upon waking the next day, she would undoubtedly seek to confront him with great intensity. Thus, he needed a plan to ensure she forgot the frightening encounter. He recalled that in films, striking someone on the head with a stick could render them unconscious. He decided to give it a try. With that thought, he picked up Day's spiked club, examining her head before miming a downward swing with the weapon. Surely, no one would genuinely think he would strike her. The club halted in midair. Having already terrified Day, delivering a blow would only deepen their enmity. There would be no hope for marriage. He would be forced into a situation of coercion. While he suspected readers might enjoy such a scenario, he simply could not write it. Setting the club aside, Malong proceeded to the bathroom to prepare a bath. He helped Day out of her clothes and gave her a refreshing wash. Afterward, he dressed her in sleepwear and laid her on the bed, before finally lying down himself. Thus concluded a rather uneventful day. The next morning, a loud scream shattered the tranquility of dawn. The previously chirping birds took flight in response to the outcry. Day awoke from a nightmare, only to find herself in her own room. What was happening? Was she not being pursued by a zombie created by Malong? How could she be in her villa, comfortably resting in bed? Day was utterly confused by her circumstances. Moreover, why was she clad in sleepwear? And why was Malong lying beside her? Was he not dead? At this moment, Day's mind was overwhelmed with questions. Hey, wake up. You need to wake up, she urged, prodding Malong. Don't disturb me. It's early. Let me sleep a bit longer, Malong grumbled, swatting Day's hand away before shifting positions to resume his slumber. Day was left speechless. What was he doing sleeping? If he continued to do so, his wife might run away with someone else. She leaned in close to his ear and shouted, Wake up. Your wife is about to leave you. Sure enough, the mention of wife jolted Malong awake. He rubbed his bleary eyes and gazed at Day, asking who said my wife was leaving. She is right here, isn't she? As he spoke, he pulled Day closer and planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. Day was rendered speechless. What was happening? When had their relationship become this intimate? What are you doing? She exclaimed, pushing him away. Malong, do not overstep. Am I someone you can freely kiss? Why not? Malong replied, bewildered. You are my wife. Why shouldn't I kiss you? Wife. What are you babbling about? Who is your wife? Day questioned, exasperated and clutching her head, feeling utterly lost. What on earth has transpired? If I recall correctly, yesterday we engaged in a contest, and in a moment of carelessness, I exerted too much force and inadvertently caused your demise, did I not? Day seeks to ascertain whether the horrifying memory lodged in her mind is a mere figment of dreams or a stark reality. What nonsense are you uttering, Day? I am alive and well. Must you curse my existence? Are you so fond of living in solitude? Mo Long felt quite displeased with Day's demeanor. Clearly, after our bout yesterday, when you lost, you declared your intent to become my wife. Pray tell, how could you forget such a recent event? Day, did I truly lose yesterday? Observing Mo Long's earnest expression, doubt began to seep into Day's mind. If her recollections were accurate, then Mo Long should indeed be dead. Yet here he stood, vibrant before her. When the world is going on, Day tugged at her white hair, feeling as though the memories in her mind were fragmented, as if crucial pieces were missing. Of course you lost, Mo Long affirmed with unwavering certainty. Had you triumphed, would you still be sharing a bed with me? Unlikely. You would have surely embarked on an adventure at sea instead. This assertion from Mo Long made Day ponder, for she had indeed resolved to set sail the moment she defeated him. However, I distinctly remember inflicting grave injuries upon you, taking you to see a physician, and ultimately burying you after your untimely demise. Was all of that merely a fabrication? Day inquired, her gaze fixed on Mo Long. Fabrication, all of it. The battle yesterday was clearly won by me. How could you have possibly wounded me? Look at me now. I bear no injuries, let alone the specter of death. Day, it seems you are merely haunted by nightmares. Indeed, this was Mo Long's cunning scheme. A simple slumber would suffice to distort Day's experience into mere dreams, a flawless plan. Yet, the vividness of her recollections cast doubt upon her. If those were not nightmares, why then did Mo Long remain alive? Why were they sharing a bed? The logic eluded her. Yet why do I lack the memory of being defeated by Mo Long? Is this a nightmare or reality? If my prior experience was indeed real, then Mo Long's survival indicates his previous death was but an act. But she had observed his lifeless body. It was indisputable that he had perished. Could it be that she was truly ensnared in a nightmare? Day appeared utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Mo Long silently scoffed. A woman who had never ventured beyond the confines of Ghost Island dares to challenge me? Kaido was already a plaything in my hands. How much more so his daughter? Chapter 143. Only a man stronger than me can assist me in vanquishing Kaido. Enough of this, Day. Do you truly think I would deceive you? You are undoubtedly trapped in a nightmare. You claim I am dead and have become a ghost. My very existence is the finest proof contrary to your assertions. So cease your ruminations and address me as your husband. Mo Long extended his hand, lifting Day's chin. Instantly, her cheeks flushed. No one had ever treated her with such audacity. What are you doing? Day swatted away Mo Long's hand with indignation, fiercely stating, I have yet to acknowledge your identity. And besides, I have no memory of your victory over me. Therefore, it does not count. We shall fight again. Mo Long, Day, you truly are unreasonable. Unable to accept defeat, are we? You lost yesterday, and today you claim to have forgotten. If we fight again and you lose, will you merely repeat that you have forgotten? Will we engage in combat every day henceforth? Mo Long rolled his eyes. If you mean fighting in bed, I might be amenable, but outside, that is out of the question. Fighting in bed? Day was momentarily taken aback. I have never heard such an outrageous proposal in my life. However, if you do not mind the bed being small, then I am willing to fight there. With that, Day leapt off the bed, retrieved her spiked club from the sofa, and bounded back onto the bed, pointing the weapon at Mo Long. Come on, let's battle in bed. Mo Long, perplexed, wondered whether Day was feigning ignorance or genuinely naive. Is this truly what I meant? The readers of this tale surely understand my intent. As the leading lady, do you not grasp the implications for the multitude of readers who have invested their time? What is it? Hurry up and rise. Did you not assert that we were to fight in bed? Seeing Mo Long still seated and motionless, Day tilted her head, adorably inquiring, You are not wavering, are you? Let it be known that to become my husband, you must be stronger than I. Only a man superior to me can assist in defeating Kaido. Upon hearing this proclamation, Mo Long nearly spewed his drink. Are you seeking a husband or merely a man to assist your father in his final moments? Day, I am famished. Please prepare me a meal. Mo Long deftly diverted the conversation. He had only consumed breakfast the previous day, and with a full day gone by, he was now ravenous. You know well that an empty stomach offers no strength for battle. Very well, I shall prepare you a meal. Day agreed, recognizing the wisdom in Mo Long's words. After all, she too felt hunger gnawing at her. Thus, Day ventured out, hunted a tiger, and roasted it for their meal. As Mo Long observed Day devour the meat voraciously, He mused that indeed, what one consumes is what one becomes. Her love for meat had yielded considerable growth in certain areas. Mo Long's hand grasped at nothingness, the sensation from the previous night vivid in his memory. Soon enough, the two finished their meal. They wiped her mouth with her sleeve and turned to Mo Long. Are you sated now? Let us hasten to battle. Mo Long shot her a disapproving glance. When did I ever state that being full meant we would fight? What manner of person are you? It was you who previously declared that one cannot fight on an empty stomach. Day was incensed by Mo Long's words. How shameless could he be to forget his own statements? Indeed, I did assert that one cannot fight while hungry, but I never claimed that being full would lead to battle with you. Mo Long shrugged. It is your misconception that I would engage in combat simply because I am full. Is this my fault? Dahumph. If you cannot best me, I shall never marry you. Do you not harbor feelings for me? Will you truly give up? They huffed, gazing at Mo Long. You are a grown man. Why not simply fight? What is there to lose? Why the fuss? Did you really not win against me yesterday? Are you deceiving me? Joking? Who doesn't know that I, Mo Long, am the most honest person? Otherwise, why am I still unmarried? You actually accuse me, an honest person, of lying? This is slander. Do you realize that? Mo Long wore a look of deep hurt, feeling wronged. This made the naive Dahi feel she had been excessive. Indeed, although she had forgotten the details of her defeat yesterday, it must have been true. Otherwise, how could she have shared a bed with Mo Long? Surely, he couldn't have knocked her unconscious and carried her to bed, could he? All right, I was wrong. I shouldn't have slandered you. But please, can we have another match? If you defeat me once more, I will consider becoming your wife. Dahi gazed at Mo Long, her hands clasped together, as if to plead. Sigh, since you are so sincerely asking me, I shall graciously accept your challenge. Mo Long understood that unless he truly defeated Dahi, he might never win her heart. The same location as yesterday, Mo Long and Dahi stood poised for battle. Dahi wielded a spiked club, pointing it at Mo Long, declaring, Do not hold back just because I am a woman. Let us engage in a fierce duel between men. Hearing Dahi's masculine proclamation, Mo Long was speechless. You are a woman. What do you know of a man's battle? He muttered quietly to himself. I rather look forward to a contest between a man and a woman in the nearby grove. Please, I intend to marry Dahi, not you, Tion. Attack! Dahi shouted, charging at Mo Long with her club. Reluctantly, Mo Long clenched his fists and charged forward as well. Just as they were about to collide, Kaido descended from the sky, landing between them. One hand caught Dahi's strike while the other blocked Mo Long's fiery punch. Kaido, what are you doing? Dahi angrily reprimanded. Could you not interfere with my battle with Mo Long? Apologies. I need to speak with Mo Long about something. Please postpone your fight, Kaido replied. Seizing Mo Long and transforming into a dragon, soaring into the sky. Watching Kaido fly away, Dahi was left speechless. What on earth is happening? Frustrated, she threw her spiked club to the ground. Mo Long, equally bewildered, questioned Kaido. Damn it, Kaido, didn't you see I was trying to bond with Dahi? Why do you have to cause trouble? Bonding with Dahi? Kaido chuckled. Are you certain that is what you were doing? Weren't you two fighting? TCH, don't you know? Fighting is affection. The more we fight and argue, the more we care for each other. Fighting is merely one of the ways he and I connect. Mo Long asserted confidently. Chapter 144. The 10 pirate crews. Kaido chose not to argue, but explained, previously, we were to be executed, but the Navy failed. However, the images of our execution circulated, and my strength gained admiration. Consequently, numerous pirate crews have chosen to join the Beast Pirates. He continued now. I plan to show you and help select some members. After all, we are a Yonko crew. We cannot just accept anyone. Unlike Whitebeard, who takes anyone as his son, I only recruit true talent. Indeed, you are not like Whitebeard. Your skin is thicker. Mo Long rolled his eyes. Can't you screen them yourself? Why do I have to help? When you gave birth, why didn't you let me? Kaido's enormous dragon eyes glared at Mo Long. Mo Long quickly retracted his words. How would you like me to assist in this election? Do you want to exclude the ugly, those without bounties, or only accept those weaker than me? Excluding those weaker than you? How could I recruit anyone? Kaido shot Mo Long a glance. He understood that Mo Long's current strength was formidable, yet he was uncertain how strong he truly was. The crews approaching to ally were likely not strong enough to pose a challenge. Kaido recognized that truly powerful pirates have their own ambitions and will not simply join him out of admiration for his strength. Most of those choosing to join were not particularly strong. In fact, a total of 10 pirate crews joined, with the strongest captain having a bounty of only 98 million, not even reaching 100 million. Bringing Mo Long along was primarily to expose him to genuine battlefield combat. After all, despite Mo Long possessing numerous devil fruits, he had never truly engaged in serious combat. How could anyone know his battle prowess? In essence, Kaido intended to use these pirate crews as training fodder for Mo Long's growth. To Kaido, a true strong individual emerges from countless battles. Compared to them, Mo Long was merely a powerful yet untested novice. Without experiencing the brutal realities of combat, who could say how Mo Long would fare in real battles? Meanwhile, those pirates were oblivious to their fate. They eagerly sought to ally with Kaido, hoping to contribute to the Beast Pirates. Yet, Kaido viewed them merely as fuel for Mo Long's growth. Even if the Beast Pirates eventually dominated the world, these recruits would be unable to reap the rewards. A tragic fate indeed. In conclusion, one can rely on no one but oneself. So, what are your selection criteria? Mo Long inquired of Kaido. If you do not tell me, how can I assist you? We're here. Kaido did not respond to Mo Long's question, but abruptly halted mid-air, nearly flinging Mo Long off. Mo Long realized that Kaido had a penchant for sudden stops in flight, which was quite excessive. It was one thing when Kaido flew alone, but now, carrying Mo Long, he continued this reckless behavior? How amusing. At this moment, in a certain region of Wano, the leaders of the 10 pirate crews were gathered, seemingly discussing something. Do you think Kaido is being somewhat excessive? We've been here for so long, yet we haven't even met him? Granbid Domino Sadas, leader of the bull-human pirate crew. No matter how you look at it, we are sincerely seeking to join the Beast Pirates. Yet he seems not to regard us at all. I heard that Kaido values talent and treats people well. It seems to be a facade. If he truly valued talent, how could he leave us here, disregarded? Is it possible that Kaido indeed values talent, but in his eyes, we do not qualify? Kuruka, leader of the Twin Blade pirate crew, remarked to Dominos. Dominos, Kuruka, your words are somewhat ungracious. Although we may not be the most elite pirate crew, we are nonetheless formidable pirates with bounties in the tens of millions. How can we not be considered talented? Domino rebutted. However, Kaido possesses a bounty of 5 billion. Another pirate captain interjected. In comparison to Kaido's bounty, ours is hardly noteworthy. While Kaloka's comments may somewhat inflate others' aspirations at the expense of our reputation, the truth remains that in the eyes of Kaido, the strongest being, we hardly qualify as talents. Indeed, a bounty in the tens of millions can be deemed significant across the seas, yet in the first half of the Grand Line, we are merely mid-tier. Upon arriving in the New World, our standing diminishes further. Initially, our goal was to latch on to Kaido's strength. If he dismisses us, we might as well form an alliance, which could enhance our survival prospects in the New World. Yes, we once believed the New World to be a paradise for pirates, a haven where the grip of the Navy could not reach. Coming to the New World felt akin to a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Yet, we now realize that it was the first half of the Grand Line that was our paradise. The New World is akin to hell. While the influence of the Navy is minimal here, the fierce competition among pirates over territory is far more intense than the Navy's capture efforts. My pirate crew has lost over 100 men in less than a month since entering the New World. If we do not find a strong ally soon, we may not endure much longer. The other pirate captains exchanged glances, each reflecting similar sentiments. If one could thrive independently, who would willingly serve as a subordinate? Even to the world's strongest creature? Silence. The Beast Kaido has arrived. At this moment, the leader of the Tiger Pirates, Tiger Croc, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. He had the highest bounty among the group, 98 million, merely 2 million shy of the coveted 100 million. However, the 100 million bounty serves as a pivotal threshold for pirates. Newcomers who achieve a bounty exceeding 100 million within a year at sea are often hailed as supernovas of the year. Conversely, those with bounties of 99,999,000 are relegated to the periphery of this title. A slight deviation can lead to a significant divergence. Chapter 145. Fear? I challenge you all. The moment Tiger Croc's words left his lips, the assembled pirate captains immediately fell silent. It was acceptable to voice grievances behind Kaido's back, but to criticize him in his presence was akin to courting death. They were not immortal beings. The consequence of death was all too real. The next instant, with a thunderous crash, Kaido descended from the heavens. He surveyed the 10 pirate captains and remarked, "Gentlemen, I sincerely apologize for the wait. After all, as those who seek to ally with my crew, it is imperative to maintain a proper demeanor. No need to apologize, Captain Kaido. Given your myriad responsibilities as a Yonko overseeing Onigashima, it is a privilege to have even a moment of your time, they eagerly responded. Indeed, it is an honor to meet you amidst your busy schedule. We should be the ones apologizing for intruding on your precious time. They continued, their flattery palpable. Yes, it is our fault. Had we not been in dire straits, we should have punished ourselves with 3 cups. Listening to the sycophantic remarks of the other pirates, Mo Long could only shake his head in disbelief. How could such shameless individuals dare to call themselves pirates? Why could they not learn from me? I made Kaido beg for my allegiance. I had no desire to join. Had Kaido not introduced his daughter to me, even if he had knelt before me, I would not have set foot on this cursed island. Of course, one might forget that I had once clung to Kaido's strength to escape the Navy's headquarters. But that is of no consequence. The strong are often forgetful, for they only remember their moments of triumph, conveniently overlooking instances of their own victimization. Enough. Do not tarnish the term strong. You could simply declare your true identity, Mo Long. Although Kaido is not one to relish flattery, he found some enjoyment in the praise from these pirates. It certainly alleviated the discomfort from the previous night's encounter with Big MOM. Let us not dwell on that matter. Clearing his throat, Kaido continued. As for your joining the Beast Pirates, I must say I am most welcoming. However, you understand that the Beast Pirates are the world's strongest crew. Surely, you do not believe that the Whitebeard Pirates are the strongest? Suddenly, a voice interrupted Kaido's words. In an instant, the other 9 captains distanced themselves from the speaker, casting him incredulous glances. They thought to themselves, such matters should be kept to oneself. To voice them in Kaido's presence is folly. The isolated captain quickly realized his error and hastily apologized. My Lord Kaido, I am sorry, I misspoke. The Beast Pirates are indeed the strongest. The Whitebeard crew is merely a remnant of an old era, clinging to past glory, and cannot be compared to the greatness of Captain Kaido. Upon uttering these words, he noticed Kaido's gaze had softened considerably. Well spoken, Kaido acknowledged. He then resumed. While I warmly welcome your joining the Beast Pirates, as the world's strongest crew, we cannot accept just anyone. Therefore, to join, you must undergo my trials. With that, Kaido pushed Mo Long forward and continued. This young man, like you, seeks to join my crew. I have confirmed his strength. He is indeed qualified. Now, the pressure is on you. Defeat him or kill him, and you shall become a member of the Beast Pirates and share in the glory and wealth. This declaration was indeed inspiring. However, Mo Long could not help but internally scoff. Oh, Kaido, you never intended to recruit anyone, did you? You simply wished to test my strength, don't you? Yet to pit me against such inferior opponents. Kaido, you truly underestimate me. The assembled pirates turned their gazes towards Mo Long, a man bearing a ghostly mask. This was the impression they formed upon first seeing him. Indeed, to prevent Mo Long's identity from being revealed, Kaido had provided him with a mask. Although Melong possesses the ability to transform and can assume various forms at will, Kaido remains oblivious to this fact. Melong has no intention of revealing his true self to Kaido, so wearing a mask suits him just fine. Lord Kaido, if we defeat him, will we be able to become officers in the Beast Pirates? One of the onlookers inquired of Kaido. However, with so many of us present, if we all manage to defeat him, can we all truly become officers in the Beast Pirates? Upon hearing such an innocent question, Kaido erupted in laughter, thinking, surely no one is so naive as to believe that a man worthy of my recognition could be so easily vanquished. It is not that I look down upon you. If any among you could defeat this little brat, then the position of vice captain in the Beast Pirates shall be his. As soon as these words left his mouth, the hearts of the pirates raced. Could it be a chance to gain such a coveted position simply by defeating the masked man before them? It is worth noting that among the current 4 emperors and their pirate crews, only the red-haired pirates have a vice captain. If one of them were to become Kaido's vice captain, would they not leap into the ranks of the 5 most powerful pirates in the New World? Just the thought of it was exhilarating. Then allow me to step forward. A pirate stretched his limbs and brandished his large sword, striding towards Melong. I, Yalakizi Shanda, shall be your opponent. The term masked man made Melong's lips twitch slightly. Yalakizi Shanda? The name sounds rather impressive. However, I am sorry, but those I have not heard of shall be treated as mere extras. Forget it. Melong declined Yalakizi's challenge. Are you afraid? Yalakizi sneered. Although his bounty was a mere 50 million, he considered himself the strongest among the 10 captains who had come to ally with Kaido. The reason for his low bounty was primarily due to the lack of destruction and slaughter he had committed, which led the Navy to assign him only 50 million. Otherwise, if he had followed the example of the highest bounty holder, the ferocious tiger crocodile, and wreaked havoc upon a small island, he would have at least 100 million. Afraid? You misunderstand me, Mei Long chuckled. What I mean is for all of you to come at me together. Do not think I look down upon you. To be frank, all of you before me are nothing but trash. Mei Long's disdainful gaze swept over the 10 captains, his words dripping with contempt and his expression radiating arrogance. The slight curl of his lips resembled that of a war god returning triumphant, although the mask obscured his features. It did not prevent the others from gritting their teeth in frustration. They could not see Mei Long's condescending expression, but they could sense that he was merely flaunting his superiority, a display that few appreciated when they became the subject of such mockery. Masked man, you are truly overstepping. Do not think that just because you have won Kaido's favor, you can act so arrogantly. I am Yalakizi Shanda. With a battle cry, he charged forward, wielding his sword for a fierce strike. Chapitre 146, Instant Annihilation. Sea King's Fury? Upon hearing Yalakizi's words, Mei Long laughed. You dare to call yourself a Sea King? With a swift motion, Yalakizi unleashed a powerful strike that tore through the ground, creating a deep gash as it hurtled toward Mei Long. However, Mei Long is a natural-type devil fruit user. Such a mundane attack posed no threat to him. Unless one employed Busashoka Haki, ordinary slashes would be futile. The blade energy passed right through Mei Long, slicing through the air behind him and cleaving a towering tree in half, which fell to the ground with a thunderous crash, sending dust and debris flying. How could this happen? Yalakizi stared in disbelief as a strike had gone cleanly through Mei Long. Was it the legendary elementization of a natural-type user? Yalakizi furrowed his brow, recalling tales of natural-type abilities. It is said that physical attacks against such users are ineffective unless Busashoka Haki is utilized. Otherwise, one could toil endlessly without inflicting any harm. Fortunately, I can wield Busashoku. To think you are aware of elementization? It seems you are more knowledgeable than I expected for a mere pirate. Devil fruits are scarce, and natural types are even rarer. Presently, the only renowned natural-type users on the seas are the admirals of the Navy. Clearly, such figures are not encountered by just anyone. If one were to meet them, 4 small-time pirates like Yalakizi, it would likely mean a lifetime spent in Impelled Down. Fire Fist Ace has yet to set sail, while the Mera Nomi lies forgotten somewhere in the East Blue. Enel, the Thunder God, resides in Skypiea, unknown to all. Oh, and there is also the Warlord of the Sea, Crocodile. Speaking of Crocodile, one cannot help but mention Nico Robin. But enough of that. Let's not digress. Muskman, you truly underestimate others. Yalakizi seethed upon hearing Mei Long's mocking tone. Busashoka Haki, activate. In an instant, his sword became enveloped in a pitch-black sheen of Haki. Muskman, this time you will not dare to evade. With that, Yalakizi charged toward Mei Long. As he neared, he leapt into the air, wielding his sword with both hands, harnessing the downward momentum to deliver a devastating strike aimed at Mei Long's head. In his mind's eye, he envisioned Mei Long cleaved in two, followed by his ascension to the position of vice-captain in the Beast Pirates, marrying Kaido's daughter, inheriting Kaido's title as one of the 4 emperors, and ultimately reaching the pinnacle of life. Just the thought sent Yalakizi into a fit of gleeful laughter. Fool, what is so amusing? Mei Long was momentarily bewildered by Yalakizi's laughter. As the strike came down, Mei Long merely raised his arm to block it. The sharp blade clashed against his arm, creating a shower of sparks. Yalakizi could hardly believe his eyes. How is this possible? Are you even human? You can withstand my strike with your arm? Is this not common sense? Does wearing a mask make you less than human? Mei Long rolled his eyes. The qualities bestowed upon him by the various animal-type devil fruits, combined with the abilities of the Dao Dao fruit, rendered his body as tough and sharp as a blade itself. Therefore, it was entirely normal that he remained unscathed from the clash of blades. You struck me, and now it is my turn. Mei Long decided to bring this encounter to a swift conclusion, as Yamato was waiting for him, who enjoys endless fighting. The true allure lies in an enchanting romantic escapade with Yamato. With that thought in mind, Mei Long extended his hand, pressing it firmly against Yalakizi's face. A surge of power emanated from Mei Long's palm, leaving Yalakizi utterly defenseless as his head was forcefully driven into the ground. A resounding crash echoed through the air. The ground was smashed into a large pit. Alex's occipital bone was shattered by the immense force, blood spilling profusely onto the ground. As Mo Long removed his hand from Alex's bloodied face, Alex's wide-open eyes remained unblinking in death. Observing the blood staining his hand, M.O. Long produced a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe it clean before casually tossing it onto Alex's face, covering his lifeless gaze. Such elegance, it was simply exquisite. This scene sent shivers down the spines of the other 9 captains. How could someone be so powerful? A single strike to eliminate him? Was this the caliber of someone favored by the beast Kaido? They felt utterly outclassed. No wonder Kaido had proclaimed that defeating this man would grant one the title of first mate. It seemed an impossible task. Yet one might ponder, how could one expect a pie to fall from the sky? Perhaps a trap will be more likely. Captain, are you all right? Alex's crew rushed forward, alarmed by the sight of their captain felled by a single blow. Initially, they believed Alex had merely lost consciousness, but as they approached, they realized their captain had ceased to breathe. Dead, he was dead? The crew exchanged bewildered glances, disbelief washing over them. How could their formidable captain fall so easily? It was inconceivable. Brothers, draw your weapons and avenge Captain Alex. Yet, to their embarrassment, no one responded. Of course, if even the captain could be dispatched so swiftly, what chance did they have? They wouldn't survive a moment. The pirate who had made the suggestion felt the awkwardness surging and turned to the other 9 captains. You've all witnessed the strength of the ghost-faced man. Do any of you not desire the title of first mate? Surely, we cannot defeat him one-on-one. But if we join forces, perhaps we might prevail? Upon uttering these words, the 9 pirate captains felt a surge of eagerness. After all, the position of first mate was irresistibly alluring, and they were unwilling to relinquish it. Lads, draw your weapons and follow me. Ultimately, the bounty hunter, Tiger Croc, took the lead, prompting his crew to draw their swords and charge at M.O. Long. Tiger Croc transformed into a massive saber-toothed tiger, leading the charge. The remaining 8 captains, gritting their teeth, followed suit, drawing their weapons and rushing forward. Facing the onslaught of hundreds, M.O. Long remained utterly composed, with an air of arrogance. He shook his head and remarked, "Weak, far too weak. My first battle is against you lot, utterly unworthy of my bounty. Let us end this swiftly." With that, M.O. Long extended his right foot, lightly tapping the ground. Instantly, the earth within thousands of meters transformed into a slippery substance akin to butter. The pirates, caught off guard, collectively stumbled and fell. The sight was reminiscent of children rushing home to their mothers, only to trip on level ground. Hundreds fell in unison, creating a rather spectacular scene. What on earth is happening? Why is the ground suddenly so slippery? A pirate exclaimed in confusion. Is this butter? Another asked incredulously. Yet, how could there be butter on the ground? Pirates attempted to rise, but each time they made an effort, they found themselves slipping again. The ground seemed to have become a sea of butter, devoid of friction, making it impossible to maintain balance. Tiger Croc managed to steady himself by anchoring his limbs to the buttered ground, while the others followed suit, stamping their feet to create indentations, allowing them to remain upright. However, this tactic limited their mobility. Fire! Everyone armed, shoot! Tiger Croc commanded his subordinates. Since close combat was futile, they would resort to ranged attacks. Yet, although M.O. Long was impervious to bullets, he had grown impatient with these minor skirmishes. If I had this time, I could elevate Yamato to the pinnacle 100 times over. With a snap of his fingers, M.O. Long declared, "Remember this, on the road to the underworld. Tell the guide that it was M.O. Long who took your lives." As he spoke, the butter-like ground beneath the pirates began to dissolve. Those standing upon it found themselves sinking as though caught in quicksand, the molten butter scalding them as they cried out in agony. What is happening? No, I don't want to die. The pirates struggled to extricate themselves from the butter, but the entire area had been transformed into this treacherous substance. There was nowhere to run. Even the 9 pirate captains found themselves ensnared in despair. Tiger Croc attempted to escape the confines of the butter, but reality thwarted him, his limbs ensnared by the viscous substance. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. One by one, the pirates succumbed to the buttered hell, vanishing from sight amidst the cacophony of anguish. Some had begun to plead for mercy. "Great Ghostface, please spare me. I have elderly and children to care for." With a flick of his finger, M.O. Long sent a small blade flying from his fingertip, piercing the pirate's skull. As he lost the ability to struggle, he was swiftly consumed by the molten butter. M.O. Long muttered under his breath, "If you have elders to care for, why venture out as a pirate? That shows your disloyalty. If you have children to care for, yet still choose the life of a pirate, that shows your irresponsibility. The government deems piracy illegal, yet you persist. This reflects your treachery. A being devoid of loyalty, filial piety, and responsibility, do you not think you deserve to die? Indeed, it is absolutely not due to Malong's own lack of a wife that he harbors jealousy towards this pirate who is married, leading him to commit such an act. Certainly not. The other pirates observed this scene, their bodies trembling. Initially, they too had intended to shout for mercy, as this phrase had become habitual, akin to the way villains tell girls that even if they scream until their throats are raw, no one will come to their aid. It is a phrase uttered by anyone seeking mercy. In truth, do those who shout in such a manner genuinely have responsibilities, with aging parents and young children awaiting them? Lord Guimien, I am a man of responsibility. My hometown has a childhood sweetheart waiting for me to return and marry her. I vowed that if I set sail and discovered treasure, I would return home and marry her in grand style. As a man of such responsibility, I beseech you to grant me a chance at life. One pirate raised his hand, calling out loudly to Malong, thinking to himself, you claim that XXXX lacks responsibility, hence his demise. Now that I am so responsible, surely you ought to spare me, right? What a dream. Upon hearing this pirate's plea, Malong chuckled, internally scoffing. TSK, TSK, TSK. Does he not know that men who utter such words in dramas rarely survive until the end? Yes, you are remarkable, noble, and responsible. Yet you are utterly oblivious to the fact that I detest childhood sweethearts. Moreover, since time immemorial, childhood sweethearts have never triumphed over fortuitous encounters. To prevent you from setting sail and finding another woman, thus causing your childhood sweetheart heartache, I shall assist in ensuring your demise, snuffing out your infidelity in its infancy. But fret not. If your childhood sweetheart is beautiful, I shall take good care of her for you. Thus go forth in peace. Alas, I am face-blind and cannot discern beauty. In the next moment, the pirate's forehead was pierced. However, the words "I shall take care of your childhood sweetheart" were overheard by Kaido, standing behind, and he was not pleased. Kid, what the hell do you mean by that? Is it that I, Kaido, can no longer wield my kanabo? Or is Yamato not alluring enough? How dare you seek another woman in my presence? Even if it is a jest, it is unacceptable. Furthermore, you claim to be face-blind? I showed you pictures of Yamato and Linlin in prison, and you instantly chose Yamato. Don't tell me you are face-blind. The pirates were equally perplexed. Those lacking responsibility were killed, and those with responsibility were also slain. So, do you simply wish to kill? However, while pleading for mercy may lead to death, refusing to plead guarantees it. Thus, some pirates, unwilling to accept their fate, made one last desperate attempt. Lord Guamian, I possess a treasure map that records the treasure buried before the dissolution of the Golden Lion Pirates. I implore you to spare my life. I'm willing to offer this map. Another pirate's head was pierced, as if to suggest that his death would somehow render the treasure map unattainable. Moreover, who does he look down upon? Does he not realize that I am uninterested in money? To think of tempting me with wealth, who else would die if not him? Chapter 148, Whitebeard. Is he also considered a legend? Kaido was speechless. You are uninterested in money, yet I am. Why not have him hand over the treasure map first before ending his life? Kaido, are you serious? Do you actually believe that guy possesses the Golden Lion's treasure map? Upon hearing Kaido's criticism, Malong rolled his eyes. That fellow is merely speaking out of turn, and you take him seriously? Do not question why I am so certain. My chandelier fruit has awakened, allowing me to eavesdrop on thoughts. Is that not reasonable? How do you know he is merely speaking out of turn? Kaido countered. Though he was aware that the likelihood of a small pirate possessing the Golden Lion's treasure map was exceedingly slim, he reasoned that having him present the map for inspection would not consume much time. Why rush to kill him? Now, the situation was such that the pirates had been engulfed in butter. How could he retrieve them? However, Kaido suddenly recalled that, unlike Roger, the Golden Lion was not dead. Even if treasure had been hidden, if the Golden Lion was still imprisoned and impelled down, perhaps there was still a chance to search for it. Yet, more than a decade ago, the Golden Lion had escaped impelled down. After so many years, he had remained silent, but if there were treasure, he would likely have unearthed it himself. Yet, upon further reflection, it was also possible that he had not. After all, the Golden Lion had vanished for so many years. He might have perished, and even if not, he would certainly be living a secluded life on some unknown island, free from the need for treasure. As one of the three legendary pirates, who boasted the largest forces and numbers, Kaido believed that the Golden Lion's treasure must be the most abundant, perhaps even surpassing the great treasure left by Roger. Of course, this assumption held only if Roger truly possessed such a great treasure. After all, Given how small Roger's ship was, even if he had stolen treasure, there would be little room to store it. How could it compare to the Golden Lion's fleet? One cannot simply steal once, find a place to bury it, and then repeat this process until all is transported to the final island, Raftel, for burial. To amass wealth capable of purchasing the world, how many trips would that require? Never mind, that is inconsequential. It is over. Malong observed the pirates completely consumed by butter and clapped his hands once more. The once warm, melting butter instantly vanished. The ground beneath transformed back into solid earth. Those pirates were buried alive beneath. Malong felt he was exceedingly benevolent. Having killed these pirates, he even buried their bodies. And the manner of their burial was so thorough that even beasts could not possibly unearth their remains. This treatment is unparalleled, even surpassing that of Whitebeard. After all, upon Whitebeard's death, he was merely buried in a mound of earth on some random island. If a wild wolf on the island caught a whiff, would it not be thankful for nature's gifts? Is this truly the end? Kaido, witnessing this scene, was utterly speechless. So, what was the purpose of bringing Malong along? It seems I merely brought along solitude. Not only did the pirates who joined me perish, but I also failed to allow Malong to experience the baptism of battle. This group of pirates is truly pathetic. However, that butter hell earlier, did this kid awaken the Huangyu fruit's ability to transform the ground into butter? But has he not only possessed the Huangyu fruit for 3 or 4 days? How could he awaken his abilities in such a short span? What kind of genius is this? Kaido, seeing Malong's astonished expression, asked, "Are you overwhelmed by my power?" Malong replied, "Do not become infatuated with me. I am merely a legend." Kaido retorted, "Kid, don't think that just because you killed a bunch of trash, you can become arrogant. Even if you faced 10 times this number of pirates, I could take them all down in one breath. Hence, there is nothing to be proud of. Do you aspire to become a legend? You may not realize that typically, one is only called a legend after death." A sneeze erupted from Whitebeard on his island, his teeth clicking together. Damn it, is that bastard Kaido trying to covet my devil fruit again? This time, if he dares to come again, I shall make him call me father. Meanwhile, on a floating island, the Golden Lion, who was lounging on a deck chair basking in the sun, suddenly let out a resounding sneeze. Rubbing his nose, he mused, after retreating from the world for over a decade, has someone been longing for me? If that is the case, then it is indeed time for me to re-emerge into the world. Carp, Sengoku, you two old geezers. I have not forgotten the grudge from over a decade ago, when you conspired to imprison me and impelled down. It is not that I have chosen to remain silent, but the time has now come for my grand return. For some inexplicable reason, the Golden Lion felt as though the sea was summoning him. Is it not the norm for individuals to become legends only after their demise? Mo Long tilted his head, remarking, "You can't possibly expect Whitebeard to go unheard." Whitebeard? Is he truly considered a legend? Kaido gasped in disbelief. Originally, Mo Long intended to mock Kaido, but suddenly he recalled that this fellow had once sailed alongside Whitebeard, encountering him daily. In comparison, it indeed seemed that Whitebeard could not be deemed a legendary pirate in Kaido's eyes. However, for the current generation of pirates, Whitebeard is undeniably a legend. As expected, the perceptions of joy and sorrow vary greatly among individuals. Reflecting on the past, he remembered a rich classmate who wished to experience the life of a commoner, merely swapping his daily Lamborghini for a Porsche, and trading his presidential suite in a 5-star hotel for a regular room. He even exchanged gourmet meals for Michelin dining and reduced his numerous girlfriend from a dozen to. Perhaps, in his eyes, the plight of the common man could only descend to such a level of misery. This, indeed, is the remnant of the world. To an ordinary person, the life he experiences as a commoner is a coveted dream. Yet, to those truly wealthy, this represents a decline in their living standards by tenfold. Whenever Mo Long thought of this, he could not help but express his disdain, lamenting, "Why are such wasteful individuals not me? Alas, such people ought to be hung from streetlights." Chapter 149. The Navy reconsiders, ambushing Kaido. Sigh, Kaido, I am weary. Let us return to Onigashima. Mo Long sighed as he gazed at Kaido. Kaido, what have you done to feel exhausted? Throughout the ordeal, you have barely lifted a finger. With such weariness, what will become of Yamato? Damn it, Kaido, who are you calling weary? I am in excellent health, and can serve Yamato splendidly. Having overheard Kaido's thoughts, Mo Long retorted with irritation. You can claim I am weak while working, but do not suggest I am weak when I am with Yamato, understood? Although Kaido was baffled by how Mo Long discerned his inner thoughts, as a father-in-law, he deemed it unnecessary to engage in deeper dialogue. Kid, we are leaving. Kaido transformed into his azure dragon form, scooping up Mo Long and flinging him onto his back before soaring into the sky. Despite the 10 pirate crews he had allied with being annihilated, Kaido felt no regret. Weaklings, even if they joined the Beast Pirates, were of no real use beyond amplifying their numbers. In this world where strength dictates fate, individual prowess can alter the course of a battle. Most subordinates are merely tools to maintain order. For instance, when attacking a small island, one requires manpower for management, but beyond that, they hold little value. 3 days later, it was the day Mo Long and Sengoku had arranged for their transaction. 8 devil fruits in exchange for 3,600 sailors. Initially, Kaido intended to accompany Mo Long, but upon finding Mo Long still asleep, alongside Yamato, he pondered how to proceed. If he were to rouse Mo Long forcefully, the latter might harbor resentment towards him. Thus, Kaido resolved to go alone. After all, he believed the Navy would not dare to act recklessly. Yet, he soon fell into their trap. At that moment, on the island designated for the transaction, Admiral Akiji and Vice Admiral Carp were engaged in lively conversation. The Navy had dispatched these two, evidently with no intention of completing the deal. Sengoku was indeed interested in the transaction, but the Celestial Dragons vehemently opposed it. He was met with a barrage of insults. "You old fool. What use are you to the government? Is this how you repay us? Not only have you lost the Celestial Gold, but you also have the audacity to request devil fruits in exchange for those failed sailors? Nonsense. I tell you, if you want devil fruits, you shall not have them, and you must return the Celestial Gold. Otherwise, we will appoint another as the Fleet Admiral." Faced with the Celestial Dragon's furious tirade, and with their refusal to provide devil fruits, Sengoku found himself unable to procure the 8 devil fruits. Ultimately, he had no choice but to send Akiji and Carp to abandon the agreement and directly apprehend Kaido. This way, they would not only avoid wasting the devil fruits, but also rescue the sailors, reclaim the Celestial Gold, and potentially capture Kaido. Although this plan was fraught with risk, should Kaido discover the Navy's intentions prematurely, he might opt to execute the captives. However, Sengoku felt he had no alternative. The Celestial Dragons had made it clear that if the Celestial Gold could not be recovered, he would lose his position. Thus, he had to proceed with this gamble. Even if the captives were killed in the struggle between the Navy and pirates, casualties were inevitable. They would be considered sacrifices for the Navy. Soon, Kaido appeared in the sky with 5 warships, gradually descending. "Carp, old man, have you brought the devil fruits?" Kaido inquired, fixing his gaze on Carp. "And is it just you who has come?" Kaido noted the absence of warships around the island, which piqued his curiosity. Without warships, how did this old man arrive? Could it be that he swam here? Surely not. Has the Navy sunk to such depths that even their heroes can no longer afford warships? Reflecting on this, Kaido found it quite amusing. "Ha ha, Carp, you have your day of reckoning. In the past, when you and Sengoku conspired against me, you were so arrogant, weren't you? Now, I trust you regret it?" "David Fui?" Carp shrugged, skillfully deflecting the question. "Kaido, you truly have guts, daring to rob the Celestial Gold. With such bravery, why not directly storm Mariewa and seize the Celestial Dragon's treasury?" "Rest assured, that day is not far off," Kaido replied calmly. "With Mo Long's potential for growth, once he consumes the batch of devil fruits exchanged from the Navy, his strength should rival Kaido's. At that point, he would lead Mo Long into conquering the New World. Kapu, cease your irrelevant prattle and tell me, where are the 8 devil fruits?" Kaido questioned Kapu with a piercing gaze. "What devil fruits? I am oblivious to such matters." Kapu feigned ignorance, meeting Kaido's scrutiny. Upon hearing Kapu's words, Kaido frowned. "Old man, what nonsense are you spouting? I had an agreement with Sengoku that the Navy would exchange 8 devil fruits for the captured sailors. Are you now reneging on that deal? Do you not fear that I shall slay those captives?" "Of course we fear, which is precisely why we shall not grant you that opportunity." A voice resonated from behind Kaido. "Akiji?" Kaido turned to behold the man who spoke, a marine admiral and a naval hero. It seemed Sengoku, that scoundrel, had betrayed him. Infuriated, Kaido roared in rage. "Do you think me easy to bully? How dare you play me for a fool?" In the next instant, he howled to the heavens, transforming into his azure dragon form, and aimed at the 5 floating warships, preparing to unleash his breath of fire. "Kaido, with me here, do you truly believe you can harm those sailors?" Kapu exclaimed, leaping to appear before the azure dragon's head. With a powerful punch, he struck the dragon's face, distorting it. However, in that critical moment, Kaido still managed to exhale his fiery breath, albeit veering off target, leaving the warships unscathed. With a thunderous crash, Kaido was knocked to the ground, his massive dragon form creating a vast crater upon impact. Before he could rise, Aokiji utilized his powers to instantly encase Kaido in ice. Yet Aokiji understood that Kaido was not easily subdued. Indeed, the outer layer of ice soon showed signs of cracking. With a resounding shatter, the ice covering Kaido completely broke apart. In a fit of rage, Kaido swiped a claw at Aokiji. Aokiji erected an ice wall in front of him, but it was utterly ineffective, shattered by the dragon's claw. The claw then struck Aokiji, sending him hurtling away. Chapter 150. Kaido captured, however. Just as Kaido's focus was entirely on Aokiji, Kapu reappeared before him, delivering a fierce blow to his face. The immense force caused Kaido's visage to ripple as he was sent flying. Yet in that very moment, Kaido retaliated with a sweeping tail strike that sent Kapu hurtling as well. On another front, the strongest shield of the Celestial Dragons, CP0, had also arrived on Onigashima. The Navy was tasked with dealing with Kaido, while CP0 was charged with reclaiming the Heavenly Gold. In Kaido's absence, CP0 revealed no inclination to hide, marching boldly with a large contingent onto Onigashima, preparing for a massacre. Yet, they were completely unprepared for the fact that although Kaido was absent, the formidable Yonko, Big Mom, remained on the island. Big Mom's presence on Onigashima was known to Sengoku, and he was aware of CP0's mission. However, he chose not to inform the Celestial Dragons of Big Mom's presence, for who could tolerate such insolence? With the 3 CP0 agents arrived on Onigashima, ready to unleash chaos. A colossal woman descended from the sky, delivering a massive, slashing blow that decimated hundreds of black-clad agents brought by CP0. This astonishing spectacle left the leading CP0 agent utterly dumbfounded. What is happening? Why is the Yonko Big Mom here? CP0 gritted his teeth, his body trembling in apprehension. As the lackeys of the Celestial Dragons, what business do you have on Onigashima? Big Mom demanded, wielding her Emperor's sword, unaware of Kaido's theft of the Heavenly Gold. By the command of the Celestial Dragons, we have come to reclaim the Heavenly Gold. Will you defy their will, Big Mom? Despite the immense pressure, CP0 maintained a steady gaze, attempting to compel Big Mom to yield in the name of the Celestial Dragons. Reclaim the Heavenly Gold? Big Mom was momentarily taken aback. Did Kaido steal the Heavenly Gold? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. How bold of him! I absolutely adore it. CP0 was left speechless. What was this strange behavior from Big Mom? Had she developed feelings for Kaido? If it is indeed a gift from Kaido, then it must not be taken from me, Big Mom declared, positioning herself defiantly before CP0, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Hearing Big Mom's self-absorbed proclamation, CP0 could not help but retort, Big Mom, I believe you are reading too much into this. Kaido's heist was clearly to recruit soldiers. It is impossible that it is meant as a betrothal gift for you. If Kaido truly harbored affections for you, he would not have waited until now. You must be over 60 years old by now. Furious, Big Mom kicked CP0, sending him flying, and swiftly pursued him, stomping on his chest, demanding, tell me, Kaido's favorite is undoubtedly me. Big Mom, do not go too far. CP0's face beneath the mask darkened ominously. Initially believing that Kaido's absence would render their mission effortless, they were now confronted with the unexpected presence of Big Mom. The crucial detail was that Big Mom seemed to harbor deep feelings for Kaido. How dare you? Both of you are long past your prime. Do you not feel any shame? Big Mom, I represent the Celestial Dragons. Are you certain you wish to oppose us? Throughout history, those who defied the Celestial Dragons have met their demise. CP0 attempted to threaten. Yet, Big Mom remained unfazed, pressing her foot down with great force. The ground trembled and collapsed beneath her, as CP0 was forcefully embedded into the earth, his chest flush against the ground. A mouthful of blood erupted from CP0's chest as he uttered, Duo loves me the most. In that moment, Big Mom resembled a woman completely ensnared by love, oblivious to everything else. Her mind was solely occupied with Kaido. CP0 seemed to grasp this reality. He yearned to struggle, yet the immense force exerted upon him rendered any attempts futile. The individual standing upon him was one of the 4 mightiest pirates of the current age. Had it been the elite among CP0, they might have posed a challenge, but he was no match at all. Are you two still watching this? Why aren't you rushing to my aid? CP0 shouted at his 2 comrades, who were responsible for this operation. In an instant, The two CP0 agents employed one of the Marine's 6 techniques, Soru, and appeared before Big Mon. Ransacked, 2 powerful kicks landed on Big Mon. Yet they were utterly ineffective against her iron-like skin. Iron block, steel fist. The 2 agents exchanged glances and leapt into action, delivering a punch towards Big Mon. However, she swiftly turned and struck with her blade. The 2 CP0 agents were caught off guard, and in an instant, Big Mom cleaved them in half. Blood rained from the sky. Meanwhile, the CP0 agent who had initially been under Big Mom's foot seized the opportunity to escape from beneath her. Having fled, CP0 bore no intention of avenging his fallen comrades. Utilizing Jeppo, he sought to escape from Onigashima, only to be met with a fiery column unleashed by Big Mom's Prometheus, scorching him in midair before he plummeted to the ground. As for the remaining ordinary CP members, they were swiftly overwhelmed and executed by the Beast Pirates. Thus, the fierce battle concluded effortlessly. The scene shifts back to Kaido, who valiantly faced off against Garp and Akiji, refusing to yield. Retreat? Such a notion was inconceivable. In Kaido's view, Garp, an octogenarian, and Akiji, a man in his 40s, were no match for him. Furthermore, the Navy's betrayal of their agreement had ignited his fury. Therefore, Kaido resolved to teach them a lesson, aiming to take their heads as retribution for the humiliation inflicted by Sengoku. The audacity to send only Garp and Akiji was a grave insult to the strongest creature alive. This battle raged on for 3 days and nights. The deserted island bore the scars of their conflict, with a third of its area submerged beneath the ocean. Ultimately, it concluded with Kaido's capture. Chapter 151. The Children of the Future Plummeting. As the Azure Dragon fell heavily from the sky once more, this world-class battle finally drew to a close. Gazing at Kaido, who had lost consciousness and reverted to his human form after the fall, Garp clutched the gaping wound in his chest, panting heavily, unable to withstand the strain any longer, and fell backward. He was utterly exhausted. Beside him, Akiji also lay sprawled on the ground, his once lush black curls now vanished, leaving him entirely bald. Why, you may ask? During the fray, he had inadvertently found himself grasped by the Azure Dragon, who then exhaled a blast of scorching breath. Fortunately, Garp had acted in time, diverting the dragon's maw. Otherwise, that fiery breath would have scorched him, likely resulting in severe burns. Now, he had merely lost his hair, which, all things considered, was a stroke of luck. Though lacking hair was unappealing, Akiji had never been particularly handsome, so it mattered little. Akiji, show respect to the Admiral, or you shall be executed, Garp exclaimed. Are you all right, Garp? Akiji turned to inquire, noting the dragon's claw had inflicted a wound upon Garp's chest, which continued to bleed. I am fine. My constitution is robust, and I shall recover in no time, Garp replied nonchalantly. Indeed, Akiji nodded, recognizing that given Garp's resilience, this injury was hardly significant. Had it not been for their continuous combat, which had caused the wound to reopen, it would have already healed. As the two conversed, the 5 warships in the sky descended, their fiery clouds dissipating due to Kaido's loss of consciousness, causing them to crash violently into the sea below. Fortunately, the island had sustained damage from their battle, which had mitigated the impact. Had they fallen directly on its solid ground, the consequences would have been catastrophic. However, even landing on the ocean's surface subjected the warships to a grueling trial. Within the ship's hold, various items were scattered and shattered, a scene more devastating than any pirate raid. With a thunderous roar, the 5 vessels plunged into the sea, creating towering waves that crashed upon the island. As Akiji and Garp lay on the ground, engaged in their casual conversation, they suddenly felt the sun obscured. Before they could comprehend the unfolding events, a mighty tsunami surged forth, engulfing them. The fatigue of battle had lulled them into a false sense of security. Akiji had intended to freeze the approaching wave, but hesitated, noticing Garp nearby. Ultimately, he abandoned the idea, recognizing that freezing the wave would also ensnare Garp, potentially causing more harm than the wave itself. Moreover, the tsunami was merely the result of the ship's descent, so it would only occur once. Now, they had already been swept away by the tidal surge. The damage had been done. As they were carried inward toward the island by the current, they merely needed to wait for the tsunami to lose its strength, ensuring a safe landing on solid ground with minimal risk of further injury. In comparison, using his abilities would only inflict harm upon Garp, while refraining would only result in being pushed further away by the water. Unless there was a personal vendetta against Garp, not utilizing his powers was the wisest choice. 3 days had passed, Where on earth was Duo? Why had she not returned? Big Mom paced anxiously in Kaido's chamber. The absence of Kaido's presence these past 3 nights had rendered her sleep restless. This could not continue. She resolved to seek out Kaido. Moreover, she had a foreboding feeling that something unfortunate had befallen him. After all, CP0 had previously attempted to storm Onigashima to reclaim the heavenly gold, taking advantage of Kaido's absence. Thus, CP0 undoubtedly knew his whereabouts. Alas, they had failed to leave a single survivor where she could have interrogated them. However, as she set out to find Kaido, Big Mom was uncertain of where to begin her search. First, she decided to seek out Nei Jin. This individual stands as the foremost among the 3 calamities. The second in command of the Bai, Shohei Jituan. Surely, he must possess some insider knowledge, right? Alas, he has disappointed Big Mom. Jin is also in the dark. This predicament poses quite a challenge for Big Mom. How can she locate Kaido without knowing his whereabouts? And what about that lad? Suddenly, Big Mom recalled Mo Long, whom Kaido had previously brought to her Cake Island and referred to as his son-in-law. Although Jin is the leader of the 3 calamities, the familial bond with his son-in-law is undeniably closer. Jin may be clueless, but this son-in-law should certainly be informed. Thus, Big Mom sought the assistance of a beast pirate to guide her in searching for Mo Long. However, after inquiring with several pirates, she was astounded to find that none of them had any knowledge of Mo Long's existence. This left Big Mom feeling quite vexed. After all, he is Kaido's son-in-law and potentially the future heir of the beast pirates. How could they be so unaware? Ultimately, Big Mom, with no other options, decided to have someone lead her to Yamato. After all, Mo Long is Kaido's son-in-law, and therefore likely resides with Yamato. Fortunately, the pirates were aware of Yamato's residence, providing Big Mom with a sigh of relief. In the open space before Yamato's villa, a resounding thud echoed as Mo Long delivered a punch to Yamato's chest, sending her crashing to the ground. Clutching her chest, Yamato exclaimed, "That hurts, Mo Long. Can't you be a bit gentler? What will our future children eat if you injure me?" Chapter 152. A bruised Yamato. Mo Long shrugged, chuckling as he replied, "Yamato, you are the one who insisted I hold back, yet you also urge me to be gentle. What exactly do you want from me? Furthermore, why are you only concerned about what our children will eat? Am I not entitled to nourishment as well?" Yamato's thoughts drifted to a particular image, and her cheeks flushed crimson. She then scolded Mo Long, "You naughty man. Indeed, I am a naughty man, and you are a naughty woman. Thus we make a perfect match." Mo Long stepped closer, extending his hand to the seated Yamato. Upon seeing this, Yamato grasped Mo Long's hand. With a gentle tug, he lifted her from the ground, and the momentum caused her to tumble into his embrace. The softness of her presence compelled Mo Long to glance up at the sky, feeling somewhat disheartened that it had not yet darkened. Wait a moment. Who said that one cannot engage in activities before nightfall? With this thought, Mo Long bent down, hooking his arm around Yamato's leg and sweeping her into a princess carry. "Oh, what are you doing?" Yamato exclaimed, her balance disrupted as she fell into Mo Long's arms. "What am I doing?" Mo Long grinned mischievously as he responded, "For the past 3 days, I have accompanied you for intensive training. Now, it is your turn to repay me by training with me." "Intensive training is fine, but how can we train like this?" Yamato asked, tilting her head in confusion. "You will find out shortly." Mo Long carried Yamato toward the room. Hey, wait a minute. Why are we going back to the room?" Yamato inquired, her eyes wide with surprise. Mo Long did not respond, carrying her into the bedroom and placing her gently on the bed. "Yamato, wait. Mo Long, what are you doing? Why are you taking off my clothes for training?" Yamato hurriedly attempted to halt his actions upon observing his intentions. "Because my training is different from yours. Be good and do not resist," Mo Long said, ruffling Yamato's hair affectionately. "Ugh, you perverted rogue. Don't think I am unaware of your intentions." Yamato glared at Mo Long. "What kind of training are you referring to? You scoundrel are merely trying to take advantage of me." I shall not allow it." Yamato pushed Mo Long away and leaped off the bed, escaping out the door. She peeked back in and stuck out her tongue, teasing, "We're not married yet." "Dream on." Observing Yamato's playful demeanor, Mo Long shrugged. "Yamato, how can you treat me this way? We had agreed that I would accompany you for training. And now that I have done so for 3 days, is this how you repay me? Who knew your idea of training involved such matters?" Yamato protested, puffing her cheeks in annoyance. "If I had known the price was that, I would have refused your offer. Besides, These past 3 days have been nothing but you punishing me. My backside is bruised. Where's the training in that? Yamato had not anticipated that this seemingly youthful man could be so formidable, with an array of abilities that left her utterly defenseless. Nonsense. I am quite precise in my strikes. How could I have caused any bruising? Mo Long retorted. How shameless of you to say such things. Yamato glared fiercely at him. Chapter 153. You desire me, why should I feel embarrassed to say it? I'm merely concerned for you. Mo Long replied with wide, innocent eyes. You mentioned that your backside is bruised, and I felt sympathy. I wish to help alleviate your suffering. Is that a fault of mine? Truly, being a man is challenging. Being a good man is even more difficult. Is that your way of alleviating my pain? I will be too embarrassed to confront you. You are merely lusting after my body. Yamato accused vehemently. Over the past 3 days, she had engaged in countless battles with Mo Long. Each time, he targeted her softer areas. It was utterly outrageous. The crux of the matter was that he struck her where there was ample flesh. So even a heavy blow would not inflict severe pain. Mo Long's focus on those areas was strategic. A similar force applied to her abdomen or face would undoubtedly yield far greater harm. Did I err my actions? How is it shameless for me to desire my own wife? Lusting after another man's wife is what one might consider shameless. Mo Long countered. Who even considers you my husband? What man strikes his wife in such a manner? Yamato pouted, glaring at him. Listen closely. You are denying being my wife, and yet you question why I would strike you? Moreover, you were the one who insisted on training with me to defeat Kaido. And now you dare to place the blame on me? It appears you want me to act quickly when you desire me, yet wish to cast me aside when you do not. Alas, Yamato was simply too defiant. Had she been a more gentle and agreeable girl, he would have found it difficult to act against her. Of course, it was also true that Yamato had grown accustomed to enduring blows since childhood. With his current strength, he could not truly harm her. It would certainly hurt, but if it did not inflict any pain, it would serve no purpose as a lesson. What are you saying? I cannot comprehend you. Daiha, with a flushed face and lowered head, softly murmured, Do you truly not understand? I feel embarrassed to expose you. Malong echoed Daiha's words back to her. After 3 days of interaction, the adage a person is judged by the company they keep rings true. No matter how innocent Daiha once was, prolonged association with him would taint her. Thus, Malong harbored no belief in Daiha's claim of ignorance. Once again, Daiha, with her cheeks aflame and head bowed, insisted she did not comprehend. Such a display of confusion could only deceive someone as simple-minded as Luffy. Anyone with a semblance of intelligence would easily discern that her demeanor betrayed shyness. As for the reason behind her embarrassment, naturally, it stemmed from having understood everything. Malong, may I inquire why you are fond of me? Daiha abruptly shifted the topic, puzzling over Malong's affections. She could not fathom why any young man would be enamored with her, given her lack of feminine charm. Fool, if you are unaware of what men find appealing, how can you even consider yourself one? My attraction to you is simply because of your beauty. What else could it be? Surely, it cannot be because you incessantly declare your intention to become Kazuki Oden's man. Malong rolled his eyes, gazing at the woman before him, who seemed lacking in all but her looks. Fortunately, he too was devoid of any other merits, hence they were a perfect match. Chapter 154. Kaido is dead. Does that mean I can inherit the throne? Outside, Big Mom arrived at Daiha's villa, escorted by a small pirate. The small pirate addressed Big Mom, saying, Lady Big Mom, this is young Master Daiha's villa. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Very well, you may go. Big Mom waved her hand, dismissing him. She then looked at the somewhat diminutive house and called out, Daiha, are you there? You like me because I am beautiful? Daiha was taken aback by Malong's superficiality. However, she found herself unable to retort, as his words were indeed a compliment to her appearance, although she had never cared for such matters before. Perhaps due to her prolonged interaction with Malong, she now found herself sitting in front of a newly crafted vanity mirror each morning, adorning herself, embodying the notion that women beautify themselves for the sake of those they wish to please. Isn't this self-evident? If you look like Kaido, it wouldn't matter if he coerced me. Even with a knife to my throat, I could never desire you. Malong stated candidly. Upon hearing this, Daiha was infuriated. You scoundrel, even if you are merely captivated by my beauty, must you voice it so bluntly? You're making it seem as though I possess no other virtues. Who reads this book that doesn't know I lack friends? Do you need to point that out? And as for whether you have any other merits aside from looks, do you not know in your own heart? Just then, a voice came from outside. Daiha, are you there? It was Big Mom. What was that woman doing here? Daiha was furious. After all, she had previously discovered Kaido entangled with this woman. Was she here to flaunt her conquest over Kaido? This thought ignited her anger. With a stomp, Daiha seized her spike club and stormed outside. Bang! The door was forcefully thrust open as she pointed her weapon at Big Mom, exclaiming, Big Mom, you are crossing the line. You may have taken down Kaido, but must you come here to gloat about it? Big Mom, taken aback by Daiha's accusation, froze. Onechi claimed to have defeated Kaido. Although she wished for it, the reality was far from that. At times, Big Mom found it perplexing why she was not desired. With the entire wedding dowry of Whole Cake Island brought along, why did no one want her? It was not an exaggeration to say that if she publicly sought a partner, a line of men eager to live off her could encircle the new world. Kaido, in truth, was utterly oblivious to his good fortune. Big Mom, could you respond? Daiha was incensed by Big Mom's silence, interpreting it as disdain. Daiha, it is not as you think. I did not come to flaunt. I merely wish to inquire if you know where Kaido has gone. He has been missing for 3 days, and I am concerned he may be in danger. Big Mom stated as she gazed at Daiha. Kaido has been missing for 3 days? Daiha was momentarily startled, but dismissed it. What of it? Kaido is no child. Disappearing for a few days is quite normal. He could be off sulking or leading a raid. What pirate remains cooped up in their base? There are 20,000 mouths on Onigashima awaiting their meals. Does he expect money to drop from the sky? No, I asked Jean, and he said he has no idea where Kaido is, so he's likely not out raiding. Furthermore, Kaido recently stole gold from the Celestial Dragons, so he is certainly not short on funds. And there is little reason for him to go raiding unless it is for territory. Big Mom shook her head. As for the possibility of him having taken his own life, that is conceivable, but I cannot shake this ominous feeling that something has gone awry. I believe your intuition may be correct. At that moment, Malong exited the house, addressing Big Mom. Kaido is likely in the hands of the Marines. 3 days ago was the date I had arranged with Sengoku to exchange a Marine for the Devil Fruit, and under normal circumstances, Kaido would have returned with the fruit that day. Yet now, 3 days have passed, and he has not delivered. I initially thought he might have kept it for himself, but hearing that he has not returned, it is very likely that the Marines reneged on their promise, capturing Kaido instead. Malong continued, of course. It is also possible they simply killed him outright. What? The Marines capture my Kaido? Big Mom clenched her fists in rage. No, I must go rescue him. Yes. If I can bring him back, he will surely be grateful and pledge himself to me. Malong, accompany me. We shall storm the Marine headquarters and demand Sengoku return him. Big Mom declared. Malong shrugged his shoulders. I refuse to go. I barely escaped from the Marine headquarters. If I return, it would be akin to walking into a trap. Only a fool would do such a thing. Besides, Kaido may already be dead. How about this, Big Mom? You return to your Whole Cake Island as its queen, while I remain on my Onigashima as the Beast King. It was evident that Malong had no desire to march to the Marine headquarters to meet his demise. After all, the Navy has already executed their punishment once. If they were to attempt it again and were captured, they might not escape this time. Malong, how can you speak like that? Dwa is your father-in-law. Can you really bear to watch him executed by the Navy? Big Mom looked at him with disappointment. Malong, unfazed by Big Mom's opinion of him, shrugged and replied nonchalantly, if you want to go, you can go save him yourself. I certainly will not. Nearby, Daiha listened to their conversation with a calm heart. Upon learning that Kaido had been captured by the Navy, she felt neither joy nor sorrow. It was merely a piece of ordinary news to her. After all, her relationship with Kaido was strained, and she almost wished to take his life herself. If Kaido were truly executed by the Navy, all she could do was place a modest memorial for him on Guadao. Nothing more. Fine, then I will go myself. Big Mom shot a glance at Ma Long before scolding him. Kaido must truly be blind to have you as his son-in-law. Daiha, how can you say that? Kaido is your biological father. Will you not accompany me to rescue him? Chapter 155. Lu Fei. All 3 emperors are my fathers-in-law. What do you have to contest with me? Huh? Go save Kaido with you? You must be joking, Daiha scoffed. Not only would I not go save him, but even if I had the desire, thanks to Kaido, I am bound to Guadao by a bomb collar that will explode if I attempt to leave. Upon hearing Daiha's words, Big Mom looked at the metallic collar on her wrist. Initially, she thought it was merely a training weight, but she soon realized it was a bomb collar used by Kaido to imprison Daiha and prevent her from leaving Guadao. It seemed Kaido was even harsher on his own daughter than she was. Yet, for some reason, she found herself liking him more. His manner of dealing with children was strikingly similar to her own, thus creating a perfect match. Ma Long, who inadvertently overheard Big Mom's thoughts, could only shake his head in disbelief. This woman was beyond redemption. It seemed she would always favor Kaidua, no matter what he did. Although Ma Long himself somewhat agreed with Kaidua and Big Mom being together, he recognized that having Kaidua as a sole backing was hardly secure. Having Big Mom as an additional ally could prove beneficial. Suddenly, Ma Long realized that even if Kaidua and Big Mom were to team up, it still wouldn't guarantee safety. They had once joined forces, but were ultimately defeated by the likes of Liu Fei and the Notorious Generation. With a sigh, Ma Long lamented, "My future is shrouded in darkness." Fortunately, there was still Hong Fa. Though Hong Fa was Liu Fei's mentor, when it came down to it, what was more important, his beloved little one or his own daughter? There was no question about it. Ma Long declared, "Liu Fei, all three emperors are my fathers-in-law. What do you have to contest with me? When it comes to survival, one must consider their relationships. If I didn't dislike being a son, even Whitebeard wouldn't be out of reach." It appeared that neither of them intended to save Kaidua. Big Mom sighed as she gazed at Ma Long and Daha, unconsciously reflecting on herself. If she were captured by the Navy, would her children come to rescue her at Navy headquarters? Surely they would. How could her children be as unfilial as these two? Big Mom brimmed with confidence. Indeed, Ma Long nodded, looking at Big Mom. "If you wish to rescue someone, you should go on your own. I will not accompany you." Ma Long resolutely refused. According to his recollection, Kaidua had been captured by the Navy numerous times, yet had always managed to escape. Although his presence had caused a butterfly effect, he believed Kaidua could still find a way out. After all, with his combat prowess, it was hardly feasible to rescue Kaidua directly from Navy headquarters, was it? Joining Big Mom would be akin to delivering oneself to capture. "Fine, then I will go myself," Big Mom declared before turning to leave. First, she visited the island where Kaidua had made his deal with the Navy. The devastation was severe, clearly the aftermath of a fierce battle. From a state of the area, it was evident that something had gone awry with Kaidua. Otherwise, after such a conflict, he would have returned to Gue Dao to recuperate. However, she was uncertain whether it was the Navy or CP0 that had struck. Although Kaidua had come to make a deal with the Navy, it appeared that CP0 had invaded Gue Dao. Was it a collaboration between the Navy and CP0? Or did the Tenryubito not trust the Navy and take matters into their own hands? Regardless of whether it was the Navy or CP0 who had acted, Big Mom was determined to rescue her Dua. And so, 3 days passed. Big Thumb summoned her subordinates and the members of the Beast Pirates, preparing to assault Navy headquarters. She was now convinced that Kaidua was being held there. Just yesterday, the Navy had announced to the world that they were preparing for Kaidua's second public execution. This time, Admiral Sengoku would personally carry out the execution. They would not allow a repeat of the previous execution failure. It was imperative to deliver a lethal blow to Kaidua and sever his head, thus upholding the Navy's reputation. At Navy headquarters in the dungeon, Sengoku gazed at Kaidua, who was bound by layers of Hailu stone chains and completely frozen, with only his head visible. "Kaidua, I bet you didn't expect to see me again so soon. Now, let us see you escape this time." "Bah, Sengoku, you scoundrel. How dare you masquerade as a paragon of justice while being so untrustworthy? Your actions only tarnish the Navy's reputation." Kaidua spat, glaring at Sengoku. "You promised a deal, yet you had Garp and Akiji lay an ambush for me. Is this what the Navy calls integrity? With such behavior, who would dare to do business with the Navy in the future? Oof. With a pirate as wicked as you, what need is there for integrity?" Sengoku snorted. "And what do you call a business deal? You were merely threatening me with the Navy. If you succeed in this threat, every pirate will follow suit. And how could the Navy maintain its foothold on the seas? The Navy has thousands of bases worldwide. For someone of the 4 Emperor's caliber, aside from Navy headquarters, they could easily conquer these bases. Once you set this precedent, many pirates may take the risk to attack Navy branches, using the captured Navy personnel to threaten headquarters. What then will you, Sengoku, do? Would you fulfill every demand? That is impossible. Kaidua, do not celebrate too soon. Ma Long will certainly come to rescue me." Kaidua gritted his teeth as he glared at Sengoku. "Haha, how utterly amusing. That little brat, who possesses no skills apart from not dying. Kaido, oh Kaido, have you been befuddled by Garp? To even entertain the notion of that child coming to your rescue? I, for one, eagerly anticipate his arrival, as he makes for an excellent subject of study." Sengoku laughed heartily as he spoke. "By the way, let me share some news with you. Kaido, the Navy will publicly execute you again the day after tomorrow, and this time, I shall personally wield the blade. I am curious to see if your supposedly indomitable defense can withstand my strike. Who fears whom? When a moment arrives, I shall extend my neck for you, and we shall see whose neck breaks first, mine or your blade. Though I acknowledge the danger of Sengoku taking matters into his own hands, I cannot afford to lose my composure. Thus, Kaido stood tall and proud, glaring at Sengoku with unwavering resolve. So brazen even when death is imminent. Let's look forward to the execution the day after tomorrow. With that, Sengoku clasped his hands behind his back, laughing heartily, exuding the grandeur of a Yonko even from within prison walls. I shall quietly observe your pretentiousness. Chapter 156. Soaking the hot springs Kazan. Keep an eye on him, Sengoku remarked as he passed by Akiji, who stood beside him. If Kaido manages to escape, you can forget about ever becoming an admiral. Understood, Admiral Sengoku. I will keep a close watch on him, Akiji assured Sengoku. Once Sengoku departed, he immediately activated his powers, encasing Kaido's cell in a massive block of ice. With Kaido trapped in its center, the chill emanating from the ice significantly lowered the temperature within the prison. However, that was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that Kaido was enduring the biting cold at the Navy headquarters. Meanwhile, Moku Long was luxuriating in a hot spring with his daughter. Ah, how delightful! Moku Long reclined in the hot spring, feeling all fatigue from the day melt away. Yamato, observing Moku Long using her as a pillow, felt exasperated. Could you please move your head off of me? Yamato requested, looking at Moku Long. No way, it's too comfortable. Why would I move? Moku Long stubbornly replied. Yamato bared her teeth at him and said, Do you think there is any chance I might feel uncomfortable? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Moku Long shook his head. How could one feel discomfort while soaking in the hot spring with someone they adore? Yamato, feed me a grape, Moku Long instructed her. Yamato, feeling speechless, glanced down and replied, You're pressing down on me. Moku Long, what are you thinking? I meant the grapes in the fruit platter, Yamato retorted. That's your fault for not being clear. It has nothing to do with me. After a brief complaint, Yamato reached for a grape from the platter and popped it in Moku Long's mouth. Moku Long, would you kindly peel it for me? Moku Long chided. You can't even do it yourself? I'm your wife, not your servant. If you keep being so demanding, do you believe I want to push your head underwater? Yamato's temper flared. What kind of person are you? You have hands of your own. Can't you manage a grape? You should also consider asking for help when you sleep at night. Yamato, you're misjudging me. I never scolded you. That is simply untrue. I was merely teaching you how to be a gentle and virtuous wife. Moku Long explained. So, if I'm not gentle and virtuous, you won't like me anymore, will you? Yamato queried, grasping Moku Long's face and turning his head to face her. It seemed that if Moku Long answered affirmatively, she would promptly submerge him in the water. You said that yourself? I never claimed it. Moku Long quickly denied. He sensed Yamato's thoughts and feared that if he agreed, she would embrace him tightly and smother him. That would be a torturous way to die. He certainly did not want that. While you may not have said it, it's clearly what you think. Yamato scoffed, releasing Moku Long and rising from the hot spring to walk away. Wait, put your clothes on first. Moku Long hurriedly followed, helping Yamato dress. Silly girl, what will you do if you catch a cold after soaking without clothes? After assisting her, Moku Long reached out to tuck Yamato's hair back in her clothing and said, Wait for me at home. I'll soak a bit longer. MHM. Yamato nodded and exited the outdoor hot spring. Chapter 157. Capturing Yamato not long after Yamato departed. Jack appeared, observing Moku Long in the hot spring. Tomorrow, we shall prepare to set off for Navy headquarters to rescue Mr. Kaido. Are you certain you do not wish to join us? You must realize that all the pirates from Onigashima will leave. Do you intend to stay all alone? All the pirates from Onigashima are going? Upon hearing Jack's words, Moku Long felt speechless. Are you planning to initiate a war at the summit? Is Big MOM going too? Moku Long inquired. Indeed, Big MOM and her crew, along with our beast pirates, will assault Navy headquarters with overwhelming force to rescue Mr. Kaido. Jack declared, his fists clenched and his voice resolute. What's the point? With your limited strength, what difference does it make? It's truly not my intention to discourage you, but you simply cannot win. Moku Long shook his head. Instead of attempting to storm Navy headquarters, it would be wiser to wait for Kaido to escape on his own. Jack, I'm not criticizing you, but you're displaying a lack of faith in Kaido. Why do you assume he needs your rescue? Have you forgotten the past? You also attempted to rescue Kaido at Navy headquarters, but what happened? You were frozen in place by Aokiji. Ultimately, it was Kaido who brought you out. Therefore, you must trust Kaido. He will escape once again. If everyone perishes, wouldn't he end up utterly alone? Thus, Moku Long prepared to persuade Jack to abandon the rescue mission. Lord Moku Long, last time the Navy was unprepared. This time, they will have learned from their previous mistakes and will ensure the most stringent defenses to guard Lord Kaido. It is unrealistic to expect him to escape on his own. Jack shook his head. Hadn't he considered that Kaido might escape on his own? However, the Navy had already allowed Kaido to escape once. Will they make the same mistake twice? Could the Navy be so foolish? Indeed, the Navy can be that foolish. Moku Long thought as he perceived Jack as mindset. After all, Kaido's profile mentions that he had been captured by the Navy multiple times and sentenced to death dozens of times, yet he ultimately returned to Onigashima each time. In the end, the two parted ways on unpleasant terms. Jack returned alone, and neither had swayed the other. Moku Long leaned against the rocky wall of the hot spring, gazing up at the starry sky with a sigh, contemplating that if Kaido did not return this time, he would leave Onigashima with Yamato, find a place, and start anew. Though such an act might betray Kaido, he believed Kaido would understand. Kaido, may your journey be smooth. I will take good care of Day. When the time comes, let her bear several children, which would indeed strengthen the Oni clan. Soon after, Mo Long emerged from the hot spring and returned to Day's villa. However, upon his arrival, he discovered that Day was nowhere to be found. Cursed, Mo Long exclaimed. Could that woman have gone to rescue Kaido? Has she forgotten the explosive bracelet on her wrist? Or does she believe it to be a mere ruse, thinking that even a tiger won't eat its own cubs? Mo Long was well aware that the explosive bracelet was genuine. Although given Day's resilience, she would likely survive an explosion. He would still be deeply pained if she were injured. Consequently, Mo Long began his search for Day. Ultimately, he found her at the highest point of Onigashima, standing at the edge of a great chasm, gazing towards the Marine headquarters. Mo Long approached her, wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, rested his chin on her shoulder, and planted a kiss on her cheek before saying in a tone that mingled concern with reproach, Day. You didn't even inform me you were coming to enjoy the view? Do you have any idea how worried I was? I nearly thought you were heading to the Marine headquarters to save Kaido. Day, however, remained silent and simply remarked, if Kaido dies, I will have no family left in this world. Although I despise him and wish to kill him myself, alas, let us not dwell on it, I understand. Mo Long sighed, placing his hands on her shoulders, turning her to face him, and said, you don't want Kaido to be killed by the Marines, do you? How about we go to the Marine headquarters and rescue him? And let me remind you, Kaido is not your last family member in this world. You still have me, your loving husband. Day did not respond, but leaned her head against Mo Long's chest, savoring the tranquility of the moment. At the summit of Onigashima, Mo Long held Day, surveying the breathtaking landscape of mountains and seas. After a while, Day suddenly lifted her head, gazing at Mo Long with enchanting eyes, and said, Mo Long, it's so cold here. I want you to carry me home. At your command, my dear wife. Mo Long released his hold on Day, saluted her, and then bent down, lifting her effortlessly. He flew directly towards the villa, arriving in just 3 minutes. As he placed Day on the bed, she exclaimed, I'll be gentle, and shot him a fierce glare. Chapter 158, a supplement after a night had passed, Mo Long felt akin to a deflated balloon, completely drained of energy. In contrast, Day appeared vibrant and radiant, as though she had undergone a beauty treatment. As expected, on the following day, while Mo Long still slumbered, Day had already risen early and was busy in the kitchen. When Mo Long finally awoke, Day presented him with a nourishing chicken soup, sitting at the edge of the bed, and said, you worked hard last night. Come, drink some chicken soup to replenish your strength. Day scooped a spoonful of soup, blew on it, and offered it to Mo Long. Witnessing this scene filled Mo Long with delight. Day had indeed taken a step towards becoming a virtuous wife and mother. That evening, he promised himself to reward Day sevenfold. What are you staring at? Is there something on my face? Noticing Mo Long's unwavering gaze, Day rolled her eyes and urged him, open your mouth quickly, or the soup will cool down. Yes, yes, my dear wife, I will open my mouth now. Mo Long complied, eagerly awaiting Day's offering. As the chicken soup entered his mouth, Mo Long felt rejuvenated. It was merely an illusion, yet he sensed her heartfelt intentions. However, the taste of his soup left much to be desired. Indeed, Day still had a long way to go before achieving the status of a virtuous wife and mother. In terms of culinary skills, Day was still in the early stages of learning. She might even be worse than he was. Nonetheless, despite the subpar flavor, knowing that Day had risen early to prepare the soup, working hard to kill the chicken and boil the broth, Mo Long begrudgingly praised her. Day, this is truly delicious. It's the best chicken soup I've ever had. Day observed Mo Long's reluctant expression, and her lips twitched. Please, if you wish to compliment me, could you refrain from looking so reluctant? It's obvious you're lying. Is it that apparent? Mo Long asked, patting his face. Yes, very apparent. Day nodded. Scooping another spoonful of chicken soup. Even if it doesn't taste good, you must finish it all. Understood? Day, why are you being so fierce? I never said I wouldn't drink it. Mo Long shrugged and continued to sip the soup. After finishing the soup, Mo Long and Day prepared to head to the Marine headquarters, for Kaido was scheduled for execution the following day. If they did not depart today, they would only be left to collect his remains. Originally, Mo Long intended to set off with the main force. However, when he sought out others, he found Onigashima eerily deserted, with very few remaining souls. After inquiring with the few pirates left behind to guard, he learned that the main force had already departed the previous night. Mo Long was left speechless. Departing at night, how could they possibly see the road? Forget it. We might as well fly over, Mo Long said to Day, but before leaving, we must first dispose of your explosive bracelet. Mo Long extended his hand and pressed on Day's explosive bracelet. In the next moment, the metallic bracelet transformed into a cloud. With a puff of breath, the cloud-like bracelet detached from Day's wrist and drifted away into the distance. What a marvelous ability, Day exclaimed, her face reflecting astonishment at Mo Long's transformation of the explosive bracelet into a cloud. It's nothing extraordinary, just basic operations, Mo Long chuckled. With the powers of the transformation fruit combined with the cloud fruit, he could turn any lifeless object into a cloud. Chapter 159. Mo Long, I'm flying. We are flying? In the next moment, a cloud appeared beneath Mo Long's feet, lifting both him and Day into the sky. Looking down at the soft cloud beneath her, Day found it quite amusing. It felt just like cotton candy, soft and bouncy. She wondered if it was edible. Intrigued by this thought, Day crouched down, grabbed a handful of the cloud, and easily tore off a small piece, placing it in her mouth. Mo Long was rendered speechless by this sight. Are you a child? Do you feel the need to taste everything? Is that a problem? I've never eaten a cloud before, Day replied, looking up at Mo Long in a playful tone. Then, she stuffed the piece of cloud into her mouth. Day opened her mouth and swallowed the piece of cloud, puffing her cheeks as she chewed vigorously. However, after chewing for a while, she noticed something was amiss. Why does it have no flavor? Not only was there a lack of flavor, but also a complete absence of any tactile sensation. It felt akin to consuming mere air. Initially, she had presumed it would be akin to cotton candy. Day felt disheartened. Here, cotton candy. Observing Day's crestfallen expression, Melon conjured a cotton candy resembling his own form and handed it to Day, explaining, what you just consumed was a cloud. It naturally lacks texture. Melon, you are truly wonderful. Upon seeing the cotton candy in Melon's hand, Day joyfully embraced him and pecked him on the cheek. Then, seizing the cotton candy, she promptly bit off the head of the confection shaped like Melon. Melon, is this what the outside world is like? Day sat atop a cloud, gazing down at the vast ocean below. She had never experienced such an expansive view before. Perhaps she had in her childhood, but those memories had faded. Had Kaido been privy to Day's thoughts, he would surely have shed tears. In her youth, Day had ridden atop his head, soaring through the skies, exclaiming, Father is amazing. Father is incredible. He can fly so high. I love Father the most. Such moments are now but a distant memory. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters, Sengoku was listening to a report from a Marine soldier. Marshal Sengoku, it is dire. According to our informants, the Beast Pirates and the big MOM Pirates have allied, and tens of thousands of pirates are heading towards the Marine headquarters, intent on rescuing Kaido. What shall we do? Should we flee? The Marine was in a state of panic. Sengoku, witnessing this commotion, felt an urge to reprimand him. You fool! What nonsense are you spouting? Flee? We are the Marines. It is only the pirates who have ever seen us retreat. When have we ever considered running from their presence? How did someone as cowardly as you even join the Marines? If you are so afraid, pack your things and leave the Marine headquarters. We do not require such timid souls among us. This is the Marine headquarters, the strongest fortress upon the seas, the last line of defense for civilians. In the face of pirates, Anyone may flee, but we absolutely cannot. Do not think that this is merely a joint effort of the beasts and Big Mom. Even if all 4 emperors were to appear, we would respond in only one manner. To confront them head-on, to confront them, and then to defeat them, to defeat them, to defeat them. Do you understand? Sengoku scolded the marine soldier. Also, you seem unfamiliar. Where's the marine who usually reports to me? Why are you the one before me today? The soldier timidly replied, my senior pursued a girl from the intelligence office, and he is on leave preparing for his wedding. So I've been filling in for him during this time. Bang! Sengoku's fist struck the desk with force, rendering it once again unusable. Leave? Who the hell authorized him to take leave? What time is it? We are on the brink of war with the 4 emperors, and he dares to take leave? The soldier meekly added, if my senior did not deceive me, it was you who approved it. Furthermore, when he requested leave, neither the Big Mom nor the beast pirates had shown any inclination to assault the marine headquarters. I approved it. Upon hearing this, Sengoku fell silent. It seemed indeed to be the case. 3 days prior, his senior had come to his office and mentioned his intention to marry and requested a few days off. At that time, the Marines had just recaptured Kaido. Sengoku had been in good spirits and had readily consented, even gifting the man a sum of 100,000 berries as a wedding gift. Alas, I am growing old, forgetting matters from just a few days ago. Sengoku shook his head, feeling increasingly overwhelmed. However, he remained displeased. A few days off was acceptable. But how could this scoundrel arrange for someone as cowardly as this to fill in for him? Upon seeing the pirates approaching, he suggested fleeing. Such a person would have merely faced emotion under Sengoku's benevolent disposition. Had it been the hot-headed Akainu, he would have likely been executed on the spot. Why are you still here? After a considerable time had passed, Sengoku noticed that the Marine had not yet departed and irritably said, Get out of the Marine headquarters at once. If I see you again, I shall treat you as a deserter and send you to impel down for a lifetime. Yes, Marshal Sengoku, I shall leave immediately. The Marine was eager to depart. Although he was losing a well-paying and prestigious civil service position, at least he would avoid the impending conflict with the pirates. He felt he had not suffered a loss. After all, no matter how good a job or how much salary one receives, one must live to enjoy it. This was an assault by 2 Emperor pirate crews on the Marine headquarters. Even if the Marines were to triumph, what difference would it make for a mere small soldier like him, a mere pawn? After leaving the marshal's office, the Marine hurriedly packed his belongings and rowed away in a small wooden boat from the Marine headquarters. Sengoku stood by the window of his office. Watching the Marine row away, he shook his head, realizing that the Marines truly needed to conduct a thorough internal restructuring. The sight of a deserter appearing upon news of a pirate assault was an utter disgrace. Once this war concluded, he would instruct Akainu to rectify the internal affairs of the Marines. At the very least, those who lack the courage to confront pirates should be decisively expelled from the Marine ranks. Melong, you rascal! In the sky, within a room formed of clouds, Day donned her attire and cursed Melong. Where does this scoundrel find such endless tricks? If only he applied these thoughts to training, defeating Kaido would be a mere trifle. Chapter 160. How to reach the Marine headquarters. Melong declared, even without dedicating my thoughts to training, I could still easily defeat Kaido. Such is my confidence. Do not speak so. You do not seem comfortable yourself? Melong reclined upon the large cloud bed, resembling a sage, his clear gaze seemingly penetrating the very essence of existence, devoid of desire or need. Nonsense. I'm most certainly uncomfortable. They shot Melong a glare. If you're uncomfortable, why do you call out? Melong rolled his eyes. Who called out? I merely covered my mouth with my hand. At this, Day paused, then glared fiercely at Melong. Look at you, what have you made me say? You said it yourself. How can you blame me? Melong shrugged. In the sky, a house crafted from white clouds was swiftly moving. Beneath the deep sea, dozens of pirate fleets were also sailing rapidly. Although the sizes of the 2 forces were immensely disparate, their objectives were aligned. Well, perhaps not entirely. Dozens of fleets might be preparing to assault the Marine headquarters while simultaneously rescuing Kaido. Kaido, what the hell? Shouldn't they be preparing to rescue me while assaulting the Marine headquarters? How did it get reversed? Meanwhile, Melong was merely there for the rescue, with no intention of engaging in battle. By the way, Day, do you know how to get to the Marine headquarters? Lying on the cloud bed, Melong suddenly realized a pressing issue. He seemed to have no idea how to reach the Marine headquarters. Day, you're asking me, someone who has been imprisoned on Onigashima since the age of 8 and has never been to sea, how to get to the Marine headquarters. Do you not find that absurd? By the way, Weren't you executed at the Navy headquarters before? How is it that you don't know the way there? Yamato inquired with curiosity. Being executed at the Navy headquarters does not imply that I know how to navigate there, Malone replied with a shrug. At that time, I was flying back to Onigashima on Kaido, soaring high above the clouds. How could I discern directions from up there? Then which way are we heading now? Yamato's lips twitched slightly, pondering. This man truly seems unreliable. We should be flying towards the Navy headquarters, right? Shouldn't we? Tilting her head, she glanced at Malone, her doubts intensifying regarding his ability to lead her back to Onigashima. Well, it doesn't matter if I don't know. We can always ask someone. Malone coughed lightly to ease the awkwardness. Ask whom? We're in the sky. How can you find someone? Yamato rolled her eyes at him. Though no one could be found in the sky, suddenly, Malone snapped his fingers, and in an instant, an eagle swooped in from outside the cloud house, landing on his arm. But we can ask the eagle. Come here, eagle. Tell me how to get to the Navy headquarters. Malone addressed the eagle perched on his arm. The eagle looked at Malone and squawked a couple of times. You cannot understand, so let me translate. The eagle said, despicable outsider. I am a native eagle born in the New World. How on earth would I know how to get to the Navy headquarters located in the first half of the Grand Line? Besides, as a human, you dare ask an eagle for directions? What is wrong with this world? Is it a distortion of humanity or a decline of morals? Malone retorted, hey, do you think you, a mere eagle, can lecture me? Apologize, or I will feast on roasted eagle for lunch. In response to Malone's threat, the eagle sneered. Wealth cannot corrupt, and power cannot suppress. I am the sovereign of the skies, the majestic eagle. Would I bow to your threats? Brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. I have several hungry eagle chicks waiting for me to feed them. After all, it is said that caring for animals is everyone's responsibility, isn't it? Moreover, I am a majestic eagle, ranked #1 in the world government's endangered species protection list, rarer than pandas, with a higher protection level. Therefore, safety is paramount, and it is not worth engaging in actions that would lead to being hunted by the world government for a momentary thrill. Wow. Ranked #1 in the world government's endangered species protection list? It must taste exquisite, Malone exclaimed, licking his lips in front of the eagle. Though I may not be human, you are even less than a dog. After all that I said, you only remember how good I taste? Wait, it seems I never claimed to taste good. No, you are overthinking it. My high ranking is purely due to rarity, and again, rarity. It has nothing to do with taste. I am quite inedible, with no flesh, only bones. Please spare me. If you are hungry, I can catch you a little chicken. You know eagles are best at that. The eagle pleaded for its life. All right, you may go, Malone jested. For the eagle was hardly larger than the hen he had eaten that morning. Who would crave such a small creature? Certainly not, because he lacked cooking utensils in the cloud house. Upon hearing Malone's words, the eagle flapped its wings and fled as if escaping for its life. Beside them, Yamato gazed at Malone with admiration. Malone, you can communicate with animals too? You are amazing. I really like you. Can you teach me how to talk to little animals? Well, Yamato, I have even greater abilities. Would you like to witness them? Malone cast a flirtatious glance at her. Seeing his mischievous expression, Yamato sensed he was up to no good. Get lost, I'm still feeling weak. She retorted, I only want to learn how to talk to animals. Please teach me. Yamato wrapped her arms around Malone's arm, using a sweet tone to plead. Malone felt his heart melting at her words. However, my ability to converse with animals comes from consuming numerous animal-type devil fruits. How could I teach you? I've begged you this much, and you still want to teach me? Fine, you can sleep on the floor tonight. Yamato crossed her arms, giving him a cold huff before turning away, ignoring him. Not only could she act spoiled, but she also knew how to throw a tantrum. Is this truly the Yamato I have come to know? It seems I have indeed transformed her into someone more interesting than the Yamato, who only sought to fight with me. Actually, teaching you is not impossible, but you need to help me, Malone whispered into Yamato's ear. As soon as he finished speaking, Yamato's face turned crimson. You scoundrel, rogue, pervert. I will not indulge your strange ideas. I'm going out to breathe some fresh air. You stay here and reflect. What kind of person is he? Where did he learn such nonsense, attempting to experiment on her? In his dreams. With that, Yamato stormed out of the cloud house. Once outside, suddenly, she stepped into thin air and plummeted toward the ground. How could this happen? As she fell rapidly, she gritted her teeth. Could that scoundrel Malone have done this on purpose? Is he throwing me down because I did not indulge his strange ideas? Yamato, speaking ill of others behind their backs is not a good habit. Just as she was falling, she was caught in a warm embrace. Malone looked down at the bewildered Yamato. The reason you fell is that you stepped on ordinary clouds, not those formed by my abilities. To put it simply, you stepped out of my range. I don't believe you. You threw me down on purpose to scare me, you villain. Yamato pouted, playfully punching his chest. What could Malone do in response to her unreasonable behavior? Yes, I'm a villain. Satisfied? However, your little tantrum is quite adorable. With Yamato still in his arms, they returned to the cloud house together. Nevertheless, he truly needed to find someone to ask for directions soon. Otherwise, by the time he leisurely arrived at the Navy headquarters, he might as well be ready for a feast. Oh, what luck! Sitting on the clouds, Malone suddenly spotted a naval ship sailing on the sea below. Well, encountering me, Malone, is indeed unfortunate for you. In the next moment, under the manipulation of M.O. Long, the clouds swiftly drifted towards the warship. On board, some Marines noticed this peculiar sight. Vice Admiral Virgo remarked, "That cloud seems rather unusual, doesn't it? It appears to be drifting toward us." This was a patrol vessel, commanded by Vice Admiral Virgo of the G5 branch in the New World. Those acquainted with One Piece would recognize that he is a subordinate of Don Quixote Doflamingo. However, even if one were previously unaware, they would certainly grasp this now. Upon hearing his subordinate's observation, Virgo also cast his gaze skyward, and indeed, he spotted a strange cloud approaching. Something was amiss. Clouds should not exhibit such orderly movement, nor should they descend from the sky in such a manner. Hence, this cloud was undoubtedly problematic. Virgo furrowed his brow as he regarded the approaching cloud and commanded his crew loudly, "Cease the ship's movement and prepare for action. This cloud is highly irregular and may very well be an enemy. Load the ammunition and be ready to strike at any moment." Clap, clap, clap. Truly, a vice admiral of the Navy, possessing some discernment. Soon, the cloud hovered directly above the warship and came to a halt. M.O. Long clapped his hands and addressed Virgo. "However, there seems to be a slight misunderstanding. I'm not your enemy. I merely wish to inquire about directions. Vice Admiral Virgo, as a Navy Vice Admiral, you must know how to reach the Navy headquarters, correct? If you do not wish to face severe consequences, I suggest you answer me honestly." As M.O. Long's true form emerged from the cloud, Virgo chuckled. "I was wondering who it could be. It is none other than the notorious Immortal King, M.O. Long. With a bounty of 1 billion, it seems fortune smiles upon me. What a stroke of luck to encounter you so effortlessly. M.O. Long, will you surrender willingly? Or shall I be compelled to subdue you?" Virgo's excitement was palpable, for this was a man personally sought after by the Celestial Dragons. Capturing M.O. Long could very well elevate his rank within the Navy, perhaps even one of the 3 admirals at Navy headquarters. Chapter 162. Do you even deserve it? Pray tell, Virgo, what nonsensical boasts are you uttering? Subdue me? Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on yourself. Do you truly believe you are worthy of such a feat? M.O. Long responded with incredulity upon hearing Virgo's arrogant declaration. "Now, kindly direct me to the Navy headquarters. I am in a hurry and have no time to deal with someone of your insignificant stature." Virgo was taken aback. "M.O. Long, who do you think you are? A Yonko? I am a Vice Admiral of the Navy, and you dare to label me a minor character? Perhaps the one who should reflect is you, a mere waste of space who possesses nothing but the inability to die. Yet you have the audacity to claim I am unworthy? Hey, Virgo, are you trying to challenge me?" M.O. Long's temper flared. After all, a vice admiral was hardly a figure worthy of bravado in his presence. Previously, when he visited the territories of Big Emon, Red-Haired, and Whitebeard, each had treated him as an esteemed guest. What right did a vice admiral have to act so superior? Huh, a Yonko treats you as a guest? I'm truly terrified. Virgo feigned fear. M.O. Long remained unfazed, while in the Sabiti archipelago, Kizaru, still indulging in revelry, suddenly sneezed, wondering who was imitating him. M.O. Long, you certainly boast without a shred of evidence. Even if you must brag, at least make it believable. To claim a Yonko has honored you as a guest. Do you truly believe you deserve such a title? Virgo returned M.O. Long's words with precision. Alas, in this day and age, no one believes the truth. Yamato, do you think I am lying? M.O. Long turned to Yamato, seeking her opinion. Damn, this brat has barely escaped from Navy headquarters and already manages to charm such a beautiful girl. Virgo's envy was palpable as he gazed at Yamato, knowing he was over 40 and still single, while M.O. Long appeared merely in his 20s. Of course, I believe you, Yamato stated, giving M.O. Long the benefit of the doubt in front of others, though inwardly she suspected he was merely boasting. Hearing Yamato's thoughts, M.O. Long was left speechless. Is it so hard to believe that a Yonko would treat me as a guest? Why does everyone assume I am exaggerating? If I were to boast, I could easily claim to have dined with Kaido instead. Is boasting so degrading? Why not boast about Dragon? Meanwhile, at the Revolutionary Army's base in the New World, its leader, Monkey D. Dragon, suddenly shivered, feeling a chilling breeze sweep through him, as though someone were standing opposite him, blowing cold air in his direction. Did you hear that? Virgo, even women possess more insight than you. I truly wonder how you became a vice admiral of the Navy. Did you purchase your position? Mo Long shook his head, lamenting, it seems there is a reason for the Navy's declining strength, if even a vice admiral can be bought. How far can we be from admirals being similarly purchased? Get lost. You are the one who must have bought your rank. I have been in the Navy for over 20 years, capturing thousands of pirates, earning over 300 merits, and enduring 50 injuries. My current status is the result of my own efforts, Virgo retorted, glaring at Mo Long. Do you think everyone is like you? Able to tease a celestial dragon and receive a bounty of 1 billion? Which pirate with a bounty of 1 billion has not earned it through their own capabilities? You, with your lack of strength, do not deserve such a bounty. Tut, 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 Virgo, are you envious of my bounty? If you could tease a celestial dragon and endure execution at Navy headquarters multiple times without dying, perhaps you would also earn a bounty of 1 billion. Can you do that? If not, then why are you speaking? Mo Long scoffed, dismissing Virgo's words. Damn it, while I might not dare to tease a celestial dragon, I am more than willing to take down you, scoundrel. With that, Virgo launched himself towards Mo Long using the moonwalk technique. Perfect timing. Today, I shall use your reputation, Virgo, to elevate my own. Mo Long observed as Virgo charged at him, a cold smile gracing his lips. Finger gun. Virgo appeared before Mo Long, extending his finger, poised to create a hole in his body. However, Mo Long was faster. A single punch struck Virgo's face, sending him hurtling through the air. Bang! Virgo's body plummeted into the water like a cannonball, creating a spectacular splash. How is this possible? Virgo erupted from the sea, hovering in midair, gazing incredulously at Mo Long. Didn't the Navy intelligence report state that this kid possesses no abilities aside from resurrection? What does it mean to have no abilities? Virgo rubbed his swollen left cheek. Exasperated. This is outrageous. The Navy's intelligence department must be slacking. Kid, landing a punch on me is the highlight of your life. I didn't notice before, but in the ensuing battle, you even grazed the hem of my clothing. After delivering this taunt, Virgo charged once more. Mo Long had given him a punch. Naturally, he would retaliate. Thus, he prepared to deliver a punch to Mo Long's left cheek. With a step through the air, Virgo instantly appeared before Mo Long. Yet Mo Long was even quicker, launching another punch in retaliation. In my perception and observation, even if you are swift, you shall not lay a finger upon me. As Ma Long unleashed a right hook, Weirgus slightly tilted his left cheek and evaded the strike. However, before he could revel in his successful dodge, Ma Long's left hook struck him squarely on the right side of his face. Predicting my moves? Apologies, but I anticipated your anticipation. With a forceful blow, Ma Long sent Weirgus flying, coldly remarking, can your observation skills truly compare to my ability to read minds? Damn it, you scoundrel! Weirgus exclaimed midair. Having received blows to both sides of his face, he found solace in symmetry, a concept acceptable to those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Yet Weirgus was not such a person, and his heart brimmed solely with fury. Ah, resorting to insults when you cannot win. How impressive for a Navy rear admiral, Ma Long mocked. I already told you. Just direct me to the Navy headquarters, yet you chose to endure punishment instead. How pathetic. One might assume you possess some peculiar fetish. Virgi. You've only managed to land 2 surprise attacks, so must you act as if you've already triumphed? He was irked by Ma Long's demeanor, well aware that only those who laugh in the end can truly savor joy. Your words suggest you believe you will be the one to laugh last, Ma Long retorted, smirking. Now, let me hear you laugh. As Weirgus prepared to respond with laughter, he was abruptly interrupted by a slap from Ma Long, causing one of his teeth to fly out. Chapter 163. Hypnosis of Daha. My sincerest apologies. This marks the 3rd time I've succeeded in a sneak attack. Thank you for providing me the opportunity, Ma Long said, retrieving a handkerchief to wipe his hand after striking Weirgus, then tossing it upon Weirgus' face. You ought to dab at your bleeding mouth. The handkerchief landing on Weirgus' face brought him an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Ma Long, observing Weirgus' clenched fists and trembling facial muscles, remarked, you have truly angered me. So what? You wish to strike me out of rage? Come fort. I stand here, eager to discover how you intend to confront me. Ma Long tilted his head, dismissing Wei Erge's threats entirely. With a surge of power, Wei Erge's fists transformed into a shade of black, enveloped in Busashoka haki. He propelled himself forward as if launched from a cannon. Prepare to meet your demise. Ma Long. He unleashed a flurry of punches, each one crashing down upon Ma Long like torrential rain. Yet, astonishingly, Ma Long did not flinch, nor did his expression waver. It was as if Wei Erge's strikes were akin to playfully tapping him on the chest, demanding he be gentler. Such a peculiar analogy only served to infuriate Wei Erge further. With a final punch, he managed to push Ma Long back a step. In a span of 3 minutes, Wei Erge had unleashed over 1,000 punches, each infused with his utmost strength. When he finally withdrew his fist, Ma Long's upper body was drenched in blood. Observing this scene, Wei Erge sneered, "Young one, do you now comprehend my true strength? After enduring 1,000 of my blows, you still stand. I must concede, you possess commendable resilience." Fool! Ma Long gazed at Wei Erge, barely able to suppress his urge to belittle him further. Who are you calling a fool? Wei Erge retorted, irritated. Look at the state I'm in, and yet you continue to act superior. Huh! You truly take me for a fool if you believe I am the one bloodied here. Ma Long laughed heartily. Surely. You cannot think the blood on me is mine. Of course it's yours. Who else's could it be? Wei Erge replied, utterly baffled. Sensing Ma Long was speaking nonsense. You can revive, yet you still feel pain. Have you lost your mind? Ma Long, equally perplexed, wondered if Wei Erge had yet to grasp the reality of their confrontation. Tell me, is it remotely possible that the blood on my person is actually yours? Wei Erge, now agitated, exclaimed, What? Are you wearing some soft shell armor? How despicable! Ah, the audacity of the villain to accuse the innocent. Ma Long shot back. I stood here allowing you to strike, and somehow I am the one being accused of treachery? Is the Navy truly above reproach? As his frustration mounted, Ma Long resolved that reason would not suffice. It was time to settle matters with fists. Under the weight of Ma Long's blows, Wei Erge soon realized the error of his ways. He bowed his head in apology, offering to personally guide Ma Long to the Navy headquarters. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would not have acted so foolishly, Ma Long said, looking down upon the kneeling Wei Erge with disdain. Indeed, I was blind to your greatness, and I have wronged you, my lord. I deserve this punishment, Wei Erge proclaimed, delivering resounding slaps to his already swollen face. Ma Long observed, internally commending Wei Erge's resolve. Such self-inflicted punishment explained how he had attained the rank of Navy Rear Admiral while serving as an undercover agent. Enough with the delay. We must not waste time, or we risk having to collect Kaido's remains. Daha interjected, tugging at Ma Long's sleeve. Aware that their time with Wei Erge had been excessively prolonged, Ma Long nodded slightly, then grasped Wei Erge's sleeve, gazing into his eyes as he employed the powers of the hypnosis fruit, repeating, "You are my dog, you are my dog, you are my dog." Wei Erge dared not resist. His gaze fixated on his eyes, which seemed like infinite black holes, gradually succumbing to confusion. "I am your dog. I am your dog." With a snap of his fingers, Ma Long concluded the hypnosis. He then inquired, "Who are you?" Without hesitation, Erge responded, "I am the master's dog." Was astonished by the success of his first attempt at hypnosis. Clearly, he possessed a remarkable talent in this regard. Contemplating this, he turned his attention to Dahe. Ma Long began, but was abruptly interrupted. "Cease your foolish thoughts, Ma Long. If you dare to use your hypnotic abilities on me, I shall break your tools of mischief," Dahe declared, mimicking the action of gripping a stick and snapping it forcefully. Ma Long retorted, "Dahe, what are you thinking? You are my dearest wife. Even if I were to hypnotize Hidoa, I could never hypnotize you, could I?" He quickly clarified, though inwardly he mused, "If I were to hypnotize you, it would seem as if you were aware of it." Chapter 164, I curse you with impotence. At the Marine headquarters, Dango sat in his office chair, gripping his hair with both hands, causing clumps to fall away. He was engulfed in despair. Although he had received news that Big MOM and the Beast Pirates were planning to assault the Marine headquarters, the naval intelligence personnel he dispatched failed to locate the pirate fleet heading towards them. This was an enormous fleet composed of dozens of ships. Logically, such a fleet traversing the seas should have been conspicuous. Yet, the several intelligence vessels he sent out across various routes in the New World leading to the Grand Line found no trace of the fleet, which seemed to have vanished without a trace. This left Zhang Guo utterly perplexed. Pirate ships could not possibly be invisible. How had they eluded the Marine's intelligence personnel? In truth, even if they could become invisible, the waves stirred by dozens of pirate ships traversing the sea would be impossible to mask. They could not have flown in from the sky, could they? Absolutely not. John Guo scoffed at his own ludicrous thoughts. If they were not sailing on the surface, nor flying from the air, then there was only one conclusion. The fleet must have made its way through the depths of the sea. Indeed, the pirate fleet was likely coated with a ship film, allowing it to advance stealthily from the ocean floor, thus managing to deceive the eyes of the world. Alas, Bigamon, you have underestimated John Guo. I'm a strategist. To evade me, you still have much to learn. However, even with this understanding, there is little he could do to prevent it. After all, the ocean is not merely a surface, it is a profound expanse. Even if he knew which route the fleet was taking, he could not obstruct it, as he was unaware of whether the fleet was navigating in waters 10, 100, or 200 meters deep. Since he could not intercept them en route, he would have to lay in wait at the Marine headquarters. Although time was of the essence, Furtherval had not anticipated that Big Mom would come to rescue Go. He nonetheless summoned a considerable number of Marines. Now, thousands of soldiers were stationed at the Marine headquarters, prepared to capture Big Mom and the Beast Pirates in one fell swoop. He hoped that no unforeseen circumstances would arise. Reflecting on this, John Guo turned to his pet sheep and asked, "What do you think? I am certain I can annihilate the approaching pirates, am I not?" The sheep tilted its head, seemingly non-committal in its response. Time passed slowly, and the next day arrived, the day of Vido's execution, scheduled for 11 o'clock in the morning. The execution would coincide perfectly with lunchtime. Audiences worldwide eagerly anticipated the live broadcast. The previous execution had left them disappointed, but this time they believed they would witness the desired spectacle. After all, if the Marines failed again after having learned a lesson, they would truly question whether Dongo's intellect had been compromised by his pet sheep. The broadcast had yet to commence. So many spectators sat on the ground, playing cards or enjoying the delicacies they had prepared the day before, resembling a festive picnic. At the Marine headquarters, John Guo was conducting the final mobilization. Should he fail again, it would indicate his unsuitability for the position of Marine Admiral, and he would willingly submit his resignation. However, he was confident that Kaido would not afford him that opportunity. For today, Kaido was doomed. With only an hour remaining before 11 o'clock, the dungeon of the Marine headquarters opened. Two Marines entered Kaido's cell, lifting him and escorting him towards the prison exit. Why were they carrying him rather than allowing him to walk? It was because, save for his head, his body was frozen solid. He was utterly incapable of walking. To prevent any further escape attempts, John Guo had ordered Chinger to keep Kaido frozen, with Chinger and Kerchang taking turns guarding him over the past few days, leaving him no chance whatsoever. Am I to be executed again? The once sleepy Kaido opened his eyes. Observing his removal from the cell, he understood that the Marine's second public execution of him was about to commence. This time, Kaido's mood was far from optimistic. The first execution had been inconsequential to him, as he knew the Marines would employ conventional methods. Given his physical resilience, he believed conventional execution methods would be ineffective against him. However, this time, with John Guo personally overseeing his execution, even with his superior physical condition, he doubted he could withstand it. Even if he could endure one or two blows, it would be futile. John Guo would not simply swing his blade a few times, only to abandon the effort upon discovering he could not slay him. During his confinement at the Marine headquarters, Kaido had not been idle in attempting to escape. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless. Previously, in the New World, he had been defeated by Fao and Chinger, sustaining multiple injuries, with his limbs nearly shattered and his internal organs damaged. He had lost consciousness entirely. It took him an entire day and night at the Marine headquarters to regain his senses. However, upon regaining consciousness, he discovered that almost every part of his body was injured. Coupled with Chinger's freezing, the chill had penetrated his body, leading to severe frostbite, and his blood had begun to congeal. Although his condition had improved somewhat after regaining consciousness, he still required more time to fully recover. Thus, it is not that Kaido wishes to flee, but rather that with his current physical condition, he is utterly incapable of escape. Even someone as formidable as Luffy would require sustenance to recuperate in such a dire state. Yet, the Marines over the past few days have deprived Kaido of even a drop of water. How then can he hope to recover? Little brat, I truly must rely on you this time, Kaido lamented. If you do not come to rescue me, I will curse you even in death. It seems I am already akin to a ghost. Regardless, if you fail to save me and I am executed by Sengoku, I shall curse your impotence from the depths of hell. However, a nagging thought crossed Kaido's mind. Even if that young lad were to arrive, could he truly succeed in liberating him? He was uncertain of the strength of the Amalone, but surely it could not surpass his own. After all, he had been unable to overcome the combined forces of Carp and Akiji, let alone. Furthermore, the Marine headquarters was not merely comprised of Carp and Akiji. There also lay Akainu and Sengoku. Given such formidable opposition, could Von truly rescue him? The more he pondered, the deeper his despair grew. Chapter 165. Pregnant and unaware of the father's identity? Sighing, he contemplated whether it would be better if Von refrained from attempting to save him. The thought that Von might not only fail to rescue him, but also become ensnared himself led Kaido to reconsider his earlier convictions. After all, should Von be captured by the Marines, though he would not perish, he would be indefinitely imprisoned, leaving Day without either father or husband. What fate would await that innocent girl if she ventured out to sea alone, unaware of her child's paternity? Yet, if Von truly refrained from coming, would he not be sealing his own doom? Although there was a possibility that his arrival would not guarantee his salvation, at least it presented a chance, did it not? Conversely, if he did not come, Kaido's demise was assured, and he had no desire to meet such an end. At that moment, Kaido found himself in a state of turmoil akin to the future ace. On one hand, he yearned for Whitebeard to rescue him, yet on the other, he feared that Whitebeard's arrival could lead to his own downfall. Enough of this. After much deliberation, Kaido resolved to cease his ruminations. What difference did it make whether Long chose to rescue him? His thoughts could not compel him to act in accordance with his desires. Soon, the Marine soldiers had borne Kaido to the execution platform, placing him at its center. Following this, the live broadcast commenced. The audience around the globe was immediately captivated by the unfolding live stream. Stop playing cards and pay attention to the screen. The execution is about to begin. Someone urged the engrossed onlookers. Those eating, quickly set down your food. Witnessing a beheading might turn your stomach. What's happening? Kaido is encased in a massive block of ice. It appeared the Marines had learned from their previous misstep, fearful of Kaido's escape, and had fortified his restraints with an additional layer of frozen confinement. Clearly, the Marines were taking extreme precautions against a repeat of Kaido's previous flight. You don't understand. Kaido is the world's strongest creature. Against such a monster, even the most stringent measures are warranted, the crowd debated. Some criticized the Marines for their perceived lack of dignity, while others argued that given Kaido's past escape, such precautions were entirely justified. They reasoned that the loss of face from allowing Kaido to escape again would far outweigh the embarrassment of employing such tactics. As time moved forward several hours, under the diligent guidance of Virgo, Long and his companions finally made a misstep. Smack! Long slapped his palm in frustration. How did you manage to become a Marine Rear Admiral when you can't even lead properly? Mo Long was incredulous. I asked you to take me to Marine headquarters, not to impel down. Are you trying to imprison me because you know I have no home in my previous life? Your Excellency, I did not mean to. I was in the sky and could not discern my bearings, Virgo replied, shielding his face. But rest assured, impel down and Marine headquarters are in close proximity. If we fly, we can arrive in less than an hour. What time is it? Mo Long inquired. Virgo glanced at the horizon, where the sun had just risen. Around 5 in the morning. And what time is Kaido's execution? Mo Long pressed further. The Marines announced it to be at 11 o'clock, Virgo answered. So we have 6 hours to spare? Von mused, contemplating the prospects of coercing the Marines into releasing Kaido. It seemed improbable that he could exert sufficient pressure on Marine headquarters to compel Sengoku to relent. However, if he included the inmates of Impel Down in his plans, he pondered how to approach this. Brute force akin to Blackbeard would not suffice. Clever strategy was essential. In the next moment, Wolong transformed into the likeness of Sengoku. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he dismissed the idea. Sengoku would likely not be present at Impel Down at this hour, especially with Kaido's execution imminent. If he could not become Sengoku, who should he impersonate? It would be futile to assume the guise of someone of lower rank. The fleet admiral was off limits, so perhaps he should become an admiral? Yet, which of the 3 admirals should he choose? Kizaru? No, too sleazy. Akiji? No, too cold. It seemed the only option left was to become a Kainu. In the next moment, Volong transformed into a Kainu, then conjured a cloud into shackles, binding Day. He created a warship that landed upon the sea and summoned a group of Marine soldiers, albeit mere facsimiles without life. He then set sail towards Impel Down. Molong, what are you doing? They questioned. bewildered by her shackled hands and the sight of the ship and soldiers he had conjured. She was uncertain of the man's intentions, especially as he had morphed into an unattractive old man. "What am I doing? I am here to rescue your father. I intend to recruit some cannon fodder. Companions." Mong hastily corrected himself, recognizing the gravity of their situation at Marine headquarters. Surely, they could not rely solely on their own strength to liberate Kaido, could they? Recruiting companions? Yamato gazed into the distance, where only a small portion of a fortress-like structure emerged above the ocean's surface, surrounded by a fleet of naval warships. This place certainly did not appear to be a suitable locale for recruiting allies, despite the overwhelming presence of the Navy. The interior of that building housed countless enemies, a veritable fortress of the sea, known as Pushin City, the world's largest underwater prison, filled with the most heinous pirates. Of course, compared to us, they were slightly inferior, as they dared to assault the naval headquarters. M.O. Long provided a brief introduction to Yamato, the great underwater prison, housing hundreds of thousands of pirates. Does the Navy imprison every captured pirate? Then why is Kaido not confined here, but rather sentenced to execution? Yamato inquired curiously, looking at M.O. Long. Perhaps they consider Kaido too formidable to contain. M.O. Long shrugged in response. The warships slowly approached Pushin City, while the station Navy personnel were left bewildered. They had not received any notification regarding the escort of prisoners today, and the main gate to Pushin City had not been opened. How did this warship suddenly appear? Before long, M.O. Long's vessel docked at the port of Pushin City, which was already occupied by a multitude of naval officers, all armed and on alert, watching the incoming ship with suspicion. However, when Rear Admiral Tergalifa spotted Akainu standing at the bow of the ship, he was taken aback. The visitor was none other than Admiral Akainu himself. It was well known within the Navy that Akainu had a fearsome reputation due to his ruthless methods, sparing no one, even when dealing with his comrades. Many sailors dreaded serving under him, fearing that even minor mistakes could lead to dire consequences. The pressure mounted for the Rear Admiral. He approached Akainu as he disembarked from the ship, greeting him with an unusual smile. "Admiral Sakazuki, what brings you here? I heard you were to execute Kaido of the 100 Beasts today. It was rumored that the Big Mom pirates and the 100 Beast pirates were uniting to rescue him. Why aren't you stationed at naval headquarters?" The Rear Admiral sensed something amiss but dared not question further, thus resorting to indirect inquiries. "Are you instructing me on my duties?" M.O. Long frowned at the Rear Admiral's words. The Big Mom pirates and the weakened 100 Beast pirates posed no threat with Marshal Sengoku in charge. Should the Navy really gather all its forces at headquarters to deal with them? If such caution were warranted, even a victorious outcome would likely be met with scorn. The Navy, as the sovereign of the seas, needed to rally all its top forces to confront a mere Yonko? Are you suggesting that one Yonko equates to 3 admirals? What audacity! Who instilled such treasonous thoughts in you? Have you been bribed by the Yonko to undermine the Navy's authority? The Rear Admiral trembled in fear at M.O. Long's scathing reprimand. In the next moment, he fell to his knees. "Admiral Sakazuki, no. I truly haven't received any bribes from the Yonko. I merely believe that the more forces we gathered against the Yonko at naval headquarters, the more splendid our victory would be. I absolutely did not mean to imply that the Yonko surpassed the admirals. You must believe me. Had he not feared inciting M.O. Long's ire, he would have rushed forward to cling to M.O. Long's leg, weeping and wailing. And you think you deserve to be a Navy officer?" M.O. Long approached the trembling Rear Admiral and kicked him in the chest, sending him sprawling. He then commanded the other sailors, "Open the gates of Pushin City. I have a prisoner to deliver." The sailors exchanged glances, staring at the fallen Rear Admiral, and none dared to move. "What? My words carry no weight." M.O. Long's fierce gaze swept across the sailors. Instantly, they were filled with dread, recalling Akainu's merciless nature. Fearing that angering him might lead to their immediate execution, a few sailors stepped forward to assist in opening the gates of Pushin City. Without uttering another word, M.O. Long led Yamato into the depths of Pushin City. The Navy was responsible for the exterior, while the prison guards within were tasked with overseeing the operations inside. Typically, when the Navy escorted prisoners, the handover occurred outside, leaving the subsequent matters to the guards of Pushin City. However, due to their fear of Akainu, the outer sailors bypassed the usual protocol and directly opened the gates. This left the guards of Pushin City in a dilemma. They hesitated to obstruct Akainu's entrance, yet feared the repercussions of inaction. After all, he was a Navy admiral. Although the Navy did not directly govern Pushin City, one of the 3 major institutions of the world government, Alongside the Navy and the Marines, an admiral's authority outweighed that of the prison warden, Magellan, by far. Magellan's power was confined to the prison, while the admiral's authority extended across the seas. Lord Sakazuki, please wait. Varden Magellan ish en route. Would you kindly await his arrival before proceeding? Finally, as M.O. Long was about to step into the first level of Pushin City, a guard called out to him, insisting he pause. Even an admiral must adhere to the rules of Pushin City. Of course, rules are established by humans, and thus, some possess the right to disregard them. Clearly, M.O. Long did not regard the guard's obstruction. Get lost. You aren't suggesting that I should be taken to the inspection room for a strip search, are you? I assure you, that's a pipe dream. The guard awkwardly touched his nose. Indeed, that was the protocol of Pushin City. Regardless of status, anyone entering the prison must undergo a search to prevent any unforeseen incidents. After all, this was Pushin City, housing hundreds of thousands of pirates. Should there be any lapses in security leading to an escape, the guards would be condemned, no matter how many times they perished. By standard procedure, an admiral would not be exempt from this. Naturally, the guard dared not voice this. He only hoped Warden Magellan would arrive quickly. As long as he was present, the guard would be unconcerned. Get out of my way. If Magellan arrives, let him come find me. Am I supposed to wait here? Magellan, what authority does he have? Does he believe that because he oversees hundreds of thousands of prisoners in Pushin City, he can act like an emperor? I am an admiral of the Navy. His authority holds no sway over me. M.O. Long forcefully shoved the guard aside and descended the staircase leading to the underground level. The prison guard was toppled to the ground, left helplessly watching as Ma Long vanished from his sight. He dared not pursue, fearing that provoking Ma Long might lead to his immediate demise. After all, the other party was a Marine admiral. Even if he were to kill him, it was likely he would not bear any responsibility. Such is the advantage of power. Chapter 166. Hon Liendu, Director Magellan. Something terrible has occurred. Admiral Sakazuki did not heed my warnings. He is waiting for you at the entrance of Impel Down and has already descended to the first subterranean level. I cannot stop him. The guard lamented over the transponder snail. At that moment, Magellan, who was in the elevator, furrowed his brow. Can we be certain that this individual is indeed Admiral Sakazuki? He inquired, sensing something amiss. At this hour, it is improbable for an admiral to arrive at Impel Down. However, I have been unable to establish a connection with the Marine headquarters since earlier. Otherwise, I could ascertain whether the Navy had indeed dispatched Sakazuki to Impel Down. Director Magellan, are you suggesting that this Admiral Sakazuki could be an imposter? The guard's heart raced at the thought. If this were indeed a false Sakazuki, what could his purpose be in coming to Impel Down? This was a facility for housing criminals. Such a visit could only imply an attempt at a jailbreak. The mere notion sent tremors through the guard's body. Who would dare to attempt a prison break at Impel Down? It would take an extraordinary amount of audacity, perhaps enough to wipe out both bears and leopards. Although there had been jailbreaks in the centuries since the establishment of Impel Down, none had ever succeeded. In the annals of Impel Down, the sole successful escapee was the notorious Shiki the Golden Lion, who had managed to flee from within the prison itself, rather than being rescued from the outside. While we cannot definitively confirm he is a fraud, the possibility looms large. Magellan urged the guard, hasten after him, and do not allow him to slip from your sight. We must maintain communication. Regardless of whether he is genuine or not, this is Impel Down. Even a true Marine admiral cannot act with impunity. Chase after him. The guard grimaced at Magellan's words. What if he truly intends to harm me? Magellan's chilling laughter echoed in response. What? Are you more afraid of him than of me? Is it that my authority as Magellan pales in comparison to that of an admiral? No, Director Magellan, please do not be angered. I certainly did not mean that. I will gather my men and pursue him, ensuring he does not engage in any actions detrimental to the interests of Impel Down. The thought of Magellan's venom sent shivers down the guard's spine, far more fearsome than the reputation of Akainu. After all, while they seldom heard of Akainu's fearsome deeds, Magellan's name alone was enough to silence even the most boisterous pirates. Any pirate who had endured his venomous torment would surely wish to avoid a second encounter. This staircase is interminable. Yamato trailed behind Ma Long, descending the steps for what felt like an eternity. Have we not yet reached the next level? This one must be hundreds of meters high. Ma Long raised an eyebrow at Yamato. Is it truly that long? Rogue. Yamato scoffed, disapproving of Ma Long's jest at such a time. What is your plan? Even if these are all criminals, releasing them does not guarantee they will heed your command. Does it? Yamato inquired, curiosity piqued. Surely you do not intend to hypnotize each one individually? On the contrary, relying on hypnosis to win loyalty is a farce. Ma Long retorted with an eye roll. Then what shall you rely on? Charisma, of course, Ma Long declared, confident that if the likes of the clown Buggy and Blackbeard could win followers, he too could succeed. Was his charm truly inferior to theirs? Charisma? You possess such a trait? Yamato feigned a critical assessment of Ma Long, her disdain evident. Ma Long raised an eyebrow. Since when did you become so sharp-tongued? Who did you learn that from? Yamato gazed silently at Ma Long, a smile gracing her lips, yet saying nothing. Oh, you learned from me? Well then, all is well. With such a sharp tongue, I am certain you will take your time returning home. At last, Ma Long arrived at the first level of Impel Down, Hong Liandiyu. Upon entering, he was immediately met with a cacophony of anguished cries, as if the very air was thick with the torment of cruel tortures. This sound was eerily familiar. Ma Long glanced at Yamato. What are you staring at? I warn you not to draw unfounded conclusions. I have never uttered such cries. Yamato glared fiercely at Ma Long. Ma Long shrugged, chuckling. I merely glanced at you. I did not speak. It seems you are the one drawing unfounded conclusions. Humph. Your gaze betrays your thoughts. Do not attempt to feign innocence. Yamato huffed, her tone sharp. And that sound is unmistakably a cry of agony. I never claimed otherwise. Ma Long raised his hands in surrender. Did you think I believed those were other types of sounds? Humph. I shall not engage with you further. Yamato turned her head away, feeling the darkness closing in. Ma Long chose not to provoke her further and led the way toward the source of the cries. Before long, Ma Long and Yamato arrived in a forest. Although it was referred to as a forest, the trees bore blades for leaves, sharp as swords. The ground was littered with needle-like grasses reminiscent of those used by the infamous Rome Mama. Countless pirates, shackled with handcuffs and leg irons, were forced to run through this treacherous terrain. Of course, they were not running of their own volition. They were compelled by the prison guards wielding whips, driving them to hasten their pace. In such haste, it became impossible to evade the dangers around them. A misstep upon the needle-like grass resulted in piercing wounds, while brushing against the sword-like leaves of the trees would leave gashes akin to those inflicted by Odin upon Kaido. The ground was drenched in blood, staining the very trees crimson, transforming them into a veritable forest of red. Indeed, Hong Liandiyu lived up to its ominous name, its hues strikingly vivid. Chapter 167. Cao Zhe stopped staring and run. A guard discovered several pirates standing still and immediately approached, striking one across the face, leaving a bloody mark. I warn you, if you do not complete 10 laps today, none of you shall have your meal. The guard growled menacingly. To an unknowing observer, this scene might resemble a master cruelly punishing slaves. However, these victims were all notorious pirates. After all, only those with a bounty of at least 10 million could find themselves imprisoned and impelled down. It is worth noting that the future Yonko, Joker Buggy, was only confined to the first level during his initial capture. The pirates endured the beating, unfazed, their eyes fixed intently on the direction of Mo Long, particularly on He. A group of prisoners who had been incarcerated for years found beauty akin to that of a legendary figure in He. Moreover, they noticed he was also shackled, indicating that she, like them, was a prisoner. This suggested that they might very well be confined together. The thought of being imprisoned alongside her elicited a collective salivation among the pirates. Observing this scene, Mo Long furrowed his brow. Initially, he had intended to utilize this group of pirates as cannon fodder, but now they dared to harbor inappropriate thoughts about his sister-in-law. Lacking the ability to conquer a third of the world, they dared to entertain such desires? In the next moment, Mo Long activated the abilities of the sword fruit, leaving the pirates with grievous wounds. Cries of anguish filled the air, exceeding those from before. Hundreds of pirates vanished in an instant. The guard were left dumbfounded. What on earth? Daring to kill and impel down? What do you take this deep-sea prison for? Your kitchen? One guard stepped forward, intending to reason with Mo Long. But before he could take a step, he was knocked to the ground by his superior. The superior then promptly approached Mo Long, smiling broadly. Ah, it is Admiral Sakazuki. What brings you here? If you wish to eliminate these scum, there's no need for you to dirty your hands. Just give the word, and I shall serve you. Such flattery. Did he think I was missing a pendant to hang from my thigh? Mo Long nodded at the guard. You, young lad, are quite impressive. I see potential for you to become the warden. Magellan? Really? The guard could hardly believe that a mere compliment could lead him to cling to the leg of an admiral. Although the Navy and Impel Down did not share a direct hierarchy, the prospect of leaving Impel Down to serve in the Navy was indeed appealing. Originally, the Guard had envisioned leveraging M.O. Long to secure a transfer from Impel Down, as the dreary conditions of the prison had long since extinguished his enthusiasm. If luck were on his side, he might even become the highest-ranking officer at a naval base, akin to a local warlord, which was far more engaging than wielding a whip against pirates. To be candid, this job had initially thrilled him, but after many years, he had morphed into a heartless whip-wielding machine devoid of emotion. Continuing down this path, he felt he would become a mere shell of a person, a recluse of Impel Down. Fortunately, today he encountered an opportunity to alter his fate. Although he did not understand why Akainu appeared in Impel Down without a guide, it mattered little to him. To his astonishment, he had merely hoped to accompany Akainu and become his subordinate, earning some merit to secure a posting in a naval base and attain a position of power. Yet now, Akainu had remarked on his potential for the role of warden. Oh, what a dilemma! Should he aspire to become the warden of Impel Down or join the Navy and oversee a naval base? The conflict weighed heavily on him. Following his newfound admiration, M.O. Long instructed him to summon all the inmates of Hell's Paradise, as he had an announcement to make. As the first level of Impel Down, Hell's Paradise housed the largest number of inmates, with a registered count of 89,251. Of course, this number was subject to change. However, Impel Down only updated the list monthly, so this figure reflected the last tally. Currently, the numbers could have increased or decreased, but that was of little consequence. Soon, a dense throng of inmates clad in prison garb assembled in orderly ranks, resembling a military parade. M.O. Long surveyed the prisoners, nodding. Though their mental state seemed poor, he sought merely a group of expendables, so his requirements were not excessively stringent. Clearing his throat, M.O. Long addressed the gathered prisoners. You may know me, or perhaps you do not. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Admiral Akainu. I am aware that you are undoubtedly curious as to why I have summoned you. The answer is simple. This afternoon, the Navy will confront 2 Yonko pirate crews in the New World. However, due to time constraints, the Navy cannot summon soldiers from around the world, so we have decided to recruit from Impel Down. Indeed, I have come to bring you freedom. If you can accompany me to Navy headquarters and perform admirably in the battle against the Yonko, claiming 100 enemy lives, you will gain your freedom. So, go ahead and cheer, you scoundrels. The prisoners were entirely unconcerned with M.O. Long's derogatory remarks. They only recognized the chance to escape this hell and return to the sea. They had grown weary of their current existence, suffering from hunger and cold, and enduring daily traversals through the Sword Tree Forest, leaving them battered and bruised. This was no way for a human to live. Now, with the possibility of fleeing, they would not mind M.O. Long calling them scum. They would gladly offer up their most cherished possessions if it meant escape. However, do not rejoice too soon. Today, I have only brought 1 warship, so I cannot take you all away. Therefore, I will select only the best. Indeed, there are only 1,000 spots for freedom, and with over 80,000 present, you must compete internally, ultimately leaving only 1,000 to secure a ticket to freedom. The countdown begins now. You have half an hour. If you cannot reduce the numbers to 1,000 within that time, then all present shall remain. The battlefield of the Navy does not require the useless. Chapter 168 here. Everyone is talented and speaks elegantly. The prisoners were utterly unprepared for the arduous nature of securing a ticket to freedom. It was almost a 1 in 100 chance. Those unable to become the fortunate few would pay with their lives. Many began to entertain thoughts of retreat. No one wishes to meet their demise, especially those criminals who are acutely aware of their own worth. They comprehend that it is improbable for them to stand out among such a multitude of offenders. Although life is undeniably precious, freedom holds an even greater value. Yet, if one were to pay the ultimate price of life without attaining freedom, that would be an exceedingly poor bargain. At that moment, a figure in the crowd cautiously raised their hand. What is it? Do you have a question? Upon noticing the raised hand, M.O. Long furrowed his brows, feeling a twinge of annoyance. This was not the chaotic scene he had envisioned. Shouldn't the pirates have erupted into a frenzy of battle following his words? He recalled how Blackbeard had stormed the prison, instigating chaos without a word. Was it perhaps that these prisoners, being mere low-level offenders, were more talkative? Whereas Blackbeard had recruited the ruthless denizens of the infinite hell, who were swift to action and sparing of words. Can I choose to forfeit? Inquired the pirate who had raised his hand softly. Each individual present was a talent, articulate and charming. He found this place quite appealing. So, You do not wish to fight for your freedom? Is that permissible? Of course, I respect everyone's choices. By the way, does anyone else wish to withdraw? Mo Long surveyed the thousands of pirates below. As soon as he finished speaking, several pirates stood up once more. They too were reluctant to endure a brutal melee, primarily fearing they might become cannon fodder in the fray. Suddenly, thousands of pirates opted to withdraw. Excellent. Congratulations to those who have chosen to forfeit. You have earned your ticket to hell. As Mo Long's words echoed, the ground beneath those who had chosen to withdraw abruptly turned soft, like quicksand. They began to sink into the earth. How could this happen? No, I do not wish to die. My lord, I was mistaken. I want to fight. Please grant me another chance. Many pirates, realizing they could not escape the treacherous ground, turned to Mo Long in desperation. Have you come to your senses? Hearing their pleas, Mo Long sneered. Then you should understand that mistakes warrant punishment. Otherwise, you would continue to err in the future. In my domain, the price of error is death. Thus, if you regret your choice, you may lament in true hell. I hope that in 18 years, you may yet emerge as a true hero. Aware that Mo Long would not relent the next moment, the pirates began hurling curses at him. Unfortunately, Mo Long activated the powers of his silence fruit, rendering him impervious to their maledictions. Soon, the scene fell utterly silent. Those pirates were completely consumed by the treacherous ground. Mo Long regarded the remaining pirates and continued. Now, does anyone still wish to withdraw? The pirates exchanged glances, each shaking their heads vigorously. How could they possibly choose to withdraw? While opting not to withdraw might lead to death, choosing to do so would certainly result in demise. This figure before them was none other than a Marine admiral. Even if they banded together, they stood no chance. Since you do not wish to withdraw, what are you waiting for? Commence the slaughter. Mo Long spread his arms wide. The victor shall earn the opportunity to follow me. The vanquished shall descend into the abyss of death. As Mo Long's declaration resonated, the pirates' bloodshed commenced. Although they bore no weapons, fists could easily shatter skulls. The gruesome battle was underway. Within mere minutes, over half of the participants had been eliminated. This was not particularly swift. After all, on average, each individual needed only to slay one opponent in that time frame. Quite simple. The guards stood by, their hearts trembling, even as the enforcers of punishment, wielding whips to chastise these pirates daily. They had never witnessed such a harrowing scene. In just a few minutes, the surroundings had been completely stained crimson. It was utterly terrifying. Despite the multitude present, each pirate among them could easily become a notorious captain in the four seas, instilling boundless fear among the common folk. Yet now, under Mo Long's command, they turned upon one another. In a matter of minutes, bounties exceeding that of the four emperors were extinguished. It was evident that as time progressed, the death toll would only rise until merely 1,000 remained, to be taken away by Mo Long. Admiral Sakazuki, is this truly wise? One guard inquired of Mo Long. Impelled Down was tasked with overseeing the prisoners. If all the inmates perished, what purpose would remain for Impelled Down? Moreover, was Warden Magellan aware of this? What? Are you instructing me on how to conduct my duties? These prisoners are hardly worth lamenting. Their existence is a blight upon the soil, and their demise is of little consequence. As for the need for Impelled Down, as long as piracy persists, there will always be prisoners. Once this batch perishes, new ones will inevitably take their place. So fret not. Mo Long offered a casual explanation. The guard intended to interject, yet was swiftly struck aside by the lead guard who clung to Mo Long's leg. What gives you the audacity to question so? You ought to heed Admiral Sakazuki's words without dissent. After reprimanding his subordinate, the lead guard turned to Mo Long with a grin. My lord, do you not find my actions commendable? You are quite exceptional. I see in you the makings of a Marine admiral. When I ascend to the rank of Fleet Admiral, there shall undoubtedly be a seat for you among the 3 admirals. Mo Long relished having subordinates who understood how to serve him without needing explicit orders. The lead guard's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be? Is this happiness arriving so unexpectedly? Initially, he had only aspired to become a Marine colonel, stationed at a naval base in the four seas, earning respect as a local lord. Now, Mo Long was suggesting he could become a Marine admiral. Admiral Sakazuki, you are indeed my savior. No, even my biological father does not treat me with such kindness. From this moment forth, I shall be your son, no, your loyal dog. Command me, and I shall obey. The lead guard knelt before Mo Long, bowing his head in a pledge of loyalty. As time progressed, half an hour swiftly elapsed. The cacophony of carnage gradually diminished, leaving mountains of pirate corpses. Each surviving pirate appeared to have emerged from a sea of blood, their bodies drenched in crimson. Blood continuously dripped from them, leaving one to wonder if it belonged to others, themselves, or perhaps both. Malone clapped his hands and declared that that's enough, cease. For those still alive, congratulations, you have earned tickets to the Navy headquarters. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. What on earth had transpired here? Finally, Magellan had arrived. As he entered the Red Lotus Hell, he was immediately assaulted by an overwhelming stench of blood that nearly suffocated him. Even a man of his experience found it utterly repugnant. Although the scent of blood typically lingered due to the Jianshu forest, he had grown somewhat accustomed to it, and it had faded into the background. But now, just how many lives had been lost? Magellan gritted his teeth. Was it the work of a Kainu? But why? He was perplexed. Reports indicated that a Kainu had been escorting prisoners to Impel Down, yet this intense odor suggested a massacre had occurred. Magellan began to sprint towards the source of the bloodshed, propelled by urgency. Soon, he arrived at his destination. Before him, a river of blood pooled, and corpses were heaped like mountains, leaving him dumbfounded. What in the world was happening? Gritting his teeth, he was relieved to see a few guards at the scene. He immediately called one over, demanding, "Explain to me how this happened. Who are the culprits?" The guard promptly replied, "They killed each other." Magellan's expression conveyed disbelief. They killed each other? Are you certain? Have these prisoners gone mad? Why would they resort to such violence among themselves? He was acutely aware that, as the warden of Impel Down, allowing such a massacre to occur was an enormous blunder. This was a matter that could lead to a military tribunal. It was due to Admiral Sakazuki, the guard explained. He stated that for the war against the Yonko, recruits were to be drawn from Impel Down. However, there are far too many prisoners to bring them all, so he incited the pirates to kill one another. The strongest survivors would accompany him to the Navy headquarters and fight against the Yonko. Moreover, Admiral Sakazuki promised these prisoners that if they survived the battlefield, they would be granted freedom. In the name of freedom, this is what has transpired. After the guard's explanation, he shrugged his shoulders. They kill each other for freedom? Magellan scoffed sarcastically as he surveyed the mountain of corpses. Were these prisoners fools? Regardless of whether Sakazuki's promises were genuine, what were the odds they would actually attain freedom? Was it even 1 in 1,000? Just the bodies here indicated a death rate exceeding 99%. They were willing to gamble their lives for the chance of survival from such dismal odds? Perhaps they believed that by not participating in the battle, their chances of survival would diminish to less than 1 in 10,000? The guard interjected. Indeed, there were pirates who refused to fight, but Admiral Sakazuki dealt with them. Thus, the remaining pirates had to choose between a 100% death rate and a 99.9% death rate, opting for the latter. Now it made sense. Magellan nodded in understanding. After all, every being possesses an instinct for survival. Choosing to kill one another, though the odds of survival were lower, still offered a chance. Whereas confronting a Kainu meant certain death, there would be no survivors to count. However, such a monumental event transpired without any prior notice to him. Magellan felt underestimated. He was the warden of Impel Down, after all. So what if a Kainu was an admiral? Did that grant him the authority to disregard the warden's position? Furthermore, was this action sanctioned by Fleet Admiral Sengoku or merely a personal initiative of Sakazuki? Magellan harbored doubts. Given Akainu's character, such brutality did not surprise him. Yet Sengoku might not have been so ruthless. Why dwell on these matters? Where is Sakazuki and his men? Magellan inquired of the guard. They have already proceeded to the second level. It seems Admiral Sakazuki intends to take all the prisoners from Impel Down. All the prisoners? Magellan found this hard to believe. Many prisoners harbored deep-seated hatred for the Navy and would never willingly serve them. They might even betray the Navy at a critical moment. He was convinced that Sakazuki understood this reality. Otherwise, why would he engage in such activities on the first level? He could have gone directly to level 6. The Infinite Hell, where each imprisoned pirate held bounties in the hundreds of millions. Compared to the prisoners of the first level, they were vastly more powerful. One prisoner from Infinite Hell could be worth 1,000 from Red Lotus Hell. Yet, Sakazuki chose to act in Red Lotus Hell, undoubtedly believing the prisoners here were easier to control. At that moment, in the second level of Impel Down, Beast Hell, the guards here were a pack of ferocious beasts. Periodically, prisoners would be released from their cells, forced to face the predators, experiencing the same despair they had inflicted upon their victims. The stronger ones managed to escape from the jaws of the beasts, while the weaker ones became their meals. Malone employed a similar strategy, releasing the pirates in this layer to engage in combat. Compared to the first level, The number of prisoners here was significantly lower, totaling just over 20,000. Under Ma Long's coercion and inducement, the prisoners had no choice. A bloody battle commenced in an instant. This time, it was even swifter. In merely 10 minutes, the fight concluded. Ma Long surveyed the 500 survivors standing before him and nodded. Now, we proceed to the third level, Hunger Hell. Soon, Ma Long led his group towards Hunger Hell. As they entered, the intense heat enveloped them, causing Yamato to sweat profusely, her clothes becoming drenched, revealing her alluring figure. In the face of such a scene, the pirates dared not look up, immediately bowing their heads. They understood that this woman was beyond their reach, not even within the realm of their imagination. Previously, someone had let their thoughts wander and was subsequently punished by Ma Long, who crushed his skull in front of everyone, splattering brain matter everywhere. Though they did not comprehend how Ma Long could discern their thoughts, perhaps it was merely a method of intimidation. After all, while eyes may be upon them, misdirected gazes were their own folly. To think recklessly was an even greater sin. It was unbearably hot. Upon entering the third level, Yamato fanned her face with her hand, trying to find relief, yet it was utterly ineffective. The sweltering heat enveloped the surroundings, reminiscent of a steam bath. Before one's eyes, a vast expanse of yellow sand dominated the landscape, with the oppressive warmth distorting the very space around. Amidst the yellow sand, numerous skeletal remains could be discerned. This was the realm of hunger, situated above the fourth level, the realm of searing flames. The entire third level bore an uncanny resemblance to a desert, perhaps even more scorching. It would be wise to seek refuge in the cloud house for a brief respite. Ma Long had constructed a cloud house, complete with a bathroom that summoned rain from the clouds, swiftly creating a refreshing pool. Observing this, he hurriedly shed his garments and immersed himself in the pool. The icy water instantly lowered his body temperature, providing an unparalleled sense of comfort. Ma Long, however, had no intention of lingering in this level. He promptly led the group towards the fourth level, the realm of searing flames. At this moment, within the Navy headquarters beneath the internal harbor, Big Mom's pirate ship hovered above the ocean. Standing at the bow, Big Mom peered through the waters of Hamazu, clearly perceiving everything at the Navy headquarters. In the next instant, she issued a direct command for the pirate ship to ascend. The battle was about to commence. As the ship rose, the harbor's waters erupted with vigorous bubbles. The Navy observers responsible for defense witnessed this scene and began to sound the alarm. Attention to the water's surface was imperative. Big Mom and the beast pirates might be approaching. Sengoku had anticipated that Big Mom would advance from the sea towards the Navy headquarters, having already warned the stationed Navy soldiers to remain vigilant regarding the conditions within the harbor and along the surrounding coastline. Now, bubbles were surfacing within the harbor, and the soldiers were convinced that the pirates were indeed arriving. With the alert from the soldiers, countless Navy personnel shifted their focus to the harbor, and the cannons aimed at the harbor began to be loaded with ammunition. Every soldier felt a surge of tension. War was imminent. For these frontline soldiers, the situation was far from trivial, as the cost of war could lead to the loss of life at any moment. With the ascent of the pirate ship, the sea level was forced upwards, creating a colossal water column. The soldiers on the shore swallowed hard, witnessing the emergence of massive pirate ships from the depths. One by one, the bubbles enveloping the ships burst. At this moment, a soldier held a den mushi, capturing the spectacle. This image was broadcasted across the world. What was happening? Many viewers were left in shock upon witnessing this scene. They had anticipated merely watching the execution of Kaido of the 100 Beasts. But now there appeared to be another dramatic development. Was it the emblem of Big Mom's pirate crew? Had Big Mom's crew arrived at the Navy headquarters? No, look, there was also the emblem of the Beast Pirates. Could it be that Big Mom and the Beast Pirates had joined forces to assault the Navy headquarters and rescue Kaido? It was unexpected. The scale of today's events was monumental. Countless spectators were astonished, for they had received no prior information indicating that Big Mom's pirate crew would ally with the Beast Pirates to rescue Kaido. After all, during Kaido's public execution, no one from the Beast Pirates had attempted a rescue. Although Jack had ventured forth, his actions had not been disclosed by the Navy, leaving the public in the dark. Big stood at the bow, addressing the soldiers on the shore with a hearty laugh. Sengoku, I offer you a chance. Return my dodo to me, or I shall turn the Navy headquarters into a graveyard for countless soldiers. With this threat, Big Mom clarified her intentions for today, to rescue Kaido. If they returned Kaido to her, she would withdraw her forces. The audience was left bewildered by her statement, wondering about the nature of her relationship with Kaido. It was indeed surprising to realize that Kaido had an affinity for someone like Big Mom. Many spectators, who had previously admired Kaido's strength, found themselves disillusioned, urging the Navy to eliminate Kaido without hesitation. Hey, don't be so harsh. You must remember, Big Mom was quite beautiful in her youth. Now, at over 60 years old, her appearance is understandable. There's no need for mockery. Sengoku, unfazed by Big Mom's threat, retorted, Big Mom, you seem quite fond of Kaido. Calling him my dodo. Why not join him at the execution platform? That way, you could be together in the afterlife. Together at execution? If you have the capability, then by all means give a try. Big Mom coldly chuckled, seemingly dismissive of Sengoku. Instead, her attention shifted to Kaido, expressing concern. Dodo, are you unharmed? Have the Navy tormented you? Rest assured, I shall rescue you at once. Kaido, seated at the execution platform, felt an unexpected wave of emotion at Big Mom's words. Truthfully, their relationship was not particularly close, yet the fact that Big Mom was willing to risk her life to save him touched him deeply. However, Kaido found himself perplexed by Big Mom's transformation back to her former, corpulent self. He suspected that her appetite had surged due to her distress over his impending execution. Unable to sleep due to the turmoil within, he sought solace in food, ultimately regaining his previous form after days of indulgence. Lilin, thank you. I am truly moved. Kaido expressed sincerely, even shedding tears. This scene shattered the audience's perception of Kaido as merely a fierce warrior. As the narrative unfolded, Big Mom's offensive commenced. She infused the sea with life, transforming parts of the ocean into her Hamazu, summoning endless waves that rivaled the tsunamis conjured by Whitebeard's tremor fruit. The Navy soldiers stationed at the headquarters were struck with terror, many fleeing in panic, fearing they would be engulfed by the waves. What cowardice was there to fear? As Qingji observed the scene, he shook his head before swiftly appearing in front of the waves, utilizing his power to invoke the Ice Age. Instantly, the vast ocean was encased in ice. Witnessing this, Big Mom promptly commanded her pirates to disembark and advance across the icy surface toward the Marine headquarters. It seemed that all of this was meticulously orchestrated by Big Mom. After all, they were all aboard the ship, and the Navy would undoubtedly prevent them from docking. Thus, Big Mom conjured a tsunami, allowing Qingji to freeze the sea's surface, providing the pirates with a foothold to assault the Marine headquarters. In response to this unfolding situation, Sengoku ordered the station Marines at the harbor's edge to commence bombardment. The thunderous roars of cannon fire erupted, with countless shells launched towards the advancing pirate horde. One after another, the pirates were obliterated into mere fragments. Regrettably, the initial wave of pirates consisted entirely of homies, living embodiments created by Big Mom, rather than human beings. These homies displayed no fear in the face of artillery fire, relentlessly charging forward. Some even seized their spears to hurl them towards the distant artillerymen. Several unfortunate Marines were pierced by the spears and impaled to the ground. Big Mom was no fool. This wave was merely an attrition tactic against the Navy. After all, the ones she dispatched were all homies, and their demise held no significance for her. Conversely, the Navy comprised living, breathing souls. Meanwhile, within Impelled Down, Moku Long and his crew had arrived at the 4th level, the Inferno of Heat. This layer resembled a furnace, where the temperature was so intense that a living duck would transform into a delectable roast within minutes. The inmates here were primarily forced laborers, tasked with transporting timber to fuel the flames. Any who dared to shirk their duties faced being tossed directly into the fiery pit, becoming fuel themselves. Upon Moku Long's arrival, he was quickly noticed by the chief jailer of this level. The chief furrowed his brow upon seeing Moku Long and the inmates behind him, prompting him to approach with curiosity. Admiral Sakazuki, what brings you here? The chief jailer was vexed. Did no one inform him that a Marine admiral had arrived? Has Magellan not notified you? I am here to escort a group of prisoners to the Marine headquarters for the impending conflict with the 4 emperors. Moku Long nonchalantly fabricated. Surprisingly, the chief jailer believed him. The conscription of prisoners for battle was not without precedent in the history of Impelled Down. Furthermore, he could not fathom that an admiral like Akainu would resort to deception. This preconceived notion led him to accept Moku Long's words as truth, and he smiled in response. If Warden Magellan has given his approval, then I have no objections. However, how many inmates do you intend to conscript? How many are confined here? Not many. Only 5,000, came the chief's reply. 5,000 is indeed a modest number. I have 50 slots available. Let these pirates engage in a battle. Those who survive will accompany me to the Marine headquarters, while the fallen will be directly incinerated. Moku Long commanded the chief jailer. The chief was taken aback. You wish for them to fight for just 50 spots? Isn't that a bit excessive? You intend to remove all my inmates. Is that a problem? Moku Long glared at him threateningly. The chief jailer faltered. If it were Warden Magellan, I would have no issue, but do you have his orders? He suspected Magellan would not agree to this. If Moku Long merely sought to take a few prisoners, Magellan might not have cared. But now Moku Long demanded that the inmates fight amongst themselves, selecting only the strongest 50. If carried out, as Moku Long suggested, Impel Down would be left desolate, with all its demons unleashed upon the world. At that moment, the chief jailer realized the gravity of the situation. The inmates accompanying Akainu bore the charred remnants of their struggles, evidence of previous bloodshed. Do you think I am deceiving you? Moku Long scoffed at the chief's skepticism, gesturing to the prisoners behind him. Look at them. They're the strongest who have survived battles. If Magellan disagreed, would I be able to bring them here? But why hasn't Warden Magellan come along? The chief jailer still had doubts, for such a significant matter warranted Magellan's oversight. He had an upset stomach and was originally following me, Moku Long casually replied. This time, the chief jailer was thoroughly convinced. After all, it was widely known that Magellan suffered from frequent stomach issues due to the effects of the Dokunomi. Such details were common knowledge within Impel Down, yet they remained a secret to outsiders, given its isolation as a vast underwater prison. Since it is Warden Magellan's command, I shall comply with your wishes, Admiral Sakazuki. The next moment, the chief jailer relayed this information to the pirates. Ultimately, under duress and temptation, another bloody battle commenced. Countless pirates ruthlessly turned on their former allies, who once aided them in picking up soap. The fight lasted less than half an hour before concluding. Moku Long surveyed the 48 blood-soaked pirates before him, nodding in satisfaction. You have done well. Come with me. Chapter 172. Diamond on the 5th level, the extreme cold hell. Here are it's so cold. What is happening? Yamato, who had been enjoying a bath, suddenly felt the air turn frigid. Even the bathwater began to feel as if it were freezing. It was as if the weather had abruptly shifted from the sweltering heat of summer to the biting chill of winter. The icy water prompted Yamato to leap from the tub in haste. Observably, the water in the basin was beginning to freeze. Dressed and emerging from the cloud house, Yamato was met with a landscape blanketed in ice and snow. Flurries danced amidst the biting northern winds. Yamato, are you not going to continue your bath? Moku Long inquired, puzzled by Yamato's presence. Yamato, are you seriously trying to vex me? With temperatures this low, the water is frozen solid. How could I possibly bathe? Yamato shot Moku Long an exasperated glance. What on earth is this place? One moment it's scorching, and the next it's frigid. Will we not be allowed to live? Your words are quite audacious. After all, this is a prison, a place where the fate of its inmates is generally bleak. Mo Long chuckled. For those confined within these walls are no mere trifles. The environment here raises a fundamental question. Are the prisoners here to serve their time or to relish their existence? Oh, my sincerest apologies. I momentarily forgot I was in a prison. He playfully stuck out her tongue at Mo Long suddenly. A chilling howl echoed from afar, followed by a pack of wolves charging in. One prisoner declared his loyalty to Mo Long, exclaiming, "My lord, these beasts dare to offend you. I shall eliminate them." Without hesitation, he lunged forward, only to be devoured by the very wolves he sought to confront. Within moments, the wolves consumed him entirely, leaving no trace behind. The sight left the other prisoners utterly dumbfounded. Were these creatures truly that formidable? Mo Long affirmed their strength, for this was Impel Down, specifically the 5th level, where the imprisoned pirates boasted bounties exceeding 50 million. The survival of these wolves in such a perilous environment indicated their superiority over the pirates confined here. Otherwise, they would have been vanquished long ago. The group behind Mo Long consisted of prisoners from the 1st to 4th levels, clearly inferior to those in the 5th. It was only natural that they would struggle against such fierce wolves. Yet Mo Long pondered the possibility of some hidden talents among them. This was the rationale behind his encouragement of internecine conflict among the pirates. While most certainly deserving of their imprisonment, there remained the chance that a cunning individual had infiltrated their ranks. However, it appeared he was overthinking the situation. None of the pirates here exhibited the cunning of a wolf in sheep's clothing. My lord, allow me to handle this. A towering figure emerged from the crowd. A man of giant lineage, standing a staggering 10 meters tall. M.O. Long recognized him as a pirate imprisoned on the 4th level, whose previous display of strength had utterly overwhelmed his peers. Nodding in acknowledgement, the giant strode forward. The wolves, upon noticing yet another challenger, bared their bloodthirsty fangs. For the previous offering had hardly sufficed. However, the wolves were not without intelligence. They observed the multitude gathered around M.O. Long, several hundred strong, and their own numbers were insufficient for a frontal assault. Yet, should another fool like the previous one step forward, they would gladly accept the challenge. Come forth, you beasts. Do you hunger for flesh? Feast upon me. The giant bellowed, pounding his chest defiantly. The wolves, incited by such provocation, could not hold back. With a furious howl from their leader, they launched an all-out assault, encircling the giant completely. In an instant, the giant found himself covered by the pack. Just as onlookers feared he would be consumed entirely, the giant erupted with power. He spread his arms wide, unleashing a tremendous force that sent the gray wolves flying, scattering them like leaves in a tempest. In their wake, he stood as a colossal gorilla, relentlessly striking his chest. In the next moment, he chased down one of the wolves that had been flung away, seized it, and with a few crunching bites, consumed it whole. The giant demonstrated the grim truth. The predator becomes prey. Enraged by this spectacle, the Wolf King unleashed another thunderous roar, rallying the pack for a renewed assault. However, the disparity in strength was glaring. The giant met the oncoming wolves with a punch for each, a kick for another. Even as wolves clung to him, their formidable teeth found no purchase on his tough hide. Within mere minutes, the pack was utterly routed, leaving a gruesome scene of dead wolves scattered across the ground. The Wolf King, witnessing this carnage, let out a whimper, retreating in fear. In the next moment, the giant swiftly pursued, grasping the Wolf King by its tail and smashing it into the ground with a resounding thud. Dazed and disoriented, the Wolf King barely had time to react before it was lifted once more and slammed down repeatedly. After dozens of blows, the Wolf King was reduced to a mere puddle of gore. My lord, I hope I have not disappointed you. The giant returned to M.O. Long's side, bowing his head in reverence. You have done well. What is your name? M.O. Long inquired, considering himself fortunate to have discovered such a gem. E.O.M. Yingong, a Zoan-type user of the gorilla fruit, former captain of the Jin Gang pirate crew, with a bounty of 48 million. He introduced himself. He had resolved to follow M.O. Long diligently, even intending to remain at his side should he regain his freedom. Thus, he had exerted himself so fervently and introduced himself. 48 million? I believe that is an understatement. A bounty of 84 million seems more fitting. M.O. Long mused, recognizing that Jin Gang's prowess warranted such an increase. It was conceivable that he had only recently been imprisoned with such a bounty, yet during his time in Impel Down, he had diligently trained, growing stronger. After all, in a prison devoid of entertainment, hard labor equated to training, and training led to strength. It was entirely plausible. Wasn't that how Zorro trained, wielding a barbell daily on the ship? In comparison, the prisoners in Impel Down likely worked even harder, for any lapse in diligence would result in punishment from the guards. Chapter 173. Apologies, Blackbeard, but I have intercepted your subordinate. Damn it. Am I late again? Magellan seethed, grinding his teeth. He had scoured the 5th level, but found no sign of M.O. Long. Time and again, M.O. Long had outpaced him. It was essential to note that Impel Down consisted of only 6 levels. Failing to locate M.O. Long on the 5th level meant he had undoubtedly ascended to the 6th. The prisoners on the 5th level, aside from those taken by M.O. Long, were mostly dead. If this continued, Magellan would truly become a figure of ridicule. The 6th level. Infinite Hell. Here resided the world's most notorious and vile pirates, some of whom had been erased from history by the world government itself. Regardless of the previous 5 levels, the criminals on this 6th tier appear to be faring the best. This is primarily due to the absence of guards wielding whips to chastise them. Furthermore, while the 6th level is somewhat dim, it lacks the frigid cold of the 5th level and the sweltering heat of the 4th, resembling an ordinary prison instead. The inmates are merely confined within the prison walls. Upon entering the Infinite Hell, M.O. Long was soon discovered by a group of pirates. Their eyes glimmered with a sinister green light as they glared malevolently at him. Some pirates pressed their hands against the iron bars of their cells, shaking them violently as if attempting to dismantle the barriers. Unfortunately, the cells were remarkably sturdy, and no amount of force could breach them. What purpose does the Navy serve here? The inmates certainly harbor no affection for them. After all, what pirate would have a favorable view of the Navy? They were all captured by the naval forces, and when they looked at Akainu, It was as if they were gazing upon the very soldiers who apprehended them. Their hatred ran deep. They wished nothing less than to flay Mo Long alive. If the pirates on the upper tiers still held a glimmer of hope for release, those on this level faced only the death penalty or life imprisonment. Their existence would be confined to this prison for eternity. Oh, is there even a pretty girl among them? One pirate, with eyes that wandered inappropriately over to he, was met with a swift punishment as his finger was severed. Following that, a second, a third, and a fourth were cut away. Ah, please no, don't kill me with pain. The pirate, writhing in agony, collapsed to the ground, howling. The phrase 10 fingers connected to the heart rings true, as the pain of losing fingers is indeed excruciating. Hearing the pirate's cries, Mo Long smirked without a hint of mercy. One by one, he continued to sever the pirate's fingers. The overwhelming pain caused the wretch to faint. This gruesome scene left the other pirates trembling in fear, astonished by Mo Long's ruthless resolve. Akainu, are you here to flaunt your power over us? Evidently, some pirates recognized Akainu and furrowed their brows in inquiry. Flaunt power? Upon hearing the pirate's words, Mo Long chuckled. Do you believe you are worthy of such a distinction? Today, I am here to offer you a chance at freedom. It is up to you to seize that opportunity. Akainu addressed the gathered pirates. What do you mean? The pirates were perplexed. You, who have resided and impelled down for so long, are unaware of the current developments at sea. The Navy, in its struggle against the 4 emperors, is in dire need of manpower. Today, I present you with an opportunity to fight for me. The last 5 standing shall be granted freedom and allowed to leave this forsaken place. Akainu proclaimed to the pirates. What does that mean? Confusion spread among the pirates. You mean to suggest that we should turn on each other, and the last 5 survivors will be released from impelled down? Ha ha ha. Akainu, do you take us for fools? We are not easily swayed by your deceitful words. Indeed, many suspected this was a Navy conspiracy aimed at their demise. Yet, while some remained fervent in their indignation, others had already begun to turn on their comrades. With chains in hand, one pirate strangled a fellow inmate, tightening the grip until death ensued. The prospect of freedom was too enticing for anyone to relinquish, even if the chances were slim. After all, remaining imprisoned for eternity was far worse. The first act of aggression inspired a second, and soon, a multitude of prisoners were engaged in combat, fully aware that the swiftest among them would gain the upper hand. Before long, the inmates were embroiled in chaotic conflict. Once the victors emerged, Mo Long ordered the cell doors to be opened, allowing the remaining pirates to engage in a second battle. Damn it, had they already begun? When Magellan finally arrived at the 6th level, he was met with the sight of pirates clashing violently, inciting his fury. Everyone, cease this madness, he bellowed. Yet, the frenzied pirates, lost in their bloodlust, paid no heed to his command. Fools, I said stop. Did you not hear me? Magellan was taken aback by their blatant disregard for his authority. Enraged, he prepared to teach these pirates a lesson, only to be halted by Mo Long. Magellan, what do you intend to do? Mo Long interjected, standing before him. Sakazuki, I should be asking you the same. Even if the Navy headquarters is at war with the 4 emperors and requires personnel, as the warden of Impel Down, could you not have informed me beforehand? I tried reaching you via Den Mushi, but to no avail. What am I to do? Besides, the war is about to commence. I cannot afford to squander time here. Mo Long retorted with conviction. If you lack time, why allow the prisoners to slaughter one another? Is that not a waste of time? Moreover, what purpose does it serve? If the Navy is short-handed, why not bring more prisoners along rather than letting them kill each other and only taking less than 1% of the victors to headquarters? Magellan questioned, scrutinizing Mo Long. During this exchange, Magellan examined Mo Long closely. To his observation, this man did indeed appear to be the Navy Admiral, Sakazuki. Once the Navy clashes with the 2 emperors, it is likely that a significant number of new prisoners will flood into Impel Down. Would it not be prudent to clear out some space beforehand? Mo Long shrugged nonchalantly. Do not fret about becoming a solitary commander, Magellan. Old must give way to new. Rest assured, it will not be long before a multitude of prisoners from the big MOM pirates and the Beast pirates are sent to Impel Down. Chapter 174. Firepower coverage. Mo Long's words left Magellan momentarily stunned. Upon reflection, he realized the truth in them. The Navy was on the brink of war with 2 of the 4 emperors. If they emerged victorious, they would undoubtedly capture many from these pirate crews. In that case, should they not be brought to Impel Down instead of facing execution? Wait, is that what I am concerned about? Magellan felt a sense of confusion wash over him. Sakazuki. Even so, you need not turn Impel down into this chaotic scene. He recalled the horrific images of carnage he had witnessed in the earlier tiers. The entire prison now emanated a pungent stench of blood. For an ordinary person, the aroma could easily render them faint. Magellan. There seems to be a legend regarding Impel Down, does there not? It is said that ghosts roam the prison, causing various items to vanish into thin air, and even prisoners themselves can mysteriously disappear, correct? To distract Magellan, M.O. Long sought to provide him with a task. Those are merely rumors. Why do you bring that up? Magellan curled his lips in disdain. Indeed, over the years, prisoners within Impel Down had occasionally vanished into thin air, and various provisions had mysteriously disappeared as well. Despite Magellan's orders for a thorough investigation, no results had emerged. Could it be that M.O. Long was aware of this? Do you consider it mere rumor? Magellan, do not deceive yourself. I do not wish to know your thoughts, but rather, I wish to express my own. Allow me to inform you precisely where those messages have gone. As he spoke, M.O. Long unleashed a powerful punch towards the ceiling above. The force of his strike shattered the roof, creating a gaping hole. Sakazuki, what are you trying to accomplish? Magellan questioned, bewildered. The missing prisoners are right above us. M.O. Long pointed at the hole he had created, stating that between the 5th and 6th levels, there existed an artificially constructed space where the vanished pirates were concealed. Thus, no matter how diligently you search, you will find nothing, as you are entirely unaware of this so-called level 5. I must say, Magellan, your management skills are sorely lacking. You remain oblivious to the existence of an entire level within Impel Down. Should I report this matter to higher authorities? Do you truly believe you can retain your position as Warden of Impel Down? M.O. Long smiled at Magellan. Magellan Sakazuki, are you serious? Magellan gazed incredulously at M.O. Long, harboring doubts as to how he could possibly possess such knowledge. Do you think I would deceive you? M.O. Long shrugged, adding, if you wish to verify the truth of my words, you need only ascend and take a look. Is that so difficult? Upon hearing this, Magellan hesitated, glancing at the still fighting prisoners. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and leaped directly towards the shattered ceiling. Once he reached the roof, Magellan discovered indeed there was another space above. However, whether the missing prisoners were truly present remained uncertain, as he could see no one there for the moment. At the Navy headquarters, Big Mom's initial wave of attacks had concluded. The poker homies had been entirely obliterated by cannon fire. Of course, the Navy had not emerged unscathed, suffering casualties in the hundreds. Cracker, it's your turn next. Big MOM commanded her son, Charlotte Cracker. Cracker, a user of the biscuit fruit, had the ability to create biscuit soldiers. Even in the face of the second wave of attacks, Big MOM was reluctant to send her own men in, opting instead for a war of attrition, employing Cracker's biscuit soldiers to wear down Navy. Yes, Mama. Cracker nodded at Big MOM, stepping forward from the crowd. He then raised his hands and clapped. With each clap, square-shaped biscuits materialized in the sky, gradually coalescing into a towering biscuit soldier standing 4 meters tall. It should be noted that these biscuit soldiers could even suppress a third-gear Luffy, boasting formidable defensive capabilities. Soon, dozens of biscuit soldiers emerged onto the icy surface, advancing toward the Navy headquarters. While their defense was robust, they were notably slow in their movements, ambling toward the Navy headquarters. Upon witnessing this scene, the Navy began firing cannonballs once again. However, unlike the previous poker soldiers, the biscuit soldiers continued their advance even after coming under fire. They were a far cry from the easily vanquished poker soldiers. How could this be? The artillerymen in charge of firing frowned at this unexpected turn of events. If their cannon fire was ineffective, they would need to send troops to confront the biscuit soldiers head-on. However, if even cannons could not destroy these biscuit soldiers, sending ordinary sailors in a battle would surely lead to their demise. Continue firing, cover the area, the Navy Rear Admiral commanded. Water drips can penetrate stone. I refuse to believe a battalion of biscuit soldiers cannot be obliterated. Boom, boom, boom. The artillerymen responded to their superiors' orders, unleashing a relentless barrage. The ice-laden harbor was ruthlessly scarred as thousands of cannonballs rained down. In the face of such overwhelming firepower, even an army of 10,000 would suffer catastrophic losses. The ground beneath the frozen sea trembled violently, and from a distance, waves of a tsunami began to rise. As the smoke cleared, dozens of biscuit soldiers lay in tatters upon the ground, scarcely resembling biscuits at all. It was akin to receiving a shipment of cookies that had been violently handled during transit, leaving them in a crumbled mess. Ah, that's more like it. The artillerymen breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the scattered remnants of the Biscuit soldiers. After all, cannon fire could not kill them. A fear they had recently experienced at the hands of Kaido and M.O. Long. Though Kaido was an emperor and M.O. Long could resurrect indefinitely. They accepted it. If a battalion of Biscuit soldiers could withstand their relentless barrage, what use was there for their cannonballs? Yet, just as the Biscuit soldiers began to feel relieved, Cracker clapped his hands once more, summoning yet more Biscuit soldiers. The artillerymen were left dumbfounded. They had never anticipated that these Biscuit soldiers could be produced so easily. After one batch was destroyed, another could be summoned effortlessly? This was absurd. It was worth noting that their previous cannon fire aimed at executing M.O. Long and Kaido had depleted the Navy headquarters stockpile of ammunition. Now, they possessed only a limited supply, hastily assembled to confront the day's battle. However, compared to their previous reserves, they were severely lacking. If not a single pirate from Big Mom's crew were defeated, and all their ammunition was expended against these Biscuit soldiers, they would surely weep in despair. Chapter 175, The Might of Magellan. Go forth, Biscuit soldiers. Cracker summoned dozens of Biscuit soldiers, ordering them to charge forward. Sengoku, witnessing this scene, realized they could no longer afford to waste ammunition. He turned to a giant rear admiral in the distance, commanding, "You must eliminate those Biscuit soldiers. They must not be allowed to land at the Navy headquarters." "Yes, Fleet Admiral." The giant rear admiral brandished a massive sword and rushed forward. With a tremendous leap, he soared onto the icy surface, creating several fissures with his weight. "A mere biscuit? Taste my blade and be swept away." The giant rear admiral lifted his sword and charged at the Biscuit soldiers. He swiftly approached them, swinging his blade horizontally across the ground. A dozen Cookie soldiers were swept away by him, their bodies cracking under the force. Advanced to the city. To his astonishment, there were indeed individuals concealed here. Magellan searched for a while on the 5.5 level and soon spotted the transvestite king and his entourage feasting. Furious, he gritted his teeth. "You bastards, do you think this is a hotel? Holding a banquet here?" He was baffled by the origin of their sound equipment and microphones. Magellan? The transvestite queen, Ivankov, was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the man. "How could you have discovered this place? It was hidden so well for all these years. Why were we exposed? Does it even matter?" Magellan scoffed, his mood sour. "Now, prepare to meet your end, you bunch of transvestites." Witnessing a group of men clad in stockings, Magellan felt a wave of nausea. Where did all these stockings come from in the city? "Run for your lives, everyone!" Ivankov shouted to his subordinates. Then, taking the initiative, he unleashed a deadly wink towards Magellan. A powerful shockwave, akin to a cannonball, erupted upon Magellan, sending him flying. Seizing this brief moment, Ivankov and his subordinates turned and fled. But could they truly escape? Magellan was propelled into the air, completing a 360-degree flip before landing gracefully. "Toxic passage," he bellowed, and a column of venomous liquid materialized in the air. He darted into the column with incredible speed, instantly positioning himself before Ivankov and his followers, blocking their escape route. Poison Dragon. In the next moment, Magellan unleashed the Poison Dragon, summoning 3 toxic dragons formed from venom that rushed towards the transvestites. They attempted to flee, but how could they outrun the Poison Dragons? They were swiftly engulfed, their bodies drenched in green venom, writhing in agony on the ground. The transvestites seemed to comprehend that escape was futile. Since they could not flee, they resolved to fight. "We are 1,000 strong. How could we fear a single Magellan?" With this thought, they charged at him, only to be soundly defeated. In the face of absolute strength, numbers proved meaningless. As the steadfast guardian of the city, Magellan was far beyond the capabilities of this raucous crowd. In mere minutes, hundreds succumbed to the venom, collapsing in agony. This disheartened the transvestites who had initially intended to fight. The disparity was too great. Victory was unattainable. As prisoners of the city, they had heard the terrifying legends of Magellan, but this was their first time witnessing his power firsthand. Hundreds attacking him, and within minutes, all were downed. Truly, a man capable of safeguarding the city must possess formidable strength. Otherwise, how could he instill fear in these lawless prisoners? "Run! We cannot win this fight. Everyone, quickly flee and release the other prisoners in the jail to create chaos. We have lingered here too long. Now that we've been discovered, we have but one choice: escape or perish at Magellan's hands. I believe no one wishes to die at his hands." With that, Ivankov chose a direction and sprinted away. The remaining individuals, witnessing this, began to scatter as well. Indeed, it would be nearly impossible to escape if they all ran together. However, by dispersing, Magellan could only chase one direction, increasing their chances of evading him. Once they escaped the 5.5 level, they would look for opportunities to free the prisoners and create chaos, then perhaps find a chance to slip away from the city. Initially, life on the 5.5 level, despite losing their freedom, had been tolerable. However, now that Magellan had discovered their hiding place, they had no choice. Failing to flee might lead to their demise at his hands, and even if they survived, being recaptured would subject them to unimaginable torment. They did not wish to face such suffering. Thus, escape was their only option. Seeing thousands scatter in various directions, Magellan furrowed his brow, uncertain of what to do. Alone, he could not pursue them all. Therefore, he summoned his subordinates using a transponder snail, informing them of the situation and instructing the guards to prepare to apprehend all the fleeing prisoners. As for Ivankov's earlier suggestion to release the prisoners and create chaos, Magellan would have worried about it in the past. But now, the prisoners had all been killed by the M.O. Long, leaving only those in the 6th level of the infinite hell fighting among themselves. Their plan to unleash chaos was utterly unfeasible. After communicating with his subordinates, Magellan set off in pursuit, targeting Ivankov. After all, this individual appeared to be the leader of the transvestites. As they say, to catch a thief, one must first capture the king. Damn it, why is he chasing me? Ivankov had run quite a distance, and when he turned to check his surroundings, he found Magellan hot on his heels, causing him to stomp in frustration. Is it my beauty that caught his attention? If Magellan knew Ivankov's thoughts, he would surely be nauseated. For heaven's sake, have some self-awareness. You are a man. Who would ever find you attractive? Though you're a transvestite now. The others are beautiful beyond compare. If it were not for the need to arrest you, I wouldn't even spare you a glance. Ivankov, you cannot escape. I advise you to surrender gracefully, and I may grant you mercy, allowing you to live out your days peacefully in the city. Otherwise, if I catch you, you will experience a fate worse than death. Only a fool would surrender. Ivankov rolled his eyes and quickened his pace. The sounds of slaughter in the infinite hell gradually diminished, indicating that the number of survivors was dwindling. M.O. Long stood with his arms crossed, observing the scene with indifference. Even as the deceased were primarily notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million, having witnessed the might of the top-tier Yonko, he remained unfazed. A mere 100 million bounty no longer held significance for him. Before long, the sounds of battle ceased entirely. 5 blood-soaked pirates approached from a distance, standing before M.O. Long. They were the survivors of this fierce battle, though certainly not all. Deep within the prison, there must still be other imprisoned pirates, such as the World Destroyer, Bondiwald, and the Red Count, among others, whom he had not seen. However, such details had become inconsequential. M.O. Long was acutely aware that his time was limited. Had he more leisure, he would not have hesitated to take the time to subdue them. Yet, Kaido was still awaiting him. Very well, as the last remaining survivors. You are privileged to serve me. I hope you can forsake your past. From this moment forth, you belong to me. Do you understand? M.O. Long gazed upon the 5 pirates, one of whom was the notorious Shiryu of the Rain, the former warden of Impel Down, who had been incarcerated by Magellan for his violent crimes. Understood, my lord. The 5 exchanged glances and then turned their attention back to M.O. Long. Under the influence of M.O. Long's hypnotic abilities, these battle-weary individuals were utterly defenseless against his power. Thus, M.O. Long successfully recruited nearly 1,000 pirates, each one a formidable force from their respective prison levels. Yet to M.O. Long, they were merely minor players. He was confident that collectively, they would not match his strength. Just as the members of the Beast Pirates could not contend with Kaido, the disparity was glaringly evident. However, as the leader, it was impractical for him to manage every task personally. Hence, subordinates were essential. Yet in M.O. Long's eyes, these individuals did not yet qualify as his subordinates, for he intended to lead them into battle against the Marine headquarters. Only those who survived the war and returned with him to Onigashima would earn the right to be his followers. Let's go. M.O. Long commanded the expendables before turning to depart. The group followed him, leaving the infinite hell in a grand procession. Along the way, they encountered numerous prison guards, none of whom dared to intervene. Upon reaching the gates of Impel Down, many were forced to shield their eyes from the blinding light. How long has it been since I last saw sunlight? Lamented one pirate. Impel Down, situated deep beneath the sea, was devoid of daylight, and since their imprisonment, They had not felt the warmth of the sun. Their eyes had long adjusted to the shadows. Now, confronted by the glaring sunlight, they found the sensation disconcerting yet exhilarating. For only under the sun could they feel truly alive, rather than mere sheep awaiting their demise in a prison. "Ah, how refreshing the air is!" exclaimed another pirate, inhaling deeply the crisp, fresh air of the outside world, his expression one of utter bliss, as though he had just consumed a delightful feast. The Marines outside were left in a state of confusion upon witnessing Akainu emerging with a throng of pirates. Had he not declared he was bringing prisoners to impel down? Why then were those same prisoners now emerging alongside him, accompanied by a cadre of bloodied criminals? What had transpired within Impel Down? Some Marines contemplated questioning him, but hesitated, fearing the implications of discovering that Akainu had betrayed the Navy to form his own pirate crew, which could lead to their own demise. Thus, they averted their gazes and pretended not to notice Akainu's exit. Bang! Kizaru delivered a swift kick that sent a giant rear admiral flying, then pursued him, pinning the Marine admiral beneath his foot, brandishing his sword menacingly at the man's throat. Is this the extent of a Marine admiral's power? No wonder the era of great pirates has spiraled into chaos under your management. Truly pathetic. The giant admiral clenched his teeth, incredulous that he could not even best one of the 4 emperor's subordinates. Had he not been pinned down by Kizaru's foot, he would have dug a hole to bury himself in shame. Sengoku, witnessing the humiliating scene, felt a deep sense of disgrace. After all, the admiral was among the highest echelons of the Navy's power, second only to the admirals themselves. Now, he was being trampled by the son of Big Emon, broadcasted live to the world. This was an embarrassment beyond measure. Seeing the unfolding events, Akiji felt compelled to intervene. As Kizaru approached him, Kizaru exhibited no fear. In his eyes, an admiral seemed insignificant. Akiji strode directly towards Kizaru, suddenly stomping the ground, causing ice to rapidly spread towards him. Kizaru, realizing the impending freeze, hastily raised his cookie shield to defend himself. In the next moment, the massive cookie shield was encased in ice. The cold enveloped Kizaru's hands, compelling him to retract quickly to avoid being completely frozen. Akiji, having closed the distance, stood before Kizaru and with a clenched fist, unleashed a powerful blow. The frozen shield shattered instantly, and the force of the punch continued onward, striking Kizaru squarely in the face. Crack! The sound of cracking cookie echoed as Kizaru's visage crumbled, sending a tall, lean man flying out from the remnants of his shattered cookie armor. Akiji was taken aback, surprised to discover that Kizaru's true form was that of a tall and slender individual. His outward appearance had merely been a facade crafted from cookie soldiers. Chapter 177. The pants are burned. Damn, that hurts. Kizaru lay on the ground, sliding backward on the icy surface. The minimal friction made it difficult to halt his momentum, forcing him to claw at the ice with his fingers to regain control. Once he stopped, he rubbed his face and stood up. Just as he prepared to retaliate, he suddenly noticed Akiji standing before him, extending his arms as if to embrace him. What on earth is this guy trying to do? Has he fallen in love with my true self? Kizaru was momentarily stunned by Akiji's advance, forgetting to resist. In an instant, he found himself enveloped in Akiji's embrace, freezing solid. After encasing Kizaru completely in ice, Akiji stepped back, poised to deliver a kick that would shatter Kizaru into fragments. However, just as Akiji lifted his leg, a massive fist struck his cheek, sending him soaring through the air, breaking apart into shards of ice. It was Katakuri who made his move. After all, he is one of the few men in the entire Charlotte family who values familial bonds. How could he bear to watch his younger brother being eliminated? After sending Akiji flying, Katakuri immediately lifted the frozen cracker and dashed towards the pirate ship. Do you think you can escape? Akiji, having reverted from his icy form, wiped a trickle of blood from his mouth. He then unleashed his technique, Ice Spear Barrage. Instantly, 4 frozen spears materialized beside him and, with a fierce swing of his arms, he hurled them towards Katakuri. Yet, Katakuri did not even glance back, effortlessly evading the assault of the 4 ice spears. This left Akiji momentarily stunned. Is his observation haki truly that formidable? Even while fleeing with someone, he could detect my attack and sidestep it with ease. Katakuri thought to himself, my observation haki allows me to foresee the future. Would you not consider that impressive? Akiji extended his hand towards Katakuri, gathering cold energy in his palm, and unleashed an ice bird that swiftly soared forward, freezing everything in its path. Katakuri anticipated this moment, standing his ground, turning around, and delivering a powerful punch to the oncoming ice bird. The collision echoed with a loud, shattering sound. The ice bird was obliterated by Katakuri's strike, but he too paid a price. His fist, having struck the icy surface, became encased in frost, and the freezing sensation began to creep up his arm. It appeared that he might be entirely encased in ice if he did not act swiftly. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Katakuri bent his knees and, with his frozen fist, struck down hard against the ice beneath him. The sound of shattering glass reverberated as the ice imprisoning his fist broke apart. However, his right hand still felt slightly numb. Fortunately, it was merely a layer of ice on the surface. Had his blood frozen within, this blow could have rendered his entire arm useless. Smoky catch. Katakuri understood that escaping with Cracker was proving to be a challenge. Thus, he tossed Cracker towards the pirate ship with all his might and faced Akiji head-on. Cracker soared high, quickly descending towards the pirate vessel. Smoky, being one of the other suite commanders, immediately extended her arms to catch Cracker securely. However, upon seeing the ice sculpture in her arms, she was momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. She could only look to Big Mom for guidance. "Mother, what should we do?" Big Mom cast a disdainful glance at the frozen statue before instructing her son. "Go ahead, Prometheus. Unleash the flames." "Yes, mother." The small son that followed Big Mom appeared before Cracker and unleashed a burst of fire, igniting the frozen Cracker. As the flames consumed the ice, it began to melt away little by little. Before long, the ice encasing Cracker had completely dissolved. "Beer art so cold." The recently freed Cracker hugged his arms, rubbing them vigorously as he shivered uncontrollably, feeling as if he had just emerged from a block of ice. Wait, he had just emerged from one, hadn't he? Never mind, that was beside the point. However, as he trembled from the cold, he was suddenly scorched, letting out a loud yelp as flames erupted from his body. This was because Prometheus, having melted the ice, did not cease his fiery onslaught. Consequently, Cracker's clothes caught fire. Realizing that he was ablaze, Cracker did not bother to chastise Prometheus. Instead, he leapt from the bed and rolled onto the icy surface. The flames melted the ice beneath him, only for the fire to be doused by water. Though the fire was extinguished, Cracker soon discovered that his back felt inexplicably chilly. Meanwhile, the pirates aboard the ship witnessed Cracker's charred clothing, with parts of his pants burned away, exposing his back, which they found utterly comical. They covered their mouths, stifling laughter, wary of the repercussions of mocking one of the sweet commanders of the Big Mom pirates. However, the Marines laughed unabashedly, pointing at Cracker and roaring with laughter. "Ha ha ha, did you see that guy? He just exposed himself. Hilarious, absolutely embarrassing. How did I end up with such a disgraceful son?" Big Mom covered her face, lamenting, "Cracker, you better not tell anyone you're my child." Amid the laughter of the Marines, Cracker finally realized the predicament he was in. He quickly covered himself and ran in the opposite direction towards the pirate ship. Upon boarding, he snatched a pirate's clothing from the deck. Yet, feeling mortified, he refused to step back onto the deck even after putting on the clothes. Fearing that his pride would not withstand further ridicule, he collapsed on the ground, banging his head in despair. "Jinbe, go assist." Big observed Katakuri, who was now at a disadvantage against Akiji, and called out to Jinbe to lend a hand. Jinbe nodded in acknowledgement. The battle had not yet fully commenced. It was merely the captains of each side clashing at the forefront. The winning side would gain a significant morale boost for the ensuing war. Hence, Big Mom aimed to secure a victory before the full-scale conflict erupted, laying the groundwork for the impending battle. Chapter 178, Two Kaidos. "Katakuri, I'm coming to help," Jinbe shouted from the prow of the ship, transforming into a toothless dragon as he soared towards Katakuri. Akiji, distracted by Jinbe's voice, glanced in his direction. This provided an opening for Katakuri to seize the moment, delivering a kick to Akiji's chest that sent him flying. In midair, an explosion ensued. On the other hand, Jinbe, who had initially been flying towards Katakuri, abruptly changed course, charging towards the execution platform. Indeed, Jinbe had stated his intention to assist Katakuri, but it was merely a ruse. His true objective was to rescue Kaido. The enormous toothless dragon soared through the sky, heading towards the execution platform, preparing to grasp Kaido with his claws and bring him to safety. "Kaido, I'm coming to save you," Jinbe shouted as he dove from the sky. "Carp, what the?" Watching Jinbe charge towards the execution platform to rescue Kaido, Carp was left speechless. Was this a blatant disregard for my presence? I am standing right beside Kaido, and he dares to proclaim his intent to rescue him right before my eyes. Upon contemplating this, Carp clenched his fist, bent his knees, and leaped with great force. He suddenly appeared in midair, startling Jean, who stood frozen, unresponsive, only to be met with a powerful punch to the face from Carp, sending him hurtling back to where he came from. With a whoosh and a boom, Jean shot forth like an arrow, crashing into the icy surface of the harbor. The immense force, coupled with Jin's own impact, created a large crater in the ice. Cursed old man. Blood trickled from the corner of Jin's mouth as he gritted his teeth, glaring at Carp, who was now descending from the sky. Truly, he was a naval hero. This punch rivaled that of Lord Kaido. Jean, are you all right? Kaido asked with concern, observing the bloodied Jean. I am fine, Lord Kaido. Jean wiped the blood from his mouth with his fist, rising from the ground, ready to charge once more. At that moment, the sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds. The entire naval headquarters plunged into darkness, as if they had instantaneously turned to night. Layers of ominous clouds enveloped the sky, with thunder flashing within, heralding an impending tempest. Sengoku sensed the weather's shift and looked up at the unusual cloud formation, furrowing his brow. This defied logic, as the weather forecast clearly indicated a sunny day. How could such dense clouds appear so suddenly? Suddenly, from afar, the signature laughter of Kaido echoed through the sky. In the distance, a dark cloud slowly drifted closer. At the forefront of this cloud stood the world's strongest creature, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Behind him followed a group of notorious criminals who had escaped from Impel Down. How is this possible? Sengoku was left dumbfounded at the sudden appearance of Kaido, glancing towards the frozen Kaido beside him. If the one on the execution platform is Kaido, then who is the one in the sky? Sengoku, I never expected you Marines to be so shameless, unable to capture me. You resort to using a stand-in for a public execution to deceive the world. Is this truly the justice you carry on your shoulders? Makulong scolded Kaido vehemently. At that moment, an image transmission snail focused on Makulong's direction. The emergence of another Kaido sparked rampant speculation among the global audience. What is happening? Is this guy really Kaido? If he is, then who is the Kaido on the execution platform? You idiot! Didn't you hear what was said earlier? The Kaido on the execution platform is a fake. The Marines, in their desperation to maintain their dignity, have concocted a stand-in for the world to see. How shameless! However, there are flaws. Kaido still exists. Even if the Marines executed a stand-in, when the real Kaido appears before everyone, wouldn't they be exposed? Indeed, using a stand-in for an execution is rather foolish. Sengoku is reputed to be a strategic genius. He couldn't possibly be this naive, could he? So, the one on the execution platform is real, while the one in the clouds is the fake. Well, considering that the one in the clouds may indeed be a fake, after all, Big MOM and 100 Beast pirates have come to the naval headquarters for a rescue. If the Marines executed a fake Kaido, would they truly come to rescue a stand-in? In my opinion, this individual must be a member of Big MOM or the 100 Beast pirates, deliberately masquerading as Kaido to sow discord within the Marines. Absolutely, the one on the execution platform is the genuine Kaido. Do not be deceived. After various discussions, the consensus was that the newcomer was a fake, while the one on the execution platform was the true Kaido. Big MOM. I never expected you would resort to such tactics to disrupt my forces. Unfortunately, you underestimate us Marines. Kaido was captured by Carp and Akiji. How could he possibly be a fake? Do you truly believe that merely presenting a false Kaido would compel me to release the real one? Ridiculous. Sengoku remarked with a cold smile directed at Big MOM. However, in response to Sengoku's words, Big MOM appeared perplexed. What is going on? Who is that Kaido? Big MOM scrutinized the figure of Kaido in the sky, based on her knowledge of him. It was clear that the one in the sky could not be the real Kaido, as his appearance was simply too similar. It must be some kind of devil fruit ability, she thought. Yet, the majority of her crew had come to the naval headquarters, leaving only a handful behind. Who else will want to rescue Kaido? Big MOM felt her mind was overwhelmed. Wa-la-la-la. Sengoku, you dare claim I'm a fake? Ha-ha. Then I shall show you now, whether I am real or not. In the next moment, Makulong transformed into the form of a blue dragon. Sengoku was left dumbstruck. How could this be? The blue dragon was Kaido's devil fruit transformation. Imposter. Do you think that merely transforming into a blue dragon makes you Kaido? If you can assume Kaido's appearance, then transforming into a blue dragon is not beyond the realm of possibility. You must have consumed a devil fruit that grants you the ability to change forms, Sengoku declared, confident in his deduction. Perhaps someone can imitate Kaido's appearance, but after transforming, do you think they can wield the powers unique to Kaido? Ma Qiulong soared through the sky, his massive dragon eyes glaring at Sengoku. Sengoku, now I shall demonstrate who the true strongest creature in the world is, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Chapter 179. Why is the marshal laughing? Ma Qiulong opened his mouth, and a fireball formed within the jaws of the blue dragon. He then unleashed it forcefully towards the naval headquarters artillery, a column of fire descending from the heavens. The impact struck the rear of the naval headquarters with a resounding boom. The fireball met no resistance, crashing into the residential buildings behind the headquarters. A massive explosion erupted, flames shooting into the sky, creating a mushroom cloud that trembled in all directions. The entire naval headquarters shook violently from the force of the explosion, the ground splitting under the pressure, forming numerous large fissures. In that moment, all were silent. This was the heat breath, without a doubt. This was Kaido's heat breath. How can this be? Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as if he were about to topple over. He could not accept this reality. If someone could mimic Kaido's appearance, it would mean they consumed a devil fruit. But how could one explain this heat breath? Did transforming into Kaido's likeness grant them Kaido's abilities? This was absolutely impossible. Setting aside all impossibilities, the remaining truth, no matter how difficult to believe, was indeed the truth. Thus, the Kaido in the sky was the real one, while the one on the execution platform was a fake. Sengoku's gaze turned towards Carp, hoping for an explanation. Sengoku, you don't suspect I captured a fake Kaido to deceive you, do you? Carp responded, slightly unsettled by Sengoku's gaze. We have been comrades for decades. Would I need to resort to such measures? However, if he is indeed the real one, then what are the Kaido in the sky? The opponent possesses the ability to transform into a Qinglong and wields the power of the breath of fire. Such feats could only be accomplished by the true Kaido. Regardless, I am certain that the one I captured is the genuine Kaido. Carp asserted confidently. Are you suggesting that he was swapped during imprisonment? Sengoku trusted Carp. His old comrade would not deceive him. Since Carp claimed to have captured the real person, it must be true. If the one previously captured was real and has since become a fake, then the issue arose during Kaido's detention at the Marine headquarters. However, to prevent Kaido from escaping, Sengoku had arranged for Akiji and Akainu to take turns guarding him during those days. Under the watch of admirals, how could a swap possibly occur? Seeing Sengoku's troubled expression, Carp felt rather pleased and remarked, Sengoku, do not despair. Even if the Kaido in the sky is the true one, so what? I have captured him once, and I could do so again. Moreover, if the one in the sky is indeed the real Kaido, what could his purpose for appearing at the Marine headquarters be? Has the entire Beast Pirates crew come to exact revenge on the Marines? Sengoku pondered. This reasoning seems quite plausible. Initially, he had agreed to trade with Kaido, offering a devil fruit in exchange for a Marine. Yet, he reneged on that promise, capturing Kaido instead and preparing for execution. Thus, after escaping, Kaido could have contacted his pirate crew and Big Mom to unite in retaliation against the Marines. This scenario indeed seems reasonable. Sengoku, now tell me, who truly is the Beast Kaido? After the Hellhound's flames obliterated the buildings behind the Marine headquarters, the Moku Long transformed back into Kaido, taunting Sengoku. You can't catch me, can you? Is it so hard to admit your own incompetence? You even resort to using a fake to impersonate me for execution. Now that the real me is here, do you not feel the sting of defeat? Sengoku felt vexed by Moku Long's mockery, yet he found himself powerless, having let Kaido escape once more. Suddenly, Carp spoke again. Why do you say that? Sengoku inquired, puzzled. Because the true Kaido would not engage in so much idle chatter. He would have charged in a battle long ago. Yet the Kaido in the sky is merely spouting empty words. Do you not find that strange? Carp countered. Sengoku was taken aback. Indeed, empty rhetoric does not align with Kaido's character. He is typically direct in his approach. The one most known for empty boasts is Moku Long. Could it be? Sengoku gazed at the Kaido in the sky, realizing he had nearly been deceived. Suddenly, Sengoku burst into laughter. Moku Long, why are you laughing? Sengoku, I must admit, you almost had me fooled. Although I do not understand how you can assume Kaido's appearance and powers, the Kaido on the execution platform is the genuine article. Sengoku believed he had grasped the truth. The Kaido in the sky must be Moku Long in disguise. After all, according to intelligence, Kaido had assisted Moku Long in acquiring several devil fruits, which explains how Moku Long can take on Kaido's form. As for the ability to exhale flames, perhaps it is a combination of two devil fruit powers, one that allows Moku Long to transform into Kaido, and another that enables him to breathe fire. After Carp's reminder, Sengoku comprehended the truth. The one in the sky is a counterfeit. Ultimately, Kaido was captured through the combined efforts of Carp and Akiji. It is undoubtedly the true Kaido that they apprehended. Given that he was under constant watch by an admiral, the chance of Kaido escaping during that period was virtually non-existent. Even if he had attempted to flee, it would have been impossible to swap him out right under the admiral's noses. Therefore, there is but one truth. No matter how much the Kaido in the sky resembles the real one, he remains an imposter. On the execution platform, the seated Kaido watched the Moku Long in the sky with exasperation, thinking, "Come on, kid, if you're here to rescue me, then do just that. What is the point of transforming into my likeness? Do you honestly believe that by exchanging a few words, they will release me, the imposter? How foolish and naive." However, upon noticing Yamato beside Moku Long, his mood soured. "You reckless brat, you brought my daughter along for such a dangerous endeavor? If something goes awry, can you bear the consequences?" The viewers watching the live broadcast were bewildered by Sengoku's words. Clearly, it is Kaido. So how has he suddenly become Moku Long in Sengoku's narrative? Chapter 180. The Sword Comes. Combined chapter. Moku Long and his companions were certainly not oblivious to this. After all, just a fortnight ago, Moku Long had faced execution alongside Kaido at the Marine headquarters, possessing the power of infinite resurrection, which is not easily forgotten. Subsequently, he was offered a bounty of 1 billion, earning the title of the Undying King. It is known that the titles bestowed by the Marines upon pirates are seldom flattering. However, Moku Long's title of the Undying King sounds rather impressive. This title sparked extensive debate, with some speculating whether Moku Long had bribed the Marines for such a prestigious label. Otherwise, how could he have received such an extraordinary title? Of course, these musings were merely trivial conversation for bored individuals. They understood that a title carrying a bounty of 1 billion would certainly require the approval of the Marine Fleet Admiral. Thus, it was clear that Sengoku would have consented to this title. Sengoku could not possibly accept bribes from Moku Long, for if he could, Moku Long would not have needed to face execution in the first place. Moku Long? Upon hearing Sengoku address him thus, Moku Long could not possibly concede. "Sengoku, how shameless can you be? I have personally struck you, yet you still claim I am an imposter? To assert that I am a mere imitation of the legendary, handsome, charming, and beloved figure, the world's most beautiful man, the unparalleled genius known as the Undying King Moku Long, is quite the exaggeration. Do you truly hold me in such high regard? Does Moku Long need to impersonate me?" In response to Moku Long's declaration, the entire Marine headquarters fell into an eerie silence, with not a soul daring to breathe. The global audience also collectively fell silent. Kaido, in a fit of anger, could only muster disbelief. After this silence, a wave of laughter erupted. "This fellow is astonishingly brazen. Indeed, I initially suspected that Zhangguo might be deceiving us, and this individual could truly be Kaido. However, upon hearing this person excessively praise Mo Long, I have chosen to believe Zhangguo's words. This individual must indeed be transformed from Mo Long. It is quite extraordinary, isn't it? Who would speak so highly of another? Zhangguo accuses others of shamelessness, yet he himself displays a lack of modesty by adopting Kaido's appearance to extol his own virtues. Speaking of which, it appears that Mo Long could only be resurrected previously. Yet, in such a brief span of time, he has seemingly attained the ability to embody Kaido's form and even wield Huashi. What has transpired within these few days? Does he possess not only the power of resurrection, but also the ability to replicate? Moreover, do Mo Long and Kaido share a close bond? Why would he risk venturing to the Marine headquarters to rescue Kaido? Many remain perplexed. Youngster, have you finally revealed your true colors? Upon hearing Mo Long's boastful claims, Zhangguo found himself at a loss for words. Please, can you at least pretend to be Kaido convincingly? I assert that you are merely Mo Long in disguise. Yet you immediately launch into grandiloquent praises of Mo Long. You claim you're not Mo Long. Who would believe such a statement? Zhangguo, what do you mean? Who has revealed their true self? Mo Long never truly believed he could deceive anyone. So even if exposed, it matters not to him. He is merely stalling for time. On the ground, unnoticed by anyone, a small black cloud is stealthily inching toward Kaido. His sole purpose is to rescue Kaido, without the need to engage in battle with the Marine headquarters. Youngster, is it not amusing that you still refuse to acknowledge the truth? Observing Mo Long, feigning ignorance. Zhang Guo spread his hands and shouted, "Bring me a blade." Shortly after, a small marine approached from the distance, placing his sword in Zhang Guo's palm. Zhang Guo grasped the short blade and swung it toward Kaido's head. Clang! The blade struck Kaido's head, producing a deafening sound. In the next instant, the blade shattered into 2 pieces, falling to the ground. Did you see that? The only being capable of remaining unscathed under my strike, aside from the genuine Kaido of the beasts, is no one else. Zhang Guo seems to be attempting to prove to the world that the figure on the execution platform is indeed real. Although that strike was casual, as a Marine Admiral, even a mere casual strike can effortlessly cleave through steel. And yet, the Kaido on the execution platform remains unharmed. In the vast ocean, such resilience can only be matched by Kaido or the iron-willed Big Mom. Ha ha ha, this truly brings me to laughter. Upon witnessing Zhang Guo's actions, Mo Long burst into hearty laughter. He then extended his hand and shouted, "Bring me his sword." In the next moment, a sharp, long sword suddenly materialized from the dark clouds above, hurtling toward Mo Long and landing in his palm. Zhang Guo, oh Zhang Guo, the genuine cannot be faked, and the false cannot be real. Do you believe that your casual strike, intentionally breaking the blade, can affirm the authenticity of the imposter on the platform? Now, allow me to demonstrate what truly embodies the world's strongest creature. With that, Mo Long firmly grasped the sword's hilt and plunged it forcefully into his abdomen. The long sword pierced his belly, and the immense force caused it to shatter inch by inch from the tip. In mere moments, a sword several meters long was reduced to fragments by Mo Long's actions. This spectacle left audiences worldwide utterly astonished. What on earth is happening? The situation is becoming increasingly perplexing. Are both Kaidos exhibiting such terrifying physical prowess, invulnerable to blades and bullets? In an instant, the audience began to suspect that the figure standing on the cloud might indeed be the real Kaido. It can only be said that the audience is as fickle as the wind, swaying wherever it blows. In a new world, on a certain island, members of the Whitebeard Pirates were also watching the live broadcast from the Marine headquarters. This was primarily due to the humiliation they suffered at Kaido's hands previously. Thus, when Kaido faced execution, Whitebeard had procured a special Din Mushi capable of receiving the Marine's transmission to witness Kaido's demise, in order to quell his resentment. Marco turned to Whitebeard and inquired, "Old man, can you discern which one is real?" Hearing Marco's question, Whitebeard rolled his eyes and replied, "Marco, you truly cannot tell? The one on the execution platform is undoubtedly the genuine article. The one in the sky must be Mo Long. That fellow possesses the ability of infinite resurrection. It is likely that he now wields multiple devil fruit powers, enabling him to achieve this feat through a combination of abilities. However, that lad dares to risk himself to rescue Kaido. It seems Kaido's earlier efforts to procure devil fruits to threaten me were not in vain." Marco was taken aback, feeling an unexpected sense of relief from Whitebeard's words. How could this be? Marco immediately expressed his concern. "Old man, if you were captured by the Marine headquarters, I would certainly come to your rescue." Whitebeard, perplexed, responded, "Marco, are you cursing that I will be captured by the Marine headquarters?" He looked at Marco with a bemused expression. No. Marco quickly denied, "Old man, I merely wish to convey that sentiment. I'm absolutely not cursing you, I swear. Believe me. All right, I understand your intention." Whitebeard chuckled at Marco, noting that if Kaido's admirers would risk themselves for him, then my son, Whitebeard, would certainly not fall short. "Old man, what do you think the outcome of this war will be?" Marco asked, intrigued. After all, this was a challenge issued by 2 Yonko pirate crews to the Marine headquarters. Could they successfully rescue Kaido? If they succeeded, the Marine's prestige on the seas would be utterly shattered. Furthermore, this battle could result in countless casualties for the Marines. Conversely, if the Marines emerged victorious, Marco felt conflicted. On one hand, he hoped for Kaido's execution, as Kaido's earlier visit to the Whitebeard Pirates had brought them immense humiliation. On the other hand, he did not wish for the Marines to succeed, for their victory would signify the downfall of both the Beasts and Big Mom pirate crews. In the New World, there are 4 emperors. If 2 Yonko pirate crews were to be suddenly annihilated, the remaining 2 would likely not fare well either. At that point, the Marines would undoubtedly intensify their presence in the New World. For Marco, while he was not particularly afraid, he understood that Whitebeard's current mindset was one of caution. Otherwise, he would not have so readily surrendered the devil fruit to Kaido without a fight. Having already conceded to Kaido, He was even less inclined to engage in battle with the Marines. What then? Whitebeard shook his head, pondering. Who can predict the outcome of war? If they believed they would definitely lose, then the other members of the Big Mom and Beast pirate crews would likely not have ventured to the Marine headquarters. In a similar vein, if one believes defeat is imminent, the Navy headquarters need not make it widely known. It would suffice to discreetly execute Kaido. Now, with the entire world watching, the Navy has staked its centuries-old glory on this conflict. Should they truly falter, the Navy will undoubtedly face a significant reckoning. After all, a Navy that cannot subdue the seas is not what the world government requires. Observe closely. This monumental battle has the potential to reshape the very landscape of the ocean. Much like the clash at God Valley over 30 years ago, where the Rocks pirates were vanquished, leading to the disintegration of the New World Sovereign, plunging the world into a chaotic era of division. Similarly, the execution of Roger over a decade ago heralded the dawn of the Great Pirate Era with a proclamation that echoed across the seas. The demise of the Pirate King did not usher in tranquility, but rather spurred countless souls to set sail in search of the legendary treasure. Today, irrespective of the outcome, the dynamics of the ocean will surely transform. Whitebeard sighed. To be candid, as an elder, he is not fond of the shifting tides of the seas. In his youth, he may have relished such upheaval, as young souls are infused with vigor and a taste for adventure. The more chaotic the world, the more thrilling it seemed. However, now he yearns for a tranquil existence, cherishing the final years of life alongside his children. Suddenly, he coughed, covering his mouth with his hand, crimson seeping from his palm. The power of the Gra no Mi exacts a toll. Each tremor he unleashes reverberates back upon him. In his youth, he could withstand it, but with age, his body is increasingly beset by its backlash. Are you all right, old man? Marco inquired, concern etched across his face. Whitebeard chuckled. What could possibly ail me? I'm the strongest man in the world. As he spoke, he discreetly concealed his bloodied hand behind his back, unwilling to worry his son. Yet, how could he hide this from Marco? As Whitebeard's first son, Marco had long been at his side. He was acutely aware of his father's declining health over the past 2 years, often hearing him cough through the night. The ship's doctor, he felt powerless, for the afflictions wrought by the Gura no Mi were beyond his capacity to heal. He could only hope Whitebeard would be unharmed. Have you grasped the situation, Sengoku? Is it not about being invulnerable? Moria tossed aside the sword with only its hilt remaining and taunted Sengoku. Today, I stand here, observing how you will attempt to convince the world that I, the true Kaido of the beasts, am but a fraud. Moriu's words tightened Sengoku's fists, his gaze fixed intently on the dragon. What was this boy's secret? Had his defenses grown so formidable? No, he chuckled. Ah, young one, I nearly forgot. Do you not possess the ability to resurrect? If you have perished by the same means multiple times, you would naturally become immune to such attacks. Thus, your current invulnerability must stem from having been slain by swords numerous times before. Sengoku laughed heartily, convinced he had discerned the truth. Yet, he was mistaken. Other than the executions endured at Navy headquarters, Moriu had not met his end. His current resilience was merely a manifestation of the myriad powers bestowed upon him by various devil fruits. After all, Zoan types inherently enhance strength and defense. Combined with a multitude of animal-type fruits, Moriu's physical prowess, while perhaps slightly inferior to Kaido's, was certainly not far behind. Sengoku, cease fabricating excuses. After our numerous encounters, do you truly doubt my authenticity? In your pursuit of maintaining the Navy's dignity before the global audience, you have gone too far. While I understand your position, I must advise you, Sengoku, do not be so shameless. With that, Moriu transformed into the form of a blue dragon and opened his maw. Sengoku braced himself, anticipating another fiery onslaught, and exchanged a glance with Carp, signaling him to prepare for defense. However, Moriu defied expectations. Windblade, the blue dragon, exhaled, unleashing a barrage of slicing winds that wreaked havoc upon the Navy headquarters structures. Captain, how am I supposed to defend against this? Carp exclaimed, witnessing the indiscriminate assault of windblades. Despite his protests, he sprang into action, soaring into the air and shattering several of the windblades with his fists. Yet, the sheer volume of the attack proved overwhelming. He could only deflect a handful, while the remainder struck the ground with devastating force. Long gashes marred the surface, and unfortunate Marines found themselves cleaved in two by the ferocious winds, a gruesome spectacle indeed. Sengoku, do you still doubt my authenticity? Moriu unleashed another of Kaido's techniques. leaving Sengoku bewildered. What in the world is happening? What sort of fruit has Moryu consumed to wield both fire and wind? Could it be that, like Kaido, he had devoured a fish fruit of dragon form? How could he replicate Kaido's abilities? Do not presume that mimicking Kaido's skills allows you to masquerade as him. A true man reveals his true self. Hiding behind a facade, posing as Kaido, is no great feat, Sengoku provoked, criticizing Moryu for his rough appearance when he could easily present himself as a dashing youth. This will leave your fans in tears. At that moment, the small cloud Moryu had dispatched finally reached Kaido's side. Observing Kaido encased in ice, the cloud morphed into a drill and began to burrow through the frozen prison. In no time, a small hole appeared, and the cloud continued its excavation, reaching Kaido's shackles. Upon arrival, the cloud transformed into a key, unlocking the restraints with a satisfying click. However, as Kaido remained encased in ice, no one noticed this development. Furthermore, several chains bound him, prompting the cloud to continue its task, unlocking each one with a series of clicks. Soon, all 5 shackles were undone. Now, if Kaido could muster the strength to struggle, he would surely burst forth from the ice, akin to the legendary sun Wukong emerging from stone. Mong gazed at Kaido with eager anticipation, waiting for him to break free and escape together, leaving behind the prisoners brought out from impelled down to cover their retreat. However, after a considerable wait, Wolong realized that Kaido remained unresponsive. Confused, Wolong wondered if Kaido had not noticed that his shackles had been released. To confirm, he sent his small cloud to slowly ascend to Kaido, conveying through it, "Kaido, what are you waiting for? If not now, then when?" Suddenly, hearing Mong's voice startled Kaido. But he quickly regained his composure and whispered back, "Kid, are you joking? Escape? That bastard Sengoku broke his promise. He said we had a deal. Yet he sent Garp and Akiji to ambush me. Am I supposed to let that slide? And what about you, kid? Don't you want the devil fruit? Remember, that was part of your deal with Sengoku. Can you really tolerate his betrayal? I certainly can't. Today, I will not leave until I smash the Navy headquarters." Though Kaido's voice was low, it resonated with conviction. Mulong sighed, conceding, "All right, if you wish to fight, let us do so. I had considered the possibility of battle when I arrived, but I would have preferred not to engage. However, since Kaido has made his decision, I shall accompany him into the fray." With a puff of white breath, Mong turned to Sengoku and said, "Very well, Sengoku, since you have discovered me, I will lay my cards on the table. Indeed, I am the handsome figure beloved by all. I have come to expose your hypocrisy. When I captured Tenryubito, you promised 10 devil fruits in exchange for escorting him. Yet on the day of the transaction, you sent Garp and Akiji to apprehend Kaido? Have you no shame, Sengoku? Is this how the Navy operates, with such duplicity? I treated my prisoners well. 3,600 Navy soldiers feasted at Onigashima without a single act of cruelty. Yet you blatantly violated our agreement and sought to capture Kaido. Is this what you call justice? If the Navy can breach agreements with me, can they not do the same with others in the future? Who will dare to negotiate with the Navy? Will pirates no longer require prisoners, but simply execute them on the spot? Mong's word struck deep, causing Sengoku to redden with anger. Yet Sengoku retorted, "Kid, what nonsense are you spouting? Who made a deal with you? What evidence do you have that I engaged in any transaction with you?" "Ah, the illustrious fleet admiral has resorted to deceit." Molong chuckled, revealing that he had indeed retained evidence. Producing a den mushi, he began to play a recording showing several Navy soldiers, shackled and blindfolded, captured by Mong. Sengoku was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Mong would record the capture. The footage spread through the Navy's den mushi, informing the world that the fleet escorting Tenryubito had been captured by Mong. With this evidence, the truth of Les' claims became undeniable. The Navy had indeed violated their agreement, attacking Kaido during the transaction, leading to the current execution scene. "What do you have to say now, Sengoku?" Wolong asked with a cold smile. "As a pirate, I understand the meaning of keeping one's word, yet the Navy, which prides itself on righteousness, resorts to ambushing those with whom they transact. Is there any shame left in you? What sort of credibility do you have when dealing with pirates?" Sengoku sneered. "The Navy exists to combat pirates, to maintain order upon the seas, and protect civilians from pirate aggression. It is not our role to appease pirates or engage in trade with them. My agreement with you was merely a strategy. Understand the concept of deception and luring the enemy in." Molong replied, "Indeed, I do not comprehend your perspective. You boast of having no credibility while offering such elaborate justifications. Is that not a sign of your shamelessness and pride? You're a Navy officer, yet you deal with pirates without adhering to principles. If you do not honor agreements with pirates, Then with whom will you uphold your word? With civilians? When have you ever honored that commitment? Is it only when collecting protection fees? Sengoku retorted, what nonsense! Who collects protection fees from civilians? Speak for yourselves. I suspect you are quite pleased with the protection fees from Wano. Bolong was taken aback and contacted Kaido through his small cloud, inquiring, have you been collecting protection fees from Wano? Please say no, so I can counter Sengoku's claims. Kaido replied, am I supposed to admit that? With a sigh, Mong realized the truth. With so many members in the Beast Pirates, collecting protection fees was only reasonable. They couldn't solely rely on looting while the vast ocean held limited resources. Bolong was aware that the Beast Pirates engaged in mining ventures, particularly since Wano was the world's largest producer of sea prism stone, which could yield substantial profit. However, expenses were considerable as well, especially with the annual purchases of devil fruits from Don Quixote da Flamingo. Deciding not to dwell on this, Bolong turned back to Sengoku. Sengoku, do you not see the absurdity in your statements? The Navy can collect protection fees, yet the Beast Pirates cannot? Is it permissible for the Navy to ignite flames while forbidding the pirates from lighting lamps? Do not pretend the Navy has never collected fees. Military funding is indeed provided through protection fees from the world government. Sengoku scoffed, that is a fee given voluntarily by allied nations seeking Navy protection. They are not coerced and could choose not to pay. Then your implication is that paying the protection fee guarantees the Navy's protection of allied nations? Bolong inquired nonchalantly. Is that not obvious? Sengoku replied, perplexed by Bolong's questioning. Ah, but that is hardly trivial, Bolong countered. As a member of the world government, Fishman Island flies the flag of Whitebeard, relying on his protection. Sengoku, I ask you, what does that signify? Did you not claim you would protect allied nations? Why does Fishman Island still need Whitebeard's flag? Sengoku, flustered, could only respond, what are you talking about? How could I be unaware that the Juin Rindao flies the flag of the Whitebeard pirates? This is not mere nonsense from Sengoku. After all, given that Juin Rindao resides beneath the ocean, it is only natural that communication is scarce. Nevertheless, Sengoku understands that Ma Long's claims are unlikely to be unfounded, which lends credibility to the assertion. Yet, even if it were true, there would be little he could do. The primary issue is that Juin Rindao is submerged, and the signal from the Den Mushi cannot reach it directly. Consequently, should calamity strike, rapid communication with the surface would be impossible. Even if contact were feasible, it would not suffice. To reach Juin Rindao, ships must undergo a special coating, a process that cannot be completed in a mere moment. For instance, if Juin Rindao were attacked by pirates, King Niputuan would attempt to contact the Navy for assistance. However, the Navy would first need to coat their vessel, and by the time they set sail, the pirates would likely have already fled. Moreover, without the ability to use the Den Mushi, the only way for Juin Rindao to communicate would be for merfolk to swim to the surface. In summary, due to geographical constraints, should a crisis occur on Juin Rindao, the Navy would be woefully ill-equipped to respond. Unless the Navy were to establish a military base on Juin Rindao, which no king would desire on their own territory, King Niputuan had no choice but to resort to flying the flag of Whitebeard, hoping to intimidate those pirates who fear the infamous captain. However, while this tactic may yield some effect, it is hardly substantial. After all, those who pursue a life of piracy are audacious, and any who have braved the New World are unlikely to be deterred by the specter of Whitebeard's legacy. They may even think that had they been born a few decades earlier, they too could have claimed the title of an emperor. Human nature tends to dismiss those they perceive as inferior, believing themselves to be invincible under favorable circumstances. Did you not know this? Well, now you do. Ma Long remarked with a smile. Sengoku, how do you intend to refute my claims? Shouldn't Juin Rindao be paying protection fees to the world government? Why does the Navy not come to their aid? Must they resort to flying the flag of Whitebeard in search of shelter? Is this not a resounding slap to the Navy's face? The Navy merely concerns itself with combating pirates at sea. Whether a member of the world government chooses to display the pirate flag is of no consequence to us. Sengoku began to distance himself from responsibility. Furthermore, how can you assert that the Navy is not protecting Juin Rindao? Do you possess evidence to support such a claim? Is it not possible that Juin Rindao chose to display the flag of Whitebeard as a precaution? Or perhaps they were coerced by the Whitebeard pirates, compelled to fly the flag in exchange for protection? Sengoku, do you not find your statement contradictory? On one hand, you claim the Navy protects Juin Rindao, yet on the other, you assert that they are being intimidated by the Whitebeard pirates. If you are indeed safeguarding Juin Rindao, How could it be subject to such intimidation? If Juanrindao is susceptible to threats from the Whitebeard pirates, does that not imply the Navy lacks the capability to shield them? Ma Long questioned Sengoku pointedly. Chapter 183. Mother, I am called Li Pu, and I am returning home. Sengoku, I can't believe this little brat has ensnared me. Ma Long, do not spout such nonsense and incite the morale of the troops. The Navy's protection of member nations is understood by the nations themselves. If the Navy truly failed to protect them, they would be foolish to pay tribute to the world government. Although the situation at sea is grim, as the fleet admiral, he receives reports from around the world daily. Battles occur every day, and pirate crews are routinely dispatched by the Navy. Yet, simultaneously, new pirate crews emerge daily. It can only be said that pirates are never eradicated. Once one is defeated, another rises to take their place. In this era dominated by the four emperors in the New World, countless individuals are seduced by the wealth and power of the emperors, believing that becoming a pirate is the most viable path to transcendence. In this restless society, few are willing to tread the path of diligence, especially those with ambition and capability who often disdain conformity and restraint. To be a pirate promises the freedom they desire, unbound and unrestrained. Despite the fact that many pirates perish in their pursuit, the sight of those who stand at the pinnacle, the four emperors, inspires countless souls to recklessly join the ranks of piracy. It is akin to the profession of online authors. Many cannot even secure a contract and gain nothing. Yet the vast majority manage to scrape by with a modest income, surpassing 99% of their peers, while the elite few earn billions annually. Everyone sees these top-tier figures and is drawn to the profession of online writing. No one begins with the expectation of becoming fodder. They dream of achieving greatness, earning hundreds of thousands or millions, with luxury cars and beautiful companions at their beck and call. Ultimately, however, most merely manage to get by. This profession hinges on talent. Some may strike a chord with readers on their first attempt, achieving instant success, while many others toil for years and still find themselves in obscurity. Perhaps they are simply naive? Following Sengoku's words, Ma Long continued, if one possesses such wealth, would it not be better spent on acquiring devil fruits to enhance strength? Why not invest in building one's own army? Even if one must pay for safety, one could directly hire powerful individuals for protection. Why then should they surrender their funds to the world government? Upon hearing Ma Long's words, Sengoku shook his head, finding Ma Long's perspective too naive. Do you think that joining the world government merely grants you the protection of a navy? What does a nation need to develop? Is it military might? No, it is wealth. Without joining the world government, you will be isolated by the member nations. If others refuse to engage or trade with you, how can a solitary nation thrive upon the ocean? If the mainstream nations disregard you, you shall swiftly fall behind. However, such insights are unnecessary for Sengoku to share with Ma Long. Society is not solely about conflict. It also involves human relationships. Even the world government has established the Shichibukai, granting them the legitimacy to plunder in exchange for assistance against pirates. So, one must ponder, who are the nations and individuals that the Shichibukai can legally exploit? Undoubtedly, they are the non-member nations of the world government. Otherwise, why would Crocodile, a Shichibukai, engage in various schemes within Alabasta instead of seizing the nation by force? Even Doflamingo, in his quest to claim Punk Hazard, manipulated the former king to incite slaughter, presenting himself as a hero to seize control. This illustrates that the Shichibukai cannot overtly conquer a nation. After all, both of these nations are members of the world government. Were it a non-member nation, the matter would likely be of little concern. In summary, the member nations of the world government are not foolish. If there are no benefits to be gained, how could they possibly invest such vast sums to secure membership? M.O. Long, do you think that devil fruits can be purchased at will? In response to M.O. Long's assertion, Zhanghua chose to refute it point by point. The truly formidable devil fruits are priceless and cannot simply be acquired with money. After all, with strength, one can naturally acquire wealth, while money cannot always be entirely transformed into power. As for the notion of spending to cultivate one's own army, it is as if there exists a nation without its own military. However, how can true power be cultivated merely through expenditure? The idea of hiring others for protection is even more ludicrous. Is there any force more formidable than the Navy upon these seas? If the Navy cannot ensure your safety, who can? Zhanghua, do you not find those accompanying M.O. Long somewhat familiar? Suddenly, Carp, standing on the other side of Kaido, posed a question to Zhanghua. Since earlier, He had noticed several individuals following M.O. Long, clad in prison uniforms, and they appeared quite recognizable. Initially, Karp presumed they were prisoners of the Beast Pirates. The Navy had intelligence indicating that the Beast Pirates had a mine in Wano, where many individuals opposing them were imprisoned and forced to work. Karp had thought that M.O. Long might have brought those criminals along. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that some of those individuals were actually ones he had previously apprehended, which was quite absurd. It was as if he were exclaiming, "Mother, I am confounded. I wish to return home. Karp, upon your suggestion, I too find them somewhat familiar." Zhang nodded, recognizing that these individuals were likely prisoners confined and impelled down. As the Admiral of the Navy, known for his intelligence, Zhang Guo possessed an excellent memory. Moreover, those imprisoned and impelled down were undoubtedly ones with bounties on their heads. Thus, compared to Karp, Zhang Guo recognized even more individuals, as he personally reviewed all the bounties issued by the Navy. It seems that the reason that young Rascal appeared later than the main force by several hours is that he first made a stop at Impelled Down. However, if that were the case, why was there no news from Impelled Down? Karp pondered. With so many prisoners being brought out, one would expect that Impelled Down would have descended into chaos by now. Just as he was contemplating this, a distant Marine rushed over, holding a den mushy. Exclaiming in distress, "Admiral Zhang Guo, it's terrible. We have received news from Impelled Down that Admiral Akainu has breached the prison and taken away a batch of prisoners. While nearly all those left behind were killed." Zhang Guo was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. "What did you say?" He was nearly overwhelmed by the gravity of the news. The nearly complete extermination of the prisoners in Impelled Down was a monumental event. Over 100,000 prisoners had been slaughtered, and it was said to be the doing of Akainu. Zhang Guo turned to glare at Akainu in the distance. Akainu seemed to sense Zhang Guo's gaze, turning back with a faint smile, clearly unaware of the Marine's report. This is not right. Zhang Guo's mind raced. Akainu had been at the Navy headquarters all along, so how could he be responsible? Then he recalled M.O. Long's earlier transformation into Kaido's form. Thus, that Akainu must have been M.O. Long in disguise. That wretched brat. Zhang Guo snatched the den mushy from the Marine's hand and demanded, "Is this Magellan? What on earth has happened? As the warden of Impelled Down, how could you allow such a catastrophe to occur? Nearly all the prisoners are dead. Furthermore, Sakazuki has been at the Navy headquarters these past few days, so it cannot have been him. If I surmise correctly, it must be M.O. Long. The Undying King. M.O. Long. That fellow possesses the ability to transform. He has taken on Akainu's appearance. And now, he is hovering over the Navy headquarters with a group of prisoners from Impelled Down, confronting me." On the other end, Magellan was taken aback by Zhang Guo's barrage of accusations. He felt a pang of guilt. Indeed, as the warden of Impelled Down, he bore responsibility for such a grave incident occurring during his tenure. However, he also realized that his initial assumption of M.O. Long being Akainu had contributed to the confusion. In reality, if M.O. Long had not impersonated Akainu, he would never have been able to enter the gates of Impelled Down so easily. Now that he had dealt with the revolutionaries, he was attempting to reach out to Zhang Guo, as he had finally found a signal. He recounted the previous events, wanting to ascertain whether Zhang Guo had sent Akainu to secure some prisoners in preparation for the impending Four Emperors. However, Zhang Guo informed him that it was not Akainu who had come, but rather M.O. Long, who had recently stirred up a great commotion at sea. Magellan fell silent, unsure of what to say. He felt the weight of his monumental error. Under his watch, Impelled Down had transformed into a hellish nightmare, and he feared he would be confined to one of its cells. "Magellan, speak." After a long pause, when Zhang Guo realized Magellan had not responded, he grew impatient. "In light of such a dire situation, how do you plan to provide an explanation to me and the world government?" However, the only response was the busy signal of the den mushy. "Damn it, he hung up on me?" Zhang Guo fumed. Since becoming the admiral, no one had dared to hang up on him before, and now Magellan had the audacity to do so. Impelled Down. After Magellan hung up, he stared at the ceiling, sighing deeply. It was not Akainu. It truly was not Akainu. Damn it. Magellan slammed his fist into the wall, creating a large dent. In his charge over Impelled Down, nearly all the prisoners had been killed, and the remaining fraction had been taken away. It could not get any worse than this. What awaited him would undoubtedly be a military tribunal. Being confined to a hellish prison would be a light sentence. He might even face a death sentence. No one desires death, and neither does he, Magellan. Thus, a thought began to form in his mind. That is to defect. Indeed, remaining here would surely lead to judgment. and the likelihood of a death sentence was very high. If he wished to survive, his only option would be to flee. Yet, as the warden of Impelled Down, tasked with overseeing the prisoners, he now found himself contemplating escape like a criminal. Magellan found it difficult to reconcile this within himself. Perhaps I could redeem myself by capturing M.O. Long? Could that atone for my mistakes? This thought flickered through Magellan's mind, but ultimately he dismissed it. After all, Zhangguo had stated that M.O. Long was currently at the Navy headquarters. Thus, he reasoned that M.O. Long's actions were likely aimed at rescuing Kaido with this group of prisoners, meaning that should M.O. Long fail, he would be apprehended by the Navy. If M.O. Long can succeed, then even the Navy cannot capture him. How could they possibly succeed? Therefore, attempting to apprehend M.O. Long to achieve merit is futile. Even if we entertain the notion that M.O. Long could indeed be captured, would that truly lead to absolution? In the infamous Advanced City, over 100,000 inmates perished. What was once a bustling place, filled with anguished cries and lamentations, has now become desolate and devoid of life. To restore Advanced City to its former vibrancy would likely take decades, for its growth was the result of time and the steady influx of prisoners. With daily shipments of inmates, the population swelled to hundreds of thousands. Now that all have perished, restoring its former glory could take at least 20 years, if not longer. Ultimately, Magellan made the resolute decision to leave Advanced City. Remaining would only invite the enforcement brigade of the world government. With this thought, Magellan hurried back to his quarters to gather his belongings, preparing to depart from Advanced City. At the Navy headquarters, after Magellan hung up the phone, Sengoku was consumed by rage. He glared at M.O. Long, exclaiming, "You wretched brat, you've turned Advanced City upside down. Do you even realize the disastrous consequences of your actions? Kapu, go fetch that brat for me," Sengoku commanded his companion. "Understood, Sengoku," Kapu replied, sensing the intensity of Sengoku's fury. It had been a long time since he'd seen Sengoku this enraged. With that, Kapu activated his moonwalk and soared into the air. Observing Kapu charging towards him, M.O. Long furrowed his brow. He had always preferred to avoid conflict, engaging only in verbal sparring with Sengoku, but now it seemed Sengoku was the first to strike. Should a fight ensue, it could lead to dire consequences. M.O. Long glanced at Kaido, who was still grinning with malicious glee. With a sigh of resignation, M.O. Long lamented, "Why must they force my hand? Kid, take this punch," Kapu declared as he appeared before M.O. Long, ready to deliver a blow. However, just as Kapu's fist was about to connect with M.O. Long's face, M.O. Long suddenly morphed into Luffy's likeness. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, M.O. Long seized the opportunity and delivered a merciless punch to Kapu's face. The sheer force left Kapu's visage wrinkled, propelling him like a cannonball towards the Navy headquarters. With a resounding crash, he fell to the ground, creating a massive crater and raising a cloud of dust. According to the law of smoke without injury, Kapu should be unharmed. Yet, this spectacle left the Marines in shock. The legendary hero of the Navy, Iron Fist Kapu, who had triumphed over the notorious Pirate Rocks and cornered the Pirate King Roger on several occasions, was now felled by M.O. Long's single strike. How could this be? Am I dreaming? To many Marines, Kapu represented their idol, their faith. Seeing him knocked down by a punch shattered their beliefs, as their once revered deity now lay defeated. The atmosphere among the Marines turned somber, their morale plummeting. Even the global audience was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Since the defeat of Rocks decades ago, Kapu had been hailed as a naval hero, solidifying his status as the strongest Marine. In the eyes of many civilians, even the so-called strongest man, Whitebeard, could not rival Kapu. After all, the various titles among pirates were merely peer-selected accolades, with the Navy remaining uninvolved. Kapu's victory over Rocks led many to believe he surpassed Whitebeard in strength. Given that Whitebeard and Roger were once heralded as legendary pirates, the notion that Kapu could repeatedly force Roger into desperate situations further solidified the belief in Kapu's invincibility. Witnessing Kapu being struck down by M.O. Long left them disheartened. This battle would undoubtedly alter the world's dynamics. For ordinary people, a defeat for the Navy would herald an era dominated by pirates, leading to uncertainty about their survival in a pirate-ruled ocean. Kapu? Sengoku furrowed his brows at the unfolding scene, unable to comprehend how Kapu was so easily dispatched. M.O. Long's transformation into Luffy was a fleeting moment, quickly reverting back, leaving many oblivious to the true sequence of events. Furthermore, M.O. Long was airborne, and the distance made it difficult for onlookers to discern the details. To them, It seemed as if Kapu had charged at Mo Long and was then struck down, omitting the crucial moment of Kapu's hesitation that provided Mo Long with the opening. As the wind swept through, the dust settled, revealing Kapu kneeling in the crater. He looked up at Mo Long, gritting his teeth and declaring, "You despicable little brat. How dare you assume Luffy's guise?" Simultaneously, Kapu was perplexed by how Mo Long knew of his grandson. It was a well-guarded secret, even within the Navy headquarters. "Kapu, you wouldn't want anything to happen to your grandson, would you?" Mo Long replied coolly. "I forgot to mention, before heading to Advance City, I took a little detour to the East Sea and captured a rubber fruit-eating kid from a certain windmill village. So, Kapu, you understand." Of course, this was merely a fabrication on Mo Long's part. He had never actually ventured to the East Sea. After all, even if he had, he would know how to reach Windmill Village. Moreover, there was no need to threaten Kapu by making such a trip. "You cowardly brat. What do you intend to do?" Kapu clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, wishing he could smash Mo Long with his iron fist. However, with Mo Long holding Luffy as leverage, he hesitated to act. He could not gamble with his grandson's life. "It's quite simple. You are not to intervene in this battle," Mo Long stated nonchalantly. "As long as you refrain from acting, your grandson will remain unharmed. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that the next time you see him, he will be in one piece." Despicable. Kapu had never felt such fury, nor had he ever wished to kill someone so vehemently. Yet, he found himself unable to strike. With Luffy as a hostage, he could only bide his time. "Ha ha ha, I am a pirate. Is there anything wrong with being a little underhanded?" Mo Long laughed heartily. Kapu gazed at Ma Long and said, "All right, I promise I won't make a move, but you must assure me that you will not harm Luffy. Rest assured, as long as I can safely return to Guadao, I will contact my people to release your grandson. After all, you are so formidable. I have no desire to stand against someone like you," Ma Long replied. Ma Long did not anticipate that he could so easily incapacitate a vice admiral of the Navy. This would grant him a significant advantage in the ensuing battle. The exchange between Ma Long and Kapu went unheard by others. Thus, when Sengoku noticed that Kapu remained stationary without taking action, he exclaimed, "Kapu, what are you waiting for? Quickly subdue that brat. There is little time left before the execution." Sengoku glanced at the clock. It was already 10:50. Only 10 minutes remained until the appointed hour of 11 for Kaido's execution. However, Big MOM and the members of the Beast Pirates had yet to be dealt with. Sengoku, concerned about unforeseen complications, hoped for a swift resolution, particularly with Ma Long's interference. If they could subdue Ma Long first, the remaining issues would be easier to handle. In Sengoku's eyes, Ma Long posed the greatest challenge among those who dared to assault the Navy headquarters. Just as Sengoku finished speaking, Kapu suddenly coughed up blood. After spitting blood, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. "Sengoku, are you joking with me?" Kapu, what are you doing?" Sengoku could hardly believe that Kapu had been rendered unconscious by a single blow from Ma Long. This man was the Navy's strongest asset. Yet, regardless of how Sengoku called out, Kapu lay motionless on the ground, seemingly truly unconscious. Ma Long could not help but chuckle at Kapu's antics. This fellow had resorted to such tactics to avoid fighting. It appeared he was not as foolish as he seemed. At the very least, he knew how to create an excuse for himself. To faint in front of so many eyes certainly provided a reason not to engage in battle. If there were no issues, it would be unacceptable to refrain from fighting, especially with the entire world watching him. Ultimately, the bond of familial affection triumphed over the ideals of justice, Ma Long mused. Chapter 186 Sengoku Kapu, wake up! Kapu! Sengoku shouted at Kapu, but to no avail. After all, one cannot awaken someone pretending to be asleep. "Sengoku, stop shouting. That old man has been knocked out by me. However, I must admit, the hero of the Navy is indeed a hero. He merely fainted after taking my punch. I had thought that blow would end his life," Ma Long remarked, feigning arrogance. Sengoku's face twitched at Ma Long's words. "You little brat, are you joking? You really think one punch could take Kapu's life? With his physical prowess, there's no such thing as a punch that could defeat him. It is impossible for anyone to knock him out with just one blow." Thus, Sengoku sensed something amiss. There must be a problem here. He approached Kapu, crouched down, and gave Kapu a gentle push. "Kapu, wake up! Wake up!" Kapu did not respond. But Sengoku noticed a slight twitch of Kapu's facial muscles. This convinced Sengoku even more that Kapu was merely pretending. He leaned closer and whispered, "Kapu, what's going on? What are you planning?" Hearing Sengoku's quiet inquiry, Kapu realized he could not deceive Sengoku any longer. He could only move his lips slightly and respond in a hushed tone. That brat captured my grandson and threatened me not to intervene, or he would execute him. Sengoku, he's my only grandson. You cannot expect me to stand by and watch him be executed, can you? Sengoku sighed at Kapu's words. Ah, Kapu, at the end of the day, you are a grandfather too. But have you considered that Malone might be deceiving you? Otherwise, why hasn't he brought Luffy along? Kapu had indeed contemplated this possibility, but he dare not take that risk. Sengoku understood Kapu's predicament. All right then, you shall refrain from participating in the battle. He instructed a few marines to carry the unconscious Kapu away. However, losing such a formidable ally only increased Sengoku's burdens. After all, Kizaru was currently absent from the Navy headquarters. The two substitute admirals were also not present. Under normal circumstances, such a grand event would even necessitate the summoning of the Shichibukai. However, due to time constraints, none of the Shichibukai could be called upon. It could be said that the Navy headquarters was now left to face two Emperor pirate crews alone, and they were doing so without one admiral and without Kapu. The situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable for the Navy. Yet, Sengoku remained convinced that the advantage lay with them. They were resting while the two Emperor crews had endured a long journey to reach the Navy headquarters, which surely made them more relaxed. Furthermore, they stood on the side of justice, and justice would ultimately triumph over evil. Therefore, they could win. Sengoku could only engage in this self-deception. He could not admit to himself that defeat was certain. Malone, are you willing to descend for a battle? Sengoku called out to Malone, who hovered above, rendering the Navy's artillery ineffective. Yet, among the few who could use Jeppo, there were barely 100. If they attempted to engage in aerial combat, they would be facing a horde of ruthless criminals freshly released from Impel Down, making the advantages less apparent. Thus, Sengoku sought to draw Malone down from the skies. Come up here if you have the ability. Malone was unwilling to descend. Although he was a fusion of a mage and a warrior, why would he come down for close combat when he could attack from above? Was that not foolish? Malone, are you truly not coming down? Sengoku glanced at the clock and addressed Malone. The time for Kaido's execution has arrived. If you do not come down, I shall proceed with the execution myself. With that, Sengoku summoned a marine soldier and obtained a military knife. He then returned to Kaido, placing the blade against Kaido's neck. This time, I shall personally take action. You do not expect Kaido to withstand this, do you? The gleaming military knife, imbued with Sengoku's haki, turned pitch black. Suddenly, thunder roared in the sky. In the next moment, deafening thunderclaps echoed through the atmosphere. The originally dark clouds began to flicker with lightning. Malone looked at Sengoku and said, Sengoku, this is my second visit to the Navy headquarters, and I have yet to properly thank you for your previous hospitality. Therefore, I have prepared a parting gift for you. Accept it. With that, Malone raised his hand toward the sky and swung it down forcefully. Accept the divine tribute, Raijin. As Malone's words fell, the sky erupted with a cacophony of thunder. Countless bolts of lightning descended from the heavens. The sound of crackling thunder resounded incessantly. From a distance, one could observe that the entire Navy headquarters had transformed into a hellish realm of lightning, enveloped in its fierce embrace. Almost every meter, a bolt of thunder descended from the heavens. There was no escape, no refuge. Within this despair-inducing, thunderous inferno, thousands of naval soldiers were struck directly by the lightning, their bodies emitting thick smoke, turning into ashen silhouettes before collapsing to the ground, as if they had been roasted alive. This thunderous onslaught occurred but once. Yet it inflicted catastrophic losses upon the Navy headquarters, claiming the lives of over 1,000 sailors. Even the structures of the headquarters bore the brunt of devastation, resembling a scene from a natural disaster akin to the apocalypse. After the tempest of thunder, the Navy headquarters appeared as desolate wasteland. Though a bolt of lightning struck Zhanghua, it did not significantly harm him. Such a trivial amount of electricity could not possibly injure him. However, for the majority of sailors, a single strike could spell their demise. Witnessing the aftermath of this thunderous hell, with countless charred corpses strewn across the ground, Zhanghua trembled with fury. In an instant, the Navy headquarters lay in disarray, with thousands dead and thousands more injured. What a staggering toll. It must be noted that this occurred even with half of the sailors taking refuge in the underground fortifications. Had those sailors been on the surface, the casualties would have been even more catastrophic. Yet, what could Zhanghua do? Faced with such indiscriminate lightning strikes, there was simply no way to defend against them. Malone. Zhanghua gritted his teeth and turned his gaze towards Malone, a fierce desire for vengeance burning within him. This was the most significant loss he had endured since becoming the Marshal of the Navy. You shall pay for this. Zhangguo hurled his great sword towards Ma Long with all his might. The blade sliced through the air, forcefully piercing Ma Long's abdomen, the tremendous force propelling him backward. Chapter 187. What are you thinking in broad daylight? With a furious strike, Zhangguo nearly expended all his strength. The blade breached Ma Long's flesh with a brutal thrust, seemingly intent on piercing through him entirely. Yet, in the next moment, Ma Long's body transformed into white clouds, and the unstoppable sword passed through, continuing its trajectory into the skies until it vanished from sight. Once the sword flew away, Ma Long returned to his original form, albeit with a small wound bleeding profusely from his abdomen. Fortunately, his regenerative abilities were remarkable, and this minor injury would heal within minutes. Ma Long, are you all right? At that moment, Daha rushed from afar, her voice laced with concern. Yet, within her heart, anger simmered. She longed to wield her club and confront Zhangguo, seeking vengeance for Ma Long. I'm Fine, Ma Long replied, flashing a grin at Daha. As a man, how could he display weakness before his woman? However, Daha remained unconvinced. You're bleeding, and you say you're fine? As she spoke, she reached for Ma Long's hand, which was pressed against his wound, and pulled it away, beginning to remove his clothing. Ma Long, Daha, what are you doing? Don't do that. This is live stream for the whole world. If you want to do something, let us wait until you get home. Ma Long hastily interjected, trying to halt Daha's actions. Daha, what are you thinking? Daha could not believe that even in such a dire situation, Ma Long was still joking. You're injured. If I don't take off your shirt, how can I bandage you? Can you stop being so ridiculous? Daha was utterly exasperated. Oh, so you're going to bandage my wound? Ma Long nodded. I thought you were trying to take advantage of me in broad daylight. Daha, you idiot. What are you thinking? Daha was taken aback by Ma Long's playful banter. With a playful punch to his chest, she huffed, You rogue, what are you imagining? That hurts. Ma Long stepped back, feigning pain. Continue your performance. Daha remained skeptical. Afterward, Daha tended to Ma Long's wound, although by the time she finished, his injury had already healed. It could be said that her efforts were in vain. Nevertheless, with Daha's heartfelt intentions, Ma Long would not refuse her care. Thus, the audience around the world was treated to an abundance of sweet moments between the two, leaving them utterly satiated. Down below, Zhangguo gritted his teeth in frustration. That scoundrel! Does he not realize the gravity of the situation? A great battle is imminent, and that rascal dares to behave so nonchalantly? How infuriating! Were it not for his position as Marshal, requiring him to remain at the Navy headquarters, he would have rushed to confront Ma Long already. Ma Long! That last strike was quite painful. Ma Long, having been bandaged, turned back to Zhangguo. It appears you truly do not care about the lives of your sailors. You seem oblivious to the devastation wrought by the thunder. I merely offered a minor reprimand. It seems you genuinely wish to see the Navy headquarters strewn with corpses. As Ma Long's words echoed, the sky began to unleash a flurry of snowflakes. A blanket of white enveloped the entire Navy headquarters. The fierce blizzard obstructed visibility, rendering it impossible to see ahead. It's so cold. Some sailors wrapped their arms around themselves, trying to generate warmth. As they spoke, their breath crystallized in the frosty air. The once warm Navy headquarters had, in an instant, plunged several degrees, causing all sailors to shiver uncontrollably. Of course, it was not just the sailors. The pirate ships docked in the harbor found their crews equally affected by the biting cold. Unlike the previous lightning storm, which targeted only the Navy headquarters, this blizzard's range was considerably broader. Marshal Zhangguo, what shall we do? If this snow continues, many sailors may freeze to death. A sailor inquired anxiously. Zhangguo gazed in Ma Long's direction, astonished that he could manipulate the weather. First, it was thunder, now a blizzard. However, Zhangguo looked skyward at the clouds, which were the true culprits. Realizing this, Zhangguo propelled himself into the air, transforming into a colossal figure resembling a great Buddha. Great Buddha shockwave. As Zhangguo descended beneath the clouds, he struck with his palm, dispersing the clouds above. Yet, the scattered clouds quickly reformed, rendering Zhangguo's efforts futile. With no other recourse, Zhangguo reluctantly descended back to the ground. As time elapsed, the weaker pirates could no longer withstand the onslaught, becoming entirely buried beneath the snow. Although the blizzard had only just begun, its intensity was overwhelming. In mere minutes, a thick layer of snow blanketed the Navy headquarters. The sailors on the ground had transformed into mere shadows of blood. Ma Long, stop this at once. Cease the snowfall. Zhangguo roared at Ma Long. he discovered that the situation seemed to have completely spiraled beyond his control. The myriad abilities of Maolong surpassed all his expectations. If the university continued in this manner, it was likely that numerous Marines would succumb to the frost. Huh, do you think I will stop just because you tell me to? Do I not care for my dignity? Maolong sneered at Zhanghua. Unless you agree to a few of my conditions, releasing Kaido is out of the question. Zhanghua firmly rejected. Today, he had already escalated the situation to such an extent. If he were to yield to Maolong's threats and let Kaido go, how could the Navy maintain its dignity in upholding the order of the seas? Impossible. Then you shall watch helplessly as your Marines freeze to death. Maolong laughed coldly. At that moment, Akainu made his move. Meteora. With both fists thrust forward, massive magma boulders were launched from his hands, plummeting into the harbor. The intense heat from the magma began to melt the ice-locked sea, and soon the ice was completely eradicated. The seawater began to emit rising steam, and the increasing temperature caused the naval headquarters to warm, offering a glimmer of comfort to the shivering Marines. However, the pirate ships within the harbor were destined to suffer. Despite the pirates' attempts to fend off the falling magma boulders, several still landed on their vessels, igniting them in flames. This left many pirates in a frenzy, unsure of how to react. After all, beneath their ships lay the boiling sea. Jumping overboard might save them from the fire. But they certainly did not wish to be boiled alive. Just then, a dark cloud appeared above the pirate ships, followed by a torrential downpour. The fierce rain extinguished the flames engulfing the ships. Chapter 188. Yamato sends Akiji flying Kazan. Handle that brat. He cannot be allowed to continue wreaking havoc. Zhanghua instructed Akiji. Although Akainu had raised the temperature of the seawater, which in turn warmed the naval headquarters, if the snow continued to fall, this slight increase would not be decisive. Thus, to halt the snow, it was imperative to restrain Maolong, the wielder of such formidable abilities. If the user were to lose consciousness, their powers would dissipate. Understood, Admiral Zhanghua. Akiji nodded. In the next instant, ice pillars erupted beneath his feet, allowing him to ascend to the clouds above. Standing atop the clouds, Akiji tested the fluffy surface beneath him. It was unlike ordinary clouds. Youngster, it truly is said that a few days can bring about a world of difference. Akiji remarked. Observing Maolong, when you were at the naval headquarters, you were merely an ordinary individual, yet in such a short span, you have acquired so many abilities. It appears Kaido has invested quite heavily in you. What say you? Are you envious? Maolong raised an eyebrow at Akiji. Akiji, taken aback, thought, does this fellow not comprehend the sarcasm? His implication is clear. You are a mere parasite, living off Kaido's resources. Yet, Maolong took no offense. Instead, he seemed to revel in it, questioning if Akiji was envious. Do you think I envy you? As a Marine Admiral, how could I possibly envy someone like you? Though he spoke, Akiji couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. After all, who would not desire a powerful ally? Freezing moment. Akiji initiated his attack, approaching Maolong with the intent to freeze him in place. However, Maolong would not grant him such an opportunity. As Akiji drew nearer, ready to embrace him, he was sent flying by a powerful punch. Times have changed. Do you think you can easily deal with me now? This is no jest. Akiji tumbled through the air, feeling his face where he had been struck, and his gaze fell upon Maolong's right hand, which bore a ring on his middle finger. If he was not mistaken, it was a Hailu stone ring. Just moments prior, he had momentarily felt utterly powerless and lost his abilities. Only Hailu stone could produce such an effect. Akiji, isn't it beautiful? Do you desire it? Just say the word. I am quite generous and will surely oblige. Maolong flaunted his Hailu stone ring. With no means of utilizing haki, he had resorted to acquiring such a ring. Akiji was rendered speechless by Maolong's words. I desire a Hailu stone ring? How absurd. He shook his head, observing the relentless snowfall. He realized he could not afford to waste time with Maolong any longer, hence he unleashed his ultimate technique. In an instant, an intense chill radiated from Akiji, freezing the clouds ahead. Maolong, standing upon the clouds, was instantly encased in ice. This was an attack that could not be defended against. However, having been frozen numerous times at the naval headquarters, Maolong had developed an immunity to low temperatures. Thus, while Akiji could form a layer of ice on Maolong's surface, it was far too thin to truly immobilize him. With a simple struggle, Maolong shattered the ice encasing him and charged at Akiji with a left hook, right hook, and a straight punch, followed by a kick. Yet, Akiji deftly dodged all of Maolong's assaults. Youngster, I am a Marine Admiral. Do not think that just because you have consumed a few devil fruits, you can truly defeat me. The punch that struck me earlier was merely because I was caught off guard. Akiji appeared behind Malong, resting a hand on his shoulder. Activating his powers, Malong was frozen once again, this time encased in a 10-meter diameter ice sphere. Akiji seemed to understand that a thin layer of ice was ineffective against Malong, so he thickened the ice. After all, the boy could not die. He merely needed to be restrained. Just as Akiji succeeded in encasing Malong in ice, he was suddenly struck on the head by a massive blow. The tremendous force sent Akiji flying, blood streaming from his head as he plummeted toward the naval headquarters, crashing through the Justice Building and creating a large hole. It was Yamato's strike. Witnessing her ally being assaulted, Yamato retaliated with a ferocious swing of her kanabo. Akiji had not anticipated such a dishonorable ambush. I was engaged in a fair duel with your captain, and yet someone resorts to sneak attacks? Within the Justice Building, Akiji was buried under debris, blood oozing from the wound on his head, a testament to Yamato's wrathful assault. Even Akiji, a formidable figure, sustained significant injury. Chingdru gently massaged his forehead and, upon inspecting his palm, discovered it stained with fresh blood. This was due to the fact that Yamato wielded a round-headed kanabo, which was less harmful compared to Kaido's spiked variant. After launching Chingdru into the air, Yamato struck the ice sphere that imprisoned the Vulong with a powerful blow. The ice shattered, revealing the unharmed Vulong within. Yamato rushed over, expressing her concern. Are you all right? Silly girl, how could I possibly be harmed? Molong replied, bemused by Yamato's worry, as she playfully pinched Yamato's round face. I possess an immortal body. Have you forgotten? But what of you? Why act so impulsively? I brought you out to broaden your horizons, not to engage in battle. What would happen if you were injured? That is a Marine Admiral. You're no match for him. Molong admonished Yamato. How do you know I'm not his equal? Just look at him. He doesn't seem particularly strong, Yamato retorted, crossing her arms defiantly. Need I even say it? He is of the same caliber as your father. Can you defeat Kaido? Molong rolled her eyes. You cannot. So the depths of the Marine headquarters are perilous. Just observe from a distance. Let us men handle the fighting. She commanded her subordinates. Kill them. Molong realized that mere threats would not compel Sengoku to capitulate. Thus she declared, then let it be total war. Chapter 189, Blood-Soaked Battle Kill. With a single command from Molong, the prisoners he had brought from Impel down soared through the clouds towards the Marine headquarters. Observing this, Big Mom also commanded her subordinates to attack the Marine headquarters. The prelude was over. The true battle was about to commence. The snowfall in the sky was nearing its end, as both snowflakes and thunderstorms require accumulation and cannot persist indefinitely. Just like the previous year, Molong could only utilize it once in a short span. To use it a second time, the dark clouds would need to gather for approximately an hour. Now, after nearly half an hour of heavy snow, it was almost depleted. Hence, Molong initiated the battle. All troops on alert, prepare for combat. Sengoku shouted to his soldiers upon witnessing the pirates descending from the clouds and the ships rapidly approaching the harbor. Despite the cold, rendering the soldiers somewhat stiff, they promptly shook off the snow and armed themselves, ready for battle, showcasing their rigorous training. First, the artillery and musketeers began long-range assaults against the invading pirates, aiming to deplete their forces before they could close in. The sound of gunfire echoed incessantly. Not only were the Marines firing, but the members of Big Mom's and the Beast Pirates also directed their fire at the Marines on the shore. In summary, both sides exchanged fire, engulfing the area in a barrage. Water splashed continuously in the harbor. Although some cannonballs struck the pirate ships, the majority were deflected. Several pirate vessels charged towards the Marine headquarters with relentless speed. With a resounding crash, the prows of the ships collided with the shore, and the pirates leaped from their vessels, unleashing carnage upon the Marines. The Marines, of course, did not remain passive. A fierce melee ensued. In the sky, the pirates led by Wong descended, joining the fray. Blood flowed freely, limbs scattered. Compared to the earlier scene of death by lightning, this spectacle was truly horrifying. Regrettably, the audience worldwide could no longer witness it. The Yingshang Danhuacheng, which transmitted images, had ceased to function beneath the Lu and blizzard. Consequently, those gathered around the live broadcast screens had vented their frustrations towards Sengoku's lineage. Trash Sengoku, you ruined my youth. What is this nonsense? Are we being toyed with? The last live broadcast cut off midway, and now this? How can we endure? Brothers, do not be angry. Our health is paramount. It is not worth it to let anger consume us, and we cannot solely blame Sengoku, can we? Moulon's lair is extraordinarily formidable, summoning thousands of lightning bolts that engulfed the Marine headquarters. It is merely unfortunate that the Marine holding the Yingsheng was struck by lightning and met his demise. There were three Yingsheng broadcasting from the Marine headquarters, obliterated too, and the last was frozen to death by the cold. While I understand that this cannot be blamed on Sengoku, I cannot help but feel angered. Such a grand spectacle, which we may never witness again in our lifetimes, has been abruptly cut short. Who can bear it? It is akin to being left in a state of anticipation only to be told that the moment is lost. I cannot tolerate this. I must fight to the bitter end. But now, I have no opportunity to do so, for I have no girlfriend. Let us disperse. Everyone return home and await the news in the papers in a few days. After uttering these words, some turned to leave. What else could they do? Remain foolishly waiting here? This was not a mere interruption that could be fixed with repairs. The live broadcast equipment was irreparably damaged, and new Yingsheng Denhuacheng would need to be acquired for re-establishing the connection. However, it was evident that the Marines had no time for such matters. Back at the Marine headquarters, 3,000 pirates clashed with over 10,000 Marines. The scene appeared relatively small, primarily because the bulk of the pirate forces remained at sea. Yet a significant portion of the Marines also stayed underground, not participating in the battle. This was inevitable. The Marine headquarters was not expansive, and if everyone were to converge, it would result in chaos, making combat nearly impossible. Sengoku surveyed the battlefield, feeling a sudden pang of regret, especially as he witnessed Marines falling to the pirates' blades. Although many pirates also met their demise, such a trade of lives was not what Sengoku had desired. He regretted announcing the public execution of Kaido. It would have been better to eliminate him covertly. Yet, the world offered no remedy for regrets. The announcement was made to restore the reputation lost from the previous execution's failure, which allowed Kaido to escape, but instead, it had drawn the alliance of Big Mom and the Beast Pirates against the Marine headquarters. This was his first miscalculation, even if the two formidable pirate crews joined forces. Sengoku had not deemed it a significant threat. After all, without Kaido, the Beast Pirates had lost 90% of their combat capability. Even with Big Mom's assistance, the Marines could easily dispatch them with their superior strategy. Yet Sengoku had not anticipated Long's terrifying transformation before any confrontation had taken place. A single thunderous prison had already dispatched over 1,000 Marines. A fierce blizzard further inflicted injuries on countless more. To add to the chaos, this individual had the audacity to threaten Kapu using his grandson, rendering Kapu unable to participate in the fray. In the end, this scoundrel even overturned Impel down, unleashing thousands of criminals to join the battle. Each unforeseen turn of events had far exceeded the expectations laid out by Sengoku. However, it was imperative to engage in combat. Having invested so much, a resounding victory was necessary to demonstrate the might of the Navy. This battle must be won. With a fierce roar, Akainu surged forward, launching a colossal magma fist that smashed through the ranks of pirates ahead. Meanwhile, on another front, Jack transformed into a mammoth, swinging his long trunk and sending dozens of Marines flying, akin to petals scattered by the wind. Confronted by the gigantic mammoth, one Marine, wielding a rocket launcher, aimed for its head and fired. The rocket struck with a violent explosion, causing the mammoth to stagger slightly, but it was of little consequence. The colossal creature turned to face the Marine who had dared to attack, lifting its massive leg, ready to crush him. The Marine, filled with dread, cried out in terror. Yet, the Marine's fearful call did nothing to halt the mammoth's advance. With a thunderous crash, the beast's powerful leg came down, flattening the hapless Marine beneath its weight. It was a stark reminder that those who do not save themselves shall find no salvation from others. Witnessing this, the remaining Marines rallied and attacked the mammoth's legs with their swords. However, the thick skin of the mammoth proved too resilient. Their blades barely scratched the surface, failing to inflict any significant injury. As the mammoth retaliated, it casually swung its leg, sending the attacking Marines sprawling. In a swift response, the Marines positioned 10 cannons and opened fire. The barrage of cannonballs struck the mammoth, causing it to retreat a few steps, yet the damage remained minimal. Frustration simmered among the Marines. Jack's hide was exceptionally tough, impervious even to cannon fire. Indeed, the Beast Pirates were a formidable group. Gritting their teeth, the Marines pressed on. For Jack, while the cannonballs created a shockwave upon impact, his thick skin absorbed the blows with little harm. However, he knew that a relentless barrage could ultimately prove fatal, and thus, He could not afford to remain stationary, allowing the Marines to bombard him. Just as Jack prepared to charge, a Marine executed a sliding attack, drawing a blade across his abdomen, leaving a deep gash. Jack howled in pain and reverted to his human form. He turned to confront the Marine who had attacked him, a Marine Vice Admiral, Squirrel. Jack glanced down at the long wound on his chest, realizing that had he not possessed such tough skin, he might have been disemboweled. This is the Navy headquarters, not a place where you can run rampant, Squirrel declared, pointing his blade at Jack. Laughing heartily, Jack retorted, Squirrel, do not think that your sneak attack and sliding maneuver make you formidable. It was merely my lack of vigilance. With that, Jack drew two sides from behind him and lunged at Squirrel. As Squirrel countered with a sweeping strike of his blade, Jack parried with his dual weapons, sending Squirrel soaring into the air. The clash of their blades sparked fiercely as they engaged in combat. Meanwhile, from the ruins of the Navy headquarters, Akiji emerged, gazing up at the sky where the black dragon soared, and charged once more. Summoning an icy bird, he directed it towards the dragon, but it was ultimately futile. The dragon brandished his sword, hurling it at the approaching ice bird, shattering it instantly. In the next moment, Akiji stood before the dragon, unleashing a chilling breath that froze the very air around them, creating a flurry of frost. However, the chilling air descended upon the dragon without inflicting any damage. Akiji had intended to freeze the blood within the dragon's body, as his icy breath reached temperatures low enough to solidify water instantaneously. Yet, the dragon appeared unharmed. Just as Akiji pondered the ineffectiveness of his attack, the dragon struck him with a powerful punch, shattering his visage into ice before it swiftly reformed into a towering frost giant. The towering ice giant swung a colossal fist at the dragon, who responded with a punch of his own. The size disparity was immense. The dragon's fist seemed minuscule against the giant's. Yet, astonishingly, the dragon's small fist managed to shatter the giant's punch. Akiji furrowed his brow, maneuvering the ice giant's other hand to strike again. The collision of fists sent shards of ice scattering through the air, prompting Akiji to take the battle more seriously. He realized that this seemingly insignificant opponent could not be easily defeated. In an astonishing display, the shattered limbs of the ice giant reformed before Akiji's eyes. To him, the giant was an extension of his will. No matter how many times it was broken, he could effortlessly restore it. In a battle of attrition, Akiji had no fear. With renewed determination, he enveloped the giant's fists in haki, knowing that mere ice would not suffice against the relentless onslaught. Their fists collided once more, and this time, the ice giant's punch held firm, forcing the dragon back 3 steps, while the giant remained unscathed. Realizing that fighting against the ice giant in his human form was disadvantageous, the dragon transformed into the fearsome Cerberus. With a fiery tempest, one of Cerberus's heads unleashed a torrent of flames upon the ice giant, engulfing it in a blazing inferno that rapidly melted its icy form. As the heat surged, Akiji, now exposed, had no affinity for such temperatures. He swiftly evaded the flames, seeking refuge from the conflagration. With a swift motion, Akiji pressed his hand to the ground, unleashing his freezing abilities once more. The clouds beneath my feet were instantly frozen, and subsequently, the frozen clouds seemed to have lost their ability to float, rapidly plummeting towards the ground. With a resounding crash, the enormous frozen cloud struck the head of the Brontosaurus, transformed by Izai Queen. The tremendous impact left the Brontosaurus dazed, causing its massive body to collapse to the ground. The Marine soldiers battling alongside the Brontosaurus, they expressed gratitude for the bountiful gifts of nature. After stunning the Brontosaurus, the shattered frozen clouds continued to fall, though most landed in the sea, while a small portion struck the ground of the Marine headquarters, indiscriminately knocking out numerous Marines and pirates alike. Akiji pondered, why can you still stand in the air? Observing that there were no clouds beneath the feet of the black dragon, he found it perplexing. Wasn't the ability to stand in the air derived from standing on clouds? The black dragon scoffed at Akiji, fool, I am the cloud itself. Is it not natural that I can fly? The reason for creating clouds was merely to facilitate the pirates' arrival at the Marine headquarters. He had the ability to fly inherently. Thus, he did not require clouds as a foundation. Chapter 191. The Black Dragon confronts Akainu, combined. Are you truly made of clouds? Upon hearing the Black Dragon's explanation, Akiji gritted his teeth. This rascal was indeed a natural type user of the Yun fruit. Akiji was at a loss for words. How many devil fruits had this guy consumed? The 3-headed dog form, he had assumed, must belong to the mythical zoan type. It is known that both natural and mythical zoan types are among the rarest of devil fruits, with only a handful existing in the world. Yet, in just a few days, the black dragon had acquired two? What extraordinary luck! No, this was not mere luck. This was an undeniable cheat. Akiji, I believe it is unnecessary for us to continue fighting. I will not perish, nor will I be frozen by your abilities. What significance remains in our conflict? Ultimately, I shall outlast you, the black dragon remarked nonchalantly. So, Akiji was aware that his abilities seemed ineffective against the black dragon. Perhaps this was the essence of the black dragon's power, granting immunity to attacks that could have felled him dozens of times. Initially, Akiji had believed that even if the black dragon could withstand the cold, he would still be susceptible to freezing. However, it turned out to be entirely impossible. This was quite embarrassing. As an ice user, his strongest ability was to freeze opponents. If he could not accomplish this, how could he continue to fight, especially against someone like the black dragon who could revive? If he could not freeze him, things would become exceedingly difficult. Thus, Akiji, why not surrender? The black dragon suggested with a grin. With your insight, it should not be difficult to perceive that the Marine's fortunes have waned. The future belongs to my era. By surrendering to me now, you would be earning the dragon's favor, and I would appoint you as the supreme commander of my newly established world government. What do you say? The black dragon painted an enticing picture for Akiji. Do you not aspire to be the fleet admiral of the Marines? I can make that happen, elevating you to the position of supreme commander. Supreme commander? Akiji chuckled at the black dragon's words. Indeed, his ambition was to become the fleet admiral to achieve his sense of justice. However, Sengoku appeared to be in the prime of his career with no signs of retiring. Even if Sengoku did step down, there was no guarantee that he would ascend to the position of fleet admiral, especially with Akainu as a rival. If he failed in that competition, he would find himself capped at the rank of Marine Admiral. As for the Black Dragon's grand vision, Akiji dismissed it outright. Toppling the world government and establishing a new one was no simple feat. Moreover, even if the Black Dragon could achieve such a goal, why should Akiji trust him to grant him the position of Fleet Admiral? You underestimate my worldly experience, thinking I could be swayed by your words, Akiji retorted. It would be more pragmatic for you to surrender. Following a reckless man like Kaido, what future awaits you? Just look at him. He has been captured by the Marines twice in the span of half a month. Associating with such an individual, not only would you fail to topple the world government, but you could also find yourself led astray. Consider your current predicament. You have come here with so many to rescue him. While you may be safe, what about those you brought with you? Once they're all gone, you will be left utterly alone. Would that serve any purpose? Instead, join Marines. Once I become Fleet Admiral, I can promote you to Admiral, and together, we can unite the seas. Would that not be far superior? Akiji attempted to sway the Black Dragon. Realizing that persuading Akiji through dialogue was unlikely to succeed, the Black Dragon understood that in the future, after Akiji suffered a beating from Akainu, he might come seeking him for acceptance. Ice Blade. The Frost Giant swung its massive hand, revealing a colossal ice sword. The 40-meter-long blade was meant to allow Akiji to strike after the Black Dragon had fled 39 meters. However, the Black Dragon had no intentions of retreating. He reverted to human form and transformed into a towering giant of 100 meters. In his hand appeared a gigantic blade, pointing it at the Frost Giant. The Black Dragon coolly remarked, "In terms of size, Akiji, you are far outmatched." With that, he swung his massive blade down upon the Frost Giant. The Frost Giant raised its sword to block, but the immense force drove its hands downwards. Standing atop an ice pillar, the pressure caused it to collapse, sending the giant crashing towards the ground. The Black Dragon swung his blade again with ferocity. The falling Frost Giant could not resist and was cleaved in two. In the next moment, a crash. Yet, the severed Akiji was not idle. He conjured an ice ball and hurled it violently at the Black Dragon's head. The ice ball, several meters in diameter, struck the Black Dragon's face, causing his head to tilt backward, but he quickly righted himself. Lifting his leg, he stomped down upon the bisected Frost Giant, smashing it into the ground. Shattered ice fragments erupted like shards of glass, striking nearby Marines and pirates. The unfortunate souls found themselves covered in a myriad of sharp ice crystals. Fortunately for Akiji, he remained unscathed. After all, the Black Dragon lacked haki, meaning he could not harm Akiji in this state. Akainu, having just punched through a pirate's chest, turned to Akiji, who had been knocked down by the Black Dragon from the sky, and remarked, "As a Marine Admiral, You can't even overpower a bounty of 1 billion. Are you intent on dragging the Marine's reputation to the depths of the sea? Upon reflection, Akainu swung his arm, sending the pirate he had just pierced through his body flying away in an instant. He then charged towards Mo Long, his entire being emanating with seething magma. Those around him hurriedly stepped aside, while some unfortunate pirates who could not evade in time were directly struck by Akainu, their bodies scorched by the molten rock, eliciting cries of agony as they burned. The heat was nearly unbearable. "Sakazuki, what are you doing?" Akiji inquired, frowning as he observed the advancing Akainu. "What do you think? If you cannot handle him, I shall take care of it," Akainu replied, positioning himself in front of Akiji, clenching his magma-fueled fist, his resolute expression fixed on Mo Long as if he regarded him as a monumental achievement. There is no denying that Akiji and Garp had captured Kaido, a significant accomplishment. However, Akainu aspired to become the fleet admiral, and Akiji stood as his primary rival. If he could not claim a similar feat, he would undoubtedly be left behind by Akiji. It was evident that on this battlefield, both Big Mom and Mo Long were accomplishments that could rival Kaido's. Initially, he had intended to confront Big Mom, but the multitude of pirates obstructing his path thwarted any direct confrontation. Now, with Mo Long appearing before him, he could not let this opportunity slip away. "Who says I cannot handle him?" Akiji's ire flared at Akainu's words. Though he was generally more temperate than Akainu, such humiliation was intolerable. An icy aura emanated from him, freezing the ground beneath his feet. Faced with Akiji's threat, Akainu remained unfazed, his body radiating intense heat and black smoke, the ground melting beneath him as flames engulfed the air. In the clash of ice and fire, Akainu turned his neck, gazing at Akiji and taunting, "Do you truly believe you can extinguish me? Do you possess such capability?" "Sakazuki, you are pushing me to this," Akiji replied, clenching his fist and launching a straight punch at Akainu. Naturally, Akainu would not stand idly by and allow Akiji to strike him without retaliation. He too clenched his fist and countered with a punch. The collision of their fists erupted with a thunderous roar, sending shards of ice and molten rock scattering in all directions. The frigid and fiery energies filled the air, forcing the surrounding Marines and pirates to retreat. It was indeed a spectacle of two admirals clashing, leaving the lesser beings to suffer the consequences. "Kazan, Sakazuki, what in the world are you two doing?" Sengoku interjected, unable to bear the sight any longer. "What is the situation? You two are bickering amongst yourselves when we are in the midst of battle. Is there not enough of an enemy for you both to contend with? If you wish to fight, at least wait until the enemy has been vanquished." Sengoku's frustration was palpable. The current predicament was already dire, and the two highest-ranking officers of the Navy were engaged in infighting. Were they intent on aiding the pirates by exhausting their own comrades? "I apologize, Fleet Admiral Sengoku." It was Sakazuki's provoking words. Akiji offered an apology. "It is your incompetence that fails to subdue a mere brat. I am merely here to assist, yet you resort to attacking me instead. And now you dare to accuse me?" Akainu retorted, mocking Akiji. "Do you wish to continue this fight?" Akiji could no longer contain his anger. "Let's engage. I fear not the consequences of striking too hard and ending your life." Akainu scoffed in disdain. Suddenly, both Akiji and Akainu were struck on the back of their heads, causing them to collapse to the ground. "Who ambushed me?" Akainu exclaimed, rising to his feet and scanning the surroundings. "Have some honor. If you dare to fight, do so openly." Akiji echoed his sentiments, equally incensed. They then beheld Sengoku standing between them. Sengoku regarded the two with a cold smile. "It was I who struck you. What, do you wish to retaliate? Come now, I stand before you. If you have the courage, strike me." His tone was filled with disdain. "What manner of conduct is this? The Navy has taught you to turn your blades against your own? You have attained the rank of admiral, yet you still behave so childishly. Do you think this is merely a game? This is war, and one misstep could lead to the annihilation of the Navy headquarters. You dare to engage in conflict amongst yourselves while the pirates witness this disgrace? Fortunately, the Den Den Mushi is malfunctioning. Had that scene been broadcast to the world, do you think they would commend you or deride your folly?" Sengoku continued, his exhaustion evident. "If you possess even a modicum of sense, you would understand that now is the time for unity against the enemy. Even if you too harbor a deep-seated grudge, should you not first eliminate the threat before settling your scores? Do you even have a grievance worth fighting over? To engage over trivial matters after being colleagues for decades? Can you not learn from Garp and me to be comrades who can trust one another with their backs, rather than colleagues who stab each other in the back? Sengoku felt his weariness deepen, as if his hair might turn white from the strain. The Navy had no advantages against the pirates, and with two admirals behaving so recklessly, there was a genuine fear that they would undermine their own efforts before the enemy could. I apologize, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. We were in the wrong. Following Sengoku's severe reprimand, Akiji and Akainu lowered their heads in contrition. Akiji then approached Big Mo, deciding to leave Mo long to Akainu. As Akiji advanced toward Big Mo, numerous pirates attempted to assail him, only to find themselves instantly encased in ice. It could be said that with every step he took, he left behind a frozen statue, nearly unstoppable. This spectacle reinvigorated Akiji's confidence, restoring the fervor he had lost against Mo Long brothers. Let us unite and slay an admiral of the Navy. Our name shall echo across the vast seas. Hundreds of pirates, wielding their blades, charged towards Qingji. With a mere exhalation, Qingji enveloped the entire space in a dense fog. As the mist dissipated, hundreds of pirates found themselves frozen in place, transformed into statues of ice. Some were captured mid-stride, their toes barely touching the ground. And perhaps due to the ice's fragility, they toppled forward, shattering into countless shards. In this scene, the unfortunate pirates, entirely immobilized, had their blood congealed, rendering their bodies extraordinarily brittle. The chain reaction ensued, pulling down rows of pirates before them, each one collapsing to the ground, unable to withstand the impact, breaking apart like a line of dominoes. In an instant, dozens of ice sculptures shattered, revealing within them the grotesque remnants of their bodies. If this carnage had been inflicted by blades, it would have been a gruesome sight. Yet, encased in ice, there lingered an unexpected touch of artistry. How terrifying! The pirates, who had been advancing, halted in their tracks, staring in horror at Qingji. Is this the true power of an admiral? We cannot provoke him. They scrambled to evade Qingji, seeking refuge on either side. Cowards! Observing their retreat, Qingji sneered. Were it not for the presence of his fellow soldiers, he might have effortlessly swept them away. The pirates, stung by Qingji's contempt, simmered with indignation, particularly those who had recently escaped from Impel Down, having endured a great deal within its confines. They were not inclined to be belittled further. A few hot-headed pirates snatched up a discarded knife and charged at Qingji, only to be instantly frozen into ice. Lacking strength is one thing. Lacking self-awareness is utterly pathetic. Qingji advanced through the throng, extending his hand to gently topple an ice sculpture, which shattered into icy fragments. Each crack echoed the extinguished life of a pirate, all of whom had emerged from Impel Down, each a bounty worth millions. In the East Blue, where the most notorious pirate boasts a mere 20 million bounty, these individuals could easily have become local tyrants. Yet, the very pirates capable of reigning supreme in the East Blue were reduced to mere shards by Qingji's indifferent hand. As Qingji continued forward, a pirate's severed head rolled to his feet. He raised his leg and crushed it beneath his heel. The merciless act sent the remaining pirates scurrying back in fear. The disparity in power was insurmountable. Qingji pressed on, leaving behind a wide expanse of emptiness as the pirates retreated. Before him stood two figures, Katakuri and Jin. They positioned themselves in front of Qingji, determined to obstruct his path. Meanwhile, at Impel Down, Magellan had arrived at the gates. Having resolved to escape, he wasted no time in boarding a warship, instructing the officer in charge to set sail for the Navy headquarters to apprehend the escaped prisoners. The officer, momentarily bewildered, soon grasped the situation after Magellan's explanation. The earlier arrival of Akainu had been a ruse. Thus, Magellan departed aboard the warship. However, this was merely a facade. Once they were at sea, he intended to seize the vessel and flee. Although he considered the possibility of redeeming himself by capturing the escaped prisoners, he quickly dismissed the notion. Firstly, even if he reached the Navy headquarters, capturing those prisoners was far from guaranteed. Secondly, he pondered the fate of the nearly all the prisoners who had perished in Impel Down. Was he capable of resurrecting them? Certainly not. Therefore, even if he managed to recapture the escaped prisoners, the weight of responsibility for the casualties would likely still rest upon his shoulders. Ultimately, he feared that he would face a military tribunal and be sentenced, a fate he wished to avoid. With haste, the warship departed from the gates of justice, and Magellan took action, using his powers to incapacitate the Navy personnel aboard. Yet, he refrained from lethal force. Despite betraying Impel Down, he harbored no desire to harm his former comrades. Although these soldiers were not part of the same system, they had established a decent rapport during their time at Impel Down. Magellan, what are you doing? The Navy soldiers, caught off guard by the sudden betrayal, lay incapacitated, bewildered by his actions. Sorry, but I intend to leave Impel Down, Magellan replied coolly. Rest assured, once I reach Sabeti Archipelago, I will provide you with the antidote and allow you to return. Sabeti Archipelago was notorious for its lawlessness. It served as the final island before entering the New World, a gathering point for all pirate captains seeking to venture into the New World. It was their last supply stop along the Grand Line, which contributed to its chaotic nature. After departing Impel Down, Magellan planned to find refuge on one of its islands. However, he was also determined to venture into the New World, where the Navy's influence was feeble. Once he entered that realm, he would be free to chart his own course, while the risk of being discovered in Sabeti Archipelago remained. Despite being unafraid of a naval admiral dispatched to capture him, he preferred to avoid conflict with the Navy. Entering the New World was undoubtedly the best course of action. Ideas began to form in his mind. In the archipelago of Xiangbedi, one joins a pirate crew poised to venture into the New World. Boarding their vessel, one enters this uncharted territory, only to later part ways with the pirate band. As for Magellan, he remains undecided. Let's take things as they come. Kid, I do not wish to resort to violence. You should put these on yourself. Akainu unexpectedly produced a pair of handcuffs, tossing them before M.O. Long, insisting he wear them. Staring at the cuffs at his feet, M.O. Long was taken aback. Could it be that Akainu was daydreaming in broad daylight, expecting him to willingly don the shackles and surrender? Did Akainu truly believe he had come to the Navy headquarters for imprisonment? M.O. Long had witnessed Akainu's arrogance firsthand. Just prior, he had fought evenly with Akiji, even gaining the upper hand at times. Yet now, Akainu had the audacity to dismiss him. What had given him such confidence? They were both admirals. Did he truly look down upon Akiji? Although in a few years, their bout would indeed nearly claim Akiji's life after 10 grueling days of combat. Was such arrogance truly warranted? Of course, I know you are here for Kaido, but what then? Do you believe you will succeed? Akainu's lips curled into a scornful smirk. Do you think this place is a mere playground? This is the Navy headquarters, the mightiest bastion of the seas, the enforcer of maritime order, the true sovereign of the ocean. Attempting to break a prisoner out from here? You must be delusional. Oh, the mightiest bastion of the seas, the enforcer of maritime order? The true sovereign of the ocean is so lofty, is it? M.O. Long retorted. Then perhaps you could enlighten me on how, just a week ago, I managed to escape from this so-called strongest fortress in the world. M.O. Long relished the moment of confrontation. Akainu's face twitched at M.O. Long's words, but he quickly countered. Humph, that was only because I was not present at the time. Otherwise, I would have executed you on the spot. I'm not like Akiji. He freezes his opponents, leaving them devoid of pain. But I am magma. Being engulfed in molten lava is a sensation no mortal can withstand. I advise you to surrender for your own good. Do not be foolish. M.O. Long replied incredulously. What? I refuse to surrender, and that makes me the foolish one? When you were out capturing pirates, did they simply give up? Surely, they are not so naive. Shaking his head, he continued, Akainu, cease your prattling. Surrender is out of the question. If you possess the capability, then let me experience the taste of magma. Hopefully, it's crispy and chicken-flavored. Akainu, bemused, thought this man must be insane to claim magma has a crispy chicken flavor. Since you are so ungrateful, I shall oblige. With a tight fist, molten lava dripped from his hand, sizzling as it hit the ground, melting the very stones beneath. Stepping forward, Akainu transformed his arm into a magma fist, striking fiercely at M.O. Long's chest. Bang! The punch landed squarely, and Akainu was astonished that M.O. Long did not evade. Did he truly underestimate him? Do you not know I possess immortality? Why should I flee? M.O. Long shrugged, his chest now seared by Akainu's magma fist, sizzling as if a steak were placed upon a hot skillet. Kid, your body is surprisingly resilient. Akainu had anticipated that a single blow would pierce M.O. Long's flesh. But to his shock, M.O. Long withstood it. Though the sound of searing flesh filled the air, he had not penetrated deeply enough to cause fatal harm. A true man must be tough. M.O. Long gritted his teeth, enduring the scorching pain. Despite the agony, he had faced death countless times, honing his tolerance for suffering to an exceptional degree. This pain he could suppress without betraying his composure. Even as beads of sweat dripped from his brow. Kid, perish! Akainu charged forward, his strength surging as he thrust his fists deeper into Mo Long's chest, the magma gradually consuming him. You brat. With a mighty yell, Akainu propelled Mo Long into the air, slamming him down with tremendous force. Boom! Mo Long's back crashed against the ground, the impact fracturing the earth beneath him. He spat blood as he felt Akainu's fist had completely pierced his chest, his insides charred beyond recognition. As Mo Long's vision began to fade, Akainu withdrew his molten fist. Observing him closely, he was aware of Mo Long's ability to resurrect. Yet having been absent during Mo Long's previous execution, he had not witnessed this phenomenon. Now, he was eager to see how one could die and return to life. In Akainu's gaze, Mo Long's body twitched momentarily before falling still. Dead? Akainu kicked Mo Long's lifeless form, but he did not move. Surely, he was dead. Anyone with a gaping hole in their chest from molten lava would not survive. Now, he was curious to see how this individual would revive. Damn it, what have you done to my Mo Long? In the distance, Yamato, wielding a kanabo, had just sent a Navy soldier flying and was now enraged at the sight before him. With both hands gripping the weapon, he unleashed a powerful strike toward Akainu. Bang! The force of the blow shattered Akainu's side, but he quickly began to heal. At that moment, Akainu noticed the gaping wound in Mo Long's chest was gradually mending. System, host has died, host has revived, constitution increased by 1. In no time, Mo Long's charred chest had completely healed. As he lay on the ground, he opened his eyes and met Akainu's astonished gaze. Surprised? Unexpected? Thrilling? Thunderous 8 trigrams. Just as Mo Long prepared to flip back on his feet, a massive kanabo streaked across his field of vision, striking Akainu squarely in the face. Akainu, entirely focused on Mo Long, had failed to notice Yamato's ambush and was caught completely off guard, sent sprawling into a distant structure. Chapter 193 Family Law Punishment Hiss. How ferocious, how violent. As Ma Long lay on the ground witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Fortunately, this is my wife. After sending Chi Chuan flying, Da seemed unsatisfied. He dashed towards the ruins where Chi Chuan had fallen, but was halted by Ma Long's call. Da, do not act impulsively. That is Chi Chuan. With your strength, you cannot possibly defeat him. Ma Long had to intervene, otherwise, he would be heartbroken if Da were to get hurt. Especially considering Chi Chuan's magma powers, a single punch could cause severe injury, at best, disfigurement at worst, a piercing blow to the body. Even the likes of Whitebeard would not escape unscathed, let alone Da. Only a creature of Kaido or Big Mom's caliber could withstand such an onslaught. Hey, you girl, are you disregarding my words? Ma Long noticed that after he spoke, Da continued to run forward. It seemed she had completely ignored his warning. If the situation were different, she would certainly face the consequences of her disobedience. Ma Long scolded her fiercely, and finally, Da halted her advance and returned from a distance. With concern etched on her face, she asked Ma Long, "Why are you shouting so loudly? Am I not just worried about you? I saw you being struck and wanted to avenge you, and yet you shout at me? What a villain. Ma Long, I am just looking out for your well-being, and I am the villain for it? Do you really think that the person you just attacked is someone to be trifled with? Don't think that just because you caught him off guard once, you are impressive. He is a Marine Admiral. If he were serious, you would be able to take on 10 of you." Ma Long shook his head and extended his hand. Da grasped Ma Long's hand, gently pulling him up from the ground. 1 against 10? Really? I don't believe it. Da did. And what is so impressive about a Marine Admiral? Wasn't that frozen guy also a Marine Admiral? Didn't I knock him down with a single blow, and you easily crushed him? Ma Long was speechless. She had indeed taken advantage of Akiji's distraction to land her attack. Did she truly believe she could send him flying in a fair fight? Moreover, when had he effortlessly crushed anyone? If he had, it was due to his immunity to their attacks. Could she possibly compare herself to him? So, just stay behind me and do not engage. Matters of war are for men to handle. You can watch from the air and see how I deal with these Marines. As he spoke, Ma Long snapped his fingers. Beneath Da's feet, a white cloud suddenly appeared, lifting her into the sky. What are you doing? Can't we fight together? Da jumped down from the cloud, clinging to Ma Long's arm. That magma-wielding guy was so ferocious. We would have a better chance if we teamed up. Are you looking down on me? Ma Long's displeasure was evident. Even if I were alone, I could make Chi Chuan call me father. This is none of your concern. If you continue to disobey, do not expect me to take you out next time. All right, don't be angry. I'll step back. Seeing Ma Long seemed upset. Da had no choice but to turn and leap onto the cloud. Ma Long then controlled the cloud, soaring to an altitude of 1,000 meters. It was too low. He feared attracting the attention of the Marines. After all, while few could use the moonwalk, it wasn't unheard of. What if some shameless individuals try to emulate it to capture Daha and threaten him into submission? In the distance, amidst the rubble, a hand emerged, pushing aside the debris that lay atop it. Chi Chuan slowly rose, his face battered and bloodied, a truly terrifying sight. He wiped his hand across his face, flinging blood and magma onto the ground. Which bastard dared to ambush me? Chi Chuan was genuinely enraged. It had been years since he had felt so humiliated. His face still throbbed with pain. Where's that person? Chi Chuan scanned his surroundings, but found no trace of the woman who had struck him. Had she fled? Never mind. He would deal with that little rascal Ma Long first. Chi Chuan took deliberate steps towards Ma Long, magma seeping from his body. With each stride, pools of magma dripped from him, melting the ground beneath into a pockmarked mess. Ma Long! Chi Chuan roared, quickening his pace as he charged at him. What do you want? Ma Long replied to Chi Chuan. To kill you, of course. Chi Chuan leapt high into the air, and then suddenly plummeted. His right hand transformed into a massive magma fist. That fist was larger than Ma Long himself. Even before it landed, Ma Long could feel the searing heat rushing towards him, the intense warmth causing the surrounding snow to melt rapidly. The Montauk Long. Chi Chuan unleashed his powerful punch. Fool! So slow, who do you think you're hitting? Ma Long easily dodged as Chi Chuan's fist crashed down onto the ground. The tremendous impact caused the earth to collapse, creating a vast, charred crater. Meanwhile, Ma Long had already positioned himself behind Chi Chuan. He threw a punch, but Chi Chuan swiftly turned and grabbed Ma Long's fist. You little brat, I had already predicted your movements. You think you can act recklessly just because you possess a few devil fruit abilities? Chi Chuan sneered, his magma-laden hand scorching Ma Long's fist. Ma Long could even smell the aroma of roasting meat. Ha ha ha! Ma Long laughed heartily. Why are you laughing, Ma Long? I find it amusing that you, who rely on the powers of a devil fruit, dare to criticize me for doing the same. If you have the skill, fight me without using your magma powers. Ma Long rolled his eyes, incredulous at Chi Chuan's lack of self-awareness. Are you trying to provoke me? Do you think that by saying this, I will stop using my powers? Not a chance. Magma infusion. Chi Chuan activated his skill. In the next moment, magma began to flow from Chi Chuan's hand, enveloping Ma Long's captured fist and creeping up his arm. Within moments, Ma Long was completely consumed by the magma. This little brat, does he not feel pain? How can he remain silent? Chi Chuan observed Ma Long, now covered in his magma, with curiosity. He knew that the agony of being burned was not something that everyone could endure. Countless times he had led expeditions, and many renowned pirates had cried out in agony when faced with his magma attacks, begging for mercy. However, Chi Chuan had always maintained his compassion, allowing them a swift end to their suffering. It was a rarity for Chi Chuan to capture any pirates during his missions, because most have already met their end. With a resounding thud, Ma Long's body collapsed onto the ground, engulfed in fierce flames. However, it appeared that his form had been reduced to charred remains. Thus, when he fell, he shattered into countless pieces. Apologies for my excessive force. I have rendered you unrecognizable, said Akainu, observing Ma Long's lifeless body with a shrug and a smile. No need for apologies, for I am still alive. In the next moment, the once blackened and tattered body restored itself to its original state. Ma Long grinned as he looked at Akainu and remarked, Did you not realize I possess an immortal body? How could you utter such words? Was your head struck by my wife's club earlier? The woman who attacked me was your wife? Upon hearing Ma Long's words, Akainu gritted his teeth in fury and demanded, Tell me, where is that woman? What's wrong? Do you intend to harm my wife? What audacity! You are not worthy. Ma Long's anger flared. Butter hell. In an instant, Ma Long transformed the ground beneath into a viscous substance resembling butter. What is happening? Akainu felt himself sinking unexpectedly. Looking down, he saw that the once solid stone ground had inexplicably morphed into a sticky yellow substance, akin to stepping in a dough, causing him to sink further. Boom! Seizing the moment of Akainu's distraction, Ma Long, clad in a Hailu stone ring, struck Akainu's face with a powerful punch, sending him flying. Akainu landed heavily on the ground, completely immersed in the butter-like substance. Uncertain of its nature, he realized it was likely one of Ma Long's abilities. Feeling himself sinking deeper, Akainu erupted in fury. Lava hell! With his hands planted firmly on the ground, an endless stream of lava surged forth from him. rapidly inundating the surrounding area. The clash of lava and butter resulted in a tumultuous mix of red, black, and yellow, yet ultimately, the lava prevailed, perfectly assimilating the butter and transforming the vicinity into bubbling pools of lava extending for hundreds of meters. Goodness, it's scalding. What is happening? The pirates and marines engaged in battle suddenly felt their feet burning and looked down to see lava erupting in the distance, expanding ominously. It seemed poised to turn the entire marine headquarters into a realm of molten rock. Pirates and marines alike scrambled to avoid the encroaching danger. Akainu, be cautious. This is marine headquarters. Do not recklessly wield your powers, Sengoku cautioned, unable to restrain himself as he observed the lava continuing to spread, threatening to engulf the entire base. Though the headquarters was already in ruins, it was paramount that it not be destroyed by their own. Hearing Sengoku's words, Akainu snapped back to reality. I almost forgot. This is indeed marine headquarters. I cannot act recklessly. Otherwise, if I unleash my full power, the headquarters may become a desolate wasteland. Akainu reined in his abilities, ceasing the flow of lava. As he halted, the expansion of lava also ceased. And due to contact with the melting snow of the marine headquarters, the edges of the lava were covered by the water, beginning to cool and solidify into black lava stones. What a delightful lava bath. Hearing such a voice, Akainu turned to see Ma Long actually relaxing in the lava pool he had created. Akainu, do you think I mistook this for a hot spring? Indeed. I believe it bears no distinction from hot spring water. Ma Long replied with a grin. This time he had perished twice, allowing the system to grant him immunity to lava, bestowing him with high-temperature resistance. Henceforth, Akainu's lava could no longer inflict any harm upon him. Perhaps the likelihood of being melted by lava in real life was so minimal that he gained immunity after merely 2 deaths. You bastard. Have you already become immune to my powers? Akainu realized Ma Long possessed this ability. After being killed multiple times in the same manner, he would become immune to that type of damage. However, he had received information stating that Ma Long needed to be killed dozens of times in the same way to achieve immunity. Why then? Had Ma Long become immune after just 2 deaths? Was the intelligence erroneous? Or was Akainu's lava not formidable enough? Isn't it evident? Ma Long shrugged. You have witnessed it. I am immune to lava. Your strongest techniques cannot defeat me. How can we continue this fight? Let us consider a truce. If we persist, I shall remain unharmed, but your fate is uncertain. There is no deep-seated animosity between us. Why must we fight to the death? Your objective, is it not to earn merit and ascend to the position of Fleet Admiral? Yet, are you not aware that Sengoku favors Akiji? Akiji is the candidate in Sengoku's eyes. Even if you strive relentlessly, what difference will it make? Should Sengoku step down, he will still endorse Akiji. What are you trying to convey? Akainu furrowed his brow, staring intently at Ma Long. What I mean is, life is your own, but power is bestowed by others. Yet Sengoku does not regard you highly. In his eyes, there is only Akiji. Regardless of how well you perform, what good will it do if he ultimately promotes Akiji? Will you not merely serve as Akiji's subordinate? Is this the life you desire? I refuse to believe that Sengoku cannot discern right from wrong. As long as I outperform Akiji and achieve greater merit, Sengoku will surely recognize my efforts. He will understand that my ascension to Fleet Admiral is the best choice for the Marines, Akainu asserted confidently, yet deep down, he had already formulated his own plan. Since Sengoku favored Akiji, he would seek higher channels. After all, Sengoku could not determine the fate of the next Fleet Admiral. It was the Gorosei who held true authority. Do you genuinely believe that? Ma Long shook his head. Your temperament is not favored by Sengoku. Even if you surpass Akiji in merit and strength, Sengoku will not appoint you as Admiral because your ideologies are fundamentally different. You may prefer a scorched earth policy, but Sengoku is the type who would rather spare 1,000 than see his own perish. Such contrasting philosophies ensure that you will never gain Sengoku's approval. Thus, abandon your fantasies. Instead, why not join me? Chapter 194. Sengoku, actually strike women? Join you? Akainu appeared bewildered, as if a woman were riding on his face. What does this guy mean? Is he attempting to bribe him? Indeed, join me. Ma Long nodded at Akainu. What purpose is there in serving under a superior who does not share your beliefs? Do you think Sengoku will recognize your loyalty and hard work and elevate you to Fleet Admiral? It is impossible. Therefore, since Sengoku does not treat you well, why not simply seek a superior who will? For instance, once I overthrow the world government, do not merely expect the title of admiral. I shall bestow upon you the supreme command of the entire military. What do you think? Am I not magnanimous? Mo Long gazed at Chu-chan with a grin. Having previously failed to win over Qingzhi, he now sought to sway Chu-chan. Although he doubted the likelihood of success, it cost nothing to try, did it? Overthrowing the world government? Chu-chan stared at him in astonishment. Little brat, I never imagined your ambitions were so grand. To attempt the overthrow of the world government, which has held dominion for 8 centuries. I am at a loss whether to commend your audacity or to deem you a fool. Yet, it is certain that you are quite naive. The world government has existed for 800 years, and during that time, how many petty individuals have harbored the delusion of toppling them? Yet, what is the reality? The world government remains unchallenged, and those who sought to overthrow them have long since met their demise. Nevertheless, that merely indicates the weakness of those who once aspired to dismantle the world government. It does not imply that the world government is invincible. Long shrugged nonchalantly. There is no merit in further discussion. Chu-chan shook his head and lunged at Fulong once more. The two engaged in combat anew. Meanwhile, Big Moem finally made her move. Like the celestial goddess Tisha, she descended upon the battlefield, riding a rainbow-hued cloud to rescue Hermuang. Duodoa, do not fear, for I have come to save you. Big Moem called out to Kadoa from above. With one hand, she grasped her son and struck it towards the ice, encasing Kadoa. Fiery impact. A column of flames surged forward. Big Moem, do not act recklessly. This is the Navy headquarters, not a place for your wild antics. John Guo transformed into a colossal Buddha and unleashed a shockwave, sending Big Mom's fiery assault back. Just as Tong Sung admonished his Deshasheng, your man is but a monkey. Do not remain obstinate. Aligning yourself with Huang will lead to your ruin. John Guo, take this. Big Mom leaped from her cloud, delivering a punch towards John Guo. He firmly planted his feet and retaliated with a clenched fist. The collision of their blows produced a tremendous shockwave, fracturing the ground beneath John Guo and sending countless debris soaring into the air, the shattered stones raining down like bullets upon the unfortunate crowd below. Let me send you flying. Big M.O.M. John Guo gritted his teeth, gathering his strength and delivering a powerful swing that sent Big M.O.M. hurtling away. Zhou Su, Big M.O.M. cried out, and her storm clouds rapidly coalesced beneath her feet. With renewed vigor, she charged towards Guo, transforming her hat into the Emperor's sword. John Guo, receive my blade, she bellowed, wielding the sword with both hands and unleashing a formidable slash that cleaved through the air for dozens of meters. The sharp energy seemed poised to rend the very fabric of space itself. Upon witnessing this, John Guo ascended into the sky. He could not allow Big Mom's strike to descend unchallenged. Should it land, it would surely shatter the ice, imprisoning Kadoa, and the Navy would stand no chance thereafter. In John Guo's perspective, the Navy currently lacked the upper hand, especially with Ng's side seemingly at a loss. Azuchen appeared equally flummoxed. Volon's capabilities were indeed monstrous. Possessing immunity to lethal attacks, an unyielding existence fortified by various devil fruit powers. What weakness could he possibly have? John Guo soared upward, soon colliding with Big Mom's unleashed sword energy. He struck with incredible force, bending the trajectory of the sword energy away towards the distant sea. The blade's impact cleaved the ocean in two, its power extending for several kilometers before dissipating upon the water surface. Zhou Su, summon the thunder, Big Mom commanded, as her storm cloud transformed into a dark, ominous mass above Jaguo. A deafening roar of thunder erupted as a bolt of lightning struck Dao. Yet his golden form seemed impervious to harm. The lightning struck but left him unscathed. Get lost. John Guo unleashed a shockwave that sent Zhou Su careening away. With her ally gone, Big Om descended from the sky, her fist aimed at the ice, encasing Kadoa. However, just as she prepared to strike, she was violently sent flying by a kick from Bo, who had pursued her closely. Big Om was sent sprawling, skidding across the ground for several meters before crashing into the Navy headquarters building, which, already teetering, now bore a massive gaping hole as debris cascaded down. Shameless John Guo, striking a woman. Kaidoa scoffed at the sight. Despite his disdain for Big M.O.M., he recognized her efforts to come to his rescue and could not simply ignore it. Are you feeling sympathetic for her, old man? John Guo retorted, Kaidoa, you wouldn't actually be involved with Big M.O.M., would you? Preposterous. I assure you that my relationship with Ling Ling is purely platonic. Who would entertain such notions? Kaidoa vehemently denied. Ah, but if there is no truth to it, Why the fervor? And calling her Ling Ling so affectionately. Do you expect me to believe your claims? Zhang Guo shot back. If you and she truly have no connection, I can guarantee that I will first eliminate you, then Big Mom, allowing you two to reunite in the afterlife. With that, Zhang Guo seized a large cleaver from the ground, positioning it against Kaido's neck. Chapter 195. The Alliance of Idoa and Big Mom. Kaido, perish. After your demise, I shall send Big Mom to join you. A family must be united. Zhang Guo shouted, raising the cleaver high above his head before bringing it down with ferocious intent. Get your hands off my Doa. A voice rang out from the ruins as Big Mom emerged, witnessing Zhang Guo poised to strike Kaido. She cried out in desperation, attempting to intervene. However, Zhang Guo was resolute. He would not delay in executing Kaido, lest he regret allowing him to escape. As the enemy introduced an additional Kaido, the Navy faced the prospect of an overwhelming defeat. Big Mom, you can no longer impede my progress. Observing the distant figure of Big Mom from several meters away, Sengoku's face broke into a triumphant smile. The massive blade in his hand descended swiftly. Suddenly, the sound of shattering ice echoed through the air. Kaido, no longer concealed, erupted from the colossal ice block. Witnessing this, Sengoku was left dumbfounded. How could this be? He could hardly believe that Kaido had effortlessly shattered the ice, and the chains binding him had been completely severed. As Kaido sat cross-legged, he rolled aside just in time to evade Sengoku's descending blade. In the face of the Admiral's direct execution, caution was paramount. Even if Sengoku's strike failed to kill him, it would undoubtedly inflict serious harm. There was no need to take such risks. Boom! Kaido dodged, yet Sengoku's blade struck the ground, instantly tearing the earth apart. A long chasm formed, stretching far into the distance, creating a gaping rift hundreds of meters long across the Navy headquarters. Kaido! Sengoku gritted his teeth, trembling with rage. What on earth was happening? Was the first instance merely a fluke? The second time, he could not restrain him either? The sea stone chains combined with Akiji's ice had proven utterly ineffective? I am here, Sengoku. Why shout so loudly? Are you afraid I cannot hear you? Kaido cupped his ears. Sengoku's voice was so deafening it nearly rendered him hard of hearing. My dear, I miss you so much. At that moment, Big Mom came rushing from afar, launching herself fiercely at Kaido. In her mind, she envisioned that upon her approach, Kaido would open his arms to embrace her, holding her tightly, moved by her intent to rescue him, and ultimately accept her with an open heart. They would then share a defining kiss before the multitude of witnesses at Navy headquarters. Unfortunately, while her wishes were noble, reality proved to be cruel. As Kaido saw her barreling towards him, he did not extend his arms. Instead, he shifted aside with nonchalance, leaving Big Mom to leap foolishly through the air. Kaido did not catch Big Mom. She plummeted from the sky, landing with a resounding thud akin to a frog, creating an indentation in the ground shaped like her figure due to the sheer force of her weight. My dear, how could you do this? Big rose from the ground, sitting there with a look of deep resentment directed at Kaido. I came to the Navy headquarters to rescue you, and this is how you repay me? She dusted off the grime from her face, resembling a scorned woman waiting for her husband to return home, only to find him sleeping soundly without a care for her presence. How could she not fear being unfaithful? Lin, you are no longer a child. Can you please stop this? Kaido was exasperated. At such an age, still exhibiting childlike behavior, demanding hugs and twirls? If no one were around, it might have been acceptable. However, with so many eyes upon them, if he truly embraced her, how could he possibly explain it? It would be utterly incomprehensible. Thus, to prevent any unwarranted rumors about his relationship with Big Mom, Kaido refrained from catching her as she lunged towards him. My dear, if you want to hug me, I want to get up from the ground. Yet Big Mom, like a child, threw a tantrum in front of Kaido. Kaido, Lin, please don't act this way. Get up first. Let us deal with Sengoku, and afterward, I promise to embrace you. Sengoku spoke softly to Big Mom. Given the current situation, he had no choice but to compromise slightly. Really, you will hug me afterward? Hearing this, Big Mom's face lit up with joy. After all, relationships must be developed step by step. First a hug, then a kiss, and finally, well, you know what comes next? Indeed, I will embrace you afterward. Kaido assured her earnestly. In the next moment, Big Mom swiftly stood up from the ground, joining Kaido's side, together exerting pressure upon Sengoku. Sengoku, did you ever expect this? Today will not be my demise, but yours. Together with Lin, we are invincible. Kaido declared coldly to Sengoku, From this day forth, Marineford will vanish beneath the waves, and the world will no longer recognize the Navy headquarters. Sengoku, are you prepared? Kaido, stop with the empty threats. Even if you two join forces, I will capture you both. Cold sweat beaded on Sengoku's forehead. The pressure now rested heavily upon him. Yet, as the Navy Admiral, this was his moment to fight with all his might. Although he doubted his ability to contend with two emperors, without having truly fought them, how could he know? Come on, let's get this over with. Sengoku bellowed, inviting Kaido and Big Mom to come at him. As the Navy Admiral, he feared no one. Today, it is either your death or mine. There was no retreat. Kill. Sengoku clenched his fists and charged at Kaido, golden Buddha light illuminating the ground, casting a divine glow upon him. Kaido roared in response, stepping forward to engage. In the blink of an eye, they closed the distance, standing face to face. Sengoku's fist struck Kaido's face as Kaido reciprocated with a punch of his own, their blows twisting each other's faces. Yet, both men possessed remarkably thick skin, despite being struck. They forcefully returned their distorted faces to normal and retaliated with left punches to each other's chests. Boom! Boom! The resounding impacts caused them both to stagger back. To absorb the force of their blows, they each took powerful steps back, leaving a series of deep impressions in the ground beneath them. Chapter 196. Akainu falls into the water. Victory incites Sengoku. After years of indulgence, has your strength waned? Kaido wiped his bruised cheek, taunting Sengoku. Have the female soldiers at Navy headquarters drained you of your vigor? You scoundrel, I am not that kind of person. Sengoku gritted his teeth. A true pirate would only use such sordid thoughts to judge others. You know very well the true hardness of my fists. Of course I know, they're utterly soft. Your blows did not even register as a sensation on my face. Sengoku, given your age, wouldn't it be better to retire early? Why push yourself so hard? Do you still aspire to climb higher? Kaido mocked. Humph. Whether I retire or not is of no concern to you. In response to Kaido's mockery, Zhangguo let out a cold snort. I have witnessed the rise and fall of eras. Even if I were to retire, I would ensure that I take both of you down with me. Words are futile. Let's engage in battle. Zhangguo clenched his fists, and the golden Buddha, once a figure of serenity, now transformed into a muscular, formidable giant. The bulging muscles on his body radiated explosive power, with his strength fully amassed. Zhangguo charged towards Kaido, delivering a powerful punch to his face that sent him flying, face first, dragging along the ground for hundreds of meters, colliding with countless sailors and pirates in his path. The immense force distorted Kaido's visage, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. And even his thick skin was pierced, revealing flesh beneath. Zhangguo declared, I will end you. Witnessing her beloved being struck down, Big Mom could not contain her fury. Drawing her emperor's sword, she aimed a lethal strike at Zhangguo. In response, Zhangguo extended his left hand to catch the descending blade, then lifted his right leg to deliver a fierce kick to Big Mom's abdomen, sending her hurtling away. Big Mom was swift, and her retreat was even faster than Kaido's, as she soared through the air, experiencing no ground resistance. As she approached the ocean, Kaido suddenly appeared behind her, wrapping his arms around her to absorb the force she had been dealt. The overwhelming strength emanating from Big Mom caused Kaido's feet to leave deep impressions in the ground as he struggled to mitigate the impact. Indeed, Zhangguo, you old relics still possess considerable strength, Kaido remarked as he released Big Mom, watching Zhangguo with a mix of admiration and anticipation. But isn't this just the thrill of battle? He roared, transforming into his dragon form. In this state, his power, speed, and defense surged to new heights. In the next moment, Kaido brandished a spiked club, charging towards Zhangguo with astonishing speed, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Each step he took left colossal footprints upon the ground. Zhangguo, prepare to taste my might along with the thunderous echoes of my power, Kaido exclaimed as he swung the club toward Zhangguo. Zhangguo stood firm, refusing to evade, and countered with a punch aimed directly at the incoming weapon. The collision produced a tremendous shockwave, creating a circular force akin to a volcanic eruption. The execution platform beneath them shattered, giving way to a vast crater. Their clash was evenly matched. However, Zhangguo's intentions extended beyond merely confronting Kaido. Big Mom, riding Zeus, surged forward once more, her sword poised to strike. With his fist still engaged against Kaido's club, Zhangguo could only unleash a shockwave with his other hand in an attempt to send Big Mom flying. Yet, having learned from previous encounters, Big Mo was far too resolute to be easily dispatched. No one could rival the combined might of the two emperors, and Zhonghua, too, found himself struggling. His two fists were no match for four hands. Facing either adversary required all his strength, let alone contending with both. Frost Storm. The Von unleashed a tempest of ice and snow from its maw, freezing everything in its path. Within the center of the storm, Akainu was instantly encased in ice. However, as a being of magma, it was only a matter of moments before the ice began to melt away. Foolish child, I am magma. How could ice ever hope to contain me? Akainu retorted, charging at Molong. Raising his fist, he struck with the force of a true warrior. Emon met him with a punch of his own. The impact reverberated through the air. They stood their ground, exchanging relentless blows, each strike echoing with intensity. This was a battle of endurance, a test of who could withstand the most punishment. I strike, I strike, I strike. Molong chanted, as if his words could bolster his strength. His fists moved in a blur, leaving only shadows in their wake. Akainu mirrored him, engaging in this raw and primal combat for the first time. For who would dare to strike a being of magma? Such an endeavor was typically self-destructive, yet only Wong, immune to magma's inferno, dared to engage in this exchange. The two warriors continued their relentless assault. The ground beneath them buckled under the sheer force of their might, collapsing with every strike. After an hour of combat, they had descended dozens of meters below the surface. Meanwhile, their comrades, both sailors and pirates, fought desperately above ground. From the depths of the sea, new pirate ships surged forth as another wave of attackers stormed the Marine headquarters. In response, the Marines summoned all their resources, with soldiers from underground fortifications rapidly converging on the battlefield. Akiji once again encased the sea in ice, transforming the battleground into a frozen arena. As the Marine headquarters was far too small to accommodate such a grand conflict, the battle raged from day into night, saturating the air with the stench of blood. Volong and Akainu had carved a gaping chasm leading to the underworld, piercing through the very heart of the Marine headquarters. Within this abyss, darkness reigned supreme. Volong and Akainu engaged in their mechanical exchange of blows, oblivious to the chaos unfolding around them. Suddenly, the ground fractured, and torrents of seawater erupted from the fissures, flooding into the abyss. Initially, neither of them noticed, as their focus remained solely on the relentless rhythm of their fists. As the seawater began to engulf the two combatants, Chi Inu gradually sensed something amiss. He felt his strength seemingly waning. Initially, he attributed this to fatigue from the battle. However, when the water formed a deep pit, burying them and completely submerging him, Chi Inu realized the gravity of the situation. Was this an infiltration of the Marine headquarters, allowing the sea to flood in? As a devil fruit user, specifically one wielding the power of magma, he initially struggled against the encroaching water. Yet, as the tide rose, swallowing him entirely, he lost the strength to resist, collapsing into the depths of the pit, fully engulfed. Though the seawater sapped Chi Inu's power, it did not erase his abilities. Consequently, he relentlessly conjured magma, hoping to evaporate the water within the pit. However, the relentless tide continued to surge in as the turbulent sea outside sought to extinguish his efforts. Evaporating the water in the pit would necessitate evaporating the entirety of the ocean, a feat beyond possibility. Meanwhile, Mo Long lay submerged, drifting in the water. He had been oblivious to his condition while throwing punches, but upon ceasing, he felt the acute pain coursing through his body, even lacking the strength to move a finger. It was clear that he had been sustained solely by sheer willpower. System. Host has perished. Host has been revived. Constitution increased by 1. Struck down by Chi Inu, Mo Long returned to full vitality. Observing Chi Inu, now transformed into a pool of magma at the bottom of the water, Mo Long surged skyward, bursting forth from the depths of the hundreds of meters deep pit. Upon surveying the battlefield, he noticed Kaido and Big Mom engaging in a fierce assault on Sengoku. The exchanges were fierce, yet Sengoku found himself at a disadvantage, unable to fend off both foes simultaneously. The sight evoked pity for him. Mo Long pondered his next course of action. Should he continue fighting to obliterate the Marine headquarters? Suddenly, he found himself encircled by a throng of Marine soldiers, brandishing swords and charging from all directions. Mo Long was left speechless. Did these soldiers truly believe they could confront him? In the next instant, countless small blades erupted from Mo Long's body, piercing the foreheads of the charging soldiers. The The speed of the assault was so swift that the soldiers failed to realize their impending doom until their legs faltered, and they collapsed. How terrifying! Who is this guy? How is he so powerful? A distant group of Marines, witnessing the scene, cried out in horror. These soldiers had been concealed in the fortress below and had not witnessed his might. Emerging from the ranks of Marines was a hulking man, his muscles rippling, wielding a massive sword larger than his own body, a clear indication of his brute strength. Major Joy, the troops exclaimed upon recognizing him. Leave this to me. I want to see if this little pirate can withstand a 40-ton sword. Major Joy declared, advancing towards M.O. Long with heavy steps that shook the ground beneath him, a testament to his formidable power. Kid, prepare to receive my blade. As Joy approached, he gripped the sword's hilt, raising it above his head. However, before he could strike, a bolt of lightning crashed from the sky, striking Joy's sword. The electric force coursed through Joy's hands and into his body. Jolted by the strike, Joy convulsed before emitting a plume of black smoke from his mouth, ultimately collapsing to the ground, incapacitated. How amusing, to utter such bravado and then be struck down by lightning. A waste of a 40-ton sword. M.O. Long shook his head and stepped forward. As he advanced, the surrounding Marines began to retreat, fearful of the consequences of facing him, especially after witnessing Joy's demise. With each step, M.O. Long approached the epicenter of the clash between Kaido and Sengoku. Upon his arrival, the combatants paused, acknowledging his presence. Kaido, with a grin, inquired, "Are you unharmed, kid? Did you manage to take down Chi Inu?" The incredulity in Kaido's tone suggested he could hardly believe that his son-in-law had bested a Marine admiral. Perhaps he is simply enjoying a warm bath in the sea. M.O. Long replied coolly. Kaido, taken aback, exclaimed, "What do you mean he is bathing in the sea? He is a devil fruit user." Yet from M.O. Long's words, Kaido discerned that Chi Inu had indeed been defeated and submerged, likely to drown if left unattended. Excellent. Let us unite and eliminate this old man Sengoku. From this day forth, the Marine headquarters shall cease to exist. I want the world to know the consequences of crossing Kaido of the Beasts. While Kaido believed they could vanquish Sengoku within a day or two, the addition of M.O. Long to their ranks would expedite their victory. Chapter 197. The war concludes. Merged. With a thunderous crash, Kaido found himself hurled backward, crashing into the Marine headquarters rear structures. The force was so tremendous that he demolished several buildings before coming to a halt. In his stead stood another figure, Iron Fist Garp. Garp, you? Sengoku was taken aback by the unexpected intervention. Sengoku, we are comrades. How could I stand idly by while you are besieged? Garp proclaimed, revealing his trademark grin. But what of your grandson? Sengoku furrowed his brow, recalling M.O. Long's threat regarding Luffy. With Garp involved, would M.O. Long spare Luffy? Ha ha! Sengoku, you really believe his bluster? He was merely jesting. My grandson is perfectly safe. Garp laughed heartily. In truth, it was merely a form of self-comfort. How could Zhangguo possibly be oblivious? After all, they had been comrades for many years. Garp, are you truly gambling? M.O. Long, having overheard Garp's words, chuckled. That is your own grandson. And let us not forget your god-grandson, Fire Fist Ace. Are you prepared to send a white-haired man to mourn a black-haired one? M.O. Long's remarks caused Garp to clench his fists. Youngster, if I can subdue you, your subordinates will undoubtedly release my grandson. The mention of Ace further convinced Garp that M.O. Long indeed had captured Luffy. Very few outsiders were aware of Luffy's lineage. Yet M.O. Long's knowledge indicated his deep understanding of Garp. Given the strength of the Beast Pirates, securing Luffy in the East Blue would be a trivial task in Garp's estimation. It seemed improbable for things to go awry. However, he was a naval hero. How could he stand idly by while the Navy was slaughtered? Currently, the Navy was at a disadvantage. Zhangguo, facing M.O. Long and his two companions alone, could hardly hope to succeed. If he refrained from intervening and Zhangguo were to be defeated, the entire Navy would likely face annihilation. If M.O. Long were to attack him afterwards, death would be his only fate. Thus, Garp found himself with no alternative. Subdue me? M.O. Long laughed at Garp's declaration. You really think it's that simple? Furthermore, I may not have mentioned this before, but I have informed my subordinate, who captured your grandson, that if I do not hear from him by dawn, Luffy will be executed. Garp, look at the time. It is already early morning, around 2 or 3 o'clock. The sun will rise in merely 3 hours. It is nearly impossible for you to capture me in that time frame. Youngster, words are futile. If Luffy dies, I will ensure you join him in death. You will not use Luffy to bind me. It was evident that Garp had resolved to fight, refusing to surrender even if it meant the death of his only grandson. He understood that if he submitted, once Mo Long obliterated the Navy headquarters, his grandson would not necessarily be spared. To safeguard Luffy, capturing Mo Long was his only glimmer of hope. Youngster, take this punch. Carp propelled himself forward with a powerful thrust of his right foot, launching himself towards Mo Long. His fist, the size of a sandbag, aimed directly at Mo Long's face. Mo Long was caught off guard by the sudden aggression from the elder. However, just as Mo Long anticipated the impact of his fist, he realized that the anticipated blow had not materialized. Instead, Kaido charged in from the side, delivering a kick to Carp's shoulder that sent him flying. Carp, bullying children is no skill. If you have the ability, fight me, Kaido bellowed, pounding his chest as he shouted at the airborne Carp. Carp halted midair, using his legs to regain footing and charging back towards Kaido. Very well, Kaido, I shall first bring you to the ground. Carp observed Kaido, his entire body enveloped in a hardened layer of haki, resembling a metallic being. Thus began the clash between Kaido and Carp. Meanwhile, Big Mom continued her battle with Zhangguo. Mo Long felt a headache coming on. He had grown weary of fighting and recognized that prolonging the conflict would not guarantee victory. Therefore, he approached the center of the skirmish between Zhangguo and Big Mom, urging them to cease hostilities. Old man, do you truly wish to continue this fight? Zhangguo frowned at Mo Long's words. What do you mean, boy? If we stop, do you intend to concede? Zhangguo questioned Mo Long. Mo Long laughed. Zhangguo, are you jesting? Me concede? Who do you believe is at a disadvantage in this situation? What I mean is, should you choose to surrender, I will leave immediately, sparing the Navy headquarters from being erased from the world map. You wish to retreat? Zhangguo found himself perplexed by Mo Long's intentions. Indeed, Mo Long was not mistaken. The current circumstances appeared to favor him. So why would he wish to withdraw? Or was it that Mo Long had exhausted his fighting capacity? Zhangguo, do not overthink it. I simply do not desire the Navy headquarters to be destroyed at this moment. The time is not yet right. Mo Long regarded Zhangguo. And your demands? Zhangguo remained skeptical, doubting that Mo Long would retreat without seeking some benefit. All the devil fruits and treasures of the Navy headquarters, Mo Long stipulated. If you agree, I will immediately have my men stand down and withdraw from the Navy headquarters. Zhangguo, consider this carefully. Continuing the fight will be exceedingly detrimental to the Navy. For every minute wasted, several sailors may perish. How many more lives do you believe the Navy can afford to lose? You believe that by giving you the devil fruits and treasures, we will retreat? Zhangguo inhaled deeply. Having fought thus far, Zhangguo was reluctant to continue, for he could not see a path to victory. Even if they were to prevail, there would be few sailors left to maintain order on the seas. After all, the ocean was in great disarray. Should the Navy lose its power, the seas would likely fall under the domain of pirates. This was not the outcome Zhangguo wished for. Of course, once a word is spoken, it cannot be taken back. Do you think I could deceive you? Mo Long smiled at Zhangguo. If you hand over the treasures and devil fruits, I will promptly withdraw from the Navy headquarters. After all, my primary purpose here was merely to rescue Kaido. He added, if you had not betrayed our trust and handed the devil fruits to Kaido instead of capturing him, this war would not have occurred. The current situation is a result of your poor judgment. Zhangguo. Mo Long's words dripped with sarcasm. Zhangguo could only manage a wry smile, acknowledging that he had indeed erred in his decisions while underestimating Mo Long. Had he been more vigilant upon learning that Big Mom and the Beast Pirates were approaching, gathering more sailors and enlisting the 7 warlords, perhaps this outcome could have been avoided. Yet, there is no remedy for regrets in this world. Very well, I shall agree, Zhangguo declared to Mo Long. Now, shall we instruct our men to cease hostilities? Mo Long nodded. In the next moment, Mo Long and Zhangguo shouted in unison. Everyone, cease at once. Their voices echoed throughout the Navy headquarters. The sailors, upon hearing Zhangguo's command, halted their actions. The pirates, hearing Mo Long's voice, also ceased fighting. In an instant, countless pairs of eyes turned toward Mo Long and Zhangguo, seemingly seeking the reason for their newfound truce. A tremendous sound echoed as Carp was knocked to the ground. Rising to his feet, he seized the tail of the Qinglong and forcefully slammed it into the earth. All combatants ceased their actions. However, Carp and Kaido continued their fierce clash. Enough, Carp, stand down. Sengoku bellowed at Carp. Why, Sengoku? Carp retorted, perplexed. I intend to bring this war to an end, Sengoku explained. In the war? Carp questioned, bewildered. How could one conclude without continuing the fight? Are you surrendering? Sengoku, I truly misjudged you. I never imagined you would capitulate to a band of pirates. Carp declared vehemently. Let me tell you, that is out of the question. Even if you surrender, I shall never yield. Even in death, I will fight until my last drop of blood. Carp's countenance was fearsome, his muscles taut and veins bulging as if ready to explode. He appeared utterly terrifying. Carp, what nonsense are you spouting? Sengoku responded, exasperated. How could I possibly surrender? What I mean is, we must cease fire. Continuing the fight will only lead to further casualties. Therefore, I have decided to pursue negotiations. Negotiations? Upon hearing this, Carp's anger dissipated, replaced by a smile. Why didn't you say so sooner? I thought you, with your thick brows and large eyes, had betrayed the Navy. But how do we negotiate? Carp inquired, puzzled, as the battle had already escalated significantly. The death toll on both sides had surpassed half, with thousands more severely wounded and barely holding on. Continuing the fight would surely lead to their demise. If the war were to end, these individuals might receive treatment and survive. We could discuss territorial concessions and reparations. What other negotiations are there? Carp mused. While he had no need for land, reparations were essential. However, in comparison to the lives of surviving Navy personnel, the loss of wealth and devil fruits paled in significance. What are you talking about, kid? What kind of negotiations are these? Kaido expressed his dissatisfaction, glancing at Malone, confused by his intentions. We are clearly stronger, and if we continue to fight, we can obliterate the Navy headquarters. Why pursue negotiations? Kaido asserted confidently. For the devil fruits and wealth. Malone replied with a smile. Sengoku agreed that if we retreat, he would hand over all the treasures and devil fruits of the Navy headquarters. Moreover, Kaido, even if we win, how many of our men will still be alive? You spent 2 decades building the beast pirates. Do you intend to lose them all in one fell swoop? Not to mention, if we annihilate the Navy headquarters, how will the world government react? Will they seek revenge? Malone, unsure of the world government's strength or the power of him, who could bring the Gorosei to their knees, decided it was best to proceed cautiously. If we truly destroy the Navy headquarters, the world government will undoubtedly intervene. Of course, if the world government is weak and relies solely on the Navy for dominance, then they would have no reason to fear without the Navy. However, Malone was uncertain of the world government's true strength. Thus, until he reached invincibility, he chose to exercise restraint and avoid becoming overly arrogant. Malone's reasoning left Kaido speechless. Indeed, should they destroy the Navy now, they would directly confront the world government, whose power remained a mystery to him. Furthermore, whether they could even defeat the Navy remained uncertain. Despite Kaido's bravado, such claims were mere bravado. Without eliminating every last opponent, who could truly guarantee victory? They might even suffer a counterattack from a Navy. Given the multitude of uncertainties, opting for wealth and devil fruits, then retreating was not a poor choice. After all, Malone had already grown immensely powerful. If he were to consume a few more devil fruits, he could easily overpower Kaido. Coupled with the Navy's treasures, he could trade with Doflamingo for artificial fruits, further bolstering his beast pirates. Thus, retreating was a profitable decision for Kaido. Very well, I agree to retreat, provided Sengoku hands over all the devil fruits and treasures of the Navy headquarters, Kaido declared, fixing his gaze on Sengoku. Sengoku nodded and summoned a contingent of sailors, instructing them to retrieve treasures from the Navy headquarters vault. Soon, box after box of treasures were transported out, with dozens of sailors making multiple trips. In total, over 200 boxes of treasures were laid before Malone. He opened each one, discovering 8 devil fruits within. Remembering his previous agreement with Sengoku, which involved exchanging 8 devil fruits for the lives of Navy personnel, he realized these were the very fruits Sengoku had intended to use for that purpose. Yet, he was left questioning why Sengoku ultimately reneged and chose to attack Kaido. As for the remaining boxes, they were filled with cash, gold coins, and various jewels. Perhaps these were spoils from pirate crews defeated by the Navy during their expeditions, as it was unreasonable to rely solely on the world government for the sustenance of such a large navy. At this moment, as new pirate crews ventured into the dangerous seas, becoming a sailor was exceedingly perilous. Without sufficient pay, who would serve the Navy? Chapter 198. Sengoku steps down, Carp inherits? Generally, whenever the Navy undertakes a mission, if they capture pirates and seize treasures, half of the spoils are distributed among the sailors involved. This is the primary source of income for the Navy. The other half is submitted to the Navy headquarters treasury for commendations. Relying solely on the world government subsidies is insufficient. After all, in this era of rampant piracy, the Navy's casualty rates are exceptionally high. The funds provided by the world government are only enough for salaries. Any additional benefits must come from the treasures seized from pirates. To motivate subordinates to fight valiantly, financial incentives are essential. Otherwise, few would join the Navy unless they resorted to compulsory conscription. Is that all? Sengoku, you haven't hidden anything, have you? Ma Long inquired after examining all the boxes, confirming they contained genuine wealth. Sengoku had not deceived him. However, whether Sengoku had revealed everything or merely a portion remained uncertain. After all, this was the Navy headquarters, which regularly apprehended numerous pirates, ensuring a steady influx of treasures. The combined wealth of the four emperors might not surpass that of the Navy headquarters. You must understand, this is your ransom money. It is essential to spend wisely. Now is the time to invest in peace, Sengoku. I hope you do not squander this opportunity. Ma Long warned Sengoku, stating, I am compassionate and cannot bear to see lives lost. Hence, I grant you this chance. Do not squander it. Sengoku, perplexed, thought, what on earth? You are compassionate? Weren't you the one who wiped out thousands of sailors with a single move before? This is all there is. If you doubt my words, you may search for yourself. The naval headquarters is rather modest in size, and a thorough search would not consume much time. Zhang Guo expressed this expectation, believing that Mo Long would readily accept his statement. However, to his surprise, Mo Long replied, Since you insist, I shall not be impolite. Bring forth the men. Search diligently and retrieve every treasure from the naval headquarters. Not a single belly shall be left behind. With a snap of his fingers, Mo Long dispatched a band of pirates to storm the naval headquarters building and its surrounding quarters, initiating a comprehensive search. Zhang Guo stood in astonishment at this unfolding scene. You insolent brat, do you truly doubt me? Zhang Guo had not anticipated such defiance. It was not a matter of disbelief. Rather, he pondered whether Mo Long's men might have secretly concealed some treasures. Mo Long simply shrugged, and thus they awaited the outcome. Before long, a pirate returned, bearing a treasure chest. Lord Mo Long, we have completed our search of the naval building and uncovered these overlooked treasures. A group of pirates set the chest before Mo Long, who opened it to reveal an array of gold coins, belly, and various jewels. What say you, Zhang Guo? Mo Long inquired teasingly, glancing at the bounty within the chest. Zhang Guo, irate, exclaimed, Did I not instruct you to bring forth all the treasures? Is this how you conduct your affairs? His frustration erupted towards the soldiers he had sent to retrieve the riches. The soldiers, feeling aggrieved, responded, Admiral Zhang Guo, we truly brought forth all that was in the treasury. What we found should not belong to the treasury, but rather be the personal wealth of the crew. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guo paused, realizing the truth. Given the multitude of soldiers at the naval headquarters, it was indeed plausible that each possessed their own savings. The treasures he had commanded to be retrieved were meant to be those from the treasury, belonging collectively to the Navy, not to individuals. Thus, Zhang Guo recognized his error in accusing the soldiers. After a considerable wait, all the pirates returned, laden with various amounts of gold and treasure, each a mere collection from the soldiers' personal reserves. Zhang Guo, thank you for the treasures. We shall take our leave. Mo Long lightly tapped his foot on the ground, and a billowing cloud gathered beneath the treasure chests, lifting them skyward. At that moment, Kaido and Big Mom also spoke. Heed my command. Return to the ship at once. We are heading back to the New World. Under their orders, the pirates hastily retreated to their ships, and soon dozens of pirate vessels turned their bows. Departing the naval headquarters, Zhang Guo stood at the naval headquarters, watching the fleet of departing pirate ships. Feeling utterly drained, he plopped down onto the ground. Nevertheless, he did not lose sight of the immediate priorities. He raised his voice, declaring, Now, heed my command, those soldiers who are uninjured. Commence the treatment of the severely wounded at once. We cannot forsake any comrades. We must strive to save more lives. As Zhang Guo's words resonated, the unaffected soldiers began to spring into action, administering first aid to those lying on the ground, unconscious, with severed limbs, battling for their lives. As sailors, even those not designated as medics, possessed some knowledge of treating external wounds due to the frequency of injuries they encountered. Given the overwhelming number of casualties, relying solely on the medical personnel would prove insufficient. Hence, for those with minor wounds, such as cuts or mild gunshot injuries, they would have the uninjured soldiers perform basic first aid, including bleeding control and disinfection. The more severe cases would have to wait until the medics could tend to them. For instance, some soldiers with severed limbs would succumb to excessive bleeding if not treated promptly. Others with internal injuries required urgent medical attention, which the medics would provide. Days passed, and news of the Marineford War spread like wildfire across the seas. The world was astounded. It seemed unfathomable that both Kaido and Big Mom had returned alive to the New World. The very fact that Kaido had escaped the naval headquarters signified a defeat for the Marines. After all, the conflict had begun with the Marines' intent to execute the Beast Kaido. Yet, the outcome allowed Kaido to return to the New World. Although the specifics of the events remained shrouded in mystery, as the live broadcast had been abruptly cut. Had the Marines emerged victorious, the narrative would have proclaimed the annihilation of the pirate forces. However, the two leading captains had safely returned to the New World, while the Marines seemingly retained all their top-tier combatants. As time progressed, more details regarding the Marineford War emerged. These accounts were not from the Marines, but rather from various newspapers that had employed their own channels to gather information. After all, numerous pirates and soldiers had witnessed the conflict. With a little effort and financial incentive, anyone could glean details from the lips of pirates or Marines. The sheer number of individuals privy to the events made concealment impossible. Ultimately, everything that transpired at the naval headquarters was unveiled by the press. When the public learned that the Marines had resorted to purchasing peace, their astonishment was palpable. Initially, many believed the two factions had reached a stalemate, unwilling to continue fighting, opting for a truce. The reality, however, was that Zhangguo had relinquished all the treasures of the naval headquarters to prevent further conflict, effectively tarnishing the Marines' reputation. Amidst the ongoing revelations regarding the Marineford War, an unexpected announcement reverberated throughout the world. Admiral Zhangguo resigns. This news swept across the globe like a whirlwind. The public sensed that a new storm was brewing. Zhangguo's retirement indicated that the Marines would soon welcome a new leader. Speculation arose regarding who would ascend to the position of the new Marine Admiral. Discussions proliferated across the seas. Which of the three admirals would command the Marines for the next decade? What adjustments would the incoming admiral implement? Some conjectured Akiji, others Akainu, and yet others Kazuru. Yet, the true successor would only be revealed upon the world government's announcement. Zhangguo, what are your plans now? Karp inquired as he and Zhangguo sat on the steps of the naval headquarters. Karp gazed at Zhangguo, expressing his surprise at his decision to retire. It seems just yesterday that we were fighting side by side, Karp reminisced, recalling the days when they first joined the Navy. Back then, they were merely ordinary soldiers, embarking on missions together, trusting one another with their lives as they battled adversaries. Zhangguo chuckled bitterly. Kapu, I am already over 70 years of age, at the threshold of retirement. Particularly after this strategic blunder, the Navy has become the laughingstock of the world. Under such circumstances, I must provide an explanation to the public. My retirement will serve as the best explanation. Let this old man bear all the mistakes. How can you blame me? If I weren't threatened and had chosen to avoid conflict, the Navy would not have fallen to such depths. Kapu gritted his teeth. After the war concluded, he returned to the East Sea, only to discover that Mo Long had deceived him. His grandson was perfectly fine and had not been kidnapped at all. Enraged, Kapu went to the back mountains and smashed 3 small hills to vent his anger. Enough of this. I have retired. Kapu, the future of the Navy is now in your hands, Zhangguo said, looking at Kapu. Kapu, wait, what do you mean by that? The future of the Navy rests on this old man. Don't tell me you are proposing that I be appointed as the new Fleet Admiral? Zhangguo nodded kindly. Indeed, I and General Kong have recommended you. This failure has shattered the Navy's reputation established over centuries, and thus we require a powerful Fleet Admiral to turn the tide. As a hero of the Navy, this responsibility falls squarely on your shoulders. Zhangguo placed a hand on Kapu's shoulder. Damn it, Zhangguo, don't joke with me. Kapu exclaimed, cursing. I don't even want to be a general, and you are suggesting I become Fleet Admiral? Moreover, the position of Fleet Admiral has historically been filled by those who were generals. I am merely a Vice Admiral. How could I possibly ascend to such a rank? Kapu, do not speak like that. Had you not consistently refused to be promoted to general, you would have already attained that rank. General Kong has no objections to your becoming the new Fleet Admiral, Zhangguo remarked. He will present this proposal to the Gorosei, and if they have no objections, you will be the next Fleet Admiral. No, absolutely not. Kapu stood up, shaking his head at Zhangguo, then pointed an accusing finger at him. Zhangguo, we have been comrades for decades. You could have at least informed me of your resignation, yet now you presume to suggest that I take your place as Fleet Admiral? What do you take me for? Is it my fault for not telling you? The war ended not long ago, and you went to the East Sea to see your grandson. Even if I had wanted to discuss it, there was no opportunity, Zhangguo retorted, rolling his eyes. Kapu paused, realizing there was some merit to Zhangguo's words, but he remained displeased. Zhangguo, do you not favor that young Kazan? Why not endorse him for your position? Kapu inquired, puzzled. Zhangguo smiled. Did I not mention earlier? The Navy's present situation necessitates a fleet admiral capable of reversing the tide. Kazan is not yet qualified. He is still too inexperienced. If Kazan is too inexperienced, then what about Kizaru? That fellow is sufficiently composed, Kapu suggested. Indeed, Kizaru is stable, but that very stability renders him unsuitable. The Navy is in urgent need of restoring its authority. Could Kizaru lead the Navy to glory and expansion? No. He might instill a belief in the troops that unless they have a 200% chance of victory, they should refrain from action. Faced with threats, he would likely capitulate, raising his hands in surrender. With such a disposition, if he were to become fleet admiral, he might lead the Navy astray, Zhangguo remarked with a wry smile. Then what about Akainu? Kapu continued. He is bold and tenacious. If the Navy were entrusted to him, it would undoubtedly transform into a formidable force. Akainu. Zhangguo sighed. I do not deny that his ascension would strengthen the Navy, but his extreme nature poses a threat. The Navy's role is to maintain the order of the seas and protect the populace. If he were to rise, the safety of civilians might be compromised, and even the lives of the soldiers could be placed at risk. It can only be said that each of the three admirals possesses their own flaws. That sounds as if I lack any flaws, Kapu retorted, rolling his eyes. Originally, I had intended to resign upon returning from the East Sea, but unexpectedly, you preempted me and sought to elevate me to fleet admiral instead. Why do you wish to resign? Zhangguo asked, perplexed. I resigned to take responsibility for the defeat in the Marineford War. Do you not share this sentiment? Kapu replied. Why? Because I am old. The tides of talent continually shift. The younger generation will inevitably push the older aside. The emergence of Mo Long has made me realize that my time has ended, and the future belongs to the youth. Thus, it is time for me to relinquish my position and make way for the younger generation. Does that imply a suitable candidate exists to succeed you? Zhangguo shot Kapu a skeptical glance. Of course. My grandson Ace will join the Navy next year, and one day he will inherit my ambitions and become the new fleet admiral, Kapu declared confidently, envisioning his nearly 16-year-old grandson. You have such faith in that adopted grandson of yours? Zhangguo inquired, intrigued. The title of Navy hero is not easily earned. Across the Navy's centuries of history, only a handful have achieved it. Is your grandson capable? Zhangguo, are you underestimating him? Kapu responded with irritation. He is my grandson, if I can achieve it. So can he. Let's wait and see. Very well, let's await the outcome. Zhangguo nodded and continued discussing Kapu's potential ascension to fleet admiral. On Onigashima, Kaido perused a newspaper, the headline proclaiming the resignation of Fleet Admiral Zhangguo. Kaido laughed heartily at the article, then took a deep swig from his flask, draining its contents. With a bleary gaze, he muttered, Zhangguo, your era has come to an end. The future belongs to me, Kaido of the Beasts. In that moment, Kaido felt invigorated, believing that his influence had compelled Zhangguo to resign. After all, news of his overtures for peace had spread, and the seas were rife with criticism of Zhangguo, accusing him of weakness. Why not continue fighting? The Navy was not without its fighting spirit, even if it meant preserving its forces and preventing further losses. They could choose to cease hostilities rather than surrender all their treasures to negotiate the retreat of pirates. Such actions blatantly suggested that the Navy was inferior to the pirates, and continuing the fight risked complete defeat, necessitating the sacrifice of all their wealth for a retreat. Zhangguo's actions had undeniably stripped the Navy headquarters of its former might, in the realm of seizing the opportune moment and advantageous terrain. How could one falter so miserably when confronted by merely 2 of the 4 emperors' pirate crews? It is essential to remember that the New World harbors 4 emperors. The presence of just 2 has compelled Sengoku to bow his head. Should all 4 unite, would Sengoku not be compelled to kneel? Ultimately, the vast seas echo with many dissonant voices. Perhaps Sengoku's resignation is not unrelated to these strident murmurs. A month has elapsed, yet the position of the new admiral has not been determined. Karp has refused the role of the new admiral, opting instead to resign from his position as vice admiral, mirroring Sengoku's own decision. However, despite relinquishing the title of admiral, Sengoku has not severed ties with the Navy. Rather, he has retreated to a secondary role to nurture the new generation of a Navy. After considerable deliberation, Karp also stepped down from his position as vice admiral. joining Sengoku in the secondary tier to serve as an instructor for the new generation. With Carp declining the admiral position, a new candidate must be selected. Due to the aftermath of the Marineford War, Kazuru has withdrawn from consideration. The remaining candidates are Akainu and Akiji, both vying for the title of admiral. Ultimately, the Gora CI decided that the two must engage in combat, with the victor claiming the title of the new admiral. Thus, Akainu and Akiji chose a deserted island for their decisive battle. They fought for 10 days and nights before a victor emerged. Akainu, albeit at the expense of Akiji's leg. Shortly after this confrontation, the world government announced that the current Marine Admiral, Akainu, would assume the role of the new admiral. Thus began the era of Akainu in the Navy. However, a troubling report surfaced. Akiji had resigned from his position as admiral and departed from the Navy. When this news spread, many who were aware of the rivalry for the admiral position felt that Akiji could not bear the defeat. Consequently, one admiral ascended to the position of admiral while another departed, leaving the Navy with 2 vacant admiral roles. Furthermore, with the former admiral's resignation and Carp's retreat to his secondary role, coupled with the casualties from the Marineford War, the Navy now finds itself in the weakest state it has experienced in centuries, evoking a sense of impending turmoil. Compounding this dire situation, intelligence from various Navy bases indicated a significant surge in pirate activity following the news of the Navy's defeat in the Marineford War and Sengoku's resignation. Since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era initiated by Roger, the number of pirates had consistently increased at an alarming rate. However, after more than a decade, the influx of new pirates had stabilized. This equilibrium has now been disrupted, as countless ambitious individuals perceive the Navy's vulnerability and set sail to vie for dominion over the world. In response to this predicament, Akainu issued his first decree as admiral, a grand recruitment drive. The Navy is currently lacking in both personnel and leadership, and Akainu seeks to restore order to the seas with a dearth of capable officers. The announcement of this recruitment drive swiftly spread through newspapers, reaching every corner of the world. Remarkably, Akainu implemented reforms for this recruitment, declaring that anyone with an acceptable identity and sufficient strength could directly ascend to the rank of admiral. Indeed, there's no longer a need to climb the ranks gradually based on merit. As long as one possesses formidable strength, they could leap from an ordinary individual to the ranks of admiral and vice admiral, bypassing the traditional ascent through military accomplishments. This revelation ignited a frenzy across the seas. A mere ordinary recruitment would likely not attract many participants, as the current circumstances make it evident that the Navy is weakened. Joining the Navy at this juncture could be perilous, potentially leading to becoming cannon fodder. However, the allure of becoming a leader within the Navy would still tempt many. Typically, joining the Navy entails a gradual rise to leadership, requiring various military achievements. Moreover, the positions within the Navy are fixed. For instance, there are only 3 admirals and 16 vice admirals. With these positions occupied, even with extraordinary accomplishments, one would have to wait for a vacancy to arise. In contrast, pirates can simply eliminate one of the 4 emperors to claim their position. The Navy has historically required a gradual ascent, but now, Akainu has abolished this lengthy process in the current recruitment drive. Given the significant losses during the Marineford War, where many high-ranking officials perished, numerous positions within the Navy are now vacant. Faced with the enticing prospect of admiral and vice admiral positions, many powerful individuals who prefer not to become pirates are flocking to various Navy branches to participate in this recruitment drive. Initial estimates suggest that the number of recruits could reach into the millions. With this influx of fresh talent, the Navy is poised to embrace new developments and opportunities. On the very first day of his tenure as admiral, Akainu vowed to elevate the Navy to its pinnacle, vowing to eradicate every pirate from the seas. The grand recruitment drive is merely the prelude to this ambitious goal. On Onigashima, Kaido remarked in disbelief at the magnitude of Akainu's actions as he perused the newspaper. He turned to Moklong and said, "Youngster, do you see? This is what it means to unleash a tiger back into the mountains. We should never have let the Navy headquarters go. If Akainu's actions do not attract formidable soldiers, it would be one thing. But if he indeed gathers a substantial number of powerful new recruits, we could find ourselves in peril." Moklong retorted, "Come now, Kaido, you're being unreasonable. I went to the Navy headquarters to save you, and now you blame me? If you believe I am in the wrong, why not venture to the Navy headquarters and eliminate Akainu yourself?" Kaido scoffed, "I currently lack the time. If I had the opportunity, you would see me confront a Kainu. In recent times, the influx of pirates choosing to join the Beast Pirates has surged. Consequently, Kaido has been preoccupied with managing these matters. The Marineford War has showcased the might of the Beast Pirates, prompting many underperforming pirates in the New World to seek Kaido's favor. Naturally, Kaido welcomed them with open arms. In just a month's time, several pirate crews have pledged allegiance to Kaido, and as time progresses, even more may follow suit. The Beast Pirates are currently experiencing unbridled expansion. The 100 Beast Pirates and the big MOM Pirates have formed an alliance, with Kaido at the helm. Consequently, in the current New World, the 100 Beast Pirates stand as the most formidable pirate crew. The Whitebeard Pirates have been entirely suppressed. Kaido is eagerly anticipating the unification of the New World. He is biding his time, waiting for increasingly larger pirate crews to join his ranks before he leads an assault on the Whitebeard Pirates, aiming to demonstrate to the world that the era of Whitebeard has long since concluded. Now, it is the era of Kaido of the 100 Beasts. At that moment, Big entered the room, striding directly up to Kaido. She plopped down onto Kaido's lap, wrapped her arms around his neck, and affectionately inquired, "Dodo, when shall we hold our wedding? I think we should marry together with Moku Long and Dahi. We could have 2 weddings at once, and save some money, Dodo. See how considerate I am for you." Big Mom clung to Kaido, seemingly pressuring him. Kaido gazed at Big Mom in disbelief and replied, Lin, please, let us not do this. At our age, is a wedding truly necessary? It's really not needed. How can it not be necessary? Dodo, are you seeing other women? Big Mom accused, pointing an accusing finger at Kaido. Kaido was taken aback. What do you mean I have other women? And besides, you are not even my woman. Even if I did have women outside, they wouldn't count as others, all right? Lin, I've said it before. I'm grateful for your rescue at the Navy headquarters, but feelings cannot be forced. Isn't our current arrangement just fine? Kaido wished to maintain the status quo and avoid progressing further with Big Mom. Yes, it is fine now, but I prefer it to be even better. Is that so wrong? If you marry me, then my sons will be your sons, and the entire Big MOM Pirates will belong to you, rather than now, when my sons do not fully acknowledge you. Big MOM attempted to persuade Kaido, questioning whether he did not desire a son of his own to inherit the title of the strongest being. Kaido glanced at Moku Long and firmly stated, Lin, if you continue this way, I will not hold back. Having Dahi as a daughter is sufficient. I do not need a son. With that, Kaido pushed Big MOM away and exited the room. As Kaido's figure disappeared, tears streamed down Big Mom's face. What is wrong with me? Why won't Dodo accept me? Is it because I am too old or not pretty enough? Big murmured to herself. Moku Long shook his head and quickly left this tumultuous place. He did not understand why Big MOM was so fixated. What was so special about Kaido that she could not let go? Shortly after, Moku Long returned home. He was in the kitchen preparing dinner. Upon hearing the noise, she turned and remarked, Darling, dinner will be ready shortly. Would you like to wash up first? What are you doing? He suddenly exclaimed. Moku Long had embraced her from behind. What else? Washing up. Moku Long replied as he carried Dahi into the bathroom. Why are you holding me while washing up? I still have to cook. Dahi pouted, giving Moku Long a disapproving glance. Cooking can wait. Let us wash up first. Moku Long insisted, turning on the water and helping Dahi remove her clothing. What could he do but comply? Chapter 201. Pregnant that evening, after their intimate encounter, Dahi suddenly rushed to the bathroom to vomit. Moku Long was taken aback, thinking, I didn't make you eat anything tonight, so why are you throwing up? After a while, Dahi returned. Are you all right? Moku Long asked, noticing Dahi's pallor, expressing concern. Did I exert myself too much? Dahi pondered. What are you thinking? This has nothing to do with you. She shot back, but then reconsidered. Actually, it does relate to you. Dahi's words left Moku Long puzzled. Does it have to do with me or not? Your statements are confusing. Here and Dahi. Moku Long could not help but chuckle. Of course it relates to you. Dahi pouted and placed her hand on her abdomen, gently rubbing it. Moku Long, seeing her action, was struck by a peculiar thought. Could it be? Is Dahi pregnant? Am I going to be a father? Moku Long's eyes widened in astonishment. Although he felt like a child himself, he resolved to be a responsible father if Dahi truly was pregnant. He could simply follow the opposite of Kaido's example. Are you pregnant? Moku Long stammered in excitement. How did you know? Dahi queried, her eyes widening in surprise at Moku Long's question. Before she could voice her thoughts, Moku Long had already answered. Well, I guessed. It wasn't too hard to deduce, was it? You were just in the bathroom vomiting, which is common for pregnant women, and then you rubbed your belly, which clearly indicates you're pregnant. Dahi nodded. All right, I'll concede that you passed this time. I thought perhaps you had a former girlfriend who had been pregnant, so you recognized the signs immediately. That's slander, pure slander. Moku Long protested. Well then, darling, I'm having a baby. Are you happy? He leaned forward, resting a knee on the bed, reaching out to wrap her arms around Moku Long's neck, and asked him face to face. Of course I'm happy, Moku Long replied, sensing something unusual into his gaze. She doesn't think I dislike children, does she? That's impossible. I never took precautions during our encounters. Then you will treat the child well, right? He continued to question Moku Long. Absolutely. I'm not like Kaido, Moku Long retorted, using Kaido as a contrast. I promise my future child will have the freedom to pursue whatever they desire, without limitations. Even if they wish to ride the celestial dragons at Mary Geos, I would wholeheartedly support them. Are you not afraid that such indulgence will spoil them? He asked, curious, as excessive pampering of a child could lead to negative outcomes. Although he disapproved of Kaido's methods of upbringing, she would not allow her child to run amok either. If they misbehaved, she would certainly discipline them, though not as harshly as Kaido would. My child deserves my affection. Who else will cherish them? Moku Long shrugged. By the way, do we know the child's gender yet? Daiha, how could you possibly know after such a short time? Daiha rolled her eyes and inquired of Ma Long. So do you prefer boys or girls? Is that a choice I can make? Ma Long replied while glancing at Daiha's belly. Daiha slapped. She gently tapped Ma Long's face with her palm. Wake up. Can you not daydream so early in the morning? How could such a thing be a choice? If it's not a choice, then why are you asking me? Ma Long rolled his eyes. If you asked me like that, I thought it was a choice. I simply wanted to know whether you prefer boys or girls, all right? Daiha said with an exasperated expression. Quickly tell me, do you like boys or girls? Ma Long pondered, wondering if Daiha's question implied a preference of her own. What if his answer displeased Daiha? Would he be sleeping on the floor tonight? With that thought in mind, Ma Long provided a safe answer. As long as it's my child, whether boy or girl, I will love them equally. Ma Long thought to himself. Surely this answer would pose no issue. The result was, oh really, Ma Long, are you implying that the child in my belly isn't yours? You scoundrel. Daiha placed one hand on her hip and pointed at Ma Long's nose, berating him, you heartless person. How could you doubt me? Sob sob. Upon seeing Daiha feigning tears, Ma Long was taken aback. What on earth? When did I ever doubt you? Ah, do gao gao. Such paranoia. Daiha, please don't cry. What I meant was, regardless of whether you give birth to a boy or girl, I will cherish them both. Ma Long hurriedly comforted Daiha. Hee, I was just teasing you. Suddenly, Daiha broke into a smile and said to Ma Long, dear, what do you think we should name our future child? Daiha directly sat in Ma Long's embrace and inquired. What do you think sounds good? Indifferent. Ma Long relinquished the naming rights to Daiha. He had thought that Daiha would be pleased. Who would have guessed that Daiha's demeanor would change again? Ma Long, what does this mean? You don't care at all about your own child, do you? You can't even be bothered to think of a name? I find it hard to believe that with this attitude, you will treat her well once she is born. Will you even be bothered to take care of her? Ma Long was dumbfounded. How did asking you to name the child turn into me not caring at all? Daiha, what are you talking about? In the future, I will definitely be a good father. I swear on Kaido's head that if I am not a good father, his head will roll. Ma Long assured Daiha. Kaido, you swear on my head? How noble you are, how impressive. Oof. Then why don't you name the baby now? I want to see your sincerity. Daiha coldly huffed, though not entirely satisfied with Ma Long swearing on Kaido's head. She could still see the seriousness in his eyes. All right, my surname is Ma, so my son will be named Ma Xiaolong. Ma Long stated earnestly. Clap, clap, clap. How annoying. That name is terrible. Daiha lightly punched Ma Long's chest, showing no sincerity at all. How about Ma Hu? Ma Long continued. Daiha was already speechless. Can you even name a child? Is it so hard to choose a pleasant name? But I think they all sound quite nice. Ma Long believed he might indeed lack the talent for naming. However, a name is merely a code for a person. If it doesn't sound good, so be it. What does it matter? If I say it doesn't sound good, then it simply doesn't change it. Daiha pouted today. If you don't give me a name that satisfies me, you are not allowed to sleep in bed for a month. This threat made Ma Long nervous. All right, I'll think of one. Ma Long began racking his brain, and suddenly an idea struck him. He turned to Daiha and said, I've got it. How about Ma Shu? Shu represents knowledge, which signifies that our future child will be an educated person. Shu sounds similar to Shu. Ma Shu represents that our future child will not lose. Excellent. Ma Long clapped his hands, thinking he had come up with a brilliant name. Upon hearing Ma Long's explanation, Daiha nodded. Ma Shu, not bad. If I give birth to a son, then his name will be Ma Shu. But what about a daughter? So, let's think of a name for a girl. Daiha looked at Ma Long. Ma Long sighed. Women are troublesome. The belly hasn't even started a show, and we are already naming the child. Why the rush? For a daughter, let me think. Ma Long fell into deep contemplation. A daughter is like a little cotton-padded jacket, so one must not name her hastily. It requires serious thought. He pondered and pondered. Dear. After a while, Daiha noticed that Ma Long had not moved at all. She reached out and pushed Ma Long's shoulder. As a result, Ma Long's body tipped backward, and he fell onto the bed, then fell into a deep slumber. Daiha was astonished. Can you really fall asleep while sitting? Get up. She directly reached out to tug Ma Long's ear. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ma Long was jolted awake from his dream, yet he was not fully awake. For in the brief moment he had just fallen asleep, he actually had a dream. He dreamt he was sitting on the lawn outside his home, and before him, a cute little baby was crawling toward him. He kept waving at the little baby, saying, Darling, darling, come here, Daddy will hold you. Upon hearing Ma Long's words, the little baby broke into a smile and then struggled to get up from the ground, wobbling on her legs and tumbling into his embrace. As he held the little baby and prepared to lift her high, suddenly Daiha came over, fiercely twisting his ear and pulling him away, scolding him as she did. Is this how you become a father? What if the girl falls? Don't you care at all? You actually let your daughter walk alone? Would it kill you to support her a bit? After that, he woke up. He found that, just like in the dream, Daiha was pulling his ear. For a moment, he couldn't even distinguish which was the dream. Dear, you're being quite unreasonable. Do you know that? You were supposed to think of a name for our daughter, and you actually fell asleep? Does that mean in your heart, our daughter is not important at all? Daiha continued to tug at Ma Long's ear, questioning him. Ma Long, what are you talking about? How could our daughter not be important? Besides, I didn't fall asleep. I was thinking of her name. I just got too engrossed in thought. I really didn't fall asleep. Ma Long explained. As for the name for our daughter, I've already thought of it. It will be Bao Er, Ma Bao Er. Ma Long declared emphatically, for in his dream, that was how he called his daughter's name. Though Bao Er might be a nickname, it sounds lovely, so Ma Long decided to use it directly. Montak Boya? Upon hearing the name Ma Long had chosen, Daiha released her grip on Ma Long's ear and nodded. That sounds nice. Our daughter is our little treasure, so Ma Bao Er is quite fitting. Then it's settled, the boy will be named Ma Shu, and the girl will be named Ma Bao Er. Although such a name seems somewhat out of place in the world of pirates, one cannot simply name their daughter Monica or their son Mokafusky to conform to this realm. That would indeed be quite jarring. A few days later, Kaido learned of this news and, in his exuberance, ordered a grand feast on Onigashima to celebrate the arrival of his grandchild, planning a 3-day extravaganza. For those 3 days, Onigashima was filled with joyous celebrations, with singing and dancing, and adorned with red lanterns. One might mistakenly believe a wedding was being held. In reality, it was merely a celebration of Yamato's pregnancy. However, after the festivities concluded, Kaido found himself regretting his lavishness. He had depleted nearly all of the golden treasures he had previously seized from the heavens and the navy. After all, the combined forces of the Beast Pirates and the big MOM Pirates numbered over 50,000. Feeding such a crowd was an astronomical expense. Moreover, to ensure a widespread celebration, Kaido had also organized a banquet for the commoners of Wano, allowing anyone to partake, further swelling the numbers to at least several 100,000 attendees. After such a grand event lasting 3 days and nights, even the 4 emperors found themselves at a loss financially. Thus, on the day following the feast's conclusion, Kaido set out with his crew, determined to raid the seas for treasure. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. Days at sea passed with barely any ships in sight, with no vessels to plunder. He ultimately decided to venture into the neighboring snow country for some easy gains. There, he extorted a sum of 1 billion berries, a meager amount for a small nation, particularly one that endured perpetual snowfall and harsh conditions. The royal family must have strained every resource to muster such a sum. This small nation could barely manage to pay the celestial gold to the world government, living in a state of dire poverty. Thus, Kaido returned to Onigashima with the 1 billion berries he had acquired, pondering how he could not continue in this manner. He was aware that the time for trading artificial devil fruits with Don Quixote da Flamingo was approaching, yet he found himself unable to muster the funds required for such a transaction. In desperation, he summoned the assistance of Moku Long. Upon hearing Kaido's plight, Moku Long chuckled derisively. Kaido, is this truly such a dilemma that you need my counsel? You are a pirate, after all. Why must you spend money to trade with Doflamingo? Have you never heard of the adage, what is yours is mine, and what is mine is still mine? Simply conquer Doflamingo, and then you shall possess not only the artificial devil fruits, but Punk Hazard itself. How can that be? Kaido retorted vehemently. Pirates must uphold integrity. My relationship with Doflamingo is a partnership. If I were to turn against him today, who would dare to do business with me in the future? Chapter 202. Doflamingo, your gait remains infuriatingly distasteful. Moku Long, upon hearing Kaido's impassioned defense of integrity, was left bewildered. Really, Kaido? You, a mere pirate, speak of integrity? If you were so principled, why not refrain from thievery altogether? How can that be the same? Kaido cast a sideways glance at Moku Long. As a pirate, robbery falls within my professional purview, but betraying a partner would be a breach of trust. A man without integrity cannot stand. Even as a pirate, I aspire to be one of integrity. I would never steal from a partner. If I were to rob my own ally, who would ever dare to collaborate with me again? Moku Long was at a loss, incredulous at the absurdity of the situation. Since you refuse to rob Doflamingo, then you shall go hungry. Such is the price of your lofty ideals. Moku Long rose, preparing to leave, weary of conversing with someone so obstinate. Hey kid, don't leave just yet. I never said I wouldn't rob anyone, Kaido exclaimed, blocking Moku Long's path. Moku Long tilted his head. Kaido, have you forgotten your own words? You just said you wouldn't rob Doflamingo. No. Kaido interjected, raising his finger before Moku Long. What I meant is, I won't rob my own partner. Is there any difference? Moku Long blinked in disbelief. Isn't Doflamingo your partner? Who said that? Who claimed I was Doflamingo's partner? Step forward and present your evidence. Without evidence, you are slandering me. Do you understand? Kaido declared, speaking with unyielding seriousness. Moku Long couldn't help but applaud Kaido's shamelessness. I must admit, I like this side of you. Thus, Kaido unilaterally dissolved his partnership with Doflamingo. Half an hour later, Doflamingo, lounging by the poolside sipping a drink, received a call from Kaido. Kaido, what a rare surprise. I never expected to hear from you. Is it about the artificial devil fruits? Are you sending someone over for the trade? Or should I send someone to Onigashima? Doflamingo inquired. Doflamingo, I have something significant to discuss with you, so you must come in person. I will be waiting for you on Onigashima. That's all, Kaido stated before abruptly hanging up. Doflamingo was left stunned. He wants me to come in person? What does Kaido intend? Young master, could this be a trap? One of Doflamingo's subordinates suggested. In the past, representatives from both sides would meet on neutral ground to avoid revealing their relationship with Kaido. Now Kaido was requesting Doflamingo to come to him. Surely, he had ulterior motives. It was common knowledge that Kaido had allied with Big Moom and could overpower the Navy, escaping from their clutches without a trace. Undoubtedly, they were now the most formidable force upon the seas. Indeed, the Navy had seen its strength wane, with Sengoku and Garp stepping back, and Akiji resigning from the position of admiral. This shift led many to doubt the Navy's capability to maintain its former dominance. While the Navy's foundation remained formidable, many believed it had significantly weakened compared to its past. The previous Paramount War had left the Navy's reputation tarnished, as many had expected a resounding victory, only to witness a catastrophic defeat, paying a hefty price to ensure Kaido's retreat. It was a devastating loss. Clearly, Akainu's leadership had not inspired confidence that the Navy would ascend to new heights, especially after losing 3 top-tier combatants. In a world where individual strength often dictated the outcome of battles, the presence of top-tier fighters was paramount. What do you think Kaido intends to accomplish? Doflamingo rose from his recliner, intertwining his fingers beneath his chin. He sensed an underlying issue. After all, it was merely a transaction involving artificial devil fruits, and there was no necessity for him to make the journey personally. However, Kaido's insistence on his presence indicated that the transaction was not solely about the fruits. Their connection was not particularly profound. Doflamingo provided Kaido with artificial devil fruits, and in return, Kaido offered various weapons, which Doflamingo then sold to war-torn nations for profit. Ultimately, they were merely trading partners. Yet, due to the nature of his identity, these dealings remained clandestine. Having obtained the legitimate title of Warlord of the Sea, he inevitably had to relinquish certain privileges typically enjoyed by pirates. Engaging in business with one of the 4 emperors to strengthen Kaido's crew was evidently not permissible. Perhaps Kaido sought to consume the entire Doflamingo family? A subordinate speculated that Kaido, having absorbed the Big Moom pirates, must have insatiable ambitions, especially considering he was once a crew member of Rock's. It was conceivable that he yearned to replicate Rock's dominance over the New World. Doflamingo nodded in agreement. Perhaps Kaido was no longer satisfied with mere transactions and aimed to annex them. Kaido, At your age, do you really wish to play such a grand game? What shall we do, master? Should we refuse Kaido and not go to Onigashima? A subordinate inquired softly, but if you choose not to go, what if he comes for us? Refuse? Who said I wouldn't go? Doflamingo stood, hands clasped behind his back, legs slightly bent, striding forward with an air of arrogance. Of course I shall go. If Kaido indeed harbors such intentions, I can feign allegiance and engage in a charade. After all, confronting Kaido openly would be exceedingly unwise. Moreover, Kaido may not necessarily wish to annex us. Toripole, prepare the ship. We set sail for Onigashima to meet this newly ascendant creature of unparalleled strength. With that, Doflamingo proceeded forward with his characteristic gait. Days later, Doflamingo's ship arrived at Onigashima. Kaido greeted him with boisterous laughter. Wah, Doflamingo, long time no see. Your walking style is still so irksome. Doflamingo, Kaido, is that how you greet a friend? Ha ha ha, Kaido, and you are no better. Meeting a friend without wearing clothes? Is the Beast Pirates so impoverished that even their captain cannot afford garments? Doflamingo retorted, observing Kaido's body torso. Hearing Doflamingo's jibe, Kaido patted him on the shoulder, laughing. Doflamingo, with your appearance, you dare mock me for not wearing clothes? I truly admire your courage in donning that flamboyant pink feather outfit. What do you aim to achieve? Seducing others with your masculinity? Doflamingo narrowed his eyes, a dangerous expression crossing his face. How dare Kaido mock his fashion sense? What was wrong with the pink feather attire? It was precisely what a tough man should wear. Kaido, what is it that you wish to discuss? Doflamingo redirected the conversation. Guess. Kaido invited as he led Doflamingo into the banquet hall, where a feast awaited them. Upon sitting, they were immediately served drinks. Guess. Doflamingo was taken aback. Was this truly the mannerisms of the world's strongest creature? One might think they were a young couple playing games. I cannot guess. Doflamingo shook his head, realizing some matters were best left for Kaido to disclose. Since you cannot guess, I shall be direct. Kaido downed a cup of wine and gazed at Doflamingo. Doflamingo, we have been partners for quite some time now, haven't we? Where are you getting at? Doflamingo questioned, sensing the underlying sentiment. Indeed, if my memory serves me right, it has been approximately 3 years. Not a short span, Doflamingo acknowledged. Thus, I believe it is time to advance our relationship further. Kaido's fingers drummed against the table as he spoke lightly. For instance, how about incorporating the Doflamingo family into the Beast Pirates? Doflamingo was taken aback by Kaido's directness. Kaido, is this truly appropriate? Despite having anticipated the pretense, Doflamingo felt compelled to offer a form of resistance. Otherwise, if he simply acquiesced, Kaido might suspect ulterior motives. What is inappropriate about it? Kaido countered, you know well that I am now the world's strongest, and with Linlin joining my crew, the Beast Pirates are now the most formidable force in the New World. It will not be long before I unify the New World. If you pledge your allegiance now, when I become the sovereign of the world, you will be rewarded for your loyalty, certainly of a higher standing than your current position. Kaido painted a grand vision for Doflamingo. To imagine uniting the New World when it was still not even fully conquered, his ambitions were vast despite his limited power. Kaido, how do you intend to prove your capacity to unify the world? Is it merely because Big MOM joined your crew? Doflamingo questioned, scrutinizing Kaido. Big MOM was already the weakest among the 4 emperors. Even with her, it only signifies that you have become the strongest force in the New World. But that does not guarantee your ability to dominate the entire New World. Who are you calling the weakest among the 4 emperors? Suddenly, a towering figure loomed beside Doflamingo, casting an imposing shadow. With wide eyes emanating a formidable aura, she exerted pressure on Doflamingo. Ah, I forgot this woman was also on Onigashima. Haha, Big MOM. I was merely joking. Please do not take it to heart. Doflamingo retreated, realizing that even the weakest of the 4 emperors was beyond his capacity to confront. Under someone's roof, one must lower their head. Oomph. Upon witnessing Doflamingo's capitulation, Big MOM adopted a stern tone, addressing Kaido. Kaido, why are you being so courteous to this fellow? If he does not wish to join you, simply dispose of him. It is rare to find a 3-legged frog. Yet 2-legged pirates are a dime a dozen. What is he, Doflamingo, in the grand scheme of things? If worst comes to worst, we can eliminate him and support a more compliant individual to take the throne in Dressrosa. Big MOM shifted to a more aggressive stance. Kaido naturally rejected Big Mom's proposal, feigning a facade of joviality. Lingling, he said, do not take it personally. Doflamingo and I have been partners for many years. How could I possibly turn against a partner? After addressing Big Kaido turned his gaze to Doflamingo, saying, Doflamingo, do not mind Ling Ling's words. She is merely jesting. Even if you choose not to join, it is of no consequence. After all, business and camaraderie should prevail. Would I truly bar your passage from Onigashima simply because you declined to join the Beast Pirates? Would I resort to breaking your limbs and casting you to the sea to feed the fish, or frying you to feed the dogs? Absolutely not. I, Kaido of the Beast Pirates, would never stoop to such depths. Doflamingo, are you threatening me? Is that what this is? How absurd. Kaido mused. He had always imagined Kaido as a steadfast and unyielding individual, yet here he was, resorting to such indirect intimidation. I'm not jesting, Doflamingo. A disobedient Doflamingo is of no use. The new world shall ultimately belong to me. If this fellow cannot recognize the gravity of the situation, then let him face his demise, Big Mom coldly asserted. Doflamingo felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead, for he sensed that Big Mom was not jesting. This woman had the audacity to assault the Navy headquarters to rescue Kaido. What would she not dare to do? Killing him was hardly a daunting task. Ahem, so, Kaido, if I were to join the Beast Pirates, what would I gain in return? Doflamingo inquired, seemingly prepared to acquiesce, given that negotiations had commenced. To have you join the Beast Pirates is a mark of respect, Doflamingo, and you dare to negotiate terms? How ungrateful! Big Mom berated him. It was as though the mere act of inviting Doflamingo into their ranks was a grand favor bestowed upon him, and his attempt to negotiate was deemed a sign of ingratitude. Doflamingo was at a loss for words. What is this, Big Mom? Is this not excessive? I have already agreed to join, and yet you object to my negotiating terms? He thought to himself, who would choose to ally with another without some form of benefit? Enough, Lingling. This is a matter for men. What business do you have here? Kindly step outside, Kaido commanded, gesturing toward the door. You dare to insult me? You dare to scold me over a man? Big looked at Kaido in disbelief, as if the entire scenario were plucked from a melodramatic play. Doflamingo found himself perplexed, unsure of the nature of their relationship, as it bore the semblance of flirtation. Moments later, Big Mom departed. Kaido turned to Doflamingo, chuckling, Haha, Doflamingo, do not take offense. Lingling is but a woman, often lacking in wisdom. You are my loyal ally, and even if you chose not to join me, I would not act against you. Now that you are joining, we are comrades. Let us raise our glasses to celebrate my future dominion over the world. Kaido lifted his goblet high. Doflamingo's lips twitched in irritation. Why celebrate your future conquest? Should it not be a celebration of my joining the Beast Pirates? So, my joining is not worthy of recognition? Yet, upon glancing at Kaido as formidable Kanabo resting nearby, Doflamingo chose to refrain from further argument. Very well, cheers, he declared, raising his glass and clinking it with Kaido's. The two then drained their cups in unison. Thus, Doflamingo was smoothly integrated into the Beast Pirates. To demonstrate his sincerity, Kaido demanded that Doflamingo relocate his artificial devil fruit manufacturing facility to Onigashima. Although Doflamingo was greatly reluctant, the circumstances compelled him to acquiesce. Days later, Caesar, the chief scientist behind the artificial devil fruits, was dispatched to Onigashima. Alongside him were numerous completed devil fruits and various laboratory equipment. Kaido expressed indifference, stating that working for anyone was merely a change of employer. Consequently, he established a larger laboratory for Caesar in the outskirts of Wano. As the territory of Onigashima was somewhat limited, observing that Doflamingo had even sent Caesar, Kaido felt reassured that Doflamingo was genuinely acknowledging him rather than being coerced. To further win Doflamingo's favor, Kaido made a phone call, assuring Doflamingo that if he followed him diligently, once Kaido claimed supremacy over the world, Doflamingo would be the king of the new world. After all, painting grand visions costs nothing and serves to win hearts. Doflamingo was moved by Kaido's words, vowing to follow him loyally and dedicate himself to Kaido as cause. He then turned and contacted the world government, informing the Gorosei of Kaido as ambitions. As a celestial dragon, it was only reasonable for him to have their contact information. Upon receiving Doflamingo's report, the Gorosei were taken aback. They had not anticipated the depth of Kaido's ambitions. They initially believed that his desire to become the Pirate King was significant, yet now he aspired to become the ruler of the world. However, the Gorosei found themselves at a loss for a solution and could only contact Akainu, instructing him to strive for the annihilation of all four emperors. After all, confrontations were the domain of brutes. As the Gorosei, how could they personally engage? Close the door and unleash Akainu, they concluded, as a fundamental directive. Akainu received the call from the Gorosei and was immediately berated, ultimately being given an ultimatum. He must yield results within a year or resign. Though puzzled by the Gorosei's sudden fury, Akainu nodded, promising to eliminate at least one emperor within the year, or he would present his own head at the Holy Land to face the Gorosei. He already had a target in mind. Naturally, it was not Kaido, given his alliance with Big Mom and the formidable presence of the awakened Moke Dragon. Targeting Kaido would be folly. Instead, Akainu set his sights on Whitebeard, the legendary strongest man in the world. Striking against Whitebeard would solidify his position as Fleet Admiral. As for why he did not pursue Shanks, it was simply because Whitebeard's legend loomed larger prior to the alliance between Kaido and Big Mom. Whitebeard commanded the most formidable pirate faction in the New World. The bone that was Kaido was too tough to chew. The newly appointed Yonko, Hongfa, is deemed insignificant by Akainu. Consequently, the only viable option left is to confront Whitebeard. Targeting the weaker pirate crews would serve no purpose for the Navy. Having lost the Marineford War, must regain the respect of the populace and the trust of the world government by securing a decisive victory. Otherwise, with their wealth, the world government could recruit soldiers and establish new forces independently, without solely relying on the Navy. As time passes, the Navy's recruitment efforts intensify, enlisting numerous capable individuals. Akainu observes the ambitious new recruits, sharing their fervor. He has begun devising a plan to deal with Whitebeard. Leading troops in a battle would be inappropriate, as the New World is not the Navy's territory. Moreover, Akainu harbors concerns about the potential alliance of the Yonko, though they typically operate independently. Should the Navy suddenly appear in the New World to attack one of their own, the other three Yonko might intervene, adhering to the principle that the loss of one could endanger the others. Akainu remains confident in facing Whitebeard alone, yet the prospect of additional adversaries complicates matters. The risks are considerable, especially considering the Marineford War, which involved only 2 Yonko, resulting in a Navy defeat. Although the bounty on the dragon, Mokulong, is a mere 1 billion, significantly less than that of the Yonko, his performance in the Marineford War surpassed that of the Yonko. After all, Akainu nearly met his demise at the hands of Mokulong, and he must extol the dragon's prowess. Otherwise, what does that make him? The one almost defeated by Mokulong? In truth, had the ground not split open, allowing seawater to flood in, he might not have lost. Unfortunately, Devil Fruit users are utterly powerless before the sea. Following a thorough discussion, Akainu resolves to capture a key member of the Whitebeard pirates, intending to publicly execute him to provoke a response from Whitebeard. Indeed, Akainu plans to employ the same strategy he used against Kaido. This mission is entrusted to Kizaru, who is instructed to target the immortal Marco, Whitebeard's first son and his closest companion. Capturing Marco would likely compel Whitebeard to intervene, unlike seizing a random member, who might not elicit any concern from the Yonko. After all, considering the numerous affiliated pirate crews, Whitebeard has approximately 50,000 sons, many of whom he might not even recognize. Therefore, it is imperative to capture someone with a strong connection to Whitebeard, ideally one of the several division commanders, as they represent the primary strength of the Whitebeard pirates and share the closest ties with him. Upon receiving Akainu's command, Kizaru, true to his nature, initially hesitates. However, reflecting on the Marineford War, during which he indulged himself in the Sabati archipelago and missed the conflict, he learns through the newspapers of the Navy's defeat. It is evident that his absence significantly contributed to their loss. Had he been present, the addition of his formidable power might have altered the outcome. Acknowledging his error, Kizaru agrees to Akainu's command as a form of atonement. Thus, he departs for the New World. Meanwhile, Akainu continues to organize matters. On the other hand, Kaido is not idle. After defeating Don Quixote da Flamingo, he remains unsatisfied and sets his sights on the other warlords of the sea. Kaido the Beast aspires to become the king of the seas. Consequently, he targets another warlord in the New World, reputed to be the strongest, Dracul Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. Without hesitation, Kaido heads to Mihawk's location. However, upon arrival, he discovers Mihawk is absent, which infuriates him. In a fit of rage, he obliterates Mihawk's castle and leaves a message on the ground, taunting Kaido the Beast did this. If you have the guts, come to Onigashima for revenge. Kaido even hopes that upon Mihawk's return, he will be compelled to seek out vengeance at Onigashima. With Mihawk gone, Kaido returns to Onigashima but remains undeterred in his plans. If Mihawk is absent, he will pursue others, turning his attention to Jinbei, the fishman. Jinbei is likely at Fishman Island, but reaching it requires coding the ship and acquiring a record pointer, which poses complications. Thus, Kaido decides to forego this target. As for Bartholomew Kuma, he lacks a fixed location, leaving Kaido uncertain of his whereabouts. The remaining options include Gecko Moria, who he previously defeated, leaving him as the sole survivor among his crew. Kaido dismisses this target, knowing that with such deep-seated enmity, Moria would never ally with him. Even if he were willing, Kaido would not trust him, for who would keep someone capable of forgetting such hatred close? Gradually eliminating potential targets, only two remain: Boa Hancock, the world's most beautiful woman, and the Pirate Empress. But Kaido worries about the possibility of Moku Long being tempted by her allure, despite Kaido's belief that Yamato is equally captivating. The risk of Moku Long wanting both women dissuades him from pursuing Hancock for now. Ultimately, one target remains: Crocodile, residing in the kingdom of Alabasta. Although he is celebrated as a hero in Alabasta, Kaido cares not for such titles. A hero of the Navy is no exception to his wrath. With this decision made, Kaido quickly locates Moku Long, intending to bring him along to confront Crocodile. Moku Long, perplexed, questions Kaido's need for his presence, jesting that he should be capable of defeating a warlord alone. Kaido retorts, asserting that he is merely introducing Moku Long to the world beyond, insisting that he is more than capable of defeating 7 warlords. Kaido, brimming with confidence, inquires if Moku Long is not bored remaining on Onigashima. Moku Long shrugs, responding that with Yamato around, he never feels bored. Kaido, accompanied by the Meilong, soared towards the kingdom of Alabasta. Initially, Meilong was reluctant to make the journey. However, upon reflection, the thought that Nico Robin had likely allied with Crocodile motivated him to check in. After all, she was one of the 2 principal female characters in the saga of the Pirate King, deserving of some regard from Robin. Days passed, and Kaido finally arrived at the kingdom of Alabasta with Meilong. They could have arrived sooner, but Kaido, in his typical fashion, had lost his way. Not only did he get lost, but he stubbornly insisted he had not, refusing to ask for directions and instead meandering aimlessly through the skies. To Kaido, the kingdom of Alabasta was a grand realm, easily navigable. Thus, a considerable amount of time was squandered before he finally located the kingdom. Upon entering the territory of Alabasta, the Azure Dragon was exasperated, exclaiming, "What an unbearable place! Is it truly this hot? Are there even people living here?" Kaido gazed at the endless stretches of yellow sand, utterly devoid of life. "It's sweltering," Meilong taunted him. Kaido retorted, "Oh, if you're so capable, why not transform into a dragon and soar through the heavens for days on end without sustenance? I like to see if you can endure the heat." He added with irritation, "Here I am, flying through the air, while you have the audacity to create a cloud house on my back and take a nap. Are you even human?" In response to Kaido's accusations, Meilong rolled his eyes. "Is this my fault? It's not like I led you astray in the skies. You were the one who got us lost. Otherwise, we would have arrived long ago, and you still have the gall to blame me." Meilong could hardly contain his laughter. After a considerable duration in the air, Kaido finally spotted a small town amidst the vast desert and descended to inquire about Crocodile's whereabouts. To maintain his image and avoid drawing unwanted attention, Kaido instructed Meilong to alter his appearance to that of a tall, dark-skinned man, as it was reasonable for someone in this sun-baked kingdom. Upon entering the town streets, Kaido halted a passerby and asked, "Excuse me, do you know where I can find Crocodile?" The passerby, wary of Kaido's inquiry, scrutinized him suspiciously, perceiving him as a potential threat. After all, Crocodile was a celebrated hero of the kingdom of Alabasta, known for swiftly eliminating pirates that dared to harm the realm and rescue its people. While Crocodile's words could be harsh, many regarded him as a man with a sharp tongue, but a kind heart. It was clear why he was always so timely in defending the populace. In Alabasta, Crocodile's reputation rivaled that of King Cobra himself. "Do not be alarmed. Crocodile and I are old friends. I have come to reminisce with him. However, this kingdom of Alabasta is quite expansive, and while I know he is somewhere here, I lack the precise location, which is why I sought your guidance," Kaido explained with a courteous demeanor. Meilong, observing from the sidelines, felt exasperated. Must you be so theatrical as a pirate? Why not simply demand the information? If he refuses to speak, then eliminate him. Meilong doubted anyone would dare remain silent under such duress. The primary reason for Kaido's discretion was his desire to keep his plan to recruit the Shichibukai a secret, avoiding any external awareness of his intentions. "Friend?" The passerby scrutinized Kaido closely, nodding in recognition of the man's fierce resemblance to Crocodile. Concluding that he must indeed be a companion, he promptly informed Kaido that Crocodile resided in the royal capital, even providing him with directions and recommending a shop that sold camels for the journey, as traversing the vast desert on foot was impractical. Following the advice, Kaido procured a camel and departed the town. Once outside, he promptly roasted the camel for sustenance. After feasting, he soared towards the royal capital. An hour later, Kaido descended upon the royal capital and found himself in the basement of a casino, where he encountered Crocodile. "Who are you?" Crocodile inquired, seated in a boss's chair, a cigar perched between his lips, engaged in conversation with a woman clad in leather. He was taken aback when someone barged in unannounced. Though irritation surged within him, he felt a strange familiarity with the intruder. "Crocodile?" Kaido approached and sat opposite him, a smile gracing his face. "You truly know how to indulge. You've created quite the underground lair and even have a lovely companion. You ought to know that I've been sweltering just to find you." With that, Kaido seized the water jug from the desk and drained it in one go. "Who are you exactly?" Crocodile frowned, surprised by the man's audacity and his apparent disregard for Crocodile's authority. This was infuriating. "Enough of this. You can't possibly not recognize me." Kaido shot back, equally vexed. His imposing figure was unforgettable, especially to someone like Crocodile, who had crossed paths with him on several occasions. "Enough. Why should I recognize you?" Crocodile slammed his hand on the table. "Do you think you are someone of significance? If I don't recognize you, so what?" "Oh, my apologies, I forgot my current appearance," Kaido exclaimed, slapping his forehead as he realized he had neglected to ask Meilong to revert his disguise. It was only natural that Crocodile did not recognize him in this form. "Hey, Meilong, stop dawdling and change me back," Kaido called to Meilong, who was leaning against the doorframe. "Huh? There's someone else?" Crocodile was momentarily stunned, having not noticed Meilong's presence. Following the sound, his eyes widened in realization. "What the hell? Isn't that Meilong?" Crocodile gasped, astonished. Meilong was a well-known figure during the Marineford War. It was said that had he not led a group of impelled-down prisoners into the fray, the Navy might have suffered a devastating defeat. His strikingly handsome visage was unforgettable. Once seen, it was impossible to forget. If the man leaning against the doorframe was indeed Meilong, then the individual seated before him must be. Crocodile's mind raced as he conjured an image of Kaido. Indeed, as Kaido finished speaking, he saw Meilong snap his fingers. In an instant, Kaido transformed from an ordinary, dark-skinned farmer into the formidable Yonko. Crack! Unexpectedly, Kaido grew larger, and the chair beneath him could not bear the weight, collapsing under him. Kaido was caught off guard and, without a moment's thought, squatted down, landing on the ground. A burst of laughter erupted beside Doflamingo. It was Nico Robin, unable to restrain herself at the sight. Crocodile interjected, "What are you laughing at? Is it truly that amusing?" He shot Nico Robin a glare, questioning her lack of awareness. The figure before them was none other than the Yonko, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Was he someone she could mock? Although Crocodile harbored no fear, he deemed it unnecessary to provoke a being of such stature. At Crocodile's reprimand, Nico Robin promptly covered her mouth, silencing her laughter. While she might not grasp the full extent of the Yonko's terror, she had witnessed enough of the Marineford War to understand that the man before her was indeed one of the strongest in the world. After all, Kaido bore the title of the world's strongest creature. To Nico Robin, even a figure like Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai, was an unreachable existence, let alone the seemingly tyrannical embodiment of the world's strongest creature standing before her. Kaido rose from the ground, brushing off his trousers, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He cast a fierce glare at Meilong, as if to chastise him for not warning him. "Look what you've done, making me lose face. If you weren't my son-in-law, I would have taught you a lesson." However, Meilong remained unfazed by Kaido's gaze. After a moment, Crocodile spoke, inquiring about Kaido's purpose for traveling from the New World to the Kingdom of Alabasta. Crocodile pondered the peculiar nature of their relationship, as he believed they had little in common. "What is your objective in this nation? Surely it cannot be merely to become a revered hero?" Kaido did not answer directly, but posed a counter-question. "After all, you are a pirate. What pirate dreams of being a hero? Your true aim must lie with this nation." With a smile, Kaido suggested, "You first build your reputation, earning the adoration of the people, then manipulate the king into committing atrocities that would turn the citizens against him. Subsequently, you could emerge as a hero, overthrowing the king and claiming dominion over this land. Is your ambition to become a king like Doflamingo?" He noted, however, You are far more cautious than Doflamingo, adorning yourself with the mantle of a hero. Doflamingo merely orchestrated a massacre under the guise of the king, then intervened to seize power. Crocodile harbored similar ambitions to Doflamingo, yet he understood the need for a more subtle approach. He was not of royal lineage in Alabasta, thus making direct action impractical. Instead, he aimed to build his influence step by step, yet he did not expect Kaido to expose his intentions so bluntly. Kaido, what are you implying? Am I not allowed to simply seek to be a hero out of boredom? Although Kaido spoke the truth, Crocodile refused to concede. Huh? Refusing to admit it? No matter, Kaido shrugged, his purpose in this encounter not to unveil Crocodile's motives. Crocodile, I simply wish for you to join the 100 Beast Pirates. Kaido scrutinized Crocodile, awaiting his response with hope that he would demonstrate the prudence akin to Doflamingo. Otherwise, Kaido would resort to force. You want me to join the 100 Beast Pirates? Ha, Kaido, what jest is this? Upon hearing Kaido's proposal, Crocodile laughed heartily. Do you think I am someone to be trifled with? If that is your purpose for seeking me out, then you may as well turn back now. I assure you, it is impossible, absolutely impossible. No one in this world can command my loyalty, not a single soul. Crocodile's assertive stance startled Kaido for a moment, yet he brushed it off. Perhaps this was the essence of ignorance breeding fearlessness. Doflamingo had capitulated due to his familiarity with Kaido's terror, whereas Crocodile remained unaware. Nevertheless, Kaido was confident that Crocodile would soon come to understand. Crocodile, you truly refuse to join? Understand that of the 7 Shichibukai, 6 have already allied with me, leaving you as the sole exception. Are you certain you wish to remain an outlier? Kaido narrowed his eyes, his tone unmistakably threatening. Who do you think you're fooling? I do not believe for a moment that the others have joined your crew. Crocodile shook his head. Each of them has their own pride. Join the 100 Beast Pirates? Absolutely not. Kaido raised his hands. Among those 6, several were initially disobedient, yet after enduring a few of my blows, they complied. Are you prepared to face the same fate? Who do you think you are intimidating? Faced with Kaido's threatening demeanor, Crocodile smirked defiantly. I have challenged even Whitebeard. Do you truly believe your words will intimidate me? Kaido retorted with a scoff. Is challenging Whitebeard truly something to brag about? That was a defeat, not a triumph. And you lost an arm in the process. Do you truly think I am inferior to Whitebeard? If he can sever your arm, I can take 3 of your legs. I am Kaido, the world's strongest creature. Kaido bellowed, spitting as he spoke. Crocodile wiped the saliva from his face, but stubbornly replied, Kaido, if you wish to fight, then let us fight. But as for my submission, that is out of the question. Then it seems there is nothing more to discuss. Kaido narrowed his eyes. Having initially believed that Crocodile would be easier to subdue than Doflamingo, he had not anticipated being pushed to resort to violence. This indicated that his intimidation factor was insufficient. Mere reputation would not suffice to compel submission. Therefore, he resolved to subdue Crocodile through force. With this thought, Kaido lifted his leg and kicked over the desk in front of Crocodile, sending it crashing to the ground. As he charged towards Crocodile, the latter transformed his arm into a scythe of sand, cleaving through the desk center. The desk shattered, splintering into 2 halves that flew past Crocodile, crashing into the wall and creating a large dent. Wait, hold on, let's not fight just yet. As the 2 individuals were on the verge of confrontation, Mo Long suddenly interjected. He approached Nico Robin, grasped her hand, and began to lead her outside. Upon reaching the entrance, he turned back to Kaido and Crocodile, stating, All right, you may commence your battle now. Kaido, visibly irritated, exclaimed, What do you mean, brat? Are you planning to take that leather-clad woman away in front of me? His forehead furrowed in annoyance. This little punk was no longer even pretending. Did he intend to deceive Day? However, Mo Long disregarded him and continued to pull Robin away. After all, given Robin's physical condition, should she become embroiled in the conflict between Kaido and Crocodile, she might be swept away by the aftermath of their clash, potentially leading to dire consequences. Chapter 206. A severe beating for Crocodile. Haha. Kaido, you can't even control your subordinates, yet you dare to dream of subduing me? You must be dreaming. Perhaps you should take a nap now and attempt to conquer me in your dreams. Crocodile taunted Kaido, observing Mo Long's indifference. Once I have reduced you to a state where you cannot rise like a floundering fish, if you are still able to mock me with such vigor, only then will I consider you a true man. However, I doubt I will wait for that moment, as you will soon be begging for mercy, calling me father. Kaido declared as he made his move. In his right hand, a spiked club materialized, sweeping through with a thunderous blast. Crocodile, unwilling to back down, transformed his right arm into a scythe of sand, preparing for a direct confrontation. Yet, while imagination is delightful, reality can be harsh. Upon collision, Crocodile's sandy scythe shattered instantly, grains scattering like petals in the wind. Crocodile seemed taken aback, realizing that his attack was utterly ineffective. After the scythe was destroyed, he was swiftly struck in the face by Kaido's spike club. The impact crushed his facial features as if they had been driven inward, and the tremendous force sent him flying, transforming into a cloud of sand upon colliding with the wall, which was left riddled with holes. How dare you? A mere crocodile, disrespect me? This strike serves as a warning. After dispatching Crocodile, Kaido leaned on his spike club, coldly addressing the now sand-like form of Crocodile. Soon, countless grains of sand reassembled into Crocodile's shape. However, although he could revert to his original form, he could not restore his former composure. Bloodied and disheveled, he appeared utterly wretched. Damn you, Kaido. Crocodile clenched his fists, his teeth gritted in fury. You have truly enraged me. And so, Kaido dismissed Crocodile's ire with disdain. Therefore, you shall meet your demise. Desert Tornado. Crocodile spread his hands, summoning a whirlwind of sand. Be engulfed by the raging sandstorm. He bellowed, launching the sandstorm toward Kaido. The moment the sandstorm left Crocodile's grasp, it rapidly expanded, enveloping Kaido within its grasp. The fierce winds and grains of sand battered Kaido with relentless force, akin to being sliced by 1,000 blades. For an ordinary person, such an onslaught would have rendered them grievously injured. However, what was Kaido? Countless grains struck him, yet he remained unscathed. This spectacle filled Crocodile with resentment. The brute's physique was far too formidable. As Crocodile prepared to intensify his assault, Kaido, encompassed by the sandstorm, spread his arms wide and forcefully broke free, dissipating the whirlwind that had ensnared him. He descended slowly to the ground. Crocodile, you are still far from my level, Kaido remarked, looking down upon Crocodile with an air of contempt. This infuriated the typically arrogant Crocodile, who promptly removed the iron hook from his arm and charged at Kaido for a close-quarters attack. With a clang, Kaido did not evade. He allowed Crocodile's venomous iron hook to pierce his chest. Damn it, penetrate me! Crocodile shouted, realizing that his attack failed to breach Kaido's defenses, which was utterly illogical. Gritting his teeth, he exerted force upon his arm, but it was futile, and the iron hook began to bend under the strain. Kaido shook his head, despite Crocodile's efforts. The disparity between them was insurmountable. In the next moment, Crocodile flicked his finger against the iron hook, which shattered instantly, flying off to embed itself in the wall. The force from the broken hook sent Crocodile tumbling backward. Do you now comprehend the gulf between us, Crocodile? Do you intend to continue this futile struggle? Victory is impossible, Kaido stated earnestly. If not for necessity, he would truly prefer not to deliver a brutal lesson to Crocodile. After all, a man who has been beaten is likely to harbor resentment. Thus, even if Crocodile sought to surrender, he might still remember the humiliation he suffered today, seeking vengeance in the future. Therefore, Kaido hoped to coax Crocodile into submission peacefully. However, Crocodile was the type who would not yield until he faced utter despair. Erosion cycle. Crocodile knelt, one hand pressed against the ground. In an instant, the moisture from the bricks below was absorbed, turning the once solid stones into sand. The ground collapsed and shattered into countless fragments. The sudden turn of events caused Kaido to lose his balance and sink into the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Crocodile's lower body transformed into sand as he approached Kaido, intent on imprinting his palm upon Kaido's face to drain his moisture. Nevertheless, Kaido had long been wary of Crocodile's abilities. While he believed his haki was sufficiently potent to withstand Crocodile's powers, he could not dismiss the possibility entirely. After all, the capacity to desiccate a person's moisture was undeniably formidable. Thus, although the moisture from the ground tiles had been drained, creating a tendency for the ground to collapse, Kaido conjured flame clouds beneath his feet, allowing himself to hover as he faced the oncoming Crocodile. With a swing of his spike club, he unleashed a thunderous blow. Boom! Crocodile was taken aback. Despite having just lost his balance and nearly falling, Kaido had somehow regained his footing. By the time Crocodile noticed the spiked club hurtling towards him, it was too late to flee, and he was propelled directly towards Kaido. The scene resembled a scenario where he willingly presented his face for Kaido's assault. Chapter 207. An invitation to Nico Robin. This strike of thunder was even more powerful than the previous ones. Crocodile's front teeth were instantly knocked out, and he was once again sent flying, crashing into the wall behind him, leaving a large dent in its wake. "What are you doing? Let go of me." In the distance, in the corridor, Nico Robin forcefully shook off the grasp of the black dragon that held her. With a stern expression, she confronted the dragon. "I'm not an easy woman. Do not think that your bounty of 1 billion allows you to act as you please." The black dragon, perplexed, exclaimed, "What nonsense is this? When have I ever acted as I pleased? I merely rescued you from this perilous situation out of goodwill, having watched you for over a decade on my computer screen. Are you implying that I harbor ulterior motives against you? Ridiculous. Do you think you are so special that every man is captivated by you? How presumptuous." The black dragon, visibly annoyed, continued, "I am helping you, and instead of expressing gratitude, you accuse me of unsavory intentions? I am a married man. Do you really believe I would betray my wife? Are you not?" Nico Robin tilted her head, retorting, "You have an eye for people," the black dragon scoffed. Erasing that last comment, "Of course, I am not. I am a paragon of virtue, and while Wano has its brothels, I have never set foot in one during my long stay on Onigashima. So, tell me, do you think I am not virtuous enough? Humph, do you think I will believe you?" Nico Robin huffed. "So what are your intentions? 2 months ago, you caused quite a ruckus, nearly collapsing the Navy headquarters. What brings you here today? Is there something you seek?" Robin's mind instantly drifted to the ancient weapon, Pluton, for Crocodile had taken her in with the aim of locating it. She was perhaps the only person left in the world who could decipher ancient scripts, being the sole survivor of O'Hara. What could pique the interest of the world's most formidable beings other than the legendary ancient weapon said to have the power to destroy the world? However, Robin could not fathom how Kaido was aware of Pluton's presence here. Such knowledge should have remained a secret. If everyone knew, the world government would have intervened. After all, who would want ancient weapons? What do we wish to obtain? The black dragon suddenly grinned mischievously. "What if I said I wanted to have you? Would you believe me?" Nico Robin shook her head. That jest is far from amusing. She was not the world's most beautiful woman, Boa Hancock. Had she been, perhaps she might have entertained such a notion, for with the black dragon's current status, he could have any beauty he desired. While she considered herself attractive, she was not so delusional as to think that the immortal king would traverse the new world just to find her. Therefore, it was evident that their intentions were not directed at her. Not amusing? Very well. The black dragon shrugged. "To be honest, it is Kaido who wishes to become the warlord of the sea, and he has come to recruit Crocodile. Given that you're now associated with Crocodile, you two are part of this recruitment plan. Besides, your lineage being able to read the poneglyphs may even surpass that of Crocodile, the warlord, as Kaido possesses a poneglyph stone tablet, alongside 2 from Big Mom, making 3 in total. Nico Robin, do you not have a passion for history? Have you not longed to uncover the mysteries of the Void Century? Would you accompany me to Onigashima and witness it firsthand?" The black dragon extended an invitation to Nico Robin. A poneglyph stone tablet? Upon hearing the black dragon's words, Nico Robin felt her heart race. Her life had seemed devoid of meaning. Surviving was merely a means to uncover the true history. She yearned to comprehend what had transpired during the Void Century that led to O'Hara's demise. Yet, she also understood that poneglyphs were not easily found. Her alliance with Crocodile was primarily due to his claim that there was a poneglyph in Alabasta that might contain the location of Pluton. It could be said that they were mutually using one another. She sought knowledge, while Crocodile wanted her to decipher the location of the ancient weapon. After all, Crocodile could not read poneglyphs. Without Robin, even if a poneglyph were placed before him, he would be unable to comprehend it. Although collaborating with Crocodile was akin to courting danger, Robin had no choice. After all, she was the infamous child of the devil with a bounty of 70 million. Both the Navy and bounty hunters sought her, and even some pirates wished to capture her for the bounty. Over the years of her wandering life, she had endured countless hardships and witnessed the betrayal of the pirates she allied with, who sought to capture her in exchange for the bounty. Yet, she had always managed to escape, while those who pursued her met their demise. Each step she took was paved with the remnants of the pirate crews she had once joined. It was not an exaggeration to say she was a harbinger of misfortune. Now, having aligned herself with Crocodile, there was also a desire for protection. After years of fleeing, she was truly exhausted. At least Crocodile would not betray her to the Navy for the bounty, as the warlords of the sea were not in need of her meager bounty. Furthermore, Crocodile required her. At least until she accomplished her mission of deciphering Pluton, he would not turn against her. Compared to the pirate crews she had previously joined, Crocodile's domain felt relatively stable and principled. As for the future, she had not contemplated it. After all, Did a woman like her truly have a future? Yet now, a man was extending an invitation to her, urging her to visit Onigashima. If she could find even a semblance of safety with Crocodile, it was worth considering. In the realm of Gue Dao, as long as the island's master refrains from taking action against her, her sense of security will ascend to unprecedented heights. After all, this is a force that has engaged in full-scale warfare with the Navy headquarters and emerged victorious. Chapter 208. 7 Captures and 7 Releases. The Submission of Shah Ayu. The 100 Beasts pirate crew is now universally acknowledged as the most formidable power upon the seas. Without exception, it boasts the presence of 3 individuals of the 4 Emperors' caliber. Many believe that it will not be long before the 100 Beasts pirate crew unifies the New World. There is no one to stand in their way. Unless, of course, Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks join forces. If they do not, it is likely that they will be taken down one by one. This is a force that epitomizes the pinnacle of piracy. Joining the 100 Beast pirate crew would mean that she need not fear the threat of the Navy. Yet, all of this is merely an optimistic projection. Who knows what intentions this man before her truly harbors? Having wandered since childhood, Nico Robin has long cultivated a wary heart. She does not believe in fortuitous blessings falling from the sky. This man must have ulterior motives regarding her. Perhaps he covets her knowledge of deciphering the ancient texts. Or perhaps he desires her for himself. Or perhaps he wishes to possess all of her. Nico Robin scrutinizes the man before her with wide eyes. Compared to the pirates she has encountered during her years of fleeing, Mo Long is undoubtedly the most handsome. However, this is inconsequential. There is no rule stating that good looks equate to goodness. What if I refuse? Nico Robin inquires tentatively, gazing at Mo Long. In truth, whether she agrees or not is of little consequence. For her, neither staying with Crocodile nor joining the 100 Beast pirate crew presents a favorable option. However, it is well known that the weak have no right to choose. If she were powerful enough, invincible, she would naturally pursue her desires freely. Yet, it is evident that she is exceedingly weak. Both Crocodile and this seemingly harmless man could easily take her life. Between them, Nico Robin possesses only the power of passive choice. I believe you will agree, Mo Long states calmly as he looks at Nico Robin. Why? Nico Robin is puzzled. Despite it being their first meeting, this man seems to know her so well. Because you are a clever woman. Mo Long smiles. A clever woman will naturally make the choice most advantageous to herself. Crocodile's fate is already sealed. Either submit to Kaido or meet his demise at Kaido's hands. Thus, continuing to follow Crocodile holds no future. Of course, you may choose to leave. However, you should understand that the ability to leave is not solely determined by your own words. Mo Long's words leave Nico Robin in silence. After a considerable pause, she finally addresses Mo Long, asking what he sees in her and what he requires of her. I do not need you to assist me in any way. Mo Long replies, shaking his head. You cannot aid me. I am unlike Crocodile, who, being weak, requires a formidable weapon like the King of Hell. I, in essence, am the strongest weapon in this world. Ancient weaponry holds no significance for me. You are the strongest weapon in this world? Nico Robin is taken aback. Is this a description or an introduction? Crocodile, do you submit? Kaido stands with one foot upon half of Crocodile's body, looking down into his eyes. I have already told you that you are no match for me. You refused to listen and insisted on fighting. Are you pleased now? The taste of a beating is rather sour, is it not? Being mocked by Kaido, Crocodile feels as though he has consumed excrement. How can this guy be so strong? He cannot compete. It is simply impossible. Crocodile senses that Kaido is even stronger than Whitebeard. I do not submit. I will not submit. Crocodile grits his teeth, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. He now appears utterly miserable like a lost dog. The last time he felt such despair was during his challenge against Whitebeard. However, had it not been for his ability to fly, he would have left more than just an arm behind with Whitebeard. He would have left his entire being. Fine. You refuse to submit. Then today, I shall force you to submit. With that, Kaido removes his foot from Crocodile's chest, granting him yet another opportunity to challenge him. Crocodile gazes at Kaido, who has stepped off him. He feels no gratitude. Rising, he delivers a kick directly to Kaido's chest. With a forceful thrust, Kaido is pushed back a step. But in the next moment, Crocodile discovers that his foot, which he had aimed at Kaido, is caught in Kaido's grasp. Kaido then lifts his leg and slams it down forcefully against the ground. Boom! The stone beneath them cannot withstand such immense power, creating a crater upon impact. But this is not the end. Kaido continues to grasp Crocodile's leg, relentlessly smashing it against the ground. Bound by the power of armament hockey, Crocodile cannot elementalize, rendering him unable to evade Kaido's relentless strikes. Blood spills from his mouth as despair fills his heart. Damn it, this monster, why is he so powerful? Crocodile had once thought himself among the elite few at the pinnacle of strength. Yet now, facing the true peak that is Kaido, he realizes the vast gulf that separates him from greatness. Wham! After delivering dozens of blows to Crocodile, Kaido finally releases him, carelessly tossing him aside like refuse. Observing Crocodile, who is now barely clinging to life, Kaido questions, "So, Little Sand, what will it be? Will you join me, Little Sand?" Hearing Kaido's address, Crocodile, on the brink of death, sits up in shock, his eyes nearly popping out. "Kaido, did you just call me that? Little Sand? What is wrong?" Kaido feels no issue addressing Crocodile in such a manner, whether due to age, status, or strength. "Kaido, you are humiliating me." Crocodile claps his hands forcefully against the ground, propelling himself into the air and landing firmly. With a mighty roar, he exclaims, "Desert Giant!" Endless yellow sand erupts from Crocodile's form, coalescing around him in layers, enveloping him entirely. In no time, a towering desert giant, several meters high, stands before Kaido. Its immense height breaks through the ceiling, causing the ground to cave in. Those in the gambling den below feel the tremors and rush outside in panic. What a fierce battle! In a corridor outside, Mo Long and Nico Robin are making their way toward the gambling den when they suddenly feel the ground shake violently, as if the very passageway is about to collapse. Chapter 209. Robin. I am not a casual woman. Suddenly, an ominous premonition loomed. In the next moment, the ceiling began to collapse, with massive stones plummeting towards the ground. Nico Robin, upon witnessing this alarming scene, instinctively sought to flee, only to find the entire corridor crumbling around her. This unexpected turn of events, which disrupted her usual calm demeanor, caused her to break out in a cold sweat. If escape proved impossible, she would likely be entombed beneath the wreckage, bringing an end to her not-so-brief, yet profoundly painful existence. Yet, is such an end not a form of liberation? Robin pondered, feeling an overwhelming sense of fatigue. With this thought, she pursed her lips, allowing a faint smile to grace her features. She closed her eyes, resignedly awaiting the arrival of death. However, after a prolonged wait, she felt no crushing stones upon her. What could be the reason for this? Robin found it perplexing. Logically, a 10-meter-high ceiling would collapse rapidly. What on earth was happening? When she opened her eyes, she discovered that the ground around her was devoid of fallen debris. Glancing upward, she was met with a vast expanse of white clouds, seemingly enveloping the entire corridor. Could it be that these clouds had shielded her from the falling stones? Tilting her head in curiosity, she turned to the side where Wulong stood. Surely, she lacked any such power. It must be Wulong who intervened. After all, he was an individual with an unknown number of devil fruit abilities. "Why did you save me?" Robin inquired, her large, captivating eyes fixed on Wulong. "Why do you assume I was saving you?" Wulong replied with amusement. "You see, I stand here as well. If I allowed the stones to fall, I too would be struck. So, dear lady, do not flatter yourself. I was merely saving myself." "And you," he continued, "what was with your closed eyes earlier? Were you hoping for a kiss from me?" Robin, taken aback, retorted, "What do you mean by that? Do you think I'm a casual woman?" She placed her hands on her hips, glaring at Wulong. "Are you not?" Wulong countered. "How am I casual?" Robin shot back, her anger flaring. "If you do not clarify this today, I swear I will make you pay. Do I need to spell it out? The very first time we meet, and you close your eyes asking for a kiss. How can that not be considered casual? Must you drag me into a room for it to count?" Wulong teased. "How dare you?" Robin exclaimed, her frustration boiling over. "Who closed their eyes seeking a kiss? I merely wish to wait for death." "Excuses, all excuses," Wulong scoffed. Disbelief etched across his face. "Who in their right mind wishes for death? A woman like you, yearning for life, yet you claim otherwise simply because the ceiling collapsed? Your will to survive is remarkably weak. Believe it or not, I have no need for excuses." Robin shot back, casting a disdainful glance at Wulong before stepping forward. "Where are you going?" Wulong quickly reached out, grasping her arm to prevent her departure. It would be a challenge to locate her again in the vast kingdom of Alabasta should she escape. "Let go of me," Robin demanded, attempting to shake free from his grip, but to no avail. Wulong's hold was firm. "If you continue like this, I shall cry foul," she warned, casting a wary glance at him. Wulong grinned mischievously. "Go ahead and shout. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come to your aid." Indeed, This was the underground fortress of Crocodile, and apart from her and Crocodile himself, there were no outsiders present. At that moment, Crocodile was preoccupied with battling Kaido, leaving no time to assist her. What do you intend to do? Robin ceased her struggle, realizing the futility of her resistance against his overwhelming strength. The disparity between them was far too great. I have no intentions. Rather, it is you who should consider your next move, Long replied placidly. With the noise we are making, the ceiling could collapse further at any moment. Are you certain you do not wish to accompany me? Robin looked up. All she could see were clouds. The precarious ceiling remained hidden from view. However, at this moment, she truly did not wish to die. Very well, I shall follow you. Now release me, she murmured. Moalong complied, loosening his grip. Together, they made their way towards the ground. Meanwhile, elsewhere the battle between Kaido and Crocodile raged on. Transformed into a colossal desert giant, Crocodile interlocked his fingers and brought his fist crashing down upon Kaido's head with tremendous force, declaring, "Desert Giant Hammer." With a thunderous roar, Crocodile's fist collided with Kaido, driving him deep into the earth. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Prepare to perish, Crocodile proclaimed, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches upon Kaido, each strike echoing with the sound of fury. In the span of a mere minute, Crocodile had thrown hundreds of punches, averaging 2 per second. The immense power behind each blow created a gaping pit in the ground, continually expanding with each impact. Kaido refrained from resisting, aiming to instill despair in Crocodile and demonstrate the insurmountable gap in their strengths, all part of Kaido's strategy. For half an hour, Crocodile poured all his might into the assault, delivering countless punches, until he, the desert giant, began to gasp for breath. The ground had transformed into a massive, bowl-shaped pit dozens of meters deep. Exhausted, Crocodile finally ceased his assault, stepping back to observe the fallen Kaido, battered and bruised beneath the weight of his relentless fists. Is he dead? Crocodile muttered to himself. Chapter 210. The Three Great Powers. Upon hearing Crocodile's words, Kaido, lying in the enormous pit, opened his previously closed eyes. A sly grin spread across his face, exuding the confidence of a returning Dragon King. Who are you calling dead? With that feeble strength of yours, do you truly believe you can kill me? You must be dreaming. Yet, to dare to dream such a thing is commendable. After all, the vast majority of pirates wouldn't dare to dream of defeating me, even in their wildest fantasies. Listening to Kaido's lament, Crocodile found himself speechless. How dare you compare me to those worthless scum? Kaido, you have gone too far. I am one of the Shichibukai. Crocodile shouted at Kaido. Kaido chuckled. And what of it? What do you mean, what of it? It is well known that the three great powers of the Grand Line are the Marine Headquarters, the Shichibukai, and the Four Emperors. The reality is, I am of the same caliber as you, and yet you just compare me to the majority of pathetic pirates? Who do you think you're looking down upon? How could Crocodile not be enraged? All along, he had positioned himself as a top-tier pirate. Although he had once clashed with Whitebeard and lost, Crocodile always believed that his defeat was due to his youth at the time. Moreover, Whitebeard was the strongest man in the world, at the pinnacle of his power. Losing to the strongest was something he could grudgingly accept. After all, the second cannot defeat the first. Can one claim the second is weak? Indeed, this was the self-image Crocodile maintained. Though he had lost to Whitebeard, he still considered himself among the elite. Furthermore, that incident occurred many years ago. Now Crocodile felt stronger, while Whitebeard had aged. Thus, if they were to fight again, he believed he might emerge victorious. However, he never anticipated that before he could challenge Whitebeard to prove his prowess, he would be humiliated by Kaido. Fortunately, Crocodile maintained a positive mindset and reassured himself. Losing to Kaido was only natural, after all. Kaido was the strongest creature in the world, even mightier than Whitebeard. And with one arm severed, he was a disabled person. Losing to Kaido was not shameful. Well, Crocodile found himself at a loss for words. If he had battled Kaido fiercely for 3 days and nights before being defeated, he could have consoled himself. But the reality was stark. He had been almost instantly vanquished by Kaido. What was this? Who was the fool that claimed the Shichibukai were on par with the Four Emperors and the Marine Headquarters? Come at me, and I guarantee I won't kill you. After more than a decade in the business, this was Crocodile's most humiliating defeat. Little Sand, do not speak so plainly. Indeed, I look down upon you. What are you going to do about it? Weakness invites punishment. Surely you understand this principle? Kaido looked at Crocodile and remarked, speaking of which, I have treated you quite well. Don't believe me? Reflect on it. Most of the pirates you have defeated met a grim fate, didn't they? Yet here you are, alive, which indicates that I possess a far kinder heart than you. Upon hearing Kadu's words, Crocodile found himself momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. Kadu was correct. Once he had been brimming with ambition, traversing the seas, fighting, and challenging authority. Almost all the pirates he had defeated had been reduced to desiccated corpses, solidifying Crocodile's infamous reputation. Back then, he had been akin to the current Kadu, preaching to those he had vanquished, believing himself to be exceptional. He had never envisioned a day when he would find himself in such a position. The difference between him and Kadu now was that Kadu sought to subdue him, while he had previously eliminated his foes outright. Kadu, follow me, Crocodile shouted at Kadu, then transformed into sand and soared towards the outside world. If you wish to subdue me, then follow me. As a user of the Suna no Mi, the desert was his domain. Here, he could not unleash his full combat potential. Therefore, he intended to lead Kadu to the desert. Upon witnessing this, Kadu summoned flame clouds beneath his feet and followed suit. Soon, the two found themselves in the desert surrounding the imperial city. Observing the sea of yellow sand, Crocodile felt invigorated once more. Little Sand, unleash all your techniques. Let me see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Kadu, standing firm, resting his shoulder against his kanabo, exuded an air of dominance as if lecturing a junior. Indeed, this was not entirely untrue. Given Crocodile's age, he was indeed a junior in Kadu's presence. Among the four emperors, aside from Shanks, most could be considered elders. Of course, Kadu, you should open your eyes wide and observe closely. Sandstorm tsunami, Crocodile shouted, pressing his hands against the ground. The yellow sand began to rise, forming waves akin to the ocean. The first wave of sand, merely a few meters high, crashed against Kadu without inflicting any harm. The second wave reached 10 meters, followed by the third, fourth, and fifth, each progressively taller. After several waves, what loomed before Kadu was a colossal wave of sand, towering at a height of 100 meters and stretching for several kilometers, roaring as if it could consume everything in its path. Kadu, this technique has been developed over decades. Will you have to counter me? The surging wave, hundreds of meters tall and 10 meters thick, surged violently toward Kadu. Moreover, this was a continuously generated force. Even if Kadu withstood the first wave, a second, third, and fourth would follow until Crocodile was exhausted. Kadu, I ask you, what do you have to fight against me? You have lost because of your arrogance, daring to follow me into the desert to battle. I am the true king in the desert, the only king. Crocodile proclaimed frantically, as if victory was already assured. Facing the sky-darkening yellow sand tsunami, Kadu's heart was not entirely untroubled. Before this yellow tsunami, even his towering 7-meter frame felt as insignificant as an ant. However, I am Kadu of the 100 Beasts. You think a mere sandstorm can devour me? What a joke. Gripping his kanabo tightly, Kadu swung it forward with great force. A shock wave erupted, directly striking the sandstorm. An unmatched force carved a massive pit into the colossal sand wave, piercing through it. However, the gaping hole created by Kadu was quickly covered and merged by the surrounding swirling sand. Ha! Kadu, it's futile before my yellow sand tsunami. Any attack is in vain. Just like water, no matter how strong your power, you cannot dispel it. The shattered water can quickly coalesce once more. The same principle applies to sand. Physical attacks are ineffective. Crocodile felt that he had finally gained the upper hand, thus arrogantly declared, "What world's strongest creature? Today, you shall be buried in this endless yellow sand. I, Crocodile, shall become the pirate king." Ha! With that, Crocodile's laughter echoed through the vast expanse. The yellow sand tsunami finally descended with a thunderous roar. The immense wave of sand, imbued with unparalleled force, mercilessly engulfed Kaido. This was merely the initial surge, followed closely by a subsequent wave. The ground trembled with repeated impacts, each one striking towards Kaido's position, accumulating into towering walls of yellow sand. Such a formidable attack also exacted a considerable toll on Crocodile, especially after he had previously endured a brutal beating from Kaido. At this moment, Crocodile gasped for breath, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Kaido's position, pondering whether this time would indeed be the moment of triumph. He could hardly believe that Kaido could emerge unscathed from such an onslaught. With a thunderous crash, as Crocodile contemplated, the mound of sand erupted. A man wielding a spiked club leaped forth from a heap. Observing the man's soaring figure, Crocodile widened his eyes in disbelief as he beheld the undamaged Kaido. In that instant, Kaido resembled the sun itself, radiating brilliance that made it impossible for Crocodile to look directly at him. It was then that he realized the direction of Kaido's leap aligned precisely with that of the sun, rendering him momentarily blinded by the glaring light. "Is everything all right, little sand? Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve?" Kaido proclaimed as he descended with great force, creating a vast crater in the desert floor. He addressed Crocodile, asserting that no matter what abilities he possessed, Kaido would withstand them. "Today, I shall compel you to submit to me, to bend to my charismatic authority." "You possess no charisma at all," Crocodile scoffed, rolling his eyes. "Come fort, desert tyrant." He extended his arms, and the desert ground behind him began to bulge. Mounds of yellow sand coalesced, rising steadily from the earth. Soon, towering desert giants, each over 100 meters tall, emerged behind Crocodile, their forms shrouded in swirling sand. As the tempest of sand swept across the landscape, one giant in the shape of a crocodile directed its maw towards Kaido and unleashed a torrent of ferocious wind and sand. In an instant, it was akin to a 99-level typhoon, sending Kaido hurtling through the air. Mid-flight, Kaido transformed into an azure dragon, striking at the desert crocodile with a lethal claw. The creature's defenses crumbled beneath the dragon's might, as if it were mere tofu. Just as the azure dragon engaged the desert crocodile, another desert scorpion, lurking nearby, clamped its pincers fiercely towards Kaido's claw. Yet, Kaido remained unscathed, while the scorpion's pincers shattered under the strain, disintegrating into a cascade of yellow sand that rained down like a waterfall. With a swift flick of his tail, the azure dragon obliterated the desert scorpion. Thus, all the desert giants summoned by Crocodile fell effortlessly before Kaido, the disparity in power too vast to comprehend. Crocodile stood in silence, observing Kaido's effortless annihilation of his creations. In that moment, he felt minuscule, standing before a man who loomed like an insurmountable mountain. Why was the gap so immense? Was it that he was too weak, or Kaido too powerful? The realization of his utter inability to resist gnawed at him. "Little Sand, do you have no more tricks left?" Gazing at Crocodile's expression of despair, Kaido surmised that Crocodile's previous attack was indeed his most formidable. Crocodile, for once, offered no rebuttal, instead managing a wry smile. "Indeed, I find myself out of options. Kaido, I am willing to call you the strongest." Kaido rolled his eyes, retorting, "Who do you think you are? Do you believe I need your acknowledgement of my strength? So, are you willing to submit to me?" He continued to probe Crocodile. "Absolutely not." Crocodile shook his head defiantly. "I, Crocodile, have never deemed myself inferior to anyone. Even if I am not your match, you shall not conquer me and make me your subordinate. However, should it be merely a matter of collaboration, I am amenable." Crocodile sought to provide himself with an escape route. "Collaboration?" Upon hearing Crocodile's words, Kaido chuckled. "Do you truly believe you possess the standing to collaborate with me? Little Sand, your aspirations seem rather lofty given your current predicament. Collaboration requires a foundation of comparable strength on both sides. Do you genuinely feel your power is anywhere near mine?" Crocodile fell silent in the face of Kaido's inquiry. He was acutely aware that he lacked the qualifications to collaborate with Kaido. Yet, the notion of submission was something he adamantly resisted. Even becoming a warlord of the sea could be seen as a form of cooperation with the world government, rather than submission to it. The world government lacked the authority to command the warlords, only able to mobilize them in exceptional circumstances. If the world government would not submit, how could Kaido expect him to? "Crocodile, I possess a piece of information that may earn us the chance to collaborate." Suddenly, Crocodile recalled the ancient weapon, Pluton. His plans in the Alabasta Kingdom were aimed precisely at that. Now, to transition from submission to cooperation, he had to relinquish the idea of Pluton. What information? Kaido inquired with genuine curiosity, eager to learn what could possibly grant Crocodile a chance at collaboration. "The ancient weapon, Pluton," Crocodile stated directly, meeting Kaido's gaze. "I have information regarding Pluton. If you are willing to collaborate with me, rather than demand my submission, I will share it with you." "The ancient weapon, Pluton?" Kaido's eyes narrowed, suddenly intrigued. The very mention of it stirred his interest. "Crocodile, you wouldn't be attempting to deceive me, would you?" Kaido regarded Crocodile with skepticism. After all, while the legends of ancient weapons were widespread, their existence remained uncertain, shrouded in mystery. No one truly knew if these weapons existed or what forms they took. Some even regarded the tales as mere fabrications, doubting that any weapon capable of annihilating the world could truly exist. Yet, Kaido, being well-versed in various matters, acknowledged that while he was unaware of the location of such weapons, their existence was undeniable. Pluton, reputed to be the most fearsome warship, intrigued him deeply. Although he was uncertain about the significance of the other two weapons, he understood that Pluton was likely a vessel. Thus, was Pluton concealed within the Alabasta kingdom? Crocodile sensed Kaido's skepticism and bristled slightly. Kaido, do you doubt me? If you do not believe me, then why seek my counsel, even if I feign submission? Do you not fear that my heart remains unyielding, poised to betray you? Kaido pondered for a moment before conceding. Very well, I shall take your word for it. Hasten to inform me of the whereabouts of the King of Hell. Ah, this is rather awkward for Crocodile. To be honest, I am also uncertain of the exact location. However, I can assure you that the King of Hell resides within the kingdom of Alabasta, as inscribed on the stone tablet of historical records, safeguarded by the royal family of Alabasta. Once I apprehend King Cobra, I shall extract the location of the King of Hell from him. Kaido, so you are unaware of the King of Hell's location? Kaido's expression bore a hint of amusement. No, Kaido, I do know, of course I do. Just grant me a moment, and I shall capture Cobra and employ vigorous methods to extract the information. Crocodile felt a sense of unease, for the King of Hell was his only leverage in negotiating with Kaido. Should he lose this, he would either submit to Kaido or face death at his hands. There was no third option. He had no desire to yield to Kaido, nor to meet his demise. Thus, the location of the King of Hell became Crocodile's lifeline. Why must it be you? Can I not capture Cobra and apply pressure myself? Kaido taunted Crocodile, and according to your assertion, you merely speculate that the King of Hell is here. What if the king of this land is equally oblivious? Crocodile suddenly found himself at a loss. Indeed, since Cobra is aware of the King of Hell's whereabouts, Kaido could directly interrogate him, eliminating the need for Crocodile as a middleman. The realization plunged Crocodile into despair. Without the King of Hell as his trump card, would Kaido still consider an alliance? Unthinkable. With a thud, Crocodile seemed to lose his soul, collapsing onto the ground. At that moment, Moku Long and Nico Robin approached from a distance. Moku Long observed Crocodile sitting on the ground and smiled at Kaido. Have matters been resolved? Kaido understood Moku Long was inquiring about the situation with Crocodile. He could only shake his head in response. Not yet. Moku Long was left speechless. After such a lengthy period, Kaido had yet to subdue even Crocodile. Kaido, you are lacking. Am I lacking? Indeed, you are. Moku Long nodded. If you are capable, then do it yourself. Kaido was incensed by Moku Long's words. Oh, I shall do it. Moku Long shrugged dismissively and approached Crocodile, raising his leg to kick him to the ground, then mounting him. Crocodile exclaimed, "What the hell are you doing?" Crocodile was genuinely furious. In these times, has anyone dared to ride upon me? I cannot defeat Kaido, but can I not contend with you? Crocodile prepared to resist. However, before he could act, Moku Long slapped Crocodile's face with a resounding crack. So, you refuse to submit? Little Shah, I shall grant you another chance. Will you yield or not? After delivering a slap, Moku Long interrogated Crocodile. You little brat, who do you think you are to lay your hands on me? Crocodile ready to retaliate, but suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over him. What is happening? Why do I feel so powerless? Is it Sea Prism Stone? Crocodile looked at Moku Long, suspecting he was wielding Sea Prism Stone. But before he could ponder further, Moku Long struck him again. Little Shah, I ask you, do you submit? I will never submit. Submission is utterly impossible. I shall never submit. Since you refuse to yield, I shall fulfill your wish. Today, I will ensure you submit completely. With that, Moku Long unleashed a flurry of slaps against Crocodile's face. In no time, Crocodile's visage had swelled grotesquely. This scoundrel dares to humiliate me in such a manner? Crocodile was on the brink of madness. Even Kaido had never subjected him to such derision. Apologies, but Kaido values talent. I do not. Moku Long replied. Having overheard Crocodile's thoughts, he continued his onslaught. After an indeterminate duration, Moku Long's hand grew weary, while Crocodile's face resembled that of a swollen pig. Kaido could scarcely watch any longer, deeming Moku Long's methods excessive. How can one win over another in such a manner? This could only sow enmity. Reducing a person to such a state, do you truly believe they would not harbor resentment? Not far off, Nico Robin winced at the sight. Although she had not accompanied Crocodile for long, she had never witnessed him in such a pitiful state. He was usually the one exuding arrogance. The warlord of the sea. In the first half of the Grand Line, he could be considered the mightiest pirate. Now, he was being ridden by a youth, repeatedly struck across the face. This scene was beyond comprehension. Crocodile, I ask you once more, do you submit? Moku Long halted, confronting the swollen visage of Crocodile, whose features were nearly unrecognizable. Upon hearing Moku Long's question, Crocodile hastily responded, I yield, I yield, I yield. He sought to avoid further punishment, particularly of such a humiliating nature. If it were a battle with Kaido, he could accept being struck. But now, being subjected to slaps while being mounted was a disgrace he had never endured. He vowed that should he not avenge this humiliation, he would no longer bear the name Crocodile. With another resounding slap, Moku Long struck Crocodile's face again. Crocodile was bewildered. I have already yielded. Why do you continue to strike me? Ah, yield? You profess to submit, yet your heart remains defiant, correct? Who was it that swore in their heart that they would not rest until this grievance was avenged? Moku Long gazed at Crocodile with a cold smile. Can you read minds? Crocodile's eyes widened in shock. He had thought these words were private thoughts, yet Moku Long seemed to know. Indeed, this individual has consumed an untold number of devil fruits. Therefore, possessing the ability to read minds is not entirely improbable. How infuriating! If he can read minds, does that not mean he can always discern my innermost thoughts? How then can I survive, enduring humiliation and bearing burdens? Little Shah, look into my eyes. Moku Long understood that resorting to violence to compel Crocodile's submission was likely futile. Fortunately, he still possessed the ability to hypnotize. What do you intend to do? Upon hearing Moku Long's words, Crocodile felt certain that gazing into his eyes would bode ill for him. What business is it of yours? If you wish to avoid further punishment, then look into my eyes. Moku Long's gaze upon Crocodile was as frigid as ice. As Mo Long raised his palm once more, Kurlo Kudar conceded. Locking eyes with Feng, he repeated, You are my lapdog. Mo Long relentlessly reiterated, You're my lapdog. Stunned, Kukar found himself bewildered by this insistence, wondering if he had lost his mind, thinking that mere words could induce him to believe himself a mere servant. Was this a jest? He, Kurlo Kudar, possessed a formidable intellect. How could he possibly be swayed by mere utterances to become his subordinate? You are my lapdog, Wolong declared, fully aware that his hypnotic powers required time to take effect on those with unwavering resolve. What nonsense are you spouting? Kurlo Kudar retorted, his lip curling in disdain. With a sharp crack, Wolong delivered another resounding slap to Kurlo Kudar's face. Though he glared at Feng with hatred, Kukar found himself compelled to utter, You are my lapdog. You're my lapdog. Enough with your tricks, he exclaimed, frustrated. Upon hearing Kurlo Kudar echo his words, Mo Long couldn't help but chuckle. If you wish to avoid further punishment, you would do well to comply. Should you dare mispronounce even a single word, I shall sever your hand and feed it to the dogs, Long threatened, his gaze unwavering. Kudar vowed silently that he had never harbored such animosity toward anyone, not even Bahujik, who had once severed his arm. Volong, you are indeed formidable. I hope you do not provide me with an opportunity for revenge. Otherwise, I shall make a meal of your hand. As thoughts of vengeance swirled in his mind, he nevertheless proclaimed aloud, I am your lapdog. I am your lapdog. A man must endure and adapt. Excellent, just like that. Look into my eyes and keep repeating, I am your lapdog. I am your lapdog. As if our gaze into his eyes, he continued to recite the phrase. Time slipped away and gradually, Kurlo Kudar's consciousness began to fade. In his mind's eye, a vivid scene unfolded. On a day of torrential rain, a small dog trembled beneath the eaves of a modest courtyard. Suddenly, the courtyard gate swung open, revealing a man before the frightened pup. The small creature looked up at him with eyes full of fear and longing, terrified that the owner of the abode might kick it away from the shelter. Exhausted and hungry, the pup worried that if caught in the downpour, it might not survive the night. Yet at that moment, a glimmer of humanity shone through. The courtyard's owner knelt down, extending a hand to gently stroke the dog's small head. Feeling the warmth of the owner's palm, the dog pressed its face against it, seeking comfort. The owner then lifted the pup and took it home, providing it with milk and shelter. Under the owner's tender care, the dog flourished, and they shared a decade of joyful companionship, ultimately passing away peacefully in the owner's embrace. The scene faded back to reality. Unbeknownst to him, Kurlo Kudar's eyes had closed, but now they slowly opened. Upon seeing, he instinctively barked, Woof, 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 master, master, master. At this moment, Kukar had transformed himself into the dog of his memories. With Wolong as his nurturing master, he was prepared to sacrifice everything for Wolong. With a snap of his fingers, Wolong concluded the hypnosis. Thus, the once formidable figure of Wolong became his loyal servant, all in less than half an hour. The ensuing responsibility fell to Kaido, while Molong approached Ni Kulobin and calmly remarked, "My dear, you wouldn't wish to end up like Kulokurdar, would you?" At these words, Ni Kulobin's body tensed. She gazed at the man before her, as if he were a demon, trembling uncontrollably. This man had employed some unknown method to reduce Kulokurdar to a mere dog. If he were to employ such tactics on her, would she also be condemned to crawl on the ground, reduced to a canine existence? The thought of such a fate sent shivers down her spine. No, I refuse to become a dog. The usually composed Kulobin had lost her calm demeanor. Employing her feminine wiles, she looked at Vong with a pleading expression. "Please, don't do this. I promise to obey you from now on. Just don't hypnotize me, okay?" Kneeling before Mung, she intentionally lowered her stature, presenting herself as soft and pitiful, evoking sympathy. Observing this, Mung lifted her chin with his hand, compelling her to meet his gaze, and smiled as he said, "Remember your words. Be obedient, his fate shall be yours." Chapter 213. The Empress, I have arrived. Yes, I will be very obedient, Ni Kulobin affirmed, nodding vigorously. The sheer terror of Vong's methods loomed large in her mind. To be hypnotized by him would strip her of control over her very existence. She despised such helplessness. Though she had spent her years in flight, she had always maintained a semblance of control over her fate. Merely claiming to be obedient is futile. Who can discern your true intentions? Molong observed Li. "What do you want from me?" Ni Kulobin inquired, furrowing her brow. "Can I swear to ensure my obedience?" Desperate to avoid hypnosis, she found herself continually conceding. There was no other option. Vong's methods were too fearsome. If she were to be hypnotized like Thor, would she too be reduced to living as a dog, crawling beneath Thor's feet? The mere thought sent tremors through her. "Swearing? I do not place faith in such things," Vong replied, shaking his head. "However, do not fret too much. As long as you remain obedient and do not entertain thoughts of escape or betrayal, I shall not resort to hypnosis. After all, I have no desire for a soulless version of you. Do you like me?" Upon hearing Vong's words, Eileen staggered back in shock, crossing her arms defensively, regarding him with suspicion. This man surely harbored ulterior motives. Hey, can you stop jumping to conclusions? When did I ever say I liked you?" Molong responded, exasperated. "I merely stated that I dislike a soulless you. That version of you is not truly you." Meanwhile, on the other side, Kaido was interrogating Kulokurdar about the veracity of the Bingwang. Yet, Kulokurdar met Kaido's gaze with icy disdain, retorting, "Kaido, who are you to question me? I am indeed the most loyal canine of Mo Long. Do you believe you are worthy of extracting news about the king of the underworld from my lips? You are not worthy in the least. Kaido, how audacious you are. Crocodile, have you grown bold? Mo Long is my son-in-law. You are but his dog, thus naturally you are mine as well. Such arrogance. Do you not believe I would not hesitate to ride you down?" Kaido sneered at Crocodile. "Master, save me," Crocodile exclaimed, sensing that Kaido was genuinely about to strike him. Kaido was taken aback. This fellow truly had no shame. After enduring so many beatings from him without ever begging for mercy, now, before Kaido had even lifted a finger, Crocodile was already calling for Mo Long's intervention. "Kaido, the king of the underworld, is not present. You should abandon this thought," Mo Long interjected, addressing Kaido. "Moreover, relying solely on the might of one's weapon is not true strength. True strength lies in one's own power. Therefore, do not think of relying on the king of the underworld. Focus on your own training." Though Kaido was reluctant to accept Mo Long's words, he had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, he could not resort to torture, could he? Previously, it might have been feasible, but now that Crocodile had been subdued by Mo Long, he was one of their own. It would be ill-advised to turn against one's own. After subduing Crocodile, Kaido decided to allow him to remain in the Alabasta Kingdom to bolster their strength. For now was not the time to reveal this power. Only when he turned against the world government would the moment arise for this strength to come to light. Particularly, as Alabasta was a significant nation with a population exceeding 10 million, it far surpassed many small island nations. For instance, Don Quixote da Flamingo's Punk Hazard was merely a small country and could not be compared to Alabasta. However, Punk Hazard, though small, possessed strength that exceeded that of Alabasta. For it lay in the New World, where pirates were undeniably stronger. If the soldiers of New World nations were not formidable, how could they protect their homeland from the powerful pirates that roamed those waters? Naturally, Crocodile paid little heed to Kaido's command, as he was Mo Long's underling. Why should he heed Kaido? It was only when Mo Long instructed him to listen to Kaido that Crocodile felt some reluctance. Yet, considering Luffy, Mo Long thought that if Crocodile remained here, he might become an experience for Luffy. However, recalling that Luffy would not set sail for another 3 years, which would likely suffice for him to overthrow the world government, he refrained from saying more. Thus, Mo Long arrived with 2 companions and departed with 3, having successfully subdued Crocodile. Naturally, Kaido then set his sights on the pirate empress, Boa Hancock. Transforming into his dragon form, Kaido soared towards the island of 9 Snakes. The island lay within the Calm Belt, which is considerably narrower than the Grand Line, making it relatively easy for Kaido to locate it despite his uncertainty. The Land of the Daughters. The warriors of 9 Snakes were currently gathered in the square for training, as the Amazon Lily was a nation of warriors. Every woman on 9 Snakes was a fighter. Mo Long wondered how this island, inhabited solely by women, managed to reproduce. Was there a miraculous river that granted fertility upon drinking? Suddenly, in the center of the square, 2 women clad in animal skins were engaged in combat. However, the next moment, Kaido descended from the heavens, crashing forcefully into the arena. The sturdy platform was left with a gaping crater from the impact. This spectacle elicited a frown from Boa Hancock, who had been reclining with her head resting on her fist, her eyes narrowed in disinterest towards the battle below. After all, why would a strong individual concern themselves with the struggles of the weak? Yet, the unexpected commotion jolted her attention. What could have happened? Was a meteorite falling? This arena resembled an ancient Roman Colosseum, adorned in gold and surrounded by tiers filled with spectators. Due to Kaido's rapid descent, no one had clearly seen what had plummeted from the sky, resulting in a flurry of speculation among the crowd. In the center of the arena, dust and debris obscured Kaido's form. As the haze gradually settled, Kaido's figure became visible. He gazed at Boa Hancock from the elevated platform, extending a hand in greeting. "Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, how delightful to see you taking an interest in the arena," he exclaimed. "You beast Kaido?" Boa Hancock frowned at his presence. "What brings you here?" The 9 Snakes and the Beast Pirates have always maintained a peaceful coexistence. "Are you here to instigate war?" She rose from her seat, her heart racing at the sight of the man before her, the strongest creature in the world, whose reputation had been amplified by the events of the Marineford War, portraying the Beast Pirates as immensely powerful, capable of defeating even the Marine headquarters. Though Boa Hancock was proud, she understood that facing the Beast Pirates was a daunting prospect. "Instigativa?" Kaido chuckled. "What if I were to say yes? Do you dare challenge me? Even the Marine headquarters has been humbled before me. And you think you and your band of women can defy my authority? Kaido, speak plainly. What do you truly desire?" Boa Hancock clenched her fists. "It is simple. I seek to become the king of the 7 warlords." "Boa Hancock, choose, submission or death," Kaido declared bluntly. With no intention of beating around the bush or showing any semblance of mercy, regardless of her status as the world's most beautiful woman. It is a well-known fact that he, Kaido, was indifferent to beauty. "You wish to become the king of the 7 warlords?" Boa Hancock laughed. "Kaido, do you overestimate yourself? Do you think that winning against the Marine headquarters grants you the freedom to act as you please? Furthermore, during the Marineford War, the Beast Pirates achieved little in terms of victory. It was merely Sengoku's retreat to avoid greater losses that led you to believe you were superior to the Marines. Boa Hancock, do not mock me. Indeed, Sengoku retreated to prevent further casualties, but had the battle continued, I would have certainly triumphed, albeit with great cost. Of course, you may choose not to believe this. However, let me remind you of one thing. You, Boa Hancock, rule over 9 Snakes, not the Marine headquarters. Even if I cannot overcome the Marines, subduing your little island would be akin to child's play. Kaido looked down from his elevated position, disregarding Boa Hancock entirely. What capabilities could a woman possess? The title of the world's most beautiful woman did not enhance her combat prowess. Thus, in Kaido's eyes, Boa Hancock had no right to negotiate with him. If Boa Hancock refuses to surrender, she will confront him just as she dealt with Crocodile. Kaido, do you underestimate people so much? Boa Hancock felt somewhat displeased. She is a woman who dared to defy the Navy's summons and even took action against a vice admiral who came to command her. Although she respects Kaido, she is not truly afraid. After all, Boa Hancock is a proud daughter of the heavens. At the age of 18, during her first expedition, her immense strength earned her a place among the 7 warlords of the sea. Over the years, she has remained undefeated, a formidable warrior. Compared to Crocodile, who has lost to Whitebeard, and Gecko Moria, who has been defeated by Kaido, and Jinbei, who once served as a subordinate, her experience is far superior. Having never been defeated or reduced to a subordinate, Boa Hancock believes herself to be incredibly strong, even in the face of Kaido, and perhaps has the power to fight back. After all, in this pirate world devoid of class distinctions, only through combat can one ascertain who is truly stronger. Without a fight, how can one understand the differences? Underestimate others? Upon hearing this, Kaido laughed heartily. Indeed, he looked down upon her. Boa Hancock, how about I let you use one hand? If you lose to me, you will become my subordinate. If you win, then I shall leave your fate in your hands. Kaido believed his terms to be quite lenient. Initially, he considered saying that she need not use haki, but upon reflection, he realized that Boa Hancock, being a woman of conqueror's haki, was not to be underestimated like Crocodile. Additionally, given the peculiar nature of her powers, he feared that without haki, he would be unable to defend himself. After all, the ability to petrify others is truly terrifying. His peculiar physique would be of no use against such an ability. His body is merely resistant to tangible attacks. Yet Boa Hancock's power of petrification is not a tangible attack. Daman, D. Sweet, sweet wind. Boa Hancock launched her attack, shaping her hands into hearts, sending waves of pink heart-shaped energy surging towards Kaido. In that moment, Kaido suddenly felt as though he had become entranced by Boa Hancock's beauty. How could this be? The next moment, Kaido bit down hard on his own tongue, pulling himself back from the state of enchantment. Yet he noticed that two female warriors nearby had already turned into stone statues. Even women could not resist Boa Hancock's charm. This is the world's most beautiful woman. What a frightening ability. Seeing those two female warriors turn to stone nearby, Kaido let out a quiet sigh. Fortunately, he managed to break free from the enchanting state by biting himself. Otherwise, he too might have become a statue. Facing such a bizarre devil fruit ability, one could easily fall prey to it. It has long been rumored that any ship that Boa Hancock has boarded would have its crew turned to stone. It seems that she indeed used this ability to turn those people into statues. Even a man like him nearly succumbed to her allure. What about those young and impetuous youths? Not only him, but even women were enchanted. This was the aspect Kaido found most perplexing. While he acknowledged Boa Hancock's beauty, the two women beside him were indeed women. Do women also find other women appealing? Is there something peculiar about the preferences of the women of Nine Snake Island? Or has Boa Hancock's charm transcended gender boundaries? How come you're unaffected? Boa Hancock looked at Kaido, who stood firm and had not turned to stone, feeling somewhat puzzled. She had seen the image of him biting his lip and thought he was completely unscathed. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Apart from someone like Monkey D. Luffy, who is rather peculiar, how could any other man resist the allure of the Hancock family? Nonsense, all of it. Kaido retorted, why would I be affected? Do you think you, Boa Hancock, are someone extraordinary? I have lived for so many years. What kind of beauty have I not encountered? Do you truly believe that your looks can captivate every man in the world? Chapter 214. The Battlefield of Yuta and Yamato Kaido. Leave the rest to me. This was one, descending from the skies with an air of arrogance as he addressed Kaido. However, Kaido frowned. Kid, you're not actually feeling pity for her, are you? Don't forget, you have a family. Thanks for the reminder, Kaido, but I haven't forgotten. Wolong shot Kaido an exasperated glance. I simply think I can handle this more quickly. Think of Crocodile. In the end, didn't I subdue him? All right, you take the lead. Kaido conceded, recalling Crocodile. The guy had truly been insufferable. Rather than serving as a subordinate, he ended up as an dog. How foolish. Of course, Crocodile had undergone a change in perception, so he wouldn't be foolish. Yet Kaido believed that if Crocodile were given a chance to choose again, he would undoubtedly prefer to be Kaido's subordinate rather than a dog. After all, it is well known that Kaido treats his subordinates well, allowing them to become brothers, while now Crocodile could only serve as a mindless tool, entirely devoted to him. On the other side, at Gaidok, the red-haired pirates made their appearance. In the waters surrounding Gaidok, Big Mom was confronting the red-haired pirates. Red-haired, what brings you to Gaidok? Big Mom questioned the young man before her, suspecting he believed that becoming a Yonko entitled him to provoke war. Provoking va? Upon hearing Big Mom's words, red-haired paused, wondering if she was referring to Kaido. Big Mom, don't be alarmed. I'm not here to cause trouble, he replied with a smile. I can have a drink with my brother Kaido. He spent 3 days and nights on my turf, and before leaving, invited me to Gaidok for hospitality. So here I am. Of course, Red-haired was not truly there for drinks. It goes without saying that as a Yonko, he had no shortage of wine to drink. Why would he come to Kaido's place for free? The main reason was Yuta. She yearned for Wolong and insisted on seeking him out. Unable to refuse her, He brought Yuta along. Brother Kaido? Upon hearing Red-Haired's address to Kaido, Big Mom was taken aback. When did Red-Haired's relationship with Kaido become so amicable? How was she unaware of this? Is there a problem? Such a form of address, of course, does not imply that Kaido is treated as a brother, but rather acknowledges the significant age difference between the two. In the past, after indulging in drink, they embraced one another, and this naturally elevated their relationship. One is referred to as Hongfa Laudi and the other as Kaido Leoj. This is entirely normal, merely expressing a close bond. Among pirates, it often happens that after sharing a drink together, they begin to call each other brothers. Moreover, having shared 3 rounds of drinks, Hongfa feels no loss in referring to Kaido as an elder brother, especially given the close relationship between Wuda and Malong. To this day, Hongfa believes Malong is Kaido's son. Unexpectedly, Big Mom smiles at Hongfa, initially thinking he had come to cause trouble, which had made her quite angry, and she had prepared to teach him a lesson, making him understand that although they are all Yonko, there are still distinctions among them. A new Yonko like him is far from being comparable to the established ones. However, now she realizes Hongfa is not here to create discord, but merely to drink with Kaido, and her mood instantly lightens. She cheerfully informs Hongfa that he has arrived at an opportune time, as her daughter, Madwa, is currently absent from Guidao, and she is unaware of her whereabouts. Although Big Mom regards Kaido as family, it is evident that Kaido does not share the same sentiment, and thus many matters are not disclosed to her. Not here. Hongfa expresses surprise, but does not dwell on it, considering that as a pirate, Madwa may have gone out to plunder. He is not particularly concerned, as he is not there specifically to seek Kaido. Big Mom, won't you invite me to Guidao for a visit? I can wait for Kaido Leoj to return. Hongfa states to Big Mom. He realizes that if he were to turn back now, Wuda, standing beside him, would certainly object. Upon hearing Hongfa's words, Big Mom immediately extends an invitation for him to board Guidao, arranging for Hongfa and his group to stay in a small reception courtyard. Once everything is settled, Hongfa inquires of Big whether Kaido's son is present, as his daughter is good friends with him, and if so, could he be summoned? Big Mom thinks of Day, for Kaido has always treated Day as his own son. She nods in agreement. No problem, please wait here a moment. Suddenly, Big Mom recalls that Day is pregnant and may not be accessible at the moment. She quickly alters her response. Well, Day might not be available. Would it be possible for your daughter to accompany me to see Day? All right, I'm coming with you. Wuda eagerly responds before Hongfa can speak. Seeing Wuda's enthusiasm, Hongfa covers his face. I am, after all, a user of the Gonfa fruit. Your eagerness is quite embarrassing for me. Do you not realize? He feels it is inappropriate for a young lady to be so forward in seeking out a boy. Yet, what can Hongfa do? He can only acquiesce to his daughter's desires. Thus, Wuda and Big Mom depart the small courtyard, heading to Day's villa. Wuda, Day is in that building. You can find her yourself. I must return to host your father, Big Mom states. After all, Hongfa is a guest, and with Kaido absent, she, as the lady of Guidao, must extend proper hospitality towards him. Otherwise, it could tarnish Kaido's reputation if it were to spread that the beast pirates lack hospitality. Wuda nods vigorously and rushes toward the villa. As for why Big Mom refers to Malong as Day, Wuda assumes it may be a nickname. It is clear that Wuda has yet to comprehend that she and Big Mom are not speaking about the same person. Observing Wuda joyfully running off to find Day, Big Mom turns and departs, pondering with curiosity how Day suddenly became so close to Hongfa's daughter. Malong, I have come to play with you. Wuda shouts excitedly, resembling a jubilant little bird in flight. Chapter 215. You cannot possibly be Malong's wife, Day. Currently knitting in her room, Day appears to pause upon hearing someone call for Malong. Indeed, Day is presently learning how to be a good mother, beginning with the task of knitting a sweater for her child. Yet, she is still in the early stages of learning, and thus her attempts are not yet successful. She has not yet managed to knit a single sweater. Nevertheless, Day believes that perseverance will yield rewards, envisioning her little darling clad in a sweater she crafted herself, filling her with a sense of profound happiness. Malong, I have come to play with you. The voice resonates again, now closer, confirming to Day that it is not a figment of her imagination. However, she is puzzled as to why someone would be seeking Malong. She recalls that Malong seemingly has no friends on Guidao, as she has not seen anyone come to visit him for some time. Moreover, the voice sounds like that of a young girl, which adds to her curiosity. The Beast Pirates is predominantly a crew of male pirates, with very few women. typically holding high-ranking positions or being courtesans. Nonetheless, Dae trusts in Malong, confident that he would not be associated with courtesans. She decides to investigate further, setting aside her work. Dae rises from a sofa and walks toward the door. Opening it, she encounters a young girl of around 10 years, joyfully running towards her while calling out, "Malong, Malong, I have come to play with you." However, Woda, initially brimming with happiness, suddenly feels disheartened upon discovering that the figure who opened the door is a girl. Her luck seems to take a turn for the worse, as she trips and falls flat on the ground. Thud! Woda lands hard on the grass, but fortunately, the soft ground cushions her fall. "Oh dear, are you all right, little sister?" Dae exclaims, rushing to help her up, displaying her kind-hearted nature. Woda is quickly assisted to her feet by Dae. She gazes at Dae, perceiving her as a rival, and haughtily remarks, "Who are you? What are you doing in Malong's home? Where's Malong? Why hasn't he come out to meet me?" Hearing Woda's words, Dae is momentarily stunned, wondering about the nature of this girl's relationship with Malong. However, Dae offered an explanation, indicating that Malong was not at home and had stepped out on business. "As for my relationship with Malong, I'm his wife." A playful smirk danced at the corners of Dae's mouth as she regarded the young girl before her. Dae sensed that this girl might have feelings for Malong, and thus felt compelled to interrupt her greedy thoughts. "Malong belongs to me, and no one can take him away." "What? You are Malong's wife?" Would have felt as if her head might explode. "No way, absolutely not. You cannot be Malong's wife. I refuse to accept it." Would have shouted frantically. "I was here first. Just because I am younger, does that mean Malong cannot resist? How infuriating. Malong is a bad person. This is not a matter of acceptance. I am Malong's wife," Dae stated calmly. "And you, young lady, what is your relationship with my Malong?" Would have wanted to assert that she was Malong's. But how could she utter such words before Dae? "Where's Malong? I want to ask him personally," Would have demanded, still unable to accept the situation. Simultaneously, she fantasized that the woman before her might be deceiving her. If only Malong would appear, she could expose the truth. "I already told you, Malong is not here." Dae shrugged. "How can you prove that you are Malong's wife?" Wood's eyes widened, demanding evidence from Dae. This left Dae speechless. Where could she possibly obtain proof? Not to mention, she had not yet married Malong. Even if they were married, a wedding on Guadao would surely lack any documentation. However, if the ceremony were held in Woziguo, they would have a record to validate their union. It seems you cannot provide any evidence," Wood had declared, crossing her arms and rolling her eyes. "I knew it. You are lying. You cannot be Malong's wife. Malong is not even 2 meters tall, and you are so tall. You two simply do not match. Whereas I am the perfect match for Malong. He has even said that he will propose to me when I turn 18. This was a fabrication, as Malong regarded Woda solely as a sister. Yet, Woda concocted this lie to gain the upper hand over Dae. To Dae's surprise, she found herself believing Woda. After all, she thought a young girl would not resort to deceit. Such preconceived notions led Dae to believe that Malong might have truly made such a promise. Anger welled up in Dae as she gritted her teeth. That scoundrel. How old is this girl? How dare he flirt with her? And talk about proposing at 18? How absurd. Nonetheless, Dae refused to concede and smiled at Woda, saying, "Little sister, I advise you to give up. Malong and I are already husband and wife. You are still so young. You do not understand love at all. The world is vast. Why must you fixate on Malong alone?" "Indeed," Woda replied earnestly. Dae believed she had convinced Woda. Little did she know, Woda would soon retort. "If the world is so vast, then why should you cling to Malong? You and Malong do not match at all. Being with you would only make Malong feel inferior. If you truly care for him, you would not want him to feel that way. So, sister, you should give up. Malong will be mine, and I will treat him well." Dae was taken aback by the little girl's articulate arguments. "If you had come earlier, you might have convinced me. But now it is too late. Everything is too late," Dae said, placing a hand on her abdomen. "Why is it too late?" Would a question, perplexed. Dae pursed her lips and smiled. "Because I'm already carrying Malong's child." Wood's eyes widened as she glanced at Dae's abdomen. Chapter 216, Malong Ba, You Are Lying. Initially, Woda felt a tremor in her heart upon hearing Dae's claim. However, when she looked at Dae's flat stomach, she concluded that Dae was indeed deceiving her. "Bah, when have I ever lied to you?" Dae shot Woda a glare. "Isn't it obvious? Your stomach is not even big," Woda replied earnestly. "It does not look like you are pregnant at all." "Fool, I've only just conceived. My stomach has not yet begun to show." Dae gently tapped Woda's forehead. "Now, why do you like Malong?" Dae found herself quite fond of the girl before her. If only she did not have to compete with her for Malong's affection. "Just conceived?" Stomach not showing yet? Woda's expression darkened. Do you really have Meilong's child? How could Meilong do this? He already has me. Woda could not accept it. Dae's pure gaze made her feel as though Dae might be telling the truth. If Dae were merely Meilong's girlfriend, Woda could still compete. But now, if Dae was indeed pregnant with Meilong's child, what chance did she have? No. The memories of happiness spent with Meilong flooded Woda's mind, and she realized that her small heart had been completely stolen by him. She could scarcely imagine a future without Meilong. Indeed, it is true, Dae affirmed, nodding seriously. Although I do not know what your relationship with Meilong is, I believe he treats you like a sister. You can also think of him as an older brother. As for love, how old are you? You cannot possibly understand love. Dae spoke as if she were an experienced woman, guiding Woda back to the right path. You should be enjoying games and laughter at your age, not pining for a man. Trust me. But I just like Meilong. Woda pouted, her eyes brimming with tears. She had come today to play with Meilong and deepen their bond, only to discover the dreadful news that he had a wife. How infuriating. Meilong had never mentioned having a wife before. No, that is not love. In response to Woda's words, Dae reached out and ruffled her hair. You only enjoy playing with Meilong. That is the affection of friends, not love. Regardless of the circumstances, Dae was determined to steer Woda back on the right path. The Kingdom of Women. After seizing the initiative from Kaido, Meilong strode toward Boya Hancock, step by step, into the void. As the Volong approached step by step, Boya Hancock's eyes were filled with an astonishment that she could not conceal. The abilities displayed by Volong seemed almost otherworldly. Was it truly possible to traverse the void using only one's feet? This was beyond the realm of human capability. Although the Haijin Liu Shi Yuebu allowed for such feats, it could never replicate the deliberate, measured pace that Volong exhibited. In the presence of Hidoa, Boya Hancock could sense the explosive power radiating from him, a testament to his strength. Yet, with Moalong, she found herself at a loss. During their first encounter, she introduced herself. I am Pa Hancock. Moalong, your future master? Moalong tilted his head, smiling as he introduced himself. Master? Master? Upon hearing Lung's words, Boya Hancock's demeanor transformed, her fury igniting like a cat's bristling fur. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Do you know who you are addressing? Are you seeking death? Boya Hancock was engulfed by an unprecedented rage. The term master evoked memories she desperately wished to forget. I am fully aware of what I am saying. Boya Hancock, do you believe you are currently invincible? The world's most beautiful woman, the queen of the pirate empress, a member of the Wangshacha. Have these titles clouded your judgment? Lung's words were deliberate, each syllable piercing through her facade. Do not forget, before you bore these titles, you were merely a silence. Boya Hancock's forehead began to bead with sweat, her body trembling. Her gaze was filled with disbelief. What are you trying to imply? She glanced around at her subjects, aware that they were observing her. If were to finish his thought, it would unearth the most painful memory she had ever wished to bury. Do you not already know? Or else, why would you urge me to remain silent? Lung's expression was one of confidence. If others were to discover that you were once silence. Do not continue. Boya Hancock shouted, her voice laced with desperation, attempting to halt Moalong's revelation. Yet Volong pressed on. You were once a slave to the Tenlun, and the mark upon your back is testimony to that. Who would have imagined that the world's most beautiful woman endured such a fate? No. Boya Hancock crumbled, collapsing from her elevated position. It's over, it's all over. As Lung's words echoed, Hancock felt the ground shift beneath her. Her life, as she knew it, was unraveling. This truth would soon be revealed, and the world would learn of her tragic past. The pride she held now would only lead to her downfall in the future. Sister, are you all right? From a distance, Boya Hancock's two younger sisters rushed over, alarmed by her apparent mental collapse, eager to support her. Stay back. Boya Hancock commanded. Now that you are aware, you shall not leave her alive. A darkness enveloped her. If she could eliminate Feng and Kidua, silencing all who knew her secret, then her past, as a Tenlun, would remain hidden. Moalong, possessing the ability to read minds, understood Boya Hancock's thoughts. Boya Hancock, you truly are naive. Have you not noticed that your subjects display no reaction? He smiled, addressing her. Is it possible that they did not hear our conversation? Upon hearing these words, Boya Hancock paused, glancing at her subjects. Indeed, none exhibited surprise or suspicion. What was happening? Could it be that they truly had not heard? Yet, Lung's voice was not particularly soft. Was it? What if I possessed the Nung Li of the Jijing Guosher, allowing me to create a space of silence that isolates our conversation. Boya Han Ku Ke fell silent. So it means only you are aware of this secret? Her thoughts began to race. If Feng was the sole guardian of this secret, then eliminating him would ensure that the truth remained concealed. This was a wound she could never heal. Over the years, while her fame had grown, no one had recognized her. Most of the fellow slaves who escaped with her had perished, and those who survived might not even remember her. As for the Tianlongren, they had likely forgotten her existence long ago. After all, that was over a decade past. However, should Feng reveal her past, Tianlongren would certainly seek retribution. Although she was no longer the person she once was, the Tianlongren had wielded power over the world for 8 centuries, a reality she understood all too well. Despite her status as a member of the Wangsha Chiwa, she remained aware of her vulnerability. Thus, while she harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Tianlongren and longed for vengeance, she recognized the futility of confronting them alone. But now, a new thought emerged, a possibility of harnessing another's power. She had never considered this before. After all, who in this world dared to defy the Tianlongren? Yet, this man before her was different. Despite the isolation of Boya Fekukura had managed to glean information from the outside world. The immortal king, possessed the terrifying ability to resurrect and wield multiple devil fruit powers. The exact number remained unclear, but it was evident that his capabilities were formidable. During the Dingsang Zhanzheng, Moalong had rewritten the outcome. The combined forces of the big MOM pirates and the Pliton stood no chance against the Vijinjungbu, especially with the Shok Kadoa trapped at the execution platform. Without him, the Batalon was akin to a dragon stripped of its legs, merely a serpent. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Yet, Feng's appearance, accompanied by the prisoners of Vijincha, dramatically altered the course of events. Although the live broadcast was interrupted, news outlets quickly learned of the ensuing events through their channels. In summary, the Navy would concede, and the significant contributions of Malong cannot be overlooked. He even played a pivotal role in this matter. If Boya Hancock were to join Malong, perhaps she could exact her vengeance within her lifetime. After all, Kaido of the 100 Beasts was once a crew member of Rocks, and the Rocks pirates had once stormed God Island, slaughtering the celestial dragons. Given the current strength of the 100 Beast pirates, it is not inconceivable to witness a resurgence of the formidable power reminiscent of the Rocks pirates, with Big MOM having joined the 100 Beasts, along with the formidable prisoners from Impel Down and the might of Kaido himself, complemented by Malong. Such power could indeed dominate the New World. Neither the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, nor the newly anointed Yonko, Shanks, will be able to withstand it. Should such a force harbor ambitions beyond mere piracy, it is likely they would challenge the world government. At this thought, Boya Hancock felt a tremor within her heart, for an unprecedented path lay before her. Joining the 100 Beasts, conquering the New World, and then challenging the world government to bring down the celestial dragons, followed by mercilessly torturing the celestial dragon who had branded her back with their hoof. The mere thought made the corners of Boya Hancock's mouth curl upward in a smile, as she appeared immensely pleased. Yet, there was one aspect she detested, the notion of being subservient. To join the 100 Beasts would mean relinquishing her autonomy. Would Kaido, Malong, and Big MOM not then have the power to stand over her? The very thought was repugnant. Over the years, she had long severed ties with the position of a subordinate. Though the land of women was small, it was still a nation, and she was its queen. No one dared defy her commands. She was the very essence of authority within her realm, with each of her movements and utterances signifying absolute command and power. However, joining the 100 Beasts could very well obliterate all of this. Thus, Boya Hancock found herself ensnared in a profound dilemma. Aligning with the 100 Beast pirates might afford her the chance for revenge, yet would also demand significant sacrifices. If she refrained from joining, she feared she would be denied the opportunity for retribution. How to decide? Suddenly, Malong burst into laughter. What is so amusing? The sound of his laughter jarred Boya Hancock from her reverie, and she furrowed her brow as she gazed at him. I find it amusing that you think too much. You believe you possess numerous choices? Do not be so naive, Boya Hancock. My alliance with Kaido signifies that your fate has long been sealed. You have only one choice. That is to join, or join again. There is no second option. As for resistance, indeed, you have the right to resist. But what makes you think you can succeed? Just as those vessels you plundered and the crew you petrified had no choice, neither do you. Before me, you are akin to those petrified crew members with absolute power residing with me. You have no alternative but to join me with dignity or be compelled to submit disgracefully. Which will you choose? Chapter 218. The brutal assault on the Empress. Do not entertain the notion of eliminating me and concealing the secret. You must know that is impossible. Ma Long continued, his gaze fixed on Boya Hancock. Why is it impossible? Boya Hancock pondered, still clinging to the hope of opportunity. While Ma Long possessed the ability to revive, her own powers of petrification rendered his resurrection capability somewhat inconsequential to her. After all, though she petrified would not die immediately. Thus, Boya Hancock contemplated whether to petrify Ma Long. However, a glance at Kaido, standing at a distance, made her reconsider. Boya Hancock, what are you thinking? Do you believe you can easily petrify me? Ma Long chuckled. I have already warned you. Do not assume you have many choices. I am capable of defeating Akainu. Do you think you can rival the new Marine Admiral? Although this matter has not been reported, Boya Hancock was taken aback by Ma Long's words. This man nearly defeated Akainu, while she had never faced an admiral. They were undeniably the pinnacle of the world government's might. Even she, Boya Hancock, could not claim absolute confidence in her strength. Yet, she did not doubt Ma Long's honesty. After the Marineford War, many rumors circulated, and although unofficial, they were widely regarded as credible. One such rumor suggested that Ma Long's strength was now on par with the greatest, comparable to Kaido himself. After all, during the Marineford War, Ma Long had battled Aokiji and Akainu, emerging with the upper hand. What to do? What should I do? Boya Hancock found herself in a tumultuous conflict. She yearned for a fight, yet she understood she could not prevail. However, the thought of being a subordinate was unbearable. Moreover, she was renowned as the world's most beautiful woman. Though she was somewhat vain, her beauty was an undeniable reality. If she were to join the 100 Beast Pirates, who could say whether Kaido or Ma Long would not harbor ulterior motives towards her? The mere thought filled her with dread. Why must you disrupt the tranquility of the land of women? Boya Hancock lamented. This land seeks no conflict with the world, remaining isolated in the Calm Belt, free from external disturbances. Clearly, Ma Long and Kaido's arrival shattered the peace of her domain. Boya Hancock, I am not particularly patient. If you refuse to comply, I will have no choice but to make you submit. With that, Ma Long sprang into action, showing no mercy. In an instant, he appeared before Boya Hancock and delivered a powerful kick to her abdomen, sending her flying. Caught completely off guard, Boya Hancock was propelled into the mountains. The sheer force of the impact, leaving an imprint of her body in the rock. Blood spilled from her lips as she gasped, "You what of me? If you resist, I will force your submission. Do you truly believe that being the world's most beautiful woman grants you any privileges?" Ma Long remarked coldly when we sought out Crocodile. He too was unyielding, yet in the end, he was subdued. Power grants one the privilege of choice. It is evident that you possess great strength over the vessels you have plundered, yet in my eyes, you are feeble. The words of Ma Long pierced through Boya Hancock like a sharp blade, each utterance striking at her heart. She comprehended this truth. However, for over a decade since her escape from Shengdi Maliya, she had epitomized strength. In the first half of the Grand Line, few dared to challenge her authority, save for the Navy and the world government. Yet, as one of the warlords of the sea, her relationship with the world government was one of cooperation, rendering this formidable adversary no true enemy. This dynamic had fostered her haughty demeanor. Now, with Ma Long's emergence, it felt as though she had been publicly humiliated. How could she possibly accept such a reality? With a fierce determination, Boya Hancock unleashed her attack. Her legs, imbued with petrifying powers, struck forcefully towards Ma Long. Had she utilized haki, perhaps it would have held some efficacy. However, Ma Long appeared unfazed, allowing the kick to land squarely upon his visage. The moment her foot made contact, Ma Long's face was turned to stone, then shattered, his form plummeting to the ground with a resounding thud. System notification. The host has perished. The host has been resurrected. The host succumbed to petrification, gaining increased resilience and the ability, immunity, to petrification. It was apparent that the likelihood of dying from petrification in this existence was exceedingly slim. Thus, Ma Long had swiftly developed an immunity to such powers. Gazing at the fallen figure, Boya Hancock's eyes were fixated, for she knew Ma Long would revive. This was merely hearsay until now, and she yearned to witness it firsthand. Soon, the shattered remnants of Ma Long's face began to mend, returning to its original state. Nearby, Kaido observed this spectacle, reflecting on the terrifying nature of Boya Hancock's abilities, yet reassured by the strength of his own haki, believing it sufficient to withstand such powers. Indeed, Ma Long revived. As she beheld him restored before her, Boya Hancock bit her lip, contemplating that if he could return, then she might as well petrify him without the intent to kill. In the next moment, Boyahan Kook launched another assault. With her fingers shaped like a gun, she aimed at Ma Long and fired a red heart bullet that struck his chest. How could this be? Initially, she believed Ma Long would be instantaneously petrified, yet the bullet seemed to have no effect whatsoever. Continuing her onslaught, Boyahan Kook pressed her finger to her lips, conjuring another pink heart, then pulled back and released a flurry of arrows towards Ma Long. Dozens of these arrows flew, with several finding their mark. However, the anticipated petrification still did not transpire. The arrows struck, transforming into stone, yet Ma Long remained unscathed. Suddenly, a revelation struck Boyahan Kook regarding Ma Long's immunity to death. He had endured execution and bombardment at the Navy headquarters, surviving multiple deaths. Could it be that he had similarly developed immunity to her petrifying abilities? Yet, he had only perished once to her powers. Why then was he immune? The information suggested that one must face death numerous times to gain such immunity. Did Boyahan Kook possess any other tactics? If not, the time for her counterattack had arrived. Ma Long cracked his neck and advanced step by step towards Boyahan Kook. As he approached, she instinctively recoiled. But upon recognizing her fear, she chastised herself. What was she afraid of? Even if her abilities faltered, she still wielded haki. Why falter? With renewed resolve, she prepared to engage Ma Long with her haki. Half an hour later, Boyahan Kook found herself kneeling, blood staining her lips, her attire in tatters. How could this be? She struggled to comprehend her defeat. After merely half an hour, she had been utterly vanquished. Did this imply she had overestimated her own strength? Even if Ma Long was among the world's elite fighters, was she truly so far behind? For long, she had believed herself part of the upper echelon. Yet Ma Long had delivered a harsh reality check, awakening her to the vast chasm that lay between them, especially after the loss of her petrifying abilities. Her offensive capabilities had plummeted. Boyahan Kook, look at me. Ma Long grasped her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Boyahan Kook appeared devoid of conviction, yielding to his influence. Ma Long, attuned to her inner thoughts, recognized the challenge of subjugating Boyahan Kook. Thus, he resorted to hypnotic methods akin to those employed against Golokadar, albeit with a different intent. Rather than rendering her a mere pet as he had with Golokadar, Ma Long aimed to transform her into a slave, exploiting her deepest vulnerability, her past as a celestial dragon's captive. Now, he prepared to alter her memories, replacing her recollections of the celestial dragons with a vivid scene from over a decade past. Boyahan Kook, as a child, had followed the previous captain of the 9 Snake Pirates, only to become separated during a playful excursion on a small island and subsequently abducted by slavers, ultimately sold to none other than Ma Long himself. Who are you? Release me at once, or the 9 Snake Pirates will not spare you. Recently abducted, Boyahan Kook remained unaware of the fate that awaited her, maintaining an air of defiance as she threatened Ma Long. However, she was soon met with a harsh lesson from him. Ma Long produced a glowing iron brand and approached Boyahan Kook. What are you going to do? No, please. Boyahan Kook trembled in fear, feeling the searing heat emanating from the iron. What are you afraid of? Just moments ago, you were so brazenly demanding my mercy, claiming that the 9 Snake Pirates would retaliate against me. Observing her terror, Ma Long's lips curled into a sinister smile. Boyahan Kook shook her head vigorously. I was wrong. I should have threatened you. Please spare me. She endeavored to present herself as pitiful, hoping to elicit Ma Long's sympathy. For a fleeting moment, Ma Long felt a twinge of compassion and considered lowering the iron. Yet, he soon discovered that Boyahan Kook had seized a coal from the ground and hurled it at him before fleeing. In an instant, Ma Long cast aside his compassion, swiftly pursuing her, and with a kick, he sent Boyahan Kook tumbling to the ground. He then placed a foot upon her back, rendering any escape impossible. Subsequently, the iron brand was pressed firmly against her back. The intense, searing sensation was far beyond what an ordinary young girl could endure. Boyahan Kook's eyes widened in agony as she emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig before losing consciousness. When Boyahan Kook regained her senses, she found herself sprawled within a dark prison. To her astonishment, there was a mirror amidst the shadows. A sudden thought crossed her mind regarding the mark that had been seared onto her back. She hurried to the mirror and saw the burn scar etched upon her skin, bearing the character for dragon. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from afar. Boyahan Kook glared with hatred in the direction of the approaching sound, and soon, Ma Long's figure emerged into her view. Oh, you're awake? Upon witnessing the animosity in her gaze, Ma Long chuckled. What does that look? Are you still resentful? Do you believe I want to gouge your eyes out? His cruel words made Boya Hancock tremble uncontrollably. No, please. She shook her head, realizing that in that moment, she had nothing to say beyond her desperate pleas. Listen closely, Boya Hancock. From this day forth, I am your master, and you are my slave. The mark on your back signifies your status as my property. Do you understand? Malong's icy tone sent shivers down her spine. From now on, everything you possess, your body, your soul, your life, belongs to me. Do you comprehend? Boya Hancock, trembling under his authoritative glare, could scarcely muster a reply. Come here, kneel. With a resounding slap, Malong commanded her. Now tell me, do you understand? Boya Hancock covered her face with one hand, feeling wronged as tears streamed down her face, leaving trails of sorrow. What are you crying for? Don't you know that onlookers might think I'm bullying you? Am I the sort to torment a little girl? Malong's voice rang harshly as he reprimanded her. Boya Hancock clenched her teeth, mentally cursing Malong 1,000 times. What did he mean by onlookers? Did he believe he wasn't bullying her? He had confined her, branded her as a slave, and just slapped her. If I wasn't bullying, then what was? With a swift motion, Malong delivered another slap. Boya Hancock was bewildered. Why did you hit me again? Because you were cursing me in your heart, he replied coolly. Do not think for a moment that I am oblivious to your thoughts. Remember, Boya Hancock, from now on, I am your master, your deity, your everything. In my presence, all you need to do is obey, obey, obey. Do you understand? I understand. She quickly responded, fearing another slap for failing to comply. Yet, regarding Malong's assertion of being able to read her thoughts, Boya Hancock remained skeptical. Was there truly someone capable of reading minds, or was he merely toying with her? After all, having just been struck, it was only natural for her to feel resentful. She dared not voice her grievances openly, but inwardly, she could express her discontent. Hence, it seemed plausible that Malong had intentionally struck her to instill fear and prevent her from harboring any negative thoughts about him. Boya Hancock convinced herself that this was indeed the case. Just then, Malong struck her again. Do you think yourself clever? Do you believe you've deduced my intentions? I simply possess the ability to read minds. It is not as intricate as you imagine. He shook his head, expressing his distaste for overly clever women, finding them unappealing. Boya Hancock covered her face, which was beginning to swell from the blows, and resolved not to entertain any thoughts at all. If Malong could genuinely read her mind, then he would discover her true feelings of animosity towards him. Surely, thoughts of revenge would surface at the mere mention of his name. Thus, it was prudent to suppress all thoughts to avoid any missteps. Malong observed her with satisfaction. He relished the outcome of his conditioning. After all, this was merely a hypnotic dream. At least, it was a dream for him. Yet for Boya Hancock, it felt as though she had genuinely endured such experiences. As long as she felt fear and reverence for him within the dream, once the hypnosis concluded, she would carry that same trepidation and respect into reality. Suddenly, a growl emanated from Boya Hancock's stomach. She was hungry. Indeed, she had not eaten since the previous day. However, in the presence of the demonic Malong, she dared not exhibit her hunger, even as her stomach protested loudly. Are you hungry? Malong inquired, observing her. Boya Hancock had assumed the growling was too faint for him to hear, yet faced with his question, she could only nod vigorously in affirmation. Well, endure it. When you have truly submitted to me from the depths of your heart, I shall provide you with food. Malong's words ignited a fire of resentment within Boya Hancock. She had thought his question might lead to a meal, but alas, it was not to be. As she succumbed from the depths of her heart, could such a thing be so easily accomplished? Come here, kneel. Mo Long snapped his fingers, conjuring a sofa upon which he seated himself. He then gazed intently at Bo Yahan Ku and commanded her. What did you say? Bo Yahan Ku assumed she had misheard. You did not mishear. I am instructing you to come here and kneel. Mo Long's eyes bore a dangerous glint, and his tone left no room for refusal. I refuse. Bo Yahan Ku retorted defiantly, staring at Mo Long. I said come here and kneel. Mo Long's voice turned ominous. Feargript Bo Yahan Kuke. Yet she stubbornly replied, do not intimidate me. I will not kneel. However, upon seeing Mo Long's raised hand, her courage faltered. She stepped forward and knelt before him. Call me master, Mo Long continued. And master, Bo Yahan Ku uttered shamefully, realizing that having knelt, she should not dwell on such titles. How my leg? Mo Long extended one leg before her. Bo Yahan Ku clenched her fists, hesitated, then gently began to beat upon his leg. She understood that Mo Long sought her submission. Day after day, Mo Long relentlessly tormented Bo Yahan Ku, pushing her spirit to the brink of collapse. Each day, she was compelled to call him master and to massage his shoulders and legs. Time passed, and Bo Yahan Ku's spirit was entirely subdued, her heart seemingly resigned to her fate. She had genuinely come to regard Mo Long as her master. In the days to come, everything would revolve around Mo Long. Pleasing him became her responsibility, and if she caused him sorrow, her own heart would ache even more. In her eyes, Mo Long had become more significant than herself. With a snap, Daughter Island. Mo Long observed Bo Yahan Ku awaken from her stupor, glancing around as if in a dream. However, upon seeing Mo Long, she instantly smiled and exclaimed, "Master, Master, Master." This title resonated throughout the arena, reaching the ears of the thousands of citizens of Daughter Island, leaving them in disbelief. What is happening? What is Lady Shi Ji saying? How can she address Mo Long as master? Impossible. Lady Shi Ji cannot possibly acknowledge a man as her master. I refuse to accept this. Countless citizens of Daughter Island cried out for Bo Yahan Ku to clarify. Yet at that moment, her gaze was solely fixed upon Mo Long, with no regard for anyone else. In her mind, Mo Long eclipsed everything else. The entirety of Daughter Island and its citizens paled in comparison to him. Mo Long felt immense satisfaction, for his hypnotic abilities proved formidable. Even someone as proud as the Empress could be tamed, calling him master without hesitation. Bo Yahan Ku was now fully subdued. Mo Long prepared to depart with Kaido, for the seven warlords were merely a strategic piece in Kaido's grand scheme. They would remain dormant until the opportune moment arose, potentially altering the course of battle in an instant. Kid, your powers are truly terrifying. As they journeyed back to Onigashima, Kaido remarked to Mo Long, "I wonder if your abilities would work on me." "What, Kaido? Do you wish to test it?" Mo Long replied with a smile. Kaido naturally shook his head in refusal, not wishing to become a subject of such experimentation. Despite his belief in his unyielding will, he pondered the possibility of being ensnared like the seven warlords. "Let us proceed to the Devil's Triangle to find Moonlight Moria," Kaido declared, setting his sights on a direction and swiftly taking flight. Initially, Moonlight Moria harbored a deep-seated grudge against Kaido and would undoubtedly resist him. Previously, Kaido had not considered Moria as a target for subjugation. However, with Mo Long's hypnotic prowess, even if Moria resisted, it mattered little. Kaido intended to overpower him and then hand him over to Mo Long for hypnotic conditioning. The seven warlords, Kaido mused, feeling that he was not far from becoming the king of the seven warlords. "What? You say all the seven warlords were hypnotized by Mo Long? That Mo Long is the true king of the seven warlords? Huh. I'm the father-in-law of Mo Long. What is his is also mine." Thus, Kaido brought Mo Long to the Devil's Triangle, a land shrouded in eerie gloom, perpetually draped in dark clouds, where numerous zombies frolicked, resembling a scene from a horror film. "Moria, come out!" Kaido bellowed as they approached the entrance of a haunted fortress within the Devil's Triangle. Inside the castle, Moonlight Moria was resting when he suddenly heard that voice, his eyes widening in shock. "It's him. He here." Moria clenched his fists, his teeth gritted. That voice was etched in his memory. The infamous Kaido of the 100 Beasts, the pirate who had slaughtered all his crew. It was because of this wretched man that he had hidden in the Devil's Triangle all these years, conducting research on zombies. Zombies do not die. They're already dead. And even if they are destroyed, they do not grieve as he did when his crew perished at Kaido's hands. He had nearly collapsed under the weight of that loss, taking years to regain his composure. "Kaido, you bastard! Why are you here?" Moria thrust open the castle doors, confronting Kaido, his heart ablaze with rage. The mere sight of Kaido conjured memories of his fallen comrades, their voices echoing in his mind. "Captain, we died so tragically. Captain, you must avenge us and eliminate Kaido." These visions flooded his thoughts, causing Moria to cry out in anguish, clutching his head in despair. "Kaido, I will kill you!" Moria screamed as he charged at Kaido. The outcome was inevitable. The disparity in strength was glaringly apparent. Moria was swiftly overpowered and left gasping for breath. Once Kaido had sufficiently incapacitated him, he tossed Moria before Mo Long. Understanding Kaido's intent, Mo Long initiated his hypnotic process on the barely conscious Moria, and soon succeeded. Thus, half of the seven warlords' domain fell under Kaido's control, leaving only 3 remaining: the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk, Tyrant Xion, and the sea warrior Jinbei. These three individuals remain elusive to Kaido. Thus, he has resolved to wait a little longer. After successfully recruiting Uegwang Moria, Kaido returned to Onigashima with Malong. The purpose of this venture can now be deemed complete. It must be acknowledged that Malong is indeed his fortuitous charm. In just a few short months since joining the Beast Pirates, Malong has managed to subdue Big Mom and 4 of the 7 warlords. Furthermore, numerous pirate crews have flocked to join him during this brief period. One could assert that the current Beast Pirates have swelled to an unprecedented level of might. As a former crew member of Rocks, Kaido believes that his current powers surpass even those of the Rocks Pirates era, leading such a formidable force. He is confident in his ability to sweep through the New World. Whitebeard Shanks, merely trash. Kaido has even begun preparations to wage war against the Whitebeard Pirates upon returning to the New World. He is eager to unify the New World. As for his younger brother Shanks, if he knows what is good for him, he might be offered the position of deputy captain of the Beast Pirates, for after all, Shanks' liquor is quite delectable. However, should Shanks prove obstinate, he should not blame Kaido for brandishing the sword against him. After all, their relationship is merely one of camaraderie over a few days of drinking. While Kaido is poised to declare war against the Whitebeard Pirates, the newly appointed fleet admiral, Akainu, has already begun to act. Sakazuki, this time, I shall not fail in my duty. I have brought back the immortal bird, Marco. At the Navy headquarters, Admiral Kazuru addressed Akainu. Previously, Akainu had sent him to Whitebeard's territory to capture an important hostage. Kazuru did not disappoint, successfully bringing Marco back. Excellent, Borsalino. I knew I could count on you. Upon hearing Kazuru's report, Akainu was elated. Ever since becoming fleet admiral, he has longed for a significant accomplishment. Clearly, opportunities must be seized rather than awaited. I shall instruct the news department to prepare a headline. In a week's time, the immortal bird Marco will face execution at the Navy headquarters. The last time, allowing Kaido and Big Mom to escape resulted in the Navy losing its dignity. This time, I intend to demonstrate to the world that I, Sakazuki, am not merely boasting. I seek to reclaim all that I have lost. Akainu briskly made his way to the news department. Soon, the news of Marco's impending execution was dispatched across the globe by the Navy's newsbirds. Chapter 220. The scheming girl Malong Gij, I miss you so much. Upon returning to the modest home he shares with Yamato, Malong was suddenly beset by a small girl launching herself at him. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his arms to embrace her, twirling her around in delight. However, the next instant, he felt a chilling gaze behind him, as if it harbored murderous intent. Like a robot, Malong slowly turned his head, only to find Yamato with her hands poised in a threatening gesture. Ahem, I must clarify that I merely regard her as a younger sister. Yamato, do you believe me? Under Yamato's piercing gaze, Malong stammered, his lips trembling. Is that so? Yamato crossed her arms, observing Malong with an icy demeanor. But I heard Yuta say you plan to marry her when she turns 18? This is slander, pure slander. Malong exclaimed loudly, even though he had indeed entertained such notions in the past. However, that was merely a thought not yet voiced. He was taken aback to learn that Yuta, at such a tender age, would resort to deception. Yuta, how could you say such a thing? What did I ever claim I would marry you once you turn 18? Malong set Yuta down, his eyes wide with inquiry, signaling her to clarify. Yet the little girl merely smiled mischievously and replied, Malong Gij, what nonsense are you talking about? When we shared a bed, you assured me that after I turned 18, you would ride the 7-color dragon, using the treasures of the Grand Line to marry me. How can you now? Stop, don't say any more. Malong hastily covered the girl's mouth. What absurdity is this? I asked you to clarify, and instead, you only deepened my predicament. The crux of the matter is that if I had truly said it, I would have owned up to it. A man must accept his words. But I never said it. Yuwa. With her mouth covered, Yuta widened her eyes and shook her head at Malong, as if admitting fault. Murmuring, I was wrong, I want to do it again. Seeing Yuta's pitiful expression, Malong released his hand from her mouth. However, the moment he did, Yuta turned against him. Malong Gij, why did you cover my mouth? I understand now. You don't want me to reveal that you plan to marry me, do you? Yuta gazed at him with her round, innocent eyes, her voice tinged with grievance. Malong was taken aback. This little girl is quite the schemer. Is she attempting to solidify my alleged promise to marry her in front of Yamato? Meanwhile, Yamato looked at Malong with disbelief, seemingly unprepared for the revelation that he might be such a scoundrel. Despite already having her, he still, oh right, Yuta had known Malong before her. This fact had been confirmed when Yuta recounted her timeline of acquaintance with Malone. Yet, even if Yuta came first, he had already shared his bed with me. I am now carrying your child. You cannot be suggesting that you are involved with another woman and wish to enjoy the pleasures of multiple partners, can you? Furthermore, Yuta is merely a child. How could you possibly take advantage of her at such a tender age? A beast. You are even worse than a beast. Yamato, do you believe me or her? Malone turned to face Yamato, genuinely concerned that she might be angered by the situation. After all, Yamato was pregnant, and if her anger led her to act rashly, such as jumping into the sea upon discovering he had another woman, that would be disastrous. Chapter 221. The harem protagonist. If it were true, then so be it. I would not be wronged. But I swear, I have done nothing of the sort. I genuinely regard Yuta as a neighborly little sister. After all, she is merely 12 or 13 years old. How could I possibly take advantage of her? I am no beast. Malone, I must ask you, do you have feelings for Yuta? Yamato paused, crossing her arms as she scrutinized Malone. Whether he had expressed such sentiments previously was irrelevant. What mattered was whether Yuta held a place in his heart now. Malone was just about to voice his thoughts. However, there are those who are swifter than him. How much I adore Yuta, thought M.O. Long. Yuta raised her hand, bouncing with excitement to answer. M.O. Long, can you please be quiet? He said, exasperated. What on earth is happening? And yet, you continue to stir the pot? Do you wish for me to sleep on the floor tonight? I am merely speaking the truth, Yuta pouted, looking at M.O. Long with a pitiful gaze. Do you not like me? With her sparkling eyes and her woeful expression, she was truly a sight to behold. Who could resist such charm? Coughing, M.O. Long attempted to change the subject. By the way, Dahi, I am hungry. When will you prepare dinner? Oh, you're hungry? I will go cook for you right away. Dahi instinctively turned to enter the room to make dinner for M.O. Long. Wait, something feels off. Upon realizing she had been tricked, Dahi spun around furiously and confronted M.O. Long. M.O. Long, do not divert the topic. You have yet to answer me. Do you like Yuta? Dahi, I'm genuinely hungry, M.O. Long said, patting his flat stomach in a feigned show of grievance. However, when it came to matters of the heart, Dahi was unyielding. Answer me immediately, yes or no. No, M.O. Long replied promptly. You answered so quickly. Are you trying to fool me? Hearing his swift response made Dahi doubt him further. M.O. Long, ask me again. Tell me at once, do you like Yuta? Dahi asked again, genuinely. I do, M.O. Long declared. Dahi was taken aback. She had expected him to respond with a no, but instead, he answered I do without hesitation. Dahi was bewildered. Yes, I knew M.O. Long liked me, Yuta exclaimed, bouncing with joy. She ran to M.O. Long and wrapped her arms around his neck from behind, pressing her body against his back. M.O. Long ignored Yuta. Noticing Dahi's increasingly displeased expression, he quickly attempted to explain. Dahi, let me clarify. My affection is, I am not listening. Dahi interrupted, covering her ears and shaking her head, shouting, I am not listening. This left M.O. Long at a loss for words. Sigh. How he had once entertained thoughts of multiple wives when he first traversed into this world, but now he could not even manage one like Dahi. Truly, he was unsuited to be the protagonist of a harem tale. Chapter 222. Leveling the Navy and blowing up Akainu's head the next day. M.O. Long spent the night soothing Dahi, almost leading him to a grave fate. As for Yuta, Dahi decided to let things unfold naturally. She refrained from forcing M.O. Long into a choice between her and Yuta. Men, when cornered, could be unpredictable. Moreover, Dahi believed in her own allure. How could Yuta possibly compare? Just look at how M.O. Long cherished her the previous night. As for Yuta, she was merely a princess of peace, hardly worth her concern. Today, news spread across the seas of the Navy plan to execute Whitebeard's 2nd Division commander, Marco the Phoenix, within a week. On Whitebeard's Island, he was receiving treatment when he suddenly heard a frantic shout from outside. It's bad. Dad, something terrible has happened. Soon, the person shouting burst into Whitebeard's presence. Angered, Whitebeard glared at him. You're the one who's in trouble. Your entire family is in trouble. I'm doing just fine. Do you wish to give me a heart attack and take over my pirate crew? No, Dad, I didn't mean that. I meant, Diamond George, panting, handed a newspaper to Whitebeard. Upon reading its contents, Whitebeard's countenance darkened. That bastard Akainu. With a swift motion, he crumpled the newspaper in his fist. While he was aware that Akainu's ascension to admiral could incite a fierce response, he never expected that this newfound fire would be directed at him. Did he think Whitebeard was old and easily bullied? Dad, are you all right? Seeing Whitebeard trembling with rage, George feared he may have made a grave mistake, especially since Whitebeard was not in good health and receiving treatment. If he caused Whitebeard any distress, it could worsen his condition, making George a villain. Am I all right? Of course I'm fine. I am the world's strongest man. What could possibly trouble me? To prove his point, Whitebeard yanked out his foredrip and stood up from his chair, seizing his supreme blade, and strode out the door. George, unsure of Whitebeard's intentions, hurried after him. He found Whitebeard standing on a rocky shore, gripping his blade and swinging it fiercely towards the sea, instantly unleashing a wave of energy that split the ocean in two. The turbulent waters revealed the seabed, reflecting his fury. The anger he felt from being coerced by Kaido had nearly faded, but now that Akainu dared to publicly execute his son, did he truly believe he could bully him just because he was aging? Prepare the ships, set sail to the Navy headquarters. I will smash Akainu's head. Whitebeard declared loudly to his crew. Yes, Dad, we will flatten the Navy headquarters and blow up Akainu's head, making it clear that the Whitebeard pirates are not to be trifled with. Those who wish to challenge us will have to wait for another lifetime. Under Whitebeard's command, his crew sprang into action, arming themselves and boarding their ships. Several massive pirate ships departed from the harbor. Chapter 223, The Second Marine War. Meanwhile, pirate crews affiliated with the Whitebeard pirates across the New World received the call to gather. Dozens of pirate ships, representing the most renowned crews in the New World, began converging towards the Whitebeard pirates, preparing to head into battle together. Naturally, such a large-scale movement could not remain concealed. Akainu, stationed at Navy headquarters, quickly received intelligence regarding the situation. His spirits lifted at the news. His intent to publicly execute Whitebeard was to lure the Whitebeard pirates into a rescue attempt, allowing him to lie in wait at Navy headquarters and strike when the time was right, marking the first significant battle of his tenure as admiral. With the life of the world's strongest man, he aimed to establish his own renown. He seeks to make the entire world aware of his existence. He, Akainu, is the most formidable marine fleet admiral in 8 centuries. He intends to convey to the world that Sengoku has become a relic of the past, and the future of the Marine Corps belongs to him. Upon achieving success, he will instantly gain a reputation that surpasses that of Sengoku. After all, Sengoku held his position for many years without any remarkable achievements. He managed to execute Kaido, yet allowed the first escape and was subsequently defeated in a direct confrontation, tarnishing the Marine Corps reputation that had been upheld for centuries. Nevertheless, this turn of events proves beneficial for Akainu. Had Sengoku not suffered such a crushing defeat, he would not have resigned, and without Sengoku's resignation, Akainu would find it impossible to ascend to power. Hence, Akainu's appointment as Fleet Admiral is also owed to the efforts of certain members of the Beast Pirates. If not for their victory over the Marines, he would have had to wait an additional 5 years. As for the possibility of meeting the same fate as Sengoku and being defeated by Whitebeard at Marine headquarters, that is utterly inconceivable. In Akainu's lexicon, the notion of failure is non-existent. As for losing to the likes of the Beast Pirates, they are anomalies and do not count. What does an old man like Whitebeard have to compare with him? This battle is assuredly his victory. With unwavering confidence, Akainu nevertheless issued a summons to the 7 warlords for precautionary measures. Although he believes that, even without their assistance, defeating Whitebeard would be effortlessly achievable, it is prudent to exercise caution. He has no desire to be remembered as the fleet admiral with the shortest tenure in marine history. After all, a defeat at the hands of Whitebeard would undoubtedly jeopardize his position. Thus, not long after the conclusion of the last Marineford War, another conflict looms on the horizon. For the viewers across the globe, this promises to be yet another grand spectacle. The question remains whether the Marines will assert their dominance and vanquish Whitebeard, or if this legendary pirate will wreak havoc at Marine headquarters, rescue his son, and depart, leaving a devastated Marine base in his wake. Should the Marines suffer yet another defeat, the most powerful violent entity that has suppressed the world for 8 centuries may lose all credibility. After all, the Marines are tasked with combating pirates. If they were to lose consecutively to pirates in 2 major conflicts, what purpose would the Marine Corps serve? Thus, amidst great anticipation, the day of the execution of the immortal bird, Marco, has arrived. The global audience is prepared, seated with rapt attention before the live broadcasts emanating from Marine headquarters, where opportunists seize the moment to sell snacks and beverages. In another part of the world, Kaido of the Beast Pirates has not remained idle. Following Whitebeard's departure with his crew to Marine headquarters, Kaido has set his sights on seizing Whitebeard's territory. Indeed, he intends to exploit Whitebeard's absence to claim dominion over his lands. This does not imply fear of Whitebeard. Engaging in a direct confrontation is merely a strategy to avoid unnecessary losses. With the combined might of his crew and Big Mom's forces, defeating Whitebeard would be more than manageable. In fact, Kaido believes that, even alone, he could overpower Whitebeard. However, after the recent conflict with the Marines, while the Beast Pirates and Big Mom's crew did not suffer catastrophic losses, they nonetheless lost several capable fighters. Thus, to prevent depleting his ranks, his brothers, and future assets in the fight against the world government, he cannot afford to suffer losses amid Whitebeard's internal strife. The ongoing battle between Whitebeard and the Marines brings Kaido great joy. He hopes for mutual destruction, which would pave the way for his own era. Whitebeard's forces have been largely mobilized for the assault on Marine headquarters, leaving only a handful to guard his territory. When Kaido arrives, he encounters minimal resistance and swiftly conquers Whitebeard's domain. It is no surprise. Whitebeard has taken the majority of his strength with him, leaving behind only a few stragglers who could do little against Kaido's might. In less than a day, Kaido seizes 8 islands belonging to the Whitebeard pirates, hoisting the flag of the Beast Pirates on each, signifying that from this moment forth, these islands belong to him. In that moment, Kaido erupts into wild, triumphant laughter, reveling in his audacity as he claims dominion over the territories of 3 of the 4 emperors of the New World. As for Whitebeard, Kaido doubts he will return alive from Marine headquarters. After all, he fell at the very gates of the Marine base. Had it not been for a fortunate son-in-law, he might have long since succumbed to death. Whitebeard is merely an equal entity, doomed without external support. With Whitebeard's territory now under his control, the day of Marco's execution has arrived. Kaido sets aside all distractions, seated with a gourd of liquor in hand, intently watching the broadcast of Marine headquarters. Strangely, upon seeing Marco at the execution platform, Kaido feels an inexplicable surge of sympathy. What is this? Is it because he, too, once found himself on an execution platform, surrounded by onlookers, that he empathizes with Marco's plight? Whitebeard's entrance remains unchanged, emerging from the depths of the sea aboard his ship. Unfortunately, this method is the only means to elude the Marine scrutiny and navigate through the gates of justice. Akainu, seemingly anticipating this, has stationed heavy artillery and cannons around the harbor, preparing for the impending confrontation. On the execution platform, Marco gazes at Whitebeard's arrival, his eyes filled with remorse. Had the Marines captured one of his brothers, he would have undoubtedly rushed to their aid. Yet, as he finds himself in this predicament, he does not wish for Whitebeard to risk his life for him. War brings death and much suffering. He cannot bear the thought of a situation causing further casualties among his brothers. It is a matter of loyalty and honor. Father, I wish to survive. Marco, you have changed remarkably in just a week. Whitebeard stands at the bow of the colossal whale ship, observing the troubled expression on Marco's face. Have the Marines mistreated you? Mistreated? One could say so. Since my capture, they have neglected to provide me with sustenance. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The crucial point is that I learned in prison that the Marines intend to use me as bait to lure Whitebeard. This has left him restless and sleepless for days, causing his complexion to appear quite poor. After all, he truly does not wish for any casualties among the crew of the Baihu Zihaijian Tuan due to his own issues. They are all brothers. He does not wish for their demise, just as they do not wish for his. However, with Baihu already leading the charge, further discussions have become futile. In this moment, all the words Marco wanted to say condensed into a single plea, as he tearfully shouted towards Baihu, "Father, I want to live. Please take me back to the sea once more." In that instant, Marco was possessed by the spirit of Nico Robin. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Marco's words, Baihu laughed heartily. Of course, you are my son, and the sea is your true home. Sakazuki, I am giving you a choice. Release Marco, and I will leave the Navy headquarters with my men. Baihu directed a threatening gaze towards Chi Quan, asserting that if not, he would flatten the Navy headquarters today, allowing them to experience the terror of being dominated by the world's strongest man. Baihu preferred to avoid combat, if possible, although the Navy had intentionally lured him here. A confrontation seemed inevitable. Nevertheless, Baihu still sought to negotiate, especially since the current Navy has suffered significant losses compared to the past. While 2 admirals have been added, it remained uncertain how formidable they truly were. Baihu, you must be dreaming. Do you think I lured you to the Navy headquarters for a game, and you dare to ask for a chance? You are merely an old man, believing yourself invincible. Even if we entertain the notion of your invincibility, what does it matter? You stand alone against 3 admirals. What do you have to compare? With that, the conversation reached an impasse. Baihu narrowed his eyes. He had initially intended to intimidate Qi Quan by unleashing a tsunami with the power of his Zhun fruit to engulf the Navy headquarters. However, he suddenly recalled that Akiji and Qi Quan had both left the Navy after failing to become Fleet Admiral. If he summoned a tsunami without Akiji's ice to contain it, it would indeed devastate the Navy headquarters, but it would also harm his own pirate fleet. Furthermore, Marco was situated on the execution platform of the Navy headquarters. Any tsunami could potentially claim Marco's life. All his efforts were aimed at saving Marco. If his grand move resulted in Marco's demise, he would become a laughingstock. However, while he could not stir the ocean to summon a tsunami, he still intended to deliver a show of strength. Baihu stood at the bow of his ship, gripping his mighty blade, Song Yun Xie. The power of the Zhun fruit manifested upon it. Drink! With a mighty roar, Baihu raised Song Yun Xie high and then brought it down with force. A shockwave, akin to a tornado demolishing a parking lot, was unleashed, crashing violently onto the ground of the Navy headquarters. The fierce impact tore through the earth, surging towards Qi Quan. The ground was flattened, leaving a brutal chasm in its wake. In the process, hundreds of naval soldiers were struck by the shockwave, soaring into the air, bloodied. As the shockwave approached Qi Quan, a man with closed eyes appeared before it. One hand held a sword, while the other grasped the hilt, slowly drawing it upward. Instantly, immense pressure was exerted upon the land before him. Just then, Baihu's shockwave arrived as anticipated. The two forces collided violently, resulting in a tremendous explosion that dissipated into a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, a massive, circular crater remained. Admiral Fujitora. Baihu squinted at the man who had thwarted his attack and spoke in a low tone. Hearing Baihu's voice, Fujitora lifted his head and gazed in Baihu's direction. Though blind, he could nonetheless etch an image of Baihu in his mind. Tall, powerful, domineering, and audacious enough to assault the Navy headquarters with just a single pirate crew. This demonstrated the man's strength. Previously, even with the combined forces of the Big Mom pirates, the Beast Pirates, and the Immortal King, followed by a group of criminals from Impel Down, Baihu sought to conquer the Navy headquarters alone. Was he either fearless due to ignorance or overly confident in his own strength? The title of the world's strongest man was undeniably intimidating, yet this was the Navy headquarters, the stronghold of the sea's dominators. Clearly, Fujitora was not optimistic about his chances. After all, he had just ascended to the rank of admiral. If Baihu succeeded in breaching the Navy headquarters and rescuing his comrades, where would he save face? One must reciprocate kindness. Fujitora, it is your turn. Jiguan Zima do Fujido. Nodding in acknowledgement, Fujitora advanced a step. Originally, he had only partially drawn his katana, but in an instant, he unsheathed the entire blade. A violet circle of light surged into the sky, and then there was silence. What is that peculiar light? The crew of the Baihu pirates questioned, bewildered. Wait, look up. Something is descending from the sky. As they heard this, the pirates collectively raised their heads. Indeed, a colossal fireball appeared in the sky, hurtling rapidly towards the Navy headquarters. What in the world is that? A meteor? The pirates were astounded. What kind of person is that blind admiral to summon a meteor from the heavens? Is that even possible? Even the seasoned members of the Baihu pirates were taken aback by this display. The meteor, engulfed in scorching flames, descended upon the Navy headquarters with unstoppable velocity. The heat radiating from it made the faces of the pirates sweat, perhaps from fear. The potential devastation caused by the meteor's impact was unfathomable. Would Fujitora risk it all, directly striking the Navy headquarters and obliterating it? The pirates internally scoffed. Faced with the impending impact of the meteorite, they remained surprisingly untroubled. Although they believed they would surely be unable to withstand such force, their gaze fell upon the man standing at the bow with a massive bicento in hand, and their hearts were filled with an overwhelming sense of reassurance. After all, their father was none other than the strongest man in the world. Ever since joining the Whitebeard pirates, no matter how formidable the enemy or how insurmountable the challenge, all difficulties were effortlessly resolved in the presence of their father. This fostered an inflated belief within them that their father was indeed the mightiest. Even against the Marine headquarters, victory seemed assured. An unwavering trust was established. A colossal meteorite descended upon the pirate crew, its searing flames distorting the very sky. Whitebeard raised his head. fully aware that he could not allow the meteorite to crash down. Otherwise, the consequences would be catastrophic. In the next moment, he bent his knees and launched himself skyward with tremendous force. The immense bow of the Moby Dick was driven down into the sea with a powerful stomp, causing the stern to rise. As Whitebeard soared into the air, the bow ascended rapidly due to buoyancy, while the stern crashed back into the water, creating a massive splash. Many pirates aboard, unable to maintain their footing amidst the violent turbulence, tumbled across the deck. A few unfortunate souls stationed at the stern were even thrown into the sea. "Break apart!" Whitebeard roared, his left fist clenched tightly. He swung at the rapidly descending meteorite with ferocity. An overwhelming power coalesced in his fist, unleashing an unmatched force. At the moment of contact with the meteorite, it seemed to pause briefly under the weight of the destructive energy. The sound of cracking echoed repeatedly. His punch struck the surface of the meteorite, generating an explosive force that created a massive crater. The energy radiated outward, causing spiderweb-like cracks to spider across the meteorite's surface. Countless fissures spread across its entirety. With a resounding boom, the enormous meteorite shattered, transforming from a singular massive entity into countless smaller fragments that shot off in all directions, landing either on the surface of the harbor or upon the ground of the Marine headquarters. Lacking the tremendous momentum, these broken stones fell harmlessly, merely resembling a meteor shower to the onlookers. After shattering the meteorite, Whitebeard descended, landing firmly at the bow of the Moby Dick. "Father is magnificent. Father is incredible. Truly, he is our father." The crew of the Whitebeard pirates erupted in cheers, praising Whitebeard's prowess. He did not disappoint them. What challenge could a mere meteorite present to Whitebeard? Observers from across the world could not help but acknowledge his terrifying might. After all, a meteorite of several dozen meters in diameter had descended from the heavens, only to be obliterated by Whitebeard's punch. What was his fist made of? Harder than the meteorite itself? Chapter 228. Red-haired Shanks heads to Marine headquarters. Indeed, he is Whitebeard. Admiral Fujitora sensed this moment and remarked calmly. To withstand a meteorite pulled from space with nothing but his fist was a feat of sheer strength. Of course, if it were merely this, Fujitora would not be overly concerned. Having emerged as a leading figure during the Great Conscription, he himself belonged to the pinnacle of this vast sea. However, these top-tier warriors had seldom engaged in direct combat, so only through genuine confrontation could the true hierarchy be determined. With the greetings concluded, Whitebeard understood that it was impossible to allow the Marines to free their captives. A direct assault was the only option. "Men, charge! Let's annihilate those Marine scum!" Whitebeard commanded, brandishing his weapon, the Shirohige, pointing its blade towards the Marine headquarters. The war commenced. Kill! In an instant, an overwhelming aura of slaughter permeated the Marine headquarters. The pirates, armed with guns, cannons, and swords, surged forward towards the Marine stronghold. The Marines, without awaiting orders, opened fire. In a heartbeat, the sounds of gunfire filled the air, and the battlefield became thick with the scent of gunpowder, sharp yet exhilarating. As time progressed, the two sides engaged in close combat, the metallic scent of blood beginning to waft through the air. Casualties appeared on the battlefield, bodies lay strewn about, and severed limbs were scattered. The brutal slaughter commenced. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kaido, having seized Whitebeard's territory, returned to Onigashima. Now, half of the New World belonged to him. However, Kaido was not yet satisfied. After all, one person remained who had neither submitted nor perished: Red-haired Shanks, who was still a guest on his island. Their current relationship was amicable, so Kaido did not wish to resort to force to compel his submission. Ideally, if Shanks acted wisely and chose to align with him, it would yield the best outcome. Yet, upon Kaido's return to Onigashima, he discovered that Shanks had already departed. This left Kaido feeling vexed. Today marked the full-scale war between Whitebeard and the Marines. Why wasn't T-Shanks present on Onigashima to witness the unfolding events? Could it be that he harbored similar intentions and sought to invade Whitebeard's territory? However, the reality was quite different. Shanks headed to Marine headquarters. When Kaido learned this from Black Maria, he was momentarily dumbfounded. What does he seek at Marine headquarters? To participate in the battle? I've heard that Shanks and Whitebeard share a close relationship. Is he truly so reckless as to attempt to save Whitebeard? Suddenly, Kaido felt a pang of concern. After all, in his view, one Whitebeard stood no chance against the Marine headquarters. However, the addition of red-haired pirates might just provide Whitebeard with a glimmer of hope. With Sengoku and Garp retired, and a former admiral departed, even though the Marines had replenished their ranks with 2 new admirals, Kaido believed their overall strength had diminished. Black Maria did not answer Kaido's query, for she too was unaware. All she could say was that history had a way of circling back upon itself. In the original tale, Shanks did indeed make his way to Marine headquarters. It seemed that even with the timeline adjusted, he remained intent on going. Chapter 229, Akainu's son, Taste My Blade. Nevertheless, compared to the original story, there were notable differences. After all, it was Ace who was to be executed in the original narrative, and Ace shared a brotherly bond with Luffy. Shanks' visit to Marine headquarters could be seen as a favor to Luffy. But now, the Navy is executing Marco, and without Luffy's involvement, the motives and intentions of the red-haired Shanks heading to the Navy headquarters have become inscrutable to Malo. Could it be that he believes Whitebeard is bound to lose and does not wish for the equilibrium of the 4 emperors in the New World to be disrupted, thus seeking to rescue? After all, if the 4 emperors unite, the Navy may falter. However, if they are taken down one by one, there will be no emperor capable of thwarting that. Therefore, the death of one emperor may not simply pertain to the demise of one individual. The loss of lips leaves the teeth cold. Malo, shall we also venture to the Navy headquarters? Kaido said, casting a glance at Malo. Suddenly, a bold idea took root in his mind. That is, while the clam and the snipe contend, it is the fisherman who benefits. Once Red-Haired and Whitebeard are locked in a life-and-death struggle with the Navy, he would descend with boundless might, crush the survivors, eliminate dissenters, and recruit the surrenderers. In this manner, his beast pirates would emerge as the most formidable force upon the seas. At that moment, he would have surpassed Rox and become the true sovereign of the ocean. After all, Rox was merely the ruler of the New World in his time. Why go to the Navy headquarters? Malone looked at Kaido quizzically. If you wish to go, then go. I have no interest in bloodshed. I merely desire to live an undisturbed life on Onigashima. What is the point of vying for supremacy when one can enjoy both children and fortune? Upon hearing Malone's response, Kaido sighed, perplexed. How could a man not be enamored with power? What a peculiar mindset. Nevertheless, even if Malone would not accompany him, Kaido resolved to make the journey. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, with all the 4 emperors, the Navy, and the 7 warlords converging. Should he manage to assert dominance over the Navy, he would be able to unify the vast ocean beneath his feet, especially now, with the chance to exploit the mutual destruction of Whitebeard and Red-Haired alongside the Navy. Such an opportunity may never present itself again. Failing to seize it would surely lead to regret. Resolving to act, Kaido set forth towards the Navy headquarters. Accompanied by Big M.O.M. At the Navy headquarters, the battle commenced, and Whitebeard realized that his side was at a disadvantage. The Navy was pressing hard against them, particularly in terms of elite combat power. This caused Whitebeard to furrow his brow deeply. He sensed that if this continued, his sons might face defeat. Thus, Whitebeard's gaze turned toward the distant high platform, in the direction of Akainu. To seize the thief, one must first capture the Navy's fleet admiral. If he could take down Akainu, everything would fall into place. With this thought, Whitebeard brandished his blade and leaped from the bow of his ship, charging towards Akainu. Akainu, take this, Whitebeard shouted as he rushed forward, only to be met with a blockade of Navy soldiers. After all, how could they allow the enemy's captain to reach their own leader so soon after the battle commenced? That would be a tremendous disgrace for the Navy. Block him. Do not let Whitebeard near Fleet Admiral Sakazuki, commanded a Navy officer, directing a small squad of soldiers to obstruct Whitebeard's path. Fire. With the officer's command, a squad of soldiers crouched down, shouldered their rocket launchers, and pulled the triggers. Chapter 230. Bombarding Whitebeard. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Rocket after rocket hurtled toward Whitebeard. Direct hits. The resulting explosions unleashed violent blasts and shockwaves. Thick smoke billowed and dust swirled. Dozens of rockets detonated simultaneously, creating a powerful impact that sent many Navy soldiers tumbling. Hooray! We hit him! The soldiers were astonished at how easily they had struck Whitebeard, each one brimming with excitement, even celebrating with applause. To them, Whitebeard, a mere mortal, would surely be doomed after such a barrage. Even if he survived, he would undoubtedly be gravely wounded. Although they had encountered beasts like Kaido and Malo, they understood that such monsters were unique anomalies in this world. Most individuals, no matter how strong, could not withstand gunfire. Wasn't Pirate King Roger slain by 2 ordinary executioners wielding spears? Regrettably, events did not unfold as anticipated, as the smoke enveloping Whitebeard dissipated. It revealed the strongest man in the world, his body completely enscathed and cloaked in a dark hue. Armament Haki fully enveloped him. His ebony skin rendered Whitebeard even more imposing and formidable. His wide, glaring eyes sent tremors through the Navy soldiers standing before him. How could he possibly be unscathed? What the hell are all Emperor's monsters? Witnessing that Whitebeard appeared to have suffered not even a scratch, the soldiers gritted their teeth in frustration. The officer who had commanded the soldiers to fire was also beside himself with rage. As a commander, his foresight surpassed that of the ordinary soldiers. He knew all too well that relying on rocket launchers could never bring down the strongest man in the world. Yet, he had not anticipated that a direct hit would leave Whitebeard entirely unharmed. It is worth noting that Whitebeard was not like Kaido or Big Mom, who were known for their invulnerable physiques. While Whitebeard's physical prowess was formidable, it was not on the same level as those two monsters. Kuhuhu! Whitebeard stood amidst the smoke, laughing heartily at the astonished Navy soldiers. You think mere cannonballs can harm me? Who the hell do you think I am? I am the strongest man in the world. Whitebeard! He roared at the Navy soldiers. His immense voice echoed throughout the Navy headquarters, causing both Navy and pirates to cease their fighting and focus their gaze upon him. The soldiers blocking Whitebeard's advance were paralyzed by his overwhelming presence, trembling as they struggled to steady their grip on their rocket launchers. Fire! Keep firing! The Navy officer understood that they could not allow Whitebeard to continue his arrogance. After all, the protagonists of this war were the Navy, not Whitebeard. Yes, just an old man. What does it matter that he is the strongest man in the world? This is the Navy headquarters, an invincible fortress upon the seas. Even the strongest man in the world will meet his end here. Yes, yes, Major. The soldiers, hearing the officer's roar, once again directed their fire towards Whitebeard. One by one, rockets surged forth towards him. However, this time, Whitebeard did not stand idly by, allowing the rockets to strike him. Instead, he gripped his weapon, the Uru, and spun it around before delivering a powerful slash forward. Boom! The space trembled. Chapter 231. Instantaneously slaying giants as if time had come to a standstill. Whitebeard unleashed a devastating punch that caused dozens of rockets, originally aimed at him, to suddenly halt mid-air, no longer advancing. The scene left the surrounding Marines utterly astonished. In the next moment, an even more shocking event unfolded. The rocket, which had been suspended in mid-air, suddenly seemed to receive an immense thrust, turning around and hurtling back towards the very Marines who had fired it. "Marines, run!" shouted one of them as realization dawned, and in that instant, he too took flight. The other Marines, witnessing this alarming turn of events, followed suit, sprinting away. However, it was too late. The artillery shell was far swifter than their desperate escape. With a whoosh, one shell landed amidst the fleeing crowd, exploding instantaneously. Those caught at the epicenter of the blast were propelled skyward by the shockwave. A cacophony of cries filled the air. Yet, this was merely the beginning. It was only the first shell. They had unleashed dozens of shells. Soon, other projectiles rained down from above. The ground shook with a series of thunderous detonations, creating deep craters. The mangled bodies of the Marines fell from the sky, their blood evaporating in the searing flames. The collision of blood and fire ignited a fervent rage within. Damn it, what have you done to my beloved Marines? In the distance, a colossal vice admiral witnessed this carnage and charged forward, brandishing a great sword, his immense form leaving massive footprints with each stride. Soon, the giant vice admiral stood before Baihuzi, his hands gripping the sword tightly as he swung it down with all his might. Baihuzi! The blade sliced through the air, aimed directly at Baihuzi's head. In response to this thunderous strike, Baihuzi merely smirked, his eyes glinting with defiance. As he grasped his supreme blade, Kanjiunki above his head. With a clang, the giant sword collided forcefully with Kanjiunki's edge. The tremendous force impacted Baihuzi's palm, cascading down to his legs, causing the ground to shatter under the weight of the Vice Admiral's full assault, sinking Baihuzi's legs into the earth. Yet, to Baihuzi, this power was trivial. In the next moment, he effortlessly lifted Kanjiunki. The colossal Vice Admiral stumbled backward, pushed off balance by the sheer force. As he steadied himself, preparing to launch another attack, he discovered that Baihuzi had vanished. Where did he go? The giant Vice Admiral's gaze darted around in search of Baihuzi. It was only when a Marine called out that he realized, "Vice Admiral, above you." Baihuzi is above. He looked up and indeed found Baihuzi, having leaped into the air, hovering above him. One hand wielding his sword and the other clenched into a fist. A white aura emanated from the fist, signaling the activation of the Jinjin fruit. Boom! Before the giant vice admiral could react, Baihuzi's fist descended upon him, landing a devastating blow to his face. The unparalleled force made the vice admiral feel as though his face had been pulverized, leaving him completely numb, and several pearly teeth flew from his mouth. He was sent crashing to the ground. In the next chapter, Baihuzi faced off against Akainu. One punch was all it took to defeat the giant vice admiral. This scene left the Marines at headquarters in disbelief. How is this possible? Their eyes widened in astonishment. They could hardly believe their eyes. A giant vice admiral had been dispatched so effortlessly. Even if his opponent was the world's strongest man, Baihuzi, it seemed unfathomable. After all, the vice admiral represented the pinnacle of Marine strength, second only to the admirals themselves, a position most Marines could only aspire to. At that moment, their faith crumbled. Akainu, do you truly believe these fools can contend with me, Baihuzi? After dispatching the giant vice admiral, Baihuzi pointed his sword at Akainu, seemingly challenging him. Akainu frowned at Baihuzi's provocation, muttering to himself that it was a futile endeavor. Rising from his chair, he approached Baihuzi step by step. Such useless comrades. He thought as he passed the fallen giant vice admiral, casting a disdainful glance at him. It seems I must bear the burden alone. He felt overwhelmed, surrounded by inept allies, especially Green Bull, who was lounging on a chair, basking in the sun as if the battlefield were his backyard. As Baihuzi and Akainu faced each other, the size difference made Akainu appear shorter than Baihuzi. Baihuzi squinted down at the man before him, surprised that he had attained the rank of Marine Admiral. The Navy must be desperate. Huh, a joke. If a man like you, who only knows how to collect suns, can become an emperor, why can't I be the Marine Admiral? Akainu retorted coldly. In the next instant, scalding magma began to ooze from Akainu's body, dripping onto the ground and melting unsightly holes into the earth. The searing heat was palpable, while Baihuzi appeared to dismiss Akainu. He was acutely aware of the threat he posed. Since joining the Navy, Akainu had been dubbed a monster. How could a man capable of becoming an admiral be underestimated? Come on, Baihuzi, let me see if you truly deserve the title of the world's strongest man, Akainu declared, clenching his fist and launching a powerful magma-infused punch at Baihuzi, intent on obliterating everything in his path. Baihuzi raised his sword, blocking the molten fist before it could strike. You little brat, whether I deserve the title of the world's strongest is not for you to judge. Baihuzi roared, activating the powers of the Jinjin fruit. Gripping Kanjianki tightly, he swept it forward with force. Akainu felt a tremendous energy surge through the sword's hilt into his fist. Bending his arm backward, with a resounding thud, he was sent flying. Yet, midair, Akainu steadied himself and retaliated with a punch toward Baihuzi. A colossal fist of magma descended from above. The intense heat washed over Baihuzi's face. The force of the rapidly descending magma fist created a gust of wind that caused Whitebeard's cloak to flutter violently. Unfazed, Whitebeard raised his arm and clenched his fist, delivering a powerful strike towards the falling magma boulder. The impact resonated like shattering glass, leaving a myriad of cracks in the air. From a distance, it appeared as if space itself could not withstand Whitebeard's immense strength and was fracturing. With a thunderous roar accompanying his punch, the entire space trembled. The descending magma boulder seemed to be grasped by an unseen hand, halting its descent. Observing this, Whitebeard thrust his fist forward, unleashing a tremendous shockwave upon the magma boulder. Like a toy being flung, the boulder was propelled skyward at an accelerated pace, headed towards Akainu. Akainu, witnessing the approaching rock, raised his leg to deliver a kick. With a resounding crash, the boulder shattered upon impact, raining countless small magma fragments in all directions. Many unfortunate Marines and pirates were struck by the scattering debris, their clothes melting and skin blistering, cries of agony escaping their lips. As the magma boulder was obliterated, Akainu descended from the sky, only to be met by Whitebeard wielding his blade. However, Akainu stomped down upon the Kanjianki, leveraging his downward momentum to force the blade into the ground, creating a massive crater. Whitebeard, do not grow too arrogant. This is the Marine headquarters, my territory, Akainu declared, his foot planted firmly on Kanjianki, casting a sideways glance at Whitebeard. Here, the dragon coils and the tiger lies. I am the sole king of this realm. In that moment, the air fell silent, as if a pin drop could be heard. As Akainu slid down, a gust of wind swept past, billowing his justice cloak, exuding an aura of unparalleled dominance, as if he had become the center of the world. Impressive. Wait, isn't that 2 words? Irrelevant, it matters not. Akainu, who do you think you are to refer to yourself as? I? Whitebeard chuckled at Akainu's arrogant words, infuriated. When I claimed that title, you were merely a small pawn in the Marine headquarters. Now, as Fleet Admiral, you think yourself formidable? Do you dare to call yourself Ito, anyone? Truly, your arrogance knows no bounds. While I reigned supreme in the New World, you were still in your diapers. Kururara. Whitebeard laughed heartily, his laughter unmistakably mocking Akainu's overestimation of himself. Curse you, Whitebeard. Akainu's rage was palpable, his face contorted in fury, his fists clenched, veins bulging, the sound of his tightened grip echoing in the air. He had risen to the position of Fleet Admiral, basking in the glory of his achievements, eager to test his strength against Whitebeard to surpass Sengoku's legacy. Yet, to his dismay, he was belittled by Whitebeard as a mere child, ridiculed for his audacity. What a joke! Does age bestow superiority? You are nothing but a remnant of a bygone era. What are you reminiscing about? Since you revel in past glories, I shall send you to meet Roger. Go below and boast to him. With a thunderous roar, Akainu launched a punch towards Whitebeard's chest. In Chapter 234, a punch to obliterate Akainu's head, Whitebeard continued to laugh, taken aback by Akainu's lack of honor and sudden assault. A sneak attack? You dare call yourself Fleet Admiral? Even pirates do not stoop to such lows. With a piercing strike, Akainu's massive magma fist penetrated Whitebeard's chest. The searing heat elicited a muted groan from Whitebeard. Yet, it was but a fleeting discomfort. He merely furrowed his brow, as if pricked by a thorn, rather than feeling the imminent threat of death from a magma fist piercing his chest and searing his insides. Old man, Diamond Jozu, engaged in battle with Kizuru, immediately noticed Whitebeard's plight and howled in anguish. Look, even while fighting Kizuru, he remains vigilant for Whitebeard. Thus, it was evident that Kizuru had granted a significant advantage. How dare you harm my father, Akainu? Diamond Jozu roared, never having imagined that his invincible father could be injured, even by a surprise attack from the Fleet Admiral. I will make you pay. With gritted teeth, Diamond Jozu charged towards Whitebeard, seemingly forgetting he was also in combat. Hey, Jozu, that's rather disrespectful, Kizaru remarked, shaking his head as he observed Diamond Jozu bypassing him. After all this time, and you choose to ignore me? Very well, I shall reveal my true power. I will obliterate you. 8-foot realm. Kizuru activated his ability, appearing instantaneously before Diamond Jozu. Jozu, taken aback, realized it was impossible to halt his momentum. He propelled himself upward to evade Kizuru. However, Kizuru was unamused. You shall not pass. In the next instant, Kizuru flashed above Diamond Jozu, asking, Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Without waiting for a response, he delivered a swift kick to Jozu's face. Diamond Jozu was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the Marine headquarters ground and creating a massive crater. Damn, old man. In the pit, Diamond Jozu gritted his teeth, spat, and rubbed his face, relieved to find no wounds. Otherwise, his title as the handsome representative of the Whitebeard pirates would be at risk. On the other side, Whitebeard, having sustained a wound from Akainu's sneak attack, began to retaliate. Clenching his left fist, a white light gathered at the tip of his fist. Channeling the power of the Gura no Mi, he unleashed a devastating blow towards Akainu's head. Akainu, realizing the imminent danger, attempted to evade but found his arm trapped within Whitebeard's grasp. Unable to withdraw, he could only exert greater force. With a resounding impact, Whitebeard's fist struck true upon Akainu's head, sending him reeling, his legs sinking into the ground. Yet, Whitebeard pressed on, relentless in his pursuit. The fist pressed firmly against Chi Quan's head, exerting relentless force. In Chapter 235, the Admiral Vayu stood as Whitebeard continued to apply pressure. Chi Quan Shalet Bukka, and he sank to his knees upon the ground. Yet, even this did not satisfy Whitebeard. The fist crashing down upon Chi Quan's head continued to bear down with immense weight. With a thunderous crash, Chi Quan was sent sprawling onto the ground, his head completely embedded in the earth, blood gushing from the back of his skull, a sight most pitiful. However, how could Whitebeard feel sympathy for Chi Quan? With Chi Quan's head pressed into the ground, he unleashed the powers of the Jinjin fruit once more. A tremendous earthquake erupted, rending the Marine headquarters asunder. A colossal chasm opened up above the headquarters, creating a wide fissure several meters in length. Chi Quan plunged directly into the crevice, slowly vanishing from sight. This scene dealt a severe blow to the morale of the Marines. After all, for the soldiers, The clash between Chi Quan and Whitebeard represented a battle of kings. Just moments before, they had been cheering as Chi Quan appeared to have triumphed over Whitebeard. Yet, before they could revel in their joy, they witnessed Chi Quan being knocked down by a single punch from Whitebeard, only to fall into the abyss. The swift transition from elation to despair was instantaneous. The Marines were heartbroken, while the pirates celebrated. Nevertheless, amidst their jubilation, they also worried for Whitebeard's injuries. The massive wound on his chest was undeniably grave. "I'm sorry, old dad." On the execution platform, Marco gazed at the injury on his father's body, tears streaming from his eyes. It remained unclear whether this apology stemmed from guilt, as he felt Whitebeard had been wounded while rescuing him, or from a sense of inadequacy, believing that had he not been captured, Whitebeard would not have needed to come to his aid and sustain such injuries. Perhaps, if he had been strong enough, he could have captured Kizaru and negotiated with the Marines for the benefit of the Whitebeard pirates. Yet there are no ifs. "Marco, what nonsense are you uttering? Wounds are the marks of a pirate's achievements, and besides, you are my son. It is only natural for a father to be injured for his child. So, do not apologize to me. If you must apologize, do so when we return to the New World together, not while kneeling on the execution platform of the Marine headquarters, as it would only invite scorn from the world upon me." Whitebeard disregarded his own wounds, imparting wisdom to Marco as he made his way toward the execution platform. With Chi Quan cast into the chasm, the surrounding Marines hesitated to approach as they saw Whitebeard advancing. After all, if Chi Quan could not prevail, what chance did they have? Sigh, why must it fall to me to deal with an old man? The only admiral yet to engage, Levi watched Whitebeard stride toward the execution platform with a heavy heart. Initially, he believed that with two admirals and Chi Quan as the Marine Fleet Admiral, subduing the Whitebeard pirates would be effortless. Yet, what transpired was far from that. "Chi Quan, are you planning to resign after this battle?" Levi shook his head and stood up, moving toward Whitebeard. As Levi stepped forward, the ground erupted with vines sprouting forth, twisting and dancing around him in a chaotic display. In Chapter 236, the confrontation between Levi and Whitebeard commenced. The Marine Admiral Levi possessed the powers of the Sun fruit, granting him dominion over forest flora. With his formidable abilities, he had been promoted to admiral despite not following the conventional path of service within the Marines. "Kid, do you intend to stop me?" Whitebeard did not halt his advance, gazing at Levi with indifference. "Being an admiral is no easy feat. I advise you to cherish your life." In response to Whitebeard's threat, Levi merely chuckled. This was Chi Quan's inaugural battle as fleet admiral, but it was also Levi's first as an admiral. Prior to his promotion, he had never even joined the Marines, let alone serve as a soldier. Thus, his rise to the rank of admiral left him with little respect within the organization. Lacking a personal fleet, normally, admirals would ascend through the ranks, garnering allies and subordinates along the way. With a mere call, countless individuals would rush to assist them. However, Levi had been thrust into the position of admiral without the customary experience, leading to resentment among the other officers. "We have clawed our way up, bled for the Marines. Why should we not be admirals while an outsider sits above us? Is this fair? Is there even a semblance of law in this? Is a Marine Corps akin to a pirate crew, where only strength matters for promotion?" To quell the dissatisfaction brewing among the ranks, Levi decided to go all in. "Whitebeard, what nonsense are you spouting? Cherish your life. You, a pirate who has assaulted the Marine headquarters, dare to advise me on that?" Levi laughed derisively. "Do you think the Marine headquarters is your playground, where you can enter and exit at will? I tell you now, this time next year will be your funeral." With that declaration, Levi initiated his attack. The countless vines swirling around him surged forward like an unleashed torrent, aiming directly at Whitebeard. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, observing the approaching vines with a cold smile. He raised his right hand and drew his weapon, slicing through the air with swift precision. Numerous severed vine tendrils fell from the sky. "Useless. My vines are endless. Even if you exhaust yourself, you will never cut them all." Levi remained unfazed as Whitebeard severed his vines, for they quickly regenerated. Watching the smooth edges of the severed vines heal and rush toward him once more, Whitebeard retaliated, slicing through the tendrils that approached him. Yet, it was all in vain. The vines were relentless, seemingly capable of infinite regeneration. Realizing this, Whitebeard turned his gaze toward Levi. If these vines originated from Levi, then defeating him should quell their onslaught. With this thought, Whitebeard clenched his left fist and unleashed the powers of the Jinjin fruit. Launching a powerful punch, in an instant, The vines before him were utterly shattered by the shockwave, leaving only the roots that had just emerged from the ground intact. Rapidly growing. However, Baizu had already taken action. As the roots transformed into vines, Baizu stomped the ground and charged swiftly towards the green ox. Chapter 237, Little Demons. This path is blocked. By the time the green ox reacted, Baizu had already appeared above him, with both hands gripping the Tsongyun Xia. He delivered a fierce downward strike aimed at the green ox's head. The green ox, realizing the imminent danger, quickly retreated. Baizu's strike missed and struck the ground instead, tearing it apart and sending debris flying in all directions. Although the green ox evaded Baizu's blade, he could not avoid the shards of rock, one of which grazed his cheek, leaving a deep gash. Blood trickled down as he wiped the crimson stain from his face, his expression turning ominous. Initially, he had approached this conflict with a playful mindset, but he did not anticipate that such an attitude would lead to his injury. Excellent work, Baizu, he thought, gritting his teeth and casting a deadly glare at his opponent. Of course, I'm doing splendidly. No need for your commentary, Baizu replied nonchalantly. The green ox braced himself, causing the ground to bulge and crack. Tiny saplings erupted from the earth, growing swiftly into towering trees. The branches of these colossal trees clenched into fists, transforming into a multitude of punching trees that surrounded Baizu. The towering trees, reaching dozens of meters high, were indeed imposing. Baizu. With this declaration, the green ox commanded the punching trees to rain down upon Baizu, casting the sky into shadow as if darkness had suddenly enveloped the area, leaving no room to evade. However, who was Baizu? Would he flee? Naturally not. As the colossal trees swung their fists towards him, he understood that a direct hit would render him a mere pulp. Thus, Baizu tightened his grip on the Tsongyun Xia. Soon, the fists of the giant trees descended, crashing into the ground and shaking the courtyard of the Marine headquarters with tremendous force. Hearing the sound, the Marine's eyes widened. Did it hit? Baizu can't possibly be dead, right? The Marines had not anticipated such ease. They had expected Baizu to resist, but he did not. Yet, while their hopes were high, reality proved to be despairing. Amidst the engulfing atmosphere, a sudden grunt echoed, followed by a resounding shatter. Instantly, a powerful shockwave erupted from the center of Baizu, tearing apart the towering trees surrounding him and sending countless shattered wooden fragments soaring into the sky like fireworks. On the other side, with the absence of the admiral guarding the execution platform, a pirate stealthily approached. "Marco, I have come to rescue you," the intruder whispered to Marco as he prepared to sever the chains binding him. However, a Marine caught sight of the unfolding scene. "Brothers, someone is storming the execution platform to rescue the immortal bird Marco. If we allow them to take Marco before us, what will become of our Marine's reputation? Let us charge." A squad of Marines rushed towards the execution platform, but Baizu would not permit them to hinder Marco's rescue. He leaped directly in front of the Marines and declared, "Little demons, this path is blocked," with his large sword firmly planted into the ground. A fissure immediately tore through the earth, spreading toward the Marines. Chapter 238, Retreat from Marine Headquarters. Seeing the spreading fissure, the Marines swiftly retreated, fearing that it would widen and swallow them whole, just as it had done to Akainu. "Baizu, your opponent is me." The green ox felt belittled, thinking, "You are supposed to be fighting me, yet you turn to deal with the Marines?" Thorny vines erupted from the ground, lashing out towards Baizu. The Marines believed Baizu would surely engage the green ox, allowing them to rush past him towards the execution platform. However, Baizu did not adhere to their expectations. He did not dodge or resist the green ox's assault. Instead, he swung his sword, sweeping at the Marines attempting to bypass him. The forceful impact sent those Marines flying, tumbling through the air for dozens of meters before crashing down like dumplings in boiling water. Yet, this also led to Baizu's back being mercilessly whipped by countless thorny vines. The sounds of cracking and tearing echoed as the sharp thorns tore through his clothing, leaving trails of blood across his back. "Ah, you bastard! How dare you harm my father?" On the execution platform, Marco was finally liberated. Witnessing Baizu being whipped by the vines filled him with pain and ignited a blazing fury. His entire being ignited in blue flames, transforming him into the immortal bird as he charged towards the green ox. Crane claw. Marco arrived before the green ox and unleashed a powerful kick. The bird's claw struck the green ox's back, sending him flying to the ground, sliding several meters before finally coming to a stop. This is truly a grinding ordeal. Marco. Baizu beheld Marco with glistening eyes, filled with excitement. Father. Marco gazed back at Baizu with profound affection, reminiscent of long-separated lovers. Marco, hurry, lead everyone to retreat. Now that the rescue was accomplished, there was no need to linger at Marine headquarters. Although Baizu had previously boasted of flattening the Marine headquarters, it was merely a morale-boosting slogan. He never genuinely intended to destroy it. The Marines, who had stood firm for centuries and maintained order upon the seas, were not so easily dismantled. Understood? I will lead the retreat now. Marco nodded and swiftly ran toward the coastline, shouting, "Everyone, cease fighting. Quickly retreat. We are returning to the New World." However, after Marco had distanced himself, he noticed that Baizu remained rooted to the spot, raising an unsettling thought within him. "Father, why aren't you leaving?" Marco halted and inquired. "Marco, hurry, I will hold him off." Baizu's gaze fell upon the rising green ox, revealing his intention to stay. After all, the Navy will not allow them to leave freely. Therefore, in order to facilitate the retreat of the main force, someone must remain behind to hold the line. As for who should stay behind, it is evident that it cannot be his son. Since the son cannot remain, it must fall upon himself. Moreover, even if he were willing to let his son stay, it would be unfeasible. Lacking sufficient strength, he would be unable to fend off the pursuing Navy. Chapter 239. Absolute Justice Stay Behind? Marco was taken aback, then turned to walk towards Whitebeard. Upon noticing Marco approaching, Whitebeard furrowed his brow. "What are you doing?" "Dad, this situation arose because of me. How could I allow you to stay behind for us? Therefore, I must remain and fight alongside you." Abandoning his father to flee with his companions was not in Marco's ethos. "Do you not trust me? Do you think I cannot adequately hold the line alone? Which is why you wish to stay and assist me. Marco, do you really believe I am too old to fight?" Whitebeard employed a tactic of provocation, aware that a calm discussion would not sway Marco. Indeed, upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Marco's face paled. He quickly retorted, "Dad, how could you say such a thing? I would never think that you are too old to fight. I merely wish to stand by your side to confront this together. As your son, how could I let you fight alone? Wouldn't he that reflect my lack of filial piety? As a father, allowing his son to remain on the perilous battlefield alongside him would, in turn, suggest his own inadequacy as a parent." It was a classic case of conflicting perspectives. Of course, Marco harbored another thought. If he stayed, he could also ensure his father's escape. He feared that Whitebeard might not be prepared to leave, as this was the Navy's headquarters, an unpredictable arena. Even if Whitebeard intended to hold the line, success was not guaranteed. Even if he succeeded, the likelihood of losing himself in the process was high. After all, the Navy's headquarters was an isolated island, and Whitebeard could not fly. If he managed to hold the line and the crew of the Whitebeard pirates escaped by ship, how would Whitebeard himself depart? As a devil fruit user, he could not swim to safety. Unable to swiftly exit the battlefield, even Whitebeard's considerable strength would be insufficient against the relentless onslaught of the Navy. Hence, Marco could not allow Whitebeard to remain alone. Ah, what a touching display of paternal affection. Since neither of you wishes to leave, let us perish together at the Navy headquarters. The ground before Whitebeard cracked open, releasing torrents of magma. Immediately following, a Kainu, covered in magma, emerged from the fissured earth. "Whitebeard, today you are doomed. I, Sakazuki, assure you that no one can save you." Akainu was genuinely furious, his entire being enveloped in a bubbling mass of magma, emitting thick smoke akin to a volcano poised to erupt, brimming with impending violence. "Green Bull, how much longer will you lie there?" Akainu glanced at Green Bull, who was sprawled on the ground, and said irritably. Green Bull promptly sprang to his feet and joined Akainu's side. "Admiral Sakazuki, I never anticipated that we would fight side by side so soon." Green Bull, a loyal follower of Akainu, shared his unwavering commitment to absolute justice. "Marco is entrusted to you. Is that acceptable?" Akainu inquired. "Of course, leave it to me. I guarantee success," Green Bull declared, thumping his chest. In the next moment, Green Bull transformed, becoming a colossal treant. He stomped down, creating a massive crater, the force of the wind emanating from him akin to a hurricane, scattering the magma that clung to Akainu. Chapter 240. The filial son Blackbeard. Having transformed into a towering tree-like figure, Green Bull attacked, extending his enormous hand towards Marco. However, due to the sheer size of his outstretched hand, Whitebeard was also encompassed within its reach. Whitebeard clenched his fist, preparing to clash with the descending hand. Yet, as he moved, Akainu lunged forward. Noticing Akainu's approach, Whitebeard withdrew his fist aimed at Green Bull and redirected it towards Akainu. In this moment, Akainu posed a more immediate threat. As for Green Bull, he could only place his trust in Marco. Flame eruption. Akainu rapidly closed the distance to Whitebeard, his right fist coiling into a massive magma fist, swelling to a size comparable to half of Whitebeard's body, aimed directly at his face. Whitebeard, too, clenched his fist, ready to retaliate. The two fists collided with a thunderous roar, the immense impact causing the ground beneath them to crack and shatter. Magma spraying into the air like dazzling fireworks. "Dad, I am here to help you." At that moment, a man dashed forward from a distance, shouting to assist Whitebeard in battle. Hearing Blackbeard's voice, Whitebeard frowned. "Did I not instruct you all to leave? What are you doing here?" While Whitebeard was touched by Blackbeard's filial intentions, he had already resolved to use his aging body to shield the younger generation. If every member of the Whitebeard pirates were to stay behind to assist, was it not akin to fighting the Navy to the bitter end? "Dad, I understand your intentions. But if we are to live, we shall do so together. If we are to die, we shall die together. As your son, I, Marshal D. Teach, could never abandon you to flee alone. If I were to leave you behind, would I still be human?" Blackbeard proclaimed with conviction. These words echoed throughout the entire Navy headquarters. Countless pirates who were in the process of retreating halted in their tracks. Indeed, Blackbeard was right. As the sons of Whitebeard, how could they only concern themselves with their own escape? Allowing their father to bear the burden alone would render them unworthy of being called sons. "Let's fight. We shall confront the Navy head-on." What is so fearsome about the Navy? Remember, we are the Whitebeard pirates, the strongest crew in the world. Others should fear and flee from us. How can we be the ones running away? Is this how we uphold our honor? This is a disgrace to the Whitebeard pirates. Charge! Let us seize the Navy headquarters and show the world that the Whitebeard pirates will not be trampled upon. Those who dare oppose us shall face our wrath. The pirates turned their axes towards the pursuing Navy, and in an instant, the battlefield erupted into chaos once more. Seeing this turn of events, Whitebeard was nearly overcome with rage. What is this? I finally managed to get everyone to retreat and return to the New World, only to have Blackbeard's words incite them to confront the Navy? Lousy's relentless struggle is for the sake of his son, as well as due to the limited years he has left to live. Why should all of you, the younger generation, be so desperate? Is simply living not enough? Chapter 241, The Betrayal by High-Hosey. Whitebeard shot a fierce glare at High-Hosey. "It's all your fault. What nonsense are you spouting?" Whitebeard's crew hastily commanded. "Stop this at once. I have already stated that Marco has been saved. There is no need for further senseless conflict. Return to the New World immediately." Whitebeard bellowed. "Do you not even heed your father's words? Are you intent on being ungrateful and driving me to my end?" The gravity of his words was palpable. The pirates, once fervently eager for battle, began to waver. Just then, the sound of a gunshot rang out. High-Hosey had fired. However, no one anticipated that a shot was aimed not at Akainu, but at Whitebeard. A bullet erupted from High-Hosey's gun, striking Whitebeard squarely in the back. Blood spurted from Whitebeard's back. He turned in disbelief to face High-Hosey, who still had a smoking gun in hand. "Titch, do you understand what you are doing?" Whitebeard gritted his teeth, glaring at High-Hosey. "You scoundrel! You dare to shoot your own father?" Yet, in response to Whitebeard's fury, High-Hosey merely fired again. High-Hosey had struck a clandestine agreement with Akainu before arriving at Marine headquarters. He would assist in ambushing Whitebeard, and in return, Akainu would fulfill his demands. High-Hosey, having little faith in Whitebeard's expedition to Marine headquarters, believed that Whitebeard would falter, thus choosing to betray the Whitebeard pirates. His initial motive for joining the crew was the belief that it was the most likely path to acquiring the coveted dark fruit. Alas, after 20 years, the legendary fruit tree remained elusive. Now, High-Hosey perceived that Whitebeard's grand vessel was on the verge of sinking. Thus, abandoning ship was only logical. "Father, a wise man knows when to yield. You have grown old. This era no longer belongs to you. Therefore, rest easy and leave the world to the young." High-Hosey laughed maniacally as Whitebeard charged towards him. Father, you should not have come here. If you had not brought us to Marine headquarters to face death for a mere Marco, I would not have raised my hand against you." While he spoke, High-Hosey continued to pull the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets surged forth from the gun's muzzle. Whitebeard swung his blade, deflecting the bullets, and then appeared before High-Hosey, reaching out to grasp him by the face. Witnessing this scene, High-Hosey suddenly felt a surge of fear. Memories of Whitebeard's immense power flooded his mind, paralyzing him in place. Unable to evade, just as Whitebeard's hand was about to land on him, suddenly, it halted before Haihuzi. Akainu had arrived, ruthlessly delivering a punch to Whitebeard's back. Of course, this could not be blamed on Akainu. The fight had originally been with him, but in the midst of it, Whitebeard had turned to confront Haihuzi instead. How could Akainu allow such insolence? Have you forgotten about me, Whitebeard? A punch pierced through Whitebeard's back, embedding Akainu's arm deep within. Chapter 242. Who can endure this? For Whitebeard, this constituted a grievous injury. Previously, he had already suffered a blow to the chest from Akainu, causing significant internal damage. Now, with another strike to his back, who could withstand such torment? Blood spurted from his mouth, splattering onto Haihuzi's face. Haihuzi, taken aback by the blood, swiftly leaped back, evading Whitebeard's impending grasp. He then aimed his gun at Whitebeard once more. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets struck Whitebeard, creating splashes akin to raindrops hitting water, with blood spraying forth. Father, Marco, engaged in battle with Green Bull, witnessed Whitebeard being once again pierced by Akainu's magma fist, and he lost control, his eyes reddening with rage. Akainu, I will have your life. Marco charged at Akainu. However, before he could close the distance, he suddenly found himself ensnared by countless vines. In the next moment, he was wrapped within a sphere of intertwined vines. When the sphere dissipated, Marco reappeared, albeit in a most humiliating pose, suspended in the air. His limbs were ensnared by roots, stretched out in a star-like formation. He struggled to break free from the tightening vines, yet he underestimated their strength and resilience. Unyielding, Marco continued to fight, but Green Bull would not merely watch him struggle without intervening. He ruthlessly swung Marco against the ground. With a resounding crash, Marco slammed into the earth, shattering the stones below. He was severely injured, blood spewing from his mouth. But this was merely the beginning. Bang, bang, bang. Green Bull relentlessly lifted Marco, slamming him back down again and again. The scene was truly unbearable to witness. The pirates of the Whitebeard crew could hardly bear to watch. As Whitebeard's first son and the earliest member to join, Marco had never encountered such a dire situation. This humiliation was akin to being forced to kneel on a guillotine, awaiting execution. Whitebeard, of course, noticed this distressing spectacle. Yet, in his current state, he was unable to come to Marco's aid. Fishman Karate, 5,000 brick-throwing fists. Though Whitebeard could not assist, others came to Marco's aid. Jinbei, one of the former Shichibukai, chose to side with the Whitebeard pirates in the conflict against the Marines, thereby relinquishing his title. With a mighty punch, Jinbei struck Green Bull in the abdomen, causing him to stagger backward, his body bending under the force. With a resounding crash, he collided violently against the walls of the Justice Building at the Navy headquarters, creating a gaping hole as the structure succumbed to the impact. Chapter 243. Kaido's advance towards the Navy headquarters. Shichibukai, what do you intend to do? Akainu, gritting his teeth, demanded fiercely upon witnessing the scene. At that moment, Whitebeard made his move. With a flourish, Songyinshi spun in Whitebeard's hand, and then, with a swift pivot, he struck down hard upon Akainu's shoulder. The blade pierced flesh, embedding itself into Akainu's shoulder bone. Whitebeard tightened his grip on Songyinshi, intending to unleash a devastating blow that would sever Akainu's arm. However, Akainu let out a muffled groan, kneeling as he absorbed the force of Whitebeard's strike. In a deft maneuver, he rolled away, evading the reach of Whitebeard's formidable blade. Meanwhile, Green Bull was sent flying, relinquishing control of the vines he had manipulated. Marco seized the opportunity to break free and soared towards Whitebeard. Though Whitebeard appeared formidable, Marco, being a physician, understood that 2 grievous wounds inflicted by Akainu had burned through his insides. Whitebeard was far from unscathed. If anyone else had suffered such injuries, they would have perished long ago. Marco sensed that Whitebeard was putting on a brave front. After all, behind Whitebeard stood thousands of children who called him father. Whitebeard knew he could not fall. If he did, none of those children would escape unscathed. Thus, he had to endure. Father, wait for me. I shall come to your aid, Marco thought anxiously. Yet, as he propelled himself through the air, he suddenly encountered a web woven from vines, looming ahead. There was no time to evade or halt. He crashed directly into the web and was ensnared once more. In the distance, Green Bull emerged from the ruins, manipulating the vines. Upon witnessing this, Jinbei attempted to rush to the rescue, but several massive trees obstructed his path. See Warrior Jinbei, your previous punch pained me greatly. Green Bull grumbled, rubbing his bruised belly as he slowly advanced towards Jinbei. As he spoke, the trees sprang into action. On Onigashima, Kaido prepared to seek out Shanks to discuss the New World Order. Big Mom was already under his command, and he had completely taken control of Whitebeard's domain. As for Whitebeard himself, it was highly likely he would perish at the Navy headquarters. Thus, only Shanks remained. However, due to their amicable relationship, Kaido preferred not to resort to force to subjugate Shanks. Yet, if Shanks refused to yield, he would have no choice but to employ violence. What Kaido did not anticipate was that one of his subordinates informed him that Shanks had departed from Onigashima and was headed to the Navy headquarters. Though his purpose remained unknown, Kaido was taken aback, pondering, could it be that Shanks wishes to involve himself in the conflict between Whitebeard and the Navy? But how close are they for Shanks to willingly go to the Navy headquarters to assist Whitebeard? The reasoning followed a process of elimination, going to the Navy headquarters. He would either aid the Navy or assist Whitebeard. As a pirate, Shanks could hardly support the Navy, so it was evident he would be aiding the pirates. Chapter 244, A Rivalry Born of Jealousy. Initially, Kaido had no intention of visiting the Navy headquarters. However, he now believed it imperative to make the journey. When the clam and the heron clash, it is the fisherman who benefits. If the timing were right, this trip could solidify his position as the absolute ruler of the seas. Once Whitebeard was dead, if he could also take down a general or two and Shanks ended up perishing in a confrontation with the Navy, it would be the most advantageous scenario for Kaido. At that point, he would dominate the Navy headquarters with overwhelming might and eradicate any remaining remnants of the Navy. Thus, the seas would be his to command. Contemplating this, Kaido could not help but smile, the corners of his mouth curling upward until he erupted in a hearty laughter. Though none could discern the cause of Kaido's amusement. His subordinates believed that whatever their captain did was of no consequence. What mattered was to follow him. Consequently, the members of the Beast Pirates joined in the laughter, their joyous sounds resonating throughout Onigashima. Meanwhile, the dragon, who was enjoying lunch with his wife, was momentarily taken aback by the raucous laughter. What could that foolish group be laughing about? Yet, no one could provide him with an answer. Brother, come and eat some meat. Yuta cheerfully placed a large piece of meat into his bowl, encouraging him to indulge. All right, I shall eat, the adorable little girl insisted. And even if it were toxic, he would have to eat it with tears in his eyes. The dragon picked up the meat and took a hearty bite. The dish was prepared by Yamato and Yuta, with Yuta primarily assisting while Yamato did the cooking. As for the taste, while Yamato had diligently worked to improve her culinary skills, one could only say that it was edible, but no more than that. It was certainly not delicious. To compare it to a master chef's creation would be a travesty. Even a small eatery on the street would serve better fare. Nevertheless, despite the mediocre taste, the dragon encouraged Yamato. It's quite good. Yamato, keep it up. Strive to make it even tastier next time. Initially, Yamato felt a pang of jealousy as Yuta served the dragon. However, upon hearing his words, her jealousy diminished significantly. If it's good, eat plenty, she replied, taking a piece of meat for herself, but instead of placing it in the dragon's bowl, she held it to his mouth, saying, dear, open wide. Confronted with Yuta's fierce glare, the dragon complied, allowing Yamato to feed him. After finishing the piece of meat, another was offered by Yuta, who was determined not to be outdone. The dragon felt it was only fair to treat them equally, so he opened his mouth once more. After that, another piece was presented, this time by Yamato. Thus, the two women seemed to engage in a playful competition, each feeding the dragon one piece after another until his belly was round and full. That's enough. No more. I'm full. I can't eat another bite. Volong extended his hand to block the offerings from the two women. Perhaps at first, they genuinely wished for him to eat well. However, as time passed, their concern for his well-being waned, and their sole desire became to outdo each other in the number of times they could feed him. In simpler terms, it turned into a contest of wills. Chapter 245, Beheading of Chi Quan. You can't eat anymore, can you? Well then, have one last bite. Yamato placed a piece of meat directly against his lips. With no choice, Wolong could only open his mouth. Just as he finished this final bite from Yamato, Yuta presented another piece of meat, grinning and saying, Brother, here, this is my last bite too. Wolong did not eat, but instead looked at Yamato, filled with trepidation. He feared that after finishing Yuta's last bite, Yamato would insist that the final bite must come from her. Sure enough, Yamato pouted and glanced down, stating, Darling, you can eat what Yuta feeds you, but you must promise that this last bite is for me. Wolong rolled his eyes and lay back on the ground, realizing he could not communicate with the two. If he continued to acquiesce, he feared he would be overwhelmed by their competitive feeding. Even though his stomach felt as if it were about to burst, akin to a woman in her 10th month of pregnancy. He sensed food piling in his throat, and even a single breath might induce vomiting. At the Navy headquarters, the battle reached its most intense moment. Everyone began to fight with all their might, especially Whitebeard, who, after being backstabbed by Blackbeard and then struck through the chest by Chi Quan, found himself teetering on the brink of death, sustained only by sheer willpower. Chi Quan, D. Whitebeard's immense hand reached for Chi Quan, accurately grasping his head and forcefully slamming it into the ground, causing blood to spill. Next, Whitebeard raised his leg and placed a foot on Chi Quan's back, firmly pinning him down, rendering Chi Quan unable to rise. Finally, Whitebeard held his knife aloft, aiming at Chi Quan's neck, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Chi Quan sensed Whitebeard's intention and struggled even more vigorously. Whitebeard felt the power surging from beneath his feet and realized he was on the verge of losing his grip. Thus, he wasted no time, wielding the Tsongyun Xie and bringing it down with ferocity. However, just as Whitebeard was about to sever Chi Quan's neck, two beams of laser suddenly shot in from afar. It was Kizaru's lasers. As a Marine admiral, Kizaru could not stand idly by while his commander faced execution at the Navy headquarters. That would be a disgrace to him. The lasers precisely pierced Whitebeard's arms, causing him to lose strength and drop the Tsongyun Xie, which fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Chi Quan pushed against the ground with his hands, raising his upper body. The force lifted Whitebeard's foot from Chi Quan's back, and he stood up from the ground. Chi Quan retaliated with a kick to Whitebeard's abdomen, sending him sliding back several dozen meters, leaving long trails on the ground. Vite beat, D. Chi Quan shouted as he charged at Whitebeard, his entire body radiating seething magma. With each step forward, the ground beneath him melted, leaving behind scorching footprints. Chapter 246. The Existence of the Great Treasure. Whitebeard, enduring the agony of his pierced arm, clenched his fists and stared at the advancing Chi Quan, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! His fist struck the air, creating transparent shockwaves that sent Chi Quan flying. Then, Whitebeard raised his voice to the heavens. Listen well, my children. This is my final command as captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Leave the Navy headquarters immediately. Do not look back. Do not linger. Return to the New World at once. Coughing violently, Whitebeard expelled copious amounts of blood. He knew his time was limited. He could not allow his children to continue fighting. If they persisted, it could result in their total annihilation. Above all, Whitebeard cherished his family. He did not wish for his children to accompany him to the grave. Father, do not say that. We live and die together. We will never betray you for survival. A pirate shouted in response. Indeed, we will always stand by you, father. You bastards, do you still consider me your father? If you acknowledge me as your father, then obey. Turn around and go back, or I will not rest in peace. Whitebeard continued to roar. Marco, George, as division commanders, you must take your responsibilities seriously and ensure every last one of your men returns to the New World. Hearing Whitebeard's fervent admonitions, the division commanders grappled with their emotions. On one hand, they longed to fight alongside Whitebeard until the end. On the other, this was his final command, essentially his dying wish. Could they defy Whitebeard's last words? Especially Marco, the ship's doctor, who understood the gravity of Whitebeard's condition. His body was already frail, and after being pierced through the chest twice by Chi Quan, stabbed by Blackbeard, and shot multiple times, his current state was dire. Yet, Whitebeard persevered. His strength was formidable, but more importantly, his indomitable will sustained him. He knew he could not die for the sake of his children. Even in the face of death, he would not allow the Grim Reaper to take him. Ultimately, after much internal struggle, the division commanders chose to obey Whitebeard's final command and lead their escape. Seeing his children's decision, Whitebeard felt a sense of relief. He then turned to the live broadcast, a smile gracing his lips before laughing heartily. Kururara. Moreover, I declare to the world today that the great treasure truly exists. This proclamation resonated throughout the world, igniting fervor among pirates everywhere. 20 years ago, Roger's declaration that he had hidden all his treasures there sparked the great pirate era, prompting countless individuals to bravely venture into the sea in search of treasures capable of purchasing half the world. However, nearly 2 decades have elapsed, and no one has unearthed the so-called great treasure. Many pirates who set sail for this elusive bounty have met their demise in the depths of the ocean. Consequently, a significant number of people have come to regard the fabled treasure as a mere jest, believing it to be non-existent. After all these years, not only has no one discovered it, but there has not even been a whisper of its existence. How could it possibly be true? Some even speculate that this is Roger's revenge against the Navy for his execution, aiming to lure people into piracy and create chaos upon the seas, leaving the Navy overwhelmed and suffering heavy casualties. It is all merely Roger's cunning scheme. Yet now, Whitebeard, before his demise, has proclaimed to the world that the treasure is indeed real. This revelation has stirred the hearts of many pirates, reigniting their fervor. Perhaps Roger truly concealed a great treasure? The fact that it remains undiscovered merely reflects the inadequacy of those who seek it. After all, the Pirate King would not have chosen just any insignificant isle to hide his treasure, but rather a perilous island fraught with danger. Even the journey to such an island would be riddled with formidable challenges. If the treasure could be easily found, it would indeed be laughable. That fool Whitebeard, even at death's door, continues to spout nonsense. Akainu seethed, his teeth clenched, and his visage twisted in rage as he listened to Whitebeard's proclamation. Can't these pirates give me a moment's peace? Roger's words ignited the great pirate era, and now you, Whitebeard, are intent on stoking the flames further? Nonsense? Whitebeard laughed heartily at Akainu's remarks. You, a mere child, fear, do you? I merely speak the truth, so why do you panic? Are you worried about your own inadequacies in controlling the situation at sea? Faced with Whitebeard's derision, Akainu's face twitched, yet he remained resolute, fixing Whitebeard with a cold smile. Rather than concern yourself with my ability to control the situation at sea, you should worry about how pitiful it would be for you to have no one to bury you after your death. Perhaps you should kneel and plead with me. I might show you mercy and find you a serene resting place. Otherwise, the world's strongest man being cast into the sea to be devoured by fish and beasts would be truly tragic. Akainu's face was a mask of scorn as he regarded Whitebeard. You shameless scoundrel, how dare you insult my father? You deserve death. From a distance, a pirate wielding a rocket launcher aimed at Akainu and pulled the trigger. The rocket shot forth, trailing a long plume of flame, hurtling toward Akainu. Caught off guard while focused on Whitebeard, Akainu was struck squarely by the rocket. Boom! The violent explosion obliterated half of Akainu's head and shoulder, sending molten lava spewing across the ground. Is he dead? The pirate who had fired the rocket stood in shock, unable to believe he had so easily vanquished Akainu. Idiot, what are you thinking? Admiral Sakazuki is a Logia-type user. How could he be killed by a rocket? A nearby marine mocked. Who are you calling an idiot? The insulted pirate grabbed the rocket launcher and hurled it at the marine, resorting to physical attack. The barrel struck the marine's face, sending him flying. The surrounding marines could hardly contain themselves and quickly surrounded the pirate, overwhelming him with a flurry of blades until he was slain. This incited chaos among the pirates in the distance, who rushed toward the fray, reigniting the fierce battle that had temporarily ceased. The sounds of combat resounded once more at the marine headquarters. This scene nearly drove Whitebeard to madness. I told you to flee. Why won't you listen? Are you intent on driving me to my grave? Just as Whitebeard prepared to shout again for his crew to cease fighting and retreat, Akainu took action, determined not to grant Whitebeard another moment to speak. If he could not eliminate the entirety of Whitebeard's crew today, it would mean his failure. Therefore, today Whitebeard must die, and his crew must be annihilated. Akainu charged at Whitebeard, his left foot crashing down to leave a massive imprint on the ground, propelling his body into the air. His right arm expanded, engulfed in a torrent of magma, and came crashing down upon Whitebeard. Seeing this, Whitebeard abandoned any thought of speaking and focused entirely on combating Akainu. In the background, Blackbeard plotted to stealthily slip away to find a hiding place, waiting for the battle to conclude before emerging. After all, the image of being soundly beaten by Whitebeard still haunted him. It was pointless to risk himself against the Navy. His agreement with Akainu was merely to assist in a surprise attack. If he could eliminate Whitebeard, that would be ideal. Even if he failed, he had successfully assisted in the ambush. This meant he had fulfilled his end of the bargain. Henceforth, the ensuing battle between the Navy and pirates would no longer concern him. He valued his life far too much. As the battle raged on, Whitebeard sustained grievous injuries, his strength waning, and he found himself at a disadvantage against Akainu, who relentlessly pressed the attack. Akainu showed no mercy, striking each blow with full force, forcing Whitebeard to retreat step by step. With each collision, Whitebeard coughed up blood, his pallor growing increasingly ashen. Whitebeard, if you cannot endure any longer, there is no need to persist. Simply accept your fate, and I may allow you a complete corpse. Otherwise, when struck by my magma fist, You may leave behind nothing but ashes. Boom! Akainu's fist struck Whitebeard's face, not directly hitting but scorching half of Whitebeard's crescent-shaped beard. This missed opportunity granted Whitebeard a chance. With his right elbow, he slammed into Akainu's shoulder, sending him crashing into the ground, blood spewing forth as waves of scorching magma surged forth toward Whitebeard. The torrent of magma consumed Whitebeard. No, father. At this sight, the members of Whitebeard as crew cried out in anguish. Yet, Akainu remained on high alert. He could sense the vigorous vitality of Baihuzi beneath the molten waterfall. Baihuzi was not dead. Indeed, accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the magma covering Baihuzi was shattered, revealing his body, which appeared to be riddled with wounds. His form was still tainted with remnants of molten rock, burning him further. In the first half of the Grand Line, a pirate ship emerged from the depths of the sea. It was the vessel of the red-haired pirates. After a long journey, they had finally arrived from the New World to the first half of the Grand Line. At this location, they were perilously close to the Navy headquarters. However, it remained uncertain whether the battle between the Navy and Baihuzi had concluded. Red-haired Shanks furrowed his brow, deeply concerned about the current state of the seas. Kaido and Big Mom had united, becoming the most formidable powers of the New World. Baihuzi had been lured into the Navy headquarters, essentially setting a trap for him. If Baihuzi were to perish at the Navy headquarters, what would ensue? The previously balanced power structure of the New World had been disrupted by the alliance of Kaido and Big Mom. Yet if Baihuzi were to fall as well, how would he contend with Kaido? The notion of allowing others to rest peacefully by his side was intolerable, although he and Kaido had shared drinks as good friends. Baihuzi had also shared many drinks with Roger. When the time for conflict arose, would they not still fight? Before long, a pirate ship gradually approached the Navy headquarters from distance. However, due to the fierce battle at the Navy headquarters, no one had noticed the pirate ship's arrival. It was only when the ship collided with the deck of the Navy headquarters, producing a resounding noise, that the surrounding Marines and pirates became aware of the impending presence of one of the four emperors, red-haired Shanks. The battlefield fell into a brief silence as someone shouted, "The red-haired Shanks has arrived." Many gazes turned toward the source of the exclamation. They beheld a massive pirate ship, and beneath it, a red-haired man was striding toward the Navy headquarters, flanked by his crew, each possessing the strength of a commander from the Whitebeard pirates. Their appearance drew numerous eyes, even compelling Akainu, who was engaged with Baihuzi, to glance over, though his expression was one of fierce hostility. What were they all trying to accomplish? First it was Kaido and Big Mom, then Baihuzi, and now even the last of the four emperors, red-haired Shanks, had arrived. Did they consider the Navy headquarters a treasure trove? Did every pirate come seeking spoils? Red-haired, what are you here for? Akainu gritted his teeth, his words dripping with disdain. This is the war between the Navy and Baihuzi. Do you intend to involve yourself as well? Hearing Akainu's inquiry, Shanks did not respond immediately, but continued his steady advance. You damn bastard, speak to me. Akainu, incensed by Shanks' apparent disregard, shouted orders to the Marines nearby. Charge! Take that guy down. The Marines obeyed, brandishing their swords as they rushed toward Shanks. Yet, Shanks remained unfazed, continuing his leisurely approach. Chapter 250. I am here to end this war. As for the Marines attacking him, with a single wave of his conqueror's haki, those who charged at him fell to the ground in defeat. Nevertheless, several formidable Navy officers managed to reach Shanks. One colonel swung his sword toward Shanks, but Shanks remained undeterred. He neither dodged nor retaliated, continuing to walk forward with a calm demeanor. The colonel felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. How could he be so disregarded? If you ignore me, then perish for Emperor Red-Haired Shanks. The colonel bellowed, accelerating his attack. The blade descended upon Shanks, grazing his hair. Yet, Shanks did not even spare him a glance, continuing on his path. You bastard, you will regret this. The colonel's sword was enveloped in a dark hue, infused with his resolve. As he unleashed a strike intended to cleave Shanks in two, he began to envision his ascent to fame, vanquishing a four-emperor and becoming a marine admiral, marrying a celestial dragon, and reaching the pinnacle of his life. Unfortunately, all those fantasies were abruptly dashed by the sound of a gunshot. Bang! A bullet struck the colonel's head, rendering him unconscious in an instant. The sword slipped from his grasp, and he collapsed forward with a thud. In the face of this spectacle, Shanks remained unfazed, stepping over the colonel's lifeless body and continuing onward. Behind him, his first mate, Ben Beckman, leisurely raised his gun, blowing away the still emitting smoke. Did you think of asking us before attempting to harm the captain? With the protection of the red-haired pirates, Shanks approached Akainu. Standing face to face with him, their gazes locked. Although Shanks appeared smaller in stature compared to Akainu, their standoff exuded an equally domineering presence. Akainu, you asked what I am here for, correct? Shanks inquired, his tone devoid of frivolity. I am here to end this war. What? Akainu exclaimed incredulously. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? At Shanks' proclamation, Akainu almost laughed. What gave you the right? Who do you think you are? You think you can just declare an end to the war? What makes you so special? Are you suggesting you would replace me as Fleet Admiral? Akainu was genuinely infuriated, incredulous at the audacity of Shanks to propose ending a war he had instigated. You think I would allow you to simply declare an end? This is a matter of pride, especially in front of the entire world. If I were to agree, how could I face the Marines who sacrificed themselves for this battle? It was an unequivocal rejection from Akainu. Since you Shanks have come, then let us both meet our fate at the Navy headquarters. Chapter 251. Akainu, do-me a favor. Saying this, Akainu clenched his fist and aimed a powerful punch at Shanks' face, seeking to obliterate him in one blow. In the face of Akainu, Shanks could not maintain the same nonchalance as before. He would not be careless this time. The sound of drawn blades echoed through the air. A flash of blades illuminated the scene as a Western knife intercepted the assault of the red-haired pirate, halting the fist of Akainu. The magma-infused punch crashed against the weapon, bubbling fiercely as if attempting to melt the blade. Akainu, grant me a favor. Let this war conclude, the red-haired pirate declared, his gaze transforming into something perilous. While ostensibly requesting clemency, his demeanor suggested a veiled threat, as if to say, should you deny me this favor, I shall ensure your demise, you wretched Marine Admiral. How absurd! As a Marine Admiral, why should I grant a pirate any favor? Akainu scoffed. Pray tell, what audacity grants you the right to demand such from me? The red-haired pirate narrowed his eyes, sensing that he was being underestimated. This was the first time someone had dared to disregard him so openly. And if I choose not to grant you that favor, what then? Akainu replied, nodding slightly. If I were to concede to you, where would my own honor lie? It seems you are intent on provoking a battle. The red-haired pirate met Akainu's gaze resolutely. Should you wish to prolong this conflict, I shall gladly accompany you into battle. Do you think mere words can intimidate me? Despite the red-haired pirate's intervention threatening to alter the trajectory of this fated war, Akainu remained steadfast, believing it better to be broken than to yield. Let us engage in battle. I fear no one. He bellowed. The red-haired pirate exhaled, turning his attention to Whitebeard, Newgate. Can you believe this fool thinks he can single-handedly topple both of us? It is nothing short of a jest. Yet, Whitebeard remained silent, his demeanor grave, which caused the red-haired pirate's expression to darken. I came here to support you, and you ignore my presence? It is one thing for Akainu to dismiss me, but you, Whitebeard, too. Suddenly, the red-haired pirate's expression soured further as he observed Whitebeard standing motionless in the distance. The current state of Whitebeard appeared unsettling. He could not sense any life emanating from him. Could it be? The red-haired pirate's eyes reflected growing concern. Whitebeard is not. At that moment, Akainu also perceived the unsettling truth. With a sudden maniacal laugh, he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, red-haired, it seems your dream of allying with Whitebeard has shattered. He is already dead." Though Whitebeard stood there, eyes ablaze with defiance, instilling fear in onlookers, the reality remained that death was final. The sacrifices he made, the blood he shed, were not in vain. What? Father is dead? Impossible. That cannot be. The pirates, upon hearing Akainu's declaration, were in disbelief. Father, speak. Tell Akainu he is lying. You are the world's strongest man. You cannot die. They cried in desperation. However, regardless of their fervent pleas, Whitebeard remained an unmoving statue. Devoid of response. What is the point of your cries? Whitebeard is dead, and no amount of shouting will revive him, mocked a marine nearby. The so-called strongest man in the world is nothing compared to Admiral Sakazuki. The pirates, engulfed in grief and fury, seized their weapons and charged at the marines. With a clash, a pirate struck at a marine, who instinctively raised his blade to defend. Yet, the death of Whitebeard seemed to ignite a primal fury within the pirate. With a single blow, he shattered the marine's weapon, cleaving him in two. The other pirates soon followed suit, their eyes ablaze with vengeance, their battle fervor seemingly multiplied. They began to overwhelm the marines, a turn of events that Akainu had never anticipated. He had expected Whitebeard's demise to dismantle the resolve of his crew, yet it had ignited an unyielding spirit instead. Akainu, It seems you are in quite a predicament, the red-haired pirate mused, though he felt a tinge of regret for not being able to save Whitebeard. However, there was little he could do. Whitebeard had not held on until his arrival. That is of no concern to you, Akainu retorted, dismissing the red-haired pirate's comments. They are merely desperate pirates. Do they truly believe that sorrow can lead to victory? In the face of absolute power, they are but trapped beasts, destined for annihilation. Akainu brimmed with confidence. Are you truly prepared for battle? If so, then allow me to join you. The red-haired pirate, generally affable, found himself compelled to confront Akainu with his blade, intent on demanding the respect he deserved. As he positioned the knife against Akainu's throat, he hoped the admiral maintained his arrogance. The battle raged on, the focus shifting from Whitebeard and Akainu to the clash between the red-haired pirate and Akainu. Meanwhile, the red-haired pirate's first mate, Ben Beckman, faced off against Kizaru. Upon finding himself aimed at by Beckman's gun, raised his hands in surrender, exclaiming, "Oh dear." Yet Kizaru felt no shame. He believed his actions had stalled Beckman and fulfilled his duty. In another area, Green Bull had disposed of Jinbei, while Fujitora dealt with several commanders from the Whitebeard pirates. Clearing the way, on Onigashima, Moklong finally escaped the clutches of Yamato and Yuta, lamenting the irony of once contemplating a harem, only to find himself unable to manage 2 women. He realized he still had much to learn compared to those who effortlessly commanded their harems. As time passed and night turned to day, a sliver of red light emerged on the distant horizon. Indeed, this fierce battle had stretched from day into night and back again, yet the conflict continued unabated. For those engaged in this struggle, be they pirates or marines, the toll was heavy. Even the spectators bore witness to the harrowing spectacle, suffering alongside the combatants. This is akin to watching a film. If it lasts 2 or 3 hours, one might endure it. However, to witness it from day to night and then from night back to day, who could possibly withstand such a trial? Even if the spectacle is utterly riveting, devoid of any dull moments, one can easily succumb to aesthetic fatigue. The battle between Chi Inu and Hong Fa has persisted for hours without a clear victor. Meanwhile, the members of the Whitebeard pirates are on the verge of annihilation under the relentless assault of the Navy. Of course, the Navy is not faring much better. The casualties are staggering. The front plaza of the Navy headquarters is nearly blanketed in a multitude of corpses. The waters along the coast are stained crimson. The number of the deceased is incalculable, with rough estimates suggesting around 100,000. After all, the Whitebeard pirates numbered 50,000, while the Navy amassed a force of 100,000, totaling over 150,000 engaged in this confrontation. Yet, in comparison to the chaos within the Alabasta Kingdom, which saw 1 million troops involved, this current force of 150,000 pales in comparison. Nevertheless, in terms of combat capability, they could easily overpower the forces of Alabasta. In the skies, Kaido has made his presence known. However, he merely hovers above, observing without taking action, uncertain of how to proceed. With Whitebeard slain and the Whitebeard pirates nearly decimated, the conflict now primarily lies between the Navy and the red-haired pirates. If he were to intervene, whom would he support? Assisting the Navy is out of the question. Aiding the red-haired pirates? Yet, he suspects that his prideful brother would respond with a dismissive, "No need, I can handle this." Should he offer his assistance only to be rebuffed? It would be a significant blow to his dignity. Thus, he opts to remain above, watching, waiting to see how events unfold, prepared to adapt as necessary. As the morning sun rises, a warship emerges on the distant horizon. On board stand 2 venerable figures, Carp and Sengoku. Although both have retired from active service, they have not completely severed ties with the Navy. They have merely stepped back to mentor the next generation. Initially, Chi Inu did not summon these 2 legends to the Navy headquarters, believing the current forces sufficient to confront Whitebeard. Even if he had wished to call upon them, it is likely they would have refused to heed his summons. However, as the battle rages on without resolution, Sengoku, watching the live broadcast of the conflict, can no longer sit idly by. The sight of his former soldiers perishing before his eyes is excruciating. Finally, upon the arrival of the red-haired pirates, he departs from a nearby naval base, heading towards the Navy headquarters. Carp, upon learning of Sengoku's intent, accompanies him. Thus, the appearance of Sengoku and Carp is driven by Sengoku's compassion. He cannot bear to witness his former subordinates continue to fall, as each death signifies a family shattered. Sengoku fears that Chi Inu may crumble under the pressure from Hong Fa, potentially losing this war. Although the likelihood seems slim, Sengoku chooses to act. Chapter 254. The Golden Lion descends the arrival of Sengoku, and Carp tips the scales of battle in favor of the Navy. Initially, with 3 admirals and Chi Inu, the prospect of red-haired pirates emerging victorious was already slim. With the addition of these 2 titans, defeat for the red-haired pirates now seems inevitable. Kaido, observing Sengoku and Carp's landing from above, furrows his brow. He had believed he could establish dominance, but now it appears that red-haired, you are cornered. This war is a loss for you. Sengoku strides forward and addresses Hong Fa, who is engaged in combat with Chi Inu. What brings you here? Onfaquarius. Irritation evident in his tone. Yet, he is not one to yield easily. What nonsense are you spouting, Sengoku? The battle has only just begun. How can we discern victory or defeat without seeing it through? Onfa asserts defiantly. Despite recognizing the odds stacked against him, he understands that it is in desperate times that one must display unwavering strength, instilling fearlessness in the opponent. To falter in spirit is to concede true defeat. Onfa, do you truly believe that with my and Carp's presence, you still possess a chance of victory? If you surrender now, you may yet live peacefully with your crew in Impel Down. Should you stubbornly resist, your fate will mirror that of Whitebeard. Sengoku's words carry a menacing undertone. The toll of this conflict has already been staggering. He sincerely wishes for it not to continue. This war has claimed more lives than even the previous conflict against the likes of Moku Long, Big Mom, and Kaido's crew. Out of the 10,000 sailors, fewer than 3,000 remain standing. The death toll has approached 50%. The injuries sustained are such that nearly every sailor bears some form of wound. If this continues, how many more will perish? Sengoku, are you threatening me? Hong Fa's gaze darkens, his formidable conqueror's haki rising like a tempest, swirling through the sky like a tornado. A fierce gust of wind blasts towards Sengoku, causing the justice cloak draped over him to billow violently. In response to Hong Fa's challenge, Sengoku smiles. You may perceive my words as a threat, or perhaps as counsel. As they say, a good death does not compare to a miserable life. Is it truly your desire to perish alongside Whitebeard at the Navy headquarters? Losing your freedom, trapped and impelled down, is not my desired outcome either. Hong Fa regards Sengoku with a cold smirk. And why should I trust you? If I were to submit, what is to prevent you from executing me? Do you doubt my integrity? If I promise not to execute you should you submit, then I assure you, my word is binding. Once spoken, it cannot be retracted. Sengoku declares earnestly. And even if you keep your word, what then? Sengoku, do not forget that the Navy is no longer under your command. Hong Fa shakes his head. So relinquish your hopes of my surrender. Then you have truly chosen death? Sengoku sighs. If so, allow me to personally send you to your demise. Sengoku reaches for his cloak, tearing it from his shoulders and casting it into the air, assuming a battle stance. Let us engage. I fear no one. Onfa retorts, brandishing his sword, unleashing a devastating slash that rends the earth asunder. Just as the two prepare to clash, an island appears suddenly in the sky. Chapter 255, Sengoku. I shall regain what I have lost. Haha, what a lively scene. A boisterous laughter echoes from the heavens. Moments latte. A man with a mane of golden hair descends from the sky, hovering above Sengoku and Carp. Sengoku, Carp, it has been far too long. Golden Lion Shiki? As Zhangguo gazed at the man in the sky, who appeared both familiar and foreign, he clenched his teeth and exclaimed, You scoundrel. How dare you show your face before me? Haha, Zhangguo, what a joke. Why should I fear appearing before you? A decade ago, you sent me to the city of advancement, and I have yet to repay that debt. Today, I shall make you taste the agony I once endured. After addressing Zhangguo, the Golden Lion turned to the red-haired youth and proposed, What say you, young redhead? Shall we join forces to overthrow the Marine headquarters? I'm on board. The red-haired youth nodded. Given the current unfavorable circumstances, allying with the Golden Lion was a prudent choice. Zhangguo, Carp, years ago, you too defeated me, but today, I shall avenge that humiliation and crush you both. The Golden Lion's gaze was fixed on Zhangguo and Carp, determined to settle the score. In the next moment, the Golden Lion brandished 2 renowned swords strapped to his legs, unleashing a pair of slashes aimed at Carp and Zhangguo. The 2 men, sensing the incoming attacks, clenched their fists and retaliated with powerful punches, sending the slashes flying. Shiki, you were defeated years ago, and now you've lost a leg. Do you not find it absurd to think you can win? Even with the addition of the Golden Lion, Zhangguo remained confident. He had lost the previous battle against Mo Long and was determined to reclaim what he had lost today, whether it was laughable or not. Only the fight would reveal the truth. Suddenly, the golden lion snapped his fingers, causing the floating sky island to lose its buoyancy and begin its rapid descent. "What are you trying to do, you scoundrel?" Zhangguo shouted in outrage. "What do you think? After so many years, I thought a greeting gift was in order." The golden lion laughed heartily, relishing Zhangguo's frantic response. At that moment, a colossal sky island, comparable in size to the marine headquarters, plummeted from the sky. If it were to crash down, the entire marine headquarters would be utterly destroyed. Zhangguo would not permit such a disaster to occur. "What nonsense, Shiki! Do you think I would let you act with impunity?" Zhangguo roared, transforming into a giant Buddha, radiating a divine aura. He crouched and propelled himself skyward, shattering the ground beneath him as he soared into the air, vanishing from sight in an instant. When Zhangguo reappeared, he stood beneath the falling sky island, gazing up at the massive mass descending upon him. "No one shall destroy the marine headquarters. Shatter, great Buddha shockwave." Zhangguo gathered his strength and struck the falling island with tremendous force. The colossal island quaked, momentarily halting its descent. A resounding crack echoed as a massive fissure formed beneath Zhangguo's palm, spreading outward like a web. With a single blow, the island was torn apart, breaking into dozens of massive fragments that continued to fall. "This cannot be. The marine headquarters will still be destroyed." Zhangguo's heart raced as he watched the island shatter into numerous pieces. Though he had managed to break the island, if these enormous fragments continued to descend, what would be the point of his efforts? Just as he pondered his next move, a thunderous sound erupted nearby as Karp intervened. Faced with the falling debris, Karp could not remain idle. With a powerful punch, he shattered one of the massive rocks. However, even reduced in size, the remaining debris was still perilously large. Despite Karp's efforts, the remnants could still pose a significant threat to the marine soldiers below. Karp pressed on, striking again to break apart another massive rock. "I must prevent those gigantic stones from crashing down," he declared. Meanwhile, the admiral, Huang Yuan, also sprang into action, knowing that in such critical moments, he could not afford to hesitate. With a flurry of luminous orbs under his command, he directed them towards the falling stones, each orb striking like a cannonball, reducing the boulders to countless smaller fragments. Although these smaller stones still held danger, they were far less menacing than their colossal counterparts. As Karp and Zhangguo worked tirelessly to shatter the larger stones, Huang Yuan dealt with the smaller debris, creating a veritable rain of rocks from the sky. Many marine soldiers were struck, sustaining injuries, but thankfully, compared to being crushed by the massive stones, mere bruises were a small mercy. "Shiki, today I shall bring you to justice." Zhangguo breathed a sigh of relief, having resolved the crisis without significant casualties. Yet, his animosity towards the Golden Lion reached a fever pitch. "Ha ha ha, Zhangguo, just you? If it weren't for your alliance with Karp, your grave would be overgrown by now." The Golden Lion taunted. "Oh, do you dispute that? Karp is my old comrade. Our cooperation is only natural. Why not find an ally of your own?" Zhangguo retorted, eyeing the Golden Lion with disdain. "Shiki, how foolish you are. After escaping from Impel Down and hiding for so long, you could have continued your life in obscurity. Why merge now? Do you believe my strikes have lost their potency, or that Karp's fists have grown weak? Or perhaps you think that a legless you is somehow stronger than before?" Zhangguo pondered, baffled by the Golden Lion's reasoning. If revenge were indeed his motive, the timing was utterly misguided. Had he chosen to act while Whitebeard still lived, he might have had a glimmer of hope by allying with him. But now, with Whitebeard deceased, the emergence of the red-haired pirate crew offered little reassurance. However, with the presence of him and Karp in the Navy, he does not believe that the pirates can prevail. For Sengoku, the pirates must perish. He has tasted defeat once and can never afford to lose again. Should he falter against the alliance of Red-Haired and Golden Lion this time, the Navy's prestige upon these seas will be utterly obliterated. It is futile to say more. Let's engage in battle, Karp. The Golden Lion roared. His two famed swords, bound to his legs, danced through the air, unleashing two colossal sword strikes that tore through the atmosphere, hurtling towards Sengoku. Sengoku employed the moonwalk, soaring into the sky. Clenching his fists, he retaliated against the oncoming sword strikes with two powerful punches. With a resounding clash, the strikes were sent flying away by Sengoku's fists. After deflecting the Golden Lion's assault, Sengoku looked upwards, preparing to advance towards the airborne Golden Lion. However, he did not anticipate the Golden Lion's disregard for martial decorum. At the moment the Golden Lion unleashed his strike, he propelled himself towards Sengoku, Thus, when Sengoku sent the strike away, the golden lion appeared directly above him. As Sengoku gazed upwards, the golden lion's fist was already clenched, descending violently. With a thunderous impact, the fist struck Sengoku's face, distorting his golden visage. The overwhelming force sent Sengoku hurtling away, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. From a distance, the naval soldiers observing this scene shouted in concern for Marshal Sengoku. Moments later, Sengoku emerged from the crater, grinning at the worried sailors, reassuring them, "Do not fret. I am unharmed, and I am no longer a marshal." Having said that, Sengoku turned his gaze towards the still hovering golden lion. Perhaps having learned from his previous encounter on the ground, the golden lion opted to engage in aerial combat this time. After all, soaring through the sky did not exhaust him. Conversely, Sengoku's moonwalk would not permit him the same level of control as on solid ground. The golden lion understood that in facing the combined might of Carp and Sengoku, he could not afford to engage in a fair fight without any advantage, lest he repeat his defeat from over a decade ago. It is essential to note that he had come today for vengeance, not to meet his demise. "Shiki!" Sengoku roared, charging into the heavens. Upon witnessing this, Shiki swung his right leg, launching a direct thrust at the approaching Sengoku. Sengoku did not evade, instead countering with a palm strike. The clash of his arm against the blade produced a thunderous sound akin to a great stick striking a bronze bell, deafening in its resonance. The initial encounter yielded no victor. However, before the second clash could occur, the golden lion was sent hurtling away by a fierce kick from Carp, who had entered the fray. Although 2 against 1 seemed unfair, was it not the case that the Navy dealt with pirates in such a manner? Clearly, that was not an option. Chapter 258, The Demise of the Golden Lion. Haha. This is becoming increasingly entertaining. Kaido reclined above the clouds, leaning on one hand while the other raised a wine gourd to his lips. He had initially come merely to witness the demise of Whitebeard, but unexpectedly, one after another, the red-haired and even the long-vanished golden lion appeared. However, he looked rather pitiful, with a ship's helm embedded in his head and his legs from the knees down, missing, bound with 2 famed swords as makeshift limbs. His condition was indeed tragic. Yet, compared to Roger and Whitebeard, he was still somewhat fortunate. At least he was alive, at least for now. If he could not overcome this challenge, he would soon find himself lying alongside Roger and Whitebeard. Of course, Kaido was indifferent to the fates of either the Golden Lion or the battles between Carp and Sengoku. Even the death of the red-haired would bear no weight on his conscience. After all, his relationship with the red-haired was merely one of having shared a few drinks. Despite calling each other brothers, they had yet to reach that level of camaraderie. However, should the red-haired be willing to submit to him, then he would indeed be regarded as a true brother. Otherwise, they remained rivals. The conflict intensified, with the Golden Lion clashing violently against Carp and Sengoku. The red-haired and Akainu were engaged in a cataclysmic battle, sword energies colliding ferociously. The Golden Lion's crew joined the fray, and although they were fewer in number, they were well-rested compared to the exhausted naval soldiers who had fought all day. The tide of battle shifted once again, becoming increasingly ambiguous. As time trickled by, the cacophony of battle diminished, and darkness enveloped the sky. Indeed, the fighting had persisted from day into night, then from night back into day, and now once more into night without respite. In the distance, Carp and Sengoku stood bloodied, gazing at the Golden Lion lying on the ground. At this moment, the 2 famed swords bound to the Golden Lion's legs lay shattered, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Those were the great swords of 21 craftsmanship, which could fetch at least 100 million berries if sold. However, in comparison to the Golden Lion's bounty, that amount seemed trivial. "Shiki, you have lost," Sengoku panted, his tattered clothing stained with dark blood, presenting him as a beggar. Who could have imagined that this was once the revered admiral of the Navy? In his relentless pursuit to conclude the battle swiftly, Sengoku had put everything on the line, often trading injuries for injuries. He understood that the longer the fight dragged on, the more perilous it became for the Navy soldiers, and that was not a sight Sengoku wished to witness. "Carp, go assist the sailors and eliminate the pirates that the Golden Lion has brought. Leave Shiki to me." Sengoku turned to Carp, making his request clear. "Very well. I shall deal with those pirates." Carp nodded before striding towards the group of pirates accompanying the Golden Lion. With Carp's involvement, his iron fist struck down one pirate after another as if the battleground were a realm of solitude. Moreover, with the sight of the Golden Lion's defeat, the pirates' morale swiftly plummeted, causing them to lose their will to fight and be decimated by the Navy. "Shiki, you have lost," Sengoku stated, looking down at the Golden Lion, who lay on the ground, seemingly devoid of energy. This outcome was entirely expected. The battle had been fair over a decade ago, and the Golden Lion had been thoroughly defeated. Chapter 259, Surrender, Red-Haired. Today, the Golden Lion's power had diminished due to his severed legs. In contrast, while Carp and Sengoku were not without age, they had sustained no injuries and maintained their strength relatively well. Thus, this battle had an outcome that was all but predetermined. The Golden Lion's defeat was not unjust. Indeed, I have lost. The Golden Lion lay sprawled upon the ground, utterly exhausted. Once again, he had faced defeat. He had sought vengeance for his previous failure, only to find himself in a worse predicament. The Golden Lion believed that having escaped from Impel Down once, Sengoku would not grant him another chance. Do you have any final words? Zhangguo gazed at the once formidable pirate, Jin Shizi, with a sense of nostalgia, reflecting upon the reality that his era had indeed come to a close. With the fall of Jin Shizi, the legendary trio of pirates had returned to the dust from whence they came. A final message? Jin Shizi shook his head defiantly, unwilling to accept defeat. Do not harbor such resentment. Accept your fate, Zhangguo replied. You have lost, and the world operates thus. Acknowledge your defeat, much like myself, who relinquished the position of Fleet Admiral after losing the Marineford War. You have lost your battle, thus preserve your life. Zhangguo stated coolly, having no intention of sparing Jin Shizi, fearing a repeat of letting a tiger return to the mountain. Then come, Zhangguo, kill me. Jin Shizi grinned, believing that dying at the hands of the Fleet Admiral would not tarnish his legacy. As you wish, Shizi. Zhangguo did not waste another moment. After all, the battlefield raged on, and dealing with Jin Shizi swiftly would allow him to confront other pirates, such as the red-haired pirates. This crew was renowned as the Iron Wall Pirates, comprised entirely of elite members, each possessing formidable strength that ordinary sailors could not contend with. With a decisive blow, Zhangguo approached Jin Shizi, clenched his fist, and struck fiercely at his throat. A sickening crack echoed as Jin Shizi's throat was crushed, his body slumping lifelessly. Meanwhile, with Carp's involvement, the Jin Shizi pirates were also being swiftly dispatched. By the time Zhangguo dealt with Jin Shizi, the crew of the Jin Shizi pirates had been exterminated. Now, only the red-haired pirates remained. Despite their reputation as the most balanced crew, they were now cornered by Carp and Zhangguo, with the outcome already sealed. Moreover, with the presence of Admiral Kizaru and numerous vice-admirals, the odds were overwhelmingly against them. Even Red-Haired himself, despite facing Akainu and Fujitora, found himself overwhelmed, especially with Green Bull delivering unexpected strikes from the shadows. Undoubtedly, this was the most brutal battle Red-Haired had ever encountered. Even though he had fought alongside the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, against various powerful pirate crews, nothing compared to the current situation. The battles of the past were fraught with danger, yet today he faced the pinnacle of power, 2 admirals and a fleet admiral. In such a formidable lineup, even Roger would be compelled to submit. Yet, Red-Haired did not believe himself inferior to Roger. Roger had long since perished, and without a direct confrontation, who could ascertain who was stronger? Red-Haired, surrender. Cease your struggles, Akainu urged, his face marred by a deep gash inflicted by Red-Haired. Conversely, Red-Haired bore a burn mark in the shape of a fist, his skin charred. You have no opportunity left, with Jin Shizi dead. Do you truly believe your red-haired pirates can withstand the might of the Marine headquarters? Such thoughts are mere folly. Akainu's words were harsh yet undeniably valid. With the recent addition of 2 admirals, the Marine's combat strength had escalated. Red-Haired recognized this reality. Perhaps he had indeed overestimated himself. However, what could he do? Having fought to this extent, would he truly lay down his arms and surrender? Who could predict how the Marines would treat them post-surrender? What if they faced immediate execution? Even if they were spared, a lifetime imprisoned and impelled down was an existence devoid of hope, certainly not what he desired. Yet, refusing to surrender and continuing the fight might lead to his demise. Suddenly, Red-Haired felt a pang of regret, realizing he had overestimated his capabilities. Had he known, he would never have engaged in this conflict. It was not his own safety that troubled him, but the thought of his brothers perishing alongside him was unbearable. Red-Haired, surrender. I assure you that all members of your crew will survive, Zhangguo interjected, having noticed Red-Haired's wavering resolve and opting to persuade him. Continuing the fight might yield victory. But the Marines could also incur losses they simply could not afford. The devastation from the recent clash with Kaido, compounded by this battle, had surpassed the cumulative losses of the previous 20 years. If the Marine continued to sustain such heavy casualties, who would enlist in the future? Despite the allure of high wages, the mortality rate was appallingly high. Indeed, while some enlisted for justice, they constituted a minority, without substantial remuneration. Who would willingly face such peril? Zhang Guo's words resonated within Red-Haired, causing him to waver. He did not trust Akainu, but he did trust Zhang Guo's integrity. If Zhang Guo promised that surrender would mean no execution, then it was likely to be true. However, surrender felt like an unbearable disgrace. Yet, to ensure the survival of his crew, it was a necessary compromise. Zhang Guo, I am willing to surrender, but I require one condition, Red-Hair declared, contemplating various terms before finally deciding to negotiate. What condition do you propose? Zhang Guo inquired, eyeing Red-Haired. Release my comrades. If they can leave safely, I will surrender. Red-Haired asserted firmly. What? Release your comrades? That is out of the question, Zhang Guo countered, shaking his head. The members of Red-Haired's crew were formidable pirates in their own right. Releasing them would only allow the formation of a new Red-Haired pirates crew, something Zhang Guo could not permit. If that is the case, then there is nothing to discuss. Red-Haired tightened his grip on his weapon. Wait, I agree. Akainu suddenly interjected. Red-Haired, if you choose to surrender, I will release your subordinates. Zhang Guo looked incredulously at Akainu, unable to fathom such a statement coming from him. Given Akainu's nature, he would typically prefer to execute even 1,000 innocents rather than let a single enemy escape. Why would he agree to such seemingly unreasonable terms proposed by Red-Haired? After all, the Marines were bound to win if they continued fighting. Zhang Guo had merely sought to minimize casualties by persuading Red-Haired to surrender. Akainu, are you serious? Zhang Guo asked, incredulously regarding Akainu, who appeared almost unrecognizable to him. Of course, Zhang Guo, I am the fleet admiral now, and my word is final. Akainu replied with conviction. Very well, you are the fleet admiral, and your decision stands. Zhang Guo acquiesced, raising his hands in resignation. Thus, facing the full might of the Marine headquarters, the entire crew of the Red-Haired pirates surrendered, shackled with handcuffs and leg irons. And so it concluded. In the sky, Kaido felt a sense of ennui. Was it truly a conclusion where the Navy emerged victorious? Such an outcome was far from favorable for him as a pirate. Though the Navy suffered significant losses, they primarily lost mid-tier soldiers, while the higher-ups, such as the admirals, remained unscathed. It is important to note that with the demise of Whitebeard and the capture of Red-Haired Shanks, the only adversary left for the Navy was his own beast pirates. After all, the big MOM pirates had already allied with him. The New World had now transformed into a realm dominated solely by him. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself occupying the very position once held by his former captain, Rox, as the singular sovereign of a new world. What should he do next? As Kaido lay upon the clouds, he observed Red-Haired Shanks being taken to the dungeons. A rescue was certainly in order, but not at this moment. Regardless, he and Shanks could be considered friends. Previously, he had not possessed the means to compel Shanks to submit. After all, as one of the 4 emperors, who could lack a modicum of dignity? For one of equal standing to yield was not impossible, but certainly no simple feat. However, an opportunity now lay before Kaido. If he could extricate Shanks and his crew from the Navy's grasp, could Shanks possibly refuse to submit? Moreover, he had no intention of making Shanks his subordinate. All he desired was for Shanks to acknowledge him as an elder brother, and in return, the position of vice captain in the Beast Pirates would be Shanks's. Thus, they would share dominion over the world. With this thought, Kaido began to bide his time. If the Navy spared Shanks' life, they would undoubtedly transport him to Impel Down. He intended to wait for the moment when the Navy would transfer Shanks, seizing the opportunity to hijack their warship. And so, Kaido began his vigil, displaying remarkable patience. A day passed, and finally, several warships approached the Navy headquarters from the distance. It was inevitable. The warship stationed at the Navy headquarters had sustained heavy damage due to the battle, necessitating reinforcements from other locations. The vessels now arriving were all headed for Impel Down. Observing the nearly ruined Navy headquarters, Akainu felt a profound weariness. Reconstruction was out of the question. The only option was to establish a new headquarters on a different island. After all, the current island was littered with ruins and corpses, with blood staining half the land and gaping holes throughout. In short, this island was irreparably damaged. Red-Haired Shanks was taken away by the warships heading to Impel Down. High above, Kaido finally recognized his opportunity and naturally followed suit. However, he did not act immediately. Instead, he resolved to wait until they reached Impel Down. After all, Having come this far, he intended to make a grand spectacle of it. To prepare for the impending climactic battle with the Navy headquarters, he planned to recruit some subordinates within Impel Down. Although he already had many followers, one could never have too many allies, could they? Thus, Kaido trailed the ship to Impel Down, watching as Shanks was confined within its depths. Chapter 262. The rescue of red-haired Shanks. After a brief period of waiting, Kaido deemed it prudent to delay his rescue. If he were to act immediately upon Shanks's confinement, Shanks might suspect that he had been observing the events unfold from the Navy headquarters. However, should he wait, Shanks would likely believe that he had learned of his capture while in the New World and had rushed to his aid. While both outcomes resulted in Shanks's rescue, it was evident that the latter would evoke a deeper sense of gratitude from him. Indeed, Kaido, with both brawn and intellect, understood this well. As the day waned into evening, Kaido sprang into action. Impel Down was hardly a concern for him, so he opted for a direct assault. Transforming into a colossal azure dragon, he plunged through the clouds, swiftly descending towards Impel Down. In no time, he found himself hovering above the fortress, mere dozens of meters away. The appearance of such a massive dragon did not go unnoticed by the stationed Navy soldiers. Yet before they could react, Kaido executed a sweeping tail strike. His tail crashed into the exposed structures of Impel Down, shattering the rooftop of the first floor, sending debris scattering in all directions. This rubble struck several nearby Navy vessels, and unfortunate soldiers found themselves impaled by the flying shards, while others were crushed into a bloody pulp beneath larger fragments. Despite the chaos, the Navy soldiers quickly regained their composure and aimed their cannons at Kaido. However, their efforts were in vain. The cannonballs struck him without so much as breaking a scale. Ignoring the feeble resistance of these minor adversaries, Kaido remained focused on his true objective, red-haired Shanks. He could not afford to squander time on these insignificant foes, as it might attract the attention of more formidable opponents from the Navy headquarters. Although he feared none, it was unnecessary. In the next moment, Kaido shifted back to his human form, landing on the ground of Impel Down, and swiftly made his way to the lower levels. Countless guards attempted to impede his progress, yet they were dispatched with ease. Kaido found the prospect of descending the staircases tedious, so he simply punched through the floor, crashing down to the second level. In this manner, he shattered through 5 levels until he finally reached the 6th level, known as the Infinite Hell of Impel Down. During this descent, he fortuitously discovered a hidden chamber between the 5th and 6th levels housing a group of prisoners. However, Kaido chose to ignore them. Upon reaching the 6th level, he employed his Busashoka Haki to locate red-haired Shanks and his crew deep within the prison. When Kaido appeared before Shanks, the latter was momentarily taken aback. "Kaido, what are you doing here?" Shanks exclaimed, his eyes widening as he scrutinized Kaido. "Could it be that you have also been captured by the Navy?" Yet, that could not be. He bore no shackles and was not escorted by guards. Shanks was perplexed. "Haha, Shanks, my dear brother, I have come to rescue you." Kaido laughed heartily. "I saw in the news that you were captured by the Navy. What relationship do we share? Brothers in arms. Even if Impel Down is an impregnable fortress fraught with peril, one that could ensnare me as well, I still came for you. No one can capture my brother, not even a Navy. I swear it." Chapter 263. The Siege of Impel Down. You traveled from the New World, risking everything to breach Impel Down for my sake? Hearing Kaido's words, Shanks felt an inexplicable moisture at the corners of his eyes. He was genuinely touched by Kaido's actions, though Kaido repeatedly referred to him as a brother. The truth was that their relationship had only been forged over a few shared drinks. They were far from true brothers. Yet, the fact that Kaido would disregard danger to come to his aid moved Shanks deeply. "Kaido, what can I possibly say to you? Red-haired is sentimental. When others regard him as a brother, he naturally reciprocates. A drop of kindness warrants a fountain of gratitude. Enough of this. Why is a grown man crying?" Observing the glistening tears at the corner of red-haired's eyes, Kaido could not contain himself and uttered a remark, then handed over a key, stating, "This is your key. Hurry and unlock your chains. Let's all escape together." Red-haired quickly accepted the key and began to unlock the restraints. While red-haired and his companions were busy with the locks, Kaido initiated his recruitment plan. Every pirate imprisoned in this infinite hell is formidable. Of course, to Kaido, that is merely the reality. Most of them are unfamiliar faces. Their lack of recognition signifies their inferior status. Thus, Kaido focused his recruitment efforts on those he was acquainted with, who would not yearn for the light of day after being confined in the dark depths of Impel Down. Most pirates, upon facing Kaido's invitation, readily agreed. Although they had once been captains commanding others, the current circumstances were dire. If escaping meant serving as subordinates, they would gladly do so, especially under the banner of the world's strongest creature. In this manner, Kaido amassed a considerable number of prisoners, estimating around 40 to 50 individuals. Although there were more inmates on the 6th level, only those deemed worthy caught Kaido's eye. The rest were inconsequential to him. During this time, several guards appeared, launching attacks against Kaido. Kaido found it curious how these guards were so audacious. Were they not afraid for their lives? Did they truly believe they could confront Kaido, the beast? Did they think themselves to be Garp or Sengoku? Kaido showed no mercy to these foolish guards, teaching them a lesson with a thunderous strike. Red-haired observed Kaido, standing among the prisoners he had liberated, furrowing his brow but saying nothing. While many of these prisoners were heinous criminals, Red-haired reflected on his own nature. He was hardly a paragon of virtue himself. After all, over the years, countless lives had been lost at the hands of his red-haired pirates. Thus, Kaido and Red-haired led the way, with the red-haired pirates and the liberated prisoners following closely behind, gradually departing from this infinite hell. Along the way, numerous imprisoned pirates reached out from their cells, pleading with Kaido for salvation, vowing that if he were to rescue them, they would serve him loyally in any capacity. However, Kaido remained indifferent, continuing on his path. They soon encountered the warden of Impel Down, Magellan. Upon seeing the formidable assembly before him, Magellan could not help but feel a headache coming on. 2 emperors and a multitude of the most notorious criminals. Such a sight left him feeling hopeless. Would he truly be able to stand against this force? Chapter 264, The Rebirth of a New Rocks Pirates. Magellan, are you going to stop us? Kaido inquired, brandishing his kanabo over his shoulder, a smile gracing his face. The warden, known as the Iron Wall of Impel Down, was well aware of Kaido's reputation. After all, one must possess considerable strength to guard the world's largest prison. Yet, even with Magellan's strength, Kaido was confident he was no match for him. Magellan gritted his teeth, wanting to protest, but the sight before him rendered him speechless. If it were only Kaido, he would have confronted him without hesitation. However, with Red-haired's presence, he could not fathom defeating both emperors on his own, let alone the entire crew of the red-haired pirates and the vicious criminals behind Kaido. Combined, they could rival an emperor. Alas, what a stroke of misfortune. Was today the day that the famed defenses of Impel Down, which had stood for 800 years, would crumble? Although 10 years prior, the Golden Lion had escaped, today they were storming the prison from the outside. If Kaido were to succeed, the illustrious reputation of Impel Down would be tarnished forever. Yet, to block them was futile. Magellan recalled the incidents at Marine headquarters. If that had been breached twice, then perhaps Impel Down could also fall. Resolving himself, Magellan stepped aside, allowing Kaido and his entourage passage. One must bow beneath the eaves. What could he do against such overwhelming odds? Fight and perish at his post, only to be honored as a martyr? Upon seeing Magellan yield to Kaido and his group, the guards followed suit, stepping aside, despite the humiliation it brought. After all, as guards of Impel Down, they had often relished in punishing the prisoners, holding a certain pride in their roles. Yet, they could not ignore the fact that many of the imprisoned pirates were renowned figures. With experience, they had come to view these infamous pirates as not so formidable. However, Kaido had just taught them a lesson, reminding them that there were indeed powerful pirates who had simply not been captured. Thus, Kaido departed Impel Down with Red-haired and his crew. Magellan reported the incident, and the higher-ups were understandably furious, chastising him severely. Magellan listened obediently, unable to retort. He knew he was in the wrong, even if he wished to defend himself. He had no valid argument. When this news reached Akainu, he was infuriated. Damn it, after all my efforts to capture them, this is what I get? At that moment, Akainu smashed his makeshift office to pieces. He had originally intended to have the prisoners executed in secret, but before he could send the order, Red-haired had escaped. Rescued by Kaido, no less. Akainu could not comprehend when Red-haired and Kaido had grown so close. Why would Kaido infiltrate Impel Down to save him? Would Red-haired join the Beast Pirates because of this? If that were the case, Kaido would have complete control over the New World. It would be akin to the rebirth of a New Rocks Pirates. Chapter 265, Kaido, I Need You. A day later, everyone returned to Onigashima. Kaido threw a grand feast, celebrating with Red-haired for 3 days and nights. The following afternoon, Kaido regarded Red-haired, prepared to initiate his recruitment proposal. Shanks, do you know? My aspiration is to instigate a cataclysmic war of unprecedented scale. I feel that the realization of this dream is imminent. The red-haired pirate furrowed his brow and inquired hesitantly. No need for circumlocution. Simply articulate your intentions. I require your assistance, Kaido replied, his gaze unwavering. Red hair, what do you mean? The red-haired pirate asked, perplexed. In this monumental conflict, I wish for you to take a stand on our side, Kaido stated matter-of-factly. Are you referring to the grand showdown with the Marine headquarters? Red hair queried. No, Kaido shook his head. The Marine headquarters has yet to earn that distinction. My adversary is the world government, the celestial dragons. I am the true dragon soaring through the heavens. What right do those celestial dragons have to cling to an 800-year throne? Today, the highest throne of the world must change hands. Kaido was filled with boundless ambition, believing that he was on the verge of success, ready to declare war on the world government, then overcoming them to alter the global landscape and establish a new governing body to rule the world. Kaido, I never imagined your ambitions were so grand, Red-haired remarked, taken aback by Kaido's words. He had initially believed that Kaido merely aspired to become the pirate king and unify the new world, coexisting with the world government. But now he learned that Kaido sought to overthrow the world government entirely. Do you genuinely believe you can succeed? Red-haired asked. It was not that he underestimated Kaido. Rather, he perceived the world government as far more formidable than it appeared. The endeavor to supplant them was no simple task, even with his own crew and Big Mo. It was uncertain whether they could conquer the Marine headquarters, let alone challenge the authority of the world government. Of course, I will succeed, Kaido asserted confidently, his self-assurance contrasting sharply with red-haired skepticism. His confidence stemmed not from his own abilities, but from his invincible son-in-law, Mo Long. He recalled their previous duel, where Mo Long had effortlessly delivered a single blow that rendered him unconscious for an entire day and night. In that moment, Kaido comprehended that his son-in-law had grown to an unfathomable level of strength, powerful beyond belief, almost divine. Kaido had seldom admired anyone in his life, but he viewed Mo Long as the only man worthy of his reverence. Fortunately, this man was his son-in-law. Had he been an adversary, Kaido would have chosen to dig his own grave. For Mo Long was indeed invincible. It was precisely because of Mo Long that Kaido felt emboldened to challenge the world government. Regardless of the hidden cards the world government or the celestial dragons held, they were no match for Mo Long's overwhelming might. Kaido had developed a blind trust in Mo Long, convinced of his invincibility. Mo Long had transcended the bounds of humanity. He was a god. In contrast to the self-proclaimed deities, the true god was Mo Long, who possessed the ability to resurrect infinitely. Chapter 266. The Assault on the Nations of a New World. I apologize, Kaido, but I must decline your invitation. After a considerable pause, Red-haired gazed at Kaido with resolute determination. Why? Kaido was taken aback. He had assumed that, given their shared history and the favor he had done in rescuing Red-haired from Impel Down, he would readily agree to join him in his quest against the world government. Instead, he was met with rejection. What a jest. When I didn't rescue you from Impel Down, you refused to join me in my fight against the world government. Now that I have saved you, you still refuse. Was my effort in vain? Kaido pressed, his tone incredulous. Red-haired shook his head and replied calmly. This has nothing to do with whether you can succeed in overthrowing the world government. I simply do not wish to do so. I am a man who cherishes freedom and eschews constraints. Hence, I cannot align myself with your beast pirates. My apologies. Red-haired offered a bow of acknowledgement. Truth be told, his current stance felt somewhat ungrateful. Were it not for Kaido's intervention, he and his companions would still be imprisoned and impelled down, potentially for a lifetime. Even if Kaido's intentions were driven by a desire for repayment, the demands he made were not entirely unacceptable. Many of the pirates rescued alongside him had willingly joined Kaido, recognizing his strength as a worthy cause. However, Red-haired was different. He would not be coerced into actions he did not endorse. Sigh, if that is your decision, then so be it, Kaido conceded, shaking his head and letting out a deep sigh. He then raised his head and took a hearty swig from his drink. However, Shanks, my goal is to unify the world, and I do not wish to see the flag of the red-haired pirates still flying over the seas once I have defeated the world government. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. Kaido's words served as a warning to Shanks. Your refusal to aid me is inconsequential, but if you persist as a pirate after I unify the world, do not hold me accountable. Very well, I shall return shortly to disband my crew, Red-haired replied. a hint of sorrow in his tone. He never expected to find himself in a position akin to that of his former captain, compelled to dissolve his pirate crew, albeit for different reasons. A life. Thus, the red-haired pirates disbanded. From this moment onward, the New World would witness the supremacy of Kaido and his beast pirates. As time passed, Kaido commanded his subordinates to launch assaults on various nations within the New World, coercing them to join Wano and forge alliances while severing ties with the world government. Although some nations resisted, they were swiftly dismantled by Kaido's forces. Others, recognizing their untenable position, surrendered to Kaido, betraying the world government. Under constant pressure and aggression, nearly all nations in the New World allied with Wano, and those that did not were eradicated. These events soon came to the attention of the 5 elders of the world government, who were incensed. They contacted Akainu, berating him mercilessly. The nations that had joined Kaido had sought aid from the world government during their subjugation, and naturally, the pressure fell upon Akainu, the Marine Admiral, as the Navy maintained order across the seas. Yet, Akainu found himself in a challenging situation. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, the Navy had not yet recovered its strength. Even if reinforcements were to be dispatched, they needed soldiers to deploy. The 2 recent confrontations had drained the Navy of its resources. In the initial instance, the situation could be remedied through a grand conscription, restoring vitality. However, a significant conscription has already occurred. Must there be another? Even if a second conscription were to take place, would individuals be as eager to enlist as they were the first time? After all, the 2 prior battles at the summit have instilled a sense of peril in the hearts of those who serve in the Navy, especially given the current circumstances. The New World is almost entirely under the dominion of Kaido. A monumental clash between the Navy and the beast pirates is imminent. To enlist at such a time seems utterly misguided, or perhaps a testament to an overwhelming loyalty to the world government. Thus, Akainu finds himself in a quandary. Nonetheless, recruitment remains essential. The summit battles claimed nearly 100,000 naval lives, resulting in devastating losses for the Navy. Without further enlistment, they would be ill-equipped to confront Kaido in the forthcoming grand confrontation. Kaido has effectively conquered the entire New World, commanding an army of millions. This impending clash will be a decisive battle, determining the fate of the Navy and, indeed, the very existence of the world government. Akainu has his eyes and ears throughout the New World. How could he be unaware of Kaido's mobilization of forces, preparing to dismantle the world government? The first line of defense against such a threat is the Navy. The Gorosei have lost faith in Akainu, ordering the Supreme Commander, Steelbone Calm, to lead the charge and assume full control of the conflict with Kaido's beast pirates. Indeed, the world government is entering the fray. The Gorosei understand that they cannot passively observe as the beast pirates obliterate the Navy. This is a battle that demands their utmost effort. Should they falter, the 8 centuries of history of the world government may come to an abrupt end, potentially ushering the world into a new order, an outcome the Gorosei and the Celestial Dragons would abhor. Thus, the world seems to be suspended in anticipation, as if everyone is awaiting some pivotal event. Perhaps this is the calm before the storm, the darkness preceding the dawn. Even the pirates have ceased their plundering, remaining at their temporary encampments, perusing newspapers and awaiting the impending conflict. Kaido continues to deploy his troops, urging all nations under his sway in the New World to send forces to fight alongside him. Meanwhile, Akainu is conducting a large-scale recruitment effort beyond the New World, mobilizing the naval branches across the Grand Line to send reinforcements. He is also attempting to incite rebellion among the nations conquered by Kaido, hoping they might betray him at a crucial moment. However, the results have been disheartening, as few nations are willing to cooperate. Even if coerced into allegiance with Kaido, they remain bound to him. In such a precarious position, what could they hope to gain by betraying him? Perhaps nothing at all. If the world government were to triumph, they might face retribution. Faced with potential retribution, it seems wiser to remain loyal to Kaido, for if he prevails, they may yet expand their own influence. In addition to the naval forces scattered across the globe, the world government has reached out to its allied nations, urging them to provide military support. This is a global conflict, and no one can remain uninvolved. Even the reluctant allied nations find themselves compelled to contribute troops. Should they choose not to participate and the world government be defeated, what fate awaits them? Kaido is a pirate, and if he emerges victorious, what direction will the world take? What will become of these former allied nations? Such uncertainties compel the allied nations of the world government to ultimately decide to engage in battle, dispatching millions of troops. This is a war involving over 10 million participants. Even before the Grand War has begun, localized skirmishes have already commenced. Coalition forces from various nations in the New World have begun launching attacks on the territories of the first half of the Grand Line. To prevent rebellion from these recently conquered nations, Kaido has severed their connections, inciting them to war. In this manner, he believes they will remain loyal. The world government and the Navy have chosen not to intervene in these localized conflicts, allowing those nations to handle their own affairs. After all, the Navy and the world government face an overwhelming force of over 500,000 pirates led by Kaido, which is the crux of this war's trajectory. The world is on the brink of chaos. Yet, our protagonist, Mo Long, remains immersed in a joyful atmosphere. Spending his days exploring the mountains and rivers with Yamato and Yuta, or indulging in playful role-playing games with the Empress. However, such blissful days are soon to vanish, for he and Yamato are on the verge of welcoming their child into the world. At this moment, in the delivery room, Yamato is sweating profusely, gripping Mo Long's arm tightly, her tear-filled eyes gazing at him as she exclaims, "Mo Long, it hurts so much. Am I going to die?" Hearing her words, Mo Long finds it amusing. "You endured Kaido's blows without flinching. Surely childbirth can't be that dire?" Though he thinks this, he knows better than to voice it aloud. He gently pats the back of Yamato's hand, offering reassurance. "Don't worry, it will be over soon. I will be right here with you." With Mo Long's comfort, Yamato feels as though the pain has lessened. The midwife is diligently assisting, encouraging Yamato to push as the baby's head is about to emerge. With Yamato's effort, a loud cry fills the room. Mo Long and Yamato's daughter has entered the world. The midwife cleans the newborn, swaddles her, and places her beside Yamato. Yamato gazes at her daughter, marveling at the wrinkled skin, blinking in disbelief. Is this really my child? Why does she look so unappealing? Mo Long senses her thoughts and chuckles. Newborns often appear this way. As they grow, their skin will become smooth and supple. Is that so? Yamato playfully sticks out her tongue at Mo Long, "Darling, what should we name our daughter?" Although they had previously discussed names and settled on several, the abundance of choices now leaves Yamato momentarily paralyzed by indecision. By the way, I heard that Kaido is about to engage in a decisive battle against the world government. Is that true? Yamato inquires, recalling the news. Despite their life of leisure in Wano, they occasionally glance at newspapers and are aware that the confrontation between Kaido and the world government is imminent. Mo Long nods in affirmation. In fact, the decisive battle may have already commenced. Just a few days prior, Kaido reached out to him, hoping to join forces in toppling the world government from its historical pedestal. However, Mo Long did not acquiesce. As fate would have it, Day was on the verge of giving birth, making it impossible for Malone to leave her side at such a critical moment. Consequently, Kaido took it upon himself to lead his forces. Currently, there were hardly any members of the Beast Pirates remaining in Wano Kuni. The colossal fleet of 500,000 pirates had been led away by Kaido, leaving Wano Kuni behind. Kaido had previously confided in him that the ultimate battle would take place at Sabaody Archipelago, the primary battleground he would share with the world government. The Navy awaited there as well. The secondary battleground, however, was the conflict between various nations in the New World and those allied with the world government. This secondary front had already ignited hostilities, affecting over a dozen nations, turning their territories into war zones. Even those nations untouched by the conflict had dispatched vast armies and armaments to engage in warfare. To date, casualties had already reached several 100,000. Besides Kaido and the world government, the Revolutionary Army was also involved. They remained neutral, acting as a third party, possibly with the strategy of waiting in the wings like a mantis stalking a cicada. They were continuously swaying certain nations to join their ranks. The world government and Kaido paid little heed to this. Although the leader of the Revolutionary Army had once been deemed the world's most notorious criminal and the gravest threat to the world government, following Kaido's emergence, the Revolutionary Army had retreated into obscurity. After all, for the world government, pirates occupying the position of Yonko were merely kings of their respective territories, while the Revolutionary Army aimed to overthrow the world government itself. Yet now, the pirates led by Kaido were also intent on dismantling the world government, actively incorporating various nations of the New World under their banner. This maneuver was far more formidable than the Revolutionary Army's covert operations, as Kaido's actions genuinely provoked the world government's nerves, seemingly backed by significant power. Remarkably, More than half of the warlords of the sea had unknowingly fallen under Kaido's command, leading their forces into assaults against various nations. The world government remained oblivious to how Kaido achieved such a feat under the leadership of Boa Hancock, Don Quixote da Flamingo, Dracula Mihawk, and Crocodile. They had become an unstoppable force. After all, the warlords of the sea were initially created by the world government to counterbalance the Yonko. Their intervention left few nations capable of resistance, sweeping through like a tide. This compelled the world government to dispatch troops for rescue. With a decisive confrontation against Kaido yet to commence, if all the allied nations of the world government fell, even a potential victory in the final battle would tarnish the world government's reputation, revealing its vulnerabilities to the world. This could herald a transformative era, an eventuality the world government could not tolerate. They aimed not only to eradicate Kaido's pirate faction, but also to gain complete dominion over the world, ensuring that all lived under the aegis of the world government. Receiving Malong's response, they refrained from further comment. It seemed as though the impending confrontation between Kaido and the world government bore no relevance to him. My dear, enough of Kaido. You have yet to answer me regarding our daughter's name. They deftly sidestepped the topic of the confrontation. Molinglong. What? They failed to catch the name. Molinglong. Our daughter shall be named Molinglong. Malong reiterated. Molinglong, Molinglong. They murmured to herself for a moment, then beamed. What a lovely name. Henceforth, our daughter shall be known as Molinglong. Suddenly, Malong's brow furrowed. He perceived the sounds of battle echoing from outside. The world government had launched an assault on Wano Kuni? In an instant, Malong chuckled, astonished that the world government would attempt to infiltrate his home amidst the grand confrontation. Given the circumstances, it appeared that their forces could not withstand the onslaught. Under the command of CP0, the agents of the world government pressed forward with relentless ferocity, shattering the defenses with ease. Most of Wano Kuni's and the beast pirate strength had been taken away by Kaido, leaving behind a garrison of fewer than 10,000. Only a few thousand remained scattered across the land to maintain order. Such a force was indeed inadequate to resist CP0's advance. Despite CP0 being numerically limited to merely a few hundred, Kaido had considered the possibility of an infiltration by the world government. However, he found solace knowing that Malong was at home. With Malong present, who could dare to invade his sanctuary? My dear, is something amiss? They inquired, noticing Malong's furrowed brow. It's nothing. I shall step out for a moment. Malong replied gently, casting a warm glance at Dea before vanishing from sight. If he did not intervene, CP0 would likely sweep through Wano Kuni unimpeded, a scenario he wished to avoid. Moreover, if he remained passive, CP0 would inevitably advance upon them. There was no need to wait until they arrived to act. Soon, Malong appeared above the battlefield, surveying the scene where the forces of Wano Kuni valiantly resisted CP0's carnage. Suddenly, a masked CP0 agent seemed to sense something, raising their gaze to the sky and spotting Malong hovering above. The immortal King Malong? You remain in Wano Kuni? The appearance of Malong took CP0 by surprise. They likely thought that with Kaido preparing for the ultimate battle against the world government, Malong, a pivotal force on Kaido's side, would have no reason to stay behind. Surprised, are we? Malong smiled at them. What perplexes me is that, during such a crucial moment, the celestial dragons would not keep you close to protect themselves, but instead send you to invade Kaido's home. What purpose does this serve? If the world government triumphs in this war, your invasion would hold no significance. Or perhaps the celestial dragons anticipate defeat and wish to capture Kaido's daughter to coerce him into submission. CP0's composure was shaken. Malong's power had been showcased during the previous Marineford War, a terrifying prowess that even surpassed Kaido's, nearly bringing Admiral Akainu to his demise. The notion of being no match for him resonated in their minds. Flee, we must flee. The CP0 agent, aware of Malong's reputation, wasted no time. Utilizing one of the Navy's 6 styles, Shave, they vanished from their position, reappearing 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. However, the next moment, they felt an immense force strike their chest, breaking ribs and sending them crashing backward into the fray, colliding with several world government agents. Chapter 271. The battle begins, sir. What has happened to you? The agents of the world government were bewildered, unable to comprehend how a CP0 operative had suddenly been sent flying from afar. I'm fine. As the words hung in the air, CP0 expelled a mouthful of blood and subsequently fainted. My lord, what has happened? Please do not leave us. The figure in black was taken aback, witnessing CP0's master lose consciousness after spitting blood. What now? With the leader down, do we continue the fight? You fool! It is you who is doomed. Hearing the lamentations of his subordinates, CP0, in his dying moments, jolted back to life. Wonderful! My lord, you are still alive! Exclaimed the black-clad individual, overwhelmed with joy, only to be sent flying by a kick from CP0, who retorted, Are you mad? A grown man clinging to me and weeping. What do you intend to accomplish? Observing the farcical scene below, M.O. Long shook his head, disinclined to engage with these fools any longer. He yearned to return to his newly born daughter. Thus, he extended his hand and snapped his fingers. In the next moment, thunder echoed across the sky, and streaks of formidable lightning struck down, unerringly hitting the members of CP0. As the thunder dissipated, the agents of the world government were reduced to charred remains. Task accomplished. M.O. Long vanished from the scene. This spectacle left the guards of Wano Kuni in a state of bewilderment. What had just transpired? Moments ago, they had been embroiled in a bloody battle, teetering on the brink of annihilation, and now, in an instant, they had turned the tide, staring at the charred figures of the world government. They were at a loss as to their next move. Ultimately, the commander stepped forward, instructing his subordinates to tidy up the aftermath. Elsewhere, on the battlefield of Sabeti Archipelago, Kaido led his forces against the supreme commander of the world government, Sengoku. The two sides, separated by mere meters, amassed over 1 million troops. The sky shrouded in ominous clouds, a foreboding atmosphere enveloping the entire archipelago. Upon realizing that Sabeti Archipelago had become the battleground for their decisive clash, most inhabitants had fled. Only a handful of the audacious remained, eager to witness which side would emerge victorious in this world-altering confrontation. Kaido, I never imagined a mere pirate would dare to challenge the world government. Who has bestowed upon you such audacity? Sengoku, robust and resolute, exuded strength. This man was the supreme commander, the former fleet admiral of the Navy. In his heyday, Kaido was merely a child playing in the mud aboard the rock ship. And what of it? Sengoku, I never expected you to be one who belittles others based on their origins. Were the celestial dragons not once mere mortals? Kaido sneered. I was a pirate then, and I am a pirate now. But that does not mean that the rewards are also for pirates. This war is mine to win, Sengoku. Transforming into a blue dragon, Kaido unleashed a torrent of scorching breath. Observing this, Sengoku charged forward. The war had commenced. Countless cannonballs and bullets resounded across the battlefield. Initially, the crowd was densely packed. Every bullet and cannonball could claim a life or at least injure an individual. From above, the two forces surged forward like a swarm of ants, inducing panic in those with a fear of crowds. Chapter 272. The advantage is mine. Big, wielded thunderclouds in one hand and the sun in the other, each of her attacks sending dozens of marines flying, claiming numerous lives. Kizuru, with a single 8-sun jewel strike, claimed even more. The cacophony of explosions reverberated on the battlefield as pirates were hurled into the sky. Fujitora summoned a colossal meteor. The meteor fell, crashing into the ground, creating a chasm several meters deep. In its center lay hundreds of severed limbs, the strong among them, while the weak were reduced to mere dust. Powerful beings reveled in their rampage, while the frail became mere victims, often unaware of the source of their demise until it was too late. After the initial onslaught, the number of combatants on the battlefield was halved. This prompted the leaders on both sides to recognize the need for a shift. Otherwise, only a handful of the strongest would remain by the conclusion of the conflict. Ultimately, the formidable forces began to converge, engaging in clashes of equal caliber. Kaido and Big Mom joined forces, unleashing a titanic wave of conqueror's haki. A powerful shockwave that surged across the battlefield, targeting the strongest formation of the world government led by Sengoku. The three admirals, Sengoku, Akainu, and Kizuru, stood united, delivering a formidable counterattack that combined their powers, a rare sight in the Navy's centuries-long history. Boom! Their combined might tore through the ground, colliding with a shockwave from Kaido and Big Mom. In an instant, the earth crumbled and the sky was rent asunder. The shockwave radiated outward, crashing into the sea and generating towering waves that battered the distant red line. The relentless force seemed poised to break the very foundations of the world. This war was not being broadcasted live. Thus, people across the globe paused their daily activities, anxiously awaiting the news that would signal the war's conclusion. The stakes were monumental. If the world government were to falter, the global order would shift, leaving everyone uncertain of their fate. Under such circumstances, who could focus on anything else? Fishermen ceased their catch, farmers halted their plowing, merchants stopped their trades, and pirates abandoned their plundering. Even the celestial dragons paused their enslavement of others. Bang! Bang! Kaido and Big Mom descended from the sky, both spitting blood. "Kaido, you have been defeated," Sengoku proclaimed from above, surveying the two as they fell. The combined might of 3 former fleet admirals, bolstered by an admiral's assistance, ultimately proved too overwhelming for Kaido to withstand. Coughing, Kaido clutched his chest and spat out another mouthful of blood, laughing as he looked at Sengoku. Sengoku, do not rejoice too soon. I am still capable of fighting." With that, he stood defiantly. "And neither am I finished," Big Mom added. Though severely injured, her fighting spirit remained unbroken. "Even if you can stand, can you truly contend with us?" Sengoku spread his arms, declaring, "You cannot win. The world will not change. Do not harbor such delusions, Kaido. No, the world will be transformed by my hand. I am unwavering in my belief that I will emerge victorious." Chapter 273. Sengoku severely wounded Kaido. "Are you out of your mind?" Sengoku, taken aback by Kaido's unwavering confidence, struggled to find words. "In this situation, you still believe you can win? Surely you are not suggesting that you were merely warming up." Only Akainu furrowed his brow, his gaze incessantly scanning the surroundings, seemingly in search of something. Where was M.O. Long, the man who had nearly slain him on the battlefield? Why had he not appeared? Akainu could not comprehend. In his view, even with Kaido and Big Mom joining forces, alongside several warlords and the notorious criminals released from Impel Down, they could not possibly withstand the might of the Marine headquarters and the world government. M.O. Long was the pivotal force. The strength of the opponent, combined with the ability of immortality, should have been the key to Kaido's triumph. Without M.O. Long's appearance, Kaido had no chance of victory in this war. Moreover, the 3 warlords were not present, having been dispatched by Kaido to other battlefields to assault the allied nations of the world government. It's you, Sora. Who has a problem with your mind, failing to see the future? This war will undoubtedly be won by me," Kaido bellowed, lunging directly at Steelbone Sora. Sora was knocked to the ground by the forceful assault. Kaido mounted him, raining down punches upon Sora's face. Sora was momentarily dazed, failing to resist. When he finally regained his wits, he drove a knee into Kaido's abdomen, sending him airborne, then kicked him away. As Kaido landed, Sora charged at him once more, straddling Kaido and relentlessly striking his head. "Release my man," Big Mom shouted in fury upon witnessing the scene. Summoning Zeus, she unleashed a bolt of lightning. Sora was struck, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. Big Mom seized the opportunity, transforming Napoleon into a sword. She lunged forward, delivering a diagonal slash to Sora's chest, sending him flying. Leaving a deep wound visible to the bone, blood cascading through the air. His body crashed violently to the ground, and a mouthful of blood erupted from his throat. Observing this, Big Mom prepared to finish Sora off. If she could eliminate Sora at this moment, they would be one step closer to victory. However, such matters seldom unfold so smoothly. Just as Big Mom soared into the air, wielding Napoleon to strike Sora's face, Sengoku appeared, his form radiant with golden light. Resembling a deity descending from the heavens, he positioned himself before Big Mom, his palm meeting the sword, directly grasping the blade. Big Mom had not anticipated Sengoku's swift reaction, causing her to miss the opportunity to eliminate Sora. Such chances are fleeting, and having let this one slip away, she likely would not encounter another. Gripping Napoleon tightly, Big Mom exerted force downward, seemingly intent on severing Sengoku's hand that held the sword. Yet, transformed into the Great Buddha, Sengoku's defensive capabilities were maximized. Fortified by Busashoka Haki, even unarmed, he could contend with Napoleon. At that moment, Sora, who had been lying on the ground, finally regained his senses. He stood and delivered a powerful punch to Big Mom's abdomen. The force was tremendous, causing the layers of fat on her belly to ripple like ocean waves, indenting her midsection as she was propelled into the air. Chapter 274. Kaido, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Sora, are you alright? Sengoku observed the deep gash across Sora's body, blood still dripping from it. It was evident that Big Mom's strike had been merciless. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have been cleaved in two. I'm fine. This is not the time for such discussions, Sora replied, shaking his head as he gazed towards the approaching Big Mom. He continued, the priority now is to deal with Big Mom and Kaido, then provide support to the allied nations. I have received word that under the leadership of the warlords, The battlefields of those allied nations are heavily skewed in the enemy's favor. By now, several allied nations may have already fallen. If we do not resolve this quickly, they may not be able to hold on any longer. With that, Sora disregarded his wounds and charged into battle against Big Mom. The scars were badges of honor for a Marine, and thus Sora paid them no mind, though these wounds were among the most severe he had sustained during his service. The thought of facing Big Mom, especially after her ambush, dulled the pain. Sengoku and Sora joined forces. While Big Mom was not entirely overwhelmed, she began to falter. This was primarily due to Sora's injuries, preventing him from exerting his full strength. Otherwise, a reckless move could exacerbate his wounds. Even if they ultimately defeated Big Mom, Sora would likely be left with a significant cost to his own life. As he witnessed Big Mom being pressured, Kaido felt compelled to assist. After all, Big Mom was one of his own. How could he stand idly by while his ally was bullied? Yet, Akainu and Kizaru thwarted his intentions, blocking his path. "Kaido, your opponents are us," Akainu declared, emanating a menacing aura of magma. "Humph, in that case, I shall eliminate you first," Kaido retorted, brandishing his kanabo with ferocity. "Behold my thunderbawa!" Kaido tightened his grip on the kanabo, swinging it violently towards Akainu's face. Great eruption! Akainu clenched his fist, magma surging up his arm. In the next moment, a colossal magma arm enveloped his own, striking forward to collide with Kaido's kanabo. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom, shaking the very ground beneath them. The earth beneath them cracked and collapsed under the sheer force of the clash. Yet, the fists and the kanabo continued to struggle in midair as both combatants exerted their strength in a bid to overpower one another. In that moment of stalemate, a languid voice from Kizaru interrupted. "Kaido, have you forgotten about me?" As he spoke, Kizaru leapt effortlessly, appearing at Kaido's left side. Though his hands were not in his pockets, Kizaru politely inquired, "Kaido, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" As his words fell, Kizaru unleashed a kick aimed directly at Kaido's face. Kaido, caught off guard, found himself unable to evade. After all, he was still locked in a fierce clash with Akainu. Choosing to dodge would mean likely taking a direct hit from Akainu's magma fist. In Kaido's estimation, enduring Kizaru's kick was certainly preferable to receiving a magma-infused punch from Akainu. Of course, avoiding both attacks would be ideal, given that he had two hands at his disposal. Thus, as Kizaru's foot approached, Kaido extended his free left hand to shield his face. Chapter 275, Kizaru, you are lacking. With a resounding thud, Kizaru's kick landed squarely in Kaido's palm. The immense force caused Kaido's arm to retract momentarily, his body swaying to the right, leaving behind two imprints on the ground. "Kizaru, you are lacking." Feeling the feeble kick from Huang Yuan, Kaido scoffed. Simultaneously, the clash with Akainu came to an end, with both men taking a step back, preparing to engage once more. How could a man allow himself to be deemed incapable? Were it a vigorous young lad in his stead, he might have fought Kaido to the bitter end. However, Huang Yuan had reached an age where he merely wished for a stable retirement. Thus he paid little heed to Kaido's taunts. Yet, while he might dismiss the words, he could not pretend he had not heard them. After all, he was a Marine admiral, and to remain silent in the face of Kaido's derision would be a blow to his pride. "Huh, Kaido, you speak as though you are truly formidable. I recall you possess only one daughter, do I not? If you were as impressive as you claim, why not sire more heirs to inherit your Yonko title? I have also heard of a flower street on Onigashima. If you were indeed capable, you would have a harem by now, rather than just a single daughter. It seems. In truth, you are the one lacking. Kaido, what is wrong? Are you at a loss for words? It appears I have struck a nerve. You truly are lacking." Huang Yuan pressed on, sensing Kaido's hesitation to retort. Kaido, enraged, unleashed a torrent of curses upon Huang Yuan, brandishing his kanabo and hurling it without further ado. The force of the strike sent debris flying. Huang Yuan did not evade but continued to mock. "TSK, TSK, TSK, anger suits you, Kaido. It seems I have indeed hit the mark." The kanabo struck Huang Yuan, yet the anticipated image of him being sent flying did not materialize. Instead, upon impact, Huang Yuan transformed into a cascade of golden light, reappearing on Kaido's right side. In one fluid motion, he unleashed a kick, striking Kaido's kanabo with a resounding thud. They then disengaged. Kaido was evidently infuriated by Huang Yuan's words, relentlessly attacking. It seemed he would not be satisfied until he had dealt Huang Yuan a severe blow. "Tengoku no Amaterasu." Huang Yuan, evading time and again, realized it bore little significance. Thus he summoned the Tengoku no Amaterasu, preparing for a direct confrontation with Kaido. The The clash of the light sword and the kanabo produced a cacophony of sound and sparks as they battled from east to west, then back again, leaving chaos in their wake. Numerous Marines and pirates alike found themselves caught in the crossfire, not perishing at the hands of their foes, but falling victim to the fallout of their leaders' fierce confrontation. The two combatants fought fiercely, with no clear victor emerging. Akainu soon joined the fray. Should they allow the two to duel unchecked, it could stretch on for an entire day and night. This was not what Akainu wished to witness. After all, if they could eliminate Kaido and Big Mom, the remaining pirates would likely surrender, thus minimizing casualties for the Marines. Otherwise, the continued conflict could decimate the Marine forces. If it reached that point, the Marines might find themselves on the brink of extinction. Who then would contend with the pirates roaming the seas? Chapter 276. Confrontation with two admirals. As the saying goes, no one can withstand the combined might of two admirals. Kaido was certainly no exception. Although he did not perceive it that way, it was evident that under the onslaught of Akainu and Huang Yuan, Kaido was at a disadvantage. Yet, this was not overtly apparent, for they had only just begun to engage. Each combatant was at their peak condition, and unless one displayed overwhelming power, the other side would not appear to be at a disadvantage. In a similar vein, Big Mom, under the pressure of the two former Marine admirals, demonstrated even less prowess than Akainu's side. As for the other battlefield, under the leadership of the two Marine admirals and several top-tier agents from the world government, the Calamities and the four commanders performed disappointingly. From the upper echelons to the mid-levels, Kaido's side was being overwhelmed by the Marines. Nonetheless, with a considerable number of prisoners rescued from Impel Down, Kaido's forces did not experience a stark retreat. However, many of those prisoners were merely present without contributing meaningfully. Some even began to stealthily withdraw from the battlefield, perhaps believing that Kaido's side was destined to lose and preferring not to perish alongside him. Clearly, in a battlefield of millions, even if a few fled, the impact was negligible. Kaido had initially hoped for a definitive strike from Makulong. Yet, with Makulong's absence, he felt a sense of betrayal. Kaido had intended for Makulong to emerge and neutralize the Marines' peak combat power, allowing him to eradicate their mid and lower tier forces. However, with Makulong absent, the top-tier strength on his side was significantly inferior to that of the Marines. Furthermore, the absence of Shanks added to the pressure. Should the red-haired pirates have joined, they could have alleviated some of the strain. The absence of Makulong and Shanks rendered this battle particularly arduous. Nevertheless, retreat was not an option. The all-out war against the world government had long since commenced, and the date of confrontation was nearly set. If it did not show, it would signal to the world that Kaido was cowardly. Such a notion was unacceptable. He would not allow the world to underestimate him. Thus, even though the absence of Makulong and the red-haired pirates made the battle seem less formidable, he still made his appearance. With a swift motion, Huang Yuan wielded the Tengaku no Amaterasu, delivering a powerful slash from behind Kaido. The razor-sharp blade sliced through Kaido's form. Although it did not draw blood, it severed several scales from his dragon-like body, leaving behind a pale streak where the blade had grazed. Observing that his strike had failed to leave a mark on Kaido, Huang Yuan lamented, "Indeed, he is the strongest creature in the world. The fortitude of his flesh is truly fearsome. Get away from me." Despite the lack of visible wounds, Kaido felt the sting of pain. Turning, he delivered a punch aimed at Huang Yuan. In response, Huang Yuan raised his sword to block, but Kaido's fist crashed down upon the blade. The tremendous force reverberated through the sword, causing Huang Yuan to stagger backward. His feet dug into the ground, dragged by the immense power, leaving deep gouges in the earth. Seizing the moment while Kaido struck at Huang Yuan, Akainu moved in. Chapter 277. Not smooth at all yet. The anticipated scenario did not unfold. In Akainu's mind, he wished for a spectacle akin to that of Whitebeard, where he could pierce Kaido's chest with a single blow. Alas, Kaido's physical prowess proved too formidable. Even his magma-infused fist, capable of melting anything, struck Kaido with little effect. It is impossible to penetrate Kaido's formidable physique. All one can do is send him flying, akin to a dog tumbling in the dirt. Unfortunately, Akainu does not adhere to the principles of combat, opting instead for deceit and surprise attacks. Kaido, with merely two fists at his disposal, finds it challenging to contend with Akainu while engaged with Kizaru, unless both opponents were to honor the spirit of fair play. Engaging in a rotation of one-on-one duels, the reality is that they do not abide by such conventions. Each time Akainu faces Kaido head-on, Kizaru seizes the opportunity to strike from behind. Should Akainu disregard the situation, Kizaru's Amatsukami sword would deliver a devastating blow to his back. Even with his immense physical resilience, he would eventually succumb to repeated assaults. Conversely, if he were to turn his attention to Kizaru's sneak attacks, as previously demonstrated, he would find himself vulnerable to Akainu's retaliatory strike, sending him crashing to the ground. This predicament makes it exceedingly difficult for Kaido, as neither opponent truly confronts him directly. Akainu may engage him in straightforward combat, but Kizaru, the cunning old fox, consistently disrupts from the shadows, particularly with his agile movements, leaving Kaido at a disadvantage. On Onigashima, after eliminating the CP0 agents from the world government, Malone returned. Yamato had just given birth, and he could not leave her to worry alone in the delivery room. Upon seeing Malone's return, Yamato inquired with concern, "My dear, what transpired?" Malone replied with a smile, "Nothing of great importance, merely dealt with a few nuisances. But how about you? You have endured much in childbirth. Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat?" Yamato touched her abdomen, noting, "Yes, the baby has arrived, and my stomach has shrunk noticeably. It feels quite different." She found herself momentarily at a loss for words, feeling unaccustomed to the emptiness within her. "Then I shall eat something," she decided, thinking it prudent to fill her stomach. Soon, Malone brought a bowl of nourishing chicken soup, understanding that a woman who has just given birth must replenish her strength. Although he believed Yamato's constitution was robust enough, he said, "Here, open your mouth." This marked the first occasion Malone had fed Yamato. Yamato obediently opened her mouth as Malone gently poured the soup in her waiting lips and then withdrew the spoon, asking, "Is it to your liking? I prepared this soup myself." Suddenly, a youthful voice exclaimed, "Wow, is this the newborn?" Unbeknownst to them, a beautiful girl had appeared in the room, cradling the bundled infant in her arms, marveling at the little one. "Oh dear, this child is rather unattractive." Upon seeing the baby, Yuta echoed Yamato's sentiments with a disdainful comment. It is a common occurrence for newborns, particularly pirates, to appear wrinkled and far from plump, rendering them somewhat unappealing at first glance. However, in due course, as they grow, they will undoubtedly become chubby and adorable. Chapter 278. Yuta, I also want to have a child with Malone. Be careful, Malone cautioned. Noticing Yuta casually cradling the infant with one hand while attempting to entertain the baby with the other. Newborns are incredibly fragile. What if you were to harm them? Though the likelihood of such an incident was minimal, given that the child inherited the robust genes of both him and Yamato, Malone felt compelled to intervene. "Brother Malone, are you scolding me?" Yuta pouted, gazing at him with teary eyes. "All right, enough of the theatrics. Hand the child to me." Malone recognized Yuta's playful antics and refused to be deceived again. "What? Do you wish to hold the baby again? This is my first time seeing such a tiny infant." Yuta protested, unwilling to relinquish the baby. Who hasn't seen such a small baby before? Malone rolled his eyes and turned to Yamato, asking, "Yamato, do you agree?" "Yes, indeed. It is my first time as well," Yamato affirmed, nodding vigorously. After all, having been confined to Onigashima for years, she had never had the opportunity to interact with infants. Pirates from the Beast Pirates seldom took on children, and marriages and families were rare among them. Even if they wished to, the predominantly male crew lacked the means to pursue such endeavors. "Brother Malone, shall we have a little one of our own in the future?" Yuta suddenly lifted her head, her large, glistening eyes fixed on Malone, her expression sweetly imploring. "With me?" Malone found the notion quite burdensome. "What are you thinking, little girl?" He shook his head and ruffled Yuta's hair. "You are still just a child yourself. How could you even contemplate having children?" Yuta pouted. "I didn't say I want one right now. I meant when I grow up. No, only I can bear children for Malone." At that moment, Yamato's displeasure became apparent. "You little brat. In front of me, you suggest my man father a child with you? You clearly hold me in contempt. Do you want me to toss you into the sea? Yamato, why are you being so petty?" Yuta retorted, clearly upset. "I have allowed you to have children with Brother Malone. Why can't I have the same? Your generosity is dwarfed by that of a little girl." Yuta's pointed remarks left Yamato momentarily speechless, even stirring feelings of guilt within her. Indeed, Yuta, a mere child, was willing to allow her to have children with Malone. Why should she be so selfish as to deny Yuta the same? Wait a moment. Suddenly, Yamato had an epiphany, slapping her forehead. "What nonsense is this? Why should Yuta grant me permission to have children with Malone? We are husband and wife. I don't need her approval to bear his children." In fact, it was Yuta who sought to disrupt their marital bond, attempting to insert herself into their relationship. This was particularly egregious given her tender age, rather than enjoying her childhood. She was preoccupied with thoughts of motherhood. How were her parents raising her? Indeed, red-haired. How have you educated Yuta? Someone needs to take this little girl away. Chapter 279. Yamato, you wouldn't want Malong to be looked down upon, would you? Yuta, do not speak nonsense. Malong and I are married, and having children is only natural. It has nothing to do with you, and I certainly do not require your permission. Yamato asserted, glaring at Yuta. As for you, wanting to bear my husband-ass child is truly excessive. Ever since Yuta arrived on Onigashima, she had consistently been vying for Malong's attention, leaving Yamato feeling utterly drained. However, regardless of her words, Wuda remained resolute, intent on contending for Malong, or perhaps sharing him. They had previously advised Malong to firmly reject Wuda, yet she remained undeterred, proclaiming, "My affection for brother Malong is my own affair. Even if he rebuffs me, I shall not relent." She further remarked, in youth, one may fail to appreciate the charm of Lolis, mistaking Dea for a treasure, and will surely come to regret it. This truly infuriated Dea. In response, she pulled Wuda on her lap and delivered a series of chastising slaps. Nevertheless, Wuda, though on the verge of tears, refused to admit fault. The little girl, with her tear-filled eyes, gazed at Dea, evoking a sense of guilt within her. Reluctantly, Dea conceded. After all, one cannot simply strike down a child. Sister Dea, I do not mind you being Malong's wife, so please do not mind my desire to be his wife as well. All right? Wuda implored, handing her baby to Malong and positioning herself at the bedside, attempting to sway Dea with her pitiful gaze. Brother Malong is so remarkable. If you were his sole wife, would that not diminish his greatness? I have heard that capable men often have many wives. Sister Dea, you wouldn't want brother Malong to be looked down upon, would you? Dea retorted. Where did you hear such nonsense, you little brat? Who told you that capable men have many wives? Look at your father, a emperor, who has not a single wife. Wuda countered swiftly, that only proves that my father is incapable. Such a filial daughter. Dea was left speechless. She had not anticipated that Wuda would even malign her own father in the pursuit of Malong. Could it be that, like Dea, she was also raised under a heavy hand? In any case, Dea firmly stated, Wuda, you must abandon this notion. I cannot share Malong with you. Yet Dea, lacking in worldly wisdom, could not furnish examples to convince Wuda of her folly, leaving her only to let time wear away Wuda's affection for Malong. After all, Dea believed Wuda to be young and inexperienced, having encountered only a few young, handsome men, with Malong being the sole attraction. In the future, as Wuda meets more young and charming boys, she might eventually forget about Malong, perhaps. The battle continued on the Xiangbidi Islands. Big Mom was steadily retreating, appearing on the verge of collapse. Even her iron-like skin faced the peril of being shattered before the combined might of Kong and warring states. You two old geezers. How can you lack martial virtue, overwhelming a lone woman like me? Is this truly honorable? Why not face me one-on-one? Big Mom declared defiantly. If she were not genuinely on the brink of defeat, her nature would not allow such words to escape her lips. Chapter 280. The Defeat of Big Mom. Indeed. As the conflict persisted, Big Mom recognized that her defeat was imminent. However, warring states and Kong had no intention of heeding Big Mom's pleas. Were you thinking, Big Mom, when you resolved to engage us in battle, you should have anticipated this outcome? How dare you imagine we would face you alone, as a emperor? Are you truly that naive? Kong scoffed at Big Mom. If you wish to avoid further punishment, surrender, and I assure you, you may live out your days in Impel Down. Bah, surrender to live out my days in Impel Down? Am I mad? Abandoning my rightful place as the sovereign of Tato Land to become a prisoner? Huh, sovereign of Tato Land? Kong laughed coldly at Big Mom's assertions. Perhaps you once enjoyed a stable reign, but under the current circumstances, do you truly believe you can return to Tato Land? How laughable, since you refuse to surrender. I shall simply end your life here, warring states declared, as both he and Kong prepared to unleash their full power. Big Mom felt an overwhelming pressure, more formidable than before. It was evident that Kong and warring states were indeed fighting with all their might. Faced with this, Big Mom resolved to go all out. Her aura surged, with the sun and thunderclouds hovering beside her, emanating an oppressive force of fire and lightning. One side thundered, while the other blazed with flames. The storm of thunder and fire isolated the battlefield from the rest of the world. Come at me, Big Mom roared, raising her hands and sweeping them downwards. The sun and thunderclouds unleashed their fury. Boom! Thunder descended, enveloping a radius of hundreds of meters in an overwhelming tempest of lightning. The ground trembled as bolts struck, tearing the earth apart and forming numerous craters. The sun, not to be outdone, expanded, creating a terrifying tsunami of flames that surged forth, igniting the land and scorching the very fabric of space. In that instant, the world fell silent, as if only fire and thunder existed. Big gazed forward, and suddenly, amidst the flames, a glimmer of gold shone. A golden figure broke through the inferno, emerging from the sea of fire. It was Warring States, radiating an untouchable majesty. The golden light seemed to render the consuming flames powerless against him. Though aged, he appeared vigorous, his physique rivaling that of youth. Elsewhere, amidst the tempest of thunder, the commander-in-chief of the world government, Kong, strolled gracefully through the deluge of lightning. Despite the relentless barrage, not a single bolt struck him. Even when a bolt descended directly above him, Kong vanished from sight in an instant. Thousands of bolts of lightning fell, yet Kong advanced steadily towards Big Mom, seemingly anticipating each strike, evading them with ease. Thus, he leisurely walked through the storm, taking a full minute to emerge from the tempest, standing before Big Mom. Big Mom sensed an unprecedented weight of pressure. Chapter 281, The Fateful Lover's Bang. With the combined might of Warring States and Kong, Big Mom plummeted from the sky. Like a missile, she crashed into the ground with an unstoppable force, creating a massive crater dozens of meters deep. In the center of the crater, Big Mom lay with her eyes glazed over, mouth agape, blood oozing from the corners, nearly devoid of consciousness, reduced to merely gasping for breath. Phew, what a formidable opponent! Kong and Zhanghua hovered in the air, gazing down at Big Mom, who lay helplessly in the crater. Both appeared somewhat disheveled, bearing numerous bloody wounds. Even though they had triumphed over Big Mom, the victory had exacted its toll. Fortunately, the price paid was deemed worthwhile. With one final blow, they would send her on her way. Kong, observing the incapacitated Big Mom, felt no sentimentality. He dove downwards from the sky, head first, fists clenched and arms drawn back, gathering momentum to strike at Big Mom's head with tremendous force. Big Mom. Kong roared as his fist descended. He was confident that this blow would not only crush her skull, but also flatten it entirely. However, just as Kong's fist was about to make contact, a figure suddenly leapt from afar, shielding Big Mom. Kong's fist did not halt. It crashed down with relentless force. The impact struck Kaido's lower back. Indeed, the figure that had appeared was Kaido, who, seeing that Big was on the brink of death, disregarded everything and threw himself over her, absorbing the blow meant for her. The tremendous force slammed into Kaido, causing his eyes to widen in shock as he spat blood, his body crashing heavily onto Big Mom. He sustained considerable injury from that strike. Kaido, are you alright? Big Mom looked at Kaido, who had shielded her from a fatal blow, tears of gratitude welling in her eyes. Why are you so foolish? I don't deserve this. She reached out to cradle Kaido's face, truly moved by his actions. She felt that her life had found meaning. What are you talking about? I brought you here. Of course, I must ensure you return safely. Kaido wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled at Big Mom. Busy this, em mifine. I am the world's strongest creature. That punch was merely a tickle. Kaido chuckled heartily, though it was a facade. Big Mom sensed his true feelings. Kaido, you should go. Don't worry about me. I may die here, but you can still live on, find a Malone, and take revenge for me. Lingling, what nonsense are you spouting? You're not going to die. Your life belongs to me, and as long as I'm here, you won't die. Do you understand? Kaido said firmly to Big Mom. Toot, Kaido. Who would have thought you had such a taste for the grotesque, that you would even protect Big Mom? Akainu approached from a distance, mocking the two like a pair of doomed lovers. Akainu, shut your dog-ass mouth, or I will tear it off. Kaido's eyes blazed with rage, his murderous intent so potent that it seemed to darken the skies. He had never anticipated that this all-out war would culminate in such a dire outcome. He realized he had been reckless and overly arrogant, believing that with himself, Big Mom, a few warlords, and the numerous notorious criminals from Impel Down, they could challenge the waning world government. Now, the world government had shown him that he was still just a man. Victory was elusive, truly elusive. Even on the periphery of the battlefield, Kaido's observation, Haki, revealed a steady retreat. Many of the pirate crews he had forcibly subdued in the New World, sensing the tide turning against them, attempted to slip away from the battlefield. In terms of numbers, Kaido's forces were already only half that of the world government. And with the emergence of traitors fleeing the battlefield, the situation for Kaido became increasingly precarious. However, with his own survival at stake, Kaido could hardly concern himself with the external battlefield. Desperata's trula. If you wish to silence my voice, then come at me. Akainu dismissed Kaido entirely, viewing him merely as a defeated dog howling in anguish. Damn it, I will kill you. With such disdain directed at him, Kaido could not contain himself. He sprang up from Big Mom and charged at Akainu. Yet, Genghis would not afford Kaido the opportunity to engage alone. In the instant that Kaido rose, Genghis appeared behind him, pressing a massive hand on Kaido's head and forcefully driving him down into the ground. With a resounding thud, Kaido's face struck the earth, creating a deep crater. Damn it, let me go. Kaido struggled to lift his face from the ground, but Genghis exerted every ounce of strength to keep him pinned down. Ultimately, Kaido managed to overturn him, transforming into a dragon and soaring skyward. Genghis clung to Kaido's head, raining punch after punch upon him. The ferocity of the blows elicited cries of pain from Kaido. With his mouth agape, he unleashed a torrent of flames towards the ground, creating a fiery inferno. Countless sailors suffered the consequences of this widespread attack, which was nearly impossible for ordinary soldiers to evade. Yet, Genghis found solace in the fact that amidst the flames, equality reigned. Not only sailors but also pirates fell victim to the blaze, as the battlefield was intertwined with both factions clashing. In such circumstances, large-scale attacks typically resulted in a mutual loss. Precision strikes against the enemy were implausible. Hachi Shikango, Kizaru appeared above Kaido, crossing his arms as energy orbs surged toward Kaido's massive form. Each orb that struck him detonated with the sound of cannon fire, enveloping the Azure Dragon in a cacophony of explosions. Even Genghis, perched atop Kaido's head, felt the overwhelming impact. The ferocious onslaught felt like a tempest battering against him. Had he not grasped the dragon's horns, he would have surely been swept away by the raging winds. Kizaru's Hachi Shikango unleashed relentless energy orbs upon Kaido. Despite Kaido's formidable defenses, he could not escape the overwhelming vibrations and impacts, with many scales knocked loose. As the battle reached its climax, Sengoku delivered the final blow, seizing Kaido's tail and smashing it down towards the earth. This concluded the fierce confrontation. Kaido was driven into the ground with a tremendous crash, his skull meeting the earth with a thunderous impact. His colossal form plummeted from the sky, creating a sonic boom as he fell, leaving the ground fractured, forming a chasm 1,000 meters deep, while clouds of dust engulfed the surrounding area. Kaido's immense dragon-like form gradually diminished, reverting to his human shape. He lay motionless in the center of the ravine, not because he was unable to move, but rather because he had succumbed to despair. Confronted by the formidable might of the 4 elite forces of the world government, he knew victory was beyond his grasp. Although he still had the capacity to move, the relentless beating had sapped him of his strength. Let me, Akainu, accompany you on your final journey, Kaido. Akainu, radiating molten lava, advanced step by step towards the prostrate Kaido. Lava dripped from Akainu's body, corroding the earth and leaving a trail scorched by the molten rock. Steelbone Kong observed Akainu's actions without uttering a word, and Sengoku remained silent as well. Having stepped down from his position as Fleet Admiral and lacking the authority to command Akainu, Kaido, Akainu bellowed, launching himself into the air before plummeting downwards. His fiery fist aimed brutally at Kaido's face. The searing heat enveloped Kaido's visage, turning it crimson. However, just as Akainu's fist was about to strike Kaido, he found himself unable to descend further. What had transpired? Akainu turned his head to peer beneath his fist. Damn it, not you again, he exclaimed, recognizing the red-haired figure blocking his blow with a sword. Gritting his teeth, Akainu thought, this lunatic, is he mad? He intervened during my skirmish with Whitebeard, and now he dares to interfere again? Why can't it be me? Red-haired Shanks replied, exchanging a glance with Akainu. Kaido, are you all right? Shanks inquired, gazing down at the fallen Kaido. You've come? Kaido responded, looking up at Shanks. Yes, I have, Shanks replied. You shouldn't have come, Kaido remarked. Yet here I am. Shanks replied nonchalantly. You can leave now. Kaido expressed relief, knowing Shanks's presence indicated he had not made a mistake in rescuing him earlier. I don't think I can, Shanks observed, noting the encirclement by the Navy forces, realizing they would not allow him to escape. Shanks, it seems you are self-aware. Akainu chuckled upon hearing Shanks' admission. Today marks the day when this band of pirates will be captured in one fell swoop. I, Akainu, shall restore clarity to the seas. As he spoke, Akainu pressed his fist downwards with great force. Shanks resisted with equal determination. Suddenly, Akainu was sent flying by a powerful tail swipe. It was Kaido. Shanks's arrival reignited Kaido's will to fight. Transforming into his dragon form, he struck Akainu with the tail and joined Shanks in battle. Lin, it's time to wake up. Our fight is not yet over. In the distance, the previously unconscious Big Mom, upon hearing Kaido's words, instantly opened her eyes. With a swift motion, she sprang to her feet. Chapter 284. Relentless Retreat. Kaido, Big Mom, and Shanks stood in a triangular formation, united against their foes. Apart from the deceased Whitebeard, the four emperors of the New World had gathered here, representing the pinnacle of pirate strength. They faced either total annihilation or the destruction of a navy. Shanks, what business do you have here? Why are you meddling? Steelbone Kong glared at the suddenly appeared Shanks and his crew, barely containing his fury. They were on the verge of successfully neutralizing this pirate crisis by eliminating Kaido and Big Mom. Victory was at hand, and the world government was poised for absolute triumph. Yet, Steelbone Kong clenched his fists and let out a roar towards the heavens. His overwhelming aura surged upward, dispersing the dark clouds in the sky. A ray of sunlight broke through the gaps in the clouds, illuminating Steelbone Kong, making him shine like the embodiment of justice. Kong, who do you intend to intimidate with that shout? Kaido frowned upon hearing Steelbone Kong's roar. What madness is this? You are clearly in the advantageous position. To an observer, it seemed as if Steelbone Kong was on the brink of defeat, desperately trying to fuel his strength with anger. Kaido, you are merely a defeated dog. Do you truly believe that Shanks's appearance can save you? Cast aside your fantasies. Kaido, no one can rescue you today. With that, Steelbone Kong charged forward, moving parallel to the ground as if flying. In an instant, he reached Kaido, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his face. Kaido extended his palm, catching Steelbone Kong's fist. Utilizing the momentum, Steelbone Kong twisted in midair, withdrawing his fist and launching a kick at Kaido's chin. Anticipating this maneuver, Kaido swiftly raised his head, narrowly evading the strike. In that moment, the two found themselves in an inverted stance. Seizing the opportunity, Kaido retaliated with a kick to Steelbone Kong's abdomen. Though Steelbone Kong shielded himself with his arms, he was still propelled backward by the force of the blow, spinning several times in the air before crashing to the ground. Curse you, Kaido! Steelbone Kong exclaimed, rising from the ground and cracking his knuckles. Once more, he charged forward, with Kaido doing the same. Having lost track of his weapon, the Wolf Fong Club, both were now unarmed. They quickly closed the distance, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows. To onlookers, it appeared as if a storm of fists enveloped the space between them, with the sounds of their fists colliding echoing relentlessly. Meanwhile, Sengoku approached Big Mom, and the two clashed fiercely. Shanks faced off against Akainu and Kizaru's combined might. The battle between these seven titans at the pinnacle of the world created tremors that shook the entire island, causing cracks to form and the ground to sway, leaving all to wonder when this small island would succumb to silence. The island lamented, I have endured shocks beyond my age. Although Shanks's intervention alleviated some of Kaido's pressure, the situation remained dire for him, especially on the other battlefield. Under the leadership of Garp and the two admirals, the Beast Pirates found themselves in a relentless retreat. Chapter 285. Annihilating Thunder. The three disasters and the four commanders were utterly overwhelmed. Even in a 2-on-1 scenario, they were being thoroughly suppressed. Under the guidance of Fujitora, Raik, and Garp, the Navy continued to secure victory after victory. In the realm of pirates, retreating while fighting is the only viable strategy. They are unable to withstand the onslaught, utterly incapable of doing so. In the Holy Land, Mary Geos sits upon the throne of nothingness, observing the unfolding conflict displayed on the screen before him. The images depict the battle raging at Sabeti Archipelago. Despite the evident advantage held by the world government, Im's countenance betrays dissatisfaction. Toim, the world government should effortlessly annihilate the pirates, rather than engaging in a seemingly equal struggle. Suddenly, a tremendous thunderclap reverberates across the skies above Sabeti Archipelago, deafening both combatants who instinctively look upwards. What they witness next is an unforgettable spectacle. An infinite surge of thunder cascades from the heavens like a torrential waterfall or a monstrous tsunami, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread and insignificance. Before the onlookers can comprehend the source of this terrifying thunder, it descends with the power to obliterate all. The cataclysmic force shatters the earth, rendering even the most resilient ground incapable of withstanding such terror. Wherever the thunder strikes, everything is reduced to dust. The vast island, akin to parchment consumed by flames, disintegrates under the gentlest breeze, leaving naught but powder in its wake. From a distance, the entire sea surrounding Sabeti archipelago seems to be enveloped by this thunder, setting it starkly apart from other waters. Once the thunder subsides, Sabeti archipelago has been utterly erased from the world map. The millions of marines and pirates upon its shores have vanished without a trace. In their stead, countless fish and sea creatures, their bellies gleaming white, float lifelessly upon the surface. What manner of calamity is this? Kaido, transformed into an azure dragon, hovers in the air, gazing at the now clear sky, where the terrifying thunder has dissipated, leaving behind a serene expanse devoid of the previous apocalyptic imagery. Could it be that a certain being has intervened? Steel Bunkong, a towering figure among the Sea Kings, gazes towards a specific point in the sky above the Red Earth continent, feeling an oppressive force that is nothing short of terrifying. The colossal Sabeti archipelago has been effortlessly wiped from existence. In Steel Bunkong's eyes, only the true ruler of this world, seated upon the throne of nothingness, could wield such power. How could this transpire? Sengoku kneels atop the belly of a massive whale, struggling to accept the disappearance of Sabeti archipelago and the loss of countless marines. All gone, utterly obliterated. Even he, beneath the wrath of that dreadful thunder, barely survived, bearing the scars of singed flesh. The thunder's ferocity was overwhelming, decimating nearly 1 million soldiers. The surface of the sea is littered with the bodies of fish and men alike. Those whose remains linger are deemed the strong. The weak have been reduced to mere ash beneath the thunder's onslaught. Survivors emerge from the depths, clambering atop the bodies of fish. Chapter 286, A Single Punch to Sink an Island. As time passes, more and more individuals, still alive, crawl atop the corpses of fish. Some who appeared lifeless suddenly revive, having merely lost consciousness while adrift. The devastation wrought by the thunder was so shocking that neither side dared to strike. Perhaps they await the emergence of their surviving comrades from the depths. Thus, both factions stand resolutely, exchanging unwavering glances. During this time, individuals from both sides continue to surface from the ocean, climbing atop the white-bellied carcasses, while others awaken from their stupor. An hour passes, then 2, followed by 3, and as time ticks away, the number of those climbing upon the fish diminishes, as does the number of awakened corpses. It becomes clear that the survivors among them are likely the only ones remaining. Though both sides cast wary glances at one another, they seem to be gauging the strength of their opponents. Without a formal count, it is impossible to ascertain the precise numbers. Estimates suggest that each side has roughly 10,000 survivors. 10,000? As the leaders, Kaido and Steel Bunkong are at a loss for words in the face of such meager numbers. It is worth noting that the world government had deployed over 100,000 troops, while Kaido's forces numbered around 50,000. Now, both sides are left with merely a fraction of their original strength, a staggering reduction of 99%. However, it must be acknowledged that not all casualties resulted from the thunder. Prior to its cataclysmic arrival, both forces had engaged in fierce combat for several hours, resulting in substantial losses. Nonetheless, the devastation caused by the world-ending thunder is unfathomably grave. For Steel Bunkong and Sengoku, they have never witnessed such catastrophic damage inflicted over an extensive area, affecting the entire sea surrounding Sabeti archipelago. After all, Sabeti archipelago is no mere island. For Kaido, this devastating power to obliterate an island with a single strike is something he has only witnessed in one individual, the formidable Moke Long. Kaido is uncertain of Moke Long's true strength, but it is undoubtedly beyond his own. He has challenged Moke Long multiple times to gauge his limits, only for Moke Long to grow impatient and demonstrate his might by striking the ground with a singular punch. How can one describe that punch? It was an earth-shattering blow. The island beneath his feet was utterly annihilated, with fragments sinking to the ocean floor. In that instant, Kaido understood the restraint Moke Long exhibited during their battles. Comparatively, the island that Moke Long destroyed was far smaller than the vast expanse of Sabeti archipelago's waters. At this moment, Kaido even finds himself questioning Moke Long's supremacy. Previously, he had unwavering faith that Moke Long was the strongest being in existence, a belief that empowered him to challenge the world government. Yet now, confronted by the world-ending thunder, Kaido is left uncertain. What kind of entity possesses the capability to unleash such catastrophic calamity? Chapter 287 Im Descents. Nevertheless, considering that the world-ending thunder was a collective attack, whereas Moklong S was singular, Kaido begins to regain some confidence. After all, Kaido believed that if he were to receive a direct blow from the Mo Long, he would surely not survive. Yet now, confronted with this world-destroying thunder, he endured. In fact, many others withstood it as well. Thus, it could be said that this apocalyptic thunder appeared fearsome, but for the strong, it did not pose a lethal threat. With such a conclusion, Kaido felt a sense of confidence in himself. However, he still yearned to know who was responsible for unleashing such a terrifying force. Having roamed the seas for decades, how had he never encountered such a formidable being? Of course, he had no knowledge of this, yet he firmly believed that the person on the opposite side must be aware. Moreover, the instigator should be affiliated with the world government. Kaido found it perplexing, for if the perpetrator were indeed from the world government, why would they act in such a manner? After all, this thunder struck indiscriminately, claiming not only his men, but also hundreds of thousands of naval soldiers. Were the lives of the Marines not valuable? How could that individual dare to do such a thing? Kaido was convinced that even Akainu, the admiral of the Navy, would face immediate execution without trial for such an act. Sengoku, can you explain to me who did this and what their intentions are? I have considered myself a pirate for years and have taken countless lives, yet compared to that individual, I am but a minor player. I fear that the number of lives I have taken in my lifetime pales in comparison to those felled by that single strike of thunder. Kaido glared at Sengoku. Sengoku, in turn, looked to Steelbone Kong, as he too was unaware of who was behind this. Very few knew of Im's existence. Even as a former admiral, he was not privy to such knowledge. However, as the leader of the world government in this war, Steelbone Kong, the supreme commander, undoubtedly held the information. Yet, when confronted with Sengoku's inquisitive gaze, Steelbone Kong shook his head, indicating his unwillingness to disclose anything. Could he not speak? Seeing Steelbone Kong shake his head, Sengoku sighed in frustration. He could not comprehend why someone with such power would not act when Kaido was amassing his forces. Had they intervened then, it would have dealt a devastating blow to Kaido's side. Instead, they chose to unleash such a terrifying power amidst the chaos, resulting in significant losses for both the Navy and the world government. Suddenly, a figure clad in a mask appeared in the sky. He stood there calmly like a deity, surveying all beneath him. To him, those below seemed as frail and insignificant as ants. Lord Im, upon seeing Im's arrival, Steelbone Kong immediately knelt before him. The members of the world government accompanying Steelbone Kong followed suit, kneeling as well. The Navy, however, exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Sengoku Akainu, kneel and pay your respects to Lord Im. Observing the Navy's complete lack of reaction to Im's appearance, Steelbone Kong swiftly commanded Sengoku and Akainu. Once these two admirals knelt, the rest would surely follow. Chapter 288. Interrogation, however, he did not anticipate that after his command, neither Akainu nor Sengoku would kneel. Sengoku clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he glared at the seemingly floating Im. Though he did not utter a word, his expression conveyed boundless fury. Indeed, as a former admiral, even though he had stepped down, he still held deep concern for the Navy. After all, he had devoted his entire life to it. Yet now, he could only watch helplessly as hundreds of thousands of Marines were annihilated before his eyes. The agony and despair were unimaginable. He was someone who would even choose to call for a ceasefire during the Marine-Ford War for the sake of his subordinates. Each Marine represented a family. How many tragedies would arise from their deaths? If they had perished fighting against pirates, it would have been one thing. They would have been hailed as martyrs, celebrated as heroes, and remembered for decades to come. But now, they died at the hands of the very world government they sought to protect. Though Sengoku still did not know who that being named him was, it was clear that anyone capable of making Steelbone Kong the supreme commander of the world government, Neil must hold a position of immense power. Even the 5 leaders of the world government, the Gorosei, could not compel Steelbone Kong to do such a thing. Thus, this man could very well be the true master of the world government, the king behind the curtain. Sengoku, did you hear what I said? Neil, Steelbone Kong, noticing Sengoku's disregard for his words, grew furious and shouted. However, Sengoku remained unyielding. He looked up at him and demanded loudly, "Why are you doing this?" Facing Sengoku's inquiry, Im offered no response, seemingly believing that Sengoku was unworthy of questioning him. He saw no need to answer Sengoku. Sengoku, what are you even saying? How dare you presume to question Lord M? Steel Bone Kong was taken aback by Sengoku's audacity. Did this fool not see his attitude towards him? Even if you harbored discontent towards M's actions, was it within your right to question him? This world belongs to Lord M. He is free to do as he pleases. Answer me. Why have you done this? Sengoku gritted his teeth. The sound of his teeth grinding echoed as if they might shatter from the pressure. Sengoku, the former admiral. Is it? Do you truly believe you have the right to speak to me in such a manner? M finally replied. Perhaps not, but I still wish to inquire on behalf of the fallen Marines. They fought valiantly for the world government, to protect it, to uphold order on the seas. These Marines came here today to engage in battle against Kaido and his pirates. And this is how you treat those who serve you? Do you see those Marines as mere ants, easily crushed beneath your feet? By what right? By what right do you hold yourself so high above? I ask you, by what right, Lord M? Sengoku had never felt such rage as he did today. After years of service in the Navy, he had witnessed countless lives lost. Yet today, witnessing the slaughter of hundreds of thousands of Marines before him ignited an unquenchable fury within him. If he could not release his boiling anger, his body might erupt like a volcano. Chapter 289. Sengoku's defeat by what right? Smiled. Very well. Today I shall reveal to you by what right. Simply put, I am the true sovereign of this world, possessing the power to command everything. Spread his arms wide, reclining as a chair materialized beneath him. Regardless of whether it is you or those fallen Marines, they are all my subjects, and everything about them belongs to me. I grant them life, and they live. I decree their death, and they perish. It is as simple as that. Do you understand, Zhanghua? I had thought that as a fleet admiral, you would grasp that this is a world governed by the law of the jungle. As the pinnacle of this realm, I have the authority to determine the fate of all beneath me. Even the Gorosei can be replaced at my whim. What are mere Marines to me? What does it matter if they perish? Furthermore, if not for your utter incompetence in swiftly dealing with the pirates, I would not even be here. Thus, Zhanghua, do not blame me for being ruthless. Instead, cast your reproach upon your own ineptitude. Had you executed Kaido at Marine headquarters instead of allowing him to escape, none of this would have transpired. Therefore, Zhanghua, you are the true architect of these Marines' demise. A mocking curve graced the corners of Imu's mouth beneath the mask. Nonsense. You cannot foist your sins upon me, demon. Zhanghua trembled with rage. This scoundrel Imu is spouting utter drivel. Today, I shall seek justice for the Marines you so carelessly extinguished. I care not if you are the hidden monarch of this world. Even so, a being like you is unworthy of the title of king. Zhanghua roared, vowing to avenge the fallen Marines. In his fury, Zhanghua transformed into a colossal Buddha, radiating brilliant golden light. The overwhelming aura of Conqueror's Haki enveloped him, showcasing his unparalleled strength. Zhanghua bent his legs to gather momentum and then propelled himself from the ground. With a thunderous crash, the corpses of sea kings beneath him shattered. He soared into the air, charging towards Imu. His body sliced through the sky, creating a friction that generated a windshield. At the center of this windshield, one could even glimpse a crimson glow, as if flames were born from the violent clash with the air. Imu, Zhanghua, gazing up at the seemingly divine Imu, clenched his fists and unleashed a fierce punch aimed at that masked visage. Yet, the ignorant weakling, do you even comprehend whom you are attempting to strike? How pitiable. A mere mortal dares to lay hands upon a deity? Who has emboldened you? Imu merely shook his head and extended his palm toward the charging Zhanghua. In the next instant, a colossal shockwave erupted from Imu's hand, a divine pressure enveloping land and sea, an inexhaustible force cascading from above. Faced with Imu's palm, Zhanghua was akin to Sun Wukong confronting the Tathagata, an unbeatable strength descending from the heavens, forcing him down towards the ocean. Even with all his might, Zhanghua could not escape the seemingly effortless impact of Imu's hand. Thus, he was driven deep into the sea. A tremendous roar resounded as the ocean erupted with massive waves. Chapter 290. Carp is defeated. Defeated? Just like that, the surface of the sea continued to churn. Since Zhanghua fell into the water, there had been no further movement from him, leaving the surviving Marines in disbelief. This was Zhanghua, the former fleet admiral, so easily vanquished? Could that being named Imu truly be a god? Suddenly, a Marine leapt into the sea. It was the naval hero Carp. What was he doing? Fool. He was, of course, diving in to save Admiral Zhanghua. One must remember that Admiral Zhanghua is a devil fruit user and cannot swim. If he were not rescued, he would surely drown in the depths of the ocean. After a considerable time, with a splash, Carp emerged from the water, cradling the unconscious Zhanghua. He placed Zhanghua atop a sea king's corpse before turning his gaze skyward at Emu. What now, Carp? Do you intend to defy me as well? Noticing the determination in Carp's eyes, Emu looked down, dismissing the insignificant human, unaware of the vast gulf that lay between them. Since that is the case, let us gauge the extent of our disparity. Carp snorted coldly, enveloping himself in hockey. His entire being appeared as dark as ink. In the ocean, he forcefully stomped his right foot into the water, creating a massive crater as the water exploded outward. Carp utilized the recoil from the water to propel himself towards Emu in an instant. Gathering his strength, his arm swelled to twice its size, muscles bulging, tearing the sleeves of his garment. With such a punch, he could easily shatter a small mountain. Yet, facing this earth-shattering blow, Emu merely extended a single finger, effortlessly blocking the incoming fist. How could this be? Carp gaped in disbelief as his full-strength punch was halted by a mere finger. He could hardly believe it. This was his utmost effort. Before Emu, he dared not hold back, especially since his old comrade Zhanghua had been felled by a single strike. Aware of the disparity, he questioned how it could be so vast. Carp, do you now comprehend the chasm between gods and mortals? With that, Emu withdrew the finger blocking Carp's punch, then flicked it lightly. The immense force surged forth like a nuclear explosion, obliterating everything in its path. Carp felt his bones shatter like glass under the overwhelming power. Fragments scattering. The destructive force surged from his fist to his arm, causing his bones to crumble under the impact. Blood and flesh flew as his entire arm was left mangled and bloody, sending him hurtling backward like a meteor plummeting towards the distant sea. Just as Carp was about to plunge into the ocean, a fierce wind arose on the surface. A violent gust appeared beneath Carp, halting his descent. The wind pressed against the surface of the water, displacing it and dragging Carp backward for several dozen meters, dissipating Emu's force and stabilizing him. What is happening? Akainu was at a loss for words. This was supposed to be the climactic battle between the world government and the pirates led by Kaido. How had it transformed into this? Moreover, how could that being named Emu possess such unfathomable strength? Was he truly human? Akainu felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He had once believed himself to be the chosen one, anticipating swift dominion over the seas upon seizing control of the Marines. Yet, while the aspiration was noble, the reality was harsh. This sudden emergence of Emu, terrifying in power, indiscriminately attacked both friend and foe, resulting in the deaths of countless Marines. Now, he turned his wrath upon Zhanghua and Carp, former fleet admiral and naval hero alike. What on earth is he trying to achieve? Even if one harbors dissatisfaction towards the actions of their navy during this period, is it truly necessary to act so resolutely? Chapter 291. Escape, Father. Are you all right? In the midst of a whirlpool in the vast ocean, surrounded by tumultuous waters, there exists a space enveloped by fierce winds, where the onslaught of water cannot intrude. Dragon? You have arrived as well? With an incapacitated arm, Carp finds himself, under the might of him, grappling with a sensation known as despair. Indeed, he can be regarded as a favored child of destiny. Since joining the Navy, his ascent has been remarkably swift. At a young age, he earned the title of Naval Hero for vanquishing rocks. Over the years, one could say he has garnered every conceivable accolade. Yet, to his astonishment, after retreating to the sidelines, he faces utter failure? Certainly, in such grandeur, how could the Revolutionary Army refrain from making an appearance? Indeed, the newly emerged figure is none other than the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. Thus, the three most formidable factions of the ocean, the Navy, Pirates, and Revolutionary Army, have converged. However, in comparison to the losses suffered by the Navy and Pirates, the Revolutionary Army has been able to bide their time. Nevertheless, Dragon does not feel the slightest sense of relief. Instead, he is gripped by an icy dread. The emergence of him, with such towering power, makes him realize that sheer numbers hold no value in the face of such might. The opponent is overwhelmingly strong. It seems that one individual alone could dominate the entire battlefield. Moreover, not everyone present is opposed to him. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, tilts his head, acknowledging the newly appeared man, for he is the one who seeks to overthrow his world government. It is indeed an honor to be recognized by you. Upon hearing his name called, Dragon smiles, though the expression bears a bitter edge. Indeed, He has devoted his life to this cause, revolution, and the overthrow of the world government. Furthermore, the war between Kaido and the world government has made him acutely aware of the opportunity at hand. He aspired to be the fisherman reaping the benefits, but did not anticipate that the fish he would catch would be so colossal as to upheave the very sea itself. Standing on the shore, he finds himself utterly incapable of resisting the impending tsunami. Dragon, you must flee. That individual is immensely powerful. Carp stands atop the waves formed by the raging winds, addressing Dragon. Do you wish for me to abandon my own father and flee alone like a traitor? Upon hearing Carp's words, Dragon chuckles. If I cannot save my own father, how can I take on the responsibility of saving the world and overthrowing the world government? It is evident that Dragon has no intention of retreating, even after witnessing the terror that is him. Yet, he is resolved to give a try, and then, to perish in the attempt. United in purpose, father and son find themselves unable to withstand the formidable forces. In a mere moment, Carp and Dragon are defeated. In the distance, Kaido is genuinely alarmed. He never anticipated that such a fearsome entity existed within the world government. If he does not flee now, when will he? After exchanging a brief word with Big Mom, Kaido transforms into a blue dragon, seizing hold of red-haired Shanks and several key members of his group, and takes flight towards Onigashima without looking back. He believes he still possesses the opportunity for a comeback. As long as he returns to Onigashima and finds Moklong, there remains a chance to turn the tide. Despite Im's display of invincible power, Kaido still holds faith in Moklong. Flee? Do you think you can escape? Observing Kaido transform into a blue dragon and flee for his life, Im disdainfully shakes his head. Chapter 292. The conclusion with a sudden disappearance. Im reappears behind the blue dragon. He extends his hand, seemingly insignificant before the massive tail of the blue dragon. Yet with that mere hand, he effortlessly grasps the dragon's tail. In an instant, the charging dragon, caught by the tail, is yanked taut, appearing almost like a snake, were it not for its four sturdy legs. How could he move so swiftly? Kaido turns his head, glaring at him, clutching his tail, gritting his teeth in frustration. In the next moment, he forcefully jerks his tail. Yet it proves futile. Damn it. I must escape. I have yet to become the king of the world. How can I perish like this? Kaido bellows defiantly, resolutely refusing to succumb. He still possesses one final trump card. How could he die before playing his last card? Kaido pushes himself to the limit. The entire dragon bows low and charges forward, exerting every ounce of strength in a desperate attempt to sever his own tail. Like a gecko shedding its tail to survive. Ultimately, his overwhelming will to live imbues him with the strength to flee. However, before he can muster his might, he suddenly feels the world spinning around him. Im has grasped his tail, swinging him around in circles high above the ground. Dizzy, so dizzy. In that moment, Kaido resembles a playful child, twirling a little snake by its tail. The violent spinning leaves him utterly disoriented. The companions he had previously held on his slip from his grasp, cast into the depths of the sea. After a considerable duration of spinning, sensing the opportune moment, Im forcefully slams Kaido down. The colossal figure of Kaido plunges straight into the ocean, creating a massive wave. A gigantic whirlpool forms in the sea, a vast void appearing at its center, with Kaido's body lying within, surrounded by water relentlessly rushing back in, engulfing him. Moklong, save me. Lying in the muddy depths of the sea, Kaido extends a hand towards the sky, feeling a profound sense of desperation for life, as if every bone in his body is shattered. His sole thought is for Moklong to appear swiftly. He does not wish to die. The unending torrent of seawater cascades down, swallowing Kaido's form. Within the depths, his body floats and drifts, carried by the currents, and through the clear water, he can still behold him suspended above, with an air of invincibility. The contemptuous gaze directed at him feels akin to that of a jester. This indescribable humiliation fuels Kaido's rage, compelling him to envision wrapping him in batter and frying him whole. Yet, it is evident that such an act is beyond his reach. Are you still alive? A tenacious spirit. Im, peering through the water, spots Kaido drifting amidst the currents, extends his hand once more, this time aiming for his life. In this moment, Kaido truly senses the approach of death. He feels the grim specter of demise watching him. There is no defense, absolutely none. Moklong, save me. Kaido takes a deep breath, gulping down the turbulent seawater, then throws his head back and roars, unleashing a colossal column of fire that ascends into the heavens, parting the water, vaporizing it into scalding steam. As the water dissipates, he releases his most desperate cry. This voice of Ma Long rescues me, breaking through the clouds, resonating across the seas, stirring the entire world. It continues unabated. In response to Kaido's desperate plea for help, Imu merely smiled and shook his head, saying, "Oh, insignificant human. No one in this world can save you. Perish in despair." Imu extended his hand, and a long spear forged from thunder appeared within his grasp. The spear crackled with dangerous lightning, causing even the void to tremble. "Kite, prepare to die." Imu gripped the spear and hurled it fiercely towards Kaido's chest. The thought of being unable to resist, evade, or escape flooded Kaido's mind, sealing his fate. He could only watch in despair as the spear descended instantaneously, piercing through his heart. No, Kaido shut his eyes, unable to bear the sight of his own tragic demise. However, after a considerable moment, he felt no sensation of his heart being pierced, which puzzled him. What was happening? He opened his eyes to find the spear halted less than an inch from his chest, emitting relentless lightning that struck his body, inflicting pain. Malone? A hand firmly grasped the spear, preventing it from advancing. Kaido gazed at the Malone, who appeared before him like a sunflower blooming with joy. With a resounding thud, Malone clenched his fist, shattering the spear of thunder. In the next moment, Kaido lunged toward him, exclaiming, "Malone, I missed you terribly. Do you know? I was on the brink of death. I truly feared I would not live to see my unborn granddaughter." Enough with the melodrama. Malone raised his leg, sending the charging Kaido flying. "I am here to resolve everything. Once that is done, I intend to return and spend time with my precious one." As he spoke, Malone's gaze locked with Imu's. "Are you the one? The king who controls this world from the shadows?" At Malone's inquiry, a smile crept upon Imu's lips beneath his mask. "Malone, I have heard you possess the intriguing ability to resurrect infinitely. Quite the fascinating skill. Apologies, but I am pressed for time and cannot indulge in idle chatter." Shaking his head, Malone appeared before Imu, delivering a powerful punch that sent Imu flying. Like a streak of lightning, he vanished from sight, crashing into the towering walls of the Red Earth continent. The immense force shattered the barrier separating the New World from the Grand Line, and Imu was reduced to a mangled mass, scattered beyond recognition. With a single punch, Malone had slain the shadowy king of this world. Those who witnessed the event could scarcely believe it, yet it was undeniable. Days later, the world government fell. Kaido ascended to power, establishing the Beast Empire and becoming the new ruler of this realm. As for Malone, he cared not for power or the well-being of those in this world under a new ruler. His only focus rested on he and his beloved daughter. He desired nothing more than a simple and joyous existence with his precious daughter and her mother. His adventurous daughter called out, "Daddy, you must catch me." Perched atop a towering tree, a charming girl with 2 pink horns waved enthusiastically at Malone, who stood below, looking up at his daredevil daughter. Malone felt utterly speechless. He had no idea when his daughter had developed a penchant for Kaido's reckless style of jumping from great heights. Initially, she had him lift her high, then throw her up to catch her, and now she was leaping from the lofty branches of a towering tree. Malone was at a loss for words. Yet what could he do? She was his precious daughter. How could he refuse to accompany her in her playful, death-defying antics? Could he bear to see her sad and crying on the ground? He could not. So, he decided to go along with it. Malone looked up at his daughter, smiling warmly. "Come on, my dear, Daddy will catch you safely." He opened his arms, ready to embrace her as she jumped. "Okay, Daddy, I'm jumping." Malone's daughter, Maling Long, prepared herself on the branch, crouching down before launching into the air, limbs outstretched, twisting as she fell. However, just as Maling Long leaped, he came rushing from a distance. She jumped over to Malone, arms wide open, ready to land in his embrace. Seeing this, Malone swiftly turned, extending his arms to catch Dahi. Yet, Dahi's force was overwhelming, and he was unprepared, causing him to stumble back and sit on the ground, with Dahi landing in his lap. In the air, Maling Long glanced at her situation and then at her father, who was supposed to catch her, and let out a thunderous scream. "Aw, Daddy, save me. I'm going to fall." Boom. Maling Long's cries did not summon Ma Long Sade. He was preoccupied with kissing Dahi. Ouch. 3-year-old Maling Long crawled out of the pit, spitting out grass roots and rubbing her sore body. She couldn't believe that her doting father had neglected her upon his arrival. Did he not fear she might get hurt? How infuriating, she thought. I must get revenge. Maling Long pouted angrily, planning to bite her father's arm as revenge. However, when she emerged from the pit, she found that Ma Long had vanished, along with Dahi. What is happening? Ma Linglong felt utterly wronged, as if she were just a 3-year-old child. Okay, she is just a 3-year-old child, she thought, and soon enough, she sat on the ground and began to cry. Ma Long, it seems our daughter is crying. Is it not inappropriate to leave her like this? Ma Long inquired of the he, who was nestled in his arms. What's wrong with her crying? Let her cry. He replied with a pout. You cannot always indulge children, or they will develop bad habits. Besides, I endured far worse when I was a child, often being struck by Kaido with a spiked club. I didn't see cry. Why should she? It is entirely your fault. It is your indulgence that has led our daughter to cry at the slightest provocation. Whenever she sheds tears, you invariably acquiesce to her desires. If you have spoiled her, Mo Long, you cannot escape the blame. He pointedly chastised Mo Long, pressing a finger against his forehead. How can you say such things? She is my daughter. If I did not cherish her, who will? And how can you compare her to yourself? How old is Linglong now? Just 3 years old. If I am not mistaken, when you faced Kai Duo's reprimands, you were already 7 or 8, if memory serves. Do you truly wish for me to be like Kai Duo, striking my own daughter? Mo Long shook his head, intending to return with he. Despite the distance from their daughter, her cries reverberated in his ears, causing him great distress. Even cradling he did little to quell his agitation. You shall not return, he declared, visibly displeased as Mo Long attempted to retrace his steps. It is precisely because you coddle Linglong that she has turned into a weeping child. Whom does she resemble? I was never a crybaby in my youth. Could it be you? He tilted her head, a teasing expression on her face. Mo Long, how dare you slander me? I was never a crybaby as a child. Mo Long pondered the reason behind their daughter's propensity for tears. He could not quite grasp it. After all, she was merely a child, and her tears seemed rather trivial. Soon, Mo Long returned to the original spot. Cradling he, the little one, Linglong, remained seated on the ground, her small fists rubbing her tear-filled eyes as she sobbed. However, upon hearing Mo Long's footsteps, she lowered her fist from her eyes. The moment she saw Mo Long before her, her face lit up with joy, her smile stretching from ear to ear. Daddy, Daddy, I want a hug, Linglong exclaimed, extending her arms towards Mo Long from her seated position. Mo Long glanced at he in his embrace and proposed, Look, your daughter desires a hug. What do you think? Why should I? Your daughter wants a hug. Does that mean your wife does not? He pouted, letting out a huff. I see you clearly now. You forget your wife the moment you have a daughter. Tell me, how long has it been since we spent time alone together? You are speaking nonsense. Just yesterday, I accompanied you to the hot springs alone. How can you claim we have not been together? Mo Long countered. He then gently set he down and opened his arms for Linglong. Upon seeing this, the little girl gleefully dashed towards him and leaped into his embrace, declaring, Daddy, I want to ride a horse. Of course, my darling. You are the greatest. Treat me like your steed, Mo Long replied, wrapping his arms around her and hoisting her onto his shoulders, allowing her to ride on his neck. He looked on with a mix of envy and jealousy, for she had never experienced such a ride with Mo Long, despite having enjoyed other forms of closeness with him.